In a tidy rental apartment, Chen Bei was soundly asleep, his computer still aglow, playing his favorite anime, Dragon Ball. Chen Bei was an ordinary graduate, freshly emerged from university. Like many of his peers, he felt lost and bewildered, having pursued a standard undergraduate degree, but unwilling to resign himself to a life of factory work. Upon applying for various job positions, he soon discovered the fierce competition, dozens vying for a single opportunity. During interviews, he found himself overshadowed by connections and candidates from prestigious institutions like 985 and 211. Ultimately, despite his diligent efforts, he was unable to secure a satisfactory job. Returning to his rental, he took a shower and indulged in a few episodes of Dragon Ball, reminiscing about his childhood before succumbing to drowsiness and drifting off into a deep slumber. While Chen Bei was in the throes of sleep, a black hole suddenly materialized before the computer screen, exuding a formidable gravitational pull that began to draw him in. Startled awake, Chen Bei's eyes widened at the sight of the black hole. He clutched the corner of his bed, attempting to resist, but the overwhelming force proved too strong, and he was ultimately engulfed by the void. As he descended into the black hole, Chen Bei spun uncontrollably until he could bear it no longer and succumbed to unconsciousness. The black hole then sealed itself, restoring tranquility to the apartment, which alone bore witness to the extraordinary events that had just transpired. Time passed, and a luminous orb appeared beside Chen Bei, gradually enveloping him and merging with his being. Ding! System activation, binding host. Peace reign once more. Where am I? Chen Bei murmured, rubbing his throbbing head as he surveyed his surroundings. I remember being in my apartment, and then there was a black hole. What happened after that? The details eluded him. All he knew was that he had lost consciousness after entering the black hole. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dirt and leaves clinging to him, twisting his neck as he scanned the unfamiliar environment. Where is this? He questioned again. How'd I end up in the wilderness? I hope it's not a perilous place. With no other choice, he resolved to ascertain his location to find a way back. Consoling himself, he decided to search for any nearby individuals. Surely, if he encountered someone, he could inquire about his whereabouts. That direction should lead me somewhere, he reasoned, setting off toward the sun's position, deducing that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. After walking for quite some time, fatigue set in, and thirst and hunger gnawed at him. He felt as though he were on the verge of heat exhaustion. Gazing up at the blazing sun overhead, Chen Bei sighed in exasperation. Oh, swallow, how could I survive without you? Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts. In the place where Chen Bei stood, a fruit suddenly fell from the nearby tree, striking his head with a crisp sound. Rubbing his head, Chen Bei gazed at the fruit that had struck him, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment until he finally made up his mind. I shall eat it. I am starving. Without a second thought regarding the potential toxicity of the fruit, he commenced peeling and devouring it with great fervor, his hunger overwhelming any reservations. Burp. Having satisfied his hunger, he resolved to continue his journey, hoping to encounter another person, a sign that he was not entirely isolated in this primitive forest. Indeed, I longed for a return to modern society. After all, he was merely a single young man who had yet to experience the pleasures of life, the luxury of sports cars and beautiful women eluding him. Instead, he found himself in this unfamiliar realm, burdened with the fear of starvation, a truly daunting predicament. Am I perhaps experiencing a transmigration? Chen Bei mused, for he was no stranger to traversing through black holes, albeit passively. Do I possess some sort of system? He pondered aloud. System? Ding. System activated? There really is a system. My goodness. Chen Bei was taken aback, surprised that he had stumbled upon such a fortunate occurrence as activating a system. He wondered if he had inadvertently attracted the favor of a powerful figure in a previous life, or perhaps had once aided the goddess of fortune, thus granting him this system. Impatient, he promptly inquired, by the way, system, what are your functions? Have I truly transmigrated? Where am I now? Ding! This system is the eternal life system, primarily designed to assist the host in achieving immortality and becoming the supreme celestial king, indestructible through countless tribulations.it has detected that the host is currently located in the Dragon Ball universe, in a forest near Baozi Mountain, during the year 736 of the Age of the Gods. It is anticipated that within a year planet Vegeta will be destroyed by Frieza, and Son Goku will also be sent to Earth. Dragon Ball? Oh no, this is a world where even the protagonist cannot escape unscathed. Son Goku has perished multiple times here. This realm is fraught with peril. Chen Bei's heart sank, though he understood that the Dragon Ball universe was one where strength could be attained through cultivation. The accompanying dangers were equally formidable. Earth had faced destruction countless times, and he could not ascertain whether he would be resurrected upon dying in this world. It seemed that survival hinged entirely upon this system. System. Chen Bei silently called out, "Ding. How may I assist you?" Host. System. Do you have any sort of beginner's gift package? Ding. A beginner's gift package is stored within the system. The host may simply think to open it to receive the rewards. Open. Chen Bei, filled with anticipation, could hardly wait to discover the treasures that awaited him, for the potential to alter his destiny rested with this system. Beep. The novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fragment of the Great Destiny Technique X1, a lottery chance X1, talent, God-level comprehension X1, combat power, after energy conversion 10, and universal. Currency X 10,000. The Great Destiny Technique? Is it the one from the eternal world? If so, doesn't that make one invincible? Chen Bei's heart swelled with joy as he eagerly anticipated experiencing these rewards. System. How do I utilize the Great Destiny Technique? Beep. The Great Destiny Technique obtained by the host is not complete. Introduction to the Great Destiny Technique. The essence of the 3,000 paths. Time reigns as the emperor, space as the king. Fate remains unyielding, and causality reigns supreme. Thus, it is evident that the terrifying nature of the path of destiny binds all. None can escape its grasp, not even the great Luo golden immortals, who exist within the river of fate. The path of destiny can be deemed the most exalted of all avenues. The path of destiny is profoundly enigmatic. The Great Destiny Technique can reverse causality and alter fate, remaining unaffected by the heavens and earth, independent of their influence, and immune to the backlash of causality. That it possesses the unique ability to alter the fates of others, making it the most exceptional and powerful existence among the 3,000 paths. The fragment of the Great Destiny Technique acquired by the host is incomplete. It only grants a portion of the passive abilities associated with the Great Destiny Technique. For instance, it prevents the backlash of causality, allowing one's fortune to remain unscathed and free from curses. However, direct utilization of the Great Destiny Technique is not possible, and only passive enhancements can be enjoyed. The complete Great Destiny Technique is divided into 100 fragments, of which the host has only acquired one. I see. What a pity. I had hoped to start off invincible. Chen Bei sighed, somewhat regretful. System. What is the purpose of a lottery? Beep. As the name implies, the lottery allows the host to randomly draw a reward from the myriad realms, ranging from a mere piece of paper to items akin to the system itself. The rewards obtained correlate with the host's fortune. The stronger the fortune, the better the reward, and vice versa. Then let me give it a try, Chen Bei said, feeling intrigued. He sensed the power of this system. The potential to draw other systems with the lottery ticket seemed utterly formidable. Beep. Commencing the lottery. As Chen Bei gazed at the suddenly materialized, transparent, circular panel before him, he mused that this must be the lottery interface. The button in the center must be the one to initiate it. So he reached out and pressed it. The transparent wheel began to spin rapidly, the gears of fate turning incessantly. Eventually, the large wheel came to a slow halt, revealing a few large characters. Before Chen Bei could discern what they were, the wheel began to fade away. System. Where is my reward? Chen Bei could not help but question, still unable to grasp the system's reward. Just as he pondered this, the system responded. Beep. The lottery has concluded. Congratulations, host. You have received one of the 3,000 great techniques, the Great Aperture Technique. Chapter 2. Exploration of the Great Acupuncture Techniques. This discipline is dedicated to the mastery of the body's acupoints, aiming to awaken the latent potential within. The activation of these acupoints can unveil extraordinary abilities. The human body is, in essence, a vast treasure trove, with the common understanding of one's physical self being merely a fraction of its true essence. The human body resembles a universe, governed by its own unique principles. where each cell, organ, and acupoint possesses its own distinct characteristics. When an individual genuinely taps into their potential, miraculous powers may emerge. For instance, a person of seemingly feeble strength might be capable of moving a car, or a paralyzed individual may suddenly rise to their feet upon awakening their inherent abilities. The great acupuncture techniques emphasize the development of the body's acupoints to facilitate communication with the earth, harnessing the energies of the cosmos for personal empowerment. The 365 acupoints within the human body resonate with the 365 stars in the heavens, reflecting and influencing one another. By actively engaging with the energies of the universe and allowing the acupoints to resonate with the celestial bodies, one can enhance their own being, integrating cosmic energy into their acupoints and attaining various extraordinary capabilities. However, this process necessitates a catalyst, namely, the soul or consciousness. Only when an individual can consciously harness the latent powers within their soul can they truly embark on the journey of unlocking their physical potential. This explains why, in many tales of spiritual cultivation, practitioners utilize their spiritual awareness to manipulate energy, cultivating the vital energies within the body's reservoirs, such as the Dantian and the Niwen Palace, which are indeed significant acupoints. These points can better store the energies acquired from the cosmos and facilitate a more profound interaction with these forces. If we accept that the human body contains 365 acupoints, it follows that one could potentially cultivate 365 Dantians. Should one continue to refine these points, or perhaps learn methods pertaining to spatial dimensions, could one not conceive of creating 365 universes? The potential within the human body is boundless. Does this imply that each cell could embody a universe? This daunting notion lingered in Chen Bei's mind, filling him with boundless anticipation for the future. To return to the essence of the great acupuncture techniques, it emphasizes the unity of acupoints and the soul, with the spirit governing the body. Each acupoint unlocked not only enhances one's strength, but also fortifies the spirit. Through diligent accumulation, each acupoint could transform into a universe, leading to strikes of unimaginable power, potentially unleashing the force of hundreds of universes, a thought both exhilarating and terrifying. However, practicing the great acupuncture techniques demands a formidable supply of energy to awaken these dormant acupoints. Many acupoints within the body remain closed. Only the frequently utilized ones are in an open state, and even this state offers merely basic abilities, such as sight and smell. In reality, during infancy, a trace of innate energy exists within the body, granting greater potential. Yet, at that time, the consciousness lacks the capacity to control this power, leading to the gradual dissipation of that innate energy. The human body is nurtured within the womb of its mother, a time when respiration is unnecessary, as the developing body relies solely on the nutrients consumed by the mother. This indicates that certain latent potentials within a person remain in a state of dormancy. However, upon birth, this source of energy is abruptly severed, necessitating the adoption of an alternative means of sustaining bodily equilibrium, namely, breathing, which serves as a method of energy intake. This concept resonates with the Taoist practice of a technique that harnesses breath to absorb the energies of the cosmos. At this juncture, Chen Bei has gradually unraveled the intricacies of the system, the eternal life system, aptly named for its nature, where most rewards pertain to the realm of immortality. Yet, the system possesses a peculiar aspect, the ability to draw from other systems, which piques Chen Bei's curiosity. He yearns to learn the great meridian techniques, while also extracting divine-level perception and combat prowess. System, I wish to view my attributes, Chen Bei inquires, intrigued by his newfound strength. Ding. Generating attribute panel. Host, Chen Bei race. Human combat power, according to the Dragon Ball Universe 16 skills. Fragment of Great Destiny Technique 1. Great Meridian Technique Cultivation Method. None talent. Divine level perception. It appears that I am still rather weak, he muses, uncertain of the effects of these skills and talents. Yet relieved to no longer be a mere novice. He reflects, let us test my combat power. I recall that Sun Wukong initially had but a mere 10 points of combat power and was impervious to bullets. I wonder how I fare. With this thought, Chen Bei delivers a powerful punch to a nearby tree, resulting in a loud crack as the tree collapses. Internally, the tree laments, I just provided you sustenance. Alas, the tree meets its demise, perhaps succumbing to the karmic retribution of being struck by Chen Bei. Impressive. Such a large tree, felled by a single punch. It appears I am indeed formidable. Chen Bei rejoices, reflecting that in his previous existence, he would have scarcely dared to dream of such strength, where a mere punch would have likely resulted in a fracture rather than victory. Now, it is time to experiment with the Great Meridian technique, which he recalls as a formidable aspect of the 3000 Great Tao. With the system's assistance, Chen Bei begins to channel the method of the Great Meridian technique. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to the influence of his divine-level perception, he soon feels an ethereal resonance coursing through his body, starting from his brow, then to his eyes and ears, and eventually to his mouth and nose. Regarding the brow, Chen Bei understands that it represents the upper Dantian, the so-called sea of consciousness, the dwelling place of the soul. As this mystical energy reaches his brow, he experiences a refreshing clarity in his mind, rendering him more perceptive and alleviating his worries, allowing him to execute the technique with increasing ease. As the ethereal energy coursed through his 7 orifices, Chen Bei felt as if they had been enhanced. His eyes grew sharper, his ears more acute, allowing him to perceive the faintest of sounds, and his sense of smell became heightened, enabling him to detect a myriad of scents from a distance that once required proximity. According to Chen Bei's conjecture, should he persist in honing the art of the great acupoint technique, it was probable that his eyes and other faculties would undergo remarkable transformations, perhaps even granting him extraordinary abilities such as X-ray vision or the legendary clairvoyance and acute hearing that once seemed but a dream. Chapter 3. Settling at Steam Bun Mountain, time slipped away as he practiced, and before he knew it, the sun began its descent towards the western horizon, casting the warm glow of twilight upon Chen Bei's visage, sculpting an aesthetically pleasing countenance. Unbeknownst to him, both his physique and appearance had been subtly transformed. Though remnants of his former self lingered, he felt as if he had become an entirely different individual. Feeling a twinge of boredom, Chen Bei paused his practice after several cycles of his techniques, gradually awakening from a state of hazy reverie. Although this session had not unlocked a new acupoint, it had undeniably strengthened him. Suppressing his excitement, he summoned the system. System, display the attribute panel. Ding. The attribute panel opened successfully. Host, Chen Bei race. Human combat power, 26 skills. Fragment of the Great Destiny Technique 1. Great Acupoint Technique Cultivation Method. None talent. Divine level comprehension. Overall, there was little change, save for an increase of 10 points in combat power. Chen Bei decided against further cultivation. The sun was nearly set, and he had yet to find shelter. Would he truly have to spend the night under the stars? Perhaps he would manage to endure one night, and seek solutions for food and lodging on the morrow. Speaking of which, he felt a pang of hunger. His stomach voiced its discontent, prompting him to glance at the large tree he had felled. Very well. He would make use of it. Approaching the tree, he plucked some fruits, then took a moment to clear away branches and leaves, ultimately using his hands as tools to fashion larger planks from the trunk. Having satiated his hunger, the darkness began to envelop the surroundings. Chen Bei, clutching the wooden planks, chose a sturdy-looking tree nearby and propped the planks between the trunk and branches, testing their stability. Quite satisfactory, he mused, deciding to rest there for the night. Pleased with his handiwork, he gave himself a gentle pat on the back, then leapt with a slight exertion, landing firmly upon the planks before reclining comfortably. Perhaps due to his newfound strength, the night brought no chill, and he found himself idly gazing at the stars. He pondered not what changes awaited him in life, nor did he dwell on the possibility of returning to his previous world, for in that realm, he had no ties left to bind him. The night passed quietly, with peaceful slumber, undisturbed by any wild beasts that might have interrupted his rest. The following morning, Chen Bei awoke to the gentle rays of sunlight gracing his face. Unable to resist the urge, he squinted against the brightness, stretched languidly, and, after a deep sigh, surveyed his surroundings. Everything appeared unchanged from the previous day, he mused. Since he had traversed into this new realm, he might as well embrace his circumstances. Baozi Mountain, after all, was the dwelling of Sun Wukong. Thus, it would be prudent for him to find a nearby place to settle down. He hoped that, in a few years, he might encounter that innocent martial artist. The warmth of the sun soothed the souls of the people, enhancing the natural beauty of Baozi Mountain. Now that he was aware of his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, there was no rush to immerse himself in urban life. Such an environment would not be conducive to his training. It was far better to remain in the wilderness, where he would not have to worry about inadvertently harming others. However, he first needed to address his hunger, for subsisting solely on fruits was inadequate. He was growing weak. Chen Bei grumbled to himself, realizing he must devise a way to procure some meat. He recalled that in the original story, Sun Wukong had caught fish nearby, so the river must not be too distant. Today he would feast on fish. Without hesitation, Chen Bei set forth, determined to find a vantage point to observe the surrounding terrain. Soon, he arrived at a hillside, and upon examining the area, he noticed a river not far to his left. He hastened towards it, the sound of rushing water growing clearer with each step. At last, he approached the river, where a small stream cascaded from a distant waterfall, flowing into the unknown. Finally, Chen Bei exhaled softly, taking a moment to catch his breath. Although his modest combat power rendered him not easily fatigued, the search had proven somewhat laborious. His unfamiliarity with the landscape had led him astray multiple times, but he had finally located the stream, an accomplishment in itself. Yet, as he gazed at the river before him, a new dilemma arose. He lacked bait. He vaguely remembered that Sun Wukong had used his tail as a lure to catch fish, but alas, he had no such appendage. This posed a challenge. Where could he procure a fishing line or hook? Well, he had no choice but to resort to an alternative method. Chen Bei recalled a survival show he had watched, where a certain Bear Grylls or someone akin had caught fish with his bare hands. Today, Chen Bei believed he could attempt the same. After all, his current strength was considerable. While he could not obliterate the earth, he was certainly not afraid of being bitten by fish. Thus, he crouched by the riverbank, stirring the water with one hand. To be on the safe side, he caught an insect nearby, holding it in his palm, hopeful that it would attract fish for a hearty meal. After a short while, ripples began to form on the water's surface, suggesting that something was swimming beneath. Drawing in a breath, Chen Bei awaited the moment to strike. Suddenly, a massive fish leapt from the water, snapping its jaws onto Chen Bei's right hand. Seizing the opportunity, he clamped down on the fish's gills and, with a determined pull, hoisted the large creature onto the shore. Success! Chen Bei laughed joyfully. Relieved that he no longer had to worry about a lack of meat, he could finally live well. However, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. He had forgotten to start a fire. Gazing at the large fish before him, he fell silent. Was he expected to consume it raw? He decided against it. Although his strength had grown, he wasn't quite savage enough to devour a fish in its natural state. After some contemplation, he opted to seek assistance from the system. System, are you there? Please respond. Ding. What are your needs, host? Can you start a fire? The system fell silent. Ding. The system has activated the exchange function. The host may exchange items of equivalent value for other items within the system. Can I exchange this fish for other food? Chen Bei felt a bit awkward. He had never encountered such a situation before. In a civilized world, who would be without electricity or fire? Yet here he was, facing this absurdity. Ding. Affirmative. Then let us proceed with the exchange. Can I choose what to receive? The system remained quiet and directly presented a panel, reclaiming the fish in the process. Before him appeared a variety of food categories: meats, vegetables, fruits, pastas, and sweets. Let us have a serving of beef and a serving of spinach, Chen Bei declared. In the blink of an eye, a plate of beef and a plate of spinach appeared before him, both elegantly presented. The beef was cooked to perfection, seasoned beautifully, while the spinach, though simply prepared, was arranged artfully and looked quite appealing. Chen Bei's mouth began to water. The allure of this delectable food was overwhelming. He had always been a foodie, but financial constraints had often left him longing for meals he could not afford. Even purchasing beef required careful consideration, as it could sometimes be prohibitively expensive. Chapter 4. Building a new home and meeting Sun Wukong. Having satisfied his hunger, he reclined on the grass for a moment, gazing at the clouds above, feeling completely relaxed. Gradually, Chen Bei closed his eyes, silently practicing the techniques of the great aperture method. His physical body began to forge a connection with the universe, attuning itself to every flower and blade of grass, every mountain and stream. His pores inhaled and exhaled the essence of the world, which flowed into his body and gradually surged toward various acupoints, as if striving to expand them. Chen Bei sensed this transformation and consciously guided the essence. Eager to test his hypothesis, he directed the energy towards the acupoints in his eyes, feeling a refreshing coolness wash over them, followed by a wave of warmth that enveloped him in comfort. After a moment, Chen Bei ceased his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, a flash of spiritual light illuminated his gaze, revealing an extraordinary quality that set his eyes apart. At last, a preliminary opening of a meridian has been achieved. It seems that this is not as difficult as it appears. I must strive to unlock all meridians, for this will undoubtedly enhance my strength. Chen Bei paused momentarily before continuing, pondering the abilities of his newfound sight. If only it could grant me the power of X-ray vision, he mused. After a brief contemplation, he decided to ascertain the extent of his newfound prowess and summoned the system. Ding! The attribute panel is successfully opened. Host, Chen Bei race, human combat power, 56 skills. Eye of spirituality, can decelerate enemy movements during combat and analyze techniques. Divine techniques, great fate technique, incomplete. Great meridian technique talent, God-tier comprehension, photographic memory. His combat power had increased, and there were modifications in the skills section. Chen Bei contemplated the significance of these adjustments made by the system, turning his attention to the talent section where he noticed the newly added photographic memory ability. Oh, this ability appears to be quite impressive. If I had possessed this skill earlier, my life would not have descended into such chaos. Lost in reflection, Chen Bei, having arrived in this unfamiliar world, found himself devoid of companionship. He could only converse with himself or engage in dialogue with the system. Those who might observe him could easily misconstrue his solitary musings as signs of madness. Examining the skill, Eye of Spirituality, the description suggests it holds considerable power. Let me test its efficacy. With that thought, he directed his gaze toward a tree not far away. Ah, another tree. It seems this tree has suffered a fate of perpetual misfortune, enduring my relentless onslaught. How unfortunate. Boom. With a powerful punch, an intense force surged from his fist toward the distant tree, resulting in a resounding crash. The sound of rushing wind followed. The leaves were sent swirling chaotically, and the trunk was shattered, leaving the area resembling that struck by a tornado, with soil upheaved and forming a straight trench. Prior to launching his punch, Chen Bei had activated the Eye of Spirituality skill. From the moment he initiated his strike to the impact on the trunk, scattering leaves and creating a deep groove, he did not blink, witnessing it all with clarity. He could perceive the trajectory of each leaf's movement, as though their descent had been slowed to a crawl. His punch appeared to move in slow motion, allowing him to discern the force and energy accompanying his strike, a peculiar power that amplified the force of his blow. Previously, Chen Bei had little understanding of this energy, as he had never studied it systematically. However, he now began to comprehend its essence. This energy, known as qi, lies dormant within the body and requires conscious control to unleash its full potential. After executing this series of actions, he had become familiar with his abilities and resolved not to pursue further action. If only he could master techniques of flight or levitation. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began to ponder. He recalled how in the original tale, Sun Wukong had taught Bidali the art of flight, instructing her to relax completely, to feel the energy within her body, and to learn to control it. Mastery over this energy would render flight an achievable feat after a brief attempt. Chen Bei focused his energy, allowing himself to levitate. To his astonishment, he gradually ascended into the air. Remarkable. I am indeed a genius. I have mastered the art of flight so swiftly. Chen Bei was exhilarated. Flying was a dream cherished by every youth, and today he had finally realized it. With that, Chen Bei began to control his body, acclimating to the sensation of being airborne, and set off towards the distance to test his newfound skill. As he soared, he spotted a figure in the distance, seemingly practicing a martial art, darting about with the agility of a monkey. The individual executed numerous complex maneuvers, such as somersaults, inverted hangs, and single-arm leaps, all with an effortless grace. Chen Bei found himself captivated, subconsciously employing his skills to observe the martial art closely, mentally simulating the moves. Soon enough, he came to a halt, not because the technique was beyond his grasp, but rather because he had already comprehended it. After a moment's reflection, a realization dawned upon him. This must be Sun Wukong, the grandfather of Sun Wukong, the very mentor who had introduced Sun Wukong to the realm of martial arts. Chen Bei murmured to himself, contemplating a meeting with him. Judging by his current abilities, he presumed Sun Wukong held a slight edge over him. However, in the original story, he could not defeat the transformed giant ape, Sun Wukong, suggesting his strength likely remained below 100. Furthermore, his temperament seemed amiable, indicating he would be easy to engage with. Having made up his mind to meet Sun Wukong, Chen Bei glided slowly towards him, not out of reluctance to hasten, but out of concern for potential misunderstandings. Should Sun Wukong misinterpret his approach as an ambush, he might unleash a Kamehameha wave, and that would spell disaster for Chen Bei. If only he could learn the Kamehameha, he mused, continuing his flight until he stood before Sun Wukong. The latter regarded the descending young man with curiosity, unsure of his intentions. He had noticed this youth observing him from afar while he practiced his martial arts, and, despite his intrigue regarding the boy's ability to fly, he refrained from directly approaching him. Upon Chen Bei's arrival, Sun Wukong spoke. "Young man, it seems you possess a keen interest in martial arts. I have observed that you seem to master the art of flight. Might I inquire about your connection to the Crane School?" "The Crane School?" Chen Bei replied. "My ability to fly is not derived from the Crane School. It is a personal insight I have attained. I do not have a significant affiliation with the Crane School." In response to Sun Wukong's inquiry, Chen Bei expressed his stance candidly, aware of the discord between the Turtle School and the Crane School, thus refraining from aligning himself with the latter. Moreover, he held little regard for the Crane School, feeling no apprehension about offending them, as they were oblivious to his true identity. "Ah, it seems that, young one, you possess remarkable talent at such a tender age. Endowed with formidable strength and an immensely promising future ahead." Sun Wukong expressed his admiration for the young man before him. Yet he did not forget to impart a crucial reminder. Possessing great power is indeed a blessing, but one must not misuse this strength to perpetrate harm against the innocent. I hope you will wisely wield your abilities. Indeed, I shall. I recognize that every life deserves respect. Although I may not be able to assist everyone, I shall not recklessly harm the weak. I will earnestly use my strength to protect those I cherish, and I will not hesitate to thwart those who engage in wrongdoing. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's admonition, Chen Bei also articulated his perspective on martial arts. If trees could speak, they would surely chastise this shameless human, who dares to claim that every life is worthy of respect while disregarding the plight of the defenseless. Excellent, young one. It appears you have learned to master your inner self. I hope you remain steadfast in your convictions and not be swayed by external distractions. I noticed you seem to be studying my martial technique. Should you harbor an interest in my martial arts, we could engage in a friendly sparring session, suggested Sun Wukong. Perhaps not just yet, as I currently lack a place to stay and must first resolve my accommodation issue. Chen Bei declined the offer, though he was eager to spar with Sun Wukong and learn the Kamehameha technique. However, he preferred not to spend another night outdoors and resolved to build a shelter instead. Haha, is that so? Since you have no place to dwell, why not construct a small house next to mine? It can be quite lonely living alone on this mountain. If you do not mind, we could be neighbors, proposed Sun Wukong, hoping to have someone to converse with and practice martial arts alongside. I am immensely grateful. I would be delighted to be your neighbor. I wish to begin constructing my house immediately, replied Chen Bei, pleasantly surprised by Sun Wukong's invitation but accepting it with enthusiasm, as it would allow him to engage more with Sun Wukong and learn about martial arts. Very well, allow me to lead the way. Stay close behind me, said Sun Wukong, as he set off towards his dwelling with purposeful strides, with Chen Bei following closely. After spending the better part of the day with Sun Wukong's assistance, Chen Bei successfully established his residence. Although modest in size, the house was well furnished and sufficient for his daily needs, thanks to the various building materials and supplies provided by Sun Wukong. Chapter 5. Martial Arts and Mastering Key. Having successfully settled on Baozi Mountain, Chen Bei finally resolved his issues of sustenance and shelter. Now, he could focus on his training, for his current level of strength was far from adequate. Although the Earth currently faces no significant crises, future dangers loom on the horizon. Chen Bei must prepare diligently to enhance his survival, ensuring he can withstand even the smallest of adversities. In truth, Chen Bei is merely a simple gourmand who yearns for a life of ease. However, lacking sufficient strength renders mere existence a luxury, let alone enjoyment. To achieve a more leisurely existence, he must continuously strive for greater power, as only with adequate strength can he aspire to the life he desires. One evening, sitting by the campfire with Sun Wukong, they engaged in light-hearted conversation while savoring grilled fish, enveloped in a sense of comfort. Chen Bei, do you have a crush on any young lady? You must have come from beyond the mountains, right? The girls in the cities are truly stunning. I've visited the city a few times, and those girls dress so fashionably. It's exhilarating. Sun Wukong, sipping his homemade fruit wine, eagerly pulled Chen Bei into a discussion about the young women of the city. Such a pity. In my youth, I was quite the charmer, adored by many. Yet, Consumed by my passion for martial arts, I shunned romantic entanglements, thus missing out on the affections of many who admired me. Now, I find myself solitary in these mountains. Sun Wukong seemed lost in reverie, recalling his youthful days when he was both vigorous and handsome, dedicating himself to the pursuit of martial mastery under Master Roshi. He once basked in the admiration of others, but the weight of such attention eventually grew tiresome, leading him to emulate Master Roshi and retreat to this secluded wilderness. Fortunately, Chen Bei's presence provided companionship, prompting Sun Wukong to gradually open up about his past. He also sought to impart a lesson to the young man before him. In youth, alongside the pursuit of training, one should not neglect those whom they cherish. Chen Bei, touched by Sun Wukong's reflections, felt the resonance of his emotions. It seems, old man, you have many regrets from your youth. He chuckled. Indeed, youth is often marked by a lack of understanding, and alas, it is too late for regrets now. Sun Wukong replied. But do not despair. In my view, as long as one's heart remains youthful, a person is eternally young. Chen Bei sought to uplift Sun Wukong, lest he become ensnared in nostalgia. Yes, Abe, you are absolutely right. As long as the heart remains youthful, one will forever be young. Their eyes met, and laughter erupted between them. After indulging in their meal, they returned to their respective abodes. Lying in bed, Chen Bei pondered the course of his life. At 23, having just graduated from university and unexpectedly arrived in the Dragon Ball universe, he had acquired a system, yet he remained uncertain about his true desires. Immortality? That did not seem to be it. Power? Perhaps that was closer to the truth. It seems that is not the case. He merely wishes to live a meaningful life in his own preferred manner. He delights in sitting by the river to fish, resting in a rocking chair while observing the trees and listening to the melodies of birds. He cherishes the moments spent with loved ones, feeling the sea breeze, and witnessing the sun rise and set together. He dreams of nurturing a few kittens and puppies, and eventually, starting a family. However, he decides not to dwell on these thoughts for too long. His current objective is solely to grow stronger. Only by becoming formidable can he ensure his survival. With determination, Chen Bei resolves to seek counsel from Sun Wukong, aspiring to learn the art of energy manipulation and the Kamehameha technique, so that he may fortify himself and eliminate the fear of being slain at any moment. Moreover, many functionalities of his system remain undeveloped, and his mastery of the great acupoint technique has yet to reach perfection. There is ample room for improvement, and he cannot afford to halt his training. Otherwise, he would fall behind the Saiyans, a race known for their extraordinary talents. Nonetheless, he finds solace in the presence of his system, and as one who cultivates the 3,000 avenues, he believes he will not be overshadowed. If anyone possesses an advantage, it is he who wields the greatest enhancement. However, at this juncture, he is still without a technique and is uncertain of his current cultivation level. It appears he will need to consult his system later. For now, he decides to rest and retire for the night. The following day, Chen Bei awakens from his slumber, having dreamt of traveling with Bulma. In his dream, he successfully collected the Dragon Balls and made a wish for an abundance of senzu beans. Upon waking, the dream felt remarkably vivid, though the finer details had faded slightly. Pushing open the door and stepping outside, he stretches and yawns, spotting Sun Wukong diligently practicing in the morning light. Chen Bei cannot help but marvel at his dedication. Truly, a martial artist exemplifies such diligence. Yet, the thought of rising so early does not appeal to him. Hey, Chen Bei, one must not be lazy in martial arts training. Remember, as a martial artist, perseverance is key, Sun Wukong admonishes as he observes Chen Bei emerging from his slumber. Do not squander your exceptional talent. Mere aptitude is insufficient. Continuous effort is necessary for growth. Listening to Sun Wukong's earnest lecture, Chen Bei adopts a serious demeanor. Images flood his mind. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wukong, possessing a talent far surpassing that of his father, yet neglecting his training, leading to a future where androids brought destruction and ultimately resulted in his demise. Chen Bei is resolute in avoiding such a fate. It is clear that he must commit to his training. Very well, old man, I seek your guidance, he declares, assuming a combat stance in front of Sun Wukong. Observing Chen Bei's readiness, Sun Wukong adopts a defensive posture and gestures for him to attack. Without hesitation, Chen Bei launches himself towards Sun Wukong, his clothes billowing in the rush of the surrounding air, stirring up clouds of dust. With a resounding thud, Chen Bei's punch is firmly intercepted by Sun Wukong, who who then crouches low and sweeps his leg towards Chen Bei's lower body. Realizing the situation, Chen Bei swiftly leaped backward, widening the distance between himself and Sun Wukong. With a keen gaze, he scrutinized Sun Wukong, searching for any sign of vulnerability. Yet, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, standing still as if perfectly attuned to his surroundings, rendering him nearly impervious to attack. Sensing the futility of his offensive efforts, Chen Bei ceased his fruitless exertions and began to contemplate. Despite the enhancement of his skills, he found himself unable to best Sun Wukong, not only due to the latter's superior strength, but also owing to his mastery of martial arts and control over power. Chen Bei's strikes, though seemingly ferocious, lacked sustained force and were prone to revealing weaknesses, making them easily countered. Should he persist with his assault, despite the capacity to inflict damage upon Sun Wukong, he would ultimately exhaust his own stamina, rendering it an unnecessary endeavor. After all, he had no desire to be toyed with like a mere monkey. Impressive. To discern one's own flaws so swiftly speaks volumes of your martial talent. Sun Wukong observed Chen Bei, who had fallen into contemplation, and silently commended him. Careful not to disrupt his thoughts, an epiphany struck Chen Bei. He recognized the root of his predicament. Each punch he threw was executed with full force, leaving no room for restraint. While this approach appeared formidable, it ultimately resulted in a lack of follow-through and made his attacks susceptible to interruption. The energy he unleashed with each punch dispersed chaotically, a consequence of the tension within his body, which rendered his energy unruly and difficult to control. I've identified my issue, Chen Bei articulated, continuing, if I temper my strength during my assaults and adjust my state to allow for a more natural flow, my movements will become more agile, and my control over energy will improve significantly. Well done. Your swift realization is a testament to your innate talent. Moreover, since you have begun to master the void dance technique, you must possess some understanding of energy manipulation. However, I have yet to witness your use of techniques like the energy sphere. Allow me to elucidate this for you. Sun Wukong began to explain. The energy sphere is notably more challenging to master than other forms of energy, as it involves the gathering and compression of energy before its release. This form of energy is exceptionally volatile, and one must exercise caution, as mismanagement can lead to self-harm. Therefore, while employing the energy sphere, it's crucial to monitor the magnitude of your energy, ensuring it remains within your control. Chapter 6. Realms and Acquiring Techniques After a Day of Rigorous Training. Chen Bei made significant progress. His extraordinary comprehension and keen perception of energy surged forward exponentially. These two innate talents proved invaluable on his martial journey, sparing him from numerous unnecessary tribulations and guiding him along a more direct path. The concept of the physical realm in the narrative of eternal life is rather nebulous. The feats of lifting immense weights, withstanding the strength of 5 horses, or wielding flying swords to vanquish foes, are not particularly formidable in the early stages of Dragon Ball. One might even consider them trivial. However, upon reaching the realm of longevity, the paradigm shifts entirely, a significant leap from the realm of martial arts to the domain of immortality. In the Eternal Life series, the cultivation stages are delineated as the physical realm, divine abilities, longevity, and the celestial level. The cultivation within the physical realm resembles that of martial arts, focusing on methods to enhance the body, seeking health, harmony, strength, and resilience. Progressing to the realm of divine abilities, one begins to resemble an immortal practitioner, gaining extraordinary powers such as flight, controlling spirits and demons, channeling magical energies, and achieving immortality through the elixir of life. The realm of longevity transcends mere myth, embodying the legendary state of immortals, where resurrection through blood is merely a minor technique. And the cultivation encompasses formidable laws of time and space, enabling the creation of worlds and universes and the mastery of pure yang energy. Upon reaching the celestial realm, one exists beyond the confines of rules. In a mere thought, countless universes may emerge or perish, commanding a dominion of chaos, becoming a creator above all laws. The pure yang energy referenced here is not simply a form of pure yang spiritual energy. Rather, it is an ethereal essence distilled from the realm of everlasting immortals, amalgamated from 9 distinct forms of supreme yang energy. These intricacies need not be elaborated further. In this narrative, the protagonist is described using the framework of the eternal life realms, initially reflecting strength through combat power, but later abandoning this metric, especially given the implausibility of power levels in later stages of Dragon Ball. Presently, based on Chen Bei's standing, he appears to exist in a balance between strength and gentleness. Though the precise realm remains indeterminate, the author has yet to ascertain this. An intriguing aspect of eternal life is the notion of the divine ability realm, which entails the capacity to elevate oneself. Upon first encountering this concept, it nearly elicited laughter from Chen Bei. Indeed, it was the author who almost found it amusing. In Chen Bei's perspective, this divine ability realm pertains to the manifestation of attributes and the mastery of celestial energies, influencing the world through physical strength and orchestrating the movement of energy within the cosmos. In Dragon Ball, Master Roshi possesses numerous extraordinary abilities, such as the earth-shattering palm, the attribute manifestation of energy, along with various remarkable skills depicted in the original work, such as memory retrieval and telepathy. It is essential to clarify that the classification of martial realms in Dragon Ball does not align with that of eternal life. Rather, it illustrates that once one reaches a certain level of strength, the control over energy, referred to as chi, becomes second nature, and as mental fortitude grows, one may unlock myriad extraordinary abilities. Returning to his chamber, Chen Bei pondered his current standing. While he has undoubtedly achieved immense strength, the ability to conjure flames or water is still beyond his grasp. He has yet to comprehend the method of transforming energy attributes. It appears that the only option left is to consult the system, and perhaps I might acquire some profound techniques from it. In traditional cultivation sects, such as the one focused on immortality, there is typically a compendium of secret techniques that detail not only the nuances of cultivation and the delineation of realms, but also an array of divine abilities and even the methods for concocting various treasures and elixirs. Before Chen Bei could utter a word, the system preemptively emitted its emotionless notification sound. Ding! The host has successfully engaged with a narrative character, fulfilling the conditions of physical contact and remaining in proximity for 24 hours. The system has officially activated the clock-in and sign-in functions. Signing in at special locations and establishing physical contact with key narrative figures will yield random rewards, the quality of which is influenced by the host's own fortune. The notification continued. Ding! Sign in at Baozi Mountain successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the reward, the secret manual of eternal life, Saiyan Bloodline Gene 1, and the Great Blood Soul Technique. The secret manual of eternal life is a cultivation technique that evolves through 3,000 pathways, primarily suited for the practice of immortality. It contains detailed classifications of realms, the considerations and methods of cultivation pertinent to each realm, as well as tips for utilizing the principles of immortality. The Saiyan bloodline gene, as the name implies, refers to the genetic inheritance of the extraordinary Saiyan race. Enclosed within a vessel, once ingested, it will automatically transform the bloodline, granting the individual Saiyan abilities such as enhanced recovery from serious injuries, transformation into a great ape, and heightened combat awareness. The Great Blood Soul Technique, one of the 3,000 grand techniques, ranks 37th among them, and is a formidable secret art. Blood is the essence, and the soul is the ethereal. When blood and soul unite, the spirit emerges. The heavenly soul draws upon the pure air of the heavens. The earthly soul intertwines with the mysterious energies of the earth, and the human soul amalgamates with the spirit's essence, manifesting in the blood soul, thus achieving immortality. This is the essence of the Great Blood Soul Technique, which is quite comprehensible, akin to the earlier Great Acupuncture Technique. Both are supreme methods of cultivating the flesh, complementary to one another. One focuses on the physical body, while the other delves into the acupoints. The Great Blood Soul Technique is not merely about the cultivation of the physical form. It emphasizes the mastery of the body through the spirit. This mastery transcends mere bodily control, allowing for the derivation of various divine techniques from the Great Blood Soul Technique, thus enabling the manipulation of others or different bodies. Such an ability is indeed invincible, as these other bodies can independently cultivate, serving as extensions of oneself, while the main body can harness the cultivation experiences of these extensions. The golden eye, a vision that dispels illusions, possesses the ability to see through all. Its gaze can condense spiritual power and launch soul attacks, suppressing the strength of those it observes. It also serves as a fortuitous eye, capable of locating rare treasures and actively diminishing the fortune of others. The storage ring, a quintessential artifact of orthodox cultivation sects, boasts dimensions of 1000010001000, providing ample space capable of accommodating an entire mountain with ease. It can even house living beings, complete with water and trees, resembling a miniature world. Furthermore, it contains a storage space 1/10 its original size, where time loses its meaning and everything exists in a vacuum, though it cannot retain living entities. Then there is the Turtle School's signature technique, the Kamehameha. This unique method of energy compression, perpetuated throughout the Dragon Ball series, exhibits increasing explosive power the longer one accumulates energy, and it is relatively easy to control. Chen Bei gazed at these rewards with astonishment, marveling at the system's generosity, which was truly splendid. First, he immersed himself in the study of the techniques, the Great Blood Soul technique, and the Kamehameha, followed by the integration of the golden eyes. During this fusion, he felt a painful pressure in his eyes, followed by a radiant golden light emanating from them. Chen Bei shielded his eyes, enduring the discomfort until, after a considerable duration, he gradually lowered his hands. Chapter 7. The Saiyan Bloodline. This was an excruciating process, akin to violently bursting one's eyes and then forcefully inserting eggs into the eye sockets. Once he released his hands, he sensed a transformation in his vision. After merging with the golden eyes, he could perceive a significant enhancement in his strength. As the pain subsided, he focused his gaze on the wall ahead, and a gentle warmth enveloped his eyes, enabling his sight to penetrate the wall, revealing the forest and mountains beyond. Upon closer inspection, Chen Bei even discerned the dinosaur bones and various mineral treasures buried beneath the ground. Gradually retracting his gaze, he blinked, feeling a slight fatigue, likely due to the mental strain the golden eyes demanded. It would be wise to use them sparingly until his strength increased. Regrettably, he mused, if only there were methods to cultivate mental power or explore the myriad paths of enlightenment. Summoning the system, he proceeded to examine his attributes panel. Ding! Successfully opened the attributes panel. Host, Chen Bei race, human battle power, 146 skills, spiritual eye, X-ray vision, mental explosion, mental piercing, memory reading. Mental pressure techniques, fragments of Great Destiny Technique 1, Great Aperture Technique, Great Blood Soul Technique, Secret Tome of Immortality, Basic Control of Chi Talents, Divine Level Comprehension, Photographic Memory. Illusion immunity. His strength had indeed surged, affirming the golden eye's remarkable prowess, along with the acquisition of numerous skills and the addition of illusion immunity to his talents. However, he lamented that his current limitations hindered him from fully harnessing the golden eye's potential, and many techniques remained beyond his grasp. Chen Bei found himself in a state of distress. Despite the plethora of rewards he had obtained, he was unable to utilize their true capabilities. What he desperately required was the accumulation of time and sufficient resources to cultivate those myriad paths of enlightenment. Alas, contemplating his plight brought him to tears. It seemed he was destined for a life of toil, perpetually seeking resources and devoting time to training, leaving no room for respite. The art of immortality is no mere jest. The legendary consumption of human essence begins with a single utterance, relying entirely on the act of ingestion for experience. It is lamentable that Chen Bei, despite possessing a myriad of techniques, lacks the requisite resources for cultivation. The road through Shu is arduous, more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Chen Bei could not help but exclaim, and what of my Saiyan bloodline? I truly wish to experience the transformation into a Super Saiyan. With that thought, he uncorked a vial and downed the Saiyan genetic essence in one swift motion. The flavor was indescribable, an amalgamation of fishy, spicy, and sweet notes, leaving an odd aftertaste. Almost immediately, he felt a surge of heat radiating from his abdomen, coursing throughout his body. This was swiftly followed by an intense, agonizing throbbing and a sensation of tearing, as though his very bones were on the verge of shattering. Chen Bei collapsed to the ground as if struck by a tremendous force, his muscles convulsing uncontrollably. In his torment, he clawed at the floor, leaving deep marks in the surface, causing the entire room to descend into chaos. Meanwhile, Gohan, who was resting next door, sensed the commotion and appeared at Chen Bei's door in an instant, his speed leaving behind fleeting shadows. Upon entering, Gohan's gaze fell upon Chen Bei, who lay unconscious on the floor, drenched in sweat, his teeth clenched tightly, and dirt clinging to him. Gohan, unaware of the events that transpired, could only speculate that something had gone awry with Chen Bei's body, resulting in his current state. Quickly regaining his composure, he rushed to assess Chen Bei's condition, feeling for the pulse in his neck, which gradually stabilized. He then lifted Chen Bei's body and placed him on the bed, taking the liberty to tidy up the room. Time passed, and eventually, Chen Bei roused from his unconsciousness, his eyelids fluttering open. The dawn had broken outside, and Gohan was already engaged in his morning training. Pushing open the door and leaning against the frame, Chen Bei finally regained his footing, when suddenly he felt an itch at the base of his spine. Reaching behind, he encountered something unusual. With a gentle grip, he realized that he was indeed grasping the distinctive tail of a Saiyan. He quickly controlled himself, retracting his hand, and turned his gaze to Gohan, who had sensed a shift. Gohan, now facing Chen Bei, wore a solemn expression, perceiving an overwhelming aura emanating from him, leaving him astounded. In a single night, Chen Bei seemed to have transformed entirely. His strength magnified to such an extent that it exerted immense pressure on Gohan, an intensity he had never felt even in the presence of Master Roshi. This revelation inevitably brought to mind a terrifying legend once mentioned by Master Roshi, recalling a time when his master was still young and relatively weak. At that time, Wu Tai-Do was the illustrious progenitor of the Qigong school, and among those who studied under him was the Crane Immortal. However, an unimaginable Dark Lord emerged during that era, possessing extraordinary power. According to his master, even Wu Tai-Do, his revered ancestor, was unable to vanquish this demon. In a desperate bid, he learned a mystical technique known as the Demon Sealing Wave, ultimately sacrificing his own life to imprison this formidable Dark Lord. The sudden transformation of Chen Bei took Sun Wukong by surprise. Although he sensed the familiar aura emanating from Chen Bei, its intensity had undergone a radical shift, leaving him momentarily disoriented. "Bei?" he tentatively called out, his body tense with apprehension, fearing that Chen Bei might suddenly lash out at him. "Good morning, old man. I owe you a great deal for yesterday. Had it not been for you, I might still be sprawled on the ground," Chen Bei jested, rubbing the back of his head apologetically as he addressed Sun Wukong. With a subtle exhalation, Sun Wukong gradually relaxed his taut form, pondering silently when he had become so timid and apprehensive. Perhaps Chen Bei had noticed Sun Wukong's state, sensing something amiss. He glanced around and then back at himself, regaining his composure and promptly suppressing his aura to a minimal level. At that moment, Sun Wukong finally spoke. "Bei, are you all right? I saw you collapse yesterday, and I noticed no one entered your room. Is there something wrong with your health? Should we get it checked?" "Oh, it's nothing," Chen Bei replied, reluctant to reveal that he had merged with Saiyan blood. As for his eyes, the golden eyes would typically remain dormant, only manifesting when he activated his vision techniques. So Chen Bei was not concerned about being exposed. Chapter 8. Adjustment. Having experienced this incident, Chen Bei had learned his lesson. In the future, whenever utilizing certain items or modifying his body, he would be sure to consult the system thoroughly to avoid any sudden occurrences. After addressing Sun Wukong's concerns, Chen Bei refrained from sparring further and returned to his room alone, continuing to refine his abilities and skills, familiarizing himself with the recent surge of power. System. Open the attribute panel. Ding. The attribute panel opened successfully. Host. Chen Bei race. Human combat power. 1164 skills. Eye of Spirit, X-ray vision, mental detonation, mental piercing, memory reading. Mental pressure, monkey fist techniques. Fragment of great fate art. Great acupoint technique. Great blood essence technique. Secret of immortality. Basic control of chi talents. Godly comprehension, photographic memory. Illusion immunity. Great ape transformation. The enhancement from the Saiyan bloodline was quite evident in terms of power, yet it did not bestow multiple skills like the golden eyes. Instead, it simply granted the Saiyan talent for transformation into a great ape. According to Chen Bei's estimation, the discrepancy in focus between these two abilities may account for the differences observed. The golden eye emphasizes enhancements in mental faculties, proving advantageous for skill augmentation, whereas the Saiyan bloodline predominantly enhances physical strength and constitution. It is evident that members of the Saiyan race are endowed with innate combat prowess from birth, earning them the moniker of a warrior race. Among the Saiyans, there exists a hierarchy comprising lower-class warriors, mid-class warriors, and upper-class warriors, with their innate combat power serving as a reflection of their warrior rank and the privileges they may enjoy. Upon his birth, Son Goku possessed a mere 2 points of combat power, categorizing him among the weaker Saiyans, even lower than that of non-combatants at birth. In stark contrast, Vegeta was born with approximately 1,000 points of combat power, an extraordinary talent within the Saiyan lineage. Most remarkable of all is Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, a prodigy who appears only once in a millennium, who was born with an astounding 10,000 points of combat power. Even more astonishing is that his combat power increases automatically without training, essentially doubling each year. During the battles in Dragon Ball with Vegeta and Son Goku, their combat power skyrocketed, showcasing an alarming degree of talent. It seems that, were it not for the constraints of the plot, and given Broly's inability to control his legendary form, leading him to lose his sanity in battle, Son Goku and Vegeta might have faced dire consequences. Nevertheless, even as a lower-class warrior, Son Goku ultimately transcended his limits through relentless training and perseverance, ultimately becoming a figure whom Vegeta aspired to surpass. During the Tournament of Power, he nearly incapacitated Jiren, an entity surpassing even the gods of destruction, thanks to the use of Ultra Instinct. The only lament is that, due to his body's inability to withstand prolonged battle, he ultimately collapsed at a critical moment. It is undeniable that Son Goku's capacity to repeatedly surpass his limits marks him as a true martial artist, underscoring the boundless potential of the Saiyan race. Notably, Son Goku's son, the first hybrid Saiyan, Gohan, possesses talents surpassing those of his father, being the first to transcend Super Saiyan 2 in the original narrative. Regrettably, he was somewhat coddled by Chi-Chi, nurturing dreams of becoming a scholar. Had he not married Videl, their family's circumstances might have been far less favorable. Goten has long been a source of disappointment among Dragon Ball enthusiasts. Although the latest film showcased White God Gohan and Golden Piccolo, their overall performances left much to be desired, evoking a sense of disillusionment. Chen Bei still harbors hopes of witnessing a different portrayal of Gohan, fulfilling a childhood dream. Returning to the main topic, Chen Bei has yet to fully master the sudden surge in power and seeks familiarity. Combat remains the best method for this. However, the pressing issue he faces is the absence of a worthy opponent, which is rather disheartening. Alas, it seems he is lacking in every regard. Chen Bei felt a profound sense of helplessness, as if he had lost the will to live. He gazed up at the ceiling, which was all he could see. After a considerable time, he finally came to terms with his current situation. On Earth, he had essentially reached a state of invincibility. To fully master his powers, aside from continuous self-practice, another avenue lay in the Celestial Temple. There, beyond the celestial deities, resided a servant of the gods, a being of extraordinary prowess and longevity. Known as Bobo. If Chen Bei's control over energy could be deemed rudimentary, merely a tentative foray into its depths, then Son Gohan could be classified as intermediate. Having made significant strides, Master Roshi represented a more advanced level, akin to a deft conductor, while Cat Sage epitomized the pinnacle of mastery, a meticulous virtuoso. In contrast, Bobo, the celestial servant, had reached a level of mastery that could only be described as transcendent, embodying a return to simplicity. This discussion pertains to their realms of understanding, not merely their strength. It relates to their command over energy, the realization of their own capabilities, and their comprehension of the natural order. All things converge upon a singular truth. When one attains a certain level of understanding, they gain insight into the forces of nature, allowing for a more adept utilization of energy. Consequently, their physical control becomes formidable as well. In the original tale, Son Goku's inability to manage his power resulted in inadvertently sending Chi-Chi flying with a mere slap. Fortunately, Chi-Chi possessed a foundational understanding of martial arts. Otherwise, it could have ended disastrously. Now, it was time for Chen Bei to make a decision: to remain in Baozi Mountain for intensive training or seek out Korin Tower and ascend to the Celestial Temple. With the system at his disposal, maximizing his benefits was paramount. The latter option stood out as the most advantageous, for not only would he consolidate his strength, but he would also acquire a wealth of martial knowledge, activate system rewards, and engage with pivotal narrative characters. Faced with such a multifaceted prospect, Chen Bei felt a surge of temptation. Yet, he had only recently arrived at Baozi Mountain and had interacted with Son Gohan for merely 2 days. Initially, he claimed to have nowhere to stay, envisioning a tranquil life dedicated to training at Baozi Mountain. However, plans often falter in the face of reality, and now he found himself compelled to bid farewell to Son Gohan, eager to elevate his prowess. He was acutely aware that within the Dragon Ball universe, formidable adversaries existed, as well as deities of destruction and angels, not to mention the awe-inspiring dragon god Zalama and the Omni King. He refused to remain a mere pawn in the grand scheme of existence, unwilling to entrust his fate to others. Now, empowered with the ability and opportunity to shape his own destiny, he resolved to act. The following day, Chen Bei expressed his intention to journey to Korin Tower. What? You wish to venture to the sacred land of Korin? Son Gohan exclaimed, gazing at Chen Bei in astonishment, his tone serious. Indeed, my friend, you must have sensed the significant changes in my strength. Yet, I still lack complete control over it. My understanding is far from sufficient. Thus, I aspire to learn more about energy and its intricacies there. Chen Bei spoke earnestly, expressing his innermost thoughts. Listening to his heartfelt monologue, Sun Wukong fell silent for a moment before raising his gaze to meet Chen Bei's. Ah, young man, you must venture out more often. Alas, this old man cannot accompany you. I too yearn for the sacred land of Kalen, he mused, gradually drifting into reminiscence. He recalled the tales shared by Master Roshi, who had once spoken of his own remarkable journey to a formidable place, seeking the legendary super holy water. Enduring countless hardships, his master had refrained from elaborating, urging them to focus on their training and not to aim too high. This lesson remained etched in his heart, compelling him to train diligently and not slacken his efforts. Observing the young man before him, Sun Wukong sighed. A new generation replaces the old. It is now your era. Go forth, but tread carefully. And remember, do not use your strength to oppress the weak or engage in wrongdoing. Always stay true to your heart, he reminded earnestly. Rest assured, old man. You know my character well. My journey to the sacred land of Kalen is to better control my power, not to cause mischief, Chen Bei replied with sincerity, meeting Sun Wukong's gaze. So farewell for now. Please take care of yourself. I shall return swiftly. With that, Chen Bei turned to leave, waving goodbye to Sun Wukong. As he watched Chen Bei depart, Sun Wukong called out, Go, obey. I hope that when we meet again, you will have become a true martial artist. I will be here waiting. I still wish to be your neighbor. Finally, as Chen Bei soared into the distance, Sun Wukong smiled at the receding figure. Chapter 9. Lost after bidding farewell to Sun Wukong, Chen Bei flew for about half an hour before coming to a halt. He gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, then lowered his head, remaining silent for a brief moment. He realized he was utterly lost, having just arrived in the Dragon Ball world. He was unfamiliar with the route to Kalen Tower. Rushing out from Baozi Mountain, he now had no idea where he had flown. He felt like a lost lamb, weak, pitiful, and helpless. System, why am I always so troubled? Is it because I'm too handsome? System. Chen Bei, both the individual and the system fell into silence. An awkward atmosphere enveloping the vast sky. Ahem, system, what should I do if I'm lost? Can you help? Chen Bei broke the silence, presenting his dilemma to the system in hopes of finding a solution. Ding. The host's thoughts have been detected. The system activates the map function, automatically retrieving the map of the Dragon Ball world. Navigation has commenced. Other functionalities are for the host to explore. The system truly played the role of both a guardian and a caregiver, cleaning up after this unreliable host, even delivering nourishment right to his lips. Alas, the plight of the system. The system is remarkably reliable, exhibiting a plethora of functions. Were it not for your non-human nature, I would be inclined to offer you a grand embrace. Alas, the poor system is often mistaken for something less than human. Having resolved the most arduous of challenges, Chen Bei can now roam freely, liberated from the fear of losing his way. Were it not for his lack of space survival skills and teleportation abilities, he would be eager to venture to the planet Yardrat, well aware of its uniqueness and the astonishing arcane practices of its intelligent inhabitants, which he finds most enticing. It seems that an opportunity to visit must await another time. For now, he is in no rush to reach the Korin Tower, preferring instead to explore West City first. Yet, he hesitates, uncertain of how to face the youthful Bulma, who is likely still in her early years. Perhaps it is best to postpone that encounter and focus on enhancing his strength. Matters concerning West City can wait. Upon accessing the system map, Chen Bei pinpointed the location of Korin Tower. Utilizing the navigation function without further contemplation, he soared towards his destination. After a little more than half a day without pause, he finally glimpsed a towering pillar reaching towards the heavens at noon. It seems he has found it, though hunger gnaws at him. He should first seek sustenance. He wonders if the cat sage has a penchant for fish, Should the opportunity arise, he would gladly trade fish for some of the miraculous senzu beans. Chen Bei is aware that the cat sage possesses these extraordinary beans, capable of healing any injury and restoring vitality. Although they lack flavor and the cat sage consumes them as sustenance, Chen Bei is reluctant to let such treasures go to waste. Moreover, he understands that the jars atop the cat sage's tower provide a view of the lower realms and can establish a connection with them. However, in the original tale, the cat sage seldom utilized this ability and never employed it to send items or fish, suggesting certain limitations in his capacity to interfere with the lower realms. Thus, the notion of trading fish for senzu beans remains feasible. With this in mind, he decides to take action, knowing that a river lies not far beneath Korin Tower. Following the waterway, he encounters an indigenous tribe, presumably the guardians of Korin Tower, who have long safeguarded the sanctity of this hallowed ground. In the original narrative, there was a father-son duo who once aided Sun Wukong, though the father met his demise at the hands of Tao Pai Pai, only to be resurrected later by Sun Wukong's collection of Dragon Balls. However, Chen Bei has no desire to engage with this unique tribe. His singular aim is to catch some fish and ascend Korin Tower. Yet, as fate would have it, trouble finds him. While he fishes, he is spotted by the tribe's hunters, who issue a stern warning for him to vacate the area. With a sense of helplessness, Chen Bei found himself compelled to clarify his actions, explaining that he was a martial artist who had ventured here to ascend the Kailan Tower. Feeling hunger pangs, he sought to catch a few fish for a meal. Observing Chen Bei's demeanor, several hunting villagers from the tribe sensed he did not possess a malevolent nature, thus refraining from further inquiries. They merely advised him to maintain his distance from the tribe before turning to leave. Chen Bei could not help but feel a wave of relief. He had anticipated a confrontation. Fortunately, these individuals had only posed a few casual questions, and upon perceiving no threat from him, they departed. However, he had already caught a considerable number of fish, and had the villagers glimpsed the contents of his backpack, they might not have been so lenient. Upon returning to the shore, Chen Bei set about kindling a fire to prepare his meal. He gathered a few sticks, cleaned them, and began threading the fish onto them. Next, he retrieved some seasonings he had acquired from Sun Wukong and started grilling the fish. The fish sizzled, releasing a tantalizing aroma that wafted through the air. Unbeknownst to him, drawn by the enticing scent, a young tribesman named Bora was stealthily observing from a nearby thicket. Unable to resist the delectable fragrance, Bora emerged from his hiding place. A prominent warrior within the tribe, he had triumphed over numerous adversaries and was soon to wed the chief's daughter, looking forward to a blissful life. Although he had savored grilled fish before, it was typically devoid of seasonings, leading to a somewhat monotonous taste. Initially enjoyable, the fish grew tiresome over time, consumed merely for sustenance. Curiosity piqued. Chen Bei regarded the newcomer. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" he inquired. Bora hesitated, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks, struggling to articulate a response. "Ha, are you interested in some of this?" Chen Bei chuckled, gesturing toward the fish in his hand. The enticing aroma wafted toward Bora, prompting him to swallow hard. "Is it permissible?" Bora finally spoke, though his demeanor remained somewhat awkward and reserved. "Since you've come, I certainly wouldn't turn you away. You don't seem like a bad person. Why not let us become friends?" Chen Bei suggested, seeking to foster goodwill and deepen their connection. Knowing that harmonious relations with the villagers would allow him to navigate this new environment with greater ease. "Thank you so much," Bora exclaimed with delight, approaching Chen Bei. "Hello, my name is Bora. I hope you can forgive my earlier boldness." He spoke shyly, bowing slightly in respect. Living amidst this primal forest, fraught with dangers and ferocious beasts, one often found themselves hidden in the grass, either as a hunter or prey. Thus, Bora perceived his earlier actions as somewhat intrusive. "It matters not. I am called Chen Bei, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Let us dine together, as I find myself unable to finish this meal alone, and we may engage in delightful conversation." Thus, the two sat beside the crackling fire, patiently awaiting the fish to be grilled to perfection. "Bola, judging by your appearance, you must be a resident of the nearby tribe. What brings you out here alone? Surely, you hunt in groups?" "Indeed, I am from the tribe," Bola replied candidly. Addressing Chen Bei's inquiry, "In our tribe, most individuals hunt together, as many prey are formidable and not easily tackled alone. However, I possess considerable strength, and thus the elders permit me to hunt solo." "How impressive you are. By the way, are you familiar with Kairinta?" Chen Bei continued. aware of what Kirinta was but wishing to engage Bola further. Kirinta? Bola pondered briefly. I do not know much, but I am aware that many aspire to scale Kirinta each year. It is said that those who succeed may receive guidance from the legendary Kirin sage. This place is also revered as the Holy Land of Kirin. After a brief pause, he continued, Our tribe has existed for generations to safeguard the Holy Land of Kirin. According to legend, our ancestors were saved by the mythical Kirin sage when they were on the brink of death. They vowed to protect the sage's abode from any harm and to preserve its tranquility, a commitment we have upheld through the ages. He elaborated further, every so often, our tribe selects a warrior to guard the base of Kirinta. This serves two purposes, to dissuade challengers from attempting the ascent and, should they fail, to ensure the respectful burial of their remains. Oh, I see. Your tribe is indeed compassionate and honorable, ensuring the protection of this sacred place. Chapter 10. An unexpected reward and the ascent in the preceding narrative. While Chen Bei grilled fish, the tribal youth Bola made an unexpected visit, engaging in conversation that unveiled insights about the tribe, leading to a budding friendship. After their meal, Chen Bei's thoughts began to swirl, and he recalled the system's check-in feature, which previously offered bountiful rewards. Although it required specific locations or interactions with plot characters, the potential was tantalizing. Thus, Chen Bei silently invoked the check-in in anticipation of unforeseen surprises. As expected, the system's prowess never failed to astonish him. Upon completing his silent invocation, the familiar notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at the Holy Land of Kirin. You have received the reward, 1 ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the plot character Bola. You have received the rewards, talent of indomitable will, resurrection technique, and breath of nature 1. A unique technique of the unleashes a formidable energy wave from the fingertips. This technique is characterized by its brief charging time, potent penetrating power, and minimal energy consumption, rendering it a commendable skill. A special divine soil from the legendary realm of immortals possesses extraordinary abilities, capable of infinitely generating new patches of itself. With just a fragment, it can saturate an entire world. Its marvel lies in its capacity to nurture any plant without concern for its survival. An ordinary plant sown in this mystical soil may undergo wondrous transformations. A distinctive water from the Dragon Ball universe is said to grant incredible strength to those who consume it, albeit it is laced with lethal toxins. Furthermore, it serves as a vital nutrient for the growth of, playing an indispensable role in their development. These indeed formidable. The Dragon Balls, akin to those found in the Dragon Ball series, were created by the Dragon Deity. It is essential to note that we refer here to the Super Dragon Balls. The ordinary Dragon Balls were formed when the ancestors of the Namekians integrated shards of the Super Dragon Balls into their bloodlines, granting them the capacity to create Dragon Balls as well. Regardless of whether they are super or ordinary, their wish-granting abilities are indisputable. The potency of these wishes is contingent upon the creator's strength. If the creator possesses sufficient power, even eliminating the Omni King might not pose a challenge. With this newfound ability, need not fear a scarcity of resources. He can simply wish for what he requires, albeit limited to ordinary resources. Given his current capabilities, he is yet unable to conjure the more formidable variants of the divine dragon. Indeed, survival is paramount. Without adequate strength, all efforts are futile, and untapped geniuses cannot evolve into formidable beings. Subsequently, he received rewards for interacting with story characters, which pleasantly surprised. Initially, he approached this endeavor with a casual attitude, merely testing the waters for potential rewards, and to his astonishment, he succeeded. He recalled that was indeed the father from the original story, the one encountered by Sun Wukong alongside his son. Although he did not receive extensive screen time in the original narrative, he played a pivotal role, leading the system to recognize his successful interaction. The reward for interacting with was notably impressive, starting with a bestowed talent, indomitable will. This extraordinary gift posits that mental fortitude governs physical potential. Under the influence of idealism, the mind's power is boundlessly potent. Indomitable will is a remarkable talent that allows individuals under oppression to rapidly amplify their strength. The more oppressive the circumstances, the swifter the growth. However, this oppression has its limits. Exceeding the human body's threshold could lead to dire consequences, nullifying any enhancements. Next, he received a rather formidable skill, the revival technique. The resurrection spell, a formidable incantation from the Wizard series, possesses the capacity to revive individuals who have perished within a certain time frame, restoring their injuries and ailments while rejuvenating aged bodies. However, as this spell stems from the darker arts, its execution demands a significant sacrifice, such as the offering of one life to restore another, or exchanging one's own lifespan for that of another. The efficacy of this resurrection is contingent upon the caster's strength. The more potent the practitioner, the greater the power of the revived individual and the longer the duration of resurrection. In essence, this ability can be regarded as extraordinary. Next is the breath of nature, a wondrous essence that, upon fusion, allows one to draw closer to the natural world. It is akin to a rare treasure, enabling a profound comprehension of natural laws and the absorption of energies from the environment. Additionally, it possesses the capability to conceal one's aura, facilitating the hiding of one's true strength and altering one's presence, proving to be an exceedingly practical function. Having grasped the significance of these abilities, Chen Bei could hardly contain his anticipation for their fusion. System, initiate full learning. For those that cannot be learned, store them in the system space for now. Ding. The host has successfully acquired the skills of the dimensional wave and the resurrection spell, gained the innate talent of indomitable will, and fused with the dragon god's power and the breath of nature. System, display the attributes panel. Ding. The attributes panel has been successfully opened. Host, Chen Bei race. Human combat power, 1169 skills, spiritual eye, X-ray vision, mental detonation, mental piercing, memory reading, mental pressure, monkey fist, dimensional wave, resurrection spell, Dragon Ball creation. Divine language. Cultivation techniques. Fragment of Great Fate Technique 1, Great Aperture Technique, Great Blood Soul Technique, Secret Manual of Immortality. Talents. Divine level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will. Natural affinity. Special abilities. Dragon God's power, breath of nature. While there was no significant enhancement in overall power, the acquisition of several new skills, including Dragon Ball creation and divine language, likely stemmed from the unique capabilities derived from the Dragon God's power. Moreover, an additional talent emerged, presumably gained from the fusion with the breath of nature, which was examined for further understanding. Natural affinity allows for a deeper connection with the energies of the natural world, enhancing control over such energies and facilitating the alleviation of mental distractions, thus soothing the spirit and heightening perception. This ability also exudes a certain allure towards both humans and animals, fostering a favorable impression towards the host. Chen Bei was quite pleased with this ability, as it indirectly addressed his current dilemma, enhancing his mastery over power while assuaging concerns regarding the uncontrollable surge of strength. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his intention to ascend the tower, where the celestial beings awaited him, not to mention the enticing rewards from the system beckoning him forward, an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. Chapter 11. The encounter with the cat sage. Having bid farewell to Bala, Chen Bei officially commenced his ascent of the tower. He soared to the base of the Kylan Tower and ascended directly upwards. He understood that climbing the tower was also a form of cultivation. However, he had already mastered the art of aerial movement. Given his current prowess, ascending the tower held little significance for him. With but a thought, he could reach the pinnacle in less than an hour, perhaps even in mere moments. In the original Dragon Ball, the character Tao Pai Pai ascended Korin Tower solely on his own legs, and now, with power far surpassing that of Tao Pai Pai, Chen Bei would undoubtedly scale the tower even more swiftly. Before long, Chen Bei beheld a small tower perched above the clouds, characterized by a pagoda-like structure supported by columns encircling its summit. Below this tower, where the climbing pillar connected, several small openings remained, presumably intended for challengers to pass through to reach the top. From a distance, he noticed a large, plump cat standing within the tower, its grayish-white fur glistening, eyes half closed, leaning upon a cane. Indeed, this familiar figure must be the cat sage, Chen Bei mused. As Chen Bei scrutinized the cat sage, the sage, in turn, took note of Chen Bei. Yet, it could not perceive his aura, as if he had melded seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Such a sensation had only been experienced in the presence of deities and their attendant, Bobo. Observing Chen Bei's approach, the cat sage remained uncertain whether the newcomer was friend or foe, but refrained from making any hasty movements. The inability to discern his essence suggested that either he possessed some unique quality or his strength far exceeded its own. When Chen Bei finally stood before the cat sage, the latter remained motionless, continuing to observe him with a quiet demeanor. "Greetings. May I inquire as to your purpose here? I find you inscrutable and am curious about your intentions," the cat sage inquired, perplexed. It was indeed baffled by Chen Bei's visit. Logically, someone of his impressive strength should not seek guidance from it. Moreover, the cat sage sensed Chen Bei's aura was remarkably stable, devoid of any signs of losing control over his power. Why, then, had he come to seek it? With such questions lingering in its mind, the cat sage decided to speak first. "Hello, cat sage. I am a martial artist," Chen Bei began, clarifying his identity before revealing his purpose. "I have come here to witness the legendary sage and to marvel at the wonders of this tower. Initially, I sought to consult you regarding my difficulties in controlling my own power. However, I recently encountered a fortuitous event that has enhanced my mastery over it." "Ah, I see. How impressive," the cat sage exclaimed, unable to suppress its admiration. It had never before encountered a young person as exceptional as Chen Bei, whose depth of strength at such a young age was unfathomable. Even the renowned Wu Tian of the past paled in comparison. Furthermore, Chen Bei's demeanor suggested he was a commendable individual, one worthy of friendship. In that fleeting moment, the cat sage swiftly contemplated the appropriate course of action. "Having ascended the Kylan Tower, you have naturally earned my recognition. In the past, I observed Wu Tian's considerable talent, and you conveniently presented him with the wish-granting staff to meet the celestial deity. I have only retained a token here, and I believe there is little I can teach you now." The cat sage reflected momentarily before continuing. "You too are a martial artist, and your innate ability is among the finest I have encountered. Moreover, you possess the remarkable skill of flight, which allows you to reach the Celestial Palace even without the wish-granting staff. However, the Celestial Palace is shielded by a barrier and lacks a fixed location, making it elusive for most. Yet, I can bestow this token upon you, enabling your passage to meet the celestial deity." With that, the cat sage extended a paw, rummaging through its fur until it produced a small bell. Taking 2 steps forward, it presented the bell to Chen Bei. Observing this little bell, Chen Bei understood that, indeed, his strength would not see significant enhancement here. It would be more prudent to proceed directly to the Celestial Palace, which he believed would not disappoint him. However, before that, he needed to secure his sign-in and check-in rewards. "System, sign in and check in," Chen Bei silently commanded, then awaited the system's response in quiet anticipation. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at Kylan Tower. You have received rewards: 100 spirit beans, 1 super divine water, 1 nimbus cloud, 1 black nimbus cloud, and mind-reading technique." "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the character cat sage. You have received rewards: telepathy, the method of cultivating spirit beans, and great faith technique." The rewards remained bountiful, and the system proved as reliable as ever. First came the spirit beans, a miraculous elixir capable of healing all wounds and restoring vitality. Were it not for the need to maintain balance, the likes of Uncle Bird would not have allowed a waste like Yakalobe to reside in Kylan Tower, consuming spirit beans as if they were mere sustenance, leading to their scarcity later in the series. Chen Bei had just acquired 100 of them. Though this was not an overwhelming number, he must not forget the method of cultivating spirit beans bestowed by the system. If successful, he would no longer need to worry about injuries. Although the original text mentioned that spirit beans must be cultivated in special soil, found only in Kylan Tower and the Celestial Palace, and that they required super divine water for irrigation, the conditions were indeed stringent. Fortunately, Chen Bei could easily circumvent such constraints, possessing another item rewarded by the system: celestial soil. He had no concerns regarding the failure of spirit bean cultivation, especially since he already had 2 jars of super divine water. The super divine water from the system was not merely 2 insignificant jars. These vessels were spatial items, containing vast amounts of space. How much exactly, Chen Bei could not ascertain, but it was sufficient for his current needs. Moreover, he learned from the system that the super divine water was continuously replenishing itself, as these jars could autonomously absorb the ambient essence of the universe and convert it into super divine water. Thus, Chen Bei was entirely unconcerned about the matter of super divine water. The reward of 2 nimbus clouds appears rather mundane. One might say it is better than nothing. However, for the current Chen Bei, it holds little significance. In the past, when he had not yet mastered the art of aerial movement, such a reward might have brought him a fleeting joy. Yet now, his speed in flight likely surpasses that of the nimbus clouds, rendering this prize somewhat superfluous, though it could serve well as a gift for another. Next comes the skill of mind reading, which is indeed a formidable ability, allowing one to delve into the memories and thoughts of others. Naturally, the efficacy of this skill is contingent upon the disparity in strength between the individuals involved. If Chen Bei were to attempt this technique on a being such as Beerus, the backlash alone could very well cost him his life. Although he has acquired the ability to read memories, it necessitates physical contact and the willingness of the other party to open their mind, free from any resistance. Otherwise, failure, or even the risk of rendering the subject a fool may ensue. The acquisition of this mind-reading skill has undoubtedly mitigated many of its inherent shortcomings. Chapter 12. Journey to the God Temple. The heart communication technique, akin to telepathy, establishes a mental connection between two individuals, allowing for the exchange of messages, perceptions, or thoughts. This remarkable ability is entirely under the control of the practitioner, alleviating any concerns over having one's innermost thoughts extracted by another. The transmission of ideas remains within one's own dominion, making it a highly practical skill. The cultivation methods for the mystical beings are relatively straightforward, detailing the appropriate temperatures, environmental conditions, and other essential factors. Additionally, there are instructions on how to enhance the yield of these beings. Lastly, there exists the Great Faith Technique, a path among the myriad avenues, specifically focused on harnessing the power of belief. The potency of faith proves exceedingly useful within the realm of immortality, functioning as a panacea for various endeavors such as alchemy, artifact crafting, and cultivation. This principle extends beyond mere immortality, echoing in Western mythological narratives where deities are born of faith and divine realms are established through its absorption and application. Eastern mythological tales also allude to this, with references to the necessity of incense offerings in Buddhism and Taoism, and the division of fortune among saints, all intricately linked to the power of belief. The path of faith encompasses formidable constructs. As long as one is remembered, they shall never truly perish, ultimately returning from the boundless void, or being immortalized through the recitation of their true name, thereby escaping the cycle of reincarnation. With the enhancement of faith, Chen Bei finds the cultivation of the other myriad paths and skills considerably more accessible, with proficiency skyrocketing without the apprehension of adverse side effects. As for the claims in other mythological narratives regarding the toxicity of incense or the hindrance to strength enhancement post-usage, such notions do not apply to Chen Bei. In the realm of immortality, he has seamlessly forged a path of faith, having long since conquered issues pertaining to the purity of belief. Satisfaction is guaranteed. If not, a refund is promised. Upon receiving the bell from the Cat Immortal, Chen Bei completed his sign-in and review of the system rewards. Now, he is about to embark towards the Celestial Temple. Cat Sage, I appreciate your guidance. I have caught some fish that I cannot consume alone, so I would like to offer you a portion. Naturally, Chen Bei did not decline the Cat Sage's overture of goodwill, and in return, he gifted some fish to the Cat Sage. Meow, I am truly grateful. You are always welcome to visit, purred the Cat Sage, who was quite fond of Chen Bei's present. For various reasons, it could not leave the Kylan Tower at will, nor could it use its celestial powers to interfere with the mortal realm, hence it had not savored fresh fish for an extended period. The tantalizing allure of something so close yet out of reach had been tormenting the Cat Sage, but thanks to Chen Bei, it could finally indulge in a delightful feast. With a casual wave of his hand, a plethora of assorted fish appeared before the Cat Sage, all remarkably fresh, causing the Cat Sage to nearly drool. With a delighted meow, it pounced upon the pile of fish, momentarily oblivious to Chen Bei's presence. Observing the Cat Sage in such a state, Chen Bei decided not to interrupt, and instead turned to soar out of the Kylan Tower, ascending towards the heavens above. After flying for a short while, Chen Bei encountered a dark, cloud-covered barrier above him. Such a barrier posed no challenge for Chen Bei, as his golden eyes could effortlessly penetrate it. However, he opted for simplicity. With the Cat Sage's token in hand, he soared directly upwards. Upon passing through the cloud barrier, he beheld a floating island above him. Intriguingly, the island exhibited no gravitational pull yet remained suspended in the air. Having anticipated such a sight, Chen Bei remained unfazed, even without prior knowledge of the Dragon Ball world. He had perused countless novels filled with extraordinary power levels, and his worldview had long transcended ordinary occurrences. The notion of a floating island seemed trivial to him. In an instant, he accelerated, dashing towards the island, the wind whipping past his ears. Upon landing, he found two figures before him, one tall and the other short, forming a stark contrast, both bearing serious expressions that instantly quelled any jesting thoughts Chen Bei might have had. Well, I suppose I should show some respect to the deities. Chen Bei mused internally, refraining from voicing his thoughts. Greetings, may I inquire who among you is the celestial deity? Maturity often lies in feigning ignorance. Chen Bei chose not to reveal his awareness of their identities, preferring to avoid unnecessary explanations that could complicate matters since time was of the essence. The figure with green skin spoke first. Greetings, young one. After a brief pause, he pondered how to address Chen Bei. He had gleaned some information about him from the cat sage and was aware of his intention to visit the celestial temple. However, he feared that his own strength might be insufficient to guide Chen Bei. I am the celestial deity, and this is my servant, Bobo. It is a pleasure to meet you. Could you please articulate your purpose for visiting? The celestial deity inquired directly, cutting to the chase. Greetings, divine beings. It is indeed a pleasure to make your acquaintance, and I trust you are somewhat aware of my aspirations. I am a practitioner of martial arts. With that said, I shall not conceal my intentions. I wish to delve deeper into the knowledge of Qi to enhance my strength. My aim is straightforward and unequivocal, devoid of any circumlocution. As there is no need for veiled truths. What is essential is already known, and to articulate it directly conveys sincerity, thereby fostering goodwill. Indeed, the celestial beings, recognizing my forthrightness, harbored little doubt and shared their thoughts. Young one, although I find it difficult to discern your essence as a deity, I can vaguely sense that within you lies a formidable power that instills a sense of trepidation even in me. However, I fear I am unable to instruct you. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to his servant, Bobo, and addressed me once more. Yet, my servant Bobo may impart some valuable knowledge to you. The deity, concerned that I might misconstrue his intentions as belittlement, elaborated, do not underestimate Bobo. He has been here long before I ascended to divinity, and even I am unaware of the duration of his existence. Given his insights, he likely possesses knowledge beyond my own. Let him be your guide. I trust you will not take offense. Not at all. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Bobo, I replied, eager to alleviate any concerns the deity may have had. Observing my smile, the celestial being felt a wave of natural harmony emanating from me, which eased his heart considerably. It seemed he was struck by a thought. As he momentarily withdrew his solemn expression, replacing it with a smile directed at me, harmonizing the atmosphere. Chapter 13. Refinement and Clarity. Thus, I remained in the divine hall, and under Bobo's guidance, we found ourselves in a more tranquil space. It appears that there is scarcely a corner in the divine hall untouched by serenity. Without providing direct instruction, Bobo maintained a stoic demeanor, calmly requesting, Mr. Chen Bei, please unleash your full potential. I need to comprehend your strength and your current mastery over Qi. If possible, demonstrate Qi in various forms. Upon hearing Bobo's request, I hesitated not and released all my Qi. A powerful wave surged forth from my center, radiating outward and causing nearby trees to bend perilously, nearly succumbing to the force. Not only the trees, but also fragments of stone, earth, and dust were swept away by the turbulent energy. Yet Bobo remained impassive, gazing steadily ahead without any reaction. That is sufficient, Mr. Chen Bei. You may cease now. Bobo finally broke his silence, prompting me to halt. Oh, is that all? Then I shall stop, I responded, complying with his request. Upon hearing Bobo's words, Chen Bei immediately reigned in his presence. Were it not for the somewhat chaotic surroundings, he might have thought nothing had transpired at all. Perhaps the trees would forever remember. Ignoring the disarray around them, Bobo spoke once more. Mr. Chen Bei, your aura is formidable, yet its quality remains unchanged. You may now attempt to unleash your technique, but please refrain from directing it towards the temple of the gods. Listening to Bobo, Chen Bei couldn't help but internally scoff. Am I truly so reckless? I would never be so brazen as to approach someone like Sun Wukong, directly reaching out to ascertain their gender, nor would I carelessly unleash my technique towards the temple of the gods. After all, this is someone else's territory. Becoming slightly more serious, Chen Bei focused his gaze intently on the high sky before him, extending his hands to rest at his waist as he began to gather energy. Kamehameha. With his shout, a beam of dazzling white energy surged forth into the sky, momentarily illuminating the surroundings. Indeed, the momentum was substantial. However, the extent of its power remained indiscernible. This was Chen Bei's inaugural attempt at releasing an energy wave, and while he sensed its strength, he had yet to truly gauge its magnitude. This time, he merely released a fraction before ceasing, for his intention was not to cause destruction. There was no need to expend energy recklessly. Although he had not utilized much energy, it was wise to be cautious with a skill as demanding as the energy wave. Bobo observed the entire process, his expression inscrutable, perpetually wearing a stern countenance, as if someone owed him money. Mr. Chen Bei, I have come to my conclusion. Bobo stated in a tone devoid of emotion. Your control over your aura is commendable. You exhibit a remarkable ability to regulate it with finesse. However, I trust you have sensed that, while your aura embodies the essence of nature, it is not entirely natural. This implies that to enhance your mastery over energy, you must learn to wield it more adeptly, achieving maximum effect with minimal expenditure. After delivering this lengthy discourse, he continued, perhaps you might aspire to emulate the tranquility of the sky, the lightness of a feather, and the steadiness of water. With that, Bobo fell silent once more, standing quietly at the side. Taking in Bobo's words, Chen Bei nodded thoughtfully. Although he had integrated the essence of nature, which inherently bestowed upon him a natural aura, this essence was merely passive. His comprehension of nature was insufficient, a factor closely tied to time. He had received his reward too recently to have cultivated it adequately, rendering his mastery quite ephemeral. Nature like grass and trees that bend in the wind and bow with the rain, like flowing rivers that embrace the water. Chen Bei murmured to himself, as if he had begun to grasp something profound. His state of mind shifted, and it appeared that his mastery was gradually ascending. He settled cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to attune himself to nature, as the essence of nature within him began to merge gently with the surrounding environment. The wind swept in, caressing Chen Bei's flawless visage, and his consciousness began to drift along with it. The breeze traveled from the sky to the woods, the meadows, the rivers, and the valleys, leaving its marks upon every place it touched. Chen Bei's awareness accompanied this journey, observing the mountains, the waters, and every blade of grass from a unique perspective. After the wind had passed, the rain followed, and Chen Bei's consciousness once again aligned with the falling droplets, each one pattering against the leaves, then cascading into the rivers and slipping through the crevices of stones. He beheld the sight of grass emerging from the earth and witnessed the mighty waves crashing against the rocks. Time became an enigma, and the extent of his experiences blurred. There he remained, silently seated upon that patch of ground, his breath gradually calming and then eventually fading, until there were moments when he seemed to breathe no more, as if he had departed from life itself. Only the dark locks of his hair fluttered faintly in the breeze. After an indeterminate duration, Chen Bei's consciousness began to return. Yet he did not open his eyes. Instead, he summoned the system. System, open the attribute panel. Ding, attribute panel opened successfully. Host, Chen Bei race. Human, Scion hybrid. Combat power, 1199 realm. Spirit communication skills. Eye of insight, X-ray vision, mental detonation, mental piercing, memory retrieval, mental pressure, monkey fist, Kamehameha. Resurrection technique, Dragon Ball creation, divine speech, mind reading, heart connection, turtle school martial arts cultivation techniques, fragment of great destiny technique, great acupuncture technique, great blood spirit technique, eternal life secret tome, great faith technique, method of planting divine beings talents, godly comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will special abilities, dragon god power. Breath of nature items, storage ring X1, divine soil X1, super divine water X2, divine beans X100. Flying Nimbus X2. It is time to commence my cultivation of the eternal life secret tome. Currently, I have yet to attain the realm of divine powers. My strength remains insufficient. Chen Bei contemplated. However, I must first organize my thoughts. Where should I begin? There is an abundance to learn. Before the 3,000 avenues stand for gates. Excluding the incomplete Great Destiny technique, 3 remain. The Great Acupuncture technique, the Great Blood Spirit technique, and the Great Faith technique. Both the Great Acupuncture and Great Blood Spirit techniques are excellent paths for physical cultivation and can be practiced concurrently, but the Great Faith technique requires the nurturing of followers. which complicates matters and shall not be considered for now. Furthermore, I can commence the planting of divine beings, but I must first release the divine soil. Yet, where shall I place it? I shall place it within the storage ring. There should be ample space. Hence, I will plant the divine beings within the storage ring. System, use the divine soil and place it within the storage ring. Ding, divine soil used successfully. As the divine soil emerged within Chen Bei's storage ring, it radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the entire realm of the ring. Then, it sought a direction and dove downward, merging seamlessly with the earth. Suddenly, the ground within the ring's space trembled violently, as if the very fabric of reality were on the verge of collapse. Cracks appeared in every direction, chaotic currents surged forth, and terrifying thunderclaps erupted, striking mercilessly. Streams of magma surged from the ground, and in that moment, Chen Bei felt as though he were witnessing the apocalypse. Goodness, could something be wrong? My storage ring and my celestial soil, please don't be destroyed. I still rely on you for my fortune. Chen Bei's heart raced with anxiety. He could not comprehend the sudden shift. The emergence of the celestial soil had triggered such a tumultuous change, catching him completely off guard. Had he known, he would have consulted the system beforehand. Indeed, Chen Bei was consistently unreliable. Ding. There is no need for concern, host. The celestial soil is merging with the ring's space. Due to its unique properties, it will continually grow, potentially evolving into a chaotic universe. At present, it is merely beginning to adapt to this space, enabling the ring to accommodate it. The ring's space will expand in accordance with the celestial soil's development. Reassured by the system's explanation, Chen Bei settled into a state of calm anticipation. According to the system, it seemed the ring's space was undergoing an upgrade. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to it as a ring world. Soon, Chen Bei would become a sovereign of this burgeoning realm. Within the ring's space, countless fissures still permeated the atmosphere, and in the distance, the very fabric of space began to fragment. All that was visible was an expanse of darkness, interspersed with chaotic streams of energy that were both black and gray. These energy flows were incessantly consumed by the ring's space, transforming into mountains, rivers, valleys, and flora. Various streams of celestial energy, pure white, crimson, and obsidian, emerged within the space. At the core, where the celestial energy was most concentrated, there appeared substances resembling a mixture of crystal and liquid, though their exact nature remained obscured by the overwhelming presence of celestial energy. Chapter 14. Refinement and Organization. The ring's space was evolving into a world, complete with mountains and waters, trees and grasses, and perhaps even living beings would eventually emerge. Witnessing this transformation, Chen Bei couldn't help but marvel at the celestial soil and the system's capabilities. As his awareness returned to himself, he distinctly felt an enhancement in his mental acuity, with a heightened sensitivity to his surroundings. The faintest sound of falling leaves reached his ears with clarity. He could manipulate external objects with his mental energy, akin to telekinesis. Should he unleash his full mental potential, he believed he could even shift a mountain. Furthermore, his control over energy had intensified. Where he once could condense energy into a sphere, he now had the ability to concentrate it into a fine needle. As his mental prowess ascended, Chen Bei found himself capable of infusing his spiritual energy into the air, deftly manipulating its direction. More remarkably, he could compress and fuse this energy, allowing for a myriad of transformations. Unlike the turtle sage, who could convert his energy into lightning, Chen Bei exhibited an even greater mastery, transforming it into water, fire, wind, and more. However, he was yet unable to conjure matter from nothing. He merely transmuted energy into different manifestations. This progression signifies that Chen Bei is steadily advancing towards the realm of divine abilities, where mastery over primordial energy and magical force, far superior in quality to mere air, awaits. Attaining such divine prowess would mark a pivotal transformation in his strength. Chen Bei's cultivation has reached the state of spiritual communication. This state implies that his mental energy is sufficiently expansive to influence external objects or assault the souls of others. He had begun to achieve this during his integration with the Golden Eye, and now, through guidance from Bobo and his own introspection, his command over his mental energy has become increasingly fluid and adept. Moreover, the concept of spiritual communication encompasses another dimension, wherein one's inner strength or energy is poised to evolve into magical force, infused with a certain sentience, allowing for control through spiritual awareness and mental energy. This contrasts with inner strength, which merely resides within the body, unable to be directly manipulated by mental energy, manifesting only during combat. In the Dragon Ball universe, energy is similarly stored within the body, while primordial energy is an innate force present in all of nature, more refined and pure. Each type of energy possesses distinct characteristics. For instance, the chaotic, terrifying, and malevolent traits described in Dragon Ball, where characters like Sun Wukong can sense evil auras emanating from others. Conversely, primordial energy is a natural essence, embodying the very origin of all things in the Dragon Ball cosmos. Sun Wukong's use of the spirit bomb against those with malevolent intentions illustrates the influence of primordial energy, which, imbued with pure mental energy, is particularly effective against chaotic or destructive beings. After all, this energy is derived from the natural world. Thus, those who disrupt nature inevitably incur its wrath. Furthermore, due to its inclusion of mental energy, individuals with complex thoughts struggle to harness it, leaving it manageable only by those with simple, untroubled minds like Wukong. Despite Chen Bei's cultivation of energy, he chooses not to pursue primordial energy. While its quality is superior, it proves challenging to control, as it encompasses mental energy not belonging to Chen Bei, lacking the purity of spirit necessary to effectively utilize the primordial energy found in the Dragon Ball universe, unless he discovers a means to mitigate its adverse effects. The Dragon Ball world differs from other cultivation realms, where various spiritual essences naturally arise. In other worlds, spiritual energy is a straightforward transformation of energy, easily integrated with one's mental prowess. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the mastery of Qi is relatively straightforward, primarily due to its abundance and efficacy. Although the quality of life energy is superior, it appears that aside from Goku's utilization of the spirit bomb, few others have been seen wielding such energy. Qi, as a form of energy, can be perceived as the essence within one's own body, capable of awakening latent potential and expanding physical capabilities, thus strengthening one's inherent power. However, this Qi does not confer immortality. Characters like Goku and Krillin will inevitably age over time, a phenomenon likely tied to the rules governing the Dragon Ball universe, which remains somewhat elusive. Having concluded our speculations regarding Qi, let us now turn our attention to the future cultivation direction of Chen Bei. Firstly, he may continue his training in the Dragon Ball techniques, progressing from Qi to the divine energy, thereby enhancing his essence, or alternatively, he could continuously awaken his bloodline powers, pursuing the path of the Super Saiyan. Secondly, he could embark on the path of immortality, mastering the rules and progressively elevating his spiritual realm and power levels. The allure of eternal life alone is quite compelling. However, due to his position within the Dragon Ball universe, Chen Bei is presently compelled to cultivate what is referred to as Qi, or primordial energy. While this power possesses significant destructive capability, it lacks the essence of longevity, necessitating a shift towards the path of immortality in due course. The pivotal solution to this challenge lies in the celestial soil. Once the ring world undergoes a successful transformation, Chen Bei will no longer need to worry about the lack of high-quality energy absorption or the means to elevate his realm. At that time, with an abundance of celestial energy flowing into him, his level will ascend dramatically. At this moment, a smile began to creep across Chen Bei's face, though he suppressed any sound to maintain his composure, resulting in a flushed and contorted visage that could easily mislead onlookers, such as Bobo nearby, into thinking something was amiss with his cultivation. Fortunately, this peculiar state did not last long, and Chen Bei soon returned to normalcy, alleviating Bobo's concerns as he stood patiently, awaiting Chen Bei's awakening. Let us pause here. I will find a moment later to organize my thoughts properly, as there are others present, making it somewhat inconvenient. Chen Bei resolved to conclude his meditation and reflection, believing he had made adequate progress. It was time to take a break for sustenance. Slowly, he opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath, rising from the ground. Seeing Chen Bei finish his training, Bobo approached him. "Mr. Chen Bei, I trust you have gained something from your endeavors. What are your plans next?" "Thank you very much, Bobo. My realm has indeed advanced significantly. I would like to remain in the temple for further cultivation, and I hope you do not mind." Chapter 15. Signing in at the temple after consulting with the Supreme Kai, Chen Bei was granted permission to stay in the temple for continued training. The Supreme Kai expressed a desire for Chen Bei to remain for a while longer, wishing to observe this remarkably powerful young man further. "I hope not to stray off course," murmured the celestial being as he gazed softly at the retreating figure of Chen Bei. In those early days, he too possessed extraordinary talent, having evolved into a formidable martial artist. He surmounted numerous trials and received guidance from the previous generation of celestial beings on Earth. Yet, in his relentless pursuit of power, a darker aspect of his psyche emerged. Rather than conquering the shadows within, he chose to harness an instinctive gift buried within his memories, separating his malevolent side from himself. Consequently, his dark persona, having shed its shackles, grew increasingly powerful, nurturing ambitions of dominion over Earth, leading to an insatiable quest for conquest. The celestial being had contemplated intervention but hesitated, for they were intrinsically connected despite their separation. Their lives were intertwined, which led to the celestial's indecision, and he refrained from acting directly. He continued to observe humanity, ultimately selecting a righteous martial artist, the revered master Wu Tai-Do, who was a disciple of the Turtle Sage. After subjecting Wu Tai-Do to a series of trials, the celestial imparted a sealing technique, cautioning him about its potential repercussions. Wu Tai-Do did not disappoint. He successfully sealed away the malevolent aspect. However, the celestial's hesitance resulted in the loss of countless lives on Earth, including the untimely demise of a powerful martial artist, leaving him burdened with guilt. Chen Bei followed Bobo to a secluded and tranquil chamber, modestly adorned yet adequately equipped for rest. For training, the temple offered designated facilities, and as a servant of the divine, Bobo had the ability to modify certain areas within the temple's confines. One need not question how the author knows of Bobo's powers. The tale of Dragon Ball reveals that during its inception, Goku and Ub engaged in a fierce battle within the temple's internal space, transforming it into an unrecognizable state. Yet, Bobo was said to possess the capability to swiftly restore the temple, indicating his unique abilities. Having settled Chen Bei's accommodations, the next order of business was dining. Bobo led him to the dining area. Chen Bei, now infused with Saiyan blood, felt an insatiable hunger surge within him, exacerbated by his inherent gluttony. It was evident who the glutton was. Soon after he began eating, his table was piled high with dishes. Indeed, Chen Bei found the small bowls unsatisfactory, prompting him to request Bobo to replace them with oversized bowls akin to basins. Ah, how satisfying it was to indulge. "Thank you for your efforts, Bobo," Chen Bei exclaimed, contentedly patting his belly, reclining in his chair, and casting a sidelong glance at Bobo. "There is no need for thanks. It is the Celestial's design. Your satisfaction is enough. Should you require anything else, do not hesitate to ask. Bobo is always at your service," he replied, his expression unchanging, betraying no emotion in response to Chen Bei's gratitude. In truth, Chen Bei understood that Bobo was not devoid of emotions. In the original narrative, when the heavenly god decided to sacrifice himself, Bobo displayed signs of sorrow, indicating that he too was a being capable of feelings. However, due to his role as a divine servant, he was compelled to serve the heavenly god above all else. Moreover, Chen Bei and Bobo were not yet well acquainted. Their relationship was merely nascent and devoid of any significant emotional connection. After taking a moment to regroup, Chen Bei returned to his chamber, relishing the comfort of the soft, plush bed. He recalled that he had yet to check in and clock his attendance. Although he was no longer in need of treasures, one could never have too many valuable items. Thus, he resolved to claim his rewards. Chen Bei began to chant, "System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. On successfully checking into the heavenly temple, you have received the rewards: Namekian language, vacuum survival talent, limb regeneration, cloning technique, and grand wish technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. On successfully clocking in with the character of the heavenly god, you have received the rewards: magic seal wave, magic flash, instantaneous movement, super Namekian bloodline gene 1, and grand sealing technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. On successfully clocking in with the character Bobo, you have received the rewards: talent creation, vital energy affinity, universal key, and grand salvation technique. Upon viewing these rewards, Chen Bei, though accustomed to the system's generosity, was nevertheless astounded by the sheer abundance of the rewards, which dazzled him with their allure. Firstly, the Namekian language was a unique tongue exclusive to the Namekians, akin to the language of the gods. Possessing special significance, it was the means by which one could make wishes to the dragon. The Super Dragon Balls required the language of the gods, while the Namekian dragon demanded the Namekian language. Otherwise, one might find themselves in an embarrassing predicament akin to the Tower of Tragedy, where one articulates a wish only to be completely ignored by the Namekian dragon. However, Chen Bei pondered that he seemed to already possess the ability to create Dragon Balls, rendering the Namekian language somewhat redundant. He certainly could not use it for communication with others. The thought of such an awkward scenario, where he spoke extensively only to be met with blank stares, made his expression sour. Never mind, he thought, shaking off the distracting thoughts. He continued to explore the subsequent rewards. The vacuum survival talent was indeed an exceptional reward. Ordinary Earthlings and Scions were largely dependent on oxygen, as their bodies could not autonomously respire, relying instead on external oxygen to sustain their bodily functions. In contrast, a race like Frieza's, the Frost Demons, did not require external oxygen, as they could independently generate the energy necessary for their bodily operations. With this newfound talent, Chen Bei would no longer fear enemies obliterating planets. An added advantage was that he could venture into the vastness of space to seek out additional resources for cultivation, a crucial consideration. Chen Bei's ascension in power was not merely a matter of increasing strength. He also needed to seek out the essential resources required at each level, such as the essence of laws and the origins of attributes. Chapter 16, Abundant Rewards. The rebirth of severed limbs. This ability appears to belong to the Namekians. I recall an instance when Piccolo's hand was severed, and through this ability, he was able to regenerate it. However, the process seemed rather uncomfortable. Unlike Majin Buu, who can recover even from utter annihilation, this regeneration skill is confined to limbs and less critical regions. Vital organs such as the heart or brain, if damaged, cannot be restored. It could be said that this skill merely bestows upon Chen Bei a superior recuperative capacity, rather than rendering him invincible. Furthermore, due to the nature of this ability, it can also be conferred upon others, effectively transforming Chen Bei into a surrogate healer. Previously, Chen Bei acquired a resurrection spell, a technique with healing properties. However, casting this spell requires a significant cost, which has made him reluctant to employ it. It is not that Chen Bei cannot afford the expenses, but rather that he prefers not to squander resources when he possesses alternatives. With the availability of the mystical beings, the limb regeneration skill, and the life-saving resurrection spell, Chen Bei can indulge with a sense of security, provided he does not encounter deities of destruction or angels. The technique of duplication, despite its seemingly simplistic name, is anything but rudimentary. Developed by the system, it boasts an impressive track record, with virtually no failures. This duplication skill has evolved by integrating the strengths of various techniques from different realms, transcending basic duplication methods. We are familiar with many forms of duplication, such as the Shadow Clone technique from Naruto, the Monkey King's hair duplication from Journey to the West, and the Namekian reproductive division from Dragon Ball, which also resembles a form of duplication, as they can merge once more. The duplication technique awarded by the system amalgamates the virtues of these diverse methods. For instance, as one's strength increases, the number of clones can also expand. Shared training experience is possible, and they can train independently, akin to the 3 Pure Ones and corpse slaying techniques. This duplication skill can be categorized into several types. One being temporary duplicates, which consume minimal energy and can be generated without restriction for various tasks. Another being combat duplicates, which possess strength equivalent to the original and share identical abilities, and a more unique variant that entails sacrificing certain abilities to empower the clones, allowing them to train independently while maintaining a connection to the original, eliminating concerns of betrayal. I shall refrain from elaborating on other special duplicates, as I fear it may lead to accusations of verbosity. Next is the Grand Wish technique, one of the 3,000 Great Avenues, also known as the Great Loan technique, the Great Freebie technique, or the Great Cheating technique. The most apparent function of this avenue is its ability to transform the false into the true, even procuring various resources from alternate realms and allowing one to take loans from their future self, thereby gaining the empowerment of future abilities. In essence, it is an extraordinarily potent facet of the 3,000 Great Avenues. However, the execution of the Grand Wish technique necessitates a certain cost. It cannot simply be invoked without consequence. Firstly, the collection of the aspirations of all beings, often referred to as the power of intention in Buddhist and Taoist teachings, is a testament to the remarkable fame of the Buddhist community. They possess an acute awareness of the needs of ordinary people, utilizing various means to manifest their divine presence. A pivotal reason for their success lies in their unabashed audacity. Secondly, by harnessing their own willpower, they can accrue cosmic fortune, exemplified by the renowned duo from the West, who boldly proclaim grand aspirations to attain sanctity. Thirdly, the expenditure of one's own auspicious energy correlates with the magnitude of one's aspirations. The more robust the energy, the greater the feats achievable through the art of grand intentions. Auspicious energy, though elusive and intangible, cannot be disregarded by anyone. It represents an individual's profound connection with the universe, their future self, or even with significant figures. When endowed with auspicious energy, an individual may encounter fortuitous events, transforming calamities into blessings. In more extraordinary instances, one might be struck by a magical artifact or stumble upon a transcendent tome, or even be born at the pinnacle of existence. The art of grand intentions can indeed be awakened through auspicious energy, rendering its capabilities undeniably formidable. The wonders of the grand intention technique are self-evident. It is rightly regarded as the third great path, subordinate only to fate and karma, representing a transcendence beyond time and space. Subsequently, rewards bestowed by celestial beings include the well-known skill, Demon Sealing Wave, a straightforward sealing technique that, however, can prove perilous if employed against a stronger opponent. Another is the Demon Flash, a signature skill of Piccolo, which has been inherited by Nobita, who predominantly utilizes this technique, rarely resorting to his father's iconic Kamehameha. The merits of this skill lie in its short charging time, high explosive power, and swift execution, but its capabilities extend no further. Instantaneous movement captivates Chen Bei, who, while watching Dragon Ball, yearned to possess the ability to teleport like Son Goku, to traverse the world at will. However, he is uncertain which version of instantaneous movement it embodies. Ideally, it would amalgamate the virtues of various techniques, akin to the earlier clone techniques. Thus, Chen Bei promptly delves into the skill's description. The instantaneous movement, an upgraded version integrated by the system, amalgamates the advantages of teleportation from diverse realms, culminating in a refined and extraordinary ability. Its fundamental function entails teleportation, enabling rapid movement across short distances, alongside aura perception and random mobility. For precise targeting, one must possess spatial coordinates or mental acuity to reach specific locations. This instantaneous movement evolves in potency with the user's capabilities, transitioning from traversing spatial seams to crossing worlds, demonstrating remarkable strength. Upon reviewing the description of this instantaneous movement skill, Chen Bei felt a surge of satisfaction, sensing that he was one step closer to invincibility. Alas, the efficacy of this skill is contingent upon his own strength, which currently does not permit interstellar travel. Nevertheless, within the confines of Earth, it remains sufficiently powerful. Then there exists the bloodline of the Super Namekians. Previously, Chen Bei had acquired the bloodline of the Saiyans, thus it was not entirely foreign to him. However, with his current possession of the Dragon God's power and the ability of limb regeneration, he did not regard the Super Namekian bloodline with much importance. Of course, the primary concern was the fear that merging with the Super Namekian bloodline would transform him into a diminutive green being. While it appeared healthy and capable of photosynthesis, eliminating the need for sustenance, Chen Bei found such a notion unacceptable. He was neither a steadfast man of iron nor a eunuch. He did not wish to forfeit his right to choose a partner. Therefore, it would be prudent to keep this perilous item at bay, refraining from utilizing it himself. Chapter 17. Abundant rewards. This series of rewards included some that were quite mundane and others exceedingly bizarre, yet all were undeniably coveted by the average individual. Chen Bei's heart brimmed with joy. The sheer volume of rewards was exhilarating. It was akin to a lottery. Once it commenced, one could hardly cease, as the thrill was akin to a stimulant, invigorating the spirit. Continuing to peruse, he encountered yet another technique, the great sealing art of the 3,000 paths. This art was formidable, possessing the capability to seal and control virtually anything. It encompassed nearly every conceivable sealing technique, and mastering it to perfection would allow one to seal the boundless cosmos with a mere thought. The previous magical sealing wave seemed superfluous, utterly incomparable to the great sealing art, which rendered even a newborn infant insignificant in its presence. Marvelous, Yet another of the 3,000 paths was within his grasp. He pondered what the scene would be like when he truly gathered all 3,000 paths. As he silently mused, Chen Bei's thoughts soared, envisioning himself as the eternal immortal king. Now, returning to the matter at hand, the next reward was obtained from Bobo, a truly extraordinary entity. Even Earth, unlike other planets devoid of so-called deities, possessed such a being. The stories behind this remain a mystery. Dispelling these thoughts, Chen Bei turned his attention to the next item's introduction. Yet again, he acquired a talent. Chen Bei had already attained numerous abilities, such as divine comprehension, photographic memory, and immunity to illusions, each exceptionally potent. The latest talent was equally remarkable, bestowing upon him the ability to survive in a vacuum, and now another creative talent had arrived, leaving him utterly exhilarated. Despite possessing so many abilities, Chen Bei lamented not having effectively utilized them. He resolved that after claiming this round of rewards, he would diligently experiment with these capabilities, for one must engage with them to truly understand their worth. He also harbored an idea to create a world of his own. His aspiration had already progressed halfway. Once the world within the ring evolved and stabilized, he would settle there, cultivating in an environment far superior to the Dragon Ball realm. After all, it was composed of celestial soil, continuously producing ethereal energy. Residing there long-term would enhance one's physique, purifying the foundation and cleansing the soul. Alright, once again lost in fanciful thoughts, he resumed examining the talent introduction. Talent creation is the cherished offspring of the cosmic laws governing creation, also referred to as the laws of Genesis. It represents a nascent manifestation of chaotic rules, existing beneath the grand principles of the universe. Its primary capability lies in the act of creation. When endowed with formidable strength, abundant imagination, and profound comprehension of these laws, one can create freely. Anything, whether human or object, that resides beneath these grand principles can be conceived. However, certain extraordinary creations necessitate the acceptance of their karmic repercussions. Lacking sufficient power may lead to one's own undoing. For instance, if one wishes to conjure an angel within the Dragon Ball universe, an unseen resonance would occur, prompting the world to impose restrictions since such a being is not born of the world itself. Its mere existence could incite the universe's laws to reject it or deem it a disruption of the temporal order, leading to its eradication. Individuals like Chen Bei, who possess fragments of the Great Fate technique and are innately unbound by karmic constraints, are exceedingly rare. If he were to create, he could naturally circumvent the backlash of karma. However, his current lack of strength renders his efforts futile. Nevertheless, this ability is indeed remarkable, as it allows Chen Bei to flourish within his own ring world. The affinity for vital energy? This seems to be yet another unique ability, akin to the breath of nature and the power of the dragon god, which can be classified as another distinct capability within the Dragon Ball realm. For example, angels wield the mastery of ultimate instinct with ease, destroyers command destructive energy, and supreme kais effortlessly create. These are all special abilities that arise within the framework of Dragon Ball's rules. The ability of vital energy affinity, as the name suggests, significantly enhances Chen Bei's connection to vital energy. Specifically, it allows him to shield or absorb the mental power contained within this energy, enabling him to effortlessly harness it to bolster his own strength or gather vital energy without fear of losing control. Moreover, it enhances others' initial impressions of him, fostering an unconscious fondness towards him. Author's gentle reminder: do not misconstrue this fondness. Similar to the breath of nature, which enhances one's affinity for nature and control over energy. This ability also improves others' sentiments towards Chen Bei to a certain extent. While the two abilities are closely related, they possess subtle distinctions. However, since Chen Bei now possesses both, there is no need for concern. These functions primarily yield beneficial outcomes. The next ability is a key, intriguingly named the Universal Key, with formidable powers, as it can unlock all doors and locks, including spatial and temporal gateways. It is a regulated item, naturally requiring a certain level of strength for its utilization. Every ability demands a price. One cannot simply acquire it without effort, and to wield such power, one must possess a fundamental level of capability. The primary function of this item is to serve as an auxiliary tool. Ordinary locks can be easily opened, while those sealed with special enchantments require a certain amount of energy. However, the energy expended is undoubtedly less than that required for brute force. Most importantly, it possesses a unique ability, the capability to obscure perception. Any lock opened by this key can be virtualized, allowing for the direct extraction or insertion of objects, while simultaneously shielding against spatial or temporal awareness, as well as any form of perception. One might say it is a divine instrument of thievery. Here, the terms door and lock are essentially synonymous with seal. As long as the individual wielding this key perceives themselves as unlocking a lock with sufficient capability, they can easily gain access. The power of rules is indeed formidable. Lastly, there is a final reward, its name indicating its extraordinary nature. The Great Salvation Technique, one of the 3,000 paths, represents the supreme esoteric knowledge of the Buddhist school within the realm of immortality, salvation for oneself and others. When employed, it generates countless resonant chants of salvation, enveloped in celestial light. For those subjected to this technique, it is akin to brainwashing, be it the murder of a spouse, the usurpation of a child, the desecration of graves, or the annihilation of families. Once transformed by this method, they will obediently become ardent followers and supporters, devoid of any rebellious thoughts. It is not an inconsequential fear. It is truly an unparalleled dark art. However, provided the user harbors no malicious intent, even if one is transformed, they may retain their thoughts and pursue limitless cultivation breakthroughs. Should fortune smile upon them one day and the practitioner meet their demise, they may even reclaim their freedom. In the realm of immortality, many cultivators, seeking to escape the torment of countless epochs and the calamity of their true spirits being extinguished, willingly submit to transformation. It is important to recognize that immortality exists within a world where individuals devour one another. Chapter 18. The commencement of cultivation. Chen Bei took a deep breath, finally calming the restlessness within his heart. After reviewing all the rewards, he absorbed everything he could, and a vast torrent of information surged into his mind. Fortunately, Chen Bei's mental fortitude had significantly improved. Otherwise, such an influx would not have been manageable. System. Open the attribute panel. As per routine, Chen Bei first examined his attribute panel. Ding! The properties panel has been successfully opened. Host, Chen Bei. Race, human. Combat power, 1200. Skills. Eye of spirituality, Eye of insight, mental detonation, mental piercing, memory reading, mental pressure, monkey fist, drilling wave, resurrection technique, Dragon Ball creation, divine language, telepathy, mind connection, limb regeneration, shadow clone technique, magic sealing wave, magic flash, instantaneous movement. Techniques. Fragment of Great Fate technique, Great Aperture technique, Great Blood Essence technique, Eternal Life secret tome, Great Faith technique, Great Wish technique, Great Sealing technique, Great Salvation technique. Talents. Divine level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, unyielding will, vacuum survival, creation. Special abilities. Dragon God power, breath of nature, vitality affinity. Items. Storage ring, infusion, super divine water x2, divine beans x100, flying nimbus x2, universal key, divine bean cultivation method, super Namekian bloodline gene x1. Though my strength has improved somewhat, it remains insufficient. A combat power of 1200 is inadequate even against some minions of Frieza. Despite possessing numerous hidden cards, I have yet to master their usage. Chen Bei pondered for a moment, realizing he could not continue in this manner. Having just arrived in the Dragon Ball universe for merely 3 to 5 days, he had already acquired such rewards and the potential to devastate Earth. However, apart from a brief training session upon acquiring the Great Aperture technique, he had not engaged in formal training since. While this was partly due to time constraints, it was also a reflection of Chen Bei's own choices. He had yet to solidify his foundation. One must not be overly reckless. Survival is the true path. Chen Bei murmured to himself, then let us commence training. Yet, this place feels constricting. Perhaps I should consult Bobo. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Chen Bei, Bobo returned to the side of the Supreme Kai, ever ready to heed his commands. The Supreme Kai was not surprised by Bobo's actions. Rather, he proceeded with his own matters. First, he utilized his abilities to observe Earth, gradually fixing his gaze upon a specific location. However, from the Kai's palace, the average person would have no idea what the Supreme Kai was observing. Following his gaze only revealed thick layers of cloud. After scrutinizing that spot for a while, the Supreme Kai turned to Bobo and inquired, "What do you think of that, young man?" Bobo perceived the young man as exceptionally gifted, noting that his actions were commendable. He replied to the Supreme Kai without excessive flattery, sharing his observations. Indeed, he is a remarkable young man. Although I cannot impart advanced martial knowledge to him, I do wish to test his character. I hope he is not seduced by power, the Supreme Kai mused, falling into deep thought. At this moment, a voice emerged from not far away. Supreme Kai and Bobo, greetings. I come with another request. Chen Bei said apologetically, his expression reflecting a sense of regret. It felt somewhat inappropriate to trouble others in their domain, especially since he had not contributed much. The arrival of Chen Bei interrupted the thoughts of the celestial deity and shifted the gazes of both parties. Upon noticing Chen Bei's approach, the celestial deity and Bobo ceased their conversation and turned their attention to him until he reached close proximity. I apologize for the interruption, celestial deity and Bobo. I seek a place to cultivate my skills, but I am not well acquainted with the celestial hall, so I must trouble you to guide me. Chen Bei articulated his intentions, awaiting the celestial deity's response. Observing Chen Bei, the celestial deity did not refuse. A gentle smile graced his face. No problem at all. I shall have Bobo escort you. As long as you do not cause any destruction in the celestial hall or venture into forbidden areas, everything else is permissible. The celestial deity glanced at Chen Bei before continuing. Should you require anything within the celestial hall, simply inform Bobo. There is no need to seek my approval continuously. It would be prudent for you to familiarize yourself with the surroundings to avoid inadvertently entering restricted zones. The celestial deity kindly cautioned Chen Bei. For it is true that while the celestial hall may not be vast, it connects to numerous dimensional spaces and the resting places of past celestial deities. Areas not meant for casual entry. The celestial deity expressed concern that Chen Bei might unknowingly wander into such places, despite Chen Bei's considerable strength. These locations are unique and not solely reliant on power. Thank you very much, celestial deity and Bobo. I will be relying on your assistance in the future. Chen Bei acknowledged the celestial deity's sincere advice, refraining from contradiction. Bobo, standing nearby, nodded in agreement and prepared to lead Chen Bei to the training area. All right, follow me. The celestial hall has numerous rooms, so it is best not to enter them at random. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. With a glance at the celestial deity, who nodded in affirmation, Bobo guided Chen Bei into the palace, traversing the corridor until they reached the entrance of a room. Inside is a space designated for cultivation. You may enter. I will wait outside, so just call for me if you need anything. Bobo did not accompany Chen Bei inside, but stood at the threshold. Very well, I shall enter now, Chen Bei replied, unperturbed by the small matter. Bobo's decision to remain outside was indeed convenient, allowing him to cultivate with greater focus and freedom. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a sight of floating stone fragments and an expansive platform, ample for his needs. Once Chen Bei stepped into the room, the door swung closed behind him, but he paid it no mind as he strode directly to the center of the platform, ready to commence his formal training. First and foremost, he intended to practice the great aperture technique, the method most familiar to him. However, before engaging in that, Chen Bei had another task at hand, to utilize the clone technique. Having acquired a superior version of this technique, he planned to cultivate alongside his clones, enabling him to practice multiple techniques simultaneously and accelerate his learning experience without the need for solitary exploration. Clone. Chen Bei invoked the technique, and instantly, identical figures of himself materialized around him. Chapter 19. The marvelous use of the clone technique in the azure expanse of the sky. An island floated gracefully. Within the confines of a sealed chamber on this aerial isle, Chen Bei sat at the center of a vast platform, gazing upon his remarkable creations. Before him stood 5 clones, each conjured through his recently acquired clone technique. These duplicates possessed equal strength to their creator and shared a profound connection, enhancing their coordination in combat, rendering them formidable combat clones. The Saiyans are a unique race, their potential for growth peaking only in the throes of battle. Particularly after sustaining severe injuries, their power can surge to astonishing heights. However, this phenomenon is conditional. In the original narrative, characters like Son Goku, despite enduring countless injuries and brushes with death, did not experience significant enhancements upon recovery, possibly due to the nature of accumulation. In the Dragon Ball universe, power escalation primarily arises from rigorous training, with Saiyans being the exception, capable of amplifying their strength through recovery from grave wounds. Training consists of two stages. Firstly, the enhancement of one's foundation, achieved through continuous practice that enables the body to store greater energy. Secondly, the unlocking of latent potential, wherein one fully masters and adeptly harnesses the energy within. Goku and his comrades often engage in extensive training prior to battles, likely representing the foundational enhancement stage, during which their power gains are minimal. However, when faced with greater challenges and pressures in combat, their accumulated potential is released more rapidly. As for innate racial talents, they vary from individual to individual. Not every Saiyan can ascend to become a Super Saiyan, let alone those possessing the legendary bloodline that manifests once every millennium. In comparison to Saiyans, the potential of Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world is indeed limited, yet this may not hold true for other realms. This discrepancy might stem from the influence of world rules. Some individuals are favored by the cosmos, allowing their endeavors to flourish effortlessly, resulting in exponential growth and strength. These contemplations were but musings of Chen Bei, whose understanding of the intricate details of the Dragon Ball universe remained limited. He was now poised to experiment with his hypotheses, eager to ascertain whether his thoughts held merit. On the adjacent open ground, the clones stood in a line, silent and awaiting Chen Bei's directives. Rising abruptly, Chen Bei brushed off the dust from his trousers and approached his clones, admiring their identical visages. "Ah, how strikingly handsome. I look just as dashing." He unabashedly praised himself, playfully pinching the cheeks of his duplicates, alternating between left and right, and patting their shoulders as he darted about. "Oh, truly magnificent. I might just fall in love with myself," he exclaimed, reveling in self-admiration, his chiseled features and deep, abyss-like eyes drawing further compliments. Without a hint of embarrassment, he even inspected the clones' intimate attributes, much to their chagrin. The clones, exasperated by Chen Bei's antics, clenched their fists tightly, harboring an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound thrashing to their shameless creator. Had it not been for the imposed constraints, they would have rallied together to confront him. Though their thoughts are interconnected, they remain distinct individuals. Moreover, should the practitioners so desire, they can sever the mental connection with their avatars, thereby granting these doubles a semblance of independent persona. The autonomy of these avatars is remarkably pronounced, apart from their inability to betray. They are fundamentally indistinguishable from their original selves. Ahem. Now, let us proceed to assign tasks. It seems Chen Bei has perceived the avatar's urge to strike at him, and has thus tempered his demeanor. He shares a telepathic bond with them, instinctively aware of their current sentiments. Well, judging by your expressions, you are already aware of my intentions. I shall now designate you with numbers, from left to right. You shall be known as number 1 through number 5, which should facilitate recollection. The avatars nodded in acknowledgement, waiting patiently for Chen Bei's subsequent directives. Now, number 1, and I shall engage in combat to assess our strengths. I will sever the telepathic link between us, so we need not worry about revealing our techniques to one another during our battle. The avatar on the far left stepped forward, his demeanor serious, refraining from any superfluous actions. He is number 1, characterized by a somewhat aloof disposition and meticulous approach to tasks. Understood, number 1 replied coldly, before seemingly sensing something, casting a glance at the other 4 avatars. The other 4 nodded affirmatively, prompting number 1 to swiftly grasp their unspoken intention. Their collective desire was for number 1 to deliver a thorough thrashing to this shameless original, ideally capturing him and humiliating him in return for what they had just endured. Chen Bei was acutely aware of the avatar's thoughts, yet he recognized this predicament as his own creation, and he must endure it with a heavy heart. Furthermore, in this duel, the outcome remained uncertain. He certainly did not believe he would be bested by his own avatars. The two retreated to a relatively open space, standing in opposition to one another, both poised and searching for weaknesses in the other. After several tense seconds, number 1 made his move, instantly teleporting behind Chen Bei and delivering a kick aimed at his neck. He initiated the attack upon sensing an opening, for the original had grown complacent, standing before him with arms crossed. Number 1 sought to impart a lesson. Unbeknownst to him, this was a deliberate feint by Chen Bei. He wished to allow the avatars to strike first, although this placed him in a somewhat vulnerable position. It also afforded him the opportunity to more readily discern any flaws in his adversary's approach. As the avatar teleported beside him, Chen Bei had already anticipated the maneuver. He adeptly dodged the kick by bending low, then swiftly pivoted, launching a small energy projectile. The speed of the projectile was formidable, appearing poised to strike number one in the abdomen. However, at that moment, number one deftly activated his teleportation ability, evading the incoming attack. The projectile, having missed its intended target, continued its trajectory, ultimately colliding with a floating rock nearby. Boom! A sudden explosion resonated, shattering the stones into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. At that moment, the figure of number one emerged, suspended in midair. Gazing intently at his corporeal counterpart on the ground, his expression grave. He had narrowly escaped being struck. Had it not been for his instantaneous teleportation, he might have already succumbed to defeat. Chapter 20. What a tragic word it is once again. The confrontation between the two began. Both had now tested each other's abilities. The corporeal Chen Bei, possessing a more cunning disposition, contrasted sharply with the first clone, who favored swift resolutions and was adept at teleportation. Though they were of the same essence, their personalities diverged significantly, as did their habitual combat styles. This is the hallmark of the clone technique, which does not merely replicate a person but rather enhances strengths while compensating for weaknesses, allowing each clone to develop its own character. The advantage of this lies in the awareness of one's own virtues as well as the recognition of inherent flaws, for human nature is ever evolving. One does not remain unchanged throughout life. When our personalities shift, our behavioral habits also transform, creating a chain reaction. However, what we can strive for is to uphold our principles, resisting the sway of emotions. This alone suffices. Chen Bei and number one had exchanged one round of blows, yet neither had managed to strike the other. Thus, both stood motionless, lost in their thoughts, awaiting the other's move. Observing the demeanor of his clone, Chen Bei discerned that vigilance had set in. Evidently, his recent tactics had cast a significant shadow, instilling fear of further cunning maneuvers. Since you are afraid, you might as well concede. It wouldn't be shameful, as only we few are privy to it. Besides, we are one and the same. A loss matters little, as we can surely reclaim victory next time. Chen Bei began to taunt, urging number one to surrender. Yet, he understood that no matter how eccentric his character, outright capitulation was beyond him. His words served merely to disrupt number one's thoughts and provoke him. However, number one remained composed, refusing to succumb to irrationality in light of Chen Bei's remarks. Instead, he swiftly contemplated strategies for victory. Suddenly, number one's figure vanished, only to reappear before Chen Bei in an instant. Great sealing technique. Number one unleashed his sealing spell. Yet, Chen Bei, ever vigilant, remained unfazed by the invocation of the great sealing technique. In a flash, he too employed instantaneous teleportation, evading the spot. With a swift motion, Chen Bei reappeared, now positioned behind number one. However, unlike number one, he refrained from launching an immediate attack, fully aware that his opponent would not be unprepared. Indeed, upon sensing Chen Bei's presence, number one vanished from sight. This is rather uninteresting. Teleportation feels somewhat like cheating, unless the space is directly sealed. This technique essentially renders one invincible. Chen Bei observed the reappearance of number one, opting not to engage immediately, but instead spoke up. Indeed, evading like this lacks substance, and it does little to enhance our strength. What we truly need is a visceral confrontation, for that is the most effective means of growth. Number one concurred, yet presented a caveat. However, our energy is limited. Employing skills repeatedly would deplete our stamina and vitality excessively. In a one-on-one scenario, it would be more prudent to train in the gravity chamber. With this, number one regarded Chen Bei, then glanced at the other nearby avatars. Noticing such overt gestures from his avatars, Chen Bei couldn't help but twitch his mouth, yet he understood that they, as number one had stated, possessed finite energy. These were merely temporary combat avatars he had manifested, and their energy reserves were understandably limited. Otherwise, Chen Bei would risk exhausting himself completely. Moreover, with the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins, he realized that he could bolster his strength through recovery from severe injuries. Therefore, engaging in direct physical combat would indeed expedite his growth. Upon reflecting on these thoughts, Chen Bei acquiesced to number one's suggestion. Very well, let all of you come at me. The greater the pressure, the more pronounced the enhancement. It is also an opportune moment to test that talent. He recalled having acquired a commendable talent, indomitable will, through a previous check-in, which would aid him in rapidly augmenting his strength under duress. With Chen Bei's agreement, a subtle, mischievous smile crept onto number one's lips. and he exchanged a furtive glance with the avatars nearby. To facilitate a more effective battle, Chen Bei had severed the mental link with his avatars, thus rendering him oblivious to their intentions. However, even if he were aware, he would not retreat, for he understood that increased pressure equated to accelerated advancement. The avatars, realizing they had tasks at hand, eagerly rubbed their hands together and approached Chen Bei with broad smiles. Upon witnessing their grinning faces, Chen Bei felt a shiver run down his spine, as if foretelling an impending misfortune. The avatars began to strategize collaboratively, for the challenge was Chen Bei against 5. While he had shielded himself from their thoughts, they could still faintly sense one another's intentions. Number 1 stood resolutely before Chen Bei, while Number 2 and 3 positioned themselves on his left and right flanks, respectively. Number 4 circled behind him, effectively ensnaring him within their perimeter. As for Number 5, this crafty one had taken to the air above Chen Bei, sealing off his last avenue of escape. It was clear that a 5-on-1 scenario left no room for defeat. Unless the main body resorted to underhanded tactics, the avatars silently resolved to ensure a thorough and invigorating experience for their primary self, aiming to enhance his capabilities. A powerful wave of energy began to surge outward as the avatars unleashed their full potential without reservation. Chen Bei, standing resolute in the center, did not falter. Though he was aware that the avatars matched his strength, he chose not to flee, for such an action held no merit. He yearned for an exhilarating clash. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of fists and feet colliding began to echo, and Chen Bei found himself momentarily at a loss. The first opponent gathered his strength and launched a punch towards Chen Bei's face, showing no mercy. Having resolved to refrain from using any extraordinary abilities, Chen Bei was left with no choice but to absorb the blow. He swiftly retaliated, blocking the attack from the first opponent, yet behind him, the fourth adversary had also initiated an assault, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful kick that appeared formidable. Should this strike connect, it would likely leave Chen Bei incapacitated for a spell. Just as he intended to sidestep, the second and third opponents rushed in from either side, denying him the opportunity to evade. In that moment, Chen Bei could only attempt to leap away, but just as he barely cleared a head's height, he was met with a kick from the ever-prepared fifth opponent, forcefully sending him back. His stance faltered, and he found himself encircled by several clones. Damn it. Seeing that infuriating face of yours makes it impossible to resist. Brothers, let's teach him a lesson, the first opponent declared to the clones. Hee, I won't hold back. Just leave the rear to me, the fifth chimed in. Well, this will be entertaining, you shameless scoundrel, the second opponent said without a hint of hesitation, promptly joining the fray. Hey, fetch me a rubber band. Let's give this shameless fellow's brother a taste of our might, the third exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Itching to deliver a few hard kicks, had Chen Bei not been surrounded by the other clones, he might have already been begging for mercy. The fifth opponent remained vigilant above, ensuring Chen Bei could not escape the encirclement. Time passed, and eventually, all that could be seen was Chen Bei, ragged and lying on the ground, his body marred with bruises, his eyes swollen like those of a frog, and even his handsome features had been rendered unrecognizable, with several distinct footprints visible on his backside. Chapter 21. Rise in power. The figure sprawled on the ground twitched occasionally, a mix of blood and mucus flowing from his nose into his mouth. Chen Bei could not suppress his pained groans, feeling utterly miserable, as if every bone in his body were about to shatter. He was now incapable of even raising a hand. Lying there in a state of utter exhaustion, tears of regret streaming down his face. How he lamented his choices. Why did he dare to challenge 5 opponents? Why did he impose a restriction on using teleportation? Why did he insist on facing them head-on? Why had he failed to protect his brother, allowing him to endure such humiliation? Damn it! Just as he intended to voice his grievances, a sharp pain shot through the corner of his mouth, causing him to gasp in surprise, producing a hissing sound. Ultimately, he could not contain his fury, mentally cursing the clones. What the hell? These clones don't know how to go easy. They target the most vulnerable spots. Don't they realize this is their own body too? I am utterly exasperated with this group of fools. How pitiful my once handsome visage has become. Chen Bei felt a deep sense of sorrow. The experience of being beaten by a group, was it not excruciating? In other places, one might overlook such matters. But what is truly infuriating is the audacity to steal peaches and chrysanthemums. I have never been so treacherous in my usual demeanor. These doppelgangers bear no resemblance to me whatsoever. With a resigned sigh, Chen Bei continued to lie motionless, requiring time to recuperate. Lacking healing spells and finding resurrection magic too extravagant, he was in a dire state, both physically and mentally tormented. But I still possess the divine beans. I nearly forgot. Hastily retrieving the beans from the system's space, he placed them directly into his mouth. Though the process was excruciating, Chen Bei persevered and swallowed the divine beans with determination. At the moment the beans settled in his belly, a surge of vibrant life energy coursed through Chen Bei's body, mending his injuries almost instantaneously. In a mere heartbeat, his wounds were nearly healed, and his mental state improved significantly. Rising to his feet, he examined his physique. Pleased to see his skin still pale and flawless, his visage handsome, and his impressive attributes intact, he was grateful for his survival. Aside from his tattered garments, there were no significant changes to his appearance. Of course, one must also overlook his disheveled, yet flowing hair. He commanded the system to open the attribute panel. Chen Bei distinctly sensed a boost in his strength, though the exact extent of this enhancement eluded him. Ding! The attribute panel opened successfully. Host, Chen Bei race. Human combat power, 3,200 skills. I have spiritual insight, X-ray vision, mental explosion, mental piercing, memory reading, mental pressure, monkey fist, whole wave, resurrection. Dragon Ball creation, divine language, telepathy, empathic link, limb regeneration, clone technique, demon sealing wave, demon flash, instant transmission cultivation techniques, fragment of great destiny technique, great acupuncture technique, great blood soul technique, secret tome of immortality, great faith technique, great wish technique, great sealing technique, great universal salvation technique talent, divine level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, vacuum survival, creation special abilities, dragon god S power, breath of nature, vitality affinity items, ring world, super divine water X2, divine beans X99, nimbus cloud X2, divine bean cultivation method, super Namekian bloodline gene. His strength had nearly doubled. The Saiyans indeed lived up to their reputation. However, Chen Bei sensed that even if he were to replicate the same actions, the incremental improvement would be minimal. It seemed that some of his potential had already been unlocked. To accelerate his growth further, diligent training and the accumulation of latent energy were imperative. The Saiyans do not enhance their powers haphazardly. Broly, while extraordinarily formidable, also requires sustenance. Without sufficient energy within, rapid enhancement is unattainable. In the Dragon Ball universe, Saiyans possess greater physical potential compared to Earthlings, allowing them to store more energy, thus facilitating swifter and easier growth. This might be attributed to their racial endowment, along with subtler intricacies that are difficult to articulate, such as the transformations into great apes and Super Saiyans, which defy the laws of conservation of matter and energy. Indeed, the age-old adage rings true. In the realm of the strong, science holds no sway. Time has passed significantly, and Chen Bei feels that today as cultivation has been sufficient. He is currently focusing on the Dragon Ball technique, solely concerned with enhancing his strength, while his realm will unfold as fate dictates. Once the evolution of the ring world is complete, Chen Bei will be able to swiftly cultivate the eternal life technique, alleviating any concerns regarding his lifespan. He yearns to live for several more years. Now at the age of 23, his body has undergone a remarkable transformation through the system and techniques, rendering him even more handsome, evoking a tendency for others to overlook his age. However, Chen Bei is acutely aware that the onset of the Dragon Ball storyline is still over a decade away, at which point he will be in his 30s, an age he does not wish to be referred to as an old man. The lifespan of ordinary humans is limited, and aging is inevitable. While Saiyans possess a longer youth, they too will eventually age. Chen Bei is determined to cultivate to the realm of immortality, ensuring he does not swiftly transition into the elderly phase of life. As for why Chen Bei has not utilized his creative talent to obtain cultivation resources, he later learned that such abilities require study. Creating items necessitates an understanding of their fundamental components, much like humans who can speak but must learn what to express. In order to create the items he desires, Chen Bei must first comprehend them, otherwise he is rendered ineffective. Even the Kaioshin in Dragon Ball cannot ascend to their positions without extensive learning, assessments, and the passage of time. The Kaioshin Shin, for instance, is somewhat of an inadequate Kaioshin, lacking knowledge because the previous generation was consumed by Majin Buu, granting him the opportunity to ascend. Thus, one should not assume that becoming a Kaioshin is trivial. Even the deities of Earth undergo evaluations, let alone those of a higher echelon. It is worth noting that there is also an apprentice angel mingling among the Galactic Patrol. Currently, Chen Bei possesses the ability to create ordinary substances, such as water and sand, and has no significant issues regarding food. However, creating advanced items remains beyond his reach. He must delve deeper into understanding the characteristics of these items, for without such knowledge, creation is impossible. Lacking capability equates to being a novice. Chen Bei has profoundly grasped this truth and has resolved to become a diligent student, committed to learning and improving daily. Well, it's time to venture out for a meal, he mused, and proceeded toward the entrance from whence he came. Chapter 22. A Leisurely Life. Thus, Chen Bei settled in the goddess palace, where his daily routine revolved around battling his clones, eating, and sleeping. He has temporarily set aside the cultivation of other abilities, choosing instead to wait until he enters the ring world to experiment with those special powers. The abilities he currently possesses are exceedingly unique. While they do not attract undue attention at present, it is wise to remain vigilant, for one must guard against potential threats. The deity remains as detached as ever, spending his days either in a stupor or traversing the path of daydreaming, seemingly lost in thought. Occasionally, he exchanges a few words with Chen Bei, but his speech is minimal. As for Bobo, he resembles a tireless automaton, bustling about each day, after dutifully attending to the celestial beings. He must also prepare meals for Chen Bei, whose scion lineage demands an astonishingly prodigious intake. It is a marvel how Bobo manages to keep pace with Chen Bei's insatiable appetite. Beyond cultivating his energy, Chen Bei continually hones his combat experience. Rather than succumbing to fear after enduring brutal assaults from his doppelgangers, he consistently engages in training through a mode of collective confrontation. Although this method of practice is excruciating, resulting in moments of utter exhaustion post-training, it necessitates acute mental focus during combat to avert perilous outcomes. Nevertheless, this approach undeniably accelerates his growth and strength. Firstly, his combat experience has become profoundly enriched. Previously, Chen Bei was akin to a recluse, engaging in exercise only sporadically, while spending the majority of his time confined to his abode, scarcely venturing beyond his doorstep and socializing minimally. He did possess a few close friends, yet after graduation, they diverged into their respective lives, and he felt reticent to intrude. Thus, the former Chen Bei was indeed a lackluster fighter, possessing power without the skill to wield it effectively. However, upon acquiring divine comprehension and a photographic memory, his experience has ramped up significantly, though he still faced deficiencies due to insufficient combat. Now, he has begun to reconcile these gaps. After approximately half a month of relentless battles and collaborative exploration of energy techniques with his doppelgangers, Chen Bei has mastered the manipulation of energy to an extraordinary degree, effortlessly wielding techniques such as the Qi Yuan Slash and Qi Cannon. During this period, he also gleaned an impressive martial technique while enduring punishment, allowing him to engage in combat with greater fluidity and autonomy, no longer relegated to a position of constant defense. He even bestowed a resonant name upon this technique, calling it the primordial infinite body technique, signifying a state of being within boundless chaos, tranquil yet elusive, omnipresent yet indistinct, epitomizing infinity. Of course, this is merely his perspective, which holds little relevance to the author, as you may agree. Chen Bei's technique is still in its nascent stages, not yet fully refined, bearing certain imperfections that he is determined to rectify in the future, for it represents a profound personal insight. During this fortnight, his endeavors were not solely confined to combat. He also dedicated time to the study of the major acupoint technique. With the existence of the golden eye, Chen Bei focused on the acupoints of the eyes. Coupled with his divine comprehension and photographic memory, he found the practice of the major acupoint technique increasingly manageable. However, given the limited resources for training, it remains a challenge for Chen Bei to elevate the technique to a higher level. While energy is indeed a form of power, it is not easily controlled, which has deterred Chen Bei from reckless experimentation. An alternative pathway to mastering the major acupoint technique lies in harnessing the power of the stars. The 365 major acupoints within the human body correspond to the 365 stars in the heavens. By tapping into this celestial energy, one can facilitate the practice of the major acupoint technique, and this is precisely what Chen Bei endeavors to achieve. Within the celestial temple, situated above the clouds, one can better commune with the energies of the stars. However, Chen Bei refrains from venturing outside to cultivate, for the sight of the moon may prove irresistible, leading him to lose control. Though the moon and sun are among the most potent celestial bodies and correspond to the eye's acupuncture points, Chen Bei dares not indulge in such recklessness. Instead, he remains confined within this secluded chamber, silently meditating and drawing upon the easily dispersible energies of the stars. Consequently, his mastery of the acupoint technique has significantly lagged. While Chen Bei has inherited the Saiyan bloodline, the drawback of transforming into a colossal ape upon gazing at the moon is an unavoidable plight. Moreover, he currently lacks the capability to ascend to Super Saiyan 4, as his foundational combat prowess remains insufficient. Although he senses that his bloodline should meet the standards of a high-level warrior and that he would maintain control in his giant ape form, the Celestials may perceive him as a perilous entity. Additionally, another critical factor is that, since planet Vegeta has not yet met its demise, the Saiyans in the universe are still regarded as Frieza's lackeys, infamous for their predatory invasions and destruction, rendering them a despised race. Chen Bei resolves to conceal his identity for the time being, intending to reveal the truth when the opportune moment arises. However, he contemplates the complexities of explaining his Saiyan heritage, given that Saiyan warriors are officially documented, particularly the adult ones, unless they were exiled to remote planets shortly after birth. After some reflection, he considers the possibility of claiming to be a wandering Saiyan who arrived on Earth as a child, or simply admitting to traversing the cosmos. Though he would certainly withhold the details of his origins, the intricacies of identity are indeed troublesome. Nevertheless, he decides not to dwell excessively on this matter. As the personalities within the Dragon Ball universe are generally amicable, characterized by a carefree disposition, concerns regarding identity should not be overly worrisome should any misunderstandings arise. He can always concoct explanations later. After days of rigorous training, Chen Bei resolves to take a breather. He inexplicably procures a reclining chair, sets up a sunshade, and prepares some fruit juice, then reclines on the expansive plaza of the celestial temple, basking in the gentle breeze, allowing his body and spirit to relax. Unbeknownst to him, he drifts off into slumber. Chapter 23. The mutation of mental power in the midst of his dreams. Chen Bei finds himself traversing the 9 heavens and bursting forth from the primordial chaos of the universe. Within a hazy stream of chaotic energy, he gradually floats toward the distance. As he drifts, a seemingly endless river emerges faintly ahead, shimmering with an array of dazzling colors, standing out starkly against the darkness. Those who behold this river are irresistibly drawn to its striking presence, as if they are destined to become enraptured by its allure. Uncertain of the origins and destination of this long river, everything within it remains unclear. Vague fragments float upon its surface, some grand, some diminutive, some shimmering with radiant brilliance, while others lie in somber obscurity. Chen Bei, in a state of hazy consciousness, felt as though he had grasped something. A warm light suddenly illuminated his face, awakening him from this unforeseen transformation. He exhaled deeply, steadying his tumultuous thoughts, and pondered with bewilderment. Was I dreaming just now? Yet it felt so undeniably real. What then? Was this long river? It seemed that I had seized something as well. Intrigued by this tantalizing mystery, Chen Bei could not help but wonder what kind of dream he had traversed. His confusion arose from a sudden surge in his mental acuity upon awakening. He found himself able to think more swiftly, and his spiritual awareness now reached further and more accurately. "System, can you discern what I just dreamt?" he inquired, hoping that the system might shed light on his perplexity. "Ding. Host, your primordial spirit has just ventured forth. Due to the connection between your true essence and the fragments of the Grand Fate technique, you have been drawn into the realm of time and space by certain extraordinary entities." The realm of time and space. What is that? I know of the River of Destiny, the River of Time, and the River of the Yellow Springs, and I distinctly saw a river. Why then is it referred to as a realm of time and space? Ding. To clarify your confusion, the River of Destiny is an infinite river encompassing all forms of life, harboring boundless opportunities and terrors. The rivers of destiny across various cosmic worlds are but tributaries of this great river, whose true essence eludes discovery, transcending the causal fabric of time and space. The river of time, meanwhile, weaves through the past, present, and future, marking the beginning and end of all things, infused with the power of endless time. No being can transcend time unless they attain the state of great luo eternity, and like the river of destiny, it branches into countless tributaries, with its true traces remaining unfathomable. The river of the yellow springs embodies the karmic consequences of all sins. To enter it is to be stained by endless karmic retribution. Unreachable by transcendence, with its tributaries existing in all cosmic realms, their locations unknown. The so-called realm of time and space is a convergence of temporal and spatial dimensions, a derivation of infinite spaces. Each world gives rise to countless similar worlds, all encompassed by the river of time and space, a unique river within the grand universe, containing fragments of various derivative worlds. After absorbing the system's explanation, Chen Bei finally comprehended that he had entered the realm of time and space within the Dragon Ball universe. However, it was not his physical form that had ventured there, but merely his temporary primordial spirit, which had serendipitously led him to this wondrous place. Ding! Detection of host merging with the fragmented will of the world has resulted in an enhancement of spiritual strength. Following this announcement, the system fell silent. Chen Bei refrained from further inquiries and instead deliberated deeply on the system's previous assertions. The rivers of time and space, along with the river of destiny, represent realms governed by unique rules. Until one transcends those realms, all beings remain subject to their constraints. Chen Bei mused that he had glimpsed the river of destiny. Indeed, a novice remains a novice. I am unworthy. Originally, it was merely a tributary of the Dragon Ball universe, representing the very essence of that realm, though it should not be underestimated. According to the system, I am destined to ultimately grasp the fragmented remnants of the world's consciousness, though I remain uncertain as to which world it pertains. The Dragon Ball saga itself is divided into numerous realms, such as Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, among others, not to mention the various cinematic narratives, including the Broly arc, the Android saga, and the God and God arc, each contributing to a rich tapestry of interconnected worlds. It can be said that every timeline gives rise to countless worlds that are strikingly similar, yet entirely distinct, perhaps illustrating the wondrous nature of the rules that govern them. While time and space may be governed by disparate laws, they intertwine and spawn innumerable dimensions. When these dimensions attain a certain magnitude of power, they autonomously generate a world consciousness, which subsequently evolves into a truly independent and complete world, capable of devouring other realms through fusion or consumption, thereby expanding and refining itself. However, when a world is invaded, obliterated by a formidable force, or collapses upon itself, remnants of its world fragments and consciousness endure. The world fragments exist in a material form, while the shards of consciousness exist in a spiritual state, albeit shattered and devoid of autonomous awareness. In the fantasy novels we often encounter, the concept of consuming the core of a world to command it is prevalent. This core is, in fact, the material manifestation of the world as consciousness. In a sense, it is the will that brought forth the world, rather than the material world existing solely due to this consciousness, indicating that such will can indeed be altered. As for the purpose of the fragmented world consciousness, it serves several functions. First, it facilitates a more effortless mastery of the material form of the world, though regrettably, this world is already in ruins. Second, it bestows a certain enhancement of spiritual power. And third, it allows for the perception of the consciousness of other worlds. There are other more complex functions that I shall refrain from elaborating on. Nonetheless, the fragment of world consciousness that Chen Bei has acquired is indeed fractured. It has merely augmented his spiritual strength without any significant additional benefits. Perhaps the fragment is too diminutive, yet it has provided some enhancement. Overall, a commendable gain in spiritual power. Upon reflection, Chen Bei's spiritual strength has increased by more than fivefold. Previously, he could only vaguely sense the confines of the earth, but now he can extend his awareness to nearby celestial bodies. This perception is not reliant on energy, but is purely a manifestation of spiritual power, marking a significant advancement in his spiritual realm. I had not anticipated such benefits from occasional relaxation. Evidently, I should indulge in more moments of leisure henceforth. Chen Bei sought to find an excuse for future idleness, knowing well that such fortuitous occurrences are rare. He recognized this as mere jest. For life encompasses not only the immediate struggles, but also the myriad challenges that lie ahead. Chapter 24. The Time Chamber. After this languorous period, Chen Bei felt he had rested enough and should contemplate the path that lies ahead. At this juncture, Sun Wukong, or perhaps more appropriately referred to as Kakarot, has yet to be born. The fabled Super Saiyan Broly is of similar age to Wukong. However, upon his arrival into the world, he is met with anything but favorable circumstances. Such a remarkable talent is regrettably overshadowed, for Broly is a character meticulously crafted within the Dragon Ball narrative, yet suffers from plot-induced demise and the terrifying extent of his potential. This, coupled with his antagonistic stance towards the protagonists, suggests that, had he not met his untimely end, the outcome could have been a complete annihilation of the main characters. In truth, Broly possesses a disposition that is not inherently malevolent. He can be classified among the more amiable Saiyans. Unfortunately, his early life is marred by exile and the absence of genuine guidance from his father, Paragus, who cruelly harms Broly's friends and views him merely as a tool for vengeance. This betrayal by those closest to him serves as a pivotal influence in distorting Broly's character. The myriad reasons for Broly's ferocity include a lack of mental cultivation, insufficient mastery over his immense power, and the overwhelming nature of his Saiyan lineage, which exacerbates his propensity for rage. Should he fail to harness this formidable strength, he risks being consumed by it, for all things are reciprocal. To elevate one's power without the ability to control, it is to become enslaved by that very power, ultimately spiraling into self-destruction. Chen Bei feels a twinge of sympathy for Broly. In the theatrical adaptations, one recalls the moment when Broly succumbs to his fury, resulting in the death of his father. Yet, Chen Bei contemplates a narrative inconsistency, despite Broly's power vastly surpassing that of Vegeta and Goku. Why does he not eliminate them outright? Instead, he engages in prolonged battles. If truly unrestrained, would Broly exhibit mercy? It seems plausible that he would swiftly dispatch them. Perhaps we should not merely perceive Dragon Ball as a story. What if Broly, aware of his uncontrollable nature, deliberately holds back during his confrontations with Goku and the others? This remains a possibility. Moreover, there is the notion that Saiyans, in their arrogance, often indulge in the sport of toying with their adversaries. And even the rampaging Broly is not exempt from this tendency. The Dragon Ball universe is replete with enigmas. Nonetheless, questions aside, since he exists within this realm, Chen Bei endeavors to observe with his own eyes, listen with his ears, feel with his heart, and traverse this boundless space-time, witnessing countless wonders. Lying in his room, he ponders myriad possibilities, uncertain whether such scenarios will manifest in the future. Numerous plot lines in Dragon Ball exhibit temporal discrepancies, perhaps akin to parallel universes. The precise nature of his own reality remains elusive, only to be clarified after overcoming Frieza and Cell and reaching the Majin Buu saga. This is due to the continuity of Goku's prior wish, which reincarnates Majin Buu. Should that wish not have been granted, Chen Bei's certainties would dissolve, leaving him to ponder if he exists in Super or perhaps another timeline. It is only in moments of leisure that one's mind wanders, for during such times, the spirit is most at ease, and a plethora of thoughts may emerge. Chen Bei realizes he can no longer remain idle. Otherwise, his mind may very well implode. Indeed, this is merely an exaggerated expression. Chen Bei is not simply resting, but is constantly observing the evolution of the ring world. He has heard the system prompt indicating that the ring world is on the verge of stabilization, at which point he will be able to enter. During this period of idleness, one aspect serves as recuperation. Chen Bei has significantly enhanced his strength after a period of cultivation. However, the process can be quite tedious, involving the repetitive execution of the same tasks, which can become tiresome. Therefore, he has taken a short respite to clear his mind, while simultaneously preparing to shift his focus to the immortality technique. Due to the nature of the ring world, Chen Bei is not lacking in cultivation resources. Nonetheless, mastering the immortality technique is time-consuming and requires innate talent. While he harbors no concerns regarding his aptitude, he acknowledges the need for time, and fortunately, the narrative has yet to commence, with formidable adversaries yet to emerge. Although he intends to transition to the immortality technique, he does not intend to forsake the Dragon Ball technique and the evolutionary path of the Saiyan bloodline. He plans to devise a method to cultivate these disciplines concurrently. as cultivation is about complementing strengths and addressing weaknesses. He is not the type to cling to conservative and obstinate ideologies. Moreover, Chen Bei finds the transformations of the Saiyans quite impressive. While they may not compare to the immortality technique, the allure of such transformations is timeless. Even if they cannot be equaled, one must still master the art of transformation. The skill to impress should not be discarded. The Dragon Ball technique facilitates rapid growth and strength, which is why Chen Bei has no intention of relinquishing it. He plans to create several cultivation avatars, each possessing independent thoughts and the ability to cultivate autonomously. This way, they can train separately without wasting time. He will then send an avatar mastering the immortality technique into the ring world, while his main self focuses on the Dragon Ball technique and the Saiyan bloodline. Having devised such a plan, Chen Bei feels adequately prepared. However, he must find a new location for training. If he were to suddenly vanish from the Heavenly Palace, the Supreme Being would undoubtedly sense it. To avoid drawing undue attention, Chen Bei believes it prudent to change his training environment. What? You wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber? The Supreme Being exclaimed, astonished. He was deeply curious about how Chen Bei had learned of the hyperbolic time chamber, as he had never mentioned its existence to him. Could it be Bobo? That seemed unlikely, for Bobo would not casually allow others access to such rooms. How then? Had Chen Bei come to know of it? The Supreme Being pondered. Do you understand the purpose of the hyperbolic time chamber? It is not a place to be taken lightly. Rather than inquire how Chen Bei had acquired this knowledge, the Supreme Being continued. Your cultivation speed is commendable. And being young, there is no need to excessively pursue power. At present, the Supreme Being does not wish for Chen Bei to take such an approach. He feels that Chen Bei is setting overly ambitious expectations for himself. The Supreme Being has observed Chen Bei's progress over the past few days. Upon their first encounter, he had already recognized that he was not a match for Chen Bei. Now, after a period of rigorous training, Chen Bei has gained further experience in combat and energy utilization. It can be said that there is no one on earth capable of inflicting harm upon him. The celestial deity pondered why Chen Bei, despite his formidable strength, sought the spirit time room. While it undeniably cultivates one's willpower, the enhancement of one's abilities relies fundamentally on innate talent and relentless training. Even without entering the spirit time room, Chen Bei could undoubtedly continue to progress. Upon hearing the deity's musings, Chen Bei fell into a brief silence before articulating his thoughts. Perhaps our future adversaries will not be limited to those on Earth. What do you mean? Could you clarify? The celestial deity suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. He considered far more than Chen Bei realized. Aware that other forms of life existed within the cosmos, as Earth's divine guardian, he possessed the authority to venture into the underworld, where he had witnessed beings whose powers far surpassed his own. Though they were long deceased, their presence had left him profoundly shaken. A sense of dread washed over him. If extraterrestrial entities were to invade Earth, would his own powers suffice to fend them off? The deity was cognizant of the existence of the Dragon Balls, once singular in nature, created to benefit humanity. Regrettably, due to humanity's excessive exploitation, crises had arisen, forcing the deity to divide the Dragon Balls into 7, to mitigate potential misuse and prevent unnecessary destruction. What if the miraculous properties of the Dragon Balls were to become known to extraterrestrials? He dwelled on this thought for an extended period before lapsing into silence. I understand now. Come with me. He refrained from inquiring further. The spirit time room was not a forbidden domain. Although he was curious about how Chen Bei had learned of its existence, he recognized that everyone harbored their own secrets. Having matured beyond youthful naivete, he understood that in the adult world, comprehension sufficed without the need for excessive dialogue. He merely hoped that this young man would not wreak havoc upon Earth. With these thoughts in mind, the celestial deity maintained an impassive expression as he led the way. Upon reaching the door of a room, he gestured for Chen Bei to enter. The spirit time room has its limitations. Each individual may only remain inside for 2 years. Exceeding this duration would result in eternal confinement. Please take heed of this. He added a cautionary note. The air inside is thin, and temperature fluctuations are significant. If it becomes unbearable, do not hesitate to exit. Your sustenance will be prepared by Bobo. If there is nothing else, you may proceed. Chen Bei nodded and opened the door, stepping inside without hesitation. Chapter 25. The changes in the ring world. Having said all that needed to be said, the celestial deity refrained from probing further. His thoughts were as clear as a polished mirror. He was no longer a match for Chen Bei. What choice did he have but to acquiesce to Chen Bei's request? It was perhaps more prudent to comply, fostering a favorable impression. Having observed Chen Bei, he discerned that the young man harbored no ill will towards Earth. As long as he posed no threat, the deity would not interfere in his endeavors. After all, he was merely Earth's guardian, with limited power, and his sole duty was to safeguard the peace of the planet. Once Chen Bei's figure vanished beyond the threshold, the celestial deity turned and departed, aware that other matters awaited his attention. Chen Bei passed directly through the temporal room, entering a small chamber designated for rest, which he swiftly bypassed to reach the outdoors. Is this indeed the temporal room? It appears boundless, yet it feels so vast, and the air is undeniably thin, with significant fluctuations in temperature. However, endowed with the innate talent for survival in a vacuum, such conditions are mere trifles. Chen Bei murmured to himself before soaring away from the small building. Lacking the ability to traverse dimensional spaces at present, he feared that damaging the exit could spell disaster, leaving him eternally trapped unless his strength reached the level of a Super Saiyan 3. Without further ado, Chen Bei seated himself cross-legged, quietly attuning to the changes within the ring's realm, for his sole concern lay with the conditions in the ring world, pivotal to his cultivation of the immortality technique. The celestial soil is wondrous. It does not refer to the type found in the primordial world, but rather fragments birthed from a realm of supreme rules. By absorbing chaotic energy, it can infinitely expand, continuously generating resources that would make even immortals envious, longing to possess it for themselves. The celestial soil also nurtures the laws of the great Tao. Should one comprehend these principles, achieving immortality becomes a plausible endeavor. Yet, such feats are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, who struggle even to absorb celestial energy, only capable of harnessing the spiritual energy derived from the diluted celestial essence. Inadequate strength, if one recklessly attempts to consume potent energy, results only in a catastrophic explosion. Attempting to fathom the laws could lead to immediate assimilation by those very principles. Do not presume that merely having something before you guarantees its use. It is akin to having a nuclear bomb at your disposal. Could you wield it to demolish a stronghold? Or unleash it upon the unsuspecting? Alas, with my current capabilities, even a nuclear bomb would be futile. Otherwise, I would have been tempted to experiment. Chen Bei certainly faced a similar predicament. The concentration of celestial energy was overwhelming, and a single misstep could lead to his own obliteration. For now, he could only await patiently, hoping to discover an energy nexus. Although the celestial soil can extend infinitely, it requires time and chaotic power for sustenance, rendering any lack of chaotic energy futile. Chen Bei sought an energy nexus where chaotic energy transforms into celestial energy, which then changes into spiritual energy. Only there could he safely absorb the energy dissipating from the celestial soil. Presently, Chen Bei had commenced this journey, his consciousness drifting within the world of the ring. While he was indeed the master of the ring, control over such a vast realm eluded him, as he lacked the requisite strength to imprint his soul's mark upon it. Fortunately, due to the celestial soil being a reward from the system, it bore his mark from the beginning. Thus, while managing it required some effort, he had not yet lost control. Through persistent searching, he finally stumbled upon a small world. How expansive is the ring's domain now? It has transformed from a mere storage space of 100,001,000,010,000 into an infinite expanse without visible boundaries. The world within the ring has evolved into a realm of sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, with landmass approximately equivalent to several hundred Earths. This expanse is interspersed with flowing rivers, towering mountains, lakes, and oceans, resembling a normal world, save for the distinctive sizes and forms of the trees and the occasional appearance of wondrous creatures. If one were to overlook the various ethereal lights that occasionally manifest, one could easily perceive this realm as a parallel Earth, albeit vastly larger in scale. The entirety of this world is roughly comparable to a solar system, although its usable area remains limited. Currently, Chen Bei is unable to directly absorb the celestial energy, existing instead in a miniature world formed at a spatial nexus. This small realm is a byproduct of the extension of the celestial soil, where the transformation of chaotic energy is insufficient. The stability of this space is tenuous, perpetually at risk of being consumed by the celestial realm, yet it remains under Chen Bei's dominion, allowing him access. This area has also developed land, mountains, and vegetation. Albeit on a much smaller scale, approximately 1/10 the size of Earth, which is still adequate for his needs. Regarding storage, Chen Bei has discovered that the original storage space remains intact, unbroken by the passage of time and space. This area, seemingly protected by a barrier set by the system, has successfully resisted the absorption by the celestial realm. Remarkably, this space has begun to absorb the regulatory power of the celestial world, expanding to nearly the size of Earth, which is quite astonishing. Fortunately, everything is progressing positively, though it is somewhat disconcerting that Chen Bei currently cannot enter the celestial realm, as the energy there is overwhelmingly dense. Should his strength increase, ideally reaching the level of a Super Saiyan, he intends to create a world of his own, a sanctuary where he could reign eternally, far removed from the perils of this miniature world, which is ever at risk of being devoured and destroyed. He envisions constructing this new realm within the dimensional space of the ring, or perhaps within his own body, though the success of such an endeavor remains uncertain. Having pondered these matters, Chen Bei prepared himself meticulously, manifesting a separate incarnation. Unlike a mere clone, which lacks independence, this incarnation possesses autonomy. This particular incarnation is crafted by severing a portion of his own laws, soul, and essence, synthesizing the supreme techniques of great blood essence and great soul arts. Having been modified by the system, by sacrificing this part of himself, he relinquishes the ability to utilize those powers until the incarnation completes its cultivation and returns to the original body, at which point the accumulated strength shall surge exponentially. This incarnation is a complete entity, capable of normal reproduction, and should Chen Bei's original form perish, he would be resurrected through the intricate web of cause and effect, manifesting through the incarnation. Thus, it can be said that the incarnation is another version of Chen Bei himself. Most importantly, aside from the non-sharing of memories, the innate talents remain unchanged. There is no phenomenon of talent vanishing. As long as Chen Bei can reclaim the portion of his soul's memories and techniques that were severed, he will be able to wield these abilities just as before. Once his avatar has been cultivated, the two of them can merge seamlessly, and the strength derived from the avatar will augment that of his true self. At that moment, the magnitude of power Chen Bei could attain was beyond his wildest imagination. He could foresee that his enhancement would be nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 26. Signing in at the Spirit Time House, observing the emergence of the avatar. Dressed in attire reminiscent of Chen Bei, yet differing in color, Chen Bei donned a white martial arts uniform, while the avatar was clad in black, left him somewhat perplexed regarding the reason behind this disparity. Chen Bei's understanding of the cloning technique was still superficial. He had only recently acquired it. Currently, these avatars were created based on certain unique methods within the cloning arts. Yet many intricate details eluded his grasp due to the formidable nature of this technique. At present, Chen Bei had yet to fully comprehend the fundamentals of the cloning technique. Despite possessing a godly level of comprehension, he had never before delved into such practices and had been relying solely on his own exploration. With a remarkable gift, but lacking an adept mentor, his progress was gradual, albeit relatively advantageous compared to others. Moreover, while the name of the system-rewarded cloning technique may sound straightforward, it was, in fact, the distillation of boundless cosmic space, brimming with an overwhelming amount of information. Although Chen Bei had assimilated this knowledge into his mind, he could not grasp it all at once. Invincibility is not merely a matter of words. The realization of any aspiration necessitates diligent effort. Nonetheless, for Chen Bei at this moment, the ability to utilize the cloning technique at a basic level sufficed. It served merely as a tool to expedite his cultivation and to identify and rectify any shortcomings. This avatar, unlike previous ones that emerged in silence, regarded Chen Bei with a mischievous smile. Ha ha ha, dear host, you truly are lacking. To have me emerge with such meager strength is rather disappointing. The black-clad avatar remarked with a hint of mockery before stepping behind Chen Bei, admiring his tail and reaching out to touch it. By the way, your tail is rather impressive. It's a pity that as a fragment of you, I cannot possess such an ability. The talent remains, but alas, I am without a tail. At this point, the avatar lamented before continuing. It's all your fault for being so weak. You can't even manifest a complete avatar. I would love to experience the transformation into a Super Saiyan myself. Chen Bei was rendered speechless by the avatar's comments. He swatted away the hand that was touching his tail and turned to face it directly. You really have no manners. If I were strong enough, why would I need you to emerge? I would have already gone out to revel. Chen Bei did not hide his displeasure, retorting directly. After all, they were one entity. He was unconcerned about the Avatar's actions. He understood his own character well. Although there were some differences between him and the Avatar, their overall dispositions were quite similar. I am not trying to provoke you. There is no need for excitement. At present, my abilities are rather lackluster, and your generosity is quite meager, merely allocating a trivial amount without imparting any skills or experience. Beyond my basic talents, I find myself devoid of resources. Moreover, my current prowess is akin to that of a novice warrior, which is quite vexing. When you allocate energy, could you not bestow a bit more? I am unable to even fly yet, and my transformation is somewhat disconcerting. As the transformation itself indicated, Chen Bei, in a bid for efficiency, simply dispatched a rudimentary avatar. This avatar resembles a novice, possessing only the same memories as Chen Bei, yet requiring the arduous task of relearning all techniques and skills without the benefit of a systematic infusion, which makes the process quite laborious. Fortunately, my innate talents remain intact. Otherwise, lacking any insight, I would likely learn nothing even unto death. Strength must be cultivated through one's own efforts, so let us not dwell on such trifles. Furthermore, I do not intend for you to cultivate the powers of the Dragon Ball universe. Instead, focus on the path of immortality, which is vastly superior. Were it not for my time constraints, I would not even bother with your assistance. Chen Bei was unconcerned about the Avatar. After all, it could not surpass him in strength, and even if it wished to confront him, it lacked the capability. Speaking of which, now that you have been separated, let us bestow upon you a name. Henceforth, you shall be known as Chun Nan. A fine name. Indeed, we may even exchange playful aliases in the future. Chen Bei chuckled as he shared his thoughts with the dark-clad avatar, directly naming it. Could I possibly refuse? The avatar rolled its eyes in silent acquiescence to the name bestowed upon it. It would be splendid if we could reinforce this space. The surroundings are rather pleasant, with mountains, water, and forests, yet alas, my power is insufficient. The dark-clad avatar, or Chun Nan, had resolved to reside in this locale. Although this miniature world remains unstable, it appears capable of sustaining existence for some time. Practicing here should pose no issues. Later, we may seek a more suitable location or find ways to fortify this space. Chen Bei shared this sentiment, as he and the Avatar shared an unspoken understanding, albeit with slightly differing temperaments. The dark-clad Avatar inherited Chen Bei's playful disposition, exhibiting an eccentric and carefree nature. Thus, they exchanged ideas and learned from one another's experiences, ultimately leading to the Avatar's preliminary grasp of the foundational principles of the immortal secret canon, marking its formal embarkation on the path of cultivation. If one follows this methodical approach to practice, with the abundant spiritual energy within this miniature world, attaining the realm of longevity should indeed be feasible. After offering some final words of advice and exchanging for supplies from the system, which he entrusted to Chun Nan, Chen Bei departed from the small world. Both had comprehended what was necessary. Remaining there served little purpose, and it was best for the Avatar to cultivate diligently on its own. The Avatar's primary role was to engage in solitary training, enhancing its strength without restriction, and it would not be surprising if it developed unique insights or even created extraordinary abilities or skills. Aside from the essence of Chen Bei, the Avatar essentially functions as an independent entity. Once the Avatar attains a certain level of strength, it can return to Chen Bei's body, allowing their powers to synergize, effectively doubling the training time. This does not even account for the insights and experiences gained during the training process. Considering these factors, Chen Bei's subsequent advancements will be formidable. Thus, Chen Bei embarked on the journey of cultivating the eternal life technique. Although it was arduous for the Avatar to depart from the small world, Chen Bei reappeared within the confines of the time chamber. Suddenly, Chen Bei recalled that the time chamber was also a unique location. Could he perhaps attempt to sign in here? Without hesitation, he silently recited the words "sign in." At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. Chapter 27, Stabilized Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at the time chamber. You have received the following rewards: 1 fragment of time and space law, 1 time and space ring, time and space technique, and great world technique. The fragment of time and space law is a derivative of the time and space law, not a sign of its destruction. It possesses the wondrous power of time and space, and understanding this fragment can enhance one's mastery over the law. The time and space ring. forged from the essence of time and space, allows one to penetrate barriers of time and space or merge worlds. This ring can be upgraded indefinitely through the power of time and space, making it an essential item for any aspiring thief. The time and space technique is a method for cultivating the law of time and space. While this law is omnipresent, most individuals cannot perceive or absorb it. Only through specific practices can one refine the power of time and space, and the time and space technique is one such unique method. The Great World Technique, one of the 3,000 great Tao divine powers, is a creation technique that, when perfected, can give rise to countless worlds with a mere thought. In combat, it permits the wielder to suppress enemies with the force of the world, endowed with supreme might. Though the rewards may not be extensive, they are all intricately related to time and space, and one is even among the 3,000 great Tao divine powers. The rewards may be few, but their quality is exceptional. Most importantly, these rewards can fortify the world. The time and space ring can be placed within the avatar's small world, ensuring that it does not detonate midway through cultivation. At that time, he could simply inform the avatar and hand over the fragment of time and space law for it to comprehend. As he did not possess the energy for such an endeavor, Chen Bei contemplated this and claimed his rewards, subsequently returning to the world ring. Meanwhile, the avatar, Chen Nan, was deep in thought about his cultivation. He believed he should solidify his foundation first. Just moments ago, he had attempted to operate the Eternal Life Secret Tome. Given his innate talent and the abundant spiritual energy of the small world, he was on the verge of breaking through the physical realm, needing only some insights to complete his progress. As Chen Nan pondered, Chen Bei materialized behind him, suddenly aware of an unusual presence. Chen Nan turned around and was nearly startled into a jump, rising to his feet in excitement. "Hey, you could at least announce your return. You nearly scared me to death." With a lingering sense of melancholy, Chen Nan gazed at his original self, having been so engrossed in his thoughts that he had failed to notice the arrival of his true form. When he finally realized this, he momentarily suspected an ambush. For who would stand behind another without cause? "I've told you not to dwell on trivial details," Chen Bei chuckled, attempting to divert the conversation. "Besides, who else could possibly come here apart from me? You can rest assured. Moreover, I have brought you something wonderful. Since you wish to reside within this miniature world, you can now do so with peace of mind. I have discovered a method to stabilize the space." Upon hearing Chen Bei's words, the avatar was taken aback. How could the original return so soon, equipped with a solution for stabilizing the space? It was quite perplexing. The avatar pondered for a moment and recalled that the original possessed a system. "You didn't sign into the time room, did you? Your luck is truly remarkable. Quickly, produce what you have. I can hardly wait." "Haha, no problem. This minor task is not something I need to delay." As he spoke, Chen Bei produced the time-space ring. A black and gray ring materialized in his hand, its color somber, yet its texture crystalline. Within the ring, a mist swirled, occasionally emitting a soft glow that appeared enchanting. "This is it, the time-space ring. I shall not elaborate on its specific functions. Simply observe my usage, and I will impart the method to you shortly." Without further ado, Chen Bei began to infuse the ring with a substantial amount of energy. The time-space ring, receiving this influx, rapidly expanded to the size of a small mountain. Once it reached a certain threshold, however, it ceased to grow, indicating that the energy was insufficient to support further expansion. Thus, the time-space ring hovered above the heads of Chen Bei and the avatar, radiating a brilliant light. At this juncture, Chen Bei halted the energy infusion and began to manipulate the time-space ring with his mental prowess. Due to the bond of ownership, it was relatively simple for him to control. He directed the ring to merge with the surrounding space, intending for it to absorb the miniature world, thereby creating a stable environment. The unique nature of the time-space ring ensured that it would not adversely affect the world itself, but would instead directly integrate with the space of the miniature realm, a fact Chen Bei had learned through the system. The time-space ring acted as a conduit, linking time and space, including such small worlds. Once the time-space ring successfully connected the miniature world with the ring's realm, it would stabilize this connection, preventing any risk of spatial collapse. The time-space ring functioned akin to a door, separating the two realms while allowing for passage between them. Thus, the current miniature world resembled a hidden realm. Having resolved the issue of the miniature world, Chen Bei felt no urgency to pursue other matters. He beckoned the avatar to join him, and together they commenced their training, during which he also imparted various skills and techniques to the avatar. After several days, all knowledge was finally imparted to the avatar. Although the avatar retained Chen Bei's memories, it had yet to cultivate these techniques. Furthermore, the recently acquired time-space and grand world techniques could not be learned directly by the avatar. They would require gradual exploration, which demanded considerable time. Chen Bei was not in a hurry, merely teaching the avatar some foundational concepts. Once his own strength grew and he perfected the art of duplication, he could enhance the avatar. Even if a portion were to be severed, all abilities could be retained, alleviating the current complexities. Once again summoning the system, Chen Bei began to examine his current attributes. Ding! The attribute panel opened successfully. Host: Chen Bei race. Human. Any being who has achieved an innate Tao body may be referred to as human. The human race pertains to the humanoid innate Tao body. Due to the vast diversity within the human race, further subdivisions are unnecessary. Bloodline, Saiyan, race and bloodline are distinct. The specifics depend on individual understanding. Combat power, 5688 realm. Divine transformation skills. Eye of spirituality, eye of X-ray vision, mental detonation, mental piercing, memory reading, mental pressure, monkey fist. Whole wave, resurrection technique, Dragon Ball creation, divine language, mind reading, heart connection, limb rebirth, duplication technique, demon sealing wave, demon flash. Instantaneous movement divine techniques. Fragment of Great Destiny Technique 1, Great Acupoint Technique, Great Blood Soul Technique, Secret of Immortality, Method of Planting Celestial Beings, Great Faith Technique, Great Wish Technique, Great Sealing Technique, Great Salvation Technique, Great World Technique, Time-Space Technique Talents, Godly Comprehension, Photographic Memory, Illusion Immunity, Indomitable Will, Vacuum Survival. Creation Special Abilities, Dragon God Power, Breath of Nature, Vital Energy Affinity Items, Ring World, Super Divine Water X2, Celestial Beings X99, Nimbus Clouds X2, Time-Space Ring. Universal Key Chapter 28, Transformation into a Giant Ape. Upon emerging from the small world, Chen Bei suddenly remembered his innate talent for creation. The food and housing previously exchanged with the system seemed to have been squandered. A wave of silence washed over him as he bowed his head, lost in thought. How foolish I am, truly. Had I known. Well, a wise man does not dwell on past glories. It is all behind me now. I remain prepared for what lies ahead. Fortunately, the system requires only equivalent exchanges for items, thus nothing is truly wasted. I merely spent a bit more time. Otherwise, Chen Bei might have been left in a precarious situation. In the small world, Chen Bei had also expended some stored fish and invested time collecting wood, stones, and other insignificant materials to exchange for supplies for the avatar. As for cultivation resources, he deemed them unnecessary, as he lacked no skills or techniques. The small world was abundant in energy. As long as the avatar did not starve, all would be well. Avatar, what the hell? If the avatar were aware of the main body's thoughts, it would likely react as the previous battle clones had, wishing to deliver a sound thrashing to Chen Bei. Upon exiting, Chen Bei turned his focus away from the avatar and began contemplating his own cultivation. Perhaps the techniques of immortality could be entrusted to the avatar while I concentrate on mastering the Dragon Ball techniques, enhancing my strength first. For I still feel a lingering sense of insecurity. As Chen Bei pondered, he realized that he now possessed over 5,000 combat power. Coupled with his formidable mental prowess and certain unique techniques, he believed he could triumph even against adversaries boasting combat power ranging from 10,000 to 20,000. At the very least, he could make his escape. However, he felt somewhat inadequate. He recalled that Vegeta seemed to have been born with a combat power of either 1,000 or 2,000. When Vegeta first arrived on Earth, his combat power was recorded at 18,000, while Goku, who had just returned from training, only had around 5,000 to 6,000. Nappa, too, boasted approximately 8,000 combat power. In truth, Chen Bei's current combat strength merely placed him on par with Goku upon his return from King Kai's realm. Yet, should Chen Bei face Goku from that time, he felt confident in his ability to prevail, given that he possessed not only energy, but also tremendous mental strength and the extraordinary power of the 3,000 Great Ways. Even Nappa and Vegeta would likely fall short against Chen Bei. With the ability of instant transmission, he had already secured an invincible position. Furthermore, with the unique skills bestowed by his golden eyes, which could directly attack the soul, even Frieza might struggle to withstand such an assault. Unless one possessed mental power vastly superior to his own, they would be susceptible to the effects of the golden eye's abilities, although he had endured numerous battles during this period, resulting in an increase in his combat power. The notion of suddenly augmenting it by several tens of thousands seemed rather fanciful. Chen Bei lamented the rapid growth and strength exhibited by Goku and his companions during critical moments in the original narrative. Nonetheless, he did not overlook the fact that they had consistently engaged in arduous training. Goku, in particular, had never ceased his pursuit of mastery since his introduction to martial arts. From the moment Goku embarked on his martial journey, he never halted his training, especially after achieving Super Saiyan status, continuously exploring higher realms and advancing along that path. Even the proud and exceptionally gifted Saiyan Prince found himself humbled and relentlessly pursued Goku's prowess. However, having arrived in this world, retreat was not an option. Chen Bei understood that he must take charge of his own fate. He was acutely aware that unless he transcended the boundaries of universal laws, he could be effortlessly erased by the Omni King with a mere flick of the wrist. Of course, this assumption relied on the existence of the Omni King and the angels in this timeline, as well as their awareness of Chen Bei as an outsider. Yet, with the assistance of the Great Fate technique, albeit incomplete, he was confident that he would not be easily predicted. As long as he refrained from reckless actions, he anticipated no significant issues. Clenching his fist, Chen Bei unleashed a powerful wave of energy with a swift punch. After engaging in a series of punches and kicks to warm up, he prepared to commence his training for the day. Exhaling deeply, he began to gather energy and then created a clone. Now, Chen Bei no longer needed to resort to chaotic brawls. Instead, he required greater precision in control and elevation of his mental state. Furthermore, he sought enhancements to his explosive power, such as transformations. As a combat clone, its strength and abilities mirrored those of Chen Bei himself. Indeed, certain exclusive items remain non-transferable, such as the World Ring and the Time-Space Ring. Currently, Chen Bei is preparing to experiment with the Saiyan transformation under the full moon. He seeks to ascertain whether, as the original narrative suggests, one's power multiplies tenfold. However, based on Chen Bei's conjecture, a tenfold enhancement is surely plausible. Otherwise, Sun Wukong could not have inadvertently crushed his grandfather after transforming into a great ape, considering that Sun Wukong's innate power was merely 2 at birth. Another point that could validate Chen Bei's hypothesis is the demeanor of a proud individual like Vegeta, who would likely disdain fabricating lies. Thus, Vegeta's claim of a tenfold increase in combat prowess is likely credible. Yet, speculation alone is insufficient. One must engage in experimentation. Much like understanding a girlfriend's true nature can only be discerned through experience, Chen Bei believes he can control the great ape transformation. When he first acquired his Saiyan bloodline, his combat power surged by nearly 1,000 points, suggesting he has reached the level of a high-ranking warrior. Moreover, Chen Bei's mental fortitude is sufficiently robust, alleviating concerns about the transformation. To ensure safety, he has even created a clone to undergo the transformation first, allowing him to observe the process. Recalling Vegeta's words upon arriving on Earth, Chen Bei remembers that Saiyan eyes react to the absorption of 17 million hertz of Blutz waves, and only a select few Saiyans can generate an artificial full moon of the same frequency. Vegeta also mentioned that by mixing Earth's oxygen with energy, one could create a full moon. Whether this theory holds true is yet to be determined through experimentation. With that thought, he begins to concentrate energy in his palm. For Chen Bei, creating such an energy sphere is a trivial task, and even the mixing of oxygen is easily accomplished due to his formidable mental strength. However, the thin oxygen within the hyperbolic time chamber requires some effort to collect. After a brief period, Chen Bei successfully forms a dazzling energy sphere in his palm, which astonishingly consumes nearly half of his energy, a rather alarming expenditure. Fortunately, he has Senza beans at his disposal and quickly consumes one, restoring his energy almost instantaneously. With a flick of his hand, he sends the luminous sphere soaring into the sky, where it emits powerful light waves. These are the Blutz waves. Chen Bei instructs his clone to focus on the light sphere, while he himself concentrates on the clone, doing his best to avoid looking up. The clone comprehends Chen Bei's intent and gazes at the artificial moon above. Shortly thereafter, the clone's heart begins to race violently, and its gaze transforms as its pupils gradually vanish. Moments later, thick fur begins to sprout from its body, and it starts to expand. With a thunderous roar, the clone morphs into a great ape, its enormous feet crashing down onto the ground. The transformed great ape beats its chest with fervor, showcasing its newfound strength, and lets out a series of defiant roars. Chapter 29. The terrifying power of the great ape transformation. The clone, now a great ape, bellows powerfully, and after a while, it finally acclimates to the sudden surge of strength, gradually calming down. Chen Bei unleashed a ki blast towards his doppelganger. Though the ki blast was conjured casually, it possessed the potential to easily obliterate entities with combat powers ranging from 2 to 3,000. The ki blast soared swiftly, poised to strike the colossal ape. However, the doppelganger, transformed into a giant gorilla, exhibited no inclination to evade, allowing the ki blast to connect directly. A resounding explosion echoed as the blast impacted the doppelganger, enveloping the struck area in a haze of smoke. Following the impact, the doppelganger remained utterly motionless, not even glancing at the spot where it had been hit. Once the smoke dissipated, it revealed the area that had been struck, specifically the shoulder of the doppelganger. Yet, as Chen Bei raised his gaze, he was astonished to find that the shoulder bore no marks of harm, as if the ki blast had struck nothing more than a wisp of air. Your main body is lacking, aren't you? Have you forgotten to eat? The doppelganger taunted, showing no leniency towards Chen Bei. It seemed he truly had neglected to eat. Chen Bei chose not to dwell on the doppelganger's words, but rather focused on analyzing the strength derived from the giant ape transformation. Indeed, the power had significantly increased. Even the recent ki blast was something he would hesitate to confront directly. Although he would likely sustain only minor injuries, some damage was unavoidable. He had not anticipated such a considerable enhancement in strength post-transformation, though the size was undeniably cumbersome. Observing the towering figure before him, approximately 3 to 4 stories high, Chen Bei remarked, "Moreover, the weaknesses have become more pronounced." While the giant ape transformation undoubtedly conferred a marked increase in strength, it also rendered the Saiyan's inherent vulnerability, its tail, more conspicuous. Should someone sever the tail, the Saiyan would revert to its original form. As the body expanded during the transformation, so too did the tail, thereby exposing this critical weakness. Those unfamiliar with the Saiyan race might overlook the tail's significance, but against those who understood or encountered other Saiyans, this vulnerability could be exploited, magnifying the threat. Despite the drawbacks of the giant ape transformation, the enhancement in power was indisputable. Regrettably, there was no straightforward method to gauge the opponent's exact strength. Contemplating this, Chen Bei could not resist summoning the system. System, can I directly assess another's power? While I recognize their strength, lacking concrete figures makes it quite troublesome. The system, once again, assumed its role as Chen Bei's diligent aid. Ding. System's detection function activated. It can ascertain the opponent's identity and specific strength, with results relative to the host's capabilities. After delivering this message, the system fell silent, leaving Chen Bei to his thoughts. Excellent. Truly my reliable system, efficient and user-friendly, he mused, a smile gracing his face. System, initiate detection. Ding. Detection successful. Identity, doppelganger, main body. Chen Bei, combat power, 56, 880, currently diminishing, race, human bloodline. Saiyan. The detection results were straightforward and succinct, merely outlining the identity, combat power, race, and bloodline. Some specific exploratory details have been concealed. However, if Chen Bei wishes to examine them, he may do so. Indeed, the power has increased tenfold, transforming from 5688 to 56,880, neither more nor less. Chen Bei addressed his doppelganger, stating, "Let us engage in combat. Until now, I have only faced doppelgangers equal to my strength. But now that you can transform into a giant ape, you should be able to provide me with adequate pressure." Upon finishing his statement, Chen Bei readied himself for battle, remaining vigilant against the doppelganger's assault. He was well aware of the doppelganger's nature, which was to abandon martial ethics and favor ambushes. During this period, Chen Bei had suffered greatly at the hands of those doppelgangers. In truth, one could not entirely blame the doppelgangers, for their personalities were fundamentally influenced by Chen Bei himself. They had merely inherited his cunning nature. The doppelganger, fully aware of Chen Bei's intentions, refrained from further conversation and swiftly appeared before him, attempting to trap him between its hands. With a swift movement, Chen Bei evaded the doppelganger's strike, reappearing above it to deliver a powerful kick aimed at its neck. However, the doppelganger did not entertain Chen Bei's aspirations. It quickly turned and struck with an open palm. Smack! Chen Bei was forcefully sent flying, landing in a distant clearing. After struggling momentarily, he managed to regain his footing. Goodness, is its power truly so monstrous? One slap sends me flying like this. Chen Bei could not help but voice his exasperation. Though it was his own doppelganger, the lack of mercy was palpable. The tenfold increase in combat power was no jest. A single energy blast from the doppelganger could likely reduce him to mere fragments. The doppelganger, undeterred, swiftly moved again, raising its palm to strike at Chen Bei's head. With a resounding thud, its hand met resistance as Chen Bei struggled to push against the colossal appendage, the ground beneath them crumbling under the immense force. In an instant, the doppelganger exerted even more strength, and Chen Bei felt himself on the verge of yielding. With a powerful kick, he propelled himself backward, escaping the range of the giant hand's attack. Boom! The colossal palm crashed into the ground, sending bricks flying and leaving a deep imprint in the earth. Feeling the weight of the pressure, Chen Bei took several deep breaths to alleviate the soreness in his body. At that moment, bolstered by his indomitable will, his strength began to gradually ascend, with his combat power rising from 5688 to 5788 and still climbing. This is beyond what any ordinary person could endure. I feel as if my body may shatter, Chen Bei said with difficulty. Nonetheless, he refused to squander such a valuable opportunity for enhancement and promptly consumed a celestial being, instantly restoring his condition. Observing his original self's actions, the doppelganger could not help but chuckle. It seemed his original had developed a penchant for masochism, and it appeared that he ought to satisfy this newfound desire by delivering a sound thrashing. At this moment, the strength of the clone has diminished somewhat, as it is formed through Chen Bei's mental and energy condensation, lacking an established energy transmission link. Consequently, the energy consumption of the clone decreases, and it cannot self-recover. Unlike an avatar that can actively absorb energy, the combat power of the clone has declined from 56,880 points to 56,800 points, a reduction of 80 points. Although this decrease is minimal, it signifies a certain frailty. Should the clone employ high explosive skills, the energy expenditure would accelerate even further, revealing a flaw inherent to combat clones. Unless Chen Bei establishes an energy link with the clone, this would directly deplete his own energy. If there are numerous clones, they could potentially drain Chen Bei's energy entirely, leaving him vulnerable to enemies, unless he possesses formidable recovery skills or continuously consumes mystical beings. Thus, such a high-energy consuming strategy is one Chen Bei would certainly avoid. Chapter 30. Continuous combat breakthrough. Despite the ongoing decline in the clone's strength, Chen Bei remains no match for it. After several rounds of confrontation, he finds it increasingly difficult to endure. Each time he deflects an attack from the clone, it demands substantial stamina and energy, and that is merely a casual strike from the clone. Had it not been for the restraint on its power, Chen Bei would likely have faltered long ago. If Chen Bei were to transform into a great ape, he could easily withstand the attacks and even turn the tide of battle. However, he believes that against a significantly more powerful foe, such a transformation would be ineffective, as its vulnerabilities are too apparent. Presently, he lacks the ability to become a Super Saiyan, and facing an enemy of vastly superior strength could lead to his untimely demise. At this moment, if Chen Bei wishes to strike at the clone's tail, he could do so with ease, utilizing instantaneous movement to position himself behind it. Yet, he refrains from such actions, for the clone is not his adversary. His goal is to enhance his strength rather than achieve victory. If he cannot withstand even this degree of pressure, what right does he have to stand before the gods? What merit is there in claiming transcendence? Without sufficient pressure, there can be no impetus for growth. In a brief span of time, Chen Bei's combat power has surged by nearly 1,000 points, rising from 5,688 to 6,800 points. This rapid enhancement of strength is attributed to the overwhelming prowess of the clone. Each time he withstands an attack, he expends all his energy, and once depleted, he replenishes it with mystical beings, leading to a swift increase in his capabilities. The innate talent of Indomitable will allows him to grow stronger under intense pressure. Although he previously faced the assault of 5 clones, The initial chaos did not last long, as the clone's strength was comparable to his own, making it relatively straightforward for him to defend against their attacks. Thus, that encounter did not impose significant pressure on him. His growth in power stems from the Saiyan bloodline's ability to become stronger after injury, and the indomitable will, though the increments were not particularly substantial. Certainly, within a mere month, Chen Bei has transformed from an ordinary individual into a martial artist possessing a combat power of 5,000 to 6,000, marking an astounding enhancement in strength by several thousand-fold. Reflecting upon Goku and Krillin, who have toiled for years in their training, their battle power has only increased by a few hundred points despite facing numerous dangers and immense pressures. Yet, their progress pales in comparison to Chen Bei's remarkable advancement over the past fortnight, illustrating the disparity in innate talent. Chen Bei's comparison is limited to the later stages of Dragon Ball warriors, where their power escalates in the millions. Thus, his few thousand points of combat power seem relatively insignificant. Gasping for breath, Chen Bei had just endured an attack from his clone, leaving him feeling utterly exhausted. With a sudden slap, he was flung away, crashing heavily onto the open ground. The intense pain coursed through his body as he trembled and struggled to rise, the entire process consuming considerable time. The clone, however, refrained from further assault, its intention solely to apply pressure on the original, rather than to attack him indiscriminately. Coughing, a surge of agony erupted within him, and a mouthful of congealed blood surged toward his throat, prompting an involuntary cough that expelled it. Cough, cough, truly. The power is overwhelming, utterly uncontainable. If only I could unleash those formidable skills. Must I really transform into a giant ape? Chen Bei stood there, his figure hunched, arms hanging limply, as if his body were on the verge of collapse. Indeed, he recognized his deficiency in explosive skills, realizing that aside from the transformation into a giant ape, he had no other means to augment his strength. If only I possessed techniques like the Kaioken. This incessant passive beating is utterly tormenting, he lamented. After consuming another senzu bean, Chen Bei finally regained his composure, his body swiftly returning to its former state. Strength replenished as he stood ready, facing his clone once more. Prepared for battle, he awaited the clone's onslaught. Responding to the signal, the clone swiftly materialized before Chen Bei, hands clasped as if wielding a massive hammer, and struck down from above. Witnessing such a ferocious attack, Chen Bei dared not face it head-on, swiftly dodging to the right. With a thunderous crash, the ground splintered beneath the impact, creating a large crater. Faced with such formidable power, Chen Bei had no intention of receiving the blow directly. He could only rely on his agility to evade. The clone attacked repeatedly, yet Chen Bei managed to evade each strike. Indeed, lacking explosive measures, he found himself unable to employ psychic skills to counter his clone, compelling him to enhance his agility with the Hanyuan Wajishi technique. In that moment, Chen Bei moved with the grace of a fish in water, skillfully dodging each attack from the clone just before it could land. His agility finally broke through at this critical juncture. Amidst the relentless onslaught, Chen Bei's agility became increasingly fluid. For several hours, the two continued their sparring until the energy within his doppelganger was nearly exhausted, prompting them to finally pause. Truly, the essence of his being exhibited an astonishing surge in power. However, my energy is nearly depleted. I can no longer accompany you in this practice, the doppelganger expressed. And before Chen Bei could respond, it began to dissipate into particles. Thank you, he silently conveyed as he gazed at the vanishing figure, perhaps intending to express gratitude not solely to the doppelganger. The transformation he underwent was undeniably aided by the system. Though he remained oblivious to the true nature of the system, its potency was irrefutable. There was no reason for skepticism. What could his original self possibly covet? Concluding his training for the day, Chen Bei turned, oriented himself toward his previous path, and soared back to the Spirit Time Cottage, seeking a well-deserved respite. Chapter 31. The method of immortality within the confines of the small world. His avatar diligently practiced the techniques chronicled in the secret tome of immortality, absorbing the spiritual energy that wafted through the air. As Chun Nan continued to perform the technique, a swirling vortex gradually materialized around him, drawing the ambient spiritual energy towards him and into his being. Such a phenomenon would be scarcely observable in the external realm, where the spiritual energy lacked the richness found within this small world. As Chun Nan cultivated the secret tome of immortality, He guided the incoming spiritual energy to autonomously converge within his Dantian. Within this Dantian, a rapidly spinning vortex emerged, composed of the gathered spiritual energy. As long as he executed the technique to absorb the energy, this vortex would whirl, simultaneously attracting and purging impurities from the spiritual essence. Indeed, spiritual energy is not without its impurities. Once formed, it inevitably acquires impurities upon contact with the atmosphere. However, the higher the quality of the spiritual energy, the fewer the impurities. Conversely, lower quality spiritual energy is laden with more impurities. The higher the quality of the spiritual energy, the greater the portion that can be absorbed and refined, leading to swifter absorption and less time spent purging impurities. This explains why many practitioners seek locales abundant in spiritual energy, as such places possess higher quality energy with fewer impurities. In the world of later generations, even the air has become polluted, let alone the higher quality spiritual essence. In such an age of decline, achieving success in cultivation is nearly impossible. However, Chen Nan's practice in this rich reservoir of spiritual energy allowed for a remarkable acceleration in his progress. Having now transcended the divine transformation stage and cultivated his magical powers, he owed this advancement to the secret tome of immortality and the abundant spiritual energy. While the tome may lack other extraordinary properties, it possesses a unique advantage in the absorption and refinement of energy. Its greatest merit lies in its capacity to absorb and refine any form of energy, ensuring the highest efficiency in energy utilization, thereby naturally facilitating rapid cultivation. Chen Nan has transitioned directly from the realm of martial arts to the secret realm of divine powers. A remarkable enhancement indeed. It is noteworthy that prior to his division from his original form, he was nothing more than a weakling lacking any significant strength. In less than a day, he has ascended to such a formidable level. Presently, Chen Nan possesses the ability to soar through the skies using his own magical energy, concoct elixirs, and forge magical artifacts. In due time, his rate of advancement will only accelerate further. His body now harbors magical energy, indicating that it is the opportune moment to cultivate the great acupoint technique, he mused. Upon breaking into the secret realm of divine powers, the internal force within his body has transformed into magical energy, allowing him to wield it with ease and embark upon the practice of various spells. This is the essence of the divine powers realm, where one can invoke extraordinary abilities akin to those of celestial beings, commanding the winds and rains, summoning thunder on clear days, igniting flames from nothingness, and transmuting stone into gold. Such remarkable spells can only be executed after acquiring magical energy, as is the case with techniques like remote assassination and swordsmanship from afar, all reliant on the augmentation of magical power. It can be asserted that the secret realm of divine powers stands as a godlike existence for those confined within the physical realm, possessing the authority to dictate life and death without opposition. When one shields themselves with vital energy, others can effortlessly breach that defense with magical power. While one struggles to pursue an adversary, a practitioner of divine powers can merely employ a technique of evasion, soaring through the heavens and burrowing into the earth, rendering any comparison utterly futile, akin to the vast chasm between heaven and earth. With the acquisition of magical energy, one can also forge magical artifacts and elixirs. The treasures of immortality can be categorized into magical artifacts, precious devices, Tao instruments, celestial artifacts, and the most formidable of all, the creation artifacts. The first three types are merely divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, while celestial artifacts encompass additional classifications such as transcendent, royal, and saintly. The ultimate creation artifact represents the dominion of countless epochs, such as the Gate of Eternity, which naturally embodies the 3,000 great paths and serves as a supreme creation artifact. Feng Han, the protagonist of Eternity, is the spirit of the Gate of Eternity. The heaven-splitting axe is also a powerful creation artifact, having severed the world tree, another creation artifact. It is essential to understand that the world tree is no ordinary arboreal entity within a small world. It nurtures countless universes, governs a realm of time and space, and exists eternally, harboring infinite great paths. Each leaf represents a universe, and each branch embodies chaos, so vast that no ordinary being could ever traverse its boundaries. Yet, the heaven-splitting axe cleaved through the world tree, astonishing countless ancient beings. Each of these artifacts is inscribed with innumerable great paths, and to master them is tantamount to possessing a passport to ascend directly to the realm of celestial kings, an unparalleled treasure coveted by countless immortal beings. However, such aspirations are far beyond Chen Nan's current reach. He has yet to attain that level. Even if presented with a mere low-grade celestial artifact, he would likely only be able to gaze upon it from a distance, unable to approach, let alone wield it. Should he entertain foolish thoughts of testing the artifact's might, he would likely be reduced to a mist of blood before he even drew near. Chen Nan dismisses such lofty ambitions. This is not the time for reckless aspirations, and he must focus on diligent cultivation. Chen Nan contemplated that when he found the time, he would gather materials to forge a unique artifact of his own. Returning to the matter at hand, he commenced his training in the great acupoint technique, channeling the appropriate methods. The essence of mastering the great acupoint technique lies first in unblocking the meridians to connect the acupoints, followed by the condensation of energy to impact these acupoints, thereby enhancing their potency and facilitating the emergence of various supernatural abilities. The energies involved may encompass magical power, spiritual essence, or the force of the stars, all of which are applicable. Due to the peculiar nature of the Eternal Life Secret Tome, it can absorb any form of energy. Even utilizing the chi from a Dragon Ball or primordial energy to traverse the meridians and impact the acupoints is feasible. Initially, Chen Bei refrained from employing chi or primordial energy for the great acupoint technique, primarily due to his lack of experience and concerns about potential adverse reactions, compounded by the unsuitability of his surroundings for generating significant disturbances, prompting him to temporarily abandon the endeavor. Now, Chen Nan had no intention of using chi to impact the acupoints. Rather, he aimed to use spiritual essence for this purpose. The abundant and rich spiritual essence in the small world rendered it unnecessary to forsake the fundamental for the trivial. Another characteristic of the great acupoint technique is that the more violent the energy utilized, the greater the pain endured during the impact on the acupoints. The chi from the Dragon Balls is less manageable than spiritual essence. Thus, this was another reason for Chen Nan's choice to cultivate with spiritual essence. As he activated the method, with spiritual essence continuously flowing into his body, Chen Nan began directing it towards the various acupoint locations. Chapter 32. Success. As energy flowed into each acupoint, previously blocked pathways began to clear, establishing connections with the meridians and forming a unique cycle. Upon reaching adulthood, many acupoints close. Chen Bei's current task was to reactivate these closed acupoints. Each acupoint can be likened to a Dantian, albeit with greater difficulty in development and less convenience in usage. Moreover, the mobilization of energy may be hindered due to various obstructions within the acupoints and meridians. Ordinary individuals would find such feats unattainable, yet the great acupoint technique alters that reality, enabling the development and utilization of multiple acupoints, connecting them one by one. Once all acupoints in the body are opened, a transformation occurs, accelerating the cultivation speed while achieving purity and the ability to reverse innate limitations. The acupoints most easily developed within the human body include the eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, as they are frequently used and less prone to blockage, facilitating easier cultivation. Previously, Chen Bei focused on the acupoints of the eyes, benefiting from the enhancement of the golden eye, which indeed expedited his training. However, Chen Nan intended to pursue a different path. Unlike his original self, he primarily sought to enhance his strength rather than engage in combat. While the acupoints of the eyes significantly aid in battle and learning, they fell short in the realm of cultivation. What Chen Nan required were acupoints that could expedite his growth, accelerating his development and allowing him to mature more swiftly. For instance, the Dantian, when expanded, naturally allows for the storage of greater energy, facilitating swifter enhancement and prolonged endurance in combat. However, the human body possesses multiple Dantians, categorized into upper, middle, and lower segments. The upper Dantian, situated at the center of the forehead, reigns as the foremost Dantian, governing the body, serving as the core of the soul, and the source of spiritual power. The middle Dantian lies beneath the heart and above the kidneys, specifically at the location of the Zhongfu point, acting as the nucleus of vital energy. The lower Dantian is located approximately 3 inches below the navel, representing the sea of qi within the body, where life is concealed, and where the convergence of yin and yang occurs, serving as the root of the 12 meridians. The upper Dantian is also known as the root of nature, while the lower Dantian is referred to as the essence of life. Their intermingling allows for the cultivation of true power and the refinement of spirit into the void. The upper and lower Dantians can create a unique cycle of energy, perpetuating the flow of vitality. Currently, Chen Nen aims to develop the lower Dantian, and given its uniqueness, the most effective method for its cultivation is through the convergence of yin and yang, commonly referred to as dual cultivation. Of course, in the absence of a partner, there exist alternative methods to cultivate the lower Dantian, such as absorbing the essence of the purple haze by day and exhaling the lunar spirit by night. This practice embodies the inhalation and exhalation of the energies of the sun and moon, achieving the goal of yin-yang integration. The energies of the sun and moon merely represent a facet of yin and yang. It is not exclusively these energies that can facilitate the cultivation of the lower Dantian. In fact, any spiritual energy that aligns with the attributes of yin and yang can fulfill this purpose. The energy of the dragon pearl, being a mere form of pure energy, lacks the dualistic power of yin and yang, rendering it unsuitable for cultivating these special acupoints. Within the microcosm, however, there exists a myriad of spiritual powers with varying attributes, such as the conventional 5 elemental energies: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as unique forms like wind, thunder, and ice. With these energies at his disposal, Chen Nen encounters no difficulties in cultivating the acupoints of the Dantian. Furthermore, the quality of these energies is commendable, capable of cleansing the physical body, purifying the soul, and alleviating Chen Nen's suffering during the practice of advanced acupoint techniques. Thus, Chen Nen consciously guides the fire and water energies into the lower Dantian. In this process, the fire and water energies do not cooperate harmoniously. Rather, they vigorously repel each other. This discord arises from Chen Nen's inability to find a balance between the two energies after their absorption, making the fusion of water and fire a challenging endeavor. Fortunately, aided by the secrets of immortality and the innate talents inherited from his original form, Chen Nen gradually adapts to the tumultuous interplay of water and fire energies within his body. Under the influence of his spiritual power, Chen Bei separates the water and fire energies, forming 2 distinct orbs of energy, one radiating a red glow, indicative of fire energy, and the other emanating a blue light, representative of water energy. These 2 energy spheres are now isolated, ceasing their previous collisions, yet achieving their fusion still demands considerable effort. Chen Nen extracts a sliver from each energy orb, urging them to intermingle in pursuit of equilibrium. Throughout this process, failures inevitably arise. However, Chen Nen, having anticipated such setbacks, minimizes their impact. After numerous experiments, Chen Nen ultimately discovers the balance between the 2 energies, enabling their harmonious merging. Chen Nen quelled the turmoil within his heart and began to harmonize the 2 distinct energies in silence. Within his Dantian, 2 energies of differing hues began to intertwine, gradually giving rise to a faint purple energy. This energy possessed unique properties, neither akin to fire nor water. Through continuous refinement, the purple energy became more abundant and increasingly concentrated, eventually saturating the entirety of his Dantian. It was time to activate the acupoints, allowing the energy to continuously fill them. Chen Nen began to manipulate the purple energy, directing it toward the walls of his Dantian. The energy surged against the walls, causing him to feel pain, though it was bearable. As the energy continued to wash over him, the walls of the Dantian began to take on a subtle purple hue, exuding an air of mystery. At last, under the relentless influx of energy, the inner walls of the Dantian began to expand, yet this expansion accompanied an intensification of agony. What had begun as a mild prickling transformed into the sensation of being struck in the face by a hammer. His entire being became numbed. His body involuntarily convulsed. His face contorted, breathing grew rapid, and sweat began to pour from him. Chen Nen was on the verge of surrender, but he recalled Chen Bei's exhortation not to allow his true self to be disdained. He would not be a coward. Determined, Chen Nen persevered. Time became an abstract notion, and eventually, his consciousness began to fade, culminating in a collapse onto the ground. In the time chamber, Chen Bei gazed upon the sumptuous feast before him, indulging in the delightful array of dishes: fish, shrimp, rice, dumplings, and noodles. He relished each bite, quickly finishing a bowl of noodles, while the fish met a swift end, leaving only its skeleton and head behind. Chapter 33. The Journey to Planet Vegeta. After spending 6 months in the time chamber, Chen Bei could no longer endure the emptiness and monotony. The absence of any living beings and the lack of distinctive scenery rendered the surroundings monotonous. Anyone would grow weary of such a place over time. Chen Bei had lost the desire to continue his training. During this half-year of rigorous cultivation, his strength had surged from over 6,000 to an impressive 180,000 battle power, an astonishing increase of nearly 30-fold. Now, should Chen Bei transform into a great ape, his battle power could soar beyond 1.8 million, marking a significant enhancement. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, as long as he did not encounter an anomaly like Frieza, he would face little challenge. Moreover, Chen Bei could conceal his true strength, unless he chose to reveal it. No one could discern his power, not even the gods of destruction, who might only sense that he was extraordinary. To the gods of destruction, Chen Bei was merely a trivial existence, unworthy of their attention. Therefore, in this current phase, he could assert himself freely, occasionally showcasing his prowess for effect. However, Chen Bei is acutely aware that survival is paramount. Possessing strength, he refrains from recklessness. If he cannot defeat an opponent, he will retreat rather than foolishly deliver himself to danger. With the ability to teleport, evading foes poses no challenge for him. Furthermore, let us not forget that Chen Bei possesses the extraordinary capability to survive in a vacuum, an ability that many races in the universe lack. Even those who might share this trait would find it impossible to navigate the vastness of space with ease, yet for Chen Bei, it is a trivial endeavor. Currently, Chen Bei stands unrivaled on Earth, yearning for genuine combat experience. While his clones can engage in practice battles, they do not fight with lethal intent. Such predictable encounters do not satisfy his desire for true challenge. The Saiyan blood coursing through him has begun to awaken, and the inherent warrior instinct subtly influences Chen Bei. This is not merely a matter of mental fortitude. It is an instinct deeply etched into his being. Unlike Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Chen Bei is cautious and prioritizes his safety while engaging adversaries, seeking to enhance his prowess rather than courting death. A combative spirit is not inherently detrimental. It can fuel one's drive to surpass others and embody an indomitable will. In summary, Chen Bei is eager to test his strength against authentic opponents. Yet such rivals are elusive on Earth. It's not that they do not exist, but that it will take many years for them to emerge. For instance, Sun Wukong has likely not yet exited his nutrient chamber. Perhaps he should venture beyond Earth? Chen Bei contemplated the feasibility of this plan. Given his abilities, he is unlikely to be threatened by ordinary beings, ensuring his safety once he leaves Earth. However, the dilemma lies in determining his destination. Planets such as Namek, Yardrat, and the Kaishan realm are familiar to Chen Bei from the original narrative. Namek is relatively safe, populated by peace-loving inhabitants who do not attack outsiders indiscriminately. Yet, this option does not align with Chen Bei's objectives, leading him to dismiss it. Yardrat, also a peaceful world, is home to many extraordinary skills. It is a place Chen Bei intends to visit, though not at this moment. As for the Kaishan realm, a visit is currently unattainable. Though it is inhabited solely by East Kaishan and his attendant, both possess formidable power, having previously bested Gohan in his Super Saiyan form during the Buu saga, likely boasting strength around Super Saiyan 2 levels. Should Chen Bei arrive there, it would undoubtedly draw their attention, prompting him to quickly abandon this notion. What other destinations remain? In the Dragon Ball universe, there is scarce mention of extraterrestrial adventures, aside from time travel, which entails seeking Dragon Balls in space many years hence. Chen Bei remains uncertain about the current state of those planets. Thus, he refrains from embarking on a reckless journey. Perhaps he should consider Planet Vegeta? Chen Bei mused, genuinely intrigued by the prospect of visiting the second homeland of the Saiyans and experiencing the essence of his kin. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza's planet-destroying attack resulted in the demise of all Saiyans, thus leaving scant narrative concerning Planet Vegeta. Henceforth, it is time to embark on a journey there, not only to explore, but also to mark his presence. Chen Bei has resolved to venture to Planet Vegeta, taking the opportunity to check in as well. Preparations must now be made, as he is to emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber shortly and bid farewell to the Supreme Kai. On Earth, approximately 12 years remain until the commencement of the Dragon Ball saga. Chen Bei intends to return to Earth following Goku's arrival. This suggests that he will spend about 2 years training in the cosmos. While this duration may seem considerable, it provides Chen Bei the chance to gather more celestial energy, which is essential for cultivating his acupoint techniques. Should he discover a star core, it would be even more advantageous. Although it remains uncertain if such a phenomenon exists within the Dragon Ball universe, the star core is a unique entity. The core of a planet that consolidates the majority of its energy, possessing immense celestial power. If Chen Bei were to acquire a star core, he would likely be able to elevate a significant acupoint to a perfected state. In such a scenario, the acupoint could enhance the physical body, allowing it to reach an indestructible level, capable of penetrating even the most formidable artifacts. Ordinary magical attacks would be rendered utterly ineffective against such a fortified physique. In contrast, Dragon Ball warriors primarily enhance specific muscles through ki, which, while imbued with destructive power, does not render the body immune to attacks. The perplexing aspect arises from the Super storyline, where Goku is incapacitated by a laser gun, a scenario that defies comprehension. One possibility is that Goku was caught off guard, while another suggests the laser's overwhelming potency. It is evident that despite the formidable strength of martial artists in Dragon Ball, they remain vulnerable to powerful weaponry when unprepared, indicating that ki does not directly facilitate the advancement of the physical body. Conversely, in other cultivation realms, the physical body can indeed evolve, achieving states such as invulnerability to fire and water, indestructibility, and blood rebirth, all of which signify the advancement of the corporeal form. A robust physique can withstand certain blade and projectile attacks, beginning with ordinary weapons, progressing to those imbued with spiritual energy, and ultimately reaching Tao artifacts, each possessing mysterious capabilities. Further along the path, one may cultivate celestial and divine bodies, reaching a level of power that can shatter the universe or even create new realms within the corporeal form. Chapter 34. Departure. Emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, Chen Bei reappears in the Supreme Kai's palace. The Supreme Kai was already apprised of Chen Bei's intention to exit, as he had received word when Bubbles entered the chamber to deliver a meal. Due to the temporal disparity between the two worlds, the Supreme Kai had only missed Chen Bei for approximately half a day, whereas Chen Bei had not seen the Supreme Kai for 6 months. However, the celestial being was aware of the situation and had foreseen that after Chen Bei emerged, there would be earth-shattering changes. Yet, when Chen Bei stood before him, he was still taken aback, primarily due to the disparity in their strengths. In the eyes of the celestial being, Chen Bei's power remained inscrutable. Yet he could perceive a certain mental pressure emanating from him, making it feel as though Chen Bei stood there like an immovable mountain. It was not merely his combat prowess. Chen Bei's mental fortitude had similarly undergone a tremendous enhancement, having long surpassed the limits of a mortal and reached a terrifying realm. Noticing the inadvertent release of his soul's aura, which affected the celestial being's perception, Chen Bei once again reined in his outwardly projected mental energy. With a sigh of relief, the celestial being pondered further. "Chen Bei, do you have new plans? Perhaps I will need to be away for a while," Chen Bei replied, turning his gaze skyward, peering into the depths of the cosmos. "There are no formidable opponents left on Earth. I wish to continue my progression and witness more splendid vistas." Observing Chen Bei's silhouette, the celestial being opened his mouth but fell silent, lost in thought. After a moment's hesitation, he voiced his thoughts. "What is your perspective on Earth?" "Earth? What opinion could I possibly hold? I think Earth is quite wonderful," Chen Bei responded, his expression laced with curiosity. "Then, if possible, when Earth faces peril in the future, I hope you can lend it a hand." The celestial being had sensed that the future would not bode well for Earth, and he knew preparations were necessary. "Rest assured, I am also a resident of Earth and will naturally protect it," Chen Bei acknowledged, fully understanding the celestial being's implications, yet he refrained from stating it outright, opting instead to feign ignorance. "I understand. Go now, Chen Bei." The celestial being refrained from offering further counsel, stating, "You have your own life. I wish you a pleasant journey. Thank you for your care during this time. I will not forget it, and I hope you both live joyfully." Chen Bei replied to the celestial being, adding, "Farewell, celestial being, and Bobo." With that, Chen Bei waved goodbye to the two before turning and soaring towards the lower realms. At Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong was bent over gathering herbs when a figure suddenly appeared, blocking his light. Looking up, he realized it was Chen Bei. "Ah Bei, you're back," Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully. abandoning his herb gathering to approach Chen Bei and pat him on the shoulder. It's been so long. Your transformation is remarkable. I truly cannot see through you at all now. Sun Wukong marveled, reflecting on the time Chen Bei had been away. Despite his own continuous training, his progress had been modest, compelling him to acknowledge Chen Bei's extraordinary talent. In just over half a month, Chen Bei's power had grown to an unfathomable level. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'm almost done gathering herbs. Let us go home and have a hearty meal. Without waiting for Chen Bei's response, Sun Wukong took his hand and hurried back home. After a series of endeavors, they finally concluded their busy day. On the rack, 2 large fish sizzled, accompanied by an array of fruits below, along with the monkey wine that Sun Wukong had specially procured from the mountains. The two chatted and laughed as they indulged in their feast. "Bei, do you not intend to venture out again now that you've returned?" Sun Wukong inquired of Chen Bei. Previously, Chen Bei had departed to harness his powers and seek better training. Yet now, in Sun Wukong's eyes, Chen Bei's strength had already reached formidable heights, diminishing the urgency to enhance his abilities. "Unfortunately, I must continue my travels," Chen Bei replied with a smile. "Recently, I visited the sacred land of Kailan and ascended to the Temple of the Gods, where I engaged in arduous training for a period. In truth, my cultivation has spanned beyond this past half-month. In a unique location within the Temple of the Gods, I have been honing my skills for over 6 months." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Life exists not solely on Earth. Numerous other planets harbor living beings with extraordinary abilities. Some of these unique races possess immense power from birth, their strength unfathomable." As Chen Bei shared his insights about the universe with Sun Wukong, he acknowledged that his understanding of the Dragon Ball universe was limited to what he had seen on television. The true essence could only be grasped through personal experience and exploration. Thus, they continued their conversation late into the night, savoring their meal. Upon returning to his modest abode, Chen Bei observed the unchanged furniture, dust-free, a testament to Sun Wukong's diligent upkeep. He turned and sank onto the bed, reclining and allowing his body and mind to unwind. The following day, before dawn's light, Chen Bei awoke. Without bidding farewell to Sun Wukong, he employed instant transmission and departed from Baozi Mountain. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Wukong had also risen early. Sun Wukong approached Chen Bei's door, opened it, and entered. Indeed, Chen Bei had already taken his leave. Perhaps his silent departure was to spare Sun Wukong from sorrow, for he had just returned. Meanwhile, having left Baozi Mountain, Chen Bei arrived in his small world within the ring. At that moment, his avatar manifested, halting its training upon seeing Chen Bei, remaining silent. After more than 6 months of seclusion, the avatar had shed its previous impulsive nature. The cultivation of the eternal life technique diverged significantly from the Dragon Ball methods. While Dragon Ball training primarily focuses on augmenting power, even the god of destruction retains a childlike disposition. In contrast, the eternal life technique resembles traditional cultivation, emphasizing the cultivation of one's character and the avoidance of arrogance and impatience to ward off inner demons during training. "What brings you here? Were you not planning to head to planet Vegeta?" The avatar finally spoke. Over the past 6 months, Chen Bei had frequently entered the small world to train alongside his avatar, as solitude proved rather tedious. Upon departing the hyperbolic time chamber, Chen Bei had visited the small world once more to share his thoughts with the avatar. "Why must I justify my presence? I come and go as I please," Chen Bei retorted. Chen Bei spoke without hesitation, leaving his avatar momentarily speechless. Even with the avatar's amicable disposition, it was uncertain how to cope with the inherent obstinacy of its original form. All right. I merely wish to come in, take a look, and engage in some sparring to assess your progress during this period," Chen Bei said, waving his hand and yawning. "Since that is the case, let us proceed. Though I may not be able to match you at this moment." The current avatar, known as Chun Nan, had attained the realm of celestial beings, equivalent to the 5th level of the divine power secret realm, achieving the unity of yin and yang and the ability to separate the spirit from the body. The divine power secret realm consists of 10 levels: the realm of magical power, the true essence realm, the primordial energy realm, the yin-yang realm, the celestial being realm, the unity of all laws, the golden core realm, the wind and fire tribulation, the heavenly and earthly law manifestation, and the reversal of destiny. Being in the celestial being realm means having transformed magical power into true essence, forming primordial energy, and due to the great aperture technique. Having completed the unity of yin and yang ahead of time, the spiritual power had also reached the level of the celestial being realm, facilitating a successful breakthrough into this stage. However, compared to the original form's advancements, the Avatar still lagged slightly behind. Presently, the Avatar's power, when compared to the combat strength in the Dragon Ball universe, was approximately 100,000 points. This assessment primarily excluded spiritual strength, which had little effect on the original form. Including spiritual strength, the Avatar's current combat prowess would soar to nearly 1.2 million. The Eternal Life system does not emphasize sheer destructive power, but rather focuses on the manner of utilizing strength, such as through extraordinary spells and divine powers. When employing these abilities against practitioners in the Dragon Ball universe, many could yield impressive results. Particularly regarding spells and powers related to the soul, they wield overwhelming advantages over the natives of Dragon Ball. Chen Bei also possessed formidable spiritual strength, making him overwhelmingly superior to those in the Dragon Ball universe who do not cultivate spiritual realms. However, when it comes to entities like the gods, the situation becomes more complex. The gods within Dragon Ball possess certain rule-related powers, being favored by the laws of the universe, and are not easily vanquished by mere spiritual strength. Although they may appear relatively weak, this is only in comparison. For instance, the Destroyer gods, despite their lack of focus on spiritual realms, command the power of destruction and possess unique divine abilities. Their spiritual strength is further augmented by the Dragon Ball universe, rendering them a formidable class of beings, especially the angels, who embody the very essence of rules. Each one is immensely powerful, and were it not for their specific limitations preventing them from freely intervening in the universe, few could escape their grasp. True strength transcends mere physical might. It encompasses the soul as well. A powerful physique cannot sustain a weak soul, nor can a frail soul effectively command a robust body. Soul and body are inextricably unified. Chen Bei understood this deeply. He aspired not to be a slave to power, but rather its sovereign. Rest assured, we are merely here to verify our understanding, to discern the differences between Dragon Ball and Eternal Life, and I shall refrain from employing spiritual power. Chen Bei articulated his thoughts. Indeed, that is reassuring, the Avatar replied. Upon finishing their words, the two individuals distanced themselves, creating a space to unleash their respective abilities. The incarnation of Chen Nan began to activate the great aperture technique, connecting his body's meridians and acupoints, thereby enhancing his physical prowess and agility in battle. Gradually, a faint golden light emerged around Chen Nan, emanating from his acupoints. This golden radiance signified that his Dantian had accumulated sufficient true essence, which was transitioning from formlessness to a golden state, with further compression and consolidation. A qualitative transformation of the true essence could potentially lead to a breakthrough into the golden core realm. As he mobilized his acupoints, Chen Nan instantaneously felt a surge in his physical strength, a force potent enough to shatter a mountain with a single punch. Observing that his incarnation was prepared, Chen Bei wasted no time in unleashing his own energy. As the latent energy within him was released, a formidable cyclone formed around him. Waves of energy radiating outward, enveloping him in a white aura. Let us commence. Both Chen Bei and his incarnation ceased waiting and charged toward each other simultaneously. Boom! Their fists collided, generating a powerful shockwave that rippled outward. Bang! 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 The continuous barrage of punches compressed the surrounding air, producing a sound akin to an explosion. Boom! The incarnation was swept away by a kick from Chen Bei, crashing into the nearby mountains and piercing through their very bodies. As rocks tumbled down amidst the ensuing chaos, a thick cloud of dust enveloped the area. Witnessing this scene, Chen Bei remained vigilant, knowing his incarnation would not be easily vanquished. Indeed, as a wave of energy surged forth, a golden beam of light shot toward Chen Bei in an instant. Not daring to confront it head-on, Chen Bei gathered energy in his hands and unleashed a wave of energy. The two energy beams collided, resulting in a violent explosion that shrouded the vicinity in smoke once more. Neither party was hindered by the obscuring mist, for both possessed the same innate talent, including the penetrating vision of the golden eyes. Over the past 6 months, Chen Bei had refined his application of the clone technique, successfully sharing his bloodline with the incarnation without relinquishing his own powers. They regarded each other through the haze, refraining from any hasty actions. After a moment of silent contemplation, Chen Bei made the first move. Crack! Chen Bei's punch was intercepted by the Incarnation's palm, but he swiftly followed up with another strike to the Incarnation's face. The Incarnation retaliated fiercely, delivering a kick to Chen Bei's midsection. They separated swiftly, one brushing his face while the other clutched his abdomen. The sound of explosive impacts echoed once more as they exchanged blows, creating indentations in the ground and on the cliffs. Before long, the earth was pockmarked with craters. The grass torn asunder, leaving the landscape desolate. After engaging in combat for over half an hour, the two finally paused. Overall, it was evident that Chen Bei had the upper hand. After all, his avatar suffered from insufficient training time. The nature of the immortal technique is such that its enhancement in combat prowess is comparatively gradual in the early stages, especially when juxtaposed against the Dragon Ball technique. However, as one progresses into the later stages and begins to comprehend the underlying laws, it becomes significantly more formidable than the mere Dragon Ball technique. Both combatants consumed a senza bean, restoring their stamina and energy through the influx of life force it provided. That will be all. I must take my leave, Chen Bei declared, not waiting for his avatar's response before swiftly returning to the outside world. Hovering in midair, he gazed at the natural beauty of Earth for a moment, then murmured, "Until we meet again in 2 years, Earth." With that, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing to an unknown destination. Chapter 36. Cosmic Space. Is this truly the universe? Standing on a desolate planet, Chen Bei surveyed the scene before him. Due to the absence of an atmosphere, unlike Earth, he could directly observe the various fragments of meteoroids floating in the cosmos. On such a planet, he felt no discomfort. His innate ability to survive in a vacuum allowed him to navigate the universe with ease. The beauty was undeniable, yet it lacked vitality. A glance revealed a tapestry of twinkling stars and chains of meteoroids, creating a magnificent and awe-inspiring spectacle. Alas, amidst the multitude of celestial bodies, few exhibited signs of life. It was no wonder that the god of destruction sought to cleanse these lifeless planets. Should they collide and shatter, the resulting debris could adversely impact living planets. However, Chen Bei pondered the existence of a god of destruction within this universe. He harbored a reluctance toward such entities, as their overwhelming nature was stifling. A god of destruction? One day, I shall surpass him, he mused, transforming into a streak of light and soaring into the vastness of space. The surrounding scenery rushed by at an exhilarating pace, filled with fragments of meteoroids. After some time, overwhelmed by monotony, Chen Bei decided to halt. This area appeared relatively safe, devoid of planets and meteoroid debris, yet it exuded an air of desolation and solitude. It seemed unlikely that he would encounter other cosmic beings here. After all, even those races capable of surviving in the void of space could not wander aimlessly as he did. The cosmos was far too expansive, and flying endlessly without knowing how long it would take to reach another planet was impractical. Initially, Chen Bei had considered the possibility of stumbling upon other cosmic life forms. But after flying for so long amidst barren planets and scattered meteoroid fragments, he had yet to see even a single plant, let alone an intelligent being. Perhaps I should head directly to planet Vegeta. There is little of interest in this cosmic expanse. With that resolution, he decided against further aimless wandering in space, opting instead for the reliability of planet Vegeta, eager to witness the science there. Upon opening the system map and pinpointing the location of planet Vegeta, Chen Bei commenced his instant transmission. In a mere blink, his figure vanished from the vast expanse of the unknown cosmos, only to re-emerge in the vicinity of a remarkable planet. The universe was overwhelmingly vast, and despite having the system's navigation, Chen Bei exerted considerable effort to reach his destination. He opted not to linger in the cosmic void surrounding planet Vegeta, as the Scions, currently under Frieza's command, were likely to have surveillance devices scattered throughout their planetary vicinity. The sudden appearance of an individual capable of traversing space would undoubtedly attract attention or incite unnecessary complications. Thus, Chen Bei chose to enter the planet directly, believing that the concealed spaces within would provide a far superior refuge compared to the desolate emptiness of space. Upon entering the planet's interior, Chen Bei felt little difference. The environment mirrored the hyperbolic time chamber, with a gravity tenfold that of Earth. Originally named Planet Plant, this world was once the domain of the Zenkai. a peaceful and technologically advanced race similar to Earthlings. They graciously took the Scions in, yet the Scions, lacking proper guidance, acted on instinct and savagery, engaging in perpetual brawls. Discontent with Zenkai rule, the Scions, during a full moon, collectively transformed into great apes and exterminated the Zenkai, establishing themselves as the planet's new rulers, which led to the renaming of Planet Plant to Planet Vegeta. Under the reign of their king, Vegeta, the Scions began serving Frieza, becoming a brutal, self-serving invasion force. Chen Bei, amidst a primordial forest, refrained from wandering freely across the planet, as surveillance by both Scions and Frieza's forces was pervasive. Only those legally sanctioned to land on this planet were safe. Individuals like Chen Bei, who were undocumented, faced expulsion or annihilation if discovered. After pondering, Chen Bei decided to sign in at this location and later utilize his soul perception to locate the Scion Royal Palace and the infant incubation chambers. He also hoped to catch a glimpse of the Scion King and Bardock, despite their limited appearances in the original narrative. One was Vegeta's father, and the other was Goku's, Kakarot's, father, both undoubtedly pivotal figures in the storyline. System, sign in, Chen Bei silently commanded, and began to await the outcome. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at Planet Vegeta. Reward, Luxury Starry Strategic Warship, Scion Bloodline Gene 10, Talent Technology Prodigy, Grand Domination Technique. The luxurious Stellar Strategic Battleship, hailing from the esteemed Academy of Cosmic Technology, measures an impressive 500 meters in length, 1,000 meters in width, and 200 meters in height. It is equipped with 5 ultra-heavy God-slaying cannons, 300 medium-sized stellar missile launchers, and 500 small laser cannons. The interior boasts strategic and supply repositories, as well as specialized research facilities for divine entities, alongside a plethora of entertainment amenities capable of accommodating over 1,000 personnel. The Scion Bloodline gene, when utilized, merges seamlessly with one's own genetic makeup, bestowing the unique talents of the Scion race. The innate genius of technological prowess, inherited from the Zypher people, allows for accelerated learning in scientific fields, fostering a plethora of innovative ideas during research endeavors, significantly enhancing one's research capabilities. The Great Domination Technique, a unique art of the immortal divine race, compels individuals to subconsciously submit to the wielder, achieving victory without conflict. It ranks among the foremost of the 3,000 great paths, manifesting various divine seals when employed, with unfathomable power. This time, the rewards are indeed abundant. The name of the stellar strategic battleship exudes grandeur. However, in the face of the formidable Dragon Ball warriors, it may seem somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, the god-slaying cannons aboard should prove useful, specifically designed to combat divine entities, possessing immense destructive power that can render such beings incapable of recovery. The array of entertainment facilities is commendable. Chen Bei intends to retain it within his small world, providing a comfortable refuge compared to the harshness of the wilderness. Furthermore, given the battleship's colossal size, without the small world, it would present significant challenges to transport it across the cosmos, as there are no designated parking spaces available in the universe. Now that would be awkward. In Chapter 37, The Great Wish Technique, the technological genius talent may currently seem somewhat superfluous to Chen Bei. However, it is better to possess it than not. Regardless, he understands that he must not focus solely on research at the expense of personal strength. True power arises from one's own capabilities, as reliance on external forces is ultimately unwise, with exceptions for external enhancements. While this ability may lack immediate utility, that is merely a transient state. The technological creations within the Dragon Ball universe are far from simplistic, encompassing advanced innovations such as the universal capsule technology, android creation, super android technology, hover vehicles, starship manufacturing, and Dragon Ball radar, each complex in its own right. Chen Bei believes that if time permits, he should delve into these studies, as preparedness is paramount, and technological advancements are indeed remarkably convenient. As for the Scion Bloodline gene, it shall be preserved for future use, in case any individuals he favors possess inadequate talents, allowing for potential enhancement. Of course, methods to elevate one's innate gifts are not limited to this alone. There exist elixirs such as the Cleansing Essence Pill, the I Ching Pill, and the 9 Orifices Golden Pill, all capable of enhancing one's aptitude facilitating more efficient cultivation. Nevertheless, having these rewards simplifies matters considerably, as concocting potions is no trivial task. Without a mentor's guidance, one may fail hundreds of times before achieving success, alongside the arduous task of gathering rare ingredients. And it remains uncertain whether such materials exist within the Dragon Ball realm. However, Chen Bei need not worry about these matters. Within his small world, the spiritual energy is abundant, and a diverse array of medicinal herbs flourishes. The only challenge lies with some aged herbs, which he may only resolve once he masters the laws of time and space. After claiming his sign-in rewards, Chen Bei prepared to further explore this planet, albeit with some necessary preparations in advance. He intended to employ a special secret technique, which necessitated a certain cost. On planet Vegeta, to roam freely. It is advisable to engage in some form of disguise. Possessing a transformation skill would be even more advantageous. Thus, Chen Bei resolved to utilize the Great Wish technique, sacrificing a portion of his fortune to exchange for a thread of opportunity from the cosmos. "Do not disappoint me, Great Wish technique," he murmured softly, bowing his head as he contemplated the possibilities of invoking the technique. The Great Wish technique enhances one's fortune through personal will or the collective will of all beings, thereby securing opportunities. Fortune is not static. It may wax and wane over time. For instance, when seeking treasures, one might obtain them due to a surge in fortune, only for that fortune to diminish when others seize the prize, or when someone with a more potent fortune suppresses theirs. Chen Bei's willpower was not particularly strong, as his current realm was still lowly. However, his fortune was sufficiently robust that even a slight loss could be swiftly replenished. Thus, it appeared quite advantageous to trade a portion of his fortune for opportunity. After pondering for a moment, Chen Bei refrained from immediately invoking the Great Wish technique and instead swiftly entered his small world. Fearing that invoking the technique might cause considerable commotion, he deemed it safer to retreat to his own domain. Upon entering the small world, his avatar swiftly approached. The avatar sensed that Chen Bei must have some pressing matter at hand, for he rarely visited the small world unless compelled by circumstance. Given that not much time had elapsed since his last entry, it was evident that he was not merely idle, but rather faced with a situation. Was he perhaps in danger? The avatar mused quietly, yet remained calm, as their fates were intertwined. Unless someone could obliterate both Chen Bei and him, the main body could always resurrect through the avatar's form, ultimately reuniting their souls and strengthening them, though any lost power would be irrecoverable. Seeing the avatar arrive, Chen Bei chose not to conceal his thoughts and directly shared his intentions. "I see," the avatar, Chun Nan, replied, "let us try it together then." He planned to collaborate with the main body in invoking the Great Wish technique, thereby increasing the odds of success. The avatar's cultivation primarily stemmed from the eternal life technique, making the invocation of such methods significantly easier. Chen Bei has come to comprehend the essence of the avatar. It seeks to reintegrate with him, having lingered in this miniature realm where even an avatar can succumb to ennui. This occasion presents a perfect opportunity for the two to merge once more, not only augmenting their power and mental acuity, but also simplifying the execution of various mystical techniques, while also allowing for a well-deserved respite. Though they become one being, their memories will intertwine, resulting in a newly manifested avatar enriched with the recollections of Chen Bei's recent experiences, thus allowing him to savor a novel existence. Conversely, as Chen Bei assimilates the avatar's memories, his understanding of immortality will ascend dramatically, naturally enhancing his prowess. The two exchanged a knowing glance, clasping hands, and then the avatar transformed into a cascade of starlight, gradually merging into Chen Bei's being. With eyes closed, he quietly absorbed the training experiences of the avatar, and as it integrated into him, his aura surged, creating a vortex of energy around him. His mental fortitude intensified to such an extent that a mere thought could encompass the entirety of the miniature realm, rendering him aware of every subtle movement within it. After a considerable interval, Chen Bei successfully unified the avatar's memories and strength, dispelling any lingering awkwardness, while the dissipated energy began to coalesce, and his mental power was drawn into his consciousness. The surrounding environment gradually calmed as Chen Bei concluded his introspection. It was time to commence. Chen Bei formed a complex hand seal, whispering incantations within his mind, initiating a communion with the unseen forces of fate, invoking the Grand Wish technique. As he executed this intricate process, an energy was unleashed from within him, coalescing in midair. This energy slowly morphed into the special runes associated with the Grand Wish technique, culminating in the creation of a unique altar. Subsequently, Chen Bei began to channel his mental energy towards the altar, gathering his fortune. A radiant golden light emerged from behind his head, indicative of the hue of his fortune. Fortune manifests in various shades: white, yellow, gold, purple, gray, and black. It is not immutable. This enigmatic essence is susceptible to external influences. Fortune escalates from white to purple, while gray and black do not conform to this progression, often symbolizing misfortune and foretelling impending calamities or bloodshed. Certainly, if black reaches a certain threshold, it can engender unique fates, such as the sweeping star or the solitary star of doom. White fortune is primarily what ordinary individuals possess. Occasionally, a tinge of pale yellow may appear, suggesting a forthcoming stroke of luck or substantial wealth. Yellow is typically associated with the affluent and powerful, indicating flourishing fortune. Gold is a rarity, often denoting the central figures of celestial realms or emperors. Purple is particularly extraordinary, representing an individual with profound opportunities. It signifies an auspicious aura, where endeavors and cultivation yield remarkable results, typically characterizing the reincarnation of a mystical being or a significant karmic presence. The golden thread of fortune that Chen Bei meticulously divided for the sacrifice represents the auspicious fate of a protagonist within the realm. This golden aura, which he labored to harness, is not easily controlled. A moment's inattention could lead to its complete dissipation, resulting in a backlash upon himself. By guiding this essence with his mental force, he successfully directed it to the altar, after which he ceased the energy transmission. Now, he must patiently await the outcome, which is contingent upon the nature of the offering. Given the high caliber of fortune involved, it stands to reason that the resultant opportunity will be favorable. Chapter 38. A profitable venture. As the fortune surged into the altar, it began to radiate a blinding golden light, compelling most individuals to close their eyes. Fortunately, Chen Bei possessed golden eyes. In such circumstances, as long as the light did not specifically target his vision, he could perceive through it without issue. However, he could only glimpse the superficial brilliance. Attempts to delve deeper into the scene within proved futile, possibly due to his insufficient strength. During the wait, Chen Bei seized a moment to review his attribute panel. Ding! Attribute panel opened successfully. Host: Chen Bei race, human bloodline, Saiyan combat power, 335. 888 realm. Celestial skills: spiritual eye, X-ray vision, mental explosion, mental piercing, memory reading, mental pressure, monkey fist, Kamehameha, spirit bomb, resurrection technique, Dragon Ball creation, divine speech, telepathy, heart connection, limb regeneration, clone technique, demon sealing wave, demon flash, instant transmission cultivation techniques, fragments of great destiny technique 1, great acupuncture technique, great blood essence technique, eternal life secret tome, method for planting divine beings, great faith technique, great wish technique, great sealing technique, great universal salvation technique, great world technique, time-space technique, great domination technique talents, God-level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, vacuum survival, creation, golden eyes, technological prodigy special abilities, dragon god power, breath of nature, vitality affinity items, ring world, super divine water x2, divine beans x65, flying nimbus x2, time-space ring, universal key, luxury starry strategic ship, Scion bloodline gene x10, super Namekian bloodline gene x1. The enhancement in his strength was significant. Owing to the absorption of the avatar's power, Chen Bei's combat prowess saw a remarkable increase, now exceeding 300,000. Additionally, his realm ascended from divine to celestial, marking the pinnacle of avatar cultivation. It is crucial to differentiate between realm and combat power. Combat power reflects an individual's comprehensive capabilities. With over 300,000, Chen Bei could easily overpower practitioners at the celestial stage, especially with his array of secret techniques. The realm primarily manifests in the enhancement of energy quality and physical attributes, progressing from internal energy to true essence, and from true essence to astral energy exemplifies the elevation of energy quality. Similarly, the transition from a physical body to a spiritual body, and from a spiritual body to an immortal body illustrates the advancement of physical quality. This elevation in realm can also extend lifespan, transcend the mundane to the sacred, and elevate one's existential tier. Once again, the gaze returned to the altar, which had begun to gather the dissipating golden light, slowly compressing it into a singular focal point. This focal point represented the opportunity, and once the golden light faded and the energy altar vanished, the items within would reveal themselves. After a brief wait, at last, under the eager gaze of Chen Bei, the altar began to dissolve, unveiling the objects concealed within. It was a book, an unassuming tome, yet it emanated a profound aura, as if its depths were unfathomable, obscuring its true appearance. As everything faded away, leaving only the book suspended in midair, Chen Bei sprang into action. He leapt forward, positioning himself before the book, and with a swift motion, grasped it firmly in his right hand, returning to solid ground. Upon opening it, Chen Bei was met with the bewildering sight of a wordless book. Could it be that he had opened it incorrectly? Confounded, he stared at the book in his hands, struggling to comprehend. It was inconceivable, after all. This was an opportunity obtained through golden fortune. How could it simply be a book devoid of words? Doubts aside, Chen Bei activated his golden eyes, determined to unveil the truth. As the golden eyes came to life, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. The seemingly blank pages began to reveal faint yet wondrous runes. What astonished Chen Bei even more was his ability to comprehend these inscriptions. Although he was certain he had never studied or encountered these characters, he could nonetheless recognize them, leaving him utterly astounded. The first page of the book boldly displayed 6 prominent characters, Tien Gang 36 transformations. This was the title, indicating that the contents would pertain to this very theme. Chen Bei inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. If it truly was Tien Gang 36 transformations, he would have struck gold. It is vital to note that Tien Gang 36 transformations is not merely a simple technique of transformation. It chronicles 36 unparalleled divine abilities. Each one, once mastered, possesses extraordinary and unpredictable power, far surpassing the capabilities of a mere shape-shifting art. The Tien Gang 36 transformations encompasses 36 distinct divine abilities, including swirling creation, reversing yin and yang, shifting stars and changing dippers, returning the sun and moon, summoning wind and rain, shaking mountains and trembling earth, riding clouds and mist, parting rivers and creating land, manifesting golden light from the earth, roiling rivers and stirring seas, solidifying ground into steel, grand escape of the 5 elements, mysterious gates of the 6 Jia, foreseeing the future, whipping mountains and moving stones, reviving the dead, leaping and leaving no trace, 9 breaths to harness qi, guiding the primordial yang, subduing dragons and taming tigers, mending the sky and bathing in the sun, pushing mountains and filling seas, turning stone into gold, standing upright with no shadow, transforming and changing forms, large and small wishes, blossoming in an instant, commanding spirits and controlling qi, gaining insight beyond walls, returning wind and fire, mastering the 5 thunders, submerging into the abyss and contracting the earth, flying sand and running stones, carrying mountains across seas, creating soldiers from beans, and 7 arrows of the nailhead. Among these, some representative techniques include swirling creation, summoning wind and rain, reversing yin and yang, and shifting stars and changing dippers, all of which have appeared in Journey to the West. Swirling creation is an immensely powerful divine ability, or rather, a nascent form of the laws of creation, capable of bringing forth existence from nothingness, transforming death into life. In the primordial world, Nuwa once employed this divine ability to create humanity. The concepts of reversing yin and yang, summoning winds and rains, have all been employed by Sun Wukong in Journey to the West, such as transforming day into night and conjuring storms. One particularly renowned technique is the Nailhead 7-Arrow Book, a rather sinister form of sorcery that targets the soul, capable of causing death from a distance, even sparing no one, not even a great Luo golden immortal. In Investiture of the Gods, Luo advises Jiang Ziya to utilize this technique to pin down Zhao Gongming. To Jiang Ziya's folly, he heeds Luo's dubious counsel and, with the Nailhead 7-Arrow Book in hand, bows to Zhao Gongming for 21 days, ultimately shooting 3 arrows that strike the 3 souls of Zhao Gongming. leading to the latter's demise and forever entangling the two schools in a profound enmity. Such a malevolent technique, naturally, cannot be wielded lightly. Foremost, one must possess knowledge of the appearance, name, and birth date of the intended victim, inscribing these details upon a straw effigy. A high altar must be erected, and offerings made for 21 days, culminating in the use of a mulberry branch bow and peach branch arrows to slay the effigy, thereby directly affecting the actual individual. Moreover, this sorcery bears a significant side effect. It depletes one's fortune. In Investiture of the Gods, Liu merely entrusts it to Jiangxia, never daring to employ it himself. Fully aware that such a practice could drain one's own luck, it is a technique to be used only in dire circumstances. After absorbing all these methods and committing them to memory, Chen Bei placed this book into the system space, believing that keeping it in his own little world was too precarious. Should it fall into the hands of someone with nefarious intentions, they might use the Nailhead 7-arrow book against him, leading to dire consequences. Thus, for safety, it was wiser to store it within the secure confines of the system space. At this juncture, the spells and techniques appeared excessively arcane to Chen Bei. The methods of the primordial world were not easily comprehensible. Consider Zhu Beiji, who, despite having lived for countless years and mastering the 36 transformations, still had not fully grasped its entirety. Mastery of such techniques requires not only innate talent and comprehension, but also time for refinement. It cannot be achieved instantaneously. What Chen Bei most urgently required was a transformative ability, and within the 36 transformations, there existed a corresponding technique, the fetal transformation and shape alteration. This technique can be understood in two parts. Firstly, fetal transformation, which refers to the process of reverting to one's original state, akin to returning to the moment of birth, allowing a reclamation of that initial breath of innate energy. It is the supreme method for foundational cultivation. Secondly, shape alteration pertains to changing one's form and appearance, enabling the adjustment of one's physique or transformation into other objects. Fetal transformation and shape alteration is not merely a simple technique of change, but rather a profound pathway to reconstructing one's foundation. However, the human body is exceedingly complex, and few can master such a technique to its utmost potential. Furthermore, many formidable individuals, with their robust foundations, are unlikely to abandon their years of cultivated power and transformation, as they are inherently divine beings who do not require the reconstruction of their so-called foundation. The art of transformation, known as Taihua Yixing, should pose little challenge for Chen Bei, especially as mastery of this divine technique is not immediately necessary. After all, in the realm of Dragon Balls, few have encountered such sorcery. The ability to assume another's appearance often goes undetected. In truth, during the process of transformation, one's own aura can adapt accordingly. Although achieving this requires a certain level of mastery, merely grasping the basics is insufficient. Many spells and techniques from the primordial era have reached the pinnacle of refinement, making the creation of new methods a formidable endeavor. Chen Bei currently harbors no such ambitions. He diligently practices the principles of Taihua Yixing. With his godlike intuition, formidable mental prowess, and photographic memory, his learning progresses remarkably swiftly. Within approximately half a month, he has become well acquainted with the principles of transformation, allowing him to morph into virtually anything, even minute entities like flies and grains of sand. However, the stability of his aura remains somewhat tenuous, making him susceptible to detection by those skilled in this craft. Nevertheless, Chen Bei possesses sufficient abilities to remain concealed in the world of Dragon Balls. His circumstances would not be revealed as long as he suppresses his aura. Although it took Chen Bei half a month to merely grasp the basics, mastering such divine techniques is no trivial pursuit. Recall the tale of the journey to the West, where Sun Wukong spent an extensive period mastering the 72 transformations. The original text mentions that the peach blossoms had bloomed 7 times during Sun Wukong's initial learning phase, despite the fact that Bodhi Patriarch imparted no formal teachings. Sun Wukong stealthily absorbed knowledge alongside his fellow disciples, laying the groundwork for his understanding. Only after he demonstrated some comprehension did Bodhi Patriarch formally instruct him, presenting the choice between the 36 transformations and the 72. Alas, the monkey, lacking insight, chose the latter, subsequently investing 3 years to attain proficiency before being dismissed by Bodhi Patriarch. Thus, it took a total of 10 years for him to grasp the 72 transformations, which, while inferior to the 36 transformations, still bore the flaw of leaving traces, ultimately leading to his exposure in a battle against Erling Shun. Even without considering the preceding 7 years, it is evident that Sun Wukong required 3 years to fundamentally master the 72 transformations, illustrating the considerable difficulty inherent in divine techniques. Sun Wukong, being a stone monkey of remarkable transformation abilities, still struggled to fully master this art. Hence, it is clear that Chen Bei possesses commendable talent, having only spent half a month to enter the realm of Taihua Yixing, which is a step beyond the 72 transformations. Having finally mastered the art of transformation, Chen Bei felt ready to venture forth. Rising from his position, he stretched and limbered his muscles before departing from the small world. In the external realm, within the primordial forest, a figure suddenly materialized. It was none other than Chen Bei himself, having returned to the untouched wilderness of planet Vegeta. Transformation. As the sound of a transformation echoed, Chen Bei successfully morphed into a grain of sand. Compared to animals, this lifeless object was far more advantageous for concealment. Hence, Chen Bei opted not to transform into creatures like flies or mosquitoes, but rather into sand. With a mere thought, his mental energy enveloped the entire planet. He did not rush this action, wary of drawing attention. Instead, he gradually released his mental power in a gentle manner to perceive the world around him. After approximately a minute, Chen Bei finally grasped the distribution of various structures on planet Vegeta. In a swift motion, the grain of sand, he had become vanished within the primordial forest. In a brightly lit room, numerous incubation chambers housed Saiyan infants, isolated from the outside world by transparent glass domes. Chen Bei, as sand, concealed himself atop a nearby device, a position he meticulously chose for optimal observation of the Saiyan infants, keen to witness the peculiarities of their birth. This room contained not only Saiyan infants, but also various alien beings with bizarre appearances, grotesque enough to render any description of their unattractiveness an understatement. They wielded diverse instruments to assess the combat abilities of newly born infants, transmitting the data to a computer and subsequently forwarding it to the Frieza Force headquarters. Chen Bei observed without interfering in the aliens' actions, for his purpose lay elsewhere. He was in search of a Saiyan infant with a hedgehog-like head. Indeed, he sought Son Goku, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe. Quietly extending his mental energy, Chen Bei finally located the slumbering Son Goku within an incubation chamber. At this moment, he was still known as Kakarot, and until he sustained a head injury, Chen Bei would not regard him as the bright and cheerful boy from the original narrative. Seeing this familiar silhouette from the original story, Chen Bei mused, wondering if Son Goku's fate would unfold in the same manner as before. Likely not, for the presence of Chen Bei would inevitably alter the course of this world. Much like a leaf falling into water, the surface would ripple in response to its descent. The hedgehog-like hair and underdeveloped physique of the little brother were endearingly naive. Chen Bei refrained from further observation, preparing to depart, but not before ensuring he claimed his reward. System, initiate the check-in, he commanded. He awaited the system's response, contemplating that as the main character of the Dragon Ball universe, Son Goku, Kakarot, should yield a reward of considerable merit, hoping his efforts would not be in vain. However, based on the system's previous tendencies, he anticipated a generous outcome, confident in the system's benevolence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the character Sun Wukong, Kakarot, earning a chance for a lottery draw, along with the Dragon Fist, the talent of a divine chef, and the flame of Red Lotus. This reward is particularly special, as it includes an additional opportunity for a lottery draw. Chen Bei recalls that his last lottery chance was granted when he first arrived in the Dragon Ball world, where the system's novice gift package provided him with a draw, which he believes resulted in acquiring the Great Aperture technique. He wonders about his luck this time, and whether he might draw something remarkable. He distinctly remembers that the system's lottery can yield rewards from other systems, which is utterly formidable. Chen Bei had once been envious of such possibilities. However, Chen Bei refrains from initiating the lottery immediately and instead begins to examine the remaining rewards. The Dragon Fist, a super martial technique created by Sun Wukong, is akin to the appearance of a divine dragon, possessing immense explosive power and penetrating strength. It allows the user to concentrate all their energy and unleash a formidable strike. The Dragon Fist first appeared in the Dragon Ball movie series as a powerful skill utilized by Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Notably, Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 4 form has also employed this skill, though it has not been used by him in Dragon Ball Super, indicating the existence of two distinct timelines. Chen Bei has acquired another formidable skill. Although it was conceived by another, he is unconcerned, for his current strength is insufficient. Utilizing someone else's techniques suffices for now. He is confident that as he grows stronger, creating even more powerful skills will not pose a challenge. The talent of the Divine Chef is particularly intriguing. This ability does not directly enhance physical strength. Akin to a technological genius, it represents a non-combat aptitude. Its primary function is to simplify Chen Bei's culinary endeavors, enhancing the flavor of his dishes. Beyond these fundamental capabilities, the talent of the Divine Chef possesses some extraordinary attributes. Meals prepared with this talent can yield miraculous effects, such as beautifying the complexion, prolonging life, strengthening the body, and replenishing energy and blood. These are merely basic benefits. Even more impressive are the abilities to enhance strength, elevate one's lineage, reshape foundations, purify the soul, and comprehend the laws of the universe. Upon witnessing the extraordinary effects of this talent, Chen Bei's imagination ran wild. With this skill, he can not only satisfy his appetite but also elevate his strength while dining, truly an essential skill for a gourmand. Yet, a glance at Sun Wukong prompts him to ponder whether, with his propensity for veracity, he might end up as a full-time caretaker. After all, Chen Bei has settled in Baozi Mountain, though he is yet to reside there for long. Shaking off his errant thoughts, he tidies his mind and continues to explore further. Originally, this talent is not entirely invincible. It comes with certain limitations. The first limitation is the quality of ingredients. The better the ingredients, the more potent the culinary creations. Akin to alchemy. The second limitation is the strength of the individual. The more powerful one is, the more pronounced the effects of the dishes prepared. One can infuse their spiritual energy, power, and insights into their culinary endeavors, enhancing the aptitude and understanding of those who partake of the meal. This skill aligns perfectly with Chen Bei's intentions. If one wishes to capture a person's heart, they must first win over their stomach. Chen Bei need not worry about his romantic pursuits in the future. The final reward is particularly unique, a spark of fire. The Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed is the nascent form of the Red Lotus Karma Fire, possessing a faint sentience, capable of merging with the human body to assist the user in cleansing karmic burdens and dispelling distractions. The Red Lotus Karma Fire itself is a hellish flame, designed to punish those who commit heinous acts. Those tainted by this fire will find their karma and soul consumed until nothing remains, rendering it a nemesis to evil forces. The Red Lotus Karma Fire possesses boundless power. It can incinerate matter and refine the soul, aiding the user in spiritual enlightenment and the eradication of karma, while also serving as a formidable weapon against adversaries, capable of extinguishing their very essence. Truly, Kakarot proves to be the protagonist, bestowing abundant treasures. Each of these items bears its own merits, and Chen Bei is quite satisfied. When Sun Wukong arrives on Earth, Chen Bei contemplates treating this little brother well, offering him delightful delicacies. Having reviewed all the rewards, only one opportunity for a lottery remains. Chen Bei resolves to commence the draw. Entering the small world, he reverts to his original form. Exhaling softly, he finds comfort in his true appearance. He does not relish being a mere grain of sand. Summoning the system, he prepares to initiate the lottery. The setup remains unchanged. A large spinning wheel paired with a prominent button, a simplistic arrangement, but the rewards are extraordinary. The outcome is entirely reliant on fortune. With a stroke of luck, a miraculous boon could bring Chen Bei immense joy. Pressing the button to begin, the wheel spins rapidly. Instead of halting immediately, he allows it to rotate for a while before concluding the lottery. Stop. With the utterance of Chen Bei's command, the wheel ceases its motion. As with the first lottery, words begin to materialize upon its surface. Chen Bei focuses intently on the final reward, eager to discover what marvelous item may appear. At last, the words are clearly inscribed on the wheel, but alas, they vanish almost as quickly, leaving him unable to discern the reward. He must inquire with the system to learn what he has obtained. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, the Human Path Deification List. The Human Path Deification List? What exactly is this? Does it imply that the deification list is divided into celestial and human paths? Chen Bei is perplexed. He is familiar with the deification list, which is the golden roster that enshrines righteous deities in the celestial realm. Once a true spirit is listed, even a Deluo Jingxian cannot escape its grasp. Chapter 41. The Celestial Path and the Human Path. In this world, there are three paths. The death of living beings does not signify the end. The earthly path is that of the departed souls and spirits. The great Tao encompasses 50, with heaven yielding 49. Everything possesses a thread of hope. In the realm of existence, there are three distinct pathways: heaven, earth, and humanity. The heavenly way symbolizes order, serving as a macrocosmic regulation that governs the rules of existence. All entities are meticulously arranged. As long as sentient beings remain bound by the heavenly way, they shall never seize control of their own destinies, perpetually subjected to the constraints of heaven and earth. The earthly way embodies the principles of feng shui, also representing the cycle of life and death. It is the path of reincarnation, granting all beings a glimmer of hope, allowing them to begin anew. The human way signifies variability. It is boundless. And to cultivate the human way begins with the concept of reversal. The human way also reflects one's fortune. Only by altering one's fate can one attain mastery over life. To change one's fortune requires a reversal, not a defiance of natural laws, but a steadfast determination and unwavering will. The saying goes, life is determined by fate. Fortune is shaped by effort, and feng shui is subject to circumstances. Returning to the main topic, we previously discussed how Chen Bei acquired the human way's divine ranking. In truth, there are three divine rankings: the heavenly divine ranking, the human divine ranking, and the earthly divine ranking. Only when all three rankings converge can the paths of heaven and earth be perfected. Heaven and earth also possess their own evolutionary pathways. Through continuous self-improvement, they may grow stronger and avert the fate of destruction. Heaven and earth face great calamities, which simultaneously present significant opportunities. Should one fail to grasp these, the cosmos shall shatter. If one succeeds, order will be restored, and heaven and earth shall ascend. In the primordial world, there have been several major calamities in sequential order. The first is the great calamity of creation, which Pangu encountered while forging the primordial realm, beset by 3,000 chaotic demons that led to his immense depletion of energy, ultimately resulting in his corporeal form becoming the world, and his demise marking the end of his path. The second is the calamity of ferocious beasts. After the world's creation, the true spirits of the chaotic demons reincarnated, seeking to claim the primordial realm for themselves, intending to eradicate all life in revenge for their defeat at the hands of Pangu. The third is the Longhan calamity. Following the calamity of ferocious beasts, a new generation of beings emerged, among which the most powerful were the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans. They fell victim to the machinations of the Heavenly Way and Luo Ho, accruing immense karmic debts that eventually led to their decline. The fourth is the calamity of Tao and demons, wherein the decline of the Tao coincides with the rise of demons. The conflict between the two has never ceased. After the calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix, Hongjun and Luo Ho were both ensnared by the Heavenly Way, in pursuit of a fleeting opportunity for enlightenment. They engaged in a fierce struggle, devastating the spiritual veins of the Western continent. The Heavenly Way suffered losses, leading to an ill-conceived strategy. Although Hongjun ultimately triumphed, the damage inflicted upon the West rendered the cosmos incomplete, failing to achieve perfection, leaving him to merge with the Tao. Subsequent calamities, including the Witch and Demon calamity, the Divine ranking calamity, and the Journey to the West calamity, culminated in the great calamity of no heaven, plunging the primordial world into chaos and fragmentation, ultimately ushering in the Age of Decline. Thus, the primordial realm became a misnomer, leading to its downfall. The three divine rankings, in essence, hold no hierarchy. They are equally vital pathways, nurturing the normal operation of heaven and earth. Each divine ranking can officially enshrine 365 deities, totaling 1,095 divine beings, which represent the utmost limits of the primordial world. The human divine ranking acquired by Chen Bei is one of these, granting him the authority to enshrine 365 deities. However, it is not to say that the divine ranking of Chen Bei is limited to merely 365 deities. Theoretically, it should be infinite. Yet, the number of righteous gods is indeed finite, as they are capable of dividing fortune amongst themselves, necessitating certain restrictions. Ascending to the divine ranking is ultimately more beneficial than detrimental. Primarily, one need not fear death, as long as a fragment of their true spirit remains on the list. Resurrection is assured. During the divine calamity, many were reluctant to be inscribed, primarily due to their accustomed leisurely lifestyle and aversion to constraints, ultimately resulting in their demise. With their physical forms obliterated and their true spirits recorded. Lacking a corporeal body restricts their strength, confining them to rely solely on fortune and incense for cultivation. In truth, the divine ranking represents a coveted aspiration for ordinary mortals. For instance, Li Jing, with his relentless determination, yearns to ascend, while others of lesser strength find themselves attaining high divine positions upon entry, such as Bo Yikao, who was directly proclaimed the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, a feat beyond description. It is regrettable that Jiang Ziya, despite his diligent efforts, ultimately secured no divine office. Now that Chen Bei possesses the divine ranking, by situating it within the system space or the realm of the ring, he is essentially free from the fear of death, as he can be reborn infinitely, relishing this newfound freedom. Similarly, should he wish to safeguard friends or cherished individuals, he can allow them to deposit a fragment of their true spirits onto the divine ranking, alleviating any concerns for their safety, a reward that greatly satisfies Chen Bei. Within the small world, after extensive research on this human path divine ranking, Chen Bei astonishingly discovered an internal space brimming with immense fortune, nearly manifesting the embryonic form of a true dragon. Such artifacts are undeniably intricate, and Chen Bei cannot help but marvel at having encountered yet another significant opportunity. The fortune he previously lost has now been wholly restored, leaving him with an overwhelming abundance. After claiming and assimilating all these rewards, Chen Bei proceeded to examine his attribute panel. Ding! The attributes panel has been successfully opened. Host, Chen Bei. Race, human. Bloodline, Saiyan. Combat power, 338,000, modified. Realm, celestial being. Skills, Eye of Insight, X-ray vision, mental explosion, mental piercing, memory reading, spiritual pressure, monkey fist, Kamehameha, spirit wave, revitalization technique. Dragon Ball creation, divine language, telepathy, mind link, limb regeneration, shadow clone technique, demon sealing wave, demon flash, instant transmission, dragon fist eruption. Techniques, fragment of great destiny technique, great acupoint technique, great blood spirit technique, eternal life secret, great faith technique, great wish technique, great sealing technique, great salvation technique, great world technique, time and space technique, great domination technique, 36 transformations of Tiangang. Talents, divine level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, vacuum survival, creation, golden eyes, technological genius, divine chef. Special abilities, dragon god power, breath of nature, vital energy affinity. Items, ring of the world, super divine water x2, spirit beans x65, nimbus clouds x2, time and space ring, universal key. Luxury starry strategic ship, Scion bloodline gene x10, super Namekian bloodline gene x1, human path deification list, red lotus karma fire seed, spirit bean cultivation method. With such an abundance of rewards, Chen Bei found himself at a loss, uncertain if he should continue his daily check-ins. The sheer volume of items was overwhelming, and he had hardly delved into their potential. Indeed, possessing too many treasures can be a burden. Chapter 42. Creating Dragon Balls. Having not left the small world again, Chen Bei was in no rush to check in. He needed to organize the acquisitions from his recent endeavors. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, he had amassed 8 complete paths of the 3,000 Great Tao, 9 talents, and 3 special abilities: Dragon God Power, Breath of Nature, and Vital Energy Affinity. With these alone, as long as Chen Bei did not fall, his rise to prominence was inevitable. Even without additional rewards, he could thrive in any realm. Strictly speaking, Chen Bei had transcended the realm of mortals, achieving a state between the celestial and the mundane. However, this merely indicated that he was on the path to immortality. The distance to true transcendence was still vast. Chen Bei chose not to dwell on such thoughts. Instead, he focused on refining his abilities. Although he had previously organized them, he had not conducted any substantial research, having merely experimented with the shadow clone technique before immersing himself in cultivation. He decided to attempt the creation of Dragon Balls. He recalled that, according to the original narrative, the process was not overly complicated, beginning with the need for a medium. Dragon Balls consist of 2 components: the dragon and the orb. While the dragon cannot be divided, the orb can. Chen Bei remembered that the Dragon Balls created by the Supreme Kai were singular and not referred to as Dragon Balls, but rather as wish orbs. This meant that Chen Bei could create either a single Dragon Ball or replicate the original 7. The materials for the Dragon Balls were not difficult to procure. Even ordinary stones would suffice, as would the dragon itself. However, Chen Bei chose not to utilize mere mud and stones. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a collection of spirit stones, drawing them forth with his mental prowess. These spirit stones were naturally generated within the small world, where the abundant spiritual energy continuously produced a plethora of them daily, far surpassing the capacity for use. Gazing at the pile of spirit stones before him, Chen Bei selected several well-formed, attribute-less stones and began to refine them using his creative talent, transforming them into objects resembling glass orbs. The polished spirit stones appeared more rounded, their colors transparent and pure, their interiors easily visible. Chen Bei was not fond of the ostentatious golden hues often associated with the nouveau riche. Instead, he preferred the clarity and cleanliness of transparency. Having crafted the dragon orbs, he encountered another dilemma. He needed to inscribe serial numbers onto them. After some contemplation, Chen Bei found this task overly tedious. He decided to gather all the dragon orbs together and once more employed his creative ability to fuse these spirit stone orbs into a singular entity, resembling a basketball in size. Task accomplished. Numbering them seemed far too cumbersome, and collecting them one by one was not worth the hassle. Better to have just one. Chen Bei clapped his hands in satisfaction and nodded, then resumed selecting spirit stones to prepare for the dragon's body. What kind of divine dragon should he create? A 5-clawed golden dragon. He found himself in another quandary. Why was making a dragon orb so complicated? Dismissing gold as an option, he pondered the aesthetics of blue and green, struggling to determine the ideal color. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Why not opt for black? A black divine dragon would indeed be quite majestic, he mused. With this thought, he began searching for dark attribute spirit stones, gathering them together and sculpting his preferred dragon shape with his mental energy. Halfway through, he paused and smacked his forehead in realization. How foolish of me. What about the white divine dragon? Surely, crafting a white one would be much more harmonious. Abandoning his plan for a black dragon, he instead produced a white divine dragon using light attribute spirit stones. This dragon radiated a pearly whiteness, and for its eyes, Chen Bei deliberately chose golden fire attribute stones. He found red eyes too fierce-looking. The golden hue was far more appealing. Though still golden, he did not mind too much, believing that these eyes were certainly preferable to cataract-like ones. Moreover, using black would detract from the dragon's divine essence. After preparing everything, Chen Bei began to etch a soul mark onto both the dragon orb and the dragon body. Although the dragon orb was his creation, an added layer of security was prudent. With the soul mark inscribed, he could communicate with the divine dragon via thought and could always locate the dragon orb, thus reaping multiple benefits. Once the soul mark was complete, Chen Bei utilized the power of the dragon god to connect the dragon orb with the dragon's body. A mysterious golden light surged forth, filling both the orb and the dragon's form. The dragon's body gradually began to twist, its eyes emitting a radiant glow as it expanded in size. With a resounding roar, the divine dragon completed its metamorphosis and soared into the skies. Its tail entwined with the dragon ball, gracefully circling nearby. Within the dragon ball, the enchanting power remained undiminished, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, infused with an indescribable, unique aura. This was the essence of wish power. The dragon lowered its head, gazing respectfully at Chen Bei, for it was he who had summoned it. Master, do you have any wishes you wish to realize? I can grant 3 wishes, as long as they lie within my capabilities, the dragon spoke. Its powers contingent upon Chen Bei's strength. The mightier he became, the more formidable the wishes it could fulfill. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Bei realized he lacked nothing at present, save for a girlfriend. Yet, it seemed rather absurd to wish for a companion from the dragon. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. Never mind, I currently have no wishes to make. He decided to continue exploring his own abilities, postponing any wishes for the future. Acknowledging his lack of desire, the dragon uttered no further words, transforming into a myriad of glowing particles and returning to the dragon ball. The dragon ball began to hover in midair, not fleeing, but rather gracefully returning to Chen Bei's side. I didn't expect the Dragon Ball to possess such intelligence. I thought it would flee. This is convenient, saving me the trouble of searching for it, Chen Bei remarked nonchalantly, retrieving the Dragon Ball into his system space, along with the unfinished Black Dragon. The Black Dragon, so unjustly dealt, had perished before it could even take flight. The Great World Technique? Chen Bei pondered the profound ability he had previously overlooked. Chapter 43. The practice of the Great World Technique. The Great World Technique is a unique embodiment among the 3,000 paths, a convergence of various laws such as rules, order, time, space, and creation. It is said that mastering it to its zenith can lead to the creation of a vast world. Chen Bei was uncertain of the true magnitude of such a world, but as it was classified among the 3,000 paths, it undoubtedly held extraordinary wonders. He had encountered numerous notions regarding the creation of worlds within one's body, such as the sea of consciousness and acupoints, often referenced in various novels. Given the existence of traversals, he found no reason to doubt the authenticity of these concepts. His current aspiration was to cultivate a world within himself. However, merely employing the Great World Technique would undoubtedly be insufficient. Without further cultivation, it could take an eternity to manifest a world within his body. This time, Chen Bei resolved to utilize the acupoint technique to assist the Great World Technique, aiming to forge a small world within his lower Dantian. Having undergone rigorous training, the lower Dantian had been significantly enhanced, making the creation of a small world therein considerably more feasible. Thus, he chose this location for his endeavor. To cultivate the Great World Technique, one requires the assistance of temporal and spatial forces, along with the principles of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Fortunately, not long ago, Chen Bei acquired fragments of the laws of time and space, as well as the technique itself. Coupled with his innate creative talents and the quintessence of the 5 elements contained within his miniature world, he should have a solid foundation to begin his practice. As he activated the Great Aperture Technique, this time Chen Bei refrained from allowing the energy to circulate throughout his body. Instead, he concentrated it directly in his Dantian. A powerful surge of energy flooded into him, proving to be more challenging to integrate than the previous amalgamation of water and fire. The 5 types of spiritual essence repelled each other, causing the energy within him to become tumultuous. Chen Bei hastily halted the influx of energy, focusing intently on restraining the rampant forces within his body. Continuing to absorb energy in such a state would likely lead to his demise. Although all were forms of spiritual essence, they were inherently incompatible. While Chen Bei was capable of absorbing and transforming them into formless spiritual energy, his goal was not mere cultivation but rather their fusion, enabling a continual cycle, thus laying the foundational framework for the creation of a world. The practice of the Great World Technique is no trivial endeavor, and from the outset, Chen Bei faced difficulties. He managed the energies within his body, isolating them with his mental prowess, creating individual spaces for each to quell their tumult. Wood generates fire, fire creates earth, earth produces metal, metal begets water, and water nurtures wood. This is the principle of mutual generation among the 5 elements. Conversely, metal restrains wood, wood suppresses earth, earth controls water, water extinguishes fire, and fire melts metal. This illustrates their mutual restraint. Only by comprehensively understanding these dynamics can one arrange them correctly, fostering interdependence rather than opposition. To practice the Great World Technique, a stable foundation of 5-element energy is imperative. Without it, the material essence of a world cannot manifest. Gradually, Chen Bei adjusted the positions of the 5-element spiritual essences, organizing them in the sequence of water, wood, fire, earth, and metal. With this issue resolved, he proceeded to the next step, integrating the powers of time and space. As he had yet to master the laws of time and space, he required external assistance, which came in the form of the fragments he had consumed. Chen Bei guided the fragments into the center of the 5-element spiritual essences. At last, energy reached a state of equilibrium, and the space within his Dantian began to stabilize. However, this was still not the outcome he desired. He activated the Great Aperture Technique once more, forcefully channeling the 5-element energies toward his Dantian while simultaneously employing the Great World Technique to harness the temporal and spatial powers contained within the fragments. Dividing his focus between 2 complex tasks would prove overwhelming for an ordinary individual. However, Chen Bei, endowed with vast mental strength, and the extraordinary talent of divine comprehension, found the process relatively manageable. Under the influence of the spatial and temporal forces, his Dantian space began to contract, revealing a black the size of a thumb at the original position of the fragments, which began to spin, resembling a miniature black hole. The five-element spiritual essences seemed to be drawn in, forcibly consumed by this black hole, taking with them a considerable amount of Chen Bei's energy. A sudden wave of weakness washed over him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He quickly ingested a celestial being, gradually regaining his strength. However, the black hole did not cease its relentless rotation. It continued to voraciously absorb the energy within Chen Bei, consuming a substantial portion of the energy he had just replenished. Thus, Chen Bei found himself desperately performing the great aperture technique to maintain the stability of his Dantian space, while simultaneously activating the eternal secret cannon to draw in external energy, and employing the great world technique to ravenously devour the energy within him. This sensation was indescribable. Having previously split his focus between two tasks, he was now directly engaged in three, intermittently stuffing a celestial being into his mouth to prevent being drained instantaneously. With his mind intensely concentrated, Chen Bei dared not pause for even a moment, remaining in a seated position as the external energy continuously converged around him, nearly overwhelming him. The energy coalescing around Chen Bei transformed from invisible filaments into swirling currents, at the very center forming a mist-like substance, with faint liquid droplets appearing. A manifestation of energy at its most concentrated state. Time passed, though its measure was lost to him, until Chen Bei gradually awakened from his meditative state. The surrounding energy, now devoid of its anchor, immediately dispersed, restoring tranquility to the area. It was indeed a harrowing experience. He had not anticipated that merely opening a small world within himself would nearly lead to his demise, yet he had persevered. Opening his eyes and sensing the stable space within him, Chen Bei sighed in reflection. He was unsure how long he had been cultivating. Perhaps he should consult the system, as he might be in a predicament otherwise. It seemed prudent to carry a means of tracking time in the future. Chen Bei worried that he had spent too long in his cultivation, potentially missing significant plot developments. If, during his training, planet Vegeta had been destroyed, it would be disastrous, as he still had several sign-in tasks yet to complete. System, can you tell me the time? How long have I been cultivating? Chen Bei summoned the system and inquired. Ding. The current time is May of the 737th year of the AI era. The host has been cultivating for 2 months. 2 months? I had no sense of time passing. How could opening a small world within myself take so long? Chen Bei was taken aback. This marked the longest duration he had ever spent in cultivation, having previously only cultivated for a maximum of 10 days to half a month. The realization that he had spent nearly 2 months in this endeavor utterly astonished him. During his cultivation, his mind had been so focused that he had not considered the external circumstances, transforming his consciousness into the subconscious, akin to experiencing a dream, wherein he seemed to undergo countless events, yet in reality, it had merely been the blink of an eye. Chapter 44. New plans. With the cultivation finally concluded, Chen Bei no longer fretted over the duration. After all, it was still quite early. Even if planet Vegeta were to be destroyed, he could use the Dragon Balls he had created to restore it, albeit with some inconvenience. Having successfully opened a small world within himself, Chen Bei was elated. This was a realm entirely his own. With but a thought, he could alter anything within this world. As his consciousness entered the small world, he found it shrouded in darkness. Due to the scarcity of elements, the material composition was rather simplistic, consisting solely of what appeared to be barren land. Chen Bei remained indifferent. At present, he had no need for this miniature realm to sustain himself. His sole objective was to establish a superior locale for energy storage. With the connection between his lower Dantian and the small world now established, he no longer feared the risk of being overwhelmed by energy. This inner world spanned an area comparable to that of the Pacific Ocean, its precise form obscured from view, thus leaving its exact nature unknown. The small world expanded in tandem with Chen Bei's growing strength, evolving into a dynamic realm of growth. Currently, Chen Bei had truly entered the realm of grand world techniques. As his power intensified and he perfected this small world, he anticipated the world's energy would, in turn, nourish him, propelling his advancement at an accelerated pace. The small world, in theory, constituted a realm in its own right. However, the laws governing these worlds remained imperfect, relying solely on overwhelming strength for stability. It was only when the Master's power reached a certain threshold that various laws could emerge, subsequently allowing the world to give rise to diverse life, forms, and flora. At this juncture, the primary function of the small world was to serve as a reservoir for energy. Yet, beyond mere storage, it could also harness the world's energy for offensive maneuvers. Presently, Chen Bei's single strike could yield approximately 350,000 points. With the augmentation from the small world, this could escalate to around 10 million points of attack power, a truly formidable figure, enhancing his combat prowess several-fold. The terrifying might of the world's energy was starkly evident in this capacity. However, invoking this energy demanded significant mental and physical resources, making replenishment a cumbersome task. Some practitioners, particularly those within the Divine Nation cultivation system, relied on the world's energy for combat. Without sufficient reserves, they found it challenging to manifest their true potential. This dilemma posed no challenge for Chen Bei, who promptly began to fill his Dantian world with various spirit stones. After several days of relentless effort, he finally saturated the inner realm with spirit stones. From now on, this would be referred to as the Dantian world, distinct from the small world. With this accomplishment, Chen Bei was no longer concerned about energy shortages. For him, the amassed energy was more than ample for countless expenditures. This was the joy of being a spirit bearer. For the average individual, completing such a small world could take a lifetime and still fall short. The notion of fortuity was indeed paramount for practitioners. Having resolved this matter, Chen Bei turned his attention to other pursuits, namely the cultivation of celestial beings. Previously, he had been unable to devote time to this endeavor, compounded by the excessively high level of the celestial soil within his ring world, which he was not yet equipped to engage with. Now that the small world had stabilized due to the temporal ring, he felt free to undertake various activities within it. He retrieved celestial bean seeds, preparing to begin cultivation. But first, he needed to select a suitable site. Chen Bei also summoned his luxurious starship, intending to make it his new place of respite. Gazing upon the colossal vessel before him, he felt a surge of pride. He was now a veritable magnate, possessing his own spacecraft, and a lavish one at that. Near the ship, he sought a location with auspicious feng shui, planning to plant the celestial beans there. The cultivation methods of the celestial beans have long been a subject of contention in the original text. However, due to the more comprehensive approach to the cultivation methods obtained by Chen Bei through his signing in, which encompasses various aspects, and considering the differing rules of each world, his endeavor to plant celestial beings here should prove successful, particularly with the enhancement provided by the spiritual energy emanating from the celestial soil. There are three critical aspects to bear in mind when planting celestial beings. The first is the soil, which must be rich in primordial energy or high-quality energy. The small world is abundant with various forms of high-quality spiritual energy. Thus, the soil has naturally been transformed, alleviating any concerns in this regard. The second aspect is the water source. Similarly, in this small world, much of the spiritual energy has manifested as liquid, and using this spiritual liquid to irrigate the celestial beings seems entirely feasible. Even if that were not the case, Chen Bei has the divine water as a backup. The third consideration is light. Sufficient illumination is essential for the growth of the celestial beings. Fortunately, this small world is graced with sunlight, so light will not pose an issue. Employing his mental prowess, Chen Bei created several soil pits to directly bury the celestial beings. He planted a total of 40 beans, reserving some as a backup, and subsequently covered the pits with soil. He then used his mental energy to retrieve some water from a nearby stream, which was rich in spiritual energy, to irrigate the buried seeds. Celestial beings are remarkable entities. In the Dragon Ball universe, as long as there is breath, they can bring one back to life. Naturally, Chen Bei desired to cultivate as many as possible. After planting the celestial beings, he marked the location with his mental energy for future reference. Once everything was in order, Chen Bei soared into the luxurious Star strategic ship, a vessel he had yet to explore, eager to experience its interior. Upon entering, he was greeted by a door imbued with a strong sense of technological sophistication, crafted from black alloy, exuding an air of mystery. Inside, a corridor awaited him, its surroundings also adorned with a metallic aesthetic, while luminous fixtures embedded in the ceiling and walls ensured that visibility was never a concern. Advancing further, he encountered a junction, one path leading to the control console and another to the relaxation hall and storage room. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to inspect the control room first. It would be prudent to familiarize himself in case he needed to utilize it in the future. As he made his way toward the control room, he glimpsed the relaxation area. However, this was not a grand hall, but rather a series of specially designated lounges, partitioned into various small sections, complete with a bar and sound systems. He found the ambience enticing, as he had a fondness for music, and the sound equipment appeared impressive. He resolved to test it out when the opportunity arose. Not far from this area were 2 additional corridors, leading to the food storage and weaponry warehouses. Given the enormous size of the spaceship, the storage facilities were not confined to a single location. They were distributed across the front, middle, and rear, as well as the upper, middle, and lower sections, totaling 6 warehouses, alongside a central large storage area. Likewise, the relaxation zones were similarly organized, with each operational room and chamber equipped with its own small relaxation area, and each sector of the ship, whether upper, middle, or lower, front or back, boasted a substantial relaxation area, including the aforementioned relaxation hall. Upon entering the food storage area, Chen Bei was greeted by a plethora of provisions, including rice, flour, and frozen meat, showcasing a commendable diversity in the food supply. The armory, in contrast, was filled with an array of firearms, combat attire, and biological radar systems. After a leisurely stroll, he finally arrived at the control room, a space brimming with various electronic devices, control panels, buttons, and levers. Given the vastness of the spacecraft, it would indeed be a formidable challenge for a single individual to operate it without the assistance of artificial intelligence or a sophisticated cerebral system. This contemplation led Chen Bei to ponder the likes of Red Queen and Jarvis, marveling at the imaginative prowess of foreign inventors who often speculate about extraterrestrial invasions or viral outbreaks. As for the latter, he could only express admiration for their whimsical creativity. Pausing his fanciful musings, Chen Bei had yet to initiate the spacecraft. Upon entering the control room, he had utilized his mental acuity to scan the area. For an average person, maneuvering such a vessel would be exceedingly difficult. However, with significant mental prowess, it became a different matter altogether. Chen Bei had gained a fundamental understanding of the ship's structure and had inscribed a soul mark upon it, effectively claiming ownership to prevent any potential loss. Having surveyed the control room, Chen Bei sought a place to rest, preferring a central location within the spacecraft. He turned and made his way toward the middle section, which boasted the strongest defenses. A vessel of this kind, constructed from a special alloy, should be capable of withstanding assaults of up to 100 million in combat power. This alloy possesses self-repairing capabilities, ensuring that regardless of deformation, it would ultimately revert to its original form, as long as the core remained intact and the energy supply was not depleted, rendering it an exceptional strategic weapon. Upon reaching the central hall, Chen Bei found the space rather sparse. Aside from a bar and supermarket and a few streets, there was little else to behold. Due to the absence of inhabitants, many establishments that ought to have been operational were shuttered. Upon inspection, he discerned that the essentials were available, such as snacks and treats neatly arranged on the shelves, though fresh produce was conspicuously absent. He mused that, in time, he might recruit a few subordinates to alleviate the desolate atmosphere. Selecting a well-positioned room, Chen Bei stepped inside, discovering a spacious area of approximately 400 square meters, divided into 2 levels. The accommodations were quite satisfactory, with 4 bathrooms, 3 showers, 2 reception areas, and a dedicated viewing room. The array of electrical devices was smart and imbued with a distinctly modern aesthetic, which Chen Bei found appealing. Contemplating a prolonged stay in this abode, after thoroughly scanning every corner with his mental prowess, Chen Bei had come to a comprehensive understanding of the spacecraft's architecture. In an uncharted expanse of the cosmos, a colossal spacecraft abruptly materialized, its surface shimmering with a sleek, obsidian metallic luster. Chen Bei was testing the performance of the spacecraft when he directed his attention toward a colossal asteroid in the distance and pressed the attack button. Before the ship, a massive energy cannon stood ready, swiftly accumulating energy. Whoosh! A powerful beam of energy erupted from the cannon's muzzle, striking the asteroid and annihilating it entirely, leaving no trace behind. Chen Bei proceeded to test the other weapons in succession, discovering their formidable power. Any adversary with a combat strength of several tens of thousands would be instantly obliterated upon impact. After assessing this, Chen Bei shifted his focus to testing the spacecraft's speed. "What is it, Prince Vegeta?" Nappa inquired softly, observing Vegeta exiting the training room. Given that Vegeta was a prodigy among Saiyans and a prince, Nappa dared not speak loudly. The youthful Vegeta, still in his formative years, cast a fleeting glance at Nappa before uttering, "Too weak." With that, he turned and strode outside. It seemed Vegeta was off to eat. As for Saiyans, consuming food post-battle was essential, a direct means of replenishing energy. Seeing this, Nappa hurriedly followed suit. As Vegeta's attendant, he was acutely aware of his position in the prince's eyes. He was far from being considered significant. This prince's arrogance was palpable, looking down upon those whose strength fell below his own. The spacecraft's speed was adequate, yet still too slow for the vast expanses of the universe. While the ship's normal flight speed was not lacking, it paled in comparison to instantaneous travel, and for distant interstellar journeys, one must rely on space wormholes. Overall, this spacecraft was more suited for transport than for rapid travel or combat, though it was quite suitable for interstellar tourism. Having concluded his exploration of the ship, Chen Bei decided it was time to rest. "Report. Scion activities are normal with no unusual occurrences," echoed a voice from an unusual chamber. "Scions, they are truly difficult to destroy," came the faint reply. The two individuals standing nearby, Zarbin and Dodoria, heard the comment clearly. The speaker was none other than Frieza himself. "Scions are indeed resilient. Many have emerged from prolonged battles, bearing injuries yet seemingly enhanced in strength," Dodoria remarked. "They are merely wild monkeys, a mindless bunch." To Lord Frieza, "They are nothing but tools," Zarbin replied, his disdain evident. "Ho ho ho, Mr. Zarbin, how can you say such a thing? Scions are rather impressive. At least they do not defy orders," Frieza responded with a smile, though his eyes betrayed a deep-seated contempt for the Scions. Unbeknownst to Chen Bei, he remained aboard his spacecraft, oblivious to the unfolding events. Chapter 45. Becoming a gourmet reclining in his chamber, Chen Bei felt a sudden pang of appetite. At his level of cultivation, dining was no longer a necessity. Absorbing spiritual energy sufficed. Such is the marvel of cultivation techniques. Reaching a certain realm allows one to transcend the need for sustenance, unlike the mere Dragon Ball warriors, who, despite their formidable powers, still rely on food to replenish their energy. "Perhaps I shall prepare something to eat. It has been quite some time since I last savored a proper meal." Since departing from Earth, Chen Bei had not indulged in any culinary delights, nor had he prepared food himself. Wherever he went, others provided for him, and thus, after leaving Earth, he had neglected this aspect of life. Now, upon reflection, he found himself yearning for something to eat, purely driven by a fleeting craving. Upon entering the expansive hall, he discovered a large kitchen, designed to cater to the needs of the entire crew aboard the vessel. The kitchen was spacious, complemented by a tiered garden at the back, where various vegetables were cultivated on different levels, with a vertical spacing of approximately 115 meters, though some layers were spaced a mere 0.5 meters apart. Each tier was meticulously planned, with a dedicated water supply. A specialized device absorbed moisture from the air, transforming it into a reliable water source. Consequently, the ship was never at risk of a water shortage. In the absence of moisture, energy could be converted into both power and water. However, it was unfortunate that although the ship boasted a small-scale farm, it lacked livestock, resulting in an absence of meat. The storage room contained some frozen meats, which Chen Bei retrieved. He was not one to relish a meal devoid of meat. After all, a man delights in hearty portions of meat. With vegetables in his left hand and meat in his right, he made his way to the kitchen. Placing the vegetables onto the chopping board with a thud, he turned on the tap, washing the vegetables in preparation for cooking. Neatly arranging the various vegetables on the board, he laid out the meat as well. Channeling his spiritual energy, he grasped the knife with both hands. At that moment, his gaze sharpened, and with his mental prowess, he levitated the vegetables in the air, swiftly maneuvering his hands to create a flurry of motion. The sound of chopping echoed, swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the vegetables were finely chopped. Dividing his attention, he retrieved an array of plates from the cupboard, deftly placing the cut vegetables onto them. With a resounding clap, all the dishes were artfully arranged, awaiting the commencement of cooking. He ignited the stove, pouring oil into the pan before adding the meat. Each action executed flawlessly without a hint of hesitation. The heat was adjusted with precision, as Chen Bei awakened his innate culinary talent, ensuring every aspect of the dish was meticulously attended to. Cooking is an art that demands a harmonious balance of color, aroma, and taste. The visual appeal is paramount. The colors must be aesthetically pleasing and well combined to stimulate the appetite. The aroma of a dish is equally crucial. A dish's quality is not solely judged by its appearance, but also by its scent. The fragrance should not dissipate whimsically, as this would dilute the flavor and diminish the dish's ability to retain its exquisite essence. Lastly, and most importantly, there exists the essence of flavor. A dish may lack color or fragrance, yet it cannot forfeit the experience of exquisite taste and texture. Flavor is the soul of a dish, with each culinary creation possessing its own unique charm. For instance, raw onions exude a pungent spiciness intertwined with a hint of sweetness, whereas when cooked, their sharpness dissipates, leaving only the sweetness behind. Fish, too, bears an inherent fishiness that complicates its preparation. One must first remove the gills and entrails, and scrape away the dark portions inside to mitigate the fishy aroma. Finally, an array of seasonings, particularly aromatics such as scallions, ginger, and garlic, must be judiciously paired with the fish to preserve its freshness while eliminating undesirable odors. Endowed with a natural culinary talent, Chen Bei finds it effortless to prepare these seemingly simple dishes. He knows precisely how high the flame should be, the duration of cooking, the quantity of salt to add, and the appropriate seasonings and accompaniments. As he observes the meat in the pan nearing readiness, he adds the pre-prepared vegetables. Just before serving, a drizzle of soy sauce releases a delightful aroma that fills the air. After crafting several dishes, Chen Bei deems his work complete, arranging the beautifully presented dishes on the dining table with satisfaction. Equipped with his utensils, Chen Bei begins to savor each creation. The first dish, scallion stir-fried pork belly, is a delightful balance of richness without being greasy, crisp yet tender, complemented by the fragrance of scallions that eliminate any trace of fishiness, mingling with subtle sweetness and spice, a remarkable flavor indeed. Next, he samples the braised chicken, a dish that demands attention to color and ingredients. If mishandled, it can easily acquire an earthy taste. The key lies in controlling the heat to prevent the chicken from becoming tough and dry. Chen Bei's rendition of braised chicken perfectly preserves its golden hue, with a rich broth that tantalizes the palate. Truly commendable. Following is the beer-braised duck, which, while not overly complex in its preparation, requires substantial time and precision. This dish has certainly demanded Chen Bei's considerable effort. Additionally, he has crafted a winter melon and pork rib soup, known for its ability to cool and refresh. The trio of dishes accompanied by the soup forms a classic combination that is visually appetizing, and Chen Bei can hardly contain his eagerness to taste his culinary creations. Despite having yet to sample them himself, he wonders what extraordinary qualities may arise from the dishes created by his innate culinary prowess. As he lifts his chopsticks to begin, the first bite of pork belly envelopes his palate with an intense aroma, a delightful blend of oil and meat that compels him to take another bite. Quickly suppressing this urge, he turns his chopsticks towards the steaming braised chicken, lifting a piece of chicken to his lips and savoring the taste. Chen Bei savored each bite. The chicken skin neither overcooked nor flavorless, its texture perfectly balanced. The meat possessed a unique elasticity, devoid of any chewiness, complemented by the fragrant broth that tantalized his appetite. Once again, he reached for the beer duck, its tender meat infused with the distinct aroma of beer, equally irresistible to his palate. Taking a sip of the broth, Chen Bei found it sweet and refreshing, as if it could cleanse the soul, instantly dissipating any lingering greasiness and revitalizing his spirit. The flavors were exquisite, and he indulged heartily, finishing the dish in no time, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Chapter 46. Daydreams. Having relished such a delightful meal, Chen Bei felt a twinge of reluctance to leave. The experience was simply enchanting, lingering in his memory. Resisting the urge to indulge once more, he turned towards the pool, seeking a moment of tranquility. His body had reached a state of purity, and bathing had become merely an act of enjoying life. At the poolside, he disrobed, admiring the aesthetic contours of his physique with satisfaction, realizing that his diligent training had not been in vain. The magnificent brothers hung low, likely due to their prolonged fasting. He retrieved some spiritual stones and tossed them into the water, reveling in his extravagance. Ordinary water no longer sufficed. He resolved that henceforth, his baths would be infused with spiritual energy. One by one, the stones sank to the bottom, transforming the ordinary pool water into a spectacle of ethereal brilliance. Perhaps this was true happiness. While others fretted over spiritual energy, Chen Bei possessed an abundance of spiritual stones. While others lamented the scarcity of celestial energy, he held dominion over a celestial realm, generating an endless supply of it. Reclining in the pool, Chen Bei couldn't suppress a groan of contentment. Under the influence of the spiritual stones, the water brimmed with spiritual energy, capable of refining the body and nurturing the soul. In such an ideal environment, cultivation became remarkably effective. Yet, Chen Bei was here to indulge. After months of rigorous training, should he not also enjoy himself? As he lay in the pool, both body and soul began to unwind. He pondered how delightful it would be to have someone massage him. If he were to manifest an avatar, he anticipated that before he could request a massage, the avatar would likely play a prank on him, a trait he was all too familiar with. As for the mindless clones, he dismissed that idea. He found it peculiar to have someone resembling himself perform such an intimate act. Chen Bei considered himself a straightforward man, drawn only to beautiful women, while men did not pique his interest. Closing his eyes, Chen Bei ceased his wandering thoughts and surrendered to the rare tranquility, fully immersing himself in the serene moment. The spiritual energy infused the water, subtly altering its hue. Unconsciously, Chen Bei's body began to absorb the essence of spiritual energy. With each breath, the pores of his skin expanded and contracted, allowing the energy to surge into him, initiating a passive cultivation. Oblivious to this phenomenon, Chen Bei emptied his mind and immersed himself in this exquisite experience. He dreamt of a different world, where he found himself as the eldest son of a prestigious family, blessed with boundless wealth, a warm bed attended by maidservants, and a retinue of guards to accompany him on his outings. He even had a childhood sweetheart, and they were soon to be wed, ushered into the bridal chamber together. In the chamber, Chen Bei, embodying the grand air, eagerly approached the bride, who was veiled beneath a scarlet canopy. As he lifted the veil, he beheld a visage of unparalleled beauty, flawless to the point that not even he could discern a single imperfection. Her features were exquisite, with skin as smooth as cream, a neck as graceful as a swan, and eyes that sparkled with a captivating charm. At a loss for words, Chen Bei stood transfixed. Just as he contemplated taking a step closer, a sudden shout of fire erupted, followed by the cacophony of crowing roosters, barking dogs, and the cries of children as the crowd surged in chaos. He opened the door to step outside, only to be doused with a bucket of water. Splash! At that moment, Chen Bei jolted awake, finding himself submerged in a pool of water. The sensation he had just experienced was startling. He blushed deeply, realizing that he had inadvertently surrendered to his first experience in a dream. And he had not even reached the final step. Oh dear, how mortifying! Thankfully, no one had witnessed his predicament. With a crimson face, Chen Bei hastily employed his creative talent to conjure a clean outfit, dried himself off, and left the area. In truth, he was still a virgin. Despite having engaged in a few romances, they had merely consisted of sweet nothings and morning greetings, akin to having a younger sister rather than indulging in passionate encounters. Were any elder to witness Chen Bei's embarrassing situation, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Ah, the youth are indeed filled with fervor." Upon returning to his room, Chen Bei took a moment to compose himself, relieved that he was alone in this small world. Otherwise, he felt he might just collapse in embarrassment. Once he regained his composure, he began to formulate new plans. System, open the attribute panel, he commanded, as he commenced reviewing his own attributes. Ding! The property panel has been successfully opened. Host, Chen Bei race, human bloodline, Saiyan combat power, 386,000 realm. Celestial being skills. I have spirituality, I have insight, mental blast, mental piercing, memory reading, mental pressure, monkey fist, Kamehameha, Dong wave, Dragon Ball creation, divine language, telepathy, heart communication, limb resurrection, demon sealing wave, demon flash, dragon fist eruption mystical techniques, fragment of great destiny technique 1, great acupoint technique, great blood soul technique, secret of immortality, great faith technique, great wish technique, great sealing technique, great universal salvation technique, great world technique, time and space technique, great domination technique, 36 transformations of Tian Gang, cloning technique, resurrection technique, instant transmission. Note, some skills have been moved to the category of mystical techniques for better classification. In the future, Techniques like Great Acupoint Technique and Great Causality Technique will collectively be referred to as Great Mystical Techniques, while concepts such as destiny laws and time laws will be designated as laws and great laws, respectively. This distinction will facilitate understanding and prevent confusion. Talent, divine level comprehension, photographic memory, illusion immunity, indomitable will, vacuum survival, creation, golden eyes, technological genius, divine chef special abilities, dragon god power, breath of nature, vitality affinity items, ring world. Super divine water x2, celestial beings x100, nimbus cloud x2, time and space ring, universal key, luxury starry strategic ship, scion bloodline gene x10, super Namekian bloodline gene x1, human path divine ranking, red lotus karma fire seed, celestial being cultivation method. Chen Bei's strength has increased by several tens of thousands, attributed to his foundational mastery of the Great Acupoint Technique and Great World Technique, which significantly expanded his Dantian, allowing for greater energy storage, thus enhancing his overall power. Note: if the author has overlooked anything, readers are encouraged to point it out, as the writing process can lead to forgetfulness amidst the abundance of details. In truth, many of Chen Bei's abilities remain underdeveloped. For instance, time and space technique and cloning technique hold vast potential for further exploration. For an ordinary individual, mastering even one of these techniques would suffice for a lifetime. Yet Chen Bei has acquired numerous secret arts simultaneously. Regrettably, mastering these techniques is not an overnight endeavor. Many individuals spend their entire lives grasping merely a fraction of their essence. Although Chen Bei can perform basic applications, it is primarily through the aid of the system. Without it, his capabilities would not be as remarkable. Despite Chen Bei's high level of comprehension, it does not imply instantaneous mastery of everything, particularly with such profound techniques, which also necessitate the accumulation of time. His divine level comprehension merely accelerates his understanding and entry into these techniques. It does not exempt him from the need for diligent study. To attain true mastery of these divine arts, both comprehension and accumulation are vital. Chapter 47. Breakthrough after breakthrough. Chen Bei now needs to transcend his current realm. While his strength is formidable, his realm remains insufficient. Without achieving the true state of immortal longevity, extending his lifespan remains unattainable. Therefore, enhancing his realm is of paramount importance for Chen Bei at this juncture. The realm of the celestial and human is achieved through the unity of yin and yang, while the realm beyond, the myriad laws, necessitates a clear organization of one's own laws, consolidating them onto a singular talisman. The more potent one's laws, the more formidable the attainment of the myriad laws becomes. Here, laws refer to the cultivated supernatural abilities. Currently, Chen Bei has merely grasped the rudimentary aspects of the Great Wish Technique, the Great Acupoint Technique, the Great World Technique, and the Cloning Technique. Other skills are only applied in a simplistic manner. Notably, he has only just begun to comprehend the embryonic transformation within the 36 transformations of the Celestial Gang. Fortunately, with the support of the system, Chen Bei need not learn incrementally, allowing him to wield these supernatural abilities effortlessly, thus making a breakthrough into the realm of myriad laws seemingly attainable. Chen Bei summoned the spiritual energy, utilizing his mental prowess to weave strands of spiritual energy that intertwined, forming a unique rune. This rune serves as the vessel for his supernatural abilities, with the Great Destiny Technique at its forefront, inscribed upon the spiritual talisman. Even in its incomplete form, the might of the Great Destiny Technique surpasses that of ordinary supernatural arts. As he constructed this supernatural technique with his mental force, the talisman nearly faltered under the weight. Fortunately, Chen Bei detected the strain in time, increasing the flow of spiritual energy, averting a potential failure. The remaining tasks were comparatively simpler. The Great Wish Technique, having been previously employed, proved easy to inscribe. Following this, he inscribed the Great Blood Soul Technique, the Great Acupoint Technique, and the Great World Technique, completing a total of 12 supernatural laws engraved upon the talisman. In an instant, the talisman radiated a resplendent golden light, transitioning from the ethereal to the tangible, with the runes appearing even more extraordinary and profound. By attuning to the talisman and nurturing it within his Dantian, he successfully completed his cultivation. The realm of myriad laws has been achieved. Chen Bei's level has ascended once more. The subsequent step involves breaking through to the golden core realm, where the accumulation of magical power and its refinement into a core are paramount. This stage is one that many individuals may never accomplish in their lifetime, as the required magical power is exceedingly immense. Without fortuitous encounters, one cannot sustain such expenditure. Numerous demon clans have spent their entire lives gathering spiritual energy over thousands of years to successfully form a golden core, while ordinary mortals, with their fleeting lifespans, cannot possibly amass sufficient energy to condense a golden core within their brief existence. Even the immortal protagonist, Feng Han, relied on various serendipitous events and the acquisition of a golden core, painstakingly cultivated over millennia by others, to leap beyond the celestial human realm and attain the golden core of supernatural abilities. When it comes to fortuitous encounters, those who invest financially can never surpass those who possess innate advantages. Chen Bei, with his extraordinary endowment, has an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy, making the formation of a golden core merely a matter of exerting minimal effort. Moreover, Chen Bei enjoys advantageous conditions, as his proficiency in the Great Acupoint technique and the Great World technique has expanded his Dantian's capacity. This allows him to absorb spiritual energy without the hesitance that others face. With a formidable mental strength, he finds it significantly easier to control and condense the energy. Having cultivated the Eternal Life secret tome, its benefits become distinctly apparent, permitting the absorption of energy of any attribute, thus laying a smooth pathway for Chen Bei's breakthrough into the Golden Core realm. Chen Bei focused solely on absorbing and refining spiritual energy, disregarding whether it aligned with his own attributes, and immediately entered a frenzied cultivation mode. Channeling the Eternal Life secret tome, torrents of immense spiritual energy converged upon him, with a significant portion already liquefied. With such high-quality spiritual energy at his disposal, it became exceedingly simple for Chen Bei to condense his golden core. As he continued to absorb, the black vortex within his Dantian spun rapidly, devouring the spiritual energy that flowed into him. This energy, swirling and condensing, persisted for an entire month, during which Chen Bei amassed an overwhelming quantity of spiritual energy. Coupled with the spiritual stones accumulated in his inner world, he was brimming with confidence regarding his impending breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. With such an abundance of spiritual energy, one could only wonder how formidable a golden core he could forge. Typically, a person breaking into the Golden Core realm would require an amount of high-quality spiritual energy equivalent to a swimming pool, while those with exceptional talent might need energy comparable to a lake. Remarkably gifted individuals could necessitate nearly the energy of an inland sea. The more energy one absorbs, the stronger the resulting golden core, thereby widening the gap between extraordinary talents and ordinary individuals. Some prodigies could effortlessly face hundreds or even thousands of adversaries, thanks to their stable golden cores, which could store vast amounts of spiritual energy, far surpassing those who exhaust themselves after a few powerful moves. In Chen Bei's case, not only had he absorbed energy equivalent to an ocean, but he had also filled his inner world with various high-quality spiritual stones. The golden core forged from such abundant energy promised to be immensely powerful. To cultivate the Eternal Life technique and break through to the golden core, there remained a crucial step: inscribing the mystical powers from the talismans onto the golden core itself. This process was perilous. A single misstep could result in complete failure, leading to the shattering of the golden core and the loss of all accumulated energy, or even the catastrophic explosion of his Dantian. At such a critical juncture, Chen Bei was naturally cautious. While diligently channeling his technique, he also communicated with the spiritual talismans within him. As his magical power continued to condense, the vast energy vortex within him gradually shrank, forming an irregular sphere. Chen Bei boldly pushed the talismans directly into the not yet fully formed golden core. This step was indeed audacious. Others typically extracted the mystical powers inscribed on the talismans before transferring them to the golden core. Chen Bei, however, fearlessly integrated the 12 mystical symbols directly into the golden core, undeterred by the risk of destruction. The golden core continued to condense and take shape, as the symbols he had introduced were ground to dust by the forces of the golden core's rotation, completely merging within. After more than half a month, the resonant hum signaled the completion of the golden core, marking Chen Bei's official entry into the golden core realm. Henceforth, with a golden core nestled within, he declared, "My destiny is mine to command, not to be dictated by heaven, albeit with a hint of jest. Chen Bei was not particularly agitated, for he had experienced countless moments of excitement over the past half-month. He had been anxiously awaiting the successful condensation of his golden core. Regrettably, just as he felt he was on the brink of success, there always seemed to be a slight shortfall. After numerous cycles of exhilaration followed by disappointment, he had grown somewhat numb to the process. Even upon achieving success this time, his joy was rather muted. Chapter 48. Signing in at the Saiyan Royal Palace, Chen Bei's golden core was remarkably large, a crystallization of all his energy. To provide a comparison, let us explore the dimensions relative to others. Typically, ordinary cultivators condense irregularly shaped golden cores at the outset, achieving a more rounded form only upon reaching full cultivation. The initial size of their golden cores generally ranges from that of a grain of rice to a peanut. Some ordinary prodigies, lacking extraordinary encounters, cultivate steadily and produce golden cores that are slightly superior to those of common folk, with fewer imperfections and a size typically between a grape and an egg. Meanwhile, exceptional geniuses might achieve golden cores measuring somewhere between an egg and a basketball. Those with remarkable fortunes may even condense flawless golden cores right from the beginning, often referred to as leakless golden cores, thus saving countless hours that would otherwise be spent refining their cores. Chen Bei's golden core, not only perfectly round and full, was astonishingly large, about the size of a water tank. Subtle runes could be seen etched within, glimmering with an otherworldly light. To his surprise, Chen Bei's audacious maneuver successfully infused divine abilities into the core. Unlike the conventional method of inscribing powers upon the surface of the golden core, his approach involved imprinting from within. Every golden core contains a fragment of its owner's soul, which continuously nurtures and strengthens it. The divine abilities inscribed upon the core are sustained by this soul fragment, deepening the understanding of these powers. Chen Bei's method allowed for a more profound comprehension of his innate gifts, as both his soul and these abilities resided within his body. In contrast, others typically condense their golden cores first, inscribe their abilities, and then refine those powers to integrate them deeply into the core, ultimately achieving a leakless state. Chen Bei effectively bypassed this cumbersome process, accomplishing it in one fell swoop. Such is the power of a fortunate path. Chen Bei reflected on his journey, contemplating his next steps. After a moment of hesitation, he chose not to elevate his realm further. He felt a desire to venture outside. Having spent an extensive period in this small world, he was curious about the changes in the outside realm. Thus, Chen Bei transformed into a grain of sand, his figure flickering before vanishing entirely. In the external world, within the Saiyan Royal Palace on planet Vegeta, King Vegeta reclined upon his throne. "Sire," a messenger reported, "Lord Frieza has recently reduced our supply of resources, citing our frequent destruction of valuable planets. What shall we do in response?" A Saiyan standing below spoke up, expressing that it was an unavoidable circumstance. The Saiyan race, when engaged in battle, often succumbs to a loss of control, particularly in their great ape form. Except for a few elite warriors, most lose their rationality and wreak havoc. This unfortunate trait had been pointed out by Frieza on numerous occasions. His objective was to conquer valuable planets rather than merely destroy them, which rendered the erratic behavior of the Saiyans quite troublesome. Moreover, among Frieza's inner circle, some often referred to the Saiyans as wild monkeys, as their minds seemed solely occupied with combat, epitomizing the notion of brawn over brains. While they could effectively annihilate planets and cause destruction, their capacity for seizing valuable territories often resulted in failures, much to the displeasure of Frieza's legion. "I understand. I shall convey this to Lord Frieza," King Vegeta replied coldly, then turned his gaze to another figure below. "By the way, how is my son, Vegeta, faring?" Upon hearing King Vegeta's inquiry, the Saiyan being scrutinized immediately stood upright. "Report to King Vegeta. His Highness the Prince is doing well under Lord Frieza's tutelage. Rapidly increasing in strength, he truly exemplifies our finest warrior." King Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement, visibly satisfied with the response. Chen Bei observed the exchange, acutely aware that the relationship between the Saiyan clan and Frieza's faction was far from the harmonious facade presented. It was likely that the end for these Saiyans was approaching swiftly. System, check-in. Chen Bei had little interest in their conversation, as it was filled with unnutritious topics that were likely too sensitive to be openly discussed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the Saiyan Royal Palace. Rewards. Infinity Throne, Great Thunder Technique, Moonlight Treasure Box, Six-Eared Macaque Bloodline Gene, Dark Immortal Gold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in with the character King Vegeta. Rewards, Grand Law Technique, Scion Bloodline Gene, Great Yin-Yang Art, Celestial Abode. The Infinity Throne, although not part of the Immortality series of treasures, possessed remarkably peculiar functions. Infinity implies boundlessness, representing a realm surpassing that of Taiji. The Infinity Throne embodies the ultimate seat of infinite time and space, possessing the might to suppress the fabric of time and reality, a supreme treasure capable of controlling the fortunes of an entire world. The Great Thunder Technique ranks first among the 3,000 great divine powers, specifically within the category of striking techniques. It holds the 11th position overall, a testament to its formidable strength. The Moonlight Treasure Box, originating from the world of a Chinese Odyssey, has the power to reverse time and return to the past, wielding incredible might that should only be employed by those with profound karmic ties, lest they fall victim to the backlash of time and become lost in the vastness of existence. The bloodline gene of the six-eared macaque does not belong to the 5 celestial beings, heaven, earth, humanity, deity, and ghost, nor to the 5 insects, worm, scale, fur, feather, and insect. It stands alongside the Lingming stone monkey, the red-bottomed horse monkey, and the long-armed gibbon, collectively known as the 4 mischievous monkeys. This creature is one of the chaotic demonic apes among the 3,000 chaos demigods, which was slain by Pangu. Its essence fell into the primordial wilderness, dividing into 4 parts, with the 6-eared macaque being one. It does not fit into any of the 10 categories of beings, remaining nameless in the realm of 2. The 6-eared macaque possesses a unique talent, enabling it to perceive events occurring miles away. It can understand the speech of mortals and possesses exceptional auditory skills, discerning principles and knowledge of the past and future, rendering all things transparent. In Journey to the West, it cleverly utilized its innate talents to successfully learn abilities indistinguishable from Sun Wukong, showcasing its extraordinary gifts. The utilization of the 6-eared macaque's bloodline gene grants one the extraordinary abilities of this creature, a truly remarkable boon. Next, we encounter the dark celestial gold, a rare metal originating from the world of, renowned for its exceptional qualities in crafting treasures. It possesses formidable toughness and hardness, ranking among the finest of celestial metals. Chapter 49, The Quest for Bardock. The Great Law of Command, one of the 3,000 great divine abilities, functions similarly to the principle of spoken words manifesting as reality, commanding all things under heaven. In the realm of immortality, it serves as a unique skill of the human emperor's pen. However, this skill requires either sufficient strength or the aid of a treasure imbued with immense fortune. Typically, ordinary individuals cannot withstand the repercussions of this fortune. Thus, this divine ability can only be wielded by those endowed with significant luck, such as the human emperor or the Jade Emperor, or by powerful sages. The Scion bloodline gene is a reward that Chen Bei has received several times, rendering it somewhat redundant, yet, as it is freely obtained, it is of some value. Next, the Supreme Yin-Yang Technique. This item instantly captivated Chen Bei's attention, and indeed, upon reviewing its description, it aligned perfectly with his expectations. The Supreme Yin-Yang Technique is an unparalleled secret of dual cultivation, its capabilities extending beyond mere dual practices. This technique is divided into the Yin and Yang methods, allowing for individual cultivation or harmonious dual cultivation. To solely practice the Yin method, one must continually absorb the moonlight and the earth's Yin energies. Upon completion, the Yin reaches its peak, birthing Yang, transforming into the Tien and the Sun, thereby reversing chaos. Conversely, the sole practice of the Yang method involves the continuous absorption of the 9 suns' energy and the earth's fire energy, ultimately allowing for the Yang to generate Yin, achieving a balance of both, thereby embodying chaos. In the dual cultivation of Yin and Yang, it may be pursued individually or alongside a partner. If practiced alone, one must absorb both the moonlight and the 9 suns' energies simultaneously. Otherwise, an excess of either Yin or Yang may lead to a perilous imbalance. This path is reserved for those with exceptional opportunities, as the moonlight and the 9 suns rarely coexist harmoniously. However, with 2 practitioners, one cultivating the sun and the other the Tien, simultaneous advancement is possible, resulting in accelerated progress and the potential for harmonious coexistence. Ultimately, both could transcend their postnatal forms, returning to a primordial state, becoming embodiments of chaos. This concept greatly appeals to Chen Bei, and a contented smile graces his face, affirming that the system truly understands him. What, then, is this carefree abode? Chen Bei felt a tinge of confusion. This time, a house was indeed part of the reward. Upon reading the description, clarity dawned upon him. The carefree abode was not merely a dwelling. It was a mobile sanctuary for cultivation, imbued with the essence of numerous laws, significantly enhancing one's practice. Furthermore, it was inscribed with a specialized spirit-gathering array, capable of channeling spiritual energy, which was particularly vital for those lacking superior cultivation techniques. In addition to the spirit-gathering array, the abode also possessed illusions, confusion formations, and bloodthirsty arrays, among others. Notably, it contained specialized heart-refining arrays and time acceleration formations, presenting a dazzling array of options. Its most extraordinary feature was its ability to traverse the chaos and obscure causal calculations, rendering it a truly remarkable artifact. The reward was indeed commendable. After completing his check-in, Chen Bei prepared to depart. On planet Vegeta, within the logistics support department, in the meat distribution room, Chen Bei, disguised as gravel, appeared without attracting attention. His presence here was not born of idleness. He was in search of an individual, a woman featured in the original narrative. Indeed, Chen Bei sought the Saiyan Bardock's wife, Jine, who was also the mother of Son Goku, Kakarot. In Chen Bei's perspective, anyone connected to specific plot lines in Dragon Ball should be eligible for check-ins. Hence his arrival here. With little effort, he soon spotted the familiar figure clad in a pink battle suit, her long hair reminiscent of a hedgehog's spikes. Exuding a gentle demeanor, a Saiyan known for her lack of combat prowess, as mentioned in the original work. Without hesitation, Chen Bei initiated the check-in, mentally reciting the necessary incantations while awaiting the system's response. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the character Jine. You have received the rewards, an alchemical manual, a purple gold bagua furnace, a tranquil heart incantation, and a healing technique. Having completed the check-in, Chen Bei did not linger to peruse the rewards further with another flash. He found himself in a small world. Yet, one significant figure remained for him to check in, the father of Son Goku, Bardock. Chen Bei anticipated that the rewards for checking in with Bardock would be equally impressive. However, his contemplations extended beyond this. He pondered whether he should intervene to rescue Jine and Bardock if planet Vegeta were to face destruction. Previously, he had utilized his mental prowess to scan the planet but found no trace of Bardock. Chen Bei surmised that Bardock was likely away on a mission. The time of Bardock's return would coincide with the impending annihilation of planet Vegeta, and Son Goku's departure to Earth was still months away. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to await Bardock's return here. Just as this thought crystallized, a flash of inspiration struck him. He could actively seek out Bardock. Although he was unaware of Bardock's energy signature and unable to teleport directly to him, Chen Bei remembered the original narrative well. As long as he discerned the planet where Bardock was undertaking a mission, he could ascertain his approximate location, making the search considerably easier. In Dragon Ball, it was rare for individuals to conceal their energy signatures, thus locating Bardock would not pose a significant challenge for Chen Bei. Thus it was decided. Chen Bei seemed to recall that Bardock had undertaken a mission on a planet known as Kinesa, where he was attacked by the inhabitants wielding extraordinary abilities, resulting in injuries that left him unconscious, yet bestowed upon him the gift of foresight. Subsequently, he was rescued by his comrades and placed within a healing chamber. However, his companions fell victim to a deception orchestrated by Frieza, lured to planet Meat, while Bardock, having evaded disaster due to his injuries, faced further peril when he sought to reunite with them, ultimately sustaining grave injuries at the hands of Frieza's forces. It was only through sheer determination and resilience that he managed to return to planet Vegeta. Chen Bei intended to visit Kinesa briefly. The journey between planets required considerable time. Yet he was unconcerned about a fruitless expedition. His instant transmission was no trivial matter, especially with the aid of the system's navigational map. The current status of Kinesa was ambiguous, but Chen Bei surmised that they must have arrived there long before the planet's invasion concluded, as it was mentioned in connection with the birth of Kakarot. This suggested that they had likely reached Kinesa quite some time ago, and were now en route back. Am I truly destined for a fruitless trip? Chen Bei mused, unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation. Indeed, plans often fall victim to unforeseen circumstances. What am I to do now? Chen Bei found himself at a loss, overwhelmed by the myriad of complications. Nevertheless, he resolved to pay Kinesa a visit, a location that had appeared in the narrative previously. Even if he did not encounter Bardock and his companions, merely checking in would be worthwhile, especially since he could utilize instant transmission, allowing for a swift round trip. Contemplating his options, he concluded that a brief visit to Kinesa followed by a return should be feasible. Chapter 50. Planet Kinesa. Having made up his mind, Chen Bei wasted no time. He was not one to dawdle. Summoning the system's navigation, he pinpointed the coordinates of Kinesa and promptly vanished from his location. Meanwhile, at the Frieza Force headquarters, Frieza was assigning tasks to his subordinates. Dodoria, how goes the task I entrusted to you? He inquired from his floating seat, resembling a lavish baby carriage, as he faced away from the pink-skinned figure below. Report, Lord Frieza, everything has been arranged. All Saiyans deployed for missions are being recalled to their home planets one by one. Additionally, those troublesome individuals have been dispatched to perilous planets, and I have stationed operatives on the very worlds where they are to undertake their missions, awaiting the moment these Saiyans unwittingly walk into a trap, replied the pink-skinned alien. Dodoria, a favored lieutenant of Frieza. Also present was another loyal subordinate, Zarbon, standing behind Frieza. The plan to eradicate the Saiyans had been in motion for quite some time, though Frieza had refrained from taking action, wishing to observe the remarkable characteristics of the Saiyan race. To facilitate this, he had requested King Vegeta to send his exceptionally gifted son, Vegeta, to this location, thereby enhancing his ability to study the peculiar traits of the Saiyans. Regrettably, despite the passage of time, Frieza has yet to encounter the Saiyan of his ancestors' tales, one adorned with a fiery golden aura and golden hair. Even the Saiyan prince, hailed as the most prodigious among their kind, has left Frieza profoundly disillusioned. In his eyes, how could a race as inferior as the Saiyans, akin to wild monkeys, possess the strength to vanquish his forebears? He firmly believes that his ancestors must have erred in their assessments. Having observed for an extended duration, Frieza has grown weary and resolved to eradicate the Saiyan race entirely, reducing them to cosmic dust. At that point, no legend would hold significance, for the Saiyans would be no more. Ah, splendid work, Dodoria, he remarked. However, just to be prudent, I shall take matters into my own hands. It has been an age since I last engaged in such endeavors, and I yearn to witness the fireworks of planet Vegeta's destruction. Frieza prepared to obliterate the Saiyans personally. On planet Kinesa, the figure of Chen Bei emerged amidst a desolate ruin. Observing the wreckage, he realized his suspicions were correct. Bardock and his companions had completed their invasion and departed, likely returning to planet Vegeta soon. After wandering the area and extending his mental awareness across the planet, Chen Bei found no trace of the Saiyans. The planet was devoid of life. The thick smoke from the ruins had long since dissipated, leaving only the ashes of charred remnants. Since Bardock and his comrades had vacated, Chen Bei decided against lingering any longer. He began to mentally recite the sign-in process, awaiting the system's prompt. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in on planet Kinesa. Rewards: Great Prophecy Technique, Spatial Cube, Golden Human Bloodline Gene, World Tree Seedling. Having received his rewards, Chen Bei did not linger over them. He resolved to return to planet Vegeta, uncertain of Bardock's timeline for arrival. Missing them would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. Almost forgetting, he recalled his ability to create clones. A look of annoyance crossed his face as he slapped his forehead, lamenting how he could overlook such a crucial detail. With the ability to create clones, even if he could not sense Bardock's location, having a clone stationed on planet Vegeta would ensure he would not miss their return. Alas, Chen Bei's forgetfulness often plagued him. Perhaps it was not entirely his fault. He possessed an abundance of abilities and was unsure how to wield them all. Furthermore, his time in the Dragon Ball universe had been brief, predominantly spent in training, leaving him unfamiliar with the practical applications of his powers, which often led to forgetfulness. Should I return myself, or have a clone remain there? Chen Bei pondered, caught in a dilemma. After considerable contemplation, he finally clarified his thoughts. Returning himself was the more reliable option. If he sent a clone back, he would still need to be informed upon their return, creating unnecessary hassle. Thus, he resolved to return directly, avoiding the back and forth. And so, Chen Bei set forth on his journey, swiftly departing from planet Kinesa. On planet Vegeta, everything appeared to be as usual, and the inhabitants were blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Upon returning to planet Vegeta, Chen Bei commenced a period of seclusion within a small world, leaving behind a mere avatar to remind him of Bardock and the others' return. This avatar was intimately linked to Chen Bei's consciousness, allowing him to perceive all external events with but a single thought. Within the confines of the small world, Chen Bei began to examine the rewards he had acquired on 2 occasions. The first reward, obtained from the checkpoint known as Jine, consisted of 4 items. The Alchemical Compendium, a tome that amalgamates various alchemical systems from diverse worlds, is divided into 4 chapters. The first chapter serves as an introduction to alchemy, covering not only elixirs but also potions and various medicinal concoctions, essentially elucidating all matters pertaining to substances of healing. The second chapter, the intermediate chapter, encourages the adept to innovate new formulas while proficiently employing existing ones, thereby meeting the standards of this level. The advanced chapter allows practitioners to effortlessly integrate various mystical laws into their elixirs, enabling one to consume a golden elixir and attain unparalleled freedom. The ultimate chapter empowers one to effortlessly transmute entire worlds, condensing the essence of a vast realm or a fragment of chaotic energy into a singular elixir, thereby liberating oneself from the constraints of fate, marking the pinnacle of the alchemical compendium. After perusing the introduction, Chen Bei could not help but express his admiration. The second reward, the purple gold Bagua furnace, is an exceptional innate spiritual treasure containing various flames, such as the 6 Ding divine fire and the Samadhi true fire, capable of incinerating all matter. It encompasses the cosmos and coexists with the Bagua, rendering it an exquisite auxiliary treasure for alchemical endeavors. The purple gold Bagua furnace is embedded with 48 prohibitions, ranking just below innate supreme treasures. The process of refining these prohibitions demands considerable time. A well-known saying in the primordial realm asserts that time is inconsequential, for beings born therein are inherently divine and possess long lifespans. In the absence of the heavenly Tao and reincarnation, calamities are seldom encountered, allowing most beings to live until the end of the primordial age, barring formidable adversities. Typically, a primordial being with exceptional talent may require several hundred to several thousand years to refine a prohibition, while those of average aptitude might need tens of thousands to over 100,000 years, and the less fortunate may find themselves powerless even after acquiring such treasures. Chen Bei remained uncertain how long it would take him to refine the purple gold Bagua furnace, estimating that it would be akin to possessing a mountain of gold, yet being unable to utilize it. The next reward was somewhat more conventional, the Tranquility Incantation, a simple yet practical spell that can dispel distractions and sever inner demons. It is applicable to oneself or others, capable of purifying the hearts of the wicked and guiding them towards redemption, an invaluable skill that would shield Chen Bei from succumbing to his own inner turmoil. Another reward was the Healing Spell, a wondrous incantation from the magical realm that can mend all injuries. The extent of its healing power is contingent upon the user's capabilities. With no upper limit, when mastered to perfection, it possesses the potential to reverse life and death. This skill rendered Chen Bei an indomitable force, a formidable healer, able to vex adversaries even in defeat. Below are the rewards for signing in on the planet Kinasha. Given the previous rewards' extraordinary nature, Chen Bei surmises that the forthcoming ones will be equally remarkable. The system has never been stingy, and Chen Bei feels overwhelmed by the sweet temptations of the system, teetering on the brink of succumbing to its formidable allure. The first reward is the Great Prophecy Technique. According to the reward's description, the Great Prophecy Technique is one of the 3,000 divine abilities, capable of foreseeing the future and reversing causality, possessing effects akin to the spoken word manifesting into reality. It is collectively known as one of the 3 great divine arts along with the Great Resurrection Technique and the Great Judgment Technique. Next is the Space Cube, which harbors boundless spatial power, allowing for traversal through time and space and the dismantling of worldly barriers. Such a treasure is not particularly coveted by Chen Bei, as his own cultivation enables him to achieve a similar capability of cosmic travel through instantaneous movement. Nevertheless, the spatial energy contained within is indeed valuable for his training. Then there is the golden human bloodline gene, the most noble lineage among humanity. Only one golden human exists in an entire universe. a natural monarch of humanity endowed with exceptional talents and immense fortune, not to be trifled with lightly. Lastly, the world tree seedling, which has the potential to grow into the world tree, also known as the tree of life and the cosmic tree, recognized as the three great divine trees. The world tree supports the universe and upholds the chaotic energies, while the cosmic tree connects the void above and the abyss below. And the tree of life governs the force of life, enduring as long as life persists. These rewards are far from simple, and Chen Bei can only think in his heart that with such formidable gifts bestowed by the system, there is truly no reason for him not to be invincible. He ponders his own worthiness to bear such immense karmic rewards and reflects on the vastness of his own fortune. After much contemplation, Chen Bei decides to set aside these musings and focus on what he must do next. Should he merge bloodlines? He has already utilized the Saiyan bloodline gene, leaving him with the six-eared macaque bloodline gene and the golden human bloodline gene, both of which appear remarkably powerful. The Namekian bloodline gene, however, is not under consideration. Chen Bei hesitates, wondering if merging these bloodlines within himself would cause conflict or if they could harmoniously combine, preserving all abilities flawlessly. With this uncertainty in mind, he cannot help but summon the system. System, please come forth. I have a question. Ding. The host need not worry. The bloodline genes obtained from signing in will merge perfectly, allowing for the inheritance of their excellent traits. The system's response is as straightforward as ever, alleviating Chen Bei's long-standing concerns. Then let us proceed with the fusion. Chen Bei resolutely decides, biting his lip as he directly infuses both bloodline genes into his body. The previous experience of merging the Saiyan bloodline gene was excruciating, and he anticipates that merging two distinct bloodlines this time will be no exception. Indeed, the pain may prove even more intense. Indeed, the bloodline genes consumed within began to integrate into Chen Bei's very essence, transforming his blood and bones. An overwhelming sensation of tearing surged through him, causing his heart to ache violently, his eyes to redden, and his tail to rise, as if electrified. The veins across his body swelled grotesquely, resembling serpents writhing beneath his skin, ominous and terrifying, as if on the verge of bursting. Unable to contain his anguish, Chen Bei let out a series of agonized wails, rolling on the ground in torment, his fists pounding the earth with such force that it cracked and fissured outward from the epicenter. On planet Vegeta, the bustling activity had intensified in recent days, as numerous Saiyans, having fulfilled their missions, were summoned back. The Frieza force had ceased to assign new tasks, allowing some Saiyans to relish their leisure, spending their days indulging in various forms of entertainment. Despite their seemingly simplistic minds, the Saiyan race possessed a plethora of recreational activities, including bars and an array of violent games. Some even dyed their hair in vibrant colors, earning them the reputation of delinquent youths among their kind. Approximately a month passed, during which Chen Bei quietly embraced the abilities conferred by the merged bloodline within a small world. Throughout this period, he remained conscious for only a fraction of the time, the majority consumed by the protracted fusion process, an experience that stretched on to an almost absurd length. Upon regaining awareness, he inquired of his doppelganger whether Bardock and his companions had returned to planet Vegeta, but regrettably, the answer was negative. Chen Bei recalled from the original narrative that upon their return, Bardock was placed in a healing pod, recovering swiftly within a few days. While his comrades proceeded to undertake their next mission, the conquest of planet MIT. This endeavor culminated in an ambush by Dodoria and others, and upon Bardock's return, it was the fateful arrival of Frieza on planet Vegeta, poised to eradicate the Saiyans. Now, with half a year remaining until the destruction of planet Vegeta, it appeared that Chen Bei would need to exercise patience. Thus, the monotonous days passed, and he continued to familiarize himself with his newfound abilities. His thirst for power had diminished significantly, and during his year in the Dragon Ball universe, he had not only remained unchanged but seemed to have become more youthful. Based on Chen Bei's estimations, his lifespan had transcended mortal bounds, leading to an increase in longevity. Consequently, the urgency to cultivate and elevate his realm had lessened. His primary focus now was to thoroughly comprehend the various capabilities he possessed, which could potentially lead to an unprecedented enhancement of his strength. Shortly thereafter, in the external world on planet Vegeta, several small spacecraft, traversing at high speeds, swiftly crossed the sky before landing at a designated docking port. Chapter 52, Arrival of Bardock. These figures were none other than Bardock and his companions returning from planet Kanasa, in a line of 5 individuals. The one on the far left is a female scion named Celebi, adorned in a striking red jumpsuit and clad in black combat gear. She stands as the sole female member of Bardock's team. Beside her is a burly man, his ample musculature failing to conceal his corpulence. Sporting a mushroom-shaped hairstyle and a thin mustache that lends him an air of unseemliness. His name is Pabujan. The other 2 scions are assisting Bardock, one on the right resembling a Mediterranean with a bald head, reminiscent of Sha Wujing. He is known as Dodobo, leaving one to ponder the potential awkwardness should he transform into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, even scions can suffer from baldness, as illustrated by Nappa from the original series. On the left is Toma, the second strongest in the team after Bardock, characterized by his warm demeanor and a good rapport with Bardock. His physique is the most normal among the male scions, bearing a resemblance to the later character Namo. At the center lies the unconscious Bardock, as they make their way to a specialized healing chamber for scions. The clone had already informed Chen Bei of Bardock's team's return, and he has since departed from the small world. Transforming into gravel, he attaches himself to Celebi, intending to accompany them to the Scion healing room, curious to see if he can check in there. He also contemplates whether he can log in with these characters related to Bardock, who have appeared in Dragon Ball. Thus, he begins to silently recite his intentions to check in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the character Bardock. Rewards include the former word secret, the Talent Warrior's Heart, the 3 Lives Mirror, and Cell Catalyst 1. The system notification abruptly concludes, leaving Chen Bei momentarily bewildered. Is that all? It appears that exploiting system loopholes is unfeasible. The system defines plot characters as key figures, while secondary ones do not qualify. After some contemplation, Chen Bei discerns this pattern. However, he remains undeterred, as he still has check-ins left to utilize. Once they reach the healing room, he intends to attempt another check-in. After a short while, they arrive at the dedicated healing chamber, conveniently located near the Scion nursery. Observing their halt, Chen Bei initiates his check-in, yet, regrettably, he encounters another failure. Nevertheless, he does not succumb to despair. After all, his rewards are already plentiful, and many significant characters have yet to make their appearances, so there is no rush. Bardock's comrades, having ensured he is unscathed, depart to rest and rejuvenate after their lengthy absence. Chen Bei also takes his leave, but not without leaving a mental mark on Celebi, allowing him to track their whereabouts in the future. Chen Bei intends to gather a few Scion followers, but not at this moment. He believes that only when one is plunged into despair, suddenly rescued by the light, can a lasting impression be etched upon those teetering on the brink of the abyss. Chen Bei is not one to indiscriminately enlighten others, save for his foes. However, he bears no enmity towards these scions. The notion of enlightening them feels somewhat awkward. Though he does not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he possesses his own set of principles. When planet Vegeta was obliterated, Chen Bei harbored another plan, to rescue Bardock and his wife. He had long held a regret that Goku would never meet his parents. This cheerful and lively youth bears a burden of incomprehensible pressure, continually battling for Earth. He, too, experiences fatigue, and when he once contemplated relinquishing his role to Gohan, Chi-Chi vehemently opposed him. This represents a poignant regret within the Dragon Ball narrative. Chen Bei yearns for a Dragon Ball world that aligns with his aspirations, devoid of tragic conclusions. He has always found it disheartening in television dramas when resolutions remain unfulfilled, lovers torn apart, while malevolent forces rise once more. He resolutely rejects such endings. Since he has arrived in this realm, he is destined to alter certain events, unaffected by others' opinions, as long as he harbors no regrets. As for the other scions residing on planet Vegeta, Chen Bei asserts that he has yet to reach the point of overflowing compassion. Furthermore, their affairs do not concern him. He harbors no fondness for their race, which is characterized by destruction and arrogance, embodying a mindset of superiority that leaves no room for admiration. Aside from Bardock and his wife, he only plans to rescue Celebi and Toma, as the other 2 comrades of Bardock are rather unattractive, failing to meet Chen Bei's aesthetic standards. Upon returning to his small world, Chen Bei began to examine the rewards he had acquired this time. The forward secret, one of the 9 secrets from the world of Gogeta, grants the ability to foresee the future. A brief introduction reveals that the world of Gogeta also discusses the concept of a river of time. The forward secret emerges from this realm, allowing one to vaguely perceive the trajectory of their own future or related developments. However, for Chen Bei, this is a superfluous acquisition, useless to retain, yet too valuable to discard. Previously, he had obtained the Great Prophecy technique, a formidable divine ability that can predict the future with far greater potency than the forward secret. Next, he encountered another innate talent, the Heart of the Warrior, which amplifies one's mental and energy capacity in proportion to the severity of their injuries, potentially reaching tenfold of their original power. While this talent is commendable, it necessitates injury to activate, presenting a troublesome dilemma. The Three Lives Mirror reveals a person's past, present, and future, capable of altering one's karmic fate and erasing their past and future, unless one attains the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, which allows them to consolidate their timeline into a singularity. This powerful artifact is inscribed with countless runes of the Tao, and comprehending its depths is no simple task, rendering it yet another object to be kept as a mere ornament. Cellular catalysts, once employed, can stimulate a copious proliferation of cells within the body, exclusively for the use of Saiyans. Ah, what a limited commodity. Chen Bei was taken aback, for it was his first encounter with such an item. However, it seemed of little utility to him. Chen Bei understood that transforming into a Super Saiyan necessitated a sufficient number of cells, alongside a foundational combat power that met certain criteria, followed by the concentration of energy in the back or the stirring of emotions to fuel the power. Given his status as a mere bystander in this peaceful era, acquiring cells appeared to be an effortless endeavor. Thus, this catalyst seemed superfluous. He decided to keep it for future use should the need arise. Having perused all the rewards, Chen Bei felt no urgency to engage in other matters. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of Bardock, and now that this issue was finally resolved, it was time to indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. Chapter 53, Planet MIT. Frieza was preparing to journey to planet Vegeta. Prior to this, he had instructed Dodoria and the others to deal with some troublesome foes in advance. Although Frieza was not intimidated by the current Saiyans, he harbored a slight fear of the Super Saiyans, dreading the emergence of this legendary warrior. This apprehension was a caution passed down from his ancestors. While he did not fully believe it, he remained vigilant nonetheless. Planet MIT, a relatively weak life-bearing planet, was brewing a conspiracy against Bardock's team. Frieza was aware of Bardock's ascension from a mere low-class warrior to a being whose strength rivaled even that of higher-ranking warriors, which piqued Frieza's interest. He tasked his team with various missions to observe Bardock. However, Frieza had grown weary of the game. He intended to annihilate the Saiyans completely. As for the legend of the Super Saiyan, he would personally shatter it, leaving behind only a Saiyan prince and his retinue. It had been nearly a week since Bardock returned to planet Vegeta, and Tomas and his companions, observing Bardock still in a state of unconscious recovery, resolved not to wait for him this time. In the healing chamber, several of Bardock's comrades stood nearby. Truly, Bardock was remarkable. Who would have thought he would heal so swiftly in just a few days? Indeed, despite being a low-class warrior, he always returned from conquest missions battered and bruised. His combat power must now be approaching 10,000, a truly formidable individual. At that moment, Tomas could not contain himself and approached to inquire about Bardock's condition. How is he? Physically, he is completely fine. The treatment was thorough. However, the computer's diagnostic results indicate some irregularities in his brainwaves. Is that so? There is no choice but to leave Bardock behind this time. Indeed. Which planet are we heading to next? Planet MIT, Tomas replied, turning to Pabugen and the others. Since planet MIT was not far from planet Vegeta, they opted not to enter sleep mode and awaited their arrival on planet MIT. Meanwhile, Chen Bei had also learned of this news. Oh, has it begun? Shortly after Toma and his companions departed, Bardock awakened. As he opened his tightly shut eyes, he was greeted by the medical staff in the recovery room. He had just emerged from a slumber filled with terrifying visions of planet Vegeta and his son Kakarot. He was uncertain whether these dreams were rooted in reality or mere figments of his imagination, leaving him in a state of confusion. He preferred to believe they were false. Are you all right, Bardock? Bardock murmured, still somewhat dazed. Rising to his feet, he rubbed his head and replied, just a bit lightheaded. TSK, I had a strange dream. Bardock couldn't help but murmur to himself. A dream? The medical personnel inquired, a hint of curiosity in their tone. Yes, Bardock responded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. His mind racing with questions. What could it all mean? The dream had felt so vivid, so real, that he found it hard to accept. Especially the vision of the Scion's demise. Are you truly unscathed? Another medical staff member asked. Upon hearing this, Bardock scoffed. Humph, my resilience far surpasses yours. By the way, where did Toma and the others go? Lord Frieza has commanded them to proceed to planet MIT, came the reply. What? Bardock exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Those beasts. They abandoned me. Equipping his scouter, he remarked, Planet MIT, is it? Quite close indeed. Without another moment's hesitation, Bardock dashed outside, eager to reach Planet MIT. Hey Bardock. The medical personnel called after him, but Bardock paid no heed, hurrying onward. Suddenly, he seemed to hear something. Through the window, he caught sight of a familiar figure, the same one that had appeared in his dreams, his son, Kakarot. Visions flooded his mind again, replaying the destruction of planet Vegeta. Overcome with anguish, he clutched his head, shaking it as if to dispel the grim thoughts. Bardock gazed at a nameplate inscribed with Kakarot and muttered, Kakarot. Checking his scouter, he was left speechless. TSK, a battle power of only 2? Pathetic. Kakarot was weeping incessantly, as if sensing impending doom. Bardock had already turned away, intent on reuniting with his comrades. Meanwhile, on planet MIT, chaos had arrived. He transformed into a cloud of sand, floating in the air, unnoticed by anyone. How tragic, he mused. When they battled the Mitons, it was much the same. Dodoria's fierce charge had been effortlessly countered by the enemy, sending him flying back, eyes rolling white. And meeting his end. Observing this scene, Chaos had no intention of intervening, not even to assist Toma, who was struggling to rise. Bardock's allies, Babujan and Celebi, had just been slain. If Chaos had wished to save them, he could have acted then, yet he remained inactive, waiting. Chaos awaited Bardock's arrival, eager to witness this historic moment. There is another matter. He harbored no intention of rescuing Babujan and Dodobo. Had he intervened to save Celebi, he would have felt compelled to save the other two as well. Thus, he resolved to wait until they all perished, then resurrect those he wished to save, conserving his energy and avoiding exposure. How infuriating! Tomar gazed at the adversary before him, struggling to grasp the fallen detector to alert Bardock. Regrettably, the enemy afforded him no such opportunity. Crack! The detector was crushed beneath a foot. Why? Why must you utter such ludicrous retorts? The enemy could not suppress their laughter, prompting Chen Bei to feel an overwhelming urge to strike them, as their mockery was unbearable. At that moment, the imposing Dodoria stepped forward. Indeed, the Scions are remarkably resilient. However, he leaned down, gripping Tomar's collar with his right hand. You still have much more playtime with us. Persistently, Tomar questioned, Why? Why do you do this? Dodoria smirked disdainfully. Do you truly care? After a moment of laughter, he addressed Tomar's inquiry. As a parting gift before your demise, allow me to enlighten you. It is Lord Frieza's command. What? Tomar was taken aback by the revelation, unable to fathom such a turn of events. The Scions had always served Frieza with unwavering loyalty, yet now they faced this grim fate. Observing Tomar's expression, Dodoria showed no surprise and bluntly stated, Lord Frieza regards you Scions as thorns in his side. Have you done something to offend him? A purple, octopus-headed alien behind Dodoria interjected, voicing the shared confusion. Why did Lord Frieza suddenly turn against the Scions? While the Scions sometimes faltered, it hardly warranted the annihilation of their race. In response to this inquiry, Tomar vehemently retorted, Nonsense. We have always acted in accordance with Lord Frieza's commands and have never once defied him. Chapter 54, Survival of the Fittest. Even so, he remained discontented. Dodoria grasped Tomar's collar with one hand, lifting him effortlessly, responding to Tomar's questions with an unwavering demeanor. We are cast aside once we have outlived our usefulness. A wave of despair washed over Tomar as he realized that in Frieza's eyes, the Scions were deemed lesser than mere animals, mere pawns, ready to be discarded. Unwillingness and fury surged within him, yet in the face of absolute power, such sentiments were futile. He stared blankly ahead, uncertain of what actions to take next. And so it was. With a slight exertion of his right hand, Dodoria hurled Tomar away. Oh, have we arrived already? Such rapidity. Chen Bei had become acutely aware of Bardock's presence. Although he had been intently observing Doria and his companions, he simultaneously extended his mental prowess to perceive every movement on this planet. His sensitivity to energy signatures was heightened, and since these extraterrestrials did not conceal their aura, Detecting their whereabouts was not a formidable challenge. Bardock had materialized on planet MIT, and at that moment, he surveyed the desolate surface with an arrogant demeanor, a wicked smile creeping upon his lips. Chen Bei, attuned to the unfolding events through his mental faculties, chose not to reveal himself. He mused that Bardock's haughty laughter would soon be silenced. The thought of Bardock being soundly defeated brought a mischievous grin to Chen Bei's face, though no one could discern it, for he was still merely a grain of sand in the vastness of the universe. Upon his arrival on planet MIT, Bardock did not hasten to locate his comrades. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings. Another fierce battle had undoubtedly transpired. Lifting his left foot and bending his knee into a lunge, resting his left hand on his thigh in a display of arrogance, Bardock muttered to himself. Observing the devastation before him, he felt no trace of sympathy. His character had remained unchanged, hardened by years of warfare, leaving him devoid of compassion for these strangers. At that moment, a signal from his scanner indicated a source of energy. "I've found them. They seem to be reveling in their slaughter." Bardock prepared to seek out his companions. Unaware of the surprises that awaited him ahead, he leaped into action, his figure transforming into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. Upon his arrival at the scene, he was met with a sight of utter desolation, but what astonished Bardock was that all his comrades lay incapacitated among the ruins. He stood in disbelief for a considerable time, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Everything had seemed fine just moments ago. Bardock's mouth parted slightly, his eyes vacant, pupils constricted, lost in thought. From a corner of the ruins, a voice suddenly emerged. "Bardock?" Recognizing the sound, Bardock rushed over, familiar with that voice. It was his comrade, Toma. Toma. He hastened to assist Toma, who lay on the ground, unable to suppress his curiosity. What on earth happened here? The weakened Toma could not help but complain. "Oh, what an idiot. Why couldn't you just stay asleep?" In truth, he was worried about Bardock, hoping he would not share the same fate. "Were you overpowered by the Mitons?" Before Bardock could finish his inquiry, Toma interjected, "We were about to eliminate those fiends." "Then who was it that brought you down?" Bardock asked hoarsely, yearning for vengeance for Toma and the others. Toma, in a feeble tone, replied, "It was Frieza. That scoundrel betrayed us." "How is this possible?" Bardock was taken aback, his brow furrowed, unable to accept the reality of the betrayal. "Frieza, that wretched fiend, merely exploited us." Coughing, Toma felt his strength waning. Preparing to bid farewell to Bardock, "I am on the brink of collapse. Yet if this continues, cough, cough, all Saiyans shall perish at the hands of that scoundrel Frieza." Agonized, his facial muscles quivered, yet Toma managed to utter a warning. "Listen closely. Return to planet Vegeta at once and rally our comrades to vanquish Frieza." A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke. Let that villain experience the might of the Saiyans. No sooner had he finished his words than Toma succumbed, his eyes gently closing, a smile lingering on his face, for he held unwavering faith in Bardock, the one he trusted most. Bardock, cradling the lifeless Toma, remained speechless, unable to fathom the harsh reality that his comrade had departed from him so abruptly. Rising to his feet, he clutched the torn white fabric from Toma, his fingers digging into his palm, blood seeping forth and staining the cloth crimson. Witnessing the tragic demise of his comrades ignited a fire of fury within Bardock. He vowed to avenge his fallen brethren. At that moment, the scouter emitted a sound once more. It revealed that Dodoria and his cohorts had not strayed far and had stealthily approached Bardock from behind. "Now it is your turn to die," remarked a horned alien. Arms crossed nonchalantly. Confronted by the very murderer of his comrades, Bardock clenched his fists and bound the bloodied cloth around his forehead. With a primal roar, he charged fiercely at his adversaries. A fierce battle ensued, and nearby, Chen Bei watched with exhilaration. Though he perceived these skirmishes as child's play, it did not diminish his enjoyment of the spectacle. Key blasts detonated continuously, stirring a thick cloud of smoke around them. Several members of Frieza's army soared into the air, gazing down at the haze. The octopus-headed creature in the sky chuckled, dismissing Bardock's meager strength, believing that the key blasts posed no threat to him, merely raising a cloud of dust and smoke, leading him to underestimate Bardock. However, at that moment, the octopus-headed creature's scouter beeped unexpectedly. Bardock had suddenly appeared before him. It became evident that Bardock's intention was to scatter them, allowing him to defeat them one by one, demonstrating his considerable combat experience. Bardock clasped his hands together and delivered a powerful blow to the enemy's octopus head, sending the creature crashing into the ground. Unfortunately, Bardock failed to notice the other assailants, who had formed a triangle around him, gathering energy to unleash a key cannon aimed at him. The key cannon hurtled towards Bardock, producing a deafening explosion, followed by a cloud of smoke. Chapter 55. Crisis. The aliens gazed intently at the smoke-filled center, yet they could not discern Bardock's figure. Just as their confusion grew, Bardock materialized in a flash. Behind the yellow-headed turtle monster, Bardock firmly locked his grip around its throat, rendering it incapable of struggle. Cursed be it. The horned creature emitted a reluctant curse, quickly scanning for Bardock's figure. As it gazed toward the dissipating mist, it vaguely discerned a silhouette and, without hesitation, unleashed a wave of energy. To its shock, the attack struck its own companion, the turtle-headed monster. The impact caused the turtle-headed monster to roll its eyes back, plummeting swiftly to the ground. At that moment, the horned creature finally spotted Bardock hidden within the smoke. Witnessing its adversary, Bardock wore a contemptuous smile. How is this possible? The horned creature was taken aback, astonished at Bardock's formidable strength. Another green-skinned, red-headed monster chimed in, asserting, that fellow should be a mere low-level warrior. They could hardly believe that Bardock possessed such prowess to toy with them. Subsequently, the duo ceased their underestimation and began to launch a coordinated assault against Bardock. Just as Bardock was preparing to engage earnestly, an image suddenly flashed in his mind, revealing Kakarot's figure, momentarily distracting him. In that fleeting instant, the horned creature lunged toward him, thrusting a knee into Bardock's face, sending him hurtling backward. The green-skinned, red-headed monster had already circled to Bardock's rear. Upon seeing Bardock tumble toward him, he seized Bardock's arms and locked his shoulders, rendering him immobile. In concert with the horned creature, observing Bardock's helplessness, the horned creature wasted no time and delivered a powerful punch to Bardock's abdomen, forcing him to expel bile. Distracted by the mental image, Bardock struggled to fight back, left defenseless against their onslaught. Chen Bei witnessed this scene, hesitating on whether to intervene. Yet, reason dictated that he should refrain. Although he could easily conclude the battle, it did not align with his objectives. Furthermore, even if Bardock were to perish, he possessed the ability to resurrect him, thus extinguishing his intent to intervene and resuming his observation. At that moment, Bardock regained his focus, flipping forward to swap positions with the green-skinned, red-headed monster that had been restraining him. Simultaneously, the horned creature's attack arrived, originally aimed at Bardock's abdomen, but unexpectedly landing on the green-skinned, red-headed monster instead, striking its waist and shattering its battle attire. While the horned creature stood momentarily stunned, Bardock seized the opportunity to gather a wave of energy and directed it toward the horned monster. Taken aback by the sudden assault, the horned creature shouted in alarm, "No, please." However, Bardock showed no mercy. The energy wave obliterated the horned creature without a trace. As the battle concluded, Bardock returned to the ground, gasping for breath. The recent skirmish had left him battered and exhausted from the multiple blows he had sustained. Before he could regain his composure, the detector began to alert him again. He swiftly turned to see a figure approaching. Indeed, it was Dodoria, a loyal subordinate of Frieza and one of his most capable agents. Cackling, Dodoria gazed at Bardock, unable to suppress his laughter. Bardock, clearly recognizing Dodoria, remarked, "Dodoria, why? Why have you come for us?" Dodoria did not respond to Bardock's inquiry. Instead, he took a deep breath, gathering energy to unleash a wave of ki. Opening his mouth, the ki wave shot forth, hurtling towards Bardock. Unprepared for such a reaction from Dodoria, Bardock was unable to evade and was struck directly, propelled backward. The ground was carved by the force of the ki wave, leaving a gash that extended for several hundred meters. What a disappointment, Dodoria chuckled. I had hoped to play with him a bit longer. However, at that moment, Dodoria's detector relayed a message. "Hey, Dodoria, Lord Frieza commands your return." Understood, Dodoria replied nonchalantly. "Join us immediately. We are heading to planet Vegeta." Got it. Responding once more, Dodoria concentrated energy, erupting in a burst of purple aura, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he soared into the distance. At the end of the gash, a figure struggled to emerge. It was Bardock. Once free, Bardock gritted his teeth. "Damn it, Lord Frieza truly intends to eliminate us." Gazing at the lifeless body of a fallen comrade, Bardock steeled himself, resolved to return to planet Vegeta and relay this grave news to the other Saiyans. On planet Vegeta, Within the spacecraft launch bay, numerous ships were docked, preparing for the launch of a special vessel. This vessel was deemed special because it carried Bardock's son, the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Kakarot. He was to be sent to Earth, a planet situated at the fringes of the galaxy. In the vastness of space, a colossal disc-shaped ship approached planet Vegeta. It was Frieza's craft. Inside the ship, the summoned Dodoria arrived behind Frieza, bowing in deference. "I have returned, my lord." However, after a lengthy silence, Dodoria received no response from Frieza, who was fixated on the view ahead. At that moment, a voice broke the tension. It was Zarbon. "Dodoria, you have not cleaned up your mess adequately." "What do you mean?" Dodoria exclaimed, astonished. "You let a Saiyan from planet Meat escape." "Impossible, I was certain." But as Dodoria followed Zarbon's gaze, he saw a surveillance feed displaying a Saiyan spacecraft, heading to the same destination as Frieza's ship. Cold sweat cascaded down Dodoria's brow. He was well aware of Frieza's volatile temperament. If he had incurred the Lord's wrath, his life would surely be forfeit. He quickly began to apologize. "I am deeply sorry." Dodoria's anxiety was palpable, his words stumbling forth. As soon as the subordinate was ordered, he promptly set about his task. Just as Dodoria was about to turn away, Frieza called out to him, "Never mind, it is of no consequence. It appears that this Saiyan is also heading towards planet Vegeta." Likewise, Zarbon spoke up, "In any case, the fate that awaits us all is ultimately the same." A sinister laughter escaped Frieza's lips, for he was on the verge of extinguishing the lives of these Saiyans. Chapter 56. The Doom of the Saiyans. Bardock, aboard a small spacecraft, had indeed spotted Frieza's ship. Having crawled out from the ruins, he bore severe injuries but dared not pause for respite. The news of Frieza's intent to annihilate the Saiyans was vital. He must relay it. The ship sped through the cosmos, narrowly avoiding another vessel. Though he could not afford to linger, only catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure. Soon, the spacecraft soared above planet Vegeta, landing steadily at the docking port. As he opened the hatch, Bardock staggered out, his weakened body leaning against the side of the ship. The planet's demise loomed imminent. Yet the personnel at the launch center remained oblivious, approaching Bardock with inquiries about his condition. Without wasting words, Bardock limped forward. At that moment, a staff member mentioned that he had sent Bardock's son, Kakarot, to Earth. Earth? Bardock halted, as fragments of memory surfaced. He had dreamt of this planet. Indeed, a blue orb within the solar system. One of the staff reassured him, "It matters not. Even a low-tier warrior would take but a few months to obliterate that planet. You can see him once your injuries have healed." Gradually, Bardock could no longer discern their words. He struggled to breathe as visions of Earth flooded his mind. It then dawned upon him. The dreams he had experienced were glimpses of a true future. In that instant, he realized he had no time to ponder, and he dashed forward. The two staff members were bewildered. "What is wrong, Bardock?" Suddenly, one of them spotted Bardock's spacecraft, exclaiming, "Hey, come look here. That fellow is gravely injured." The surface of Bardock's ship was marred with splotches of blood, much of it still fresh, as if it had just been spilled. On planet MIT, Chen Bei was busy clearing the aftermath. "System, sign in." At that moment, Chen Bei recalled he had yet to complete his sign-in. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at planet MIT, earning rewards: 1 Rin Water Peach Tree, 1 Planet Destruction Bomb, 1 Pure Soul Essence, and 10 Youth Elixirs. The Rin Water Peach Tree, a preeminent innate spirit root, blossoms once every 50,000 years, bears fruit every 50,000 years, and matures every 50,000 years. Consuming a single peach grants one an endless lifespan, boundless fortune, and immunity from calamities. One of the 12 revered innate spirit roots, a treasure coveted by countless beings. The most renowned of the peaches of immortality are those cultivated by the Queen Mother in her peach garden, specifically intended to entertain the myriad celestial beings. The foremost cluster consists of 1,200 trees, bearing diminutive blossoms and fruits, ripening once every 3,000 years. Those who consume them may attain immortality and experience a lightness of being. The central cluster, also comprising 1,200 trees, yields sweet blossoms and delectable fruits. Maturing once every 6,000 years, consumption grants the ability to ascend to the heavens and achieve eternal youth. The final cluster, again of 1,200 trees, produces fruits adorned with purple streaks, ripening after 9,000 years. Those who partake in these shall enjoy longevity in harmony with the cosmos, their lifespan aligned with the sun and moon. The tree that Chen Bei has acquired is an unaltered, primal variety of the Ren-Shui peach. Its fruit bearing a potency that is unparalleled. However, the maturation period is considerably extended. Presently, Chen Bei can only speculate on when these peaches will reach ripeness, a mystery as elusive as the passage of time. As for another reward, the planetary destruction bomb, it is a unique technique of Frieza, capable of continuously compressing energy into a single point. Upon striking the planetary core, it can obliterate an entire planet, a method frequently employed by Frieza, hence its ominous name. The pure soul essence is particularly intriguing. It represents the very essence of a being's soul. Without it, the physical form deteriorates into a mere shell. In essence, only an entity possessing its soul essence can truly be considered alive. This essence is unique to living beings. Yet it can also be absorbed by others to enhance their own soul essence. However, typical soul essences are often tainted with various thoughts, and direct absorption may lead to mental chaos or madness. Only those who tread the path of darkness would dare to consume another's soul essence. This particular pure essence, devoid of any extraneous thoughts, can be absorbed without adverse effects, with its primary benefit being an enhancement of mental strength. Chen Bei finds this soul essence to be a commendable reward. The youth elixir is a coveted potion among countless female cultivators, its rarity stemming from the scarcity of its ingredients, rendering it highly sought after. Its effects include prolonging life and enhancing beauty. Chen Bei perceives little value in it. Yet he retrieves the youth elixir from the system's space and examines it. Encased in a special jade vial, the elixir is pristine white, adorned with unique patterns that exude a mystical allure, prompting an irresistible desire to taste it. Consequently, Chen Bei extracts a single youth elixir and places it in his mouth. The flavor is quite pleasant, sweet with an enchanting aroma that evokes comfort. Upon reflecting on the experience, he finds it unremarkable, the flavor being satisfactory at best. Producing a mirror, he observes himself, noting no significant changes. He has always viewed himself as remarkably handsome. Gazing at the pile of Saiyan corpses before him, Chen Bei strides forward, effortlessly lifting Celipa with his left hand while grasping Thomas with his right, casting them aside. As for the other two, Dodoria and Babidi, he has no intention of rescuing them, casually launching two energy blasts. Boom, boom. The blasts create two significant craters, and with his mental prowess, he levitates their corpses, placing them into the pits and covering them with earth. Task completed, Chen Bei turns his attention to the lifeless forms of Thomas and Celipa. As he approached Celipa, he took a closer look and noted her resemblance to Bidalai. It was uncertain whether the old bird had drawn them in a similar fashion. As for Toma, Chen Bei found no interest in assessing him. He felt compelled to clarify that he was indeed male and had a penchant for beautiful women. The next course of action involved reviving the two of them. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bei paused and transported their lifeless bodies into the small world. Meanwhile, on planet Vegeta, Bardock had relayed the information, but to his disappointment, no one believed his words. As the Frieza spaceship drew closer, Bardock finally had an epiphany. Perhaps when they invaded others' planets, the conquered felt similarly, overwhelmed by despair, suffocation, and regret. These emotions flooded his mind, and with a sense of unwillingness, Bardock resolved to take a desperate gamble. Aside from Bardock, few Saiyans recognized the impending crisis. Most remained lost in indulgence. Indeed, when the avalanche struck, no snowflake was innocent, and the Saiyans were engaged in a cycle of self-destruction. Chapter 57, Resurrection. Back in the small world, Chen Bei pondered the method to resurrect these two individuals. The Dragon Balls posed a complication due to their cooldown period. Thus, he considered an alternative approach. He recalled having acquired a spell previously, something akin to a resurrection technique. Upon checking his skill panel, he discovered it was indeed named Resurrection. The spell's purpose was straightforward, to bring the deceased back to life. However, it required a significant price, such as one's own lifespan or that of another. Chen Bei was not foolish enough to trade his life for theirs. He had other means at his disposal. Within the small world, abundant spiritual energy was available, and a direct infusion of this vast energy would suffice to revive them, requiring only a modest amount given their respective strengths. With this in mind, Chen Bei commenced the resurrection spell. He traced an unusual symbol in the air and began to chant incantations. A luminous halo gradually formed around Celiba and Toma's bodies, enveloped by a mysterious energy, while a magical array composed of special symbols emerged on the ground. As energy continued to converge, the array radiated a brilliant light, and immense life force surged forth, absorbed by the two figures within the array. Once the radiance subsided, tranquility returned. The two had yet to awaken, their consciousness still absent, indicating they would require some time to recuperate. Chen Bei stepped forward, embraced Celebi, and manipulated Toma with his mental energy, transporting both to his luxurious spaceship. He carelessly tossed Toma into a room and turned away, cradling Celebi as he departed. Upon reaching his own chamber, Chen Bei laid Celebi down, used his magical abilities to cleanse her body, and covered her with a blanket before leaving the room. Outside, above planet Vegeta, Frieza's spaceship had finally arrived. Gazing at the sun in the sky, which pointed directly towards Frieza's spaceship, Bardock solidified his resolve. He was determined to alter the course of the future. Channeling his energy, he leaped with all his might, his figure hurtling into the cosmic expanse, ready to confront Frieza's fleet. Inside the spaceship, Frieza stood with his arms crossed, surveying planet Vegeta. Humph, this is the last sight of this planet, he mused. Indeed, came the timely response from his subordinate, SAB. Just then, the hatch abruptly swung open, and a figure rushed in. After saluting Frieza, the individual delivered a report. Lord Frieza, we have arrived at planet Vegeta. The ship came to a halt, and the surrounding hatches swung wide open as the members of Frieza's army, fully prepared, began their descent towards planet Vegeta. Bardock, witnessing the approaching adversaries, charged forward with determination, intent on confronting Frieza directly. His agile form deftly evaded enemy attacks, occasionally launching counterstrikes. Bardock's combat experience was on full display. A throng of foes surged towards him. Yet with a powerful thrust and an explosive release of energy, he shattered their encirclement. Enveloped in a white aura, Bardock summoned his final reserves of strength and bravely pressed onward. As the figure drew nearer, Frieza spoke, Mr. SAB. Yes, Sab promptly replied. Please open the top hatch. However, one of the subordinates interjected. Frieza remained silent, and Sab soon realized that those outside were inconsequential to Frieza, should he continue to be obstinate. He could not foresee the consequences awaiting him. Thus, Sab decisively complied. As you command, he responded before hastily making his way to the control panel. Nearby, Dodoria was equally alarmed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Frieza, observing the ineptitude of those outside, felt a surge of wrath, his countenance revealing his anger. Yet Bardock paid no heed. He was rapidly approaching Frieza's vessel. At that moment, another group of enemies ensnared Bardock, employing various tactics to restrain him, preventing his advance. Fixating on the ship within reach, Bardock roared in fury, Frieza. Once more, he concentrated his energy and surged forth, dispersing his opponents. Frieza, come out. Bardock had successfully reached the top of Frieza's spaceship, and at that moment, the hatch above opened. Frieza's figure gradually emerged, his subordinates trembling at his presence. Lord Frieza, they called out in unison, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Frieza displayed no emotion as he ascended in his hovering pod until he reached the same altitude as Bardock. A smile broke across Bardock's face. He had finally laid eyes on Frieza. Now, everything will change, the fate of planet Vegeta. Frieza uttered no further words, raising his right hand slightly, a point of energy gathering at the tip of his index finger. At this moment, Bardock remained oblivious to the disparity in their strengths, murmuring, my fate, Kakarot's fate, and yours as well. As he spoke, Bardock began to gather his energy, a brilliant white light emanating from his right hand. Yet, Frieza, standing opposite him, remained unfazed, his expression as impassive as ever. Let us conclude this, Bardock exclaimed, hurling the energy sphere towards Frieza with all his might. Alas, he was already at the end of his strength, and the energy sphere was pathetically weak. As it approached, Frieza laughed, his laughter echoing with arrogance. Ha ha. With a mere flick of his index finger, the energy sphere expanded dramatically, effortlessly engulfing Bardock's feeble attack. What? Bardock gasped in disbelief. He could not fathom that his final assault had been so easily nullified. The gap in their powers was insurmountable. With a slight bend of his finger, Frieza directed the energy sphere forward, which swiftly struck Bardock and simultaneously consumed his minions. At that moment, a shadow darted past, unnoticed by anyone. The energy sphere continued its trajectory downward, heading towards planet Vegeta. In no time, it struck the planet, gradually sinking into its surface. Only then did the inhabitants of the planet realize that someone intended to obliterate planet Vegeta, but alas, it was too late. As the energy sphere penetrated the planet, the ground began to crack rapidly, magma surged forth, and the core shattered, reducing the planet to mere dust. Just before its destruction, it emitted a dazzling light, fragments scattering like a cosmic firework, resplendent and breathtaking. Look, Mr. Sabin, Mr. Dodoria, behold this exquisite display of fireworks. Ha! Planet Vegeta was annihilated, everything vanished, and the cosmos was left devoid of its existence, all reduced to cosmic dust. Chapter 58, Reunion Bardock. In a small world, a woman called out to the man collapsed on the ground. The man lay tattered and torn, his body marred with numerous wounds, some even emitting the scent of charred flesh, blood having flowed profusely. This man was Bardock, rescued by Chen Bei, and the woman was his wife, Jine. The timeline rewound to the moment Chen Bei resurrected Celebi and Toma. After reviving the two, he recalled there were still two more to save. Thus, he decisively utilized instant transmission, returning to planet Vegeta, where he found Jine still at work. Without regard for others' consent, Chen Bei delivered a powerful blow, knocking Jine unconscious and bringing her back to the small world. He then transformed into sand, lurking beside Bardock, and at the critical moment of Bardock's impending demise, he yanked him into the small world. Thus, Bardock lay on the ground, covered in wounds, while Jine looked on with deep concern. After observing for a while, Chen Bei grew somewhat bored and interrupted. "Excuse me, please step aside. I need to tend to his injuries." "Can you tend to the injuries?" "I am capable as well. May I inquire where the tools are?" Janae felt it inappropriate to trouble others unnecessarily and proposed to assist her husband in treating his wounds herself. "That method is rather cumbersome. Just step aside," Chen Bei yawned, waving his hand to signal Janae to move out of the way. "Very well, I understand." Janae replied without further hesitation, rising to her feet and stepping aside. "Rest assured, I do not intend to harm you. Otherwise, you would have perished along with planet Vegeta," Chen Bei stated, proceeding to perform the healing technique without delay. A vibrant green light emanated from his hands, filled with vitality, gradually approaching Bardock. As the green light enveloped Bardock's body, his wounds swiftly healed, disappearing in no time. Lowering his hands, Chen Bei ceased the energy transfer and resumed his stance. Bardock's injuries had completely mended, and his consciousness began to awaken slowly. Lying on the ground, Bardock suddenly stirred, his eyelids fluttering, his brows furrowing and then relaxing intermittently. Huff! Bardock's breathing became increasingly rapid. "Frieza!" he shouted, jolting awake and sitting up from the ground. "Bardock!" Janae rushed to his side, concerned. "What is wrong? Where am I?" Bardock surveyed his surroundings, bewildered. "Was I not killed by Frieza? How did I end up here?" "Frieza? Bardock, what are you saying?" Janae seemed to grasp something, but remained uncertain. Indeed, planet Vegeta has been annihilated by Frieza. He falsely claimed it was due to a meteor strike, stating it went undetected and was subsequently destroyed. With arms crossed and an expression of disinterest, Chen Bei interjected, "Both of you were saved by me, along with two other Saiyans who are currently resting in my ship. Is that so? I am truly grateful." Janae clasped her hands together and sincerely thanked Chen Bei. Bardock, however, regarded Chen Bei with suspicion. "Who are you? Why did you save us?" Unfazed by Bardock's demeanor, Chen Bei explained, My name is Chen Bei, hailing from Earth. I, too, am a Saiyan." He revealed his tail, which appeared somewhat unique, golden in hue, likely a result of his mixed heritage with the Golden Warrior lineage, causing a mutation. Bardock gazed at Chen Bei, perplexed. Although Chen Bei possessed a tail, it seemed different from that of ordinary Saiyans. "Why is your tail golden?" Unable to suppress his curiosity, Bardock posed the question. "I am not entirely certain about that myself. Perhaps it is due to my hybrid nature," Chen Bei admitted, unable to provide a clear explanation. He chose to bypass the topic and invited Bardock and Janae to follow him to his luxurious strategic vessel. As Bardock stood before the imposing warship, he found himself momentarily entranced. It was his first encounter with such a vessel, its distinctive design far more commanding than that of Frieza's spacecraft. Jine, too, was witnessing this marvel for the first time, yet she maintained her composure, reflecting the Scion's commendable mental fortitude. "Come with me. I shall guide you to suitable lodgings." "CHNB," I declared, leading the way as Bardock and Jine followed in his footsteps. Upon entering the ship, Bardock was once again taken aback, astonished by the vast interior. Replete with an array of amenities, a swimming pool, a bathhouse, a bar, and a dining area. In this microcosm, the absence of seasonal changes created a temperate climate abundant with spiritual energy. Residing in such a place was, in itself, a luxury. Do not linger from now on. Feel free to use anything you desire, as long as you refrain from causing damage, Chen Bei instructed. Guiding the pair to the resting area, filled with numerous compact residences. Selecting a suitable dwelling, he settled them in and remarked, "This shall be your residence for the time being. Do not concern yourselves with leaving. Should you require anything, simply use this to notify me." With that, Chen Bei tossed them a jade stone inscribed with communication symbols, enabling them to reach him at any moment. This was a simple artifact he had crafted during his spare time. With his current abilities, creating such basic treasures was well within his reach. However, before Bardock could voice his thoughts, Jine grasped his arm, pulling him inside their new quarters. "Apologies for the intrusion," Jine said to Chen Bei, drawing Bardock into the room. Chen Bei paid no heed, for he had other matters to attend to. The destruction of planet Vegeta by the planet-destroying bomb had resulted in a temporal rift at that location, a phenomenon he had witnessed while rescuing Bardock. It was his estimation that this rift led to a time 1,000 years prior, having altered Bardock's fate upon his arrival in this world. Chen Bei's curiosity about the world a millennium ago prompted him to explore further. After entrusting Bardock's care to Jine, he exited the microcosm and plunged into the temporal rift, arriving in another timeline before returning to tend to Bardock's injuries. Leaving the microcosm once more, Chen Bei found himself on an unknown planet, which he surmised was where Bardock had fallen 1,000 years ago. Chapter 59. A return to 1,000 years ago in the original timeline, at Frieza's headquarters. Vegeta was indulging in a meal when he suddenly heard a voice emanating from the detector. "Lord Vegeta, can you hear me?" "What is it?" Vegeta inquired, perplexed. "We have just received a notification from Lord Frieza stating that planet Vegeta has vanished." "Oh, and then?" Vegeta replied nonchalantly, resuming his meal. "The cause is said to be a colossal meteor impact." Came the pause before the voice continued. "The surviving Saiyans, including us, are now few in number." And then?" Vegeta maintained his indifferent tone, seemingly unfazed. "No, that is all. There is nothing else to report." This planet is nearly cleansed. Yet I must request another formidable world from Lord Frieza," mused Vegeta, lost in his own thoughts. Beside him lay a heap of various creatures' corpses. At the edge of the solar system, a blue planet witnessed a meteor streaking across the vast sky, crashing into the bamboo grove near Baozi Mountain with a thunderous roar, creating a massive crater. Gohan, who was foraging for herbs, was naturally drawn to the commotion and approached the source of the sound, where he was startled to hear the cries of an infant. Upon closer inspection, Gohan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What a surprise! An infant? But from whence did you come? He gently picked up the child, only to have the infant's tail suddenly reveal itself. Gohan gazed at the child with curiosity. "Oh my! A baby with a tail? Ha ha ha! I cannot leave you in such a place unattended. Come to my home." Gohan resolutely decided to adopt the infant, though one might ponder whether he considered searching for the child's parents. Suddenly, the baby, restless in Gohan's arms, kicked him squarely in the face. "Ouch!" Gohan exclaimed, looking at the child. "Truly a lively one. Ha ha! From this day forth, you shall be my grandson, do you understand?" Gohan, undeterred by the child's comprehension, continued speaking. "Your name shall be, let's see, Sun Wukong. Wukong, may you grow up healthy, perhaps having spent too much time alone." Gohan sought some purpose and, without understanding the child's origins, adopted him. Are the characters from Dragon Ball truly this Navi? At that moment, young Wukong beamed with joy, playfully frolicking in Gohan's embrace. Thus, the tale of Dragon Ball officially commenced. 1,000 years prior, on an unknown planet, Chen Bei stood still, surveying his surroundings. The scenery bore a striking resemblance to planet Vegeta, particularly the hue of the sky. Could this be planet Vegeta a millennium ago? Scanning the planet with his mental prowess, Chen Bei sensed no immediate danger and chose not to depart hastily. "Perhaps I shall attempt to sign in," he mused, lowering his gaze as he contemplated his next course of action. System, commence sign in. Patiently awaiting the system's response, Chen Bei remained calm. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in to Planet Prant, earning rewards. Totem record, 7 colored Lingyu robe, 50,000 pure yang elixirs, and the refining artistry manual. Remarkably, success was achieved. Could this not be the same place? It seems that planet Vegeta was once known as Planet Prant, or perhaps they do not exist in the same temporal realm. Thus not counting. Unable to comprehend the system's criteria, Chen Bei dismissed further contemplation and returned to his small world, eager to check whether the remaining 2 Saiyans had awakened. Inside the spaceship, Gina was preparing food for Bardock. Although the kitchen was spacious, it was evidently insufficient for the Saiyans' appetites. Thus, Jine had no choice but to set the stove outside and rekindle the fire for cooking. Bardock, with his arms crossed, leaned against a nearby pillar, waiting patiently. He was fine with the prospect of fighting, but when it came to cooking, his efforts would merely result in something edible. Flavor held no significance for him, as long as it satisfied his hunger. Upon returning, Chen Bei observed this scene and was reminded of the Saiyans' insatiable appetites. This race had an extraordinary capacity for consumption. It seemed that the supplies aboard the spaceship would scarcely suffice for these Saiyans. Fortunately, Chen Bei possessed a creative talent, and if food became scarce, he could simply conjure more. Watching Jine and Bardock busily roasting meat, Chen Bei decided to leave them be for the moment. Just as he was about to seek out the other 2 Saiyans, a figure suddenly emerged from the corridor, leaning against the wall and tapping his head, appearing somewhat disoriented. It was Toma, drawn by the enticing aroma of roasted meat. To his astonishment, he beheld an incredible sight: Bardock, standing there unharmed. Hadn't he returned to planet Vegeta? Confused, Toma vigorously shook his head. Is this heaven? No. It must be hell, but why is there roasted meat? Lost in bewilderment, he could not comprehend his circumstances. He remembered being killed by Dodoria. Yet here were Bardock and Jine, absurdly engaged in roasting meat. Leaning against the wall, Bardock, who was previously waiting with a bored expression, perked up at the sound. Toma? Bardock was equally perplexed. He recalled Toma had died in his arms, so how could he suddenly reappear? Jine, confused by the unfolding events, gazed at both men, then glanced at Chen Bei, seemingly hoping to glean some answers from him. You're awake. It seems your recovery is rather swift, Chen Bei remarked, approaching Toma and giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Your strength appears commendable, recovering so quickly. It was not in vain that I exerted myself to bring you back. You may wonder why Toma, who had clearly perished, was now alive again. Chen Bei paused for a moment before elaborating. This is due to a certain sacrifice I made, which restored vitality to their bodies and healed their injuries, thus allowing them to be resurrected. Bardock was taken aback, realizing such a feat was possible, while Toma shared his astonishment at Chen Bei's abilities to revive the deceased. At this juncture, Jine began to grasp the situation. Toma had indeed once been dead, and it was Chen Bei who had saved him. Previously, Jine had witnessed Chen Bei perform healing magic and speculated that he had utilized a similar power to restore Bardock. Chapter 60. A grand display of abilities. Please wait a moment. There is still one person who has not awakened. I must go see to them. Chen Bei spoke up, expressing his intention to investigate the condition of Celebi. This was his first experience with the resurrection technique, and he was uncertain about any potential aftereffects, necessitating careful observation. Toma and Bardock, having shared a bond of life and death, naturally had many inquiries to make of Bardock regarding planet Vegeta and their Saiyan brethren following Toma's revival. Toma glanced at Bardock, seeking his counsel. Instantly, Bardock comprehended Toma's unspoken question, nodded in agreement, and refrained from disturbing Chen Bei further. Very well. You may remain here for the time being. I shall return shortly, he instructed. Inside the room, Celebi slightly furrowed her brow, awakening from her slumber and surveying her surroundings. Where am I? She rose to her feet, recalling her demise, and wondered how she had arrived in this place, lying upon a soft bed. Moreover, her attire had changed, as if she had been transported to another realm. At that moment, Chen Bei pushed open the door. Oh, you're awake. It appears there are no after-effects, he remarked. Observing the alert Celebi and feeling relieved that the resurrection had not resulted in any adverse consequences. Startled by the sudden appearance of a stranger, Celebi instinctively assumed a defensive stance. Who are you? Where's this place? How troublesome. Chen Bei sighed in exasperation. Must I repeatedly explain? Do you not recall? You have already perished once. If I intended to harm you, why would I have gone through the trouble of saving you? Why adopt such a hostile demeanor? After a moment of contemplation, Celebi relaxed her tense posture slightly, though her gaze remained fixed on Chen Bei. My name is Chen Bei. During the battle, I was observing from the shadows, he continued, noting Celeba's lingering wariness. He embarked on yet another round of explanation. Toma and Bardock, they were also saved by me. At that time, you were slain by Dodoria and his comrades, but I employed a special method to bring you back. Gradually, Celeba's tension dissipated, and she began to trust Chen Bei's words. But why did you save us? I don't believe we're acquainted. Chen Bei offered a gentle smile. It's nothing profound, merely a matter of curiosity. The remaining scions are few. What did you say? Has planet Vegeta, are there no scions left? Celeba's expression shifted to one of urgency as she sought confirmation from Chen Bei. Indeed, planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frieza, and the scion race is nearly extinguished. You were meant to be among the fallen, but I intervened. Chen Bei recounted the events in detail, omitting certain sensitive aspects but clarifying the overall narrative. Thank you. May I go find Bardock and the others now? Celebi inquired, feeling more comfortable in the presence of her comrades. Yes, that is permissible. They have awakened as well. And you must be hungry. Jine is grilling meat, though it may not suffice for all of you. I shall procure more. Chen Bei spoke as he turned to leave. Instructing, you can find them yourself. Exit the door, turn left, and walk straight. It will lead you directly to the balcony, from where you can descend. Having already stepped outside the room, Chen Bei sought out an open space, employing his creative talent to conjure numerous cooking utensils before commencing his culinary prowess. It had been quite some time since he had savored a meal, and this occasion he resolved to indulge in a sumptuous feast, eschewing the preparation of mere appetizers. As they would not suffice, Chen Bei aimed to prepare something grand. He began by setting up a large iron pot, several meters wide, and ignited a fire beneath it. With the fish and meat he had prepared earlier, he gently struck the fish with his palm, shattering its bones, and filled it with an assortment of spices. He added an adequate amount of oil and base ingredients into the pot before placing the fish inside, intending to create a delectable stewed fish dish. Once that was accomplished, Chen Bei proceeded to prepare the next course, or rather, the staple dish. Again, he utilized the expansive iron pot, pouring in oil, not for a stew this time, but for fried rice. Under the guidance of his mental acuity, rice and eggs fell evenly into the pot, while the spatula stirred them harmoniously, resulting in a perfect amalgamation of plump rice grains and eggs. A sprinkle of chopped green onions released an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Moving on to the next dish, he decided on a whole roasted lamb, estimating that the four scions would have considerable appetites, unlike himself, who had mastered the art of fasting and did not rely on food for energy replenishment. Given the lambs were not particularly large, Chen Bei prepared an ample quantity, nearly 100, and opted to manipulate them with his mental power for ease. Each lamb was generously coated with a meticulously crafted spice blend and roasted over the finest charcoal until thoroughly cooked. Roasting lamb is less intricate than other dishes. The key lies in the spices used. If the marinade is perfected, the flavor of the roasted meat will be exquisite. Additionally, to ensure even cooking, the lamb must be turned consistently. After reaching a medium doneness, it is crucial to make precise incisions to enhance the aroma and achieve a crispy texture. None of these tasks posed a challenge for Chen Bei. Under his mental control, each seasoning was harmoniously proportioned, and the cooking timing was impeccable. When it came to making the incisions, he deftly applied his mental power to the lamb, accomplishing the task effortlessly. Meanwhile, Bardock and the others had taken note of Chen Bei's culinary endeavors, standing nearby with their mouths watering. However, they refrained from interrupting him, fearing they might miss the opportunity to taste such exquisite delicacies. Drawn in by the tantalizing aromas emanating from Chen Bei's cooking, they recalled that Jine had already prepared some meat, and Bardock and Toma had been chatting while eating. Yet, upon catching a whiff of Chen Bei's dishes, they found the meat in their hands suddenly unappetizing, not due to Jine's cooking being inferior, but rather because Chen Bei's creations were simply too aromatic, captivating the scions' appetites completely. Accompanying them were Jine and Celebi. Celebi had just located Bardock and his companions, engaging them in conversation regarding the status of planet Vegeta. However, they were all well aware of their limitations. No matter the circumstances, they felt utterly powerless against Frieza and remained silent. All set. It appears to be quite satisfactory, Chen Bei exclaimed, clapping his hands. After several hours of effort, he had finally prepared an array of dishes. The golden-hued fried rice, complemented by the aromatic roast lamb, alongside a pot of delectable fish soup, was nothing short of perfection. Chapter 61. Successfully captivating the scion palate. Don't be shy. Come and eat. I assure you. I mean you no harm. Chen Bei invited Bardock and his companions to sample the feast. However, his intentions were not entirely benevolent. He aimed to win over the Saiyans through the allure of culinary delights. The Saiyan race, known for their rebelliousness and penchant for insurrection, made direct coercion a precarious endeavor. Thus, Chen Bei resolved to employ the age-old strategy of benevolence tempered with authority, believing it a more prudent approach. Nevertheless, should these Saiyans prove obstinate and defy him, they would have only themselves to blame, for the grand feast technique was not to be trifled with. Chen Bei's decision to shelter these Saiyans stemmed from mere curiosity, coupled with a desire to enlist a few subordinates. Bardock and Toma's personalities resonated with him, one daring to fight, the other unwaveringly loyal to his comrades. Both qualities he found admirable. As for Celebi, he was simply a diversion, being the only female Saiyan whom Chen Bei could name aside from Jine in the early saga. He brought her along as mere decoration, as she posed little inconvenience. Chen Bei had no expectations of her contributions. He merely required her to refrain from provoking him. Jine was an incidental inclusion, having rescued Bardock and consequently his wife, an act of kindness. The remaining authority had yet to be exercised, but such matters were straightforward, hinging on Chen Bei's discretion. Upon hearing Chen Bei's invitation, Bardock and his companions opted not to display pride by refusing the meal. Adhering to their life philosophy that one should seize any opportunity for sustenance, they began to devour the food voraciously. In truth, they had long been eager. Had they not been uncertain of Chen Bei's strength, and had he not saved their lives, they would have seized the food at once. Such was the nature of Saiyans. This inclination stemmed from habit. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, only those with sufficient power could ensure their survival. Excessive compassion and empathy were, for them, fatal weaknesses. Unlike Chen Bei, who was new to the realities of society, Bardock and his kin had been raised in a mire of hardship, thus possessing a deeper understanding of the treachery inherent in human nature. Overall, however, Saiyans were not particularly fond of employing their intellect. For the time being, Chen Bei was disinclined to intervene. At least the Saiyans had not yet engaged in any egregious behavior, so he allowed them their indulgence. Observing the whirlwind of activity, Chen Bei found it amusing, recalling that he had once been in a similar situation. Bardock and his companions, famished, used both hands, devouring the food with reckless abandon, neglecting even the use of chopsticks and bowls. In total, there were 5 individuals, and the dishes Chen Bei had labored over for hours were nearly depleted in less than half an hour. Mr. Chen Bei, your culinary creations are truly exquisite. Gnei expressed sincerely, declaring it the finest meal she had ever tasted. Upon hearing this, Bardock and others nodded in agreement, affirming that it was indeed the most delightful dining experience they had encountered. Even after consuming every morsel, the flavors lingered in their minds, leaving them yearning for another indulgence. Mr. Chen Bei, will we have the pleasure of enjoying such meals in the future? Asked Celebi, her heart gripped with the fear of never experiencing such delectable cuisine again. Chen Bei had completely captivated her with his culinary prowess. Mr. Chen Bei, shall we reside here indefinitely? Inquired Toma, uncertain of his fate after the destruction of planet Vegeta. Stripped of everything, he felt adrift, his only remaining ambition perhaps seeking vengeance against Frieza. Well, you won't be confined here forever. Opportunities to venture out will arise, and the meals will remain consistently delightful, so you need not worry about future feasts, Chen Bei assured, nodding in response to their inquiries. Meanwhile, Bardock remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. Thank you so much, Mr. Chen Bei. Gnei exclaimed joyously, appreciating the pleasant environment and the absence of worries regarding sustenance. Not one to relish battle, she found contentment in this new life. All right, you may explore freely, but remember to refrain from causing any damage, Chen Bei stated before standing up and vanishing in an instant. This sudden display left Bardock and the others in stunned silence. He had disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, they had refrained from acting impulsively, for Chen Bei's remarkable speed could have easily dealt with them. After satisfying their appetites, the group, still reeling from Chen Bei's abrupt departure, lost interest in further conversation and retreated to their respective quarters. Bang! The door to Chen Bei's room swung open as a woman entered. Mr. Chen Bei, what are you doing here? Celebi asked, perplexed by the situation. Chen Bei, equally bewildered, had only just returned to his room to rest, completely unprepared for Celebi to barge in without warning. I should be asking you that. This is my room, Chen Bei replied, momentarily at a loss for words, realizing Celebi truly did not regard him as a stranger. My apologies. Mr. Chen Bei, should I find another place? Celebi said nervously, fearing he might expel or eliminate her, leaving her utterly lost. No need for that. You can stay in the room next to mine. Just turn left when you exit, Chen Bei replied, not inclined to be angered over such a trivial matter. He waved his hand dismissively, adding, here is the key, and this as well. With that, Chen Bei tossed a jade stone to Celebi, who caught it deftly. You can use this to contact me. Just hold it and speak, and I will hear you, he explained. Understood, Celebi replied before turning to exit, closing the door behind her. Once Celebi left, Chen Bei found himself devoid of the desire to sleep. After changing his attire, he swiftly departed his room. In a secluded corner of a diminutive world, the figure of Chen Bei emerged, commencing the organization of his recent acquisitions. System, activate the attribute panel. Ding. The attribute panel has been successfully accessed. Host, Chen Bei race, human bloodline. Scion, six-eared macaque, golden human combat power. 1-800-000 realm. Golden core skills. Eye of insight. X-ray vision, mental explosion, mental piercing, memory reading, psychic pressure, telepathy, heart purification spell, healing art, planetary destruction bomb. Divine techniques and methods. Fragment of great destiny technique. Great acupoint technique. Great blood essence technique. Secret of immortality. Great belief technique. Great wish technique. Great sealing technique. Great salvation technique. Great world technique. Time and space technique. Clone technique. Great domination technique. 36 transformations of the heavenly gang. Great thunder technique. Resurrection technique. Great law of command. Great yin-yang formula. Alchemical compendium. Great prophecy technique. Instantaneous movement. Precept secret. Resurrection technique. Alchemical manual. Talents. Divine level comprehension. Photographic memory. Illusion immunity. Indomitable will. Vacuum survival. Creation. Golden divine eye. Technological genius. Divine chef. Giant ape transformation. Warrior's heart. 6 ears. Special abilities. Dragon god's power. Breath of nature. Vital energy affinity. Items. Ring of Worlds, Super Divine Water X2, Spirit Beans X20, Nimbus Clouds X2, Timespace Ring. Universal Key, Luxury Starry Strategic Ship, Scion Bloodline Gene X20, Super Namekian Bloodline Gene X1, Human Path Sealing List, Red Lotus Karmic Fire Seed, Spirit Bean Cultivation Method, Supreme Throne. Dark Immortal Gold, Carefree Abode, Purple Gold Bagua Furnace, Space Cube, Sapling of the World Tree, Mirror of 3 Lifetimes, Ren Water Peach Tree, Youth Preserving Pill X9, Pure Soul Essence X1, Racial Totem Record, Pure Yang Pill X50, Rainbow Linyu Garment. Chapter 62, Red Lotus Karmic Fire Seed. The Red Lotus Karmic Fire Seed? Since receiving this reward, Chen Bei had yet to utilize it and remained uncertain of any extraordinary transformations it might invoke. During the preceding period, he had devoted himself to bloodline fusion, remaining in a state of unconsciousness for an extended duration, with little opportunity for cultivation. Upon awakening, his combat power surged dramatically, and he subsequently spent considerable time acclimating to the myriad abilities bestowed by his bloodline. This marked only the preliminary fusion, as many capabilities within the bloodlines remained unexplored. Notably, after merging with the 6-eared macaque bloodline, Chen Bei acquired the talent of 6 ears, which enabled him to hear across the 6 realms: heaven, earth, humanity, ghosts, deities, and monsters. Within these 6 domains, he could discern the conversations of others, even their innermost thoughts, albeit with the caveat that intentional shielding would render him powerless. Upon melding with the golden human bloodline, both his golden eye and the Scion's distinctive tail underwent mutations. The golden eye transformed into the golden divine eye, and the Scion tail turned golden as well. However, Chen Bei had yet to discern their unique attributes and had temporarily set them aside. With his enhanced strength, the miniature world within Chen Bei also expanded, transitioning from the size of an ocean to that of a planet, thereby increasing his energy storage capacity. Presently, if he were to harness the power of the world, it was estimated that his combat strength could surge over 100-fold, directly reaching 180 million. Frieza now stood before him, reduced to the status of a mere younger brother. At that moment, Chen Bei found himself with ample time and resolved to first fuse the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed, albeit with necessary preparations. He conjured an avatar to return and observe Bardock and the others, and then retrieve the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed from the system's spatial realm. Is this truly the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed? Chen Bei mused, gazing at the lotus seed resting quietly in his palm. It appears rather unremarkable, merely warm to the touch. Unbeknownst to Chen Bei, the warmth emanating from the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed was a mere consequence of its energy being restrained. The Red Lotus Karma Fire, a force of unending karmic flame, could not be trifled with even in its seed form. It was only through the aid of the system that Chen Bei could hold it so steadily. An ordinary individual would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Furthermore, such treasures possess sentience, and without a recognized master, they are difficult for the unworthy to grasp. Oblivious to these intricacies, Chen Bei remained undeterred. He acted with reckless abandon. With a swift motion, he opened his mouth and swallowed the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed, initiating its refinement within his body. Once ingested, the seed settled in his Dantian, and within the sea of spiritual energy, it began to radiate a searing heat due to the abundant energy infusion. Soon, a crimson spark erupted, rapidly expanding in intensity. Chen Bei hastily summoned his golden elixir to suppress the seed, endeavoring to integrate it into his own golden elixir. Under Chen Bei's guidance, the golden elixir manifested intricate runes, weaving together to form a grand net that swiftly ensnared the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed. Unyielding, the trapped seed retaliated, incinerating the surrounding space, nearly creating a breach in Chen Bei's Dantian. Fortunately, the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed soon found itself lacking in strength. Enhanced by the Great Fate technique, Chen Bei remained untouched by karmic ties, rendering the seed powerless. Without karma to consume and incinerate, it had no choice but to surrender. The rune-imbued net tightly enveloped the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed, drawing it into the golden elixir. At that moment, the golden elixir, radiant and robust, began to soften, resembling liquid as the runes ushered the seed into its depths. With a decisive action, the golden elixir absorbed it, solidifying once more. Now with the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed firmly bound within, Chen Bei continued to operate his technique, imprinting his spiritual seal upon the seed, refining it further while amplifying the energy transfer to better assist himself. Through his relentless efforts, the Red Lotus Karma Fire Seed gradually became docile, merging seamlessly with the golden elixir, and Chen Bei's spiritual imprint was successfully inscribed upon it. Done. Chen Bei exhaled, retracting his magical energy, and rose to his feet. A low hum resonated as a deep crimson flame flickered to life in the palm of his right hand, swaying alluringly. I wonder how potent this flame is. With that thought, Chen Bei spread his fingers, instantly unleashing a burst of fire. Whoosh! As the ground ignited in a fierce blaze, the areas engulfed by the flames were reduced to nothingness, leaving behind a series of varying-sized craters. Witnessing this scene, Chen Bei withdrew the flames, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The power was impressive. If those consumed by the fire possessed a vast amount of karma, the intensity would likely escalate several-fold. Having experimented with the potency of the Red Lotus Inferno, Chen Bei began to contemplate his subsequent plans. The Red Lotus seed was only in its preliminary stage of integration and required continual consumption of karma to truly thrive. It appeared that Chen Bei had much to attend to in the future. The 7-colored Lingyu robe? It seemed to be the reward he had just acquired upon signing in. Its utility was uncertain, so he decided to peruse its description. The 7-colored Lingyu robe, crafted from 7 types of spirit silks intertwined with Lingyu, boasted the ability to resist water and fire, remaining untainted by dust. The garment was inscribed with defensive and spirit-gathering formations, rendering ordinary energy attacks ineffective. It could self-repair and alter its style at will, and the embedded Lingyu provided immunity to mental assaults, albeit with limited efficacy against overwhelmingly powerful foes. Overall, it seemed suitable for everyday wear. Chen Bei remarked, donning the 7-colored Lingyu robe. It fit perfectly, neither too heavy nor too light, and felt quite comfortable to the touch. He then experimented with various styles, ultimately selecting a more casual outfit. At this moment, he did not rush to venture outside, for there was another matter he needed to address. Retrieving an item from the system space, he discovered it was a sapling, a world tree seedling, to be precise. A reward from the system. The moment the world tree seedling emerged, it began voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, and its branches and leaves gradually started to grow, albeit at a slow pace. Had it not been for Chen Bei's formidable mental strength, he might not have noticed its progress. Currently, the world tree seedling was no larger than a palm, resembling a small blade of grass, with only 2 fragile leaves adorning its slender trunk. As it absorbed spiritual energy, its foliage shimmered with a resplendent green glow, reminiscent of a precious emerald from a distance. Chapter 63. Planting the World Tree. Chen Bei was uncertain how to utilize the world tree. He had seen in novels that others planted it within themselves to support an internal realm, and he decided to give it a try. He inhaled the world tree directly into his body, and remarkably, it offered no resistance. Upon reaching the Dantian, the world tree seemed to discover a treasure, swirling around the energy vortex of the miniature world within and extending its roots to draw energy from it. Due to the system's influence, the world tree bore a natural imprint, though Chen Bei had yet to refine it and could only rely on the system for now. Observing the world tree's actions, Chen Bei swiftly comprehended its intent. It was hungry. As the sapling was still in its juvenile stage, it was exceedingly fragile and in dire need of energy. Its lack of resistance to Chen Bei was largely due to its perception of the immense energy contained within him. Like now, the world tree continuously extends its roots, striving to absorb the energy within the vortex. Unfortunately, without the consent of Chen Bei, even if it attempts this 100 times, it will not succeed. Chen Bei has no intention of allowing the world tree to take root in his Dantian. He seeks an alternative location, specifically the small world within the Dantian, where the space is more expansive and the stored energy is more abundant. Furthermore, Chen Bei places the golden core at the junction of the Dantian and the small world, where its constant rotation purifies the spiritual energy, enhancing the quality of the energy within the small world. Under Chen Bei's control, the energy vortex directly devours the world tree, transporting it into the small world of the Dantian. The world tree, still bewildered by the sudden change, soon realizes the even more abundant energy available to it in the small world. Instantly, its tender leaves quiver with excitement, and its roots grow rapidly, embedding themselves in the center of the small world. Thus, the world tree unconsciously recognizes its master, allowing Chen Bei to imprint his spiritual mark upon it. And it sends affectionate signals to him, as if considering Chen Bei as its own mother. At this moment, the energy from the small world frantically rushes towards the world tree, which eagerly accepts the influx, voraciously consuming the energy as its branches and leaves grow at an astonishing rate. What was once a sapling with 2 tender leaves quickly transforms into a towering tree exceeding 10 meters in height, lush and brimming with vitality. Chen Bei remains unperturbed by the world tree's consumption, for he possesses an abundance of spiritual energy. He is not lacking in resources. Yet, the world tree's role extends beyond mere energy absorption. Its primary function lies in stabilizing the world and autonomously generating realms, evolving laws, and nurturing its host. Stabilizing the world is beyond the capabilities of the juvenile world tree, and the notion of generating realms is even more distant. As for evolving laws and nurturing its host, Chen Bei falls silent, reflecting on the fact that this entity currently resembles a mere burden. In an instant, he feels as though he has unwittingly summoned an ancestor, leaving him utterly perplexed. The burden of his own creation is one he must bear, and he can only comfort himself with this thought. Choosing to disregard the world tree for the moment, Chen Bei directs his consciousness away from the small world within the Dantian. He examines his belongings, searching for anything of use. At last, he discovers the pure soul essence. This is something Chen Bei can utilize at present, as the pure soul essence enhances the quality of the soul and promotes the growth of spiritual power. Having refrained from using it before, he decides now is the time. Without hesitation, he brings forth the soul essence and swallows it whole, barely taking a moment to contemplate the act. One must admit, this young man is indeed reckless. As the soul essence enters his body, it instantly rushes towards the sea of consciousness, the very realm where the soul resides, the sanctuary of his spirit. Chen Bei experiences a refreshing coolness enveloping his mind, eliciting an involuntary exclamation of comfort. With his eyes closed, he begins to relish the sensation. The enhancement of spiritual power is far more pleasurable than that of energy, Chen Bei muses inwardly, though he refrains from voicing his thoughts aloud. Thus, this state of enjoyment continues for several days, until finally, Chen Bei fully absorbs the soul essence, resulting in a monumental enhancement of his soul power. The most immediate sensation that Chen Bei experienced was the realization that, even without relying on energy, he could easily surpass the early stages of Dragon Ball solely with his mental prowess. The enhancement of his mental strength brought with it additional benefits. The potency of his psychic abilities grew stronger, his perception expanded, his mind became clearer, and his thought processes accelerated. Having utilized everything at his disposal, Chen Bei decided not to linger any longer. He immediately employed instant teleportation to depart from that location. Oh, there was also a peach tree. Chen Bei smacked his forehead, wondering why he hadn't thought of it earlier. However, considering that he could barely sustain a world tree, the thought of nurturing multiple peach trees was simply out of the question. He resolved to defer that matter for another time. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to move on from this dilemma. He found himself near the spaceship, where the magical beans were cultivated. Observing the seedlings sprouting from the magical beans, Chen Bei nodded in satisfaction, though he wished they would grow a bit faster. After watering the beans again, he did not linger any longer and returned directly to his room. Feeling bored in his chamber, he thought it prudent to find something to occupy his time. Thus, he began to communicate telepathically with Bardock and the others. "Come out. I have something to discuss." In the rest area, within a spacious plaza, Chen Bei stood resolutely. Although Bardock and the others heard his call, they could not see him, which left them puzzled but nonetheless made their way outside. Upon spotting Chen Bei standing in the center of the plaza, they exchanged glances before approaching him. Once they were in front of him, Chen Bei finally spoke. "Today, I will teach you something, and I hope you will pay close attention." Indeed, Chen Bei intended to instruct Bardock and the others on how to harness their ki. As for the method of immortality, he had no plans to delve into that just yet. Not only was he only partially knowledgeable about it himself, but he also felt it inappropriate to teach something he didn't fully understand. Moreover, as Bardock and the others had not yet completely earned Chen Bei's trust, he naturally would not easily divulge his secrets. Thus, he could only impart knowledge on subjects in which he was more proficient, such as the mastery of ki. "What exactly are we learning?" Toma asked, unable to contain his curiosity about what Chen Bei intended to teach them. "I trust you all know how to utilize energy blasts. You even understand how to fly. But do you know what this energy is called?" Chen Bei posed a question, intending to pique their interest through engagement. "Isn't energy just energy? Is there some other term for it?" Bardock scoffed, feeling that Chen Bei was being somewhat cryptic. Chapter 64. Instruction. Chen Bei cast a calm glance at Bardock, unperturbed by the remark, and proceeded to explain. "Energy is merely a generalized term. To be more specific, the dominant force in this world is known as ki. Ki. Bardock was unfamiliar with the concept and was curious to hear what Chen Bei would elaborate on. The others nearby listened intently, eager for Chen Bei to commence his explanation. Qi is a unique energy intrinsic to the human body. Every individual possesses it, albeit in varying degrees of intensity. Some individuals can perceive and adeptly harness this energy, while others, despite possessing formidable qi, merely release it without undergoing systematic training." At this juncture, Chen Bei paused momentarily to observe the reactions of Bardock and the others. Bardock and Toma appeared contemplative, while Jine wore an expression of confusion, and Celiba, though she grasped some of the concepts, seemed to lack full comprehension. Typically, qi can only be amplified through continuous cultivation. "Cultivation?" Bardock and Toma exclaimed in unison. Their curiosity piqued about the nature of Chen Bei's training. Indeed, cultivation is essential, and Saiyans experience a more rapid enhancement compared to ordinary individuals, possessing greater potential. Chen Bei continued to elucidate, this time not waiting for Bardock and the others to respond. He directly stated, "In fact, the energy you utilize is qi. However, your inability to perceive it limits your capacity to wield it effectively. To cultivate and enhance your qi, you must first understand and perceive your own energy." "Is there a special method to perceive qi?" Bardock inquired. Toma, with sincere earnestness, added, "Please, Mr. Chen Bei, enlighten us. I shall remember your kindness. Do not rush. I will teach you how to perceive qi momentarily. First, move apart a little and sit cross-legged," Chen Bei instructed. He began guiding them to settle into position. Perceiving qi is not overly complicated. It requires adherence to two essential steps. The first step is to relax the body. Bardock and the others complied, eager to enhance their strength and seek vengeance against Frieza. The second step involves sensing the energy within their bodies, specifically the qi, and attempting to manipulate it, drawing it forth. This step should be straightforward for you. as you all possess substantial qi and can use it with ease. The 2 steps Chen Bei described were familiar to them. However, after completing the actions as instructed, they felt no significant change, leading to a shared sense of confusion as they glanced at Chen Bei, wondering if he was jesting with them. Observing their skeptical expressions, Chen Bei remained patient and calmly stated, "What you have practiced thus far is merely a rudimentary application of qi, essentially mastering your own energy. However, you must also learn to perceive the qi of others and master the ability to suppress your own energy." Bardock and Toma became serious once more, eager for Chen Bei to continue. "Previously, you lacked the understanding of how to perceive qi, relying solely on instinct. Surely, you have utilized a scouter. It can detect the magnitude of energy, which corresponds to the size of qi. However, qi can also be concealed. Once you learn to perceive your own energy and compress it, a scouter will be unable to uncover your true strength. Furthermore, if you master the ability to sense the qi of others, you will be able to identify your enemy's locations even with your eyes closed and from a considerable distance." Upon hearing Chen Bei's explanation, Bardock involuntarily closed his eyes and began to attune himself to the immense energy within him. Gradually, he sensed a powerful force residing in his being. Bardock attempted to restrain his aura. As he exerted control, his energy compressed and slowly receded within, becoming nearly imperceptible. "So it is," Bardock murmured to himself, finally opening his eyes. "Excellent. It appears you have mastered it," Chen Bei remarked, observing Bardock's newly opened eyes. He then assessed Bardock's aura, noting that the energy was no longer freely emanating but had been contained, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Next came Toma, who soon followed suit and opened his eyes. "I did it," Toma exclaimed, a joyful expression illuminating his face. Sally Ba had similarly grasped the art of restraining her aura, and before long, Jin also learned to control his energy. Indeed, the Saiyans exhibited remarkable learning aptitude. Chen Bei mused inwardly, though his countenance remained impassive. After all, even the mightiest Saiyans could not rival him. "Next, you shall attempt to sense the auras of others. Take your time," he instructed. Bardock and Toma nodded, closing their eyes once more. They meticulously focused on the energies surrounding them, soon detecting various energies of differing magnitudes nearby. They could clearly discern their positions, situated right beside them. "Is this the aura of others? It truly is a wondrous sensation," Bardock thought, directing his consciousness towards Chen Bei. Yet, to his astonishment, he could not perceive Chen Bei's aura, as if he were non-existent. "Why can I not sense your energy?" Bardock inquired, puzzled as to why. Despite having learned to feel others' auras, he still could not detect Chen Bei's. "There's no mystery. My realm surpasses yours. Martial arts are hierarchical, and my mastery over energy is far more advanced, making it impossible for you to perceive my aura," Chen Bei elucidated. He then rose, stating, "Well, today's task is complete. Continue to practice, and tomorrow I shall teach you how to cultivate further." Without waiting for their response, Chen Bei swiftly departed, returning to his quarters. Mastering the use of energy is not merely a matter of simple learning. It requires relentless honing. Bardock and the others possessed a solid foundation. What remained was to alter their ingrained habits and strive to conserve their energy. In due time, their realms would naturally ascend. Upon returning to his room, Chen Bei reclined on the soft bed and gradually drifted into slumber. In truth, given Chen Bei's current abilities, ensuring his survival was exceedingly simple. Few could pose a threat to him. Should he ever find himself in peril, he could simply retreat into a small world where no one could confront him. Thus, he no longer felt the urgency he once did. However, strength remains of paramount importance. To attain longevity, one must engage in continual cultivation and endure various tribulations. Chapter 65. Methods of Cultivation. Knock, knock, knock. Who could it be at such a late hour, disturbing my slumber? Chen Bei awoke from his dreams. Hearing the persistent knocking at the door, peering through his clairvoyant eye, he unexpectedly caught sight of something rather astonishing. 2 plump buns, and to his dismay, a trickle of blood began to flow from his nose. The youth certainly had a fiery temperament. After composing himself, he hastily rose to answer the door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Celiba standing outside. Clearing his throat, Chen Bei attempted to alleviate his embarrassment, inquiring about her late-night visit. Celiba, surprisingly, appeared somewhat bashful, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks. "My apologies, Mr. Chen Bei. I am simply too famished. You have yet to prepare a meal for us today." It dawned on Chen Bei that upon his return, His avatar had reverted to his original body, and he had forgotten to assign his avatar to prepare a meal for the Saiyans, resulting in the previous awkward scene. Would you care for some milk? What? Celebi looked at him, puzzled, as she had not quite heard his previous words. Nothing. I understand now. Please wait a moment. I shall rectify this immediately. Chen Bei chose not to linger, as the earlier incident had quickened his heartbeat, and he felt somewhat awkward in Celebi's presence. It would be best to step outside and gather his thoughts. Upon arriving in the square, he began to kindle a fire. What shall I prepare this time? Chen Bei pondered, contemplating a change in variety. Let us make some noodles. I shall also simmer a pot of lamb soup and prepare a selection of vegetables. That should suffice. Having settled on his culinary plan, Chen Bei set to work. After properly preparing the lamb, he placed it all into the pot, adding an array of seasonings and skillfully controlling the heat to ensure the lamb soup simmered to tender perfection. He then kneaded the noodles, ensuring they were evenly shaped and delightfully elastic, before placing them into boiling water. Next, he began to prepare the vegetables. He decided to stir-fry some shredded potatoes, paired with spicy carrots, and finally, he would include some fresh lettuce to accompany the noodles. After a flurry of activity, he had finally prepared the evening's meal. Meanwhile, Bardock and the others, who had been waiting eagerly, seized their oversized bowls and chopsticks, enthusiastically ladling food from the pot and devouring it voraciously. The following day, Chen Bei awaited in the square. He had already informed the Saiyans of his intention to teach them the art of cultivation, as mentioned the previous day. Bardock and the others did not keep him waiting long. They hurried down after donning their attire, clearly eager to enhance their strength. Mr. Chen Bei, do you possess any secrets to increasing our power? Bardock inquired, his demeanor noticeably warmer than before as he sought Chen Bei's guidance. Indeed, Mr. Chen Bei, if you have any knowledge to share, we would be most grateful, Toma chimed in, echoing Bardock's sentiment. With a resolute expression, Celebi gazed intently at Chen Bei. As for Gei, she seemed rather indifferent to the enhancement of her abilities. However, she wholeheartedly supported Bardock's determination to avenge their Saiyan brethren. Today, I shall instruct you on the art of cultivation, Chen Bei stated, nodding slightly before addressing the group with earnestness. I trust that after yesterday's training, you have begun to sense your ki. Yet, you may still be uncertain about how to elevate it. Bardock nodded in agreement, acknowledging their lack of understanding regarding the augmentation of ki. Saiyans typically experience a gradual increase in strength as they age, yet he was an anomaly. A mere lower-class warrior whose combat prowess had reached levels unattainable by many elite warriors. In truth, combat prowess, synonymous with ki, can be enhanced through rigorous training. Our focus is not merely on ki, but rather on fortifying our physical forms. As our physicality strengthens, our bodies can accommodate greater quantities of ki. Chen Bei articulated this in one breath, sharing fundamental knowledge, though the path of cultivation is subject to personal interpretation. And how might we bolster our physical forms? Is it through combat? Bardock pondered aloud, uncertainty clouding his thoughts as he inquired of Chen Bei. You are not mistaken, Chen Bei replied. During battles, our bodies inevitably sustain some degree of injury. When these wounds heal, our constitution naturally improves, and our strength follows suit. After a brief pause, he continued. This is especially true for Saiyans, a unique race. When severely wounded and subsequently healed, their physicality experiences a significant boost, resulting in a dramatic surge in combat power. Oh, I see. So my previous conjectures were indeed correct. Bardock exclaimed, enlightenment flooding his mind, confirming his thoughts were on the right path. However, Chen Bei cautioned, there is an essential aspect of accumulation. Ki lies dormant within us, but it is finite. Only through continual exertion, pressuring the ki within, can we foster growth in our strength. Furthermore, one must not overlook the importance of mastery over one's realm. Elevating one's realm enhances control over ki and one's own body, making cultivation far more effective. Chen Bei reminded Bardock to avoid becoming so engrossed in the pursuit of power that they neglect the advancement of their realm. What, then, is the quickest method of cultivation? Surely there must be some technique? Celebi interjected, voicing her own curiosity. With a smile, Chen Bei acknowledged the relevance of her question. Indeed, there are methods for rapid enhancement, particularly suited to Saiyans, such as utilizing a gravity chamber. Another approach involves training in harsh environments, followed by combat. The most challenging yet rewarding method entails elevating one's mental realm, which subsequently propels the physical body forward, ultimately enhancing ki. The group nodded in understanding, though they pondered where to find such harsh environments or a gravity chamber. It seemed their only option would be to spar amongst themselves. As for elevating their mental realm, they felt overwhelmed. Mr. Chen Bei, is there a gravity chamber available here? Bardock was fervently eager to enhance his strength, naturally wishing to cultivate in the most expedient manner. Torma shared this sentiment, gazing expectantly at Chen Bei. A profound smile graced Chen Bei's face, and he nodded gently, indicating that indeed, there existed a gravity chamber here. Turning around, Chen Bei waved his hand with a flourish, employing his creative talent to manifest 4 gravity chambers. With his current prowess, the creation of such entities had become a mere trifle, further augmented by his genius for technology, which allowed him profound comprehension of these scientific constructs. The Scions were once again astonished by Chen Bei's display, their faces alight with curiosity as they scrutinized him, utterly bewildered as to the origin of these remarkable constructs. Chapter 66. The grievances of millennia. Regardless of the astonished gazes from Bardock and the others, Chen Bei pointed his hand, and several beams of light shot forth, penetrating the minds of the group before they could react. This miraculous technique left Bardock and his companions utterly dumbfounded. As the light entered their consciousness, they were suddenly imbued with memories on how to utilize the gravity chambers. This experience was unprecedented for them, and they regarded Chen Bei with newfound respect, no longer daring to act so casually. Very well, you may commence your training now, Chen Bei declared, producing a pouch from which he extracted the unused senzu beans. Here, take these. If you find yourselves famished, consume one. There are only 20 left, so use them sparingly. He tossed the pouch directly to Celebi. As for why Chen Bei chose to give the beans to Celebi rather than Bardock, he merely stated, "It's best if you mind your own business." Celebi, taken aback, felt that the beans would be more appropriately entrusted to Bardock, as her strength was among the weakest in their group, aside from Jine. There's no need for such tension. The reason I bestowed them upon you is that I'm concerned Bardock and the others might misuse them. These beans, known as senzu, can stave off hunger for 10 days and also restore injuries and stamina. You will understand their value once you use them. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for the group to engage freely in their activities, and then his figure vanished from the scene. Despite having witnessed Chen Bei's abilities before, the group could not suppress their astonishment. It was evident that Chen Bei's strength far surpassed theirs, as they were still incapable of moving with such stealth and swiftness. While Bardock and the others were immersed in their vigorous training, a spaceship was rapidly approaching Planet Plant in the cosmos. This vessel bore a striking resemblance to the one previously used by Frieza. Oh, has it arrived? The ancestor of Frieza, Chen Bei mused, having already detected the spaceship. However, he chose not to act immediately. With his current capabilities, obliterating the vessel was merely a matter of thought. Contemplating momentarily, a knowing smile formed on his lips as he turned away from Planet Plant and returned to his own realm. Bardock, it seems your strength has significantly increased. I can distinctly sense your energy has intensified, Torma remarked joyfully, relishing this sensation of growth, reminiscent of his youthful days filled with new aspirations. Ah, Toma, you are commendable as well, and your strength has ascended rapidly, though you still fall slightly short of my prowess. Bardock's face broke into a rare smile. It had been ages since he had last smiled. Ever since the obliteration of planet Vegeta, he had harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Frieza and an equal disdain for himself, resenting his own inadequacy, feeling powerless to effect change. However, now he had a chance for transformation. He could grow stronger, and ultimately, he would be poised to exact vengeance upon Frieza, the very architect of planet Vegeta's demise. Haha, you speak the truth. I was indeed somewhat inferior to you. Toma chuckled, his spirits lifted after a long time of despair. Thanks to Mr. Chen Bei, we have this opportunity. Moreover, the meals here are quite delightful. Were it not for the thirst for revenge, I might consider residing here indefinitely. Huh, is this trifling temptation enough to ensnare your warrior's heart? If so, then enjoy your stay while I take on the task of avenging Frieza's atrocities. You may simply relish your twilight years here. Bardock's tone dripped with sardonic humor. He did not genuinely look down upon Toma. Being a man of few words, he conveyed this sentiment merely to dissuade Toma from taking unnecessary risks. Toma had already faced death once, and Bardock could not bear the thought of him perishing again. He worried that should Toma fall again, Chen Bei might not be able to resurrect him a second time. It was a gamble he dared not take. How can you say such things? Am I that kind of person? We are comrades, fighting side by side. Do not underestimate me. Toma retorted loudly, unwilling to be dismissed. Ah, I knew it. Bardock and Toma locked eyes, their gazes revealing an unwavering determination. Ha ha. Their laughter echoed, rekindling their hope for the future. At that moment, Chen Bei's figure materialized, causing Bardock and Toma to cease their mirth, their expressions turning serious. Mr. Chen Bei, is there something amiss? Bardock inquired, regarding the unexpected arrival. Indeed, your opportunity for revenge has arrived. At this juncture, Celebi, who had been training nearby, approached, having evidently overheard Chen Bei's words. What? Is Frieza coming for us? Toma exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that Frieza remained relentless enough to track them down. Not quite, Chen Bei replied. I have something of great significance to share. He proceeded to recount his journey through the temporal rift to a millennium prior, enlightening Bardock and the others about Frieza's ancestors, who were en route to Planet Plant, the very sphere upon which they now stood. On the slopes of Planet Plant, Bardock and the others materialized alongside Chen Bei. Are we nearly there? Bardock asked, a surge of excitement coursing through him. He was uncertain if he could contend with Frieza's ancestor, yet he felt compelled to try, no matter the outcome. In the sky, a circular spacecraft was rapidly approaching, soon breaking through the clouds and landing on the planet. There lay a village inhabited by the native people of this celestial body. With a resounding boom, the spacecraft made a successful landing, and an array of extraterrestrial beings disembarked. Among them, 2 aliens, one blue and one green, were the first to step forward, brandishing laser guns and unleashing a torrent of fire. Numerous houses were obliterated, and the blue-skinned alien proclaimed, listen well. From this day forth, this planet Pramp belongs to Lord Zeald, the cosmic pirate. Those who defy will be mercilessly eliminated. In the distance, Bardock clenched his fists upon witnessing this scene. Recalling the devastation of planet Vegeta, he had transformed. Fueled by profound hatred for the invaders, he resolved to fight for protection. Bardock looked towards Chen Bei, seeking his counsel on whether to engage. Chen Bei remained silent, merely nodding slowly in agreement. With that, Bardock hesitated no longer, his form blurring into a streak of light as he swiftly approached the vicinity of the spacecraft. Chapter 67. The Fateful Confrontation. Hey, you there? Bardock stood atop a massive rock, his expression icy as he gazed at the 2 aliens. Who are you? Do you dare to resist us? The aliens, drawn by Bardock's words, halted their assault. Fool. Chabala, demonstrate a lesson. The blue-skinned alien instructed the green-skinned one. Understood, leave it to me. Chabala replied, slowly advancing towards Bardock. However, before he could take more than a few steps, Bardock dove in front of him and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Boom. Chabala was struck, his body arching as beads of sweat formed on his brow, his mouth agape in a cry of pain. Unmoved, Bardock extended a hand, seizing Chabala by the throat. Damn it! The blue-skinned alien finally reacted, attempting to assist his comrade. Unfortunately, Bardock would not grant him that opportunity. He soared through the air, executing a spinning kick that connected with the alien's face, sending him hurtling away. The force of the attack was considerable, swiftly neutralizing both foes. Is that all? You didn't even warm me up, Bardock declared. At that moment, Toma arrived, accompanied by Celebi, while Jine chose to remain behind, recognizing her lack of combat skills. She felt it safer to stay close to Chen Bei. Meanwhile, the Prantans rejoiced, expressing their gratitude to Bardock for vanquishing the invaders. Yet, Bardock dismissed their thanks, stating, do not misunderstand. Your fate, whether life or death, is of no concern to me. The Prantans exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his intentions, as he sought to distance himself from them to prevent the ensuing battle from affecting their lives. 10 days later, within Zeald's spacecraft. Have Dobie and Chabala really been out of contact for 10 days? Zeard inquired, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Lord Zeard, under the current circumstances, I believe they may have been attacked by someone, the anxious messenger responded. Is that so? It seems there are still those audacious enough to defy me. Zeard slowly approached the window, gazing at the vast expanse of stars, murmuring, though this presents a slight inconvenience, I shall personally welcome him. He appears to have the potential to become quite an amusing toy for me. Ha ha ha. As he concluded, Zeard erupted into laughter, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of his forthcoming adversary. The spacecraft sped towards Planet Plant, where Bardock and his companions were gathered, indulging in the delectable barbecue prepared by Chen Bei. Wow, this is truly delicious, Mr. Chen Bei. Your culinary skills are simply outstanding. Toma exclaimed between bites, praising Chen Bei's artistry in the kitchen. Indeed, Mr. Chen Bei, your talents surpass those of us mere ruffians, Bardock admitted, gradually shedding his initial wariness towards Chen Bei. Over time, he had begun to engage in light-hearted banter with him, no longer maintaining the same level of formality. Just average, the third best in the world, my cooking is nothing extraordinary. However, one must indulge oneself when it comes to food, Chen Bei began to boast, not out of arrogance, but simply because few in the Dragon Ball universe could rival his culinary prowess. Yes, Mr. Chen Bei's dishes are truly delightful, perfectly suited to our tastes, Jinai remarked, her mouth glistening with grease, while Celiba remained silent, engrossed in devouring a leg of lamb, too preoccupied to join the conversation. At that moment, a group of cloaked figures approached the dwelling of the plant inhabitants. I am quite intrigued by that potion. Zird concealed his visage, leading his subordinates closer to the villagers. Who are you? The plant inhabitants inquired, puzzled by the presence of these strangers. We are the cosmic police, guardians of peace throughout the universe, in pursuit of two nefarious individuals who have fled to this planet. Do you have any knowledge of their whereabouts? The fish-faced alien addressed the plant inhabitants, though their true intention was to locate Bardock. Two nefarious individuals? We are indeed in pursuit of them. Those two are no longer here. A man named Bardock dealt with them, the villagers responded, oblivious to the fact that they were revealing vital information to their adversary. Indeed, he is quite formidable. He dispatched those two with ease. The villagers praised Bardock, unaware of the implications of their words. Very well, we must express our gratitude to that individual. Zird's face revealed a peculiar smile, obscured by his cloak, leaving others unable to discern his true expression. Suddenly, Zird lifted his head, unveiling the sinister grin hidden beneath his cloak, and inquired, "Where is he?" "No need to search any further. I am right here." Bardock had long sensed the presence of Zild, and upon seeing the face that bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, he was certain that this was the individual he had been awaiting. "Bardock, do not be so hasty. Wait for us," exclaimed Toma and Celiba as they hurried to Bardock's side, vowing not to let him confront the danger alone. "Oh, it is you few who have slain my subordinates. If you apologize now and plead for mercy on your knees, I might consider accepting you as my new subordinates under Lord Zild," Zild remarked, observing Bardock and his companions without launching an immediate attack, instead attempting to recruit them. "Humph, your naivety is astounding. We would never serve under you." Zild's words pierced the hearts of Bardock and his friends, as they recalled their time as Frieza's subordinates, having endured so much only to be treated like mere playthings, discarded at will, and witnessing the annihilation of their scion kin, a grudge they would carry for a lifetime. "Wahaha!" Zild erupted into maniacal laughter. Astonished that these scions dared to defy him, he would not hesitate to reveal his ruthless nature. With a snap of his fingers, he disdainfully regarded Bardock. How infuriating! Bardock's face contorted with rage as he clenched his right fist and launched a furious punch at Zild. Zild slowly extended his right hand and effortlessly caught Bardock's strike. "What?" Bardock gasped in astonishment, mirrored by the shock of Toma and Celiba, who had not anticipated Zild's ease in countering Bardock's assault. Zild waved his hand, signaling his minions to commence their attack. Following the command, his subordinates unleashed a barrage of laser fire. Realizing they could no longer delay, Toma and Celiba charged at the invaders. As Bardock withdrew his fist, preparing to strike again, Zild raised his leg and delivered a brutal kick to Bardock's face, sending him crashing to the ground. From a distance, Jine watched with concern, while Chen Bei maintained a calm demeanor, having previously advised Bardock and the others that he would remain uninvolved. Of course, this was merely to motivate them, should the situation become dire. Chen Bei would not stand idly by. Chapter 68. The legend of the Super Saiyan. Bardock lay on the ground, having sustained significant injury from Zild's ferocious blow. Such immense power. Struggling to rise, Bardock found Zild approaching, his expression icy. Without hesitation, Zild placed a foot on Bardock's waist and then struck him in the abdomen. The brutal attack forced Bardock to expel balm mixed with blood. Once again standing before Bardock, Zild stepped on his face, declaring, "You insignificant wretch dare to defy me? How audacious!" Bardock trembled beneath the weight, unable to rise. "Frieza!" Bardock incessantly murmured, repeating Frieza's name since earlier, truly an impolite fellow. Zild's expression twisted with disdain as he contemptuously stomped hard on Bardock's face once more. From a distance, Jine's face was etched with worry, unable to refrain from clasping her hands together. Chen Bei observed Bardock's plight, nearly unable to restrain himself from intervening. However, he held back, curious to see if Bardock could still rise to become the legendary warrior as depicted in the original tale. "Do you know who I am? I am the mightiest cosmic pirate, Lord Zild," Zild proclaimed, still pressing his foot down firmly on Bardock. At that moment, the battle-weary Toma and Celebi arrived to provide support, launching an energy blast directly at Zild. Finally freed from his restraints, Bardock quickly consumed the Senza bean he had prepared earlier, restoring his stamina. "How irritating. You pesky little bugs. You have successfully provoked my wrath," Zild growled, vowing to make these intruders taste his might. In an instant, Zild appeared before Toma, delivering a brutal knee strike that sent Toma spitting blood. Subsequently, Zild viciously grasped Toma by the throat, swinging his tail to send Celebi crashing against the ground. "Is this your strength? Pathetically weak, I must say." "Ha ha." Zild's triumphant laughter resonated, exuding arrogance. Toma. Bardock, witnessing Toma's predicament, clenched his fists and charged at Zild. Unperturbed by Bardock's advance, Zild casually tossed Toma aside and, as Bardock approached, unleashed another kick. Boom. Crash. Bardock was once again no match for Zild, crashing against a distant cliffside. Coughing up a mixture of blood and phlegm, Bardock felt the ache coursing through his body. "How pitiful. You truly overestimate yourselves," Zild taunted, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Mr. Chen Bei," Jine could not help but speak out, her concern evident. "Just watch. There is no need to worry," Chen Bei replied calmly, showing no intention of intervening. At that moment, Zild slowly approached the fallen Toma. "This must be your comrade, such a feeble creature, no longer deserving of existence." He began to gather energy in his hand, preparing to end Toma's life. "Zild." Enduring the pain, Bardock limped towards Zild once more. "What an annoying pest you are. Since you care so much for him, I shall send him to hell," Zild declared, not waiting any longer, as he hurled an energy blast directly at Toma. "Don't, Toma." Under the watchful gaze of Bardock, Toma was struck by an energy blast unleashed by Child, vanishing without a trace, even his aura undetectable. In that moment, Bardock stood frozen in place, before collapsing to his knees, repeatedly murmuring, "Is this truly the way it must be? Is there nothing that can be altered? Is it all as it was before? I am still." Bardock began to furiously pound the ground, creating fissures beneath him, pouring all his frustration into the earth. "Huh, such impotent rage, you are but a coward." Child observed Bardock's helplessness with delight, relishing the sight of these pitiful, powerless beings, futilely struggling against their fate. Bardock's resentment transformed into fury, and suddenly the sky darkened ominously, crackling with lightning that struck all around. Bardock's reflection flickered, shimmering with a faint golden glow. I must defeat you," he bellowed in rage, bolts of lightning swirling around him. "Ha ha, you wish to conquer me? How utterly ludicrous." Child roared with laughter, hands on his hips, thoroughly amused by Bardock's feeble state. In his eyes, the notion of such a weakling attempting to overcome him was a farcical jest. As Bardock's hair began to flicker, alternating between black and gold, the tempestuous sky unleashed chaotic thunder, turning Planet Plant into a hellish landscape. With each of Bardock's roars, his power surged, warping the environment and giving rise to supernatural phenomena. Turning to face the maniacally laughing Child, Bardock's expression hardened, a look of indifference as if gazing upon a corpse. "Ah!" Bardock shouted, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that caused the ground to sink beneath him. His hair and brows transformed to a radiant golden hue, surrounded by an ever-expanding golden aura. "What?" Child suddenly realized something was amiss, instinctively stepping back. This relentless surge of power was. Bardock glanced at himself, bewildered by the transformation, only recalling his overwhelming rage. "What? How are you different from before?" Child exclaimed in astonishment. Yet Bardock paid no heed to Child's bewilderment. He had but one purpose. "I will never, ever forgive you." Bardock advanced toward Child, his aura intensifying, pressing down upon him. "So you've merely turned golden? Don't get too cocky," Child remarked, watching Bardock approach, then leapt into the air, unleashing energy blasts in a desperate attempt to halt Bardock's advance. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped Bardock's position, obscuring the scene and leaving everyone in uncertainty about his state, save for Chen Bei. As Zilder watched Bardock being struck directly by the energy blast he had unleashed, a smile crept onto his face, albeit one tinged with incredulity. "Ha ha ha. Even in his golden form, he remains unchanged. With hands firmly planted on his hips, he gazed into the billowing smoke and remarked, "Humph, a trivial opponent." Chapter 69. The Golden Flame Warrior. Suddenly, Zilder's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a figure slowly emerging from the haze. Indeed, it was Bardock, unscathed and radiating formidable energy. "What is happening? Who are you?" Zilder demanded angrily, leaping forth to confront Bardock, his hands poised to strike. Unfortunately, Bardock remained unfazed by the onslaught, extending his hand to effortlessly block the attack, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zilder. I am merely a humble scion." "A scion?" Zilder exclaimed, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "Are you prepared?" "What?" Bang, bang, bang. Bardock seized Zilder and relentlessly slammed him into the ground before executing a complete 360-degree spin, launching Zilder high into the air. In a flash, Bardock darted to where Zilder was about to descend and delivered a powerful kick, sending him soaring once more. After enduring several such assaults, Zilder finally managed to stabilize himself with great effort. "Damn it! I refuse to accept this. I will not concede, you bastard!" Zilder shouted defiantly, unable to fathom defeat at the hands of a mere scion. "I am the illustrious space pirate, Zilder. I will never allow one stronger than me to exist." With that declaration, Zilder began to coalesce an energy ball, channeling an unending stream of power into it. "Enough with your delusions," Bardock declared, raising his right hand to gather energy in kind. "Die along with this filthy planet." Zilder snarled, his expression twisted with rage. "Curse you." In unison, Zilder and Bardock unleashed their energy blasts, which hurtled toward one another before colliding, releasing a tremendous shockwave. For a brief moment, they stood in a fierce standoff, Bardock maintaining a single-handed release, while Zilder exerted all his might to counter with both hands. "Perish!" As Bardock's voice echoed, the energy blast he had unleashed surged forth, overpowering Zilder's own. "How can this be? I can't believe." With a piercing scream, Zilder was expelled from Planet Plant by Bardock's energy blast, vanishing from sight. "Now that was splendid," observed Chen Bei, who had been keenly watching Bardock, unable to suppress his admiration for such an exhilarating battle. Aboard a spaceship, Zilder lay battered on a medical platform, gasping for breath as he struggled to speak. "Alert the entire clan to beware of the Golden Flame Scion," he managed to utter before rolling his eyes and succumbing. In a small world, Chen Bei and his companions sat together. "Hey, Bardock, are you a Super Saiyan?" Toma asked in astonishment. Indeed, Thomas did not perish. Just as he was about to be struck by the energy blast, Chen Bei utilized his mental prowess to transport him into a diminutive realm, thus evading the assault. Celebi experienced a similar fate, after being sent flying and losing consciousness. Chen Bei brought her to his side, healed her, and subsequently returned her to her own chamber. At this moment, she had already regained consciousness. Furthermore, do not inquire as to why Chen Bei treated them differently. Questioning this would be misguided. Matters between men and women are best left unexamined, are they not? I am uncertain, but at that moment, my power surged significantly. Bardock appeared to be in contemplation, unsure of how to respond to this revelation. "You are not mistaken. Bardock has indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan." "What?" Thomas, Jine, and Celebi regarded Bardock with astonishment, unable to fathom that he had truly become the legendary Super Saiyan. "Mr. Chen Bei, is that truly the case? Bardock is indeed a Super Saiyan, the fabled warrior." Thomas's face was a canvas of suppressed astonishment, excitement evident as he gazed at Chen Bei before turning his attention back to Bardock. At that moment, Bardock, through Chen Bei's words, realized that he had indeed transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. "Well, in truth, the Super Saiyan is not merely a legend. Allow me to elaborate," Chen Bei began, reflecting momentarily before continuing. "I should have mentioned before that we have traveled back a millennium, and the tales of the golden-haired warriors of the Science began at this juncture. The destined individual you should already be aware of." The group widened their eyes, at a loss to articulate their emotions. Was Bardock truly fated to become a Super Saiyan? Could destiny be so intricate? Their minds were a whirlpool of confusion, struggling to comprehend the connections involved. This may be difficult for you to grasp, so let me rephrase. The Super Saiyan does exist, and its defining traits are golden hair and eyebrows, along with emerald green eyes. Upon transforming into this state, one's combat power can increase by 50-fold, Chen Bei patiently elucidated. "However, Mr. Chen Bei, my combat power has not surged by 50-fold. Though I sense my energy is quite formidable, it does not seem to reach that magnitude, Bardock interjected. Despite having gained considerable strength, he felt that it was not the 50-fold increase Chen Bei had mentioned, but rather an enhancement of 20 to 30 times at most. Indeed, your perception is accurate. Prior to achieving the true form of a Super Saiyan, there exists an intermediary state known as the Ascended Super Saiyan. This form arises when one's base combat power does not meet the threshold. Although you may possess the extreme fury that elevates your energy due to physical limitations, you cannot attain the true essence of a Super Saiyan. The amplification can vary, ranging from 20 to 40 times. Chen Bei addressed Bardock's inquiry, introducing a new term that left the others pondering. Mr. Chen Bei, how can one truly transform into a Super Saiyan? Bardock could not suppress his curiosity, yearning for enlightenment on the path to becoming a Super Saiyan. Your inquiry pertains to what I am about to elucidate. To achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan, one must fulfill several prerequisites. First, an adequate foundational battle power, approximately around 3 million, is essential. Second, one must possess a sufficient number of cells, which require a relatively tranquil environment for optimal growth. Third, the metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan necessitates an intense emotional surge to elevate one's energy, or alternatively, the ability to concentrate energy at the back before unleashing it in a powerful outburst to trigger the transformation. Once these conditions are met, the transition into a Super Saiyan becomes a mere formality. Chapter 70. Return to the original timeline. After Chen Bei concluded, Bardock began to ponder, while Toma and Celebi exchanged excited glances before turning their eager gazes towards Chen Bei. So, does this mean that every Saiyan has the potential to become a Super Saiyan? Jine spoke the thoughts shared by both of them. In theory, yes. However, attaining a battle power of 3 million is not something an ordinary Saiyan can easily achieve. Chen Bei paused, seemingly recalling something further, before continuing. By the way, among the Saiyans, there exists a warrior who is inherently capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, a being that appears once every millennium. From birth, this warrior possesses an extraordinarily high battle power, which continues to escalate with age, often doubling annually. Moreover, during combat, their power can elevate rapidly, effectively sidestepping any potential limitations. Celebi and Toma were rendered speechless by astonishment. They had not anticipated the veracity of such legends, nor could they fathom that the fabled warrior exceeded their wildest imaginations. After a period of recuperation, Chen Bei prepared to return to the original timeline, as there was no longer any reason to remain in this realm. During his previous observations, he had already marked his presence in Child and received system rewards. This timeline was destined to become a mere memory, yet the tales of the Saiyans would endure. Mr. Chen Bei, are we to return? In the square, the group turned their eyes towards Chen Bei. This news had been conveyed to them days prior, but Chen Bei had been preoccupied with preparations, thus delaying their return to the original timeline. Indeed, it is time to depart. We do not belong here. Bardock's fate has been fulfilled, and your futures hold boundless possibilities. Upon returning to the original timeline, you will have the opportunity to seek retribution against Frieza in a more favorable manner. Chen Bei calmly addressed their inquiries, reminding them that Frieza still roamed freely in their original timeline. Frieza? Bardock clenched his fists and nodded. In that case, I shall embark on my journey. However, you should remain unaffected, as it is solely I who will traverse time. You may stay within the small world, and I shall release you upon my arrival. Chen Bei gave a few instructions to Bardock and the others before departing from the small world. Upon reappearing on Planet Plant, he was intimately familiar with this celestial body, having devoted considerable time to studying it and the unique liquid capable of healing wounds found upon its surface. Without further contemplation, Chen Bei soared into the vastness of space, where he had previously left his temporal coordinates. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the time-space ring, infusing it with energy. In an instant, the ring radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the surrounding void, while the special coordinates responded to its influence, gradually creating a rift. Now was the time. Chen Bei propelled himself into the time-space tunnel, journeying back to his original timeline. In that original timeline, on Earth, at Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong was accompanying Sun Gohan to gather medicinal herbs. Wukong, stop fooling around. We will return shortly. Behave now? Sun Gohan admonished, carrying a basket on his back, in which Wukong was nestled. However, the little monkey was far from compliant, wriggling restlessly within the confines of the basket, intent on climbing out. Sun Gohan continued to soothe Wukong, urging him to remain still, as they were not in a safe location. Some herbs thrived perilously close to dangerous cliffs, and Sun Gohan was cautious, having brought Wukong along to prevent him from facing any potential dangers alone at home. Suddenly, Wukong's excited cries echoed as he managed to clamber out of the basket, prompting Sun Gohan to turn just in time to feel the basket lighten, as if something had fallen. To his horror, he turned to see Wukong had tumbled out, directly towards the precipice. Wukong! Sun Gohan gasped in alarm, but by then, Wukong had already plummeted. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Gohan dashed down the mountain, hoping to reach him before he fell. Wukong continued to descend, twisting in midair, until, with a resounding thud, his head struck a rock, rendering him unconscious. It was only then that Sun Gohan arrived, his heart racing as he rushed to check on Wukong's condition. "Have you returned?" Chen Bei found himself in a vast expanse of space. The remnants of the former planet Vegeta now scattered debris. He surveyed the boundless void, opting against restoring planet Vegeta, allowing it to remain as it was. A millennium ago, Child had perished because of Bardock, leaving behind the legend of the Saiyans. 1,000 years later, Frieza, fearing the fabled Super Saiyan, had obliterated planet Vegeta. A single planet-destroying blast had sent Bardock spiraling through time. Such was the cycle of cause and effect. Planet Plant had survived due to Bardock, yet had also faced destruction for the same reason. However, Chen Bei remained unconcerned with these matters, detached from the threads of fate, and thus, nothing could affect him. He chose to embrace a carefree existence, relishing the joy of his freedom. It is time to return and check. Sun Wukong must have already been adopted by Old Man Gohan. Chen Bei contemplated for a brief moment before vanishing from this cosmic expanse. "Mr. Chen Bei, is this truly Earth? How beautiful it is!" Gnei exclaimed, marveling at the stunning scenery of Earth. Indeed, the environmental conditions of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe far surpass those of Chen Bei's original world, with fresher air and the presence of cat-like and dog-like beings. Remarkably, even dinosaurs, which had long since become extinct in the Cretaceous period, can still be found on Earth in the Dragon Ball realm. "Yes, it is indeed beautiful," Celebi added. Although she was a warrior, she, too, appreciated the allure of such lovely things and felt a sense of comfort upon witnessing the breathtaking landscapes of Earth. "It is quite splendid. We are likely to reside here for an extended period," Chen Bei concurred, subsequently sharing his plans with them. While the scenery of Earth was delightful, it paled in comparison to Mr. Chen Bei's small world, which was a true paradise. After spending some time there, Toma felt reluctant to leave due to the extraordinary comfort it provided. "Is there any doubt? I wish to retire there," Bardock chimed in with a jest, prompting laughter among the group. Chapter 71. Reunion with Kakarot at Baozi Mountain. Sun Gohan was tending to the injured Sun Wukong, who sat on the bed, looking rather dejected, his head wrapped like a mummy, with limbs and tail languidly draped. "Alas, Wukong, I hope you recover swiftly," Sun Gohan sighed, filled with a sense of helplessness and concern over Wukong's fall from the cliff. In the distance, several figures were approaching Baozi Mountain, soon arriving at Sun Gohan's dwelling. Sensing the presence of newcomers, he stepped outside. "Abe, when did you return? And who are these people beside you?" Sun Gohan asked, astonished by Chen Bei's return and curious about his companions. "Is Kakarot inside?" Bardock inquired, glancing at Sun Gohan's room, then seeking confirmation from Chen Bei. "Please hold on. Let me speak with the old man first." Chen Bei nodded, stepping forward to stand before Sun Gohan. "Old man, these are a few friends I made in the universe. Bardock, Toma, Gnei, and Celebi." Chen Bei began to introduce his companions. As Sun Gohan observed each of them, he suddenly seemed to realize something, his gaze turning serious as he focused on Bardock. "Wukong? Abe, could this person be?" Sun Gohan speculated. Sensing a connection, yet unable to ascertain it completely, he turned to Chen Bei for clarification. "Indeed, I was just about to speak with you, esteemed elder." He emerged from the room, where Janae was attentively tending to Sun Wukong, while Bardock leaned against the windowsill, gazing at the scenery outside alongside Toma. Sun Gohan sat beside Chen Bei, and Celebi quietly lingered nearby. After listening to Chen Bei's account, Sun Gohan comprehended the unfolding events. He was momentarily astonished by the experiences of Chen Bei and others, who had managed to survive the planet's destruction. Does this imply that Wukong is also an extraterrestrial, belonging to the race you referred to as Saiyans? Son Gohan gradually accepted Chen Bei's revelations, although he still felt a pang of reluctance to part with Sun Wukong. Regarding Wukong's future, while I cannot make decisions on behalf of Bardock, I believe that with a kind-hearted elder like you looking after him, they would not refuse such care. Chen Bei glanced at Bardock, who remained silent, and thus spoke up. Furthermore, we intend to reside at Baozi Mountain, so I understand now. Thank you, Bei. Son Gohan expressed his gratitude towards Chen Bei. Haha, elder, what are you saying? We will surely trouble you for your care in the future. There is no need for such formality. Chen Bei laughed heartily, then turned his gaze towards the listless Sun Wukong. I should tend to Wukong first. He truly appears pitiable. The current state of Sun Wukong is difficult to compare with the hero who will later save the world. He resembles a frostbitten eggplant, utterly wilted. Chen Bei utilized a one-handed healing technique, sending a beam of green light directly towards Sun Wukong, which then merged into his being. Instantly, Wukong revived from his lethargy, his face blossoming into a contented expression as he erupted into joyful laughter. Witnessing the rejuvenated Sun Wukong, Kakarot, Son Gohan and Bardock felt their hearts finally ease, no longer displaying the worry that had previously clouded their expressions. Bei, you possess such remarkable skills. You have surpassed me by leaps and bounds, Son Gohan remarked in awe, delighted by Chen Bei's swift growth. Oh, it's nothing extraordinary. Let us eat, for everyone must be famished, Chen Bei replied, not allowing Son Gohan's praise to inflate his ego. Well aware that there are many more capable individuals than himself. At the mention of food, the Saiyans collectively turned their attention to Chen Bei, clearly captivated by his culinary prowess, constantly yearning for the meals he prepared. Upon stepping outdoors, Chen Bei set up several large pots once more, executing his seamless operations as he prepared various ingredients and began cooking. After several hours, the meal was finally ready. Bardock and the others were ravenous, yet not one dared to interrupt Chen Bei. They were wary of offending him, lest they be deprived of the feast. If they were to return to their previous way of life, they would likely struggle to consume even their own cooking, for the disparity had become too vast. The enticing aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, stirring the appetites of those around. At that moment, everyone longed to rush forward and indulge in a hearty feast. Now, let us begin our meal, Chen Bei finally spoke, and the group, unable to contain their excitement, rushed forward with large spoons, eagerly digging into the feast before them. The recently revived Sun Wukong was particularly ravenous. Had it not been for Ji-Nei's constant restraint, he might have leaped straight into the pot. In that moment, with Ji-Nei also indulging in the delightful dishes, she was too preoccupied to keep an eye on him. Consequently, he swiftly ascended into the pot brimming with food, devouring it with unrestrained enthusiasm, relishing every bite. Burp. The group collectively clutched their stomachs, releasing satisfied belches, clearly content with their meal. Bei, you truly excel in everything, even in the art of cooking. You are simply remarkable. Sun Wukong expressed his astonishment at Chen Bei's culinary skills. He had never tasted such exquisite food before, and he found himself utterly captivated by Chen Bei's talent. Well, it's just a modest skill I've acquired, Chen Bei replied modestly. You are far too humble, Bei. I have never encountered such delicious cuisine. I can still vividly recall that delightful flavor. Sun Wukong continued to extol Chen Bei's culinary prowess, realizing that he could hardly stomach his own cooking after this experience. In comparison, his previous meals seemed almost unworthy of the name. Mr. Chen Bei, where will we reside next? Shall we return to the small world? Toma inquired, his gaze fixed curiously on Chen Bei. As the sun began to set, he pondered where they would accommodate the group, wondering if they would be forced to camp outdoors. The small world is an option, but it would be prudent for you to establish a home in the outside world as well. It is not feasible for you to remain confined within the small world indefinitely, Chen Bei assured them. He had plans in place. Constructing simple houses was a straightforward endeavor for him, as he could utilize his creative talents to manifest an abode complete with modern amenities, ensuring a life of comfort and enjoyment. Chapter 72. Seclusion. Chen Bei led several Saiyans to an open area and waved his hand, summoning a brilliant flash of light. In a swift motion, a row of neatly arranged houses appeared before them, leaving them utterly astonished. They had never witnessed such a miraculous method of construction. One mere wave of the hand, and houses materialized effortlessly. Bei, what is this? Sun Wukong exclaimed, continually astounded by Chen Bei's abilities. He finally understood why the Saiyans were so obedient to Chen Bei. One could only wonder what other extraordinary powers he possessed. Just a small trick. From now on, we shall reside in these houses. They are fully equipped with water and electricity, and each is designed in a villa style, which should be quite comfortable. Chen Bei encouraged them to select their preferred dwellings. He had crafted various styles, ensuring that Bardock and the others would find something to their liking. Old man, you may choose one as well. We will be neighbors, and with so many of us, it will certainly be lively. You need not worry about boredom any longer, Chen Bei remarked to Sun Wukong, who stood nearby. Me? I cannot thank you enough, Bei. I have never lived in such luxurious accommodations before. Sun Wukong never anticipated that he could acquire such a luxurious residence. Although he was not particularly concerned about material possessions, he was nonetheless pleased to inhabit such an exquisite abode. In the distance, Bardock and his wife had chosen a charming little house, likely selected by Jine. Mr. Chen Bei, I desire this house, Celebi exclaimed, pointing towards a splendid dwelling adorned with numerous luminous fluorites, sparkling beautifully. Upon witnessing Celebi's choice, Chen Bei felt no surprise, for it was evident that girls are often drawn to things that appear either glamorous or adorable. Not to worry, all the furniture is included, and I have also installed a private gravity chamber inside, which will greatly facilitate your training, Chen Bei replied to Celebi. He then strolled to the entrance of a villa he had designed according to his personal preferences, which exuded warmth and comfort. Flanking it were the homes of Bardock and Celebi, while Toma and Sun Wukong opted for residences located further north. Apart from the houses chosen by these few, several others remained unoccupied, yet Chen Bei was indifferent to this. After all, he could easily construct such dwellings at will. Suddenly, a notification chimed, startling Chen Bei. Congratulations, host, for successfully surviving until Sun Wukong arrived on Earth. Reward: 3 lottery chances, 1 fragment of the Great Destiny Technique, combat power 1,000,000, and a strike of the 9 heavens thunder. Upon receiving this unexpected news, Chen Bei was taken aback. Surviving until Sun Wukong's arrival on Earth warranted a reward? Remarkable. It seemed that even in his stillness, he was destined for rewards, indicating that the system would not allow him to fall into despair. Reclining on his bed, Chen Bei began to examine the rewards he had obtained. How generous. 3 lottery chances, I might just take a significant gamble, he mused, hoping for something extraordinary. Previously, he had won the Great Aperture Technique and the Human Path Deification List, both of which were commendable. Now, with 3 lottery opportunities at his disposal, he called out, System, commence the lottery. As before, the familiar spinning wheel of fortune materialized. Without hesitation, Chen Bei reached out and tapped it. The wheel whirled rapidly, and moments later, he halted it with a decisive gesture. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Great Roar Technique. The lottery continued as Chen Bei clicked again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, Great Tao Treasure Mirror. One more click yielded, ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Yellow Springboat. The Great Roar Technique. One of the 3,000 Great Tao supernatural powers is a Supreme Dragon Clan attack method, capable of shattering souls with a single roar, causing the inversion of yin and yang and the collapse of space. An immensely powerful offensive technique. The Great Tao Treasure Mirror, forged from the principles of the Great Tao, can assimilate any treasure into itself for nurturing, primarily serving to suppress other artifacts. Any artifact inscribed by the treasure mirror can be replicated, although at the cost of fortune, with stronger artifacts requiring greater expenditure of luck. The Yellow Spring Boat allows for traversing the river of forgetfulness, ferrying both humans and spirits, guiding immortals and deities, evading reincarnation, and enabling the reincarnated to retain memories of their past lives. Having reviewed these exceptional rewards, Chen Bei promptly claimed them all, a fragment of the Great Destiny Technique. Once again, I have acquired a shard, yet I remain oblivious to what might transpire upon gathering them all, Chen Bei mused to himself, subsequently merging 2 fragments of the Great Destiny Technique. As the 2 fragments coalesced, an enigmatic aura enveloped Chen Bei, rendering him indistinct. In but a fleeting moment, the amalgamation was complete, and Chen Bei began to perceive the nuances of his transformation. Strangely, there appeared to be no discernible change. Nevertheless, he resolved to claim his combat prowess reward first. System, display my attributes. Ding! The attribute panel successfully opened. Host, Chen Bei race, human bloodline, Scion, 6-eared macaque, golden human realm, golden core combat power, 2, 850, 000, not bad at all. my strength has indeed ascended somewhat. My small world has also expanded significantly. With full exertion, my combat power should now reach around 4 to 500 million. As for my mental prowess, the change is minimal, yet sufficient for the time being. Chen Bei assessed his capabilities, realizing that defeating an early-stage Frieza would be relatively straightforward. However, overcoming some later-stage anomalies, such as Bu, might require considerable effort, relying primarily on mental attacks. It seems I must retreat into seclusion once more. This period shall be devoted to diligently practicing the eternal life technique. The true narrative of Dragon Ball is still a considerable distance away, and remaining idle is rather tedious. Chen Bei left behind a doppelganger and directly entered his small world. With a deep breath, Chen Bei ceased his training. The Great Thunder technique proved to be quite formidable. Even after absorbing the power of the Nine Heavens Thunder, he had merely scratched the surface. Reflecting upon the arduous path of mastering such divine abilities, he felt a twinge of gratitude for his system, for without it, he could not fathom how long it would take to even begin mastering these skills. The Nine Heavens Thunder represents the tribulations one must endure on the path to enlightenment. The specific realm in which one must face these tribulations depends on the rules of the respective world. In some realms, one must confront tribulations upon reaching the golden core, while in others, it is only upon achieving immortality that such trials are faced. Each world possesses its own set of rules, and thus the potency of the tribulations varies. The Nine Heavens Thunder he obtained is merely average, yet it suits his capacity for absorption. A more potent tribulation would be beyond his control, risking his very existence. Chapter 73. The Cataclysm of Wind and Fire. With his mastery of divine abilities reaching a temporary conclusion, Chen Bei now needed to elevate his realm. Powerful divine techniques cannot manifest their true might without a corresponding reservoir of magical energy, and presently, Chen Bei remained too feeble, relegated to bullying classmates like Frieza. Employing the Tranquil Heart incantation, he expelled the distractions from his mind and began to focus intently on his cultivation. As he activated his techniques, energy flowed ceaselessly into his being, causing his golden core to rotate with increasing velocity. To transcend the golden core realm, one must endure a great calamity known as the Cataclysm of Wind and Fire, where wind refers to the black nightmare dragon wind, and fire signifies the red lotus calamity fire. The calamity of wind and fire does not refer to the external elements, but rather to the tempestuous winds and flames that arise from within the cultivator's being, consuming them from the inside out until they are utterly incinerated. Without a robust physique and formidable willpower, it is exceedingly challenging to endure. At present, Chen Bei is not yet prepared to transcend to the golden core stage. He aims to integrate the divine abilities he has acquired during this period. His golden core has not yet reached its zenith, and in his pursuit of perfection, he has deliberately slowed the pace of his cultivation. Employing the Great Thunder technique and the Great Command technique, Chen Bei materializes each divine ability through runes, casting them towards his golden core. One by one, the runes are assimilated into him, and his power surges exponentially. His combat prowess escalates to an astounding 10,000,000, a truly terrifying figure. At this moment, Chen Bei's golden core is adorned with runes, radiating a brilliant light akin to a sun, illuminating the microcosm of his Dantian. Upon fully integrating the newly acquired divine abilities into his golden core, his strength experiences a meteoric rise. Now, within the realm of the golden core, Chen Bei can be regarded as an invincible entity. Typically, those who achieve the golden core possess a strength ranging from 200,000 to 600,000 Xianhuang horsepower, equivalently translating to a combat power of 200,000 to 600,000 in Dragon Ball terms. In the early stages of immortality, such combat power is not particularly formidable. What truly distinguishes the path of immortality is the ability to wield various divine powers. In contrast, Chen Bei currently boasts a staggering 10,000 horsepower at the golden core stage, allowing him to effortlessly overwhelm practitioners of the divine ability secret realm. To ignite a stellar explosion in the world of immortality, one must at least attain the longevity secret realm, a feat Chen Bei has long since accomplished. The advantage of the immortal path lies in the aspects of spirit, divine abilities, and longevity, whereas the Dragon Ball path excels in rapid cultivation and destructive power without bottlenecks. However, This observation pertains only to the early stages. As one progresses to later stages, the immortal path far surpasses the Dragon Ball path, transcending typical dimensions. It is likely that only mythic epics could rival the immortal path. It is time for a breakthrough. I have integrated all my divine abilities into the golden core, totaling 54 distinct powers, which is quite commendable. Although my number of divine abilities is limited, their quality is exceptionally high, sufficiently compensating for certain deficiencies. With this thought, Chen Bei prepares himself for the impending tribulation of wind and fire. Transitioning from the 7th layer of divine abilities golden core to the 10th layer of celestial manifestations essentially represents a metamorphosis of the golden core, akin to the transformation from elixir to infant in the realm of cultivation. In a conventional cultivation world, transcending the golden core necessitates enduring tribulations, just as advancing to the nascent soul stage similarly demands facing trials. These cultivation methods share commonalities. After a brief moment of adjustment, Chen Bei releases the constraints placed upon his golden core. At this juncture, a torrent of flames erupts from within, igniting the Dantian. Subsequently, an invisible wind arises, intensifying the flame's fury. Astonishingly, Chen Bei's spirit begins to burn as well. Enduring the excruciating sensation of searing heat, he strives to safeguard his spirit. The wind and fire catastrophe is, in essence, a manifestation of a cultivator's inner demons and vital energy, igniting the very essence of the practitioner's being and soul. However, with an exceptionally robust spirit and the fortuitous blessing of the Great Fate technique, Chen Bei finds himself less susceptible to the disturbances of his inner demons, making his tribulation significantly more manageable than that of others. Presently, Chen Bei merely needs to withstand the inferno instigated by his own energy to achieve a successful breakthrough. As his body is relentlessly scorched, flames swiftly envelop him, igniting even the surrounding air. At this moment, Chen Bei can only strive to suppress the tumult of energy within him. Having recently elevated his strength to nearly 10 million units of energy, the intensity of this fiery tribulation is naturally amplified. Just as the firestorm wreaks havoc upon his Dantian, an unexpected transformation occurs within his Dantian's miniature world. The inferno has consumed nearly all the energy within his Dantian, now penetrating into this small realm. Astonishingly, the world tree flourishing within this space begins to exhibit an unforeseen reaction. Its roots extend rapidly, spreading throughout the entirety of the Dantian's miniature world, while the flames encroach upon the world tree. In a remarkable turn of events, the fire is extinguished, absorbed entirely by the world tree. This astonishing spectacle leaves Chen Bei utterly astounded. The world tree can absorb flames? Logically, such a botanical entity should fear fire, yet here it is, reversing the roles and consuming the flames instead. The truth is, Chen Bei's tribulation is intrinsically linked to his own energy. Thus, as long as his energy remains, the firestorm persists. However, the world tree possesses the ability to directly absorb energy, severing the source of the tribulation. Consequently, this ludicrously allows Chen Bei to bypass the tribulation entirely. At this moment, Chen Bei finds himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his thoughts. He feels as though facing this calamity is akin to play, devoid of the perilous sensations experienced by others during their tribulations. Meanwhile, the world tree remains obediently in place, occasionally swaying its branches as if awaiting Chen Bei's praise. Very well, you are formidable, you are invincible, he muses, a wry smile gracing his lips as he gazes at the world tree, never having anticipated that he would be saved by a mere plant today. As the wind and fire catastrophe concludes, his golden core softens and begins to merge with his spirit. Once the golden core undergoes its true metamorphosis, forming his innate Dharma aspect, he shall officially transcend to the 10th layer of divine ability, the realm of Dharma. Chen Bei's power surges once more, not only in terms of energy, but also in the strength of his soul. The wind and fire catastrophe serves as a significant trial for both soul and energy. And having overcome it, Chen Bei, like all cultivators, experiences a substantial enhancement. His spiritual strength grows immensely, and his combat prowess escalates from a mere 10 million to an impressive 30 million. Chapter 74. The record of racial totems having successfully navigated the wind and fire catastrophe. Chen Bei turns his attention to his attribute panel, and suddenly, he notices something he has long overlooked, the record of racial totems. What purpose does this hold? Chen Bei began to examine the introduction of the racial totem record, a remarkable artifact that could imprint the bloodline totems of myriad races. Any race marked by this record could be summoned, and it possessed the extraordinary ability to evolve the genetic lineage of bloodlines, allowing others to inherit unique talents from different races. Astonished, Chen Bei realized the immense power of this object that he had previously overlooked. He retrieved the racial totem record and imprinted his soul mark upon it, thus gaining complete mastery over this treasure. At that moment, the racial totem record resembled an unremarkable piece of animal hide, devoid of any apparent markings. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern an ancient aura emanating from it, almost as if it were capable of ensnaring one's senses. After refining the racial totem record, Chen Bei had mastered its usage. Being a growth-type artifact, it did not require profound realms or extensive rituals for its activation. Its method of use was straightforward. Upon encountering a special race, one simply needed to obtain a drop of their blood to imprint their bloodline totem. Without acquiring blood, only a shadow could be imprinted, significantly diminishing the potency of the imprint. Understanding how to utilize it, Chen Bei was eager to experiment. With his right hand, he made a swift incision on his left palm, allowing several drops of blood to fall directly onto the racial totem record. In an instant, the artifact radiated a brilliant light, and intricate patterns began to coalesce upon its surface. The first figure to emerge was that of a human, yet its features remained obscured, marked only by a dark imprint. Following this, a golden silhouette appeared, also humanoid. Chen Bei surmised it to be the bloodline totem of the golden human race. Next, a peculiar monkey with 6 ears manifested, its movements exuding an enigmatic quality, representing the bloodline totem of the 6-eared macaque. Subsequently, a massive ape appeared, its crimson eyes and exposed fangs making it clear to Chen Bei that this was the imprint of the Saiyan bloodline. However, he was perplexed by the existence of 4 bloodline totem imprints, considering he had only fused with 3 bloodline genes. Could it be that the human bloodline he possessed was contributing to this? Strangely, the imprint of this human bloodline was exceedingly vague, eluding even Chen Bei, the current master of the racial totem record. Being an optimist, he soon dismissed the matter. There was no need to dwell on uncertainties that bore little impact. Chen Bei turned his attention to the bloodline phantoms, realizing that the racial totem record seemed capable of summoning these spectral representations. He contemplated whether he could successfully summon the phantom of the human bloodline. Thus, he devised a plan, uncertain of its success, and began to channel energy into the racial totem record to connect with the bloodline totem imprints. With a resonant hum, the ethereal figures inscribed in the racial totem suddenly illuminated, the runes etched upon them glowing with vigor. The once stagnant apparitions sprang to life in an instant. Boom! A golden figure emerged, enveloped by an overwhelming aura of fortune, and upon its arrival, the very air around it seemed to solidify, rendering all breathless. The manifestation of the golden human race immediately displayed its might, causing the fabric of time and space to appear as though it had come to a standstill. As if compelled to heed its command, a swift silhouette materialized within the small world, possessing 6 ears, exhibiting no superfluous movements, its gaze fixed ahead with a faint intensity, exuding the oppressive presence of an ancient, untamed beast. Roar! A colossal ape beat its chest in rage, unleashing a thunderous cry, its entire being radiating ferocity, as if eager to engage in battle at the slightest provocation. Why was communication impossible? Chen Bei endeavored numerous times, yet failed to establish any connection with the shadowy figure. Ultimately resigning in frustration, he pondered which of these bloodline apparitions held greater power. Intrigued, he resolved to pit them against one another. The first match featured the golden human against the 6-eared macaque. The golden figure exhibited no unnecessary gestures, with a mere flicker of its eyes. A beam of golden light struck the 6-eared macaque, and in an instant, its fortune was stripped away, causing its form to dissolve. Incredible! Chen Bei was taken aback by the golden figure's swift resolution of the confrontation. Its technique was undeniably extraordinary. Merely casting a glance had sufficed to usurp another's fortune, truly invincible. Observing the remaining Saiyan giant, Chen Bei surmised that further testing was unnecessary. The golden human was a veritable juggernaut, rendering typical bloodlines utterly incomparable. To possess the ability to siphon fortune, how remarkable! Next, he summoned the 6-eared macaque once more, commanding it to engage in combat with the Saiyan giant. With a thunderous roar, the Saiyan giant charged at the six-eared macaque. In terms of size, the Saiyan giant dwarfed the macaque, which appeared like an ant in comparison. Yet, despite this absurd disparity in stature, the six-eared macaque exhibited no fear in the face of the oncoming assault, showing no inclination to evade. Bang! A shockwave erupted as the Saiyan giant's arm struck toward the six-eared macaque, only to be met with a single hand from the macaque, effortlessly absorbing the blow. Once again, the battle concluded without suspense, as the Saiyan giant succumbed to the prowess of the six-eared macaque. Truly, the innate divinity of the six-eared macaque's bloodline was exceptional. It appeared that the Saiyan bloodline indeed fell short in comparison. After observing several bouts, Chen Bei gained a clearer understanding of the strengths and weaknesses among these bloodlines. However, it seems that the more formidable the bloodline, the more challenging it is to unlock its potential. Currently, I remain entirely ignorant about the bloodline of the golden humans. Were it not for the recent apparition that directly employed the extraordinary skill of fortune deprivation, I would have been oblivious to such a power possessed by the golden human lineage. Chen Bei felt a compelling need to thoroughly study these bloodline powers, particularly that of the golden humans. The technique he had just witnessed was undeniably overwhelming. Chapter 75. Transforming into a Super Saiyan. Let us commence with the most elementary of tasks. First, I shall learn to transform into a Super Saiyan. Chen Bei did not aspire to lofty ambitions. Instead, he decided to start with the bloodline of the Saiyans, a lineage he was most familiar with. He was well acquainted with their ascension methods, great ape transformation, mimicry of Super Saiyan forms 1 through 4, and the Super Saiyan God form found within the Super Universe. However, he temporarily set aside the Super Saiyan God transformation, as his current combat strength was insufficient, and his focus was on the bloodline powers, which had no connection to the Super Saiyan God. Let us begin. Chen Bei rose to his feet, unleashing his energy. He recalled that once his combat power reached the required threshold, transforming into a Super Saiyan merely required him to concentrate his energy at his back. With this thought, he began to guide the energy towards his back. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from Chen Bei's being, and his hair fluctuated between black and gold. Shortly thereafter, with a shout, the white flames surrounding Chen Bei instantaneously transformed into gold, and his hair followed suit, turning golden, along with his eyebrows. Yet at this moment, his pupils, which should have been green, turned golden instead. Is this truly the Super Saiyan form? It doesn't seem all that impressive. Chen Bei conjured a large mirror to scrutinize himself. To his eyes, aside from the alterations in his hair and eyes, there seemed to be little difference. He still appeared just as handsome as before. A crow flew overhead, leaving a trail of black dots in its wake. Well, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, what concerned Chen Bei most was not the change in power, but rather whether he had become more handsome. Sigh, having been single for so long, I still lack a girlfriend. It is indeed a challenge. Chen Bei began to mutter, envious of others' romantic entanglements, lamenting his own solitude. With a purification chant, Chen Bei swiftly dispelled his distractions, transforming once again into a man of steel. All right, it is time to test my enhanced strength. Chen Bei summoned a doppelganger, and they began to spar against one another. The two figures clashed, and the sounds of impact resonated. Bang, bang, bang. Great thunder technique. Chen Bei, abandoning all notions of martial decorum, unleashed a powerful offensive spell. In an instant, the small world transformed into a thunderous hell, bolts of lightning cascading from the sky, striking down upon his doppelganger, obliterating it in one fell swoop. Oh my, the power is indeed formidable. It didn't withstand a single blow. Chen Bei marveled at the might of the great thunder technique, astonished that even a doppelganger of equal strength could not endure a single strike. It was truly extraordinary. In terms of sheer combat prowess, Chen Bei and his clone are essentially on par. They had just engaged in a lengthy sparring session, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. However, Chen Bei, disregarding martial ethics, unexpectedly unleashed a formidable technique, catching his clone off guard. Had the clone reacted promptly, it could have employed instantaneous movement to escape, but alas, there are no buts in this scenario. It appears I must exercise greater caution in the future. Should someone employ such tactics against me, I might not even have the opportunity to flee. Chen Bei reminded himself to remain vigilant. For many villains meet their demise due to their overconfidence, possessing immense strength, yet succumbing to an unexpected counterattack, leaving one utterly speechless. Currently, Chen Bei has completely integrated various bloodline abilities, and with the enhancement of his mental acuity, his control over himself has grown significantly stronger, allowing him to eliminate several side effects associated with these bloodline integrations, such as the Saiyan tail weakness. Furthermore, he possesses the genetic lineage of the Super Namekians. Although he does not utilize it, he can still imprint it onto the racial totem record. With that, Chen Bei retrieved the Super Namekian genetic lineage from the system space, applying a drop onto the racial totem record. Immediately, unique runes appeared on the record, delineating a green silhouette resembling a Namekian, complete with two small horns, akin to a snail. As time slipped away unnoticed, Chen Bei had spent several days within this miniature world. Throughout this period, he maintained his Super Saiyan form, understanding that only by acclimating to the power of this state could he unlock its full potential for prolonged combat. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Chen Bei exhibited two distinct characteristics compared to other Saiyans. His eyes and tail were both golden. This may be an influence of the golden human bloodline, for he could distinctly sense a unique power within his gaze. However, he had yet to fully comprehend this force, preventing him from harnessing it. Moreover, his tail, aside from its golden hue, seemed to possess additional capabilities, particularly during battle, as it would alert him to impending danger, allowing him to evade attacks in advance. Remarkably, his tail could now elongate or shorten at will, though he was uncertain as to why this phenomenon occurred. While his tail harbored other latent abilities, they had yet to manifest fully. Nonetheless, he could sense that it had undergone a significant transformation. After spending nearly half a month, he had thoroughly mastered the Super Saiyan form, enabling him to maintain this state without excessive fatigue, successfully achieving the full power Super Saiyan 1 transformation. Following a refreshing slumber, Chen Bei found himself longing for the comforting presence of his companions. No, not just the fluffy buns, but rather Bardock and the others. Having spent over half a month without conversing with anyone, he felt stifled. It was indeed time to step outside and clear his mind. In an instant, Chen Bei vanished from the miniature world. Kakarot, hold that position. You will not dine until your training is complete. Bardock's voice was stern as he began to train Kakarot, also known as Son Goku. Bardock, there is no need for such severity. Kakarot is still young, China gently interjected, wishing to spare her son from undue hardship. No, as a Saiyan, he must possess a heart that revels in battle and an indomitable spirit. Kakarot is still young, and thus requires rigorous training. Bardock's tone remained grave, his expression unyielding as he fixated on the child diligently training before him. Indeed, Bardock is correct. Although Goku is but a child, it is precisely due to his youth that a solid foundation must be established. I recall my own training under my master. I was somewhat older and regrettably missed many opportunities, Son Gohan remarked, nodding affirmatively. While he cherished little Goku, he understood that to become a true martial artist, one must endure hardship. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempests of life. Chapter 76. Potential Mr. Chen Bei. After more than half a month, Chen Bei finally made his reappearance. During this time, he had taken on a robotic guise, only revealing himself while preparing meals. This was a deliberate choice, as he understood the importance of not revealing his true capabilities, even to trusted allies. Greetings, everyone. It is a pleasure to see you again. Chen Bei smiled warmly. Despite the passage of time, everyone appeared largely unchanged, though the atmosphere had become significantly more harmonious. Bardock and his wife had acknowledged Son Gohan's decision to adopt Kakarot and had also accepted his second name, Son Goku. How has life been recently? Are you all adapting well? Chen Bei inquired, aware of the Saiyan race's combative nature and wondering how they would fare on Earth. Mr. Chen Bei, I enjoy it here immensely. This life is far more comfortable than my days on planet Vegeta. I no longer need to constantly focus on completing missions, Toma responded, having acclimated to life on Earth. Indeed, Mr. Chen Bei, our lives here are wonderful, and we are treated to an abundance of delicious cuisine, China replied with a smile. While Bardock nodded in agreement. Chen Bei, I am truly grateful. I, too, relish this way of life, with luxurious accommodations and the absence of safety concerns. Not to mention the delightful food, said Saliba, who had also adjusted well, perhaps more to the culinary delights than the lifestyle itself. The Saiyans are not solely warriors. Their minds are equally preoccupied with matters of sustenance. I am pleased to hear that everyone has adapted well. During this period, I have been diligently training in a small realm and have had little time to guide your training. Should you have any questions during this time, feel free to approach me, and I shall do my utmost to assist you." After Chen Bei emerged, he observed that the abilities of several individuals had, to some extent, improved, albeit not significantly. Bardock had only reached a combat power of 800,000, while Torma had just attained 80,000, and Celebi merely 60,000. GNEI had experienced negligible enhancement, with her combat power barely surpassing 5,000. "Indeed, Mr. Chen Bei," Bardock remarked, "I have noticed that despite my continuous training resulting in a steady increase in strength, the rate of improvement now pales in comparison to earlier stages." When Bardock had transcended to the Super Saiyan form, his power had reached 200,000. After training for a while on Planet Plant, his strength had surged from 200,000 to 700,000. However, upon returning to Earth and utilizing the same training equipment, he found that further advancements had become increasingly arduous. This is a perfectly normal occurrence. Chen Bei began to elucidate. Our cultivation is not an instantaneous process. Rather, it requires the accumulation of time. Cultivation is essentially enhancing one's potential and subsequently unleashing it. In the past, your bodies had undergone prolonged bouts of combat, leading to a significant accumulation of latent potential, which is why you experienced a dramatic surge in power during your initial training. Now, as you continue to train, much of that previously amassed potential has been released, naturally resulting in a slower rate of enhancement. "Ah, I see," the others responded, gaining insight. However, they recognized that cultivation is not solely a matter of diligence. It also hinges on innate talent, as potential cannot be augmented at will. "Do you have any further questions?" Chen Bei inquired. "If not, I shall return to rest. I have not had a proper night's sleep in quite some time and need to recuperate." Upon hearing Chen Bei's words, the group refrained from further interruption, as their primary concern was merely the recent stagnation in their power growth. The potential of Scions holds a distinct advantage over other races. The strength of one's potential fundamentally resides within the cells of the being. The more robust the cells, the greater the energy they can harbor, thereby elevating the upper limits of power enhancement. Human cultivation consists of two facets: physical training and spiritual refinement. Physical training involves enhancing cellular vitality to strengthen the cells, while spiritual refinement is considerably more complex, relying entirely on talent and opportunity. As night fell, Chen Bei stood alone, gazing at the moon. He no longer feared that its sight would compel him to transform, for he had completely mastered his body's power. "Raising my head to behold the luminous moon, I lower my gaze to contemplate my attire," Chen Bei mused whimsically, pitying his younger brother, who had likely gone too long without nourishment. "With my striking appearance, why do they seem oblivious to my charm?" Chen Bei pondered, bemused. He believed himself to be quite attractive, even to the point of becoming enamored with his own visage. Yet, the indifference of those around him left him utterly perplexed. "System, do you understand the reason behind this?" Ding. Due to the influence of the fragments of the Great Fate technique, others are unable to remember the host's appearance, leading to such a peculiar phenomenon. However, the host can disable this ability or selectively reveal their true self to an individual. "Ah, it is no wonder. I pondered why no one inquired about my handsome visage. The issue lies here." Chen Bei could not help but sigh at the heavens, lamenting the unfortunate fate of his handsome face being attached to such an unreliable individual. Once again, the crows soared across the sky. On this night of the full moon, Bardock and the others remained indoors, as none chose to venture outside. Their combat prowess was relatively low at birth, only reaching the levels of lower to mid-tier warriors, rendering them unable to control their great ape transformations without risking chaos. To avoid disturbing others, they could only confine themselves within their rooms. The Scion tail, far from being useless, aids in maintaining balance and facilitates the distribution of weight during combat, allowing for better control of power. Bardock and his companions were aware that their tails represented a vulnerability. However, they also served as a potent trump card, enhancing their strength tenfold when transformed into great apes. Therefore, they would never casually rid themselves of their tails. "Abe, are you gazing at the moon alone? Do you miss home?" At this moment, Sun Wukong climbed onto the rooftop and spotted Chen Bei, who was sitting there, entranced by the moonlight. "Old man, how did you get up here? Are you here to ponder life alongside me?" Chen Bei jested with Sun Wukong before turning his gaze back to the sky. "Abe, Why don't you transform into a gorilla? I heard Bardock mention that you are also a Saiyan. Sun Wukong recalled hearing Bardock mention Chen Bei's Saiyan heritage. Huh, perhaps it is because I am of mixed blood. Or maybe my strength allows me to control this transformation. Chen Bei chuckled, playfully scratching his head as he offered this explanation. It was a clever evasion. And Sun Wukong chose not to dwell on the matter, instead sitting beside Chen Bei to admire the moon. Silence enveloped them until the late hours of the night, when Sun Wukong finally began to feel drowsy. Bei, if you have any burdens weighing on your heart, do not hesitate to share with us. Do not keep it to yourself. It is getting late, and I should retire for the night. Rest well. All right. Sun Wukong assumed Chen Bei had something troubling him and sought to offer comfort. Old man, what are you pondering? What could possibly trouble me? Rest assured, I am not one to conceal my thoughts. After uttering these words, Chen Bei glanced skyward, observing that the moon had begun its descent. Indeed, it was getting late, and it was time to rest. Both returned to their respective rooms to prepare for slumber. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed at Chen Bei's door. Upon opening it, he was puzzled to see a familiar face. Célibah, what brings you here this time? It cannot be that I am hungry. I distinctly recall having dinner not long ago. Célibah stood at the doorway in her pajamas, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, revealing her slight embarrassment. Biting her lip, she finally could not restrain herself any longer. Mr. Chen Bei, I am aware of your remarkable prowess, and I hope to receive your guidance. I yearn to grow stronger. It seems she wishes for special training from me. Chen Bei mused internally, maintaining a composed demeanor. Why do you feel the need to become stronger? You don't require overwhelming power at this moment, do you? The Saiyan vendetta can be left to Bardock and Toma. You need not burden yourself with this. I would prefer not to, yet my race was annihilated by Frieza, along with my homeland. Célibah replied through gritted teeth, recalling her painful memories, especially in the past timeline. I could only watch helplessly as Bardock and Toma were defeated by Zild, unable to fend off even a single attack. Had it not been for your intervention, Mr. Chen Bei, I might have. At this juncture, Célibah's face flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Indeed, being too weak is undesirable. Since you aspire to enhance your strength, I shall assist you. With nothing else occupying his time, Chen Bei resolved to help Célibah. There were two methods by which he could aid her, one being the crafting of elixirs, as many wondrous potions could elevate her abilities. The other method involved practicing the great yin-yang technique, which entailed mutual cultivation. Ahem. Casting his gaze downward at Célibah's impressive form, Chen Bei could not suppress a cough. Mr. Chen Bei, are you all right? Yes, I am fine. Chen Bei quickly adopted a serious expression. As a gentleman, he ought not to gaze at another's bosom indiscriminately. After stealing another glance, he finally spoke. How about this? After lunch tomorrow, accompany me into the small world. I possess a means to rapidly enhance your strength. Upon hearing Chen Bei's words, Célibah's face lit up with excitement, her joy palpable. Thank you so much, Mr. Chen Bei. Well, if there is nothing else, you may return to rest. It is quite late, and we shall converse more tomorrow. Chen Bei yawned, indicating his fatigue, and waved her off to ensure she returned to rest properly. Very well, Mr. Chen Bei. Aware that Chen Bei needed rest, Célibah felt it inappropriate to linger, turning to leave. Watching Célibah's swaying figure and her curvaceous form, Chen Bei swallowed hard. Hastily invoking the tranquility spell, he suppressed his rising desires, closed the door, and promptly fell asleep. The following day, after lunch, Célibah sought out Chen Bei once more. Utilizing his mental energy, he enveloped Célibah and transported them directly into the small world. This place is indeed far more comfortable. Returning once more to this familiar place, Célibah could not help but exclaim. The small world of Chen Bei was exceedingly comfortable, devoid of the extremes of heat and cold, with seasons flowing seamlessly, imparting a sense of tranquility. It appears you truly cherish this realm, so allow me to present you with a gift shortly. Standing still, he released his mental energy, and Chen Bei began to search for the necessary spiritual herbs. The small world was abundant in spiritual energy, and thus the herbs were plentiful, albeit somewhat youthful in age. After a brief search, Chen Bei finally gathered the materials he desired: fire sunflower, essence spirit grass, yellow jade spirit fruit, and white lingji. The elixir Chen Bei intended to concoct was designed to enhance physical strength, particularly suitable for the Dragon Ball training system. The potion was named Yuan Yang Dan, capable of strengthening the body and elevating one's realm, making it a commendable elixir. as Chen Bei was not yet able to utilize the purple gold 8 trigrams furnace. He resorted to his creative talent, mimicking it to forge a similar alchemical stove. With both hands, he summoned a deep crimson flame, gradually directing it into the cauldron. His mental prowess guided the herbs, which he continuously cast into the elixir furnace. Refining elixirs is a complex endeavor, requiring constant attention to the herb's transformation. The temperature of the flame must be neither too high nor too low. Excessive heat may incinerate the materials, while insufficient heat would fail to refine them. Moreover, one must consider the interactions between the herbs, as different materials have varying refining times and must be combined in a specific order. A minor misstep could render all efforts futile. Step by step, Chen Bei meticulously crafted the elixir. Thanks to his formidable mental strength, he adeptly controlled the heat, effortlessly refining the herbs before amalgamating them. The process of alchemy also demanded an understanding of the 5 elements principles. Water and fire cannot directly merge without a moderating element. For instance, the fire sungrass, a fire attribute herb, must be balanced with the white lingji, a water attribute herb, necessitating additional materials for proper integration before forming the elixir. Chapter 78. The elixir is complete given that he was refining Yuan Yang Dan. Its name implied a stronger fire attribute. Thus the fire sungrass served as the primary ingredient, with essence spirit grass acting as the guiding herb, and the yellow jade spirit fruit mediating the properties of the white lingji, softening the elixir's initially harsh effects. Elixirs must not be consumed recklessly, as a surge of energy could result in catastrophic consequences. After a considerable effort, Chen Bei was finally poised to complete the final step, solidifying the elixir and sealing its effects within. As the flames within the cauldron surged tumultuously, the elixir gradually transformed from liquid to solid, ultimately taking on a mystic yellow hue. Success! Chen Bei retracted his hands, and the elixir soared from the cauldron, propelled by his mental will. Producing a jade vial, he carefully contained the elixir within it. At last, the task was accomplished. This was Chen Bei's inaugural attempt at alchemy, and he had not anticipated such smooth success, devoid of any errors. Beside him, Celiba was intently observing Chen Bei. She noticed flames emanating from his hands as he busied himself with an array of peculiar items, which piqued her curiosity. However, understanding that Chen Bei was undoubtedly occupied with something significant, she refrained from interrupting him, patiently awaiting the conclusion of his alchemical endeavor. "Mr. Chen Bei, are you finished?" Celiba inquired, her gaze fixated on the jade vial in his grasp. Although she was unaware of the nature of his concoction, Chen Bei's focused demeanor suggested that it was something extraordinary. "Yes, it's ready. I specially crafted this elixir for you. Its effects should be quite remarkable. Do give it a try," Chen Bei replied, handing her the jade vial. "Really? You made this just for me? But what is an elixir?" Celiba's cheeks flushed slightly, surprised by Chen Bei's thoughtfulness. Yet, she remained uncertain about the elixir's nature, pondering if it bore resemblance to the mystical beans. "You'll know once you consume it. This elixir will enhance your strength," Chen Bei urged, eager to witness the effects of his creation. According to the alchemical tome, the results should be impressive. Without further hesitation, Celiba uncorked the vial and poured the elixir into her mouth. As it entered her body, a surge of potent energy began to flood her system, amplifying her inner vitality. With a sudden force, the surrounding air became turbulent, and Celiba could not contain her burgeoning aura, enveloping herself in a radiant white flame. In Chen Bei's perception, her power escalated rapidly, increasing from an initial 60,000 to 100,000, and it continued to rise. 110,000, 120,000, until it peaked at 160,000, where her combat prowess finally stabilized. At that moment, Chen Bei recalled that he possessed a detection function. System, initiate detection. Ding. Detection successful. Name, Celiba. Combat power, 162,004. Race, human. Bloodline, Scion. A single Yuan Yang elixir had elevated her strength by 100,000. It appeared that the efficacy of elixirs in the Dragon Ball world was indeed remarkable. Although 100,000 might seem trivial in Chen Bei's eyes, it was far from worthless. To grasp the significance of 100,000 combat power, one must consider that it was a level attained by Goku after years of rigorous training. Yet Celiba had achieved it with the aid of but a single elixir. Truly, the old adage rings true. Those who invest will never surpass those who possess innate advantages. feeling an unmistakable boost in her abilities. Celebi became exhilarated and unleashed a flurry of punches, her movements generating a fierce wind, striking with such speed that they were nearly imperceptible to the average observer. However, in Chen Bei's eyes, her newfound strength appeared somewhat juvenile, akin to a child at play. After observing her for a brief while, Chen Bei, reluctant to interrupt her enthusiasm, decided to step away, allowing Celebi time to acclimate to her recently enhanced powers. Venturing into the interior of the strategic vessel, Chen Bei sought a spacious area and retrieved the alchemical furnace he had previously employed. This time, however, he was not preparing potions but rather intending to forge some tools. With the dark celestial gold he had obtained earlier in hand, Chen Bei began to assess its potential. It is a metallic sphere, comparable in size to a basketball, shimmering with a dark luster. Despite its entirely black exterior, it astonishingly reflects human silhouettes, its surface polished to perfection, resembling a piece of obsidian crystal. I hardly require such a substantial piece. How shall I divide it? At present, Chen Bei's capabilities are insufficient to directly refine such a large chunk of dark immortal gold. He must at least reach the realm of eternal life to possess the ability to refine such materials directly. System, could you assist me in partitioning this item? Dinging sound. The host may select the desired number of divisions. Remarkably, it can be done. Let us divide it into 100 portions. Dinging sound. Division complete. The system fell silent once more, and before Chen Bei, the once basketball-sized dark immortal gold had now transformed into 100 fragments, each approximately the size of a ping-pong ball. Chen Bei casually selected a few, subsequently storing the remaining metallic pieces within the system's space. What should I forge? A ring? A token? Perhaps a bracelet or a necklace? Chen Bei pondered on the items he wished to craft, aiming to create a node artifact that would connect to the small world. By inscribing the spatial node onto the artifact, once granted permission by Chen Bei, one could enter the small world at any moment. Chen Bei preferred not to carry them all the time, as it would be cumbersome. Instead, he resolved to forge a few artifacts for several individuals, thus rendering it more convenient. He cast the materials directly into the furnace, disregarding any further concerns, and commenced the refining process. As the dark immortal gold entered the furnace, it was incessantly tempered by Chen Bei's flames. However, there were no signs of melting, merely a slight reddening of its surface. Observing this, Chen Bei was compelled to amplify his magical energy, causing the flames to surge multiple times in intensity, incinerating the surrounding air. Despite being subjected to such ferocious flames, the dark immortal gold remained unfazed, transitioning from a localized reddish hue to an overall glow of crimson. It appeared that Chen Bei would require additional time to refine the dark immortal gold. He began to wait in silence, unaware of how long had passed. As the sky of the small world darkened, and finally, the immortal gold began to melt slowly. Phew, this truly is no easy task. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he refocused his attention to initiate the final refinement. Under Chen Bei's control, the dark immortal gold gradually morphed into the shape of a ring. He adjusted the temperature, maintaining it in a semi-liquid, semi-solid state, and then began to inscribe runes. Refining artifacts is distinct from alchemy. It necessitates higher temperatures due to the sturdier materials involved, as well as the incorporation of various rune formations to achieve a more perfect creation. Chapter 79. The Black Jade Spirit Ring with the alchemical compendium at his disposal. Chen Bei found himself effortlessly adept at various secret patterns and rune formations, skillfully imprinting the required magical array runes onto the ring. With a flicker of ethereal light, a lustrous black ring emerged successfully. Suspended in midair, the black ring descended directly into his hand at Chen Bei's call. Chen Bei meticulously scrutinized the first treasure he had crafted, adorned with unique secret inscriptions, which he had just engraved. These inscriptions possessed remarkable capabilities. Although this artifact was forged from celestial gold, its potential was regrettably diminished due to Chen Bei's current limitations, relegating it to a subordinate tier of spiritual tools, thus affecting its potency. Nevertheless, for him at this moment, the mere ability to create such a magical item was a source of immense pride. The artifact not only featured various runes and formations, but also incorporated spatial nodes from a miniature world, allowing direct communication with that realm and establishing a storage space. Indeed, a commendable creation. Having completed the artifact, he pondered over an appropriate name. What would suit it best? Chen Bei found himself in distress whenever faced with choices. Darkness seemed unappealing. Perhaps Black Jade Spirit Ring would be slightly better. After some contemplation, he decided to name the ring Black Jade. Suddenly, he noticed Celebi, her face awash with tears, and was perplexed by the situation. Mr. Chen Bei, I am starving. Why did you arrive so late? I thought you were going to abandon me here. Celebi's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Chen Bei with a look of grievance. Earlier, while she was outside the ship acclimating to her powers, she had turned around only to find Chen Bei had vanished. She had searched for him for quite some time, but to no avail. Moreover, Chen Bei's presence was imperceptible to most, leaving Celebi to scrounge for food in the ship's storage. Unfortunately, the meal she prepared was utterly unpalatable, having tasted Chen Bei's cooking. She could no longer stomach her previous meals, especially considering her culinary skills were lacking. Her recent attempt at roasting meat had resulted in a charred disaster. My apologies. I completely forgot, Chen Bei remarked, his words deepening the look of dismay on Celebi's face, tears threatening to spill over. Observing her distress, Chen Bei quickly offered comfort. Do not cry. I shall prepare something for you immediately. At his words, Celebi ceased her tears, her expression transforming into one of eager anticipation as she looked at him. Resigned, Chen Bei began to cook, adding oil to the pan. An hour later, the meal was finally ready, and due to the limited number of diners, it had been prepared rather swiftly. Watching Celebi relish her food heartily, Chen Bei could not hold back either and joined her in savoring the meal. Despite having undergone fasting, his sense of taste remained intact, perhaps even heightened, leading to more discerning preferences for food. He typically consumed only spiritual fruits and nectar brewed into fruit wine, rarely indulging in anything else apart from his own culinary creations. After swiftly finishing off the pot of food, Celebi finally felt satiated, rubbing her belly contentedly as she reclined beside Chen Bei. Mr. Chen Bei, I cannot fathom what I shall do in the future. If you were to leave me, I would surely starve. I cannot eat anything else. Celebi pondered the prospect of Chen Bei departing and what it would mean for her, grappling with the thought of returning to a life devoid of delightful cuisine. The mere notion filled her with distress, making it hard to accept. Isn't that simple? You could simply follow me from now on, Chen Bei casually remarked before reclining on the ground, closing his eyes to rest. Would he truly accompany Mr. Chen Bei at all times? Celebi's cheeks flushed, as if a thought had crossed her mind. To remain by Mr. Chen Bei's side, was it not evident that Saiyans, unlike Earthlings, were not known for their subtlety? They expressed their affections through direct actions and held a deep reverence for strength. Saiyan women, too, admired the powerful, and Chen Bei was not only formidable, but also capable of satisfying a Saiyan's culinary desires. He was, in every sense, the perfect counterpart for Celebi. After Chen Bei spoke, Celebi seemed to misunderstand his intent, boldly wrapping her arms around him. Taken aback by her audacity, Chen Bei instinctively flinched, opting to feign sleep to escape the awkwardness. Yet Celebi was not one to concede easily. She rolled over and found herself draped over him. Unable to withstand such temptation any longer, Chen Bei opened his eyes and, in a swift motion, lifted Celebi, transporting her to his room. The subsequent events are best left to the imagination. By dawn the next day, Chen Bei awoke to find Celebi, unclothed, lying beside him. He couldn't help but slap his forehead in disbelief. Had he truly acquired a girlfriend? The reality of forming such a bond in this new world was astonishing. Perhaps having had enough rest, Celebi also opened her eyes, her gaze landing on the robust figure beside her, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Recalling her wild antics from the previous night, she admired her own audacity. At that moment, Celebi could clearly see Chen Bei's face and was taken aback by his striking handsomeness. She found herself utterly captivated by him. He could cook, he was powerful, especially in more intimate settings. Awake? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Chen Bei inquired, acknowledging Celebi's wakefulness. Given the exertions of the previous day, a hearty meal was certainly in order. Celebi nodded gently, almost awakening Chen Bei's younger brother in the process. Quickly, she rose, dressed, and made her way to the kitchen. This time, Chen Bei was determined to prepare a proper dish, intending to concoct a medicinal cuisine. He sought out various herbs within his little world and procured a sizable salamander, preparing the ingredients for the simmering process. With jade bone flowers, cloud wheel fruits, wood whisk spirit fruits, and white jade mushrooms, he infused the broth with an array of spiritual herbs. The result was a rich, sweet soup. beneficial for both beauty and strength enhancement. This was Chen Bei's inaugural attempt at crafting a special dish. His previous culinary endeavors had been rather mundane. However, bolstered by his innate culinary talent and the unique herbs from his realm, he succeeded in creating a medicinal cuisine with extraordinary properties. If only he had access to spirit beast meat, the effects would have been even more remarkable. Using his mental prowess, he transported the large pot directly to the room. Lying on the bed, Celeba's nose twitched as the enticing aroma of the meal wafted through the air, igniting a powerful craving within her. Chapter 80. The objective: come and taste this dish. It is far from simple, Chen Bei remarked enigmatically, conjuring a dining table and utensils as he awaited Celeba's awakening. Upon hearing his words, Celeba felt a twinge of curiosity. The aroma of the dish was undeniably enticing, yet Chen Bei's assertion that it was complex left her somewhat perplexed. As she attempted to rise, a sudden realization struck her. Her attire had been torn to shreds during the fierce battle the night before. Glancing at her exposed form, Celeba's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Although she was a scion, the feeling of embarrassment was still palpable. Experiencing such a situation for the first time, she felt somewhat bashful and quickly retreated back under the covers. Observing the rosy hue on Celeba's face, Chen Bei struggled to maintain his composure and promptly conjured a new outfit for her. Celeba had grown accustomed to Chen Bei's extraordinary abilities over the past few days. He had demonstrated various skills she had never encountered before, greatly broadening her horizons. Once dressed, Celeba approached the mirror to appraise her reflection. The ensemble Chen Bei had created was a striking red and black, reminiscent of traditional wedding attire, exuding a classical elegance. Pleased with her appearance, she nodded approvingly at the mirror. Returning to Chen Bei's side, Celeba found herself unable to resist the allure of the dish simmering in the pot. Amused by her hesitant demeanor, Chen Bei served her a bowl and fed her directly with a spoon. Celeba's cheeks flushed anew as she had never experienced such intimacy before. Opening her mouth, she accepted the morsel he offered, savoring the taste. A wave of comfort enveloped her, prompting an involuntary exclamation of delight. After consuming the dish, she felt transformed. To her astonishment, a radiant glow began to emanate from her, elevating her presence to an ethereal level. As the light flickered, her strength surged dramatically, skyrocketing to 200,000. Chen Bei was equally astonished, realizing the remarkable potential of his culinary talents. It appeared that preparing a dish could enhance another's abilities, akin to the work of an alchemist, albeit with the added benefit of delectable flavors. Both of them, now more relaxed, continued to enjoy their meal, sharing bites with one another in joyous harmony. This delightful exchange persisted for over half an hour until the pot was finally emptied. Both Chen Bei and Celeba experienced a further enhancement of their powers. However, Chen Bei's attention was drawn elsewhere. After consuming his medicinal cuisine, Celeba appeared even more radiant, her skin glistening with vitality, and her cheeks still adorned with a lingering blush from the surplus energy. In that moment, Celeba gazed at Chen Bei with eyes brimming with affection. Sensing the palpable chemistry, Chen Bei seized the opportunity, pulling Celeba onto his lap. Without hesitation, he reached under her clothing. Feeling unsatisfied, he tore the newly conjured outfit to shreds once more. The two individuals engaged once more in a fierce contest, exchanging blows with neither willing to concede. After several hours of relentless struggle, the battle finally came to a close, leaving Celeba utterly exhausted, succumbing to a deep slumber. Chen Bei carefully tucked her in before discreetly departing. Emotional ties are one aspect, yet prowess is equally significant. One must not neglect either. Alas, he lamented forgetting to teach Celeba the grand yin-yang technique, missing a precious opportunity to enhance her strength. However, upon reflection, he deemed it inconsequential, resolving to impart the knowledge at a later time. After all, it was not a matter of life and death. As he contemplated the future, Chen Bei found himself in a state of bewilderment. He yearned for immortality, yet simultaneously feared solitude. Should his eternal existence require forsaking his past, he would never acquiesce. Presently, Chen Bei merely wished to live fully, to experience diverse lives, to alter some tragic fates he wished to avoid, and if possible, to create a magnificent world entirely his own. He resolved to establish a goal, perhaps to marry 10 or 8 wives, thereby propagating his noble lineage. A flock of crows soared across the sky. It was time to enrich his inner realm. Chen Bei surveyed the still opaque expanse of his Dantian. where various spirit stones lay piled alongside a small sapling. Perhaps it was no longer appropriate to refer to it as a sapling. The world tree had now grown nearly 100 meters tall, vastly surpassing its original diminutive form. This remarkable growth was attributed to Chen Bei's unceasing energy supply, allowing the world tree to flourish at an astonishing rate. Once the world tree reaches a certain maturity, it could not only support the fabric of existence, but also serve as a formidable weapon against foes. This was no ordinary tree. It could absorb the energy of adversaries and even take root in other realms, siphoning their essence, draining entire worlds of their vitality. The spirit tree, which bore fruit by absorbing the life force of a planet, would appear insignificant in comparison to the world tree. It was time for some enhancements, perhaps by introducing light. Just as Chen Bei contemplated this notion, a miraculous event unfolded within his Dantian. Light materialized from thin air. This illumination brightened the entire inner realm, leaving no shadow untouched. In truth, Chen Bei had invoked the Grand Prophecy technique, which, when combined with the Grand World technique, enabled him to conjure light. However, employing these two formidable arts consumed a considerable amount of energy, especially on such a grand scale. A full tenth of the spirit stones within his inner world had been expended. It is worth noting that as Chen Bei's strength grew, so too did the capacity of his Dantian, which now housed far more spirit stones than before. Yet, in such a brief moment, a substantial quantity had been depleted. The profound essence of the 3,000 great ways is indeed not something that can be casually wielded by the unworthy, without sufficient prowess. Even if the divine abilities are laid before you, you would remain unable to harness them. Mere illumination is insufficient. A touch of verdancy would suffice. As Chen Bei's words echoed, the miniature world unexpectedly sprouted an abundance of grass. However, this time the expenditure was minimal, for Chen Bei employed his gift of creation, harmonizing it with the Grand Prophecy technique, thereby conserving considerable energy. Chapter 81. Once again opening the small world subsequently, Chen Bei conjured mountains, rivers, and dwellings, followed by a manifestation of flora and fauna. His Dantian's miniature world finally began to exhibit signs of vitality. Remarkably, his inadvertent actions filled certain voids within the small world, rendering its laws more complete and fortifying the Dantian's realm. What a delightful surprise! Chen Bei, sensing the transformation, was astonished that such circumstances arose from his unintentional endeavors. Yet, he welcomed this change with joy. The Dantian's miniature world had achieved absolute stability, and the next step was to cultivate and expand with the enhancement of his strength. The techniques of the Great Acupoint art and the Great World technique had shown some minor success, prompting Chen Bei to prepare for the exploration of another acupoint. This time, the endeavor to open the upper Dantian was considerably more perilous, as it served as the nexus for the soul, the origin of mental prowess, and the dwelling of true spirit. A lack of caution could easily lead to self-inflicted folly. Chen Bei began to concentrate his mental energy, mobilizing his bodily vitality to operate the Great Acupoint art, initiating communication with the upper Dantian. As energy steadily accumulated, he was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness, nearly collapsing to the ground. Indeed, the upper Dantian could not be approached with the same brutish simplicity as the lower Dantian. Chen Bei resolved to adopt a different method. As he channeled his technique, Chen Bei refrained from forcefully inundating the upper Dantian with energy. Instead, he strategically drew from the myriad meridians throughout his body, allowing energy to flow evenly towards the upper Dantian. Gradually, he unlocked the gateway to the upper Dantian, with energy beginning to gently expand along its inner walls. This time, the previous sensation of heaviness was absent. However, waves of sharp pain persisted. The process of opening acupoints was not a trivial matter. Activating them required not only the infusion of energy to unlock the gateway, but also the guidance of that energy to permeate the inner walls, fortifying the acupoint while simultaneously clearing any obstructions within. While this process may be easily articulated, it is far more challenging in practice. Without meticulous control, achieving this was exceedingly difficult. A moment's inattention could lead to disastrous consequences. For instance, should the energy infusion be too forceful, it might shatter the acupoint, fracturing the meridians and resulting in a backlash of energy, leading to the complete destruction of one's cultivation or, in severe cases, even death. Furthermore, integrating energy into the acupoint's inner walls necessitated robust mental fortitude, The acupoint remained fragile until reinforced. The infusion of energy had to be precisely calibrated. Too much might cause damage, while too little would render it ineffective. Chen Bei's upper Dantian had now been successfully activated. The focus now lay in its expansion and stabilization. It appears that possessing a robust mental fortitude indeed bears its advantages. The recent tumultuous surge of energy was successfully subdued. Had his mental acuity been slightly inferior, he might have succumbed to folly. Chen Bei, still haunted by the experience, recalled how he had initially treated his upper Dantian with the same reckless abandon as his lower Dantian, almost exhausting himself in the process. Fortunately, he altered his strategy in time. Otherwise, as time progressed, his upper Dantian would not have been steadily reinforced, which is essential for the forthcoming establishment of the upper Dantian realm. At last, the monumental task was accomplished. Chen Bei took a moment to relax his body. His mental focus had been taut, and his physical form mirrored this tension. Under such strain, both mind and body had become utterly fatigued. Regrettably, he had no elixirs left. He had either sown them or given them to Celiba and her companions. Had he foreseen this situation, he would have been prudent to reserve some for himself. Nevertheless, it was of little concern, for Chen Bei possessed healing techniques and swiftly applied one upon himself, instantly banishing his exhaustion. Once revitalized, Chen Bei commenced the next phase, the creation of a realm within his acupoints. Drawing from his prior experience in establishing a realm, he proceeded with methodical precision. The upper Dantian differed from the lower. While the latter stored energy, the former harbored spiritual strength. The lower Dantian emphasized the cyclical nature of the 5 elements, whereas the upper Dantian focused on the convergence of yin and yang. Chen Bei was no stranger to yin and yang. He had encountered their intersection during his previous breakthrough. The yin and yang of the lower Dantian pertained to the tangible, whereas that of the upper Dantian encompassed a broader, more ethereal duality. The sun and moon represent yin and yang, water and fire embody them, life and death signify them. The upper Dantian's requirement for yin and yang necessitated the unification of body and soul, the corporeal being the tangible and the soul the intangible. Only through the harmonious integration of these two can one achieve completeness. Thus, Chen Bei sought to unify his spiritual strength with his physical form, ensuring that neither would falter due to the inadequacies of the other. This time, he refrained from supplying energy to the upper Dantian. Instead, he aimed to elevate his physical prowess. Unconsciously, he began to channel the great blood spirit technique, which emphasizes the mastery of the body through the soul, advocating the unity of flesh and spirit to continually enhance the quality of the physical form, thereby uplifting the spirit correspondingly. As he activated the great blood spirit technique, a sanguine aura enveloped him, emanating from his very being. Chen Bei was now purging the impurities from his body, which were expelled alongside the blood essence that he radiated. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when he finally opened his eyes again, it was already deep into the night. He hadn't anticipated the challenges of establishing the realm of the upper Dantian. It seemed further preparations were necessary. Abandoning the notion of creating a second realm for the time being, he acknowledged that he lacked the requisite strength to pursue this endeavor. Upon returning to his chamber, he found Celiba still nestled in slumber, evidently fatigued from the morning's fierce battle. Recalling the sensation of Celiba's fiery form pressing against him, a surge of desire ignited within Chen Bei's abdomen. He hastily employed a calming incantation to subdue the fervor of his 2 brothers, as he too prepared to rest. Balancing labor with leisure is indeed the essence of wisdom. Moderation is key in all endeavors. Lying upon the bed, Chen Bei found himself momentarily restless, pondering that the true narrative of Dragon Ball would not unfold for another 11 years. What, he wondered, should he accomplish during this time? Unsure of the answer, he chose to dismiss the thoughts, gently embracing Celiba before gradually drifting into slumber. Outside the spacecraft, the celestial beings were rapidly growing, blooming into numerous pristine flowers. Perhaps soon, the celestial beings planted by Chen Bei would yield a bountiful harvest. The night was exceptionally tranquil, and sleep enveloped the individuals in sweet repose. Chapter 82. The power of food. The spring night is fleeting, and as dawn approaches, the ruler no longer attends morning court. Chen Bei, lost in the embrace of warmth, could scarcely distinguish between day and night. At last, their blissful moments together concluded, and Chen Bei retrieved a precious artifact he had long since crafted. A ring, shimmering with an ethereal glow, lay beautifully in the palm of his hand. Celeba gazed at Chen Bei, puzzled by his intentions. What is this? Ah, it is a treasure, he revealed, explaining that it functioned as a key to a small world. With this ring, one could effortlessly enter the small world by merely envisioning it, transcending both space and distance. After a thorough explanation, Chen Bei shared additional functionalities of the ring. After a lengthy discourse, Celeba finally grasped the concept, her astonishment growing at Chen Bei's remarkable abilities, realizing he could conjure such wonders. Disregarding Celeba's lingering surprise, Chen Bei gently lifted her hand and adorned her finger with the ring. There exists a custom on Earth whereby the exchange of rings signifies a formal union, binding the couple in matrimony. As Celeba touched the ring Chen Bei had placed upon her, ripples of emotion stirred within her heart. Well, having spent such an extended time in the small world, it is time for us to venture out. I wonder how Bardock and the others have been faring. Chen Bei was ready to leave the small world, eager to experience life beyond its confines. They? Oh, they're likely the same as ever, cooped up in the gravity chamber, relentlessly training and plotting their revenge against Frieza, Celeba commented casually, though her words rang true. Bardock and Toma were indeed fervent training enthusiasts, often exhausting themselves to the point of fatigue. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Gohan was teaching little Goku to read. Goku, come. Repeat after me. Adult, adult. Very good. Now say it again. Adult. At that moment, Chen Bei and Celeba made their entrance, and upon sensing Celeba's presence, several individuals hurried over. Their curiosity piqued about where Chen Bei had taken Celeba and what they had been up to during this time. What? Bardock exclaimed, astonished to see Celeba linked arm in arm with Chen Bei. He was perplexed. When had Celeba and Chen Bei grown so close? Bardock could not help but conjure the scene in his mind. Similarly astonished were Toma and Jine, both of whom began to ponder the intriguing relationship between Celeba and Chen Bei. Ha ha ha, Abe, I never imagined you would awaken so quickly. It hasn't been long, and you already have someone special, Sun Wukong remarked, observing Chen Bei and Celeba with a nod of approval. Indeed, Chen Bei surpassed him in this regard as well. The group continued to gaze at Chen Bei and Celeba, nearly making Celeba blush with embarrassment. As for Chen Bei, he was unfazed, thinking, I've got nothing to lose. I might as well enjoy the attention. Bardock, coming back to reality, finally accepted this astonishing truth. None of them had expected Celeba to silently pair with Chen Bei. They had initially thought she was merely training with him. Though that was indeed the case, unexpected twists always arise. Chen Bei declared, the fates have aligned. There's no stopping it. That's right, as you surmised. Celeba has become my beloved, he shrugged, acknowledging the reality of the situation, rendering their astonishment moot. Abe, you must prepare a splendid feast today. We should celebrate your union with Celeba. Sun Wukong chuckled. Witnessing these young individuals gradually finding their own paths filled him with joy, as he had come to regard them as his own children during their time together. He hoped they would flourish and not suffer the regrets he had endured. Of course, I shall prepare a grand banquet that will surely delight your palates. Chen Bei clapped his hands, eager to showcase his culinary prowess. Mr. Chen Bei, we are well aware of your culinary skills, yet we are still eagerly anticipating the feast, Toma remarked, already forgetting the earlier developments between Celeba and Chen Bei. His mind solely focused on the impending meal. Feel free to call me Chen Bei or Abe from now on. After all this time, the formalities of Mr. feel rather awkward for me, he replied with a playful smile. Bardock and the others beamed, delighted to consider Chen Bei a friend. With a flurry of activity, a spectacular array of dishes soon adorned Chen Bei's courtyard. Delicacies such as Buddha jumps over the wall, spicy duck, roast pig trotters, pan-fried dinosaur meat, sweet and sour pork, and spicy saber-toothed tiger filled the table, dazzling the onlookers and leaving Bardock and the others salivating. The final dish, a special creation by Chen Bei, was the 8 treasure soup. Crafted from various spiritual herbs with remarkable effects, Chen Bei had prepared this dish with the intention of astonishing everyone, ready to relish the spectacle of their astonishment. Having witnessed Chen Bei's prowess, Celeba understood his intentions and remained silent, eagerly anticipating the expressions of surprise that would soon grace their faces. The meal was finally served on the table, and Chen Bei began to invite everyone to sit down and indulge. I shall not hold back, said Bardock, who, along with Toma, could hardly contain their eagerness, swiftly picking up their chopsticks and fervently grabbing food as if in a dance, their movements almost too swift to see. Delicious. Truly delectable. They mumbled, their mouths full, Yet the act of swallowing did not cease for even a moment. As the dishes began to dwindle, it was time to savor the exquisite broth. They were well aware of Chen Bei's soup, which could cleanse the soul, dispel greasiness, invigorate the spirit, and banish fatigue. After a day of rigorous training, Bardock and the others were perfectly primed for this restorative elixir. Upon taking the first sip, Sun Wukong seemed to sense something extraordinary. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted from him, his power surging by nearly 10,000. What? Bardock was astounded, unable to fathom such strength from Sun Wukong. Recalling that his power had not been this formidable before. Could it be? Bardock's gaze shifted sharply to the large pot of delectable broth that Chen Bei had just protected. Observing Bardock's expression, Chen Bei offered a gentle smile and nodded, confirming Bardock's suspicions. Indeed, both Toma and Jin were equally astonished, and even the little Goku was taken aback, witnessing his grandfather, who had been quietly seated moments ago, suddenly unleash such a formidable presence that nearly swept Goku away. Chapter 83, Ascendancy. What? How is my power? Sun Wukong shared the same bewilderment. Having merely sipped the broth yet experiencing such a tremendous increase in strength, still struggling to grasp the situation. It seemed the effects of the soup were remarkable. Everyone should partake. It was then that Chen Bei broke the silence, and the others finally reacted, hastily returning to their seats. Eagerly, they scooped large bowls of soup, gulping it down eagerly. Crash! The bowl clattered to the ground, shattering instantly, while Bardock and the others felt their energies begin to surge. A powerful wave of energy rippled through the air, threatening to shatter the very walls of the house. Fortunately, Chen Bei was quick to shield the dwelling. Otherwise, the might of Bardock and the others would have leveled everything in their vicinity. At last, the pot was nearly empty, and the group exchanged excited glances, each pair of eyes reflecting exhilaration. Ah, Bei, your soup is simply miraculous. I never imagined that at my age, I could experience such a tremendous enhancement, and I feel as if I have regained a youthful vigor. Sun Wukong exclaimed, trying to stretch his limbs, his fists moving with such rapidity that they left traces in the air. It was clear his strength had vastly increased. Though he had previously been capable of such feats, it had required all his effort. Now, he could accomplish it with ease. Chen Bei, how impressive. I never anticipated that your culinary creations could possess such effects. It is truly exhilarating. Bardock's face was alight with excitement, his body trembling with exhilaration. He had never imagined that a simple meal could elevate one's power. The Saiyans possessed two passions, combat and feasting. Here in Chen Bei, even dining can enhance their strength, making it increasingly difficult for them to part from this place. Nevertheless, preparing such exquisite dishes is no simple feat. It demands immense resources and the gathering of various spiritual herbs, along with the necessity of employing specialized techniques in their creation. Indeed, such delicacies come at a steep price, suggesting that they may soon be difficult to obtain. A sense of regret washed over them. The thought of gaining strength without the rigors of training was undeniably appealing, especially when paired with the pleasure of gourmet food. Alas, upon hearing Chen Bei's conditions, they were struck with a tinge of nostalgia, realizing that their recent meal was remarkably precious. It is not to say that such delicacies are entirely out of reach. Should they acquire wondrous treasures or spiritual herbs in the future, and provided they possess sufficient materials, they could enlist the aid of a robotic assistant for preparation. The robot Chen Bei referred to is, in fact, a projection of his essence, embodying some of his talents yet transformed into a mechanical form. Its daily duties include managing the group's meals and keeping an eye on them, with the capability to promptly inform Chen Bei of any formidable threats. What a splendid notion! They began to envision the delightful cuisine and the exhilarating surge in strength that would follow. As night deepened, everyone retreated to their respective chambers. Chen Bei, however, chose not to rest. Instead, he ventured alone into the small world. He retrieved a replica of the purple gold bagua furnace, commencing the refinement of various substances. This time, he opted for high-quality spiritual stones as materials, foregoing the dark celestial gold. After an extensive process, several jade talismans were successfully produced, radiating an enchanting luster. After a while, as the brilliance faded, Chen Bei carefully stored the talismans. Much like the black jade spirit ring, these jade talismans possessed the ability to communicate with the small world, albeit with a more singular function limited to summoning and teleportation. Chen Bei intended for these to be utilized by Sun Wukong and others. Finally, having completed his tasks, Chen Bei mentally connected with the black jade spirit ring. Saliba sensed his call and appeared before him. "Obey," she greeted. Instead of responding verbally, Chen Bei embraced Saliba and led her into his chamber. In a secluded and tranquil nook, surrounded by flourishing flora, Chen Bei grasped the celestial orbs of the sun and moon, executing the technique of direct assault. In an instant, cries of mixed sensations echoed, though no one was there to hear them. Months passed, and during this time, Chen Bei diligently honed his mastery of temporal arts, successfully achieving a minor level of proficiency. With this newfound skill, he could effortlessly traverse specific times and spaces, wielding the power of time in combat. With a mere gesture, he could shatter the fabric of reality, accelerate his own temporal flow, or suspend certain moments in time. As long as his adversaries did not far exceed his abilities, he felt confident in his capacity to defeat them using the temporal arts. This temporal realm had little left to offer. It was time to seek new vistas. Once the narrative here began to unfold, he would return. Having made his decision, Chen Bei prepared to embark on his journey, assured in his coordinates and unafraid of the potential for temporal disarray. Upon arriving in the outside world, Chen Bei waved his hand, and before him appeared a portal of space, shrouded in darkness, its destination unknown. Why is it that Father and Uncle Krillin cannot be revived? Just returned from Namek. Son Gohan felt an overwhelming sense of despair. If only they could be revived like Kairatsu, with their bodies remaining beside Lord Kai, it would be preferable. It is said that aside from that, the Dragon Balls can only bring individuals back to life at the place of their demise. Bulma hung her head, equally unable to accept this grim reality. However, Goku and Krillin perished on Namek, which no longer exists, having transformed into an empty expanse of cosmic void, and furthermore, the vicinity of Namek is not under Lord Kai's jurisdiction. How could this be? Son Gohan stared vacantly at Bulma, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the battle on Namek had marked an eternal farewell between him and his father. What if you all used your brains? Vegeta, leaning against a tree, scoffed derisively. Forget about souls. As long as we can move his body here and revive him, what is the issue? Ah yes, he is absolutely right. I never expected you would speak sense. Bulma exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. She realized she could summon Shenron to bring Goku and Krillin's bodies to Earth, and then revive them. Vegeta snorted dismissively, resuming his posture against the tree. Thank you. Son Gohan approached Vegeta, extending his hand in gratitude. Smack! Vegeta swatted Gohan's hand away, leaving him momentarily stunned. Unfazed, Vegeta's gaze remained fixed ahead. Preoccupied with a single thought, I merely wish to witness the true strength of Super Saiyan Kakarot, and someday, I will surpass him. Chapter 84, Arrangements. Quite the lively gathering. It seems I have arrived just in time. At that moment, a figure materialized before the group. Who? Vegeta immediately became alert. In this place, he considered himself the strongest, yet he had sensed nothing of the approaching presence. Do not be alarmed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Bei. Think of me as a mere passerby. Go about your business and pay me no mind. Chen Bei raised his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating he harbored no ulterior motives, and then stepped aside. The others, seeing this, chose to disregard Chen Bei, deeming it unnecessary to provoke an unknown individual, especially when they had more pressing matters at hand. However, although Vegeta feigned indifference, he secretly observed Chen Bei, and suddenly, he seemed to notice something. A tail? Could it be? Vegeta began to ponder. Though tails generally appear similar, Chen Bei's tail was golden, deepening Vegeta's intrigue. At that moment, Vegeta recalled that Kakarot's hair also turned golden when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Could that golden tail be a characteristic of Super Saiyans as well? Due to the fact that Sun Wukong's tail had long been removed, Vegeta remained uncertain about Chen Bei's true identity. However, he felt an involuntary tension enveloping him. We must wait for the Dragon Balls of Namek to be restored before we can seek a suitable planet for relocation. Until then, might I request your assistance in finding us temporary accommodations? The newly appointed Grand Elder of the Namekians spoke, recognizing his duty to consider the welfare of his people. Indeed. How about you come to my home? It was evident that Bulma, a woman of wealth, spoke with an air of assurance, effectively offering shelter for the entire Namekian populace. Yet, the Grand Elder could not help but sweat nervously at the thought, contemplating, is this woman truly so audacious? Does she not see the multitude of us? Rest assured, my home is more than ample, There will be no issue, Bulma continued. Moreover, we shall require your assistance with the Dragon Balls in the future. She was indeed a calculating individual. Having provided refuge for the Namekians, she surely had no fear of lacking support in her quest for the Dragon Balls. Surely, the Namekians would feel inclined to return the favor. Chen Bei could effortlessly facilitate the settlement of the Namekians, yet he chose to remain silent. As an unexpected presence, should he propose the relocation of the Namekians, it would likely raise suspicions among the others. And you, Vegeta, why not join us? I hear you can barely afford rent. Bulma quipped. May I also accompany you? Chen Bei interjected, curious to witness the abode of Earth's wealthiest individual. You. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, pondering their unfamiliarity with Chen Bei. Why would he suddenly wish to join them? Please, do not regard me with such skepticism. I possess numerous talents. In particular, I am an exceptional cook, Chen Bei revealed, attempting to assuage their doubts. The aroma is delightful. Consider yourself approved, Bulma declared after sampling Chen Bei's culinary creation. Nodding with satisfaction. Then you shall reside in my home. From now on, you are my personal chef, and your meals will serve as your rent. A sigh of relief escaped Chen Bei as he felt the weight of approval lift from his shoulders. Please, everyone, wait a moment. I shall make a call to have my father come here to escort you all. Miss Bulma, might I also join you in your home? Son Gohan asked, fiddling with his fingers, appearing somewhat shy. Gohan, do you not have a home of your own? Bulma inquired, puzzled by the eagerness of those around her to stay at her residence. It would be best for you to return home. Your mother must be worried sick, she advised. Son Gohan continued to lower his head, nervously fidgeting with his fingers. No, that is not it. I neglected to complete my homework. And my mother is surely going to unleash her fury. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. At the headquarters of Universal Capsule Company, in Dr. Brief's residence, Krillin and Master Roshi, accompanied by a few little ones, were preparing to embark on a journey to Namek to rescue Gohan and the others. The spaceship is nearly repaired. I assure you, you will undoubtedly reach Namek within 5 days, Dr. Brief declared earnestly. Now, are you all ready? Everyone nodded in unison. Gohan, just wait a moment longer. Your mother is on her way to rescue you. At that moment, Chi-Chi's gaze was sharp, and her expression serious. She was deeply concerned for her son Gohan. Now, I shall commence the countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. The group was poised to activate the spacecraft when suddenly, the display screen flickered on again, revealing Dr. Brief's face. Oh, I almost forgot. My daughter Bulma just called. She mentioned that everyone has returned to Earth. Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback, but Dr. Brief continued. May I ask, do you still wish to proceed? Everyone collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Meanwhile, another group was anxiously awaiting Dr. Brief's arrival. At that moment, a box-like aircraft was approaching their location. They're coming. Over here. I'm here. Bulma exclaimed excitedly, waving frantically. As the aircraft finally docked, the cabin door opened, and a purple figure rushed out. It was Chi-Chi. As she dashed forward, she frantically searched for Gohan, calling out, Gohan, where are you? Gohan. Upon hearing his mother's voice, Gohan instinctively shrank back and hid behind a tree. Unfortunately for him, Chi-Chi's maternal instincts were razor-sharp, and she quickly spotted him concealed behind the tree. Realizing he could not evade his mother's grasp, Gohan reluctantly emerged, awkwardly scratching his head. Haha, Mom, I'm back. Gohan's tone was ambiguous, leaving one uncertain whether he felt joy or trepidation. Thus, the group arrived at Bulma's residence and settled in. How do you like it? This is my home. It looks quite stylish, doesn't it? It is indeed quite nice, but compared to my home, it falls a bit short. Chen Bei offered a candid assessment. Bulma's house was undeniably impressive, brimming with technological marvels and amenities, yet it paled in comparison to Chen Bei's luxurious strategic ship and microcosm. What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that. Bulma was incredulous that there could exist a place more opulent than her own. After all, her family was the wealthiest on Earth. And who could possibly rival them? Realizing he had misspoken, Chen Bei swiftly clarified. Haha, it's nothing. I was merely saying that your place is splendid. Far better than ours. It's truly the embodiment of my dreams. Now that sounds more like it. Bulma finally relinquished her pursuit of Chen Bei's remarks and turned to assist the others in settling in. Welcome. Is this the new boyfriend of Bulma? So many. At that moment, Bulma's mother swiftly appeared before everyone and approached Chen Bei and Vegeta, scrutinizing them closely. Are you interested in going on a date with me? Upon hearing this, Chen Bei shifted awkwardly in his seat, while Vegeta turned his head away in disdain. Suddenly, Vegeta's gaze was captivated by something. It was a spacecraft positioned on the open ground ahead. "This is the spaceship I repaired. This is the 4th iteration, and I assure you it is flawless," explained Dr. Brief, standing beside Vegeta and gesturing towards the vessel. However, the only unfortunate aspect is that it has yet to be equipped with a horn. One cannot help but admire the carefree nature of the Brief family, truly brimming with eccentric ideas. Vegeta stepped inside the spacecraft, inspecting it. So this is what Kakarot used to travel here. Chen Bei, however, was not focused on this. Instead, he summoned the system, ready to claim his rewards. System. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in with the character Bulma. Rewards. Super Brain Talent. 1 fragment of Great Destiny Technique, Great Bagua Technique. 1 Super Dragon Ball Radar. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in with the character Vegeta. Rewards. Ultimate Flash, Great Destruction Technique. 1 Saiyan Bloodline Gene, Super Explosion. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in with the character Dandy. Rewards. Great Healing Technique. 1 Spiritual Realm Upgrade Card. Title. God. 1 Super Divine Water. 1 Dragon God Power Advancement Card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Rewards. Universal Capsule RD Technology. Great Refinement Technique. Longevity Golden Pill. 1 Eternal Power Furnace. A cacophony of reward notifications echoed wildly in Chen Bei's mind, but he had already muted the system's alerts. The sheer volume of rewards was overwhelming. "Mr. Chen Bei, I have prepared some cold drinks. Mr. Vegeta has already arrived. You should join us." Mrs. Brief suddenly approached Chen Bei, inviting him to enjoy a beverage together. "Sure." Chen Bei responded with delight. "Hey, you're a Saiyan, right?" Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, a smug expression on his face. "Oh, do you have something to say?" Chen Bei was not one to indulge Vegeta's arrogance and replied candidly. "Why is your tail golden? Are you not a Saiyan?" Facing Vegeta's inquiry, Chen Bei decided it was best to clarify, lest Vegeta continue to pester him. After all, Vegeta was not one to easily relent. "Well, I suppose I am a half-breed. My tail has undergone some mutation, which should be quite normal." Observing Chen Bei's familiarity with Saiyan matters, Vegeta grew even more perplexed. Just as he was about to press further, Mrs. Brief arrived before the two. "Mr. Chen Bei, Mr. Vegeta, come and enjoy the cold drinks. I have prepared everything for you." Accepting the drink handed over by Mrs. Brief, Chen Bei promptly departed. As Chen Bei gazed at the departing figure, Vegeta huffed, clenched his fists, contemplated for a moment, then relinquished his grip. He seized the beverage that Mrs. Briefs had brought, and likewise turned to leave. Time swiftly passed, and 6 months elapsed in this manner. During this period, Chen Bei's relationship with Bulma blossomed, as he had successfully won over the Briefs family with his culinary skills. Even the haughty little Prince Vegeta had succumbed to Chen Bei's exquisite cooking. As for the Namekians, they were not part of this equation. They primarily sustained themselves on sunlight and water, rendering it unnecessary for Chen Bei to prepare food for them. He simply lacked the leisure for such endeavors. Throughout these 6 months, Chen Bei seldom ventured out of his miniature world, typically delegating tasks to his avatars, only personally intervening in matters of considerable complexity. "Is it true that the Dragon Balls of Namek will restore themselves in 130 days? Bulma remarked, her gaze fixated on the shimmering Dragon Balls below. Others were present as well, including Master Roshi, all eagerly anticipating the manifestation of this miracle. Soon, they would welcome Goku and Krillin back. Though Chen Bei was already aware of the outcome, Goku would not be returning with them, as his presence here was merely for the spectacle. "Indeed, our Namek has only 130 days in a year," Dandy affirmed, his eyes also riveted on the Dragon Balls. "Logically speaking, the cooldown period for the Dragon Ball's wishes should correlate with the duration of their negative energy evolution, and Namek's environment might be more conducive to purifying the Dragon Balls. However, this remained a conjecture, as the rules vary across worlds, and one can never predict what changes may occur. Previously, Chen Bei had obtained a Dragon God Power upgrade card from Dandy, enhancing the capabilities of the Dragon Balls he created. Furthermore, the wish-granting time had considerably shortened. A piece of information relayed back to him by Shenron, though the exact duration remained unknown to him as he had yet to utilize it. "Only a third of the time of Earth. This is splendid. Let us hasten to make a wish with Shenron," Bulma proposed eagerly. "Wait a moment. Gohan and Chi-Chi have yet to arrive," Master Roshi interjected, as this matter concerned Goku and Krillin, his two disciples. Moreover, Goku was Gohan's father and Chi-Chi's husband, and it was only proper that they be present. Chapter 86. Resurrection refused to return to Earth. Hey, you all wait. Chi-Chi hurriedly arrived, and it was not her fault. Mount Pozu was not in close proximity to Bulma's home, and even with the Kintoan or the flying technique, some time was required. Hey, Gohan. Oolong and Puar waved at Gohan upon his arrival. Sorry, our tutoring class ended quite late. It seemed distance was not the issue. Chi-Chi had become less concerned about Goku, focusing entirely on Gohan's studies. You still have to attend tutoring classes? How arduous! Bulma exclaimed in surprise, finding it hard to comprehend that the son of a martial artist had to attend such classes. In the future, Gohan aspires to become a distinguished scholar, and naturally, he must immerse himself in his studies. At this moment, Chi-Chi spoke up, her current wish being for Gohan to devote himself to learning, rather than following in his father's footsteps, neglecting the family and merely engaging in battles. All right, it's about to begin, Bulma interjected, preparing to summon the eternal dragon. Dandy, I leave everything to you. Understood, Dandy replied earnestly, as it was his first time using the Dragon Balls on Earth, uncertain of the outcome. As he recited a segment of the Namekian incantation, only the Namekians present, along with Chen Bei, could comprehend it. Upon completing the incantation, the Dragon Balls erupted in a brilliant radiance, casting dazzling golden light that darkened the sky. From the Dragon Balls emerged a figure resembling a colossal lizard. The Namekian dragon Purunga. Is this the legendary dragon from its origin? Master Roshi exclaimed, marveling at this unprecedented sight. How spectacular! Mrs. Briefs gasped, covering her mouth, gazing at the dragon in the sky without a hint of fear, displaying remarkable composure. Incredible, Dr. Briefs echoed, equally astonished at encountering such a supernatural entity for the first time. Suddenly, the sky turned dark, perplexing the pedestrians on the streets of West City, who looked up in confusion. However, when they shifted their gaze toward the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, they were startled to see the massive entity hovering in the air. The police soon arrived, initially mistaking it for a monster, but upon realizing it originated from Capsule Corporation, they ceased their concern, suspecting it was yet another of Dr. Brief's inventions. Citizens, please remain calm. That is an experiment from Capsule Corporation. Rest assured. With the police continually reassuring the public, the citizens gradually regained their composure and returned to their normal state. Whoever has successfully gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, regardless of your 3 wishes, I shall grant them. Purunga proclaimed with an air of confidence, a common phrase for the dragon, often implying omnipotence, yet frequently leading to unforeseen consequences. At that moment, Purunga's gaze shifted, seemingly spotting something terrifying. That very location was where Chen Bei stood. Do not concern yourself with me. Simply attend to your duties, Chen Bei conveyed telepathically to Purunga. Instantly, cold sweat trickled down Purunga's brow, and he hastily turned his head back, unwilling to gaze in Chen Bei's direction. The crowd's attention had not been fixated on the dragon, hence they were oblivious to this occurrence. The Grand Elder of Namek spoke. Earthling, we can await the next opportunity to make a wish. Please, feel free to express your desires. To express gratitude for Bulma and the others' assistance, the Grand Elder decided to grant this opportunity to the Earthlings. After expressing gratitude to the Elder, Bulma began to formally make her wish. First, she requested the souls of Sun Wukong and Krillin, who perished on Namek, to be summoned to this place. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Dandy reiterated them in the Namekian language. Understood, I shall attempt it. As the words fell, the dragon's eyes began to glow red, demonstrating his power. The crowd gazed up at him, eagerly anticipating the fulfillment of their wish. The soul of the individual named Krillin had already been summoned here. However, the soul of the one named Sun Wukong could not be summoned. What? Why is that? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting this wish to fail. Logically, the dragon of Namek should possess even greater abilities, shouldn't he? It is because Sun Wukong is still alive. Thus, I cannot merely summon his soul. At that moment, everyone was taken aback, unable to fathom that Sun Wukong could have survived under such circumstances. Alive? Son Gohan murmured, recalling that when he left Namek, it was on the verge of explosion. He never imagined his father could endure such a situation. What? Vegeta also expressed his astonishment, equally perplexed. Even the North Kaishin, far away on King Kai's planet, was taken aback by this news. The crowd then erupted in cheers. Strange, if he is still alive, why hasn't he returned to Earth? Bulma questioned, puzzled. If Sun Wukong were truly alive, he would surely find a way back to Earth, yet over half a year had passed without a sight of him. Perhaps there is a malfunction in the spacecraft preventing his return, Son Gohan suggested. Such a minor issue is inconsequential. Simply ask the dragon to relocate him. The elder said with a beaming smile, still having faith in Piranga's capabilities. Indeed. Then I shall now state my second wish, to revive Krillin. Instead of hastily summoning Sun Wukong, they prioritized bringing Krillin back to life. With Dandy's words, the dragon's eyes began to flicker once more, and shortly thereafter, a figure appeared at his feet. Krillin, resurrected. Huh. Just revived. Krillin was bewildered, staring at the crowd, clearly recalling his demise and wondering how he found himself here. Uncle Krillin, Son Gohan warmly called out, and at that moment, Krillin finally realized he had been brought back to life. Witnessing Krillin's resurrection, the crowd erupted in cheers. Now awaiting the return of Wukong, I even reassembled his fragmented body. This is a special service. Piranga couldn't help but boast about his abilities. Realizing his lapse, he broke out in a cold sweat, having shown off in front of that individual. Stealing a furtive glance at Chen Bei, he noticed no reaction and quietly sighed in relief. It's hard to tell. Despite your unsightly appearance, your heart is so kind. Bulma praised Brolin, who was still lost in thought about recent events. Ahem, you flatter me, Brolin coughed, retracting his head slightly, appearing rather lacking in confidence. Let us make one final wish. Let us summon Sun Wukong to this place. Hooray! The crowd eagerly awaited the return of their savior, Sun Wukong. However, after a considerable wait, the dragon had yet to respond. There's no choice. He has refused, came the unexpected revelation. The crowd stood in stunned silence. None had anticipated such a turn of events. Sun Wukong had actually declined. Chapter 87. Planet Yardrat. The man known as Sun Wukong had stated he would rely on his own strength to return. Brolin explained the situation to the others. Refused? Why? Gohan inquired, puzzled. I see. He must be afraid of his wife. Master Roshi interjected. The strongest warrior in the universe is, after all, the wife of the Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong. Just as he attempted to elaborate, his voice faltered. At that moment, Chi-Chi had drawn her sword, brandishing it menacingly at Master Roshi's neck. Just kidding, just kidding. Master Roshi knew well of Chi-Chi's fierceness. He had once endured a cut from her when she was a child. I understand now. He likely wishes to continue his training on other planets. It will be even harder for me to surpass him then. I cannot remain in this comfortable place any longer. Vegeta pondered, casting his gaze toward the spaceship that had previously landed in the clearing. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta piloted the spaceship away from Earth, drawing everyone's attention to the spectacle. Do not concern yourselves with him. Let us proceed with our wishes. If Sun Wukong does not return, we could summon a spirit from the other world instead, Piccolo suggested, asserting his presence as part of the Sun family. That makes sense. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Bulma nodded. But whom should I wish to revive first? On North Kai's planet, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha exchanged glances, with Tien stating, I wish to continue my training here. You all may return first. Then I shall stay with Tien, Kaiatsu echoed. Now only Yamcha remained. It seemed prudent to revive him first. Then, Yamcha, you shall return first. North Kai announced, as Barbarous and Guriguri chimed in from the sidelines. I am the first to be revived? How embarrassing. Though feeling somewhat awkward, Yamcha did not refuse. The crisis on Earth had been resolved, and the Namekians could once again seek a new home with the Dragon Balls, so there was no need for him to linger. At that moment, North Kai turned, wielding a large hammer, while Barbarous lay on the ground, covered in bruises, likely due to North Kai's annoyance at his boisterousness. Ahem, so? Bulma, I am North Kai, he declared. Lord Kai, Tien and Kaiatsu still needed to remain for a while. Please, summon the dragon to revive Yamcha. Yamcha is it? No problem. Bulma turned her gaze back to the dragon. Then I shall make my third wish, which is to bring Yamcha back to life. Dandy continued to assist in restating the wish. A flicker of red light danced in the dragon's eyes as the wish was granted. Your wish has been fulfilled, thus. I must take my leave. In an instant, the dragon transformed into a streak of light and vanished before the crowd could fully comprehend the moment. Yamcha has indeed returned. But where is he? Bulma searched for a long while without spotting him. Just as her confusion deepened, Yamcha, who had fallen into the water, finally emerged, exclaiming, I am here. Having watched the spectacle, Chen Bei did not depart immediately. Gohan. He called out to son Gohan, who was about to leave. Who? Who is calling me? Gohan replied, his expression one of bewilderment as the voice was unfamiliar to him. Turning back, he was astonished to find it was the same individual who had appeared out of nowhere before. May I ask what you want? Gohan inquired, puzzled as to why this person would stop him now that the matter here was largely resolved. Do you not wish to see your father, Gohan? Chen Bei asked, arms crossed, a slight smirk playing on his lips. What? Do you know where my dad is? Please, you must tell me. Gohan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. I do indeed know, and I can certainly take you to him. At that moment, Bulma also observed this exchange from a distance. Her curiosity piqued regarding what Gohan and Chen Bei were discussing. Bulma was somewhat acquainted with Chen Bei, having hosted him in her home for over half a year, where he was responsible for the family's meals. Furthermore, during a scientific experiment, he had displayed remarkable scientific talent, establishing a decent rapport with Dr. Briefs. Chen Bei, what are you and Gohan discussing? She approached the two and inquired. Miss Bulma, I was just talking to Mr. Chen Bei about my father. Gohan innocently divulged the content of their conversation. What? You mean you can find Goku? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Although the dragon had informed her that Goku was not dead, it had not specified his whereabouts, so Chen Bei's knowledge was indeed surprising. Indeed, I can find him. Chen Bei replied nonchalantly, continuing, he is on planet Yardrat, a remarkable place filled with various secrets that, when mastered, can bestow extraordinary powers. After listening to Chen Bei's explanation, Gohan regarded him earnestly and said, Mr. Chen Bei, please take me to find my father. At this point, Bulma interjected, I see, so Goku is training there. By the way, if you are going to find him, who will cook for our family? Do not forget, this is how you pay your rent. Bulma was clearly reluctant to let Chen Bei leave so easily and seemed intent on using the rent as leverage. Ahem, truth be told, I do have a place to stay. I simply feel reluctant to flaunt it before everyone, fearing it might discourage you. Chen Bei has decided not to continue as the head chef and scientific assistant of the Universal Capsule Group. He now has some matters to attend to. At this moment, Bulma gazes at Chen Bei with suspicion. Since you have somewhere to reside, why come to my house? Speak. Are you harboring ulterior motives towards me? Although I am indeed a beauty, there is no need for such crude tactics to elicit my sympathy, is there? Indeed, Bulma remains the same Bulma. Although she has matured considerably since before, her essence remains unchanged. I am merely bored and curious to see what the abode of the world's richest person looks like. Chen Bei replied, shrugging his shoulders, then turning to Gohan. Since you are prepared, I am ready to set off. Wait a moment. Bulma quickly intercepted Chen Bei. You haven't yet addressed how we will resolve our cooking dilemma. Even if you have a place to stay, you still need money, right? I am officially hiring you as our chef, offering you 1 million a year instead of 10 million. What do you say? Ahem, I am not in need of money. Chen Bei genuinely lacked for nothing. Whatever he desired, he could conjure, and if that were insufficient, he could always resort to wishing or utilizing the Great Wish technique. To him now, money had become as worthless as dirt. Chapter 88. Gohan, I will help you find your father. What do you lack then? Bulma still hoped to persuade Chen Bei to stay, for she had become accustomed to his culinary creations. Reverting to her previous way of life would be more unbearable than death. Gohan, where are you? Suddenly, with Gohan nowhere in sight, Chi-Chi grew anxious and began searching frantically. Mom, I am here. Son Gohan, ever the obedient child, responded promptly upon hearing Chi-Chi's call. Oh dear Gohan, what are you doing here? We must return. Chi-Chi finally located Gohan, ruffling his hair before taking his hand, ready to head back. However, after pulling for some time, she discovered that son Gohan remained utterly still, showing no intention of returning with her. What is the matter, Gohan? Why aren't you coming? Chi-Chi turned her head, looking at son Gohan with confusion. Mom, I want to go find Dad first. Goku? Do you know where he is? No, not him. It is Mr. Chen Bei. He says he knows where Dad is and can take me to him. At this moment, Chi-Chi began to scrutinize the man before her. But no matter how she examined him, she could not recall Chen Bei's face. Mr. Chen Bei, do you know Goku's whereabouts? Chi-Chi inquired of Chen Bei. Indeed, he is currently on planet Yardrat. Planet Yardrat? What kind of place is that? Is it far? Could it be dangerous? Chi-Chi pressed further, for in comparison to Goku, she was far more concerned about Gohan's safety. If Gohan were to venture into a perilous location to find his father, she would undoubtedly refuse. You may rest assured, it is indeed a safe place. After much explanation, Gohan assured his mother that he would complete his homework promptly, and at last, Chi-Chi consented to his request to seek out his father. Chi-Chi temporarily departed, needing to fetch Gohan's assignments. "Hey, you won't forget about me, will you?" Bulma exclaimed, hands on her hips, addressing the ever-elusive Chen Bei. "Since you cannot stay, would it be too much trouble for me to accompany you?" Bulma, knowing that monetary incentives would not sway Chen Bei, opted for a different approach. "Oh, that's perfectly fine, as long as you don't try to prevent me from going." Chen Bei did not deny Bulma's request. Traveling to Planet Yardrat was no burden, merely the addition of one more individual, especially since the place posed no significant danger. "Then take my hand, for I am ready to set forth." "What? Aren't we supposed to travel by spaceship?" Before Bulma could fully grasp the situation, Chen Bei grasped both of them and vanished from sight. Before long, Chi-Chi returned with an enormous bundle of homework, only to find that Chen Bei had already departed with the two others. At that moment, Chi-Chi's grip faltered, and the heavy load thudded to the ground, leaving her alone and bewildered in the wind. Planet Yardrat. Whoosh. Chen Bei, along with Bulma and Gohan, utilized instant transmission to arrive at their destination. Bulma and Gohan exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by their abrupt arrival in an unfamiliar locale. "We have arrived. However, it is advisable that you do not wander about. Although the Yardrats are a peaceful people, this planet is not devoid of some rather aggressive creatures. Caution is advised." After this warning, Chen Bei prepared to lead them to Goku's location. With a sweep of his mental energy, Chen Bei instantly gleaned vast knowledge about the entire planet. "Wait, how did you just do that? How did we end up here so quickly?" Bulma gazed at Chen Bei, her expression one of utter confusion. Were it not for her understanding of Chen Bei's character, she might have assumed he had transported them to some peculiar realm. Now, Bulma was increasingly curious about Chen Bei's true identity. Though they had shared half a year together, he seemed to possess an uncanny ability to master everything. Despite her attempts to investigate his background, he always caught on, ultimately quelling her curiosity. However, this time, her intrigue in Chen Bei's identity resurfaced. She longed to uncover what manner of person he truly was. "Why do you keep staring at me? We should be on our way. I have pinpointed Goku's exact location." "Huh. Oh, all right. Mr. Chen Bei, let us hasten our departure." At this moment, Gohan began to urge them on, eager to reunite with his father. Just as they were about to proceed, Chen Bei suddenly halted, sensing that Goku was approaching their location. "What?" Gohan gazed at Chen Bei with anticipation. Had he not just promised to help him find his father? Why had he suddenly stopped? "Feel your father's energy carefully, and you will understand." Chen Bei crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where a dark was rapidly approaching their location. Hearing Chen Bei's words, Sun Wukong began to sense his father's aura. "It's Dad. He's coming for us." Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight, still holding great admiration for Sun Wukong. "What? Wukong is coming? Where?" Bulma looked around, yet saw no one nearby. "Stop searching, he's in the sky," Chen Bei reminded her. Bulma looked up, and indeed, the distant dark spot was swiftly nearing them. In just a few breaths, Sun Wukong appeared before them, with a whoosh. As Sun Wukong arrived, the force of his flight created a powerful gust that rustled the surrounding bushes and bent the nearby grass. "Wufan and Bulma, what brings you here?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, smiling as he addressed them, then turned to Chen Bei. "By the way, who is this?" "Wukong, you're really here. I thought this guy was pulling our leg, but it turns out to be true. Haha, he is quite impressive for knowing I was here. I didn't even know the way back." Sun Wukong laughed heartily upon hearing Bulma's words. When the planet Namek was on the brink of destruction, he had fortuitously stumbled upon the spaceship piloted by Jinyu and ended up here, but he had no idea how to operate it, hence his uncertainty about returning. "Dad." At this moment, Wufan spoke up, his face alight with excitement as he stared at Sun Wukong. The father and son were finally reunited after what felt like an eternity. "Wufan, you've grown stronger. Have you been training well at home?" Sun Wukong observed his son's increasing power with a nod of approval. Wufan had not lost his fighting spirit and continued to train diligently, naturally enhancing his abilities. Chapter 89. I Want to Fight You. Chen Bei, watching from the side, did not interrupt the reunion of father and son, as they had not seen each other for nearly half a year. After chatting for a while, Sun Wukong learned from Bulma about some matters concerning Chen Bei and recent changes on Earth. "I see. It seems this Mr. Chen Bei is indeed a mysterious individual," Sun Wukong remarked, his expression one of astonished realization, though it was unclear what specifically surprised him. Finally, Sun Wukong turned to Chen Bei, his demeanor serious. Greetings. Although I cannot discern your strength, your ability to find this place so swiftly suggests you are formidable. I would like to challenge you to a match. Chen Bei, internally bemused, had initially wondered what Sun Wukong wanted, only to find out he sought a contest. At present, Chen Bei was certainly not Sun Wukong's equal, but accepting a simple sparring match would suffice, serving as a warm-up exercise. Wait, I have something to say. Suddenly, Bulma emerged, approaching the two. Chen Bei, how about we make a wager? Let us see who is stronger, you or Sun Wukong. If Wukong wins, you will dutifully serve as our family chef. If you win, you can ask for anything you desire. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Chen Bei began to ponder. Hey, are you afraid? If you're a coward, then never mind. Bulma provocatively challenged him. Absolutely, I accept. Chen Bei replied, knowing he had nothing to lose. It was a risk-free bet. Yay! Bulma exclaimed joyfully, then turned to Sun Wukong, saying, Wukong, you must teach this guy a lesson and show him your true strength. If you win, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong became invigorated, his face breaking into a wide grin. No problem. I will give it my all. You both seem quite confident. In that case, let us find a place to fight, Chen Bei suggested. Isn't this spot fine? Bulma questioned, perplexed by the fuss over a simple duel. However, both Chen Bei and Sun Wukong ignored her. Nodding in agreement with Chen Bei's words, Sun Wukong understood his intent. Come with me, then, Sun Wukong proposed, leading them to find a suitable location. No need. I have a place that is very safe, Chen Bei interjected, directly grabbing hold of Sun Wukong and Bulma, then using his mental energy to envelop Gohan, swiftly transporting them to a small world. Sun Wukong was momentarily bewildered, wondering how they had suddenly changed locations. He had not yet fully mastered instant transmission, and thus was unaware of the marvels of this skill, especially since Chen Bei's version was even more profound. Must you always do this? Can't you be a bit more gentlemanly and give people a heads up? Bulma complained, clearly displeased by the abrupt transitions. Apologies. I will be more mindful next time, Chen Bei conceded, recognizing his oversight, though he felt it would soon become second nature. Gohan, take Bulma to a safer spot. We might not be able to look after you soon, Sun Wukong said with a serious expression, clearly preparing for battle. Gohan nodded and turned to Bulma. Miss Bulma, let us move to another location. The impending battle could be perilous. At this moment, Bulma recalled the dangers they faced on Namek, shuddering in fear as she nodded in understanding. She finally grasped why Chen Bei and Sun Wukong wanted to change their combat venue. They likely wished to avoid a cataclysmic explosion like the one they had experienced before. All right, Gohan, let us quickly move further away from them, the farther the better, Bulma urged, and without hesitation, Gohan took her hand and soared to a mountaintop several kilometers away. Wow, the scenery here is quite lovely. Bulma began to survey her surroundings, discovering a picturesque environment that seemed to elevate her very being with each breath, instilling a profound sense of comfort. Gohan, too, felt this sensation. Though his expression remained largely unchanged, he was intently focused on the standoff between Chen Bei and Goku in the distance. It appears you are ready, Chen Bei remarked, beckoning Goku to commence the battle. Then I shall advance, Goku proclaimed, adopting a combative stance, his body taut with energy as he swiftly appeared before Chen Bei. With a resounding smack, Goku's punch was deftly intercepted by Chen Bei. Your attack lacks vigor. There is no need for hesitation. Feel free to unleash your full strength. Chen Bei discerned that Goku was merely gauging his capabilities, cautious not to exert excessive force for fear of causing harm. Yet, Chen Bei was far from the fragile opponent Goku presumed him to be. With a powerful blow, Chen Bei struck Goku squarely in the abdomen, causing him to double over and expel a mouthful of bile. In a swift motion, Chen Bei delivered a kick that sent Goku hurtling through the air, crashing against a distant cliffside, embedding him into the rock face. At this moment, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Goku's mouth. This was merely a casual strike from Chen Bei, and should he unleash his full power, Goku feared he might meet his end on the spot. Cough. You are remarkably strong, Goku gasped, straining to free his hands from the cliffside before propelling himself out of the crevice. He turned his gaze towards Chen Bei, clenching his fists in excitement. It had been a long time since he had faced such a thrilling battle. Aside from his encounter with Frieza, he had thought he would never confront another foe of such caliber. You are truly formidable. I must take this seriously. From here on, I will fight with all my might. Goku shouted towards Chen Bei. Come forth. Chen Bei replied, his voice soft yet clear to Goku, who dismissed any further contemplation. His sole focus was on the exhilaration of the impending clash. All right, here I come, Goku declared, beginning to concentrate his energy. With a mighty exhale, a white aura erupted around him. Observing Chen Bei's calm demeanor, Goku felt no hesitation. The overwhelming energy burst forth, noticeable even to Gohan and Bulma, who were spectating from afar. Goku was now enveloped in a golden aura, his hair and eyebrows transformed into a radiant gold. At last, the legendary Super Saiyan Goku had emerged. Chapter 90. A battle with all one's might as Goku finally assumed a serious demeanor. A slight smile played on Chen Bei's lips as he beckoned him forward. Come, let me witness your true strength. Having spent over 6 months in this world, Chen Bei had significantly elevated his foundational strength, particularly bolstered by his divine culinary talent and alchemical skills. His combat prowess surged to an impressive level, reaching a staggering 150 million. In contrast, the foundational combat power of Sun Wukong lingered around several million, making Chen Bei an overwhelmingly dominant presence. Whoosh! Sun Wukong vanished from his position. With a resounding crack, he instantaneously materialized behind Chen Bei, launching a sweeping strike aimed at his waist. What? Just as Sun Wukong believed he was about to land a hit, Chen Bei vanished, leaving only an afterimage in his place. Sun Wukong began to sense Chen Bei's aura, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that unless Chen Bei chose to unveil his presence, no one could detect it. A powerful punch from Chen Bei struck Sun Wukong squarely on the chin, sending him hurtling through the air. Bang! Crack! Smash! Sun Wukong was relentlessly battered by Chen Bei, while a worried Son Gohan looked on from afar, beads of sweat trickling down his face in anxiety. Gohan, is Dad all right? Bulma also began to fret for Wukong, witnessing what appeared to be a one-sided onslaught. Sun Wukong had no means to retaliate, enduring a relentless beating from Chen Bei. Wow. Pooh. As the fight progressed, Sun Wukong's ability to resist diminished. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he proved no match for Chen Bei, who struck him until he spat blood. At last, Chen Bei ceased his assault, having not even exerted his full strength. Nonetheless, it was unnecessary for him to do so. Sun Wukong, suspended in midair, gradually descended, having reverted from his Super Saiyan form, now in a state of severe injury and unconsciousness. Dad! Son Gohan, in a state of panic, rushed towards the falling figure of Sun Wukong. How is this possible? Bulma exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom that the invincible Wukong in her eyes had been so easily vanquished. Even more shocking was the realization of Chen Bei's formidable strength. Wukong was no match for him. Fortunately, Chen Bei bore no malice while on Earth. Otherwise, the planet might have already ceased to exist. Swish! Before Son Gohan could reach his father, Chen Bei teleported beside Sun Wukong, catching him with ease before swiftly returning to the ground. At that moment, Son Gohan finally arrived, rushing to check on the unconscious Sun Wukong, turning to Chen Bei with concern. Mr. Chen Bei, my father, noticing Son Gohan's anxious expression, Chen Bei decided to alleviate his distress. Please step aside, I can heal him. I understand, Son Gohan replied, left with no alternative but to trust Chen Bei. With a flick of his hand, Chen Bei summoned a surge of green energy, enveloping Sun Wukong's body. Moments later, Sun Wukong's injuries were completely healed. This time, Chen Bei did not employ the grand healing technique, instead opting for a simple healing spell, which sufficed for the extent of Sun Wukong's injuries. Observing Sun Wukong's return to full vitality, Son Gohan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Chen Bei. He expressed his gratitude towards Chen Bei. There's no need for thanks. It was I who inflicted your father's injuries, and healing him is a trivial matter for me, Chen Bei replied nonchalantly. Witnessing Chen Bei's remarkable abilities, Son Gohan felt an increasing admiration towards him, his tone reflecting a newfound respect. As Sun Wukong lay on the ground, he groaned softly before gradually regaining consciousness. Father! Upon seeing Sun Wukong awaken, Gohan's heart felt entirely at ease. Gently patting his head, Sun Wukong rose to his feet. Gohan, what brings you here? And what exactly happened to me? During the midst of battle, Sun Wukong had been knocked unconscious by Chen Bei, his consciousness fading, leaving him unable to recall the events that ensued. After Son Gohan recounted the details of the recent battle, Sun Wukong finally grasped the situation. He had been thoroughly defeated. You are truly formidable, Mr. Chen Bei. Rather than harboring resentment for his defeat, Sun Wukong gazed at Chen Bei with a broad smile. Feeling invigorated with a new goal in mind, more motivated than ever. It is good that you are unharmed. I hope you grow even stronger. You have ample time ahead of you, and I look forward to witnessing your remarkable progress, Chen Bei remarked, aware that Sun Wukong was destined to become a legend. Mr. Chen Bei, you surely did not unleash your full power just now. Nonetheless, I will become stronger, and when I do, I shall challenge you. Do not refuse. Sun Wukong preemptively warned Chen Bei, demonstrating his keen intellect when it came to matters of combat. Seeing this, Chen Bei chuckled softly and remained silent, turning his gaze towards Bulma in the distance. With a swift motion, a surge of mental energy enveloped both of them, transporting them to Bulma's side. Wukong. Upon their sudden appearance, Bulma quickly inquired about Sun Wukong's injuries. Upon learning that he had been healed by Chen Bei, she too felt a wave of relief wash over her. Since you all just finished fighting, I assume you must be quite hungry after such a long wait. Let us prepare some food, Chen Bei suggested. Sounds good. Sun Wukong nodded eagerly, always the first to agree when it came to food. Indeed, now that you mention it, I am feeling a bit hungry. However, you must prepare the meal. If the food is unappetizing, I shall not let you off easily. Bulma added, her appetite piqued. Yet accustomed to Chen Bei's culinary skills, if he merely threw together a haphazard meal, she would certainly not be pleased. Sun Wukong, bewildered by this exchange, turned to Chen Bei with a puzzled expression. Mr. Chen Bei, is your cooking truly that exquisite? Before Chen Bei could respond, Bulma interjected. Indeed. Although Chen Bei can be somewhat unreliable at times, his culinary skills are undeniably exquisite. I am tempted to hire him as the chef for our household. After much contemplation, Sun Wukong finally grasped the essence of the matter. He now comprehended that Chen Bei's cooking is truly delightful. As expected, this is quintessentially Wukong. Chapter 91, Daily Life. Wow. This is absolutely delicious. Chen Bei, how did you manage to create such delectable dishes? Sun Wukong, while savoring the meal, praised Chen Bei's culinary artistry, his words somewhat garbled. Fortunately, Chen Bei could intuitively sense his admiration. Otherwise, it would have been quite incomprehensible. Yes, although it was only the second time tasting Chen Bei's creations, the flavors remained irresistibly enchanting, just as they had been the first time. Sun Wukong also expressed his astonishment, recalling the last occasion he had indulged in Chen Bei's cooking. Hey, Chen Bei, have you truly considered becoming the royal chef of my household? You must know that my family possesses an endless wealth, and with me, a youthful beauty. Others can only envy our fortune. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Chen Bei couldn't help but chuckle, inadvertently spraying some soup onto Bulma's face. My apologies, exclaimed Chen Bei. Bulma's expression contorted into a frown, her fists clenched tightly. In a swift motion, she seized a plate and hurled it at Chen Bei's face. Smack! As he deftly caught the plate Bulma had thrown, Chen Bei set it aside. However, Bulma, unsatisfied and seeking to vent her frustration, lunged at him and grasped his tail. Hey, what are you doing? He exclaimed. Humph, now you understand my prowess, don't you? I know that Saiyans are most vulnerable when it comes to their tails. I advise you to behave, or I shall show no mercy. With that, Bulma firmly pinched Chen Bei's tail. Why aren't you reacting? Bulma tightened her grip, feeling somewhat fatigued, and used her other hand to assist. Yet no matter how much effort she exerted, Chen Bei merely smiled at her, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Ahem. I do feel a slight sensation, perhaps a bit ticklish and rather pleasant, he remarked. Suddenly, Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly released her hold on his tail, retreating to a distance. Humph, you are truly infuriating, she declared, before moving away to consume her meal in silence. At that moment, Sun Wukong and his son finally discerned that Chen Bei possessed a tail. Chen Bei, you actually have a tail? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly darting behind Chen Bei to poke at his tail. Dad, is having a tail so peculiar? I remember that I used to have one too. I don't quite understand. It doesn't seem strange, does it? Although little Lin and the others do not have tails, Sun Wukong scratched his head, as if suddenly recalling something. Oh, I remember those Saiyans mentioned that tails are a characteristic of their kind, and that they transform upon witnessing a full moon. So that is how it is. Now it all makes sense. Previously, when Gohan was captured by Raditz, he recognized their connection upon seeing the tail behind him. So, Does this mean Mr. Chen Bei is also a Saiyan? Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. But his tail is golden. It's unlike ours. Well, that's something you can ask Chen Bei about. Goku, puzzled, decided to abandon this line of thought and directly addressed Chen Bei. Chen Bei, are you truly a Saiyan? Why do you also possess a tail? In response to Goku and the others' inquiries, Chen Bei did not shy away. How should I put it? I suppose I am half a Saiyan. As for my tail, perhaps it appears different due to my mixed heritage. But, Mr. Chen Bei, I am also of mixed blood. Why is your tail different? Gohan pondered. Being the offspring of Goku, a Saiyan, and Chi-Chi, a human from the Dragon Ball universe, Gohan should also be considered mixed, yet his tail resembles the typical Saiyans, being a shade of brown. Well, I'm not quite sure about that, Chen Bei replied, evading further questioning. Goku and Gohan then turned back to their original positions, embracing the roasted meat and indulging in hearty bites, clearly prioritizing their meal above all else. I'm so sleepy, Bulma yawned, her eyes beginning to flutter. Meanwhile, Goku and Gohan had already lain down, fast asleep, having feasted to their fill. Finally, Bulma could no longer resist. Her head tilted, and she nearly collapsed onto the ground. On this outing, Bulma had not brought her multifunctional capsules, as time was too short, and Chen Bei had not given her the opportunity to prepare. At this moment, Chen Bei finally noticed the group. He had been using his mental energy to observe the space between the immortal realm and chaos, a realm akin to a small world, which could be referred to as the spirit world. After some contemplation, Chen Bei chose not to awaken them. Instead, he picked up Bulma and used his mental energy to carry Goku and Gohan inside the strategic vessel. As for why he carried Bulma, well, one must understand the privileges accorded to ladies. After arranging rooms for everyone, Chen Bei decided to set aside the earlier matters and indulge in a much-needed slumber. The following day, Chen Bei and the others were awakened by Bulma's furious shouts. An irate Bulma stormed out of her room, searching for their whereabouts. With a flash, Chen Bei appeared before Bulma. Thud! He caught the pillow Bulma hurled at him, bewildered by her morning frenzy. Chen Bei, she seethed, tell me, did you do anything to me last night? Why did I wake up in bed? Chen Bei stood there, taken aback, staring at Bulma in disbelief. He had merely intended to prepare a room for her. Yet she had misconstrued his good intentions as something nefarious. At last, Goku and Gohan followed the scent of Bulma's anger and arrived at the scene. Bulma, what has happened? Upon arriving here, Sun Wukong wore an expression of bewilderment, uncertain of what Bulma was exclaiming. Humph, you should inquire with that shameless fellow. I distinctly recall being outside last night, and when I awoke today, I found myself in this room. Surely, it was Chen Bei who orchestrated something last night. Bulma, flushed with indignation, was a girl of considerable vigilance. The fact that she had unwittingly been brought here left her anxious. Is that so? I, too, was resting in bed. Is there an issue with that? Replied Sun Wukong, blissfully unaware, with an innocent look on his face. Chapter 92. The immortal being Bulma rubbed her forehead. Exasperation etched across her features as she gazed at Wukong. Wukong, I truly am at a loss for words with you. How can you possess no sense of caution? What if Chen Bei had taken advantage of our slumber to harm us? Is that so? Yet, I feel Chen Bei does not seem like a villain. Sun Wukong scratched his head, puzzled as to why Bulma harbored doubts about Chen Bei's intentions. Bulma, defeated by Wukong's naivete, let out a sigh. Rest assured, it was indeed I who brought you back yesterday, but I did not do anything to you. Please do not be so self-absorbed. Humph, it better be as you say, or I shall not let you off lightly. Bulma, once again, overstepped her bounds. For with her limited strength, how could she pose a threat to Chen Bei? Chen Bei merely smiled, choosing not to respond further, lest he endure another tirade of her indignation. Is this your home? It appears rather nice. Bulma began to explore the corridor, glancing around and occasionally tapping on surfaces. Stop looking. You won't discern anything this way. Let me show you around, Chen Bei replied, indicating that access to certain areas of the spaceship was restricted without his permission, such as the cockpit. After touring the premises, Chen Bei granted permissions to the others. Chen Bei, your home is enormous. It is far larger than mine, exclaimed Sun Wukong with exaggerated astonishment. The largest house I have ever seen is Bulma's, and yours is quite comparable. Observing Wukong's astonished expression, Chen Bei refrained from boasting. If we speak of size, this entire small world is his domain. Recently, his strength had surged, and his mastery over the forces of time and space had also grown. In due course, He could draw other small worlds to merge with his own, and then he would truly be the sovereign of worlds. Having explored the interior, let us venture outside. Furthermore, it has been some time, and the immortal beans should be ripe. Allow me to take you to harvest them. Chen Bei suggested once more. What? Immortal beans? Bulma, Sun Wukong, and Sun Gohan stared at Chen Bei in astonishment. How impressive! Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment at the celestial beings that had sprouted before him. He had not expected such wonders to exist in Chen Bei's realm. He recalled that these beings could only be cultivated by the cat immortal. Bulma, equally astonished, was well aware of the miraculous nature of the celestial beings. During the last Saiyan invasion of Earth, the lack of these beings had left Piccolo and the others unable to fight with confidence, resulting in the sacrifice of several lives, all before Goku could return. If only there had been an ample supply of celestial beings at that time, their ordeal would have been far less arduous. Though Gohan was not particularly knowledgeable about them, he had witnessed the extraordinary efficacy of the beans. Consuming one could heal even the gravest of wounds, making it an incredibly wondrous substance. In front of them stood several rows of tall shelves adorned with lush, verdant vines of celestial beans, interwoven and adorned with numerous plump beans, each one a delightful sight. Observing the awestruck expressions of his companions, Chen Bei paid them no mind and approached a nearby vine, plucking a pod. Not bad, he murmured, noting that each pod contained 3 or 4 beans, and a single vine produced 5 to 8 pods, a commendable yield indeed. Bulma was rendered speechless. She had never encountered such a scene before. Although there had been many celestial beings at the Cat Immortal's place, they had all been squandered by Yachirobe. The thought of this infuriated Bulma, for it was the absence of celestial beings that had caused Goku to languish in the hospital for over a month. Otherwise, they could have ventured to Namek together, avoiding the previous anxiety. Are these truly celestial beings? Surely, you are not deceiving me. I must taste one. If they are false, I shall expose you. Bulma exclaimed, snatching a bean from Chen Bei's hand. She split it open and promptly tossed one into her mouth. After chewing for a moment, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through her body, making her feel as if she had feasted heartily. Indeed, they are real, she declared. I want to try it too. Bulma, please, give me one. Sun Wukong, eager to sample the remaining beans in Bulma's possession, could hardly contain his excitement. If these beans were genuine, he would certainly find a way to persuade Chen Bei to provide him with some, liberating him from the constraints of battle. Very well, I shall give you one to try, and Gohan, you shall have one as well, Chen Bei responded. Those unaware might have thought the celestial beings belonged to Bulma's family, as she had not even inquired of Chen Bei before distributing them. However, Chen Bei, with his ample resources, was unconcerned by such trivial matters. Let them be, for these beans could be cultivated anew, and he feared not a little waste. Wow, they are indeed real. Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan exclaimed in unison as they consumed the celestial beans, feeling a wondrous power surge throughout their bodies. This was unmistakably the sensation of celestial beings. After recovering from his injuries, Goku found himself invigorated, his combat power now approaching an impressive 320,000. However, he still lacked the confidence to defeat Chen Bei. Upon learning that Chen Bei was a Saiyan, Sun Wukong realized that his current strength was far from sufficient. If Chen Bei could vanquish him, even in his transformed Super Saiyan state, without relying on his own transformations, then it was evident that Chen Bei's power would only amplify further upon transforming. Engaging in such a battle would be utterly futile. Sun Wukong planned to train for a while longer, aiming to at least compel Chen Bei to reveal his transformation abilities. Unfortunately, while Wukong's intentions were noble, Chen Bei would not remain idle, waiting for him to catch up. Moreover, if Sun Wukong believed that his trump card was merely being a Super Saiyan, he was gravely mistaken. The small world of the Dantian that Chen Bei had developed now granted him an astonishing amplification of 1,000-fold. This meant that if Chen Bei unleashed his full power, his combat prowess would soar to an unimaginable 150 million, reaching a terrifying figure of 15 billion. Should he activate his Saiyan abilities, this strength would increase by an additional 50 times. Should Sun Wukong become aware of this, it was uncertain whether he would still possess the confidence to pursue him. Feel free to take some back if you wish. Just leave me a few seeds, Chen Bei said, understanding their desires as he waved his hand, conjuring several baskets of vegetables to offer them. Thank you so much, Chen Bei, Sun Wukong exclaimed, bowing in gratitude before swiftly darting into the divine bean garden, eager to begin harvesting the celestial beings. Thank you, Mr. Chen Bei. In that case, I shall join as well, Son Gohan declared, and without hesitation, he too dashed inside. Chapter 93. The Marvel of Elixirs. Who would have thought you could be so generous? You wouldn't mind if I joined you to pick a few, right? After all, you've stayed at my home for quite some time. Surely, you wouldn't refuse such a trivial request? Bulma said, fearing that Chen Bei might deny her entry, using their past arrangements as leverage. Haha, go ahead. I'm not as stingy as you think, Chen Bei chuckled, gesturing for Bulma to enter. TCH, who are you calling stingy? Bulma retorted, but as she turned to see the speed at which Wukong and his son were harvesting, she abandoned her grievances and hurried into the divine bean garden to gather beans herself. Before long, they had collected enough celestial beans to fill a small basket. Fortunately, Chen Bei had the foresight not to provide overly large baskets. Otherwise, given the amount they had, Wukong and his companions would have surely ravaged the supply. As they sauntered back outside, their eyes frequently darted toward the celestial bean vines, as if they longed to harvest every single bean present. Chen Bei, we're done, Sun Wukong announced, holding the basket aloft and inspecting the beans within. They appeared satisfactory, likely containing around 50 or 60 pods, which could yield approximately 200 to 300 celestial beans. Son Gohan and Bulma's baskets were similarly filled, though due to their father-son duo status, their combined harvest was significantly greater than Bulma's. It seems you are all quite satisfied with your bounty, Chen Bei remarked, noting the smiles gracing their faces, clearly indicative of their good spirits. Since you all seem to be well, and there are no other matters at hand, do you still wish to continue exploring this place? If there is nothing further, I shall escort you out. Chen Bei, what is it about this place that instills such a sense of comfort? It feels as though my body has been subconsciously enhanced, while my strength does not appear to have significantly increased. I sense that I can now contain more energy than before. Sun Wukong, with his eyes closed, intently attuned to the changes within his body, noted the gradual transformation, albeit slowly. Indeed, Chen Bei, this place cannot possibly be Earth, as there are no stars visible at night. It seems to merely distinguish between day and night. Bulma also observed the peculiar environment here. Very well, since you have all inquired, I shall enlighten you. This is my private domain, and I am, in essence, its master. This space is quite unique, imbued with dense energy. However, you cannot actively absorb it. Yet, if you remain here for an extended period, your body will be subconsciously transformed and strengthened, and this applies to your spirit as well. Furthermore, due to the distinctive energy present here, those who reside within may experience prolonged life and delayed aging. So, it is akin to a place similar to the room of spirit and time, but far more comfortable. Sun Wukong thought of the room of spirit and time, a separate space that infinitely extends. Its true size remains unknown, yet it lacks the distinction of day and night, with extreme temperature variations and a harsh environment that most cannot endure. Is it truly as remarkable as you claim? Bulma, having heard of the benefits of physical enhancement and delayed aging, found herself intrigued. Of course, I have no need to deceive you regarding such trivial matters. At this moment, Bulma began to ponder deeply, evidently formulating a scheme. Chen Bei, how about this? I shall pay you rent, and you will allow me to reside here henceforth. Rent? I am not in need of money. If it is merely a financial transaction, then I shall decline. For someone like Chen Bei, who is not financially constrained, Bulma, despite her status as the world's richest, found herself at a loss. Then propose a condition, but it must not be excessive. Chen Bei contemplated for a moment. Unless. At this point, Chen Bei's gaze scrutinized Bulma as if attempting to see through her very essence. Hey, what are you looking at? That is absolutely out of the question. Bulma crossed her arms and turned her back to Chen Bei. Stroking his chin, Chen Bei suddenly conceived an idea. How about this? Grant me 50% of the shares in the Universal Capsule Company, and I shall allocate to you a tract of land spanning 10,000 hectares. What? You are asking far too much, demanding 50% of our family's shares outright. It is worth noting that although over 90% of the shares in the Universal Capsule Company are held by Bulma's family, if divided equally, she would not be able to possess 50% on her own. Chen Bei's demand was indeed exceedingly unreasonable. Our family's universal capsule technology is truly unique in the world. You cannot simply take away 50% of the shares. That is absolutely unacceptable. So what do you intend to offer? Chen Bei granted Bulma a modicum of leeway. How about 10%? It cannot be any more than that. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Chen Bei was amused. He did not expect her to be such a shrewd negotiator. Attempting to slash 40% off the deal. That is out of the question, 50%, not a fraction less. You must understand, firstly, I am not in need of money. Secondly, while the universal capsule may be a rarity for others, it is somewhat superfluous for me. As he spoke, Chen Bei waved his hand, conjuring a plethora of universal capsules, airplanes, ships, houses. At that moment, Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment after witnessing Chen Bei's display. She suddenly realized that he was indeed no ordinary person. Such commonplace items would hardly captivate him. Moreover, I can also concoct 10 elixirs for you at no charge. Elixirs? What are those? Are they impressive? Bulma regarded Chen Bei with curiosity, puzzled as to why he would suddenly mention elixirs. She was only aware of some specially crafted pills. If Chen Bei referred to ordinary medicinal pills, she would certainly decline, for she was not foolish enough to fall for that. Chen Bei smiled and began to elucidate. Elixirs are quite remarkable. The ones I can concoct encompass a variety of types, such as those that heal injuries, enhance abilities, beautify one's appearance, and preserve youth, and even those that grant longevity and immortality. Truly astonishing. Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, listening to Chen Bei's descriptions of the elixirs, were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that, in addition to the miraculous sins of beings, there existed such extraordinary items. Chapter 94, Demonstration in the Petite World. Chen Bei commenced a demonstration of his alchemical prowess. The imitation purple gold bagua furnace was brought forth and placed upon the clearing. With a swift motion, his hands erupted with a crimson flame, which surged into the furnace as he diligently began the alchemical process. As before, Chen Bei intended to refine the Yuan Yang Dan, a pill with stable medicinal properties that would not harm the foundation, making it suitable for individuals of average capability. Inside the furnace, the materials continuously churned. Impurities were incinerated to ash, falling into the furnace's mouth, subsequently expelled by the intense airflow within. As Chen Bei concentrated on the refining process, the elixir gradually transitioned into a solid state. When the dark yellow pill successfully coalesced, it signified the conclusion of this alchemical endeavor. Buzz! A fragrant plume emanated from the furnace's apex, the very aroma of the elixir, invigorating Sun Wukong and the others. It is complete. With fluidity, he retrieved a jade vial and carefully extracted the finished elixir from the furnace. The crisp sound of clinking resonated from the vial, capturing Bulma's unwavering attention. This is an elixir? It is truly marvelous. Sun Wukong exclaimed in awe, for it was his first encounter with such a creation, particularly impressed by Chen Bei's distinctive alchemical technique, which opened their eyes to a whole new realm. The jade vial glimmers with a crystalline texture, allowing a clear view of the elixir within, which has just been forged and still retains a gentle warmth. Is there anything particularly extraordinary about this concoction? It appears that the process of creation is not overly complicated, right? Bulma inquired, observing Chen Bei's effortless mastery in alchemy, her thoughts drifting to the potency of this substance. A subtle smile graced Chen Bei's lips. He chose not to respond to Bulma's query. The art of alchemy may seem deceptively simple, yet it demands both innate talent and diligent effort, alongside a significant consumption of medicinal materials. If one were to employ machinery, the requisite temperatures for refining the elixirs could never be attained. Each herb necessitates a distinct method of refinement and must be nurtured with spiritual energy, lest its efficacy dissipate. Those who have not endured the trials of this craft cannot fathom its intricacies. Alchemy is far from the surface simplicity it appears to be. Gohan, give this a try. This elixir should enhance your combat prowess by approximately 100,000, Chen Bei declared, pouring a single pill from the vial and tossing it to Sun Gohan. Swiftly catching the pill, Gohan examined it closely. It bore a deep yellow hue, its surface smooth and delicate, adorned with peculiar patterns that suggested it was anything but ordinary. Is this truly an elixir? He murmured, uncertain whether to consume it. Glancing at Son Goku beside him, he saw unwavering confidence and trust in his father's eyes, which dispelled his hesitation. Raising his hand, Gohan placed the pill in his mouth. As the elixir entered his abdomen, Gohan's body began to transform. Boom! A powerful surge of energy erupted, sweeping through the surrounding foliage, causing chaos in its wake. Gohan, eyes closed, was enveloped in a radiant white aura, not a manifestation of his own will, but a consequence of his rapid power surge. which overwhelmed his control and burst forth from his being. Is this? Son Goku gasped, astonished. His gaze fixed on Gohan as he realized the magnitude of his son's burgeoning strength. Bulma, however, remained largely unaffected. Earlier, Chen Bei had shielded Gohan's energy from spreading. Thus her experience was muted. A more intense wave of energy surged from Gohan. At that moment, Chen Bei discreetly retracted the protective barrier around Bulma, causing the invisible shield before her to vanish, and she was instantly swept away by the force of Gohan's unleashed energy. Help! Bulma exclaimed, finally comprehending the overwhelming sensation of being caught in the tempest. Swiftly, Chen Bei moved to catch her, cradling her back to safety. Trembling with fear, Bulma buried her face in Chen Bei's chest, clinging tightly to his neck for reassurance. Hey, you can let go now? Bulma, nestled in Chen Bei's embrace, felt an overwhelming sense of security. Her mind was a whirlwind of emotions. In that fleeting moment of being swept away, she had feared for her life. Lifting her gaze, Bulma was met with an extraordinarily handsome visage, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Lowering her head in haste, she then realized that she was being held by someone. When she looked up again, she was met by the same strikingly handsome face of Chen Bei. In that instant, Bulma's breath became erratic, and she fainted from excitement. At that moment, Sun Wukong, who had been focused solely on Gohan, finally noticed Bulma in Chen Bei's embrace. Relieved to see Bulma safe in his arms, Wukong naively thought that with Chen Bei around, she would be unharmed. How did Gohan's strength increase so dramatically? Wukong pondered, more intrigued by the matter of strength enhancement than anything else. He was genuinely curious about Gohan's current state. Creating a soft couch, Chen Bei gently placed Bulma down and spoke. This is the marvel of the elixir. The Yuan Yang Dan I just concocted for Gohan can enhance the combat power of the user by nearly 100,000, while also fortifying their physique and essence. It is indeed a remarkable potion. Is that so? Then this elixir would be beneficial for me as well. Wukong gazed at Chen Bei, eager for confirmation. Chen Bei nodded, affirming, indeed, this elixir is equally effective for you. At last, Gohan successfully absorbed the energy from the elixir, experiencing a substantial boost in power. Dad, Gohan rushed to Wukong's side. Mr. Chen Bei, your elixir is incredible. It truly enhances strength. I've said it before, there is no need for deceit. However, you must understand that such a potent elixir comes at a cost. If you wish to acquire more from me, it will not be as straightforward as it is now. Having taken a moment to rest, Bulma stretched and felt rejuvenated. She overheard the conversation between Chen Bei and Wukong. Quickly rising, she approached Chen Bei and declared, what you mentioned earlier still stands, right? If I give you 50% of the Capsule Corporation's shares, you will grant me a piece of land measuring 10,000 hectares and assist me in concocting 10 elixirs free of charge. Now fully aware of the elixir's wonders, Bulma was no longer as resistant to Chen Bei's terms. In fact, she felt a surge of excitement. Of course, once I make a promise, I do not retract it easily. But are you certain about this? Chen Bei regarded Bulma with a dispassionate gaze. Although he did not hold the Capsule Corporation in high esteem, he was also not inclined to refuse. The vastness of this small world felt empty, and he desired more inhabitants to enliven it, while also allowing Bulma to help manage it. All right, it's settled then. Bulma clapped her hands, sealing the agreement. For Bulma, money was no longer a rarity. Her family did not place particular importance on wealth. If Chen Bei truly possessed the ability to concoct various miraculous elixirs, it would be they who benefited immensely. Moreover, Bulma harbored a small ambition to cultivate the mystical beings in the area Chen Bei had designated for her. To Bulma, the more, the merrier. Unfortunately, her intentions had long been seen through by Chen Bei, yet he remained unconcerned. Once they were within his domain, how he chose to proceed would depend solely on his disposition. On the planet Yadarat, the figure of Sun Wukong reappeared, accompanied by Chen Bei and others. Chen Bei, allow me to introduce you to the wise ones of Yadarat. They are quite amicable, Sun Wukong said, placing a friendly arm around Chen Bei's shoulder. Perhaps perceiving Chen Bei as easygoing, Sun Wukong had dropped his guard despite their brief acquaintance. Absolutely. I am eager to witness the wonders of the Yadarat inhabitants. Chen Bei replied. Greetings. Welcome to Yadarat. I am the Grand Elder, Hipala, announced a blue extraterrestrial resembling a catfish, standing before Chen Bei and his companions. Hello, I am Chen Bei. It is a pleasure to meet you, Grand Elder Pipala. Chen Bei responded with a smile. Following mutual introductions, they commenced a tour of the town with Pipala. System, sign in. Chen Bei would naturally not forget to check in. After all, it was prudent to claim rewards first. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in with the character Pipala. Rewards. Advanced control of Chi, Yadarat's special garb, 1 spirit crystal, and the great teleportation technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in on Yadarat. Rewards. Celestial map, Eye of Divine Punishment, 9 orifices golden pill, and chaos jade stone. Chen Bei did not scrutinize the rewards at that moment, intending to delve into them when time permitted. Under Pipala's guidance, they explored numerous unique structures and learned about the customs of the planet. Yadarat bore similarities to Earth in the Dragon Ball universe, with its diverse inhabitants belonging to various races and tribes, all collectively referred to as Yadarations. Spirito? Is that the term you use for Chi? Chen Bei inquired, gaining insight into the planet's understanding of Chi through Pipala. The inhabitants of this planet had reached an extraordinary level of development concerning Chi, enabling them to derive various extraordinary skills such as instantaneous movement, duplication, and fusion. Indeed, by diligently practicing spirit techniques and skillfully wielding them, one can acquire a myriad of extraordinary abilities in the process. Pipala nodded, engaging in conversation with Chen Bei and others, and he gleaned their purpose for coming here. However, he remained somewhat oblivious to the concept of Chi and the unique cultivation methods employed by Chen Bei and his companions. This disparity might stem from the differing emphases placed on Chi cultivation across various planets. Earth leans towards the development of martial skills, while Adalat focuses more on the enhancement of practical life and work skills. In truth, Chen Bei had already grasped the fundamental uses of Chi. Within the Dragon Ball universe, Chi indeed possesses a plethora of mysterious and wondrous capabilities, likely bolstered by the overarching rules of the cosmos. Nonetheless, Chen Bei was not yet privy to such depths, and thus refrained from pondering further. Then, Gohan, do you intend to return to Earth with me? Or will you remain here to cultivate alongside your father? Chen Bei offered Gohan a choice, vowing to respect whichever path Gohan selected. Bowing his head in contemplation, Gohan pondered for a moment before replying, Mr. Chen Bei, I have decided to stay here. I wish to train with my father and become stronger. Gohan suddenly lifted his head, his tone resolute as he addressed Chen Bei. Upon hearing Gohan's response, Chen Bei smiled, and Son Goku, standing nearby, also displayed a look of joy. Well then, Gohan, it is time for us to bid farewell. We shall meet again once your training concludes. Chen Bei opted not to remain on Adalat, as he saw little necessity in doing so. He had already comprehended the principles underlying the various skills mastered by the Adalat people. What remained was the gradual process of research and development. Thus, staying here held minimal significance, and returning to Earth seemed far more prudent. Yes, goodbye, Mr. Chen Bei. Gohan nodded and moved to stand beside his father, waving farewell to both Chen Bei and Bulma. Farewell, Chen Bei. I will train earnestly and challenge you once more. Son Goku called out to Chen Bei. Haha, splendid. I eagerly await your challenge. Chen Bei chuckled heartily, reciprocating the farewell wave to Goku and Gohan as they bid their last goodbyes. He then turned to Bulma, stating, We too must take our leave. Before Bulma could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Bei swiftly embraced her, and in an instant, their figures vanished from sight. On Earth, at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, in the opulent residence of Bulma's family. Oh my, has Bulma started dating Chen Bei? What an exuberant embrace. Mrs. Brief observed the two suddenly appearing before her, showing no signs of surprise, but instead focusing on their posture. At that moment, Bulma found herself cradled in Chen Bei's arms in a princess carry. Still in a daze, Bulma turned to see her mother approaching. Realizing that she was being held by this fellow, her face flushed bright red, akin to a ripe apple. She quickly wriggled free from Chen Bei's embrace and dashed back to her room. Oh dear, why is Bulma so shy? Mrs. Breves wore a perplexed expression, for her daughter had never exhibited such shyness before. However, she paid little mind to it, and turned to Chen Bei, saying, Mr. Chen Bei, would you accompany me on a date? It would be even more delightful if you could prepare a candlelit dinner for us. Chapter 96, Rewards Review at Long Last. Chen Bei found the time to examine the rewards he had amassed over the past 6 months. Following the last group check-in, he had received a substantial bounty. Yet due to his training and various other commitments, he had not been able to review them until now. A total of 15 individuals had participated in the previous check-in, including Bulma, Chi-Chi, Son Gohan, Master Roshi, Vegeta, Krillin, the Grand Elder of Namek, Piccolo, Dandy, Dr. Breves, Mrs. Breves, Oolong, Puar, and even the recently revived Yamcha, who had also marked his attendance. This particular occasion yielded the most rewards he had ever received at once, and Chen Bei found it overwhelming to process. Furthermore, during his journey to Yardrat, he had checked in with the Grand Elder of Yardrat, significantly enhancing his collection of rewards. Chen Bei now needed to meticulously organize the treasures he had acquired during this period. With ample time, approximately 3.5 years, before the Android saga commenced, he felt no urgency and preferred to take his time. First, let us review the rewards garnered from the check-ins. Bulma, Talent, Super Brain. Fragment of Great Destiny Technique 1, Great 8 Trigrams Technique, Super Dragon Ball Radar 1 Chi-Chi, Ultra Head Dart 1, Koei Nyo Bloodline Gene 1, Turtle School's Kamehameha, a box of jewelry Sun Gohan, Turtle School's Kamehameha, Magical Flash, Cell Catalyst 1, Talent, Heart of Martial Arts Master Roshi, Turtle School's Kamehameha, Afterimage Fist. Fragment of Great Destiny Technique 1, Intermediate Control of Ki Krillin, Turtle School's Kamehameha, Ki Slash, 6-word True Mantra Wem, Great Liberation Technique Vegeta, Ultimate Flash, Great Destruction Technique. Scion Bloodline Gene 1, Super Explosive Grand Elder of Namek, Dragon God Power 1, Super Namekian Bloodline Gene 1, Namekian Language, Great Protective Technique Piccolo, Magic Light Kill Cannon. Giant Transformation, Talent, Photosynthesis, Great Summoning Technique Dandy, Great Healing Technique, Mental Realm Enhancement Card 1, Title, God, Super Divine Water 1. Dragon God Power Advancement Card 1 Dr. Breves, Talent, God of Music, Talent, Super Focus, Spaceship Manufacturing Technology, Robot Manufacturing Technology, Mrs. Breves, Great Enchantment Technique. Sea Heart Gem Sand, Pure Cloud, Spirit Pearl Oolong. Earthly Transformation, 72 Changes, Roast Suckling Pig, 1, Universal Capsule for RV. Ladies Underwear, 1, Puar, Purple Jade Spirit Cap Bloodline Gene 1, Flying Technique, Transformation Technique, Great Change Technique Yachirobe, Great Devouring Technique, Talent, Devourer of Heaven and Earth. 100 Sins of Beans, Demon Slaying Sword in Truth. Many of these rewards were redundant or not particularly useful. Additionally, concerning the Dragon God Power, Chen Bei had already utilized one portion received from Dandy, leaving him with another that he had yet to employ, having encountered such a multitude of narrative characters. It can be said that Chen Bei has successfully acquired all the easily obtainable rewards in the early stages. As for the rewards obtained through signing in, they are rather meager, and Chen Bei has already perused them. Only Tianjin Fan and Dumplings, situated far away on King Kai's planet, along with the North Kai, remain, and Chen Bei has yet to check in there. For the time being, he intends to thoroughly digest these rewards and is unlikely to wander about in the immediate future. Next, Chen Bei plans to conduct some research within his own little world. Upon arriving in his small realm, he first inscribed the 2 newly acquired bloodlines using the race totem record, setting them aside afterward. Now, he is about to embark on a bold experiment, merging worlds. He unleashed his mental power entirely, and the vast energy enveloped the entire little world, continuously extending outward. In the chaotic exterior, as Chen Bei's mental force surged beyond the confines of his little world, it was swiftly obliterated by the chaotic energies. However, Chen Bei was already aware of this predicament. He retrieved the time-space ring and began to harness the temporal and spatial powers contained within. With a resonant hum, the time-space ring began to tremble violently, releasing streams of dark energy, the very essence of time and space. This power commenced to extend along Chen Bei's mental force, radiating outward toward the periphery of his little world. The time-space energy shielded his mental force as it ventured toward the vicinity of the celestial realm. As the scope of his mental exploration broadened, unstable spaces began to manifest within the originally chaotic outer realm. These spaces, laying of spiritual and chaotic energies, birthed and shattered various creations within. He had found it. Indeed, these unstable little worlds were precisely what Chen Bei sought. He had previously explored these peripheral spaces, but due to the premature timing, they were either assimilated by the celestial realm or had long since been crushed by chaos. What he now observed were merely newly emerged small spaces. Chen Bei intended to expand his little world, aspiring to transform it into a realm akin to the spirit realm. Subsequently, by refining certain laws and orders, he could give rise to another grand world. When this world reaches completion, Chen Bei's mastery of world creation will attain a profound state, allowing him to conjure worlds with the mere projection of his thoughts. His mental force has already enveloped a small space, and his current task is to draw it in, merging it with his little world. As his mental power permeated the small space through the temporal and spatial forces, Chen Bei began to consolidate the scattered mental energies, weaving them into a net to envelop this diminutive realm. Under his control, the small space began to detach from the celestial realm, departing from the chaos, and, following his guidance, it gradually approached his little world. Finally, after nearly half a month, Chen Bei succeeded in bringing the small space near his little world. The collision of the spaces was intense. Had it not been for Chen Bei's mental force buffering the impact, the two realms would have reverted to chaos upon collision. In the intersection of a confined space and a miniature world, fissures in the fabric of time and space began to emerge. Thunder roared and crackled, the earth split apart. Waters surged back violently, and trees shattered, revealing a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. At this moment, Chen Bei could not help but feel an overwhelming pressure. If this turmoil was not resolved swiftly, the miniature world would likely face annihilation as well. Chen Bei intensified his energy output, channeling it into the time-space ring. In an instant, the ring radiated a brilliant glow, and boundless temporal and spatial power surged forth, rapidly mending the fractured dimensions. With a sigh of relief, Chen Bei persevered. Now, it was merely a matter of stitching together the rift between the two worlds, merging them into a cohesive whole. Time flowed steadily, as the two realms gradually began to melt. 3 months later, during which Chen Bei had successfully fused two spaces, the miniature world had expanded nearly fivefold. Given the extensive time required for these integrations, Chen Bei decided to pause and take a moment to rest and rejuvenate. "Hey, Chen Bei, are you truly going to give this to me? You mustn't have any regrets," Bulma exclaimed, clutching a small jade vial containing a unique elixir. "It's merely a beauty elixir," Chen Bei replied, bemused by Bulma's exaggerated demeanor. "I told you it was a gift. Why are you so anxious?" Though valuable, the elixir did not hold such significance for him. Aside from Bulma's vial, he still possessed 7 more. Having consumed one himself and gifted another to Celebi, he had ample supply remaining. "Does this elixir truly grant eternal youth? You mustn't be deceiving me," Bulma insisted, her eyes fixed intently on the round potion within the vial. "Indeed, it is as authentic as it gets. If you doubt me, you may return it," Chen Bei replied. Who would take back a gift? It is mine now, and you mustn't try to seize it." Bulma concealed the vial behind her back, anxiously watching Chen Bei, fearful he might attempt to reclaim the elixir. Chen Bei, bemused, found the item of little importance to him. Besides, even without the elixir, he could gather materials to concoct his own. "If you are so apprehensive, why not consume it directly, holding it in your hand? Even if I do not attempt to take it, others may be tempted if they learn of it." Bulma pondered this, recognizing the truth in his words. As a woman, she understood the allure such a potion held for her gender. What woman wouldn't desire to enhance her beauty and preserve her youth? Without further hesitation, Bulma uncorked the vial and swallowed the elixir in one swift motion. She sighed contentedly as the potion began to work within her body, purging impurities and refining her skin to a more delicate texture. In this process, a sense of comfort enveloped Bulma. Unlike Chen Bei, who had undergone system optimization, her experience with the youth elixir was distinctly profound, as it was her first encounter. Being an ordinary individual, she had spent years consuming grains and often suffered injuries. Despite her family's affluence and commendable medical care, she was not immune to subtle, lingering ailments. The youth elixir not only expelled impurities from her body, but also mended the hidden injuries she had accumulated over time, rendering her physique healthier. As the elixir took effect, a plethora of dark impurities surfaced on her skin, accompanied by an indescribable odor that assailed her senses. Bulma, momentarily taken aback, inhaled the foul stench and promptly fainted with a thud, collapsing to the ground. Chen Bei was left utterly bewildered. He had never experienced such an outrageous reaction during his own use of the elixir. Similarly, Celebi had only expelled a modest amount of impurities. What was it about Bulma that caused this extraordinary reaction? However, Chen Bei had no time to ponder further. He needed to address the situation at hand. If left to others to clean up, they would likely succumb to the stench as well. Thus, he decided to take on the burden himself. Utilizing his mental energy, he transported Bulma to a small world, where he cast a spell to bathe her and thoughtfully changed her into a fresh outfit. Upon seeing Bulma cleansed and clad in pristine white, Chen Bei nearly succumbed to a nosebleed, but managed to restrain himself. He recited a calming incantation to dispel any distracting thoughts and, after covering Bulma with a blanket, exited the room. In the kitchen, Chen Bei began preparing a meal. After such a lengthy interval, his appetite had been piqued, and he resolved to create something extraordinary. This time, he intended to make pastries rather than the usual dishes. The delicacy he chose was osmanthus cake, a fragrant treat crafted from glutinous rice flour, sugar, and osmanthus honey, exuding an enticing aroma, soft in texture, and leaving a lingering taste. Chen Bei harvested osmanthus flowers from his small world, extracted the floral nectar, mixed it with fine sugar, and created glutinous rice paste by combining it with water. After steaming the mixture, the delectable osmanthus cake was complete. He then proceeded to make a variety of treats, including lotus seed crystal cake, egg yolk puff, and green bean cake, each exquisite in appearance, vibrant in color, and aromatic. After a considerable period of labor, Chen Bei paused to admire his handiwork. The pastries were beautifully crafted, igniting a strong desire to indulge. Nevertheless, he refrained from tasting them immediately, as eating alone lacked charm. Culinary delights were best enjoyed in the company of others. He made his way to Bulma's room and opened the door. Ah, pervert. At that moment, Bulma was changing clothes. She had already regained consciousness and realized her outfit had been altered. Attempting to retrieve her original clothing from her universal capsule, she was unprepared for Chen Bei's sudden intrusion, which left her exposed. Apologies. I'll be more cautious next time. Chen Bei quickly turned around, realizing that he had not utilized his mental power to assess the situation within the room. He had assumed that Bulma was still unconscious, yet to his surprise, she had awakened swiftly and, rather awkwardly, was in the midst of changing her attire. After a lengthy pause, the rustling sounds behind him finally ceased. All right, you may turn around now. At that moment, Bulma's face was still flushed with embarrassment, her body fidgeting, and she appeared somewhat at a loss. Regardless of the type of girl, it would be quite natural to feel unsettled when unexpectedly exposed. Ah, okay, Chen Bei replied, then turned to face Bulma. You don't need to say anything. I understand that you didn't mean to, Bulma murmured, her head bowed, her cheeks nearly ablaze. Ahem, that's good. Chen Bei continued after a brief pause. By the way, I made some pastries earlier and thought you might like to join me for a bite. All right. Bulma was still flustered, unable to lift her gaze, and merely trailed behind him as he exited. As Chen Bei led the way, Bulma could not resist sneaking glances at him. This guy isn't bad-looking, though he can be unreliable at times. If he has feelings for me. She quickly shook her head, dispelling that thought, and followed him into the dining area adjacent to the kitchen. There, an array of freshly prepared pastries awaited. Bulma swallowed hard, gazing at the table filled with delicacies, an overwhelming desire to indulge surging within her. Chen Bei, did you make all of this? Isn't it a bit too extravagant? The table was adorned with dozens of exquisite pastries, each resembling fruits or crystals, vibrant and diverse in color. Well, you know my culinary skills. They are certainly commendable. It's time to dig in, Chen Bei declared, taking the lead by grabbing a piece of crystal cake and popping it into his mouth. Instantly, a wave of soft, sweet aroma enveloped his senses, permeating the entire room with its delightful fragrance. Unable to resist, Bulma also reached for the pastries and began to eat. Upon tasting a piece of mung bean cake, a refreshing chill danced on her tongue, invigorating her entirely. Delicious. Subsequently, she abandoned her ladylike demeanor and devoured the pastries ravenously. Observing Bulma's enthusiastic eating, Chen Bei had grown accustomed to such scenes, having witnessed similar moments during previous meals. By the end, crumbs adorned the corners of her mouth. Approaching her, Chen Bei gently wiped away the remnants with his thumb. Feeling the touch of his finger, Bulma froze, staring blankly at him, bewildered by the sudden intimacy. When she lifted her gaze to meet Chen Bei's deep, captivating eyes, she felt as if she were being inexorably drawn into their depths, nearly lost within them. Two individuals gazed deeply into each other's eyes, and in that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Once, Bulma yearned for a Prince Charming, someone who would tenderly care for her, yet fate did not favor her. Her first boyfriend, Yamcha, initially brought forth sweet memories, but after he overcame his fear of women, he spiraled into a reckless pursuit of other girls, using Bulma's money, leaving her utterly disheartened. As she beheld the gentle Chen Bei before her, Bulma could not resist closing her eyes, gradually rising onto her tiptoes. Slowly, their lips drew closer until they met, and in that instant, they both felt the warmth emanating from each other's mouths. A soft moan escaped Bulma's lips as she instinctively embraced Chen Bei. Amidst their passionate kiss, the pastry she held slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, while the flickering candlelight mirrored the fiery emotions ignited between them. "Dad, when are we going back?" Gohan inquired, training with Goku on planet Yardrat, as nearly 4 months had elapsed since Chen Bei and the others departed. There's no rush. I wish to train a bit longer, Goku replied, not intending to return so soon. On Yardrat, he could train in tranquility, still mastering the extraordinary abilities he had yet to fully comprehend. The great Yin-Yang technique, a skill Chen Bei had previously acquired but forgotten to teach Celebi, was now firmly in his plans. In the midst of Chen Bei and Bulma's dual cultivation, not only had Chen Bei's physical prowess significantly increased, but Bulma's strength had also ascended remarkably. No longer was she the fragile girl she once was. Her power had surged to an astonishing 1,500,000. However, despite this formidable enhancement, her actual combat capability was likely less than a third of that, primarily due to her lack of battle experience. Chen Bei remained unperturbed by this. For him, augmenting someone's combat experience was quite feasible, achievable through memory infusion. Yet, truly mastering these skills would require considerable effort. "Chen Bei, the Dragon Balls from the Namekians are nearly ready. We should go out," Bulma said, her demeanor now gentle and considerate, a stark contrast to her previous fiery temperament. In truth, throughout the original tale, Bulma exhibited a certain temper until she found someone she truly committed to. However, once she embraced womanhood, her heart became devoted, effortlessly transitioning into her new role. Overall, Bulma proved to be a remarkably perceptive girl. "Very well, let us depart," Chen Bei replied, rising and taking Bulma's hand as they vanished from the spot. The Namekian Dragon Balls were nearing completion, and they were poised to leave. The Namekians likely wished to avoid lingering here, perhaps fearing the greed that the Dragon Balls could attract. When Chen Bei arrived at Bulma's home with her in tow, a gathering of eager individuals awaited their presence. "It is time to make wishes, Miss Bulma," Dandy remarked upon seeing her. "Well, you may begin," Bulma nodded in acknowledgement, promptly instructing them to summon the eternal dragon. As the incantation was spoken, the sky darkened, and the colossal form of Purunga materialized above Bulma's residence. The first 2 wishes were to resurrect Kaiotsu and Tien Shinon. With their return, the crowd erupted in cheers. At last, the dragon team was wholly revived. "Since that is the case, we must bid farewell," the Grand Elder of Namek stated, as they prepared to depart. "Goodbye, Dandy," Bulma added, though tinged with reluctance. She could only wish them well, hoping they would find a peaceful planet to continue their joyful lives. "Indeed, Miss Bulma, it is a pity Gohan did not come, but please convey my farewell to him." "Farewell." At this moment, Dandy was unaware that he might one day return to Earth and become its new deity. As the wishes were granted, the Namekians vanished from sight, along with Purunga. Meanwhile, Yamcha gazed at Bulma standing beside Chen Bei, having come to understand the nature of their relationship. He recalled seeing Chen Bei move into Bulma's home and had once questioned it. However, after witnessing Chen Bei's prowess, he no longer possessed the courage to challenge him. Instead, he succumbed to a life of indulgence, mingling with women and frequenting various entertainment venues. Bulma, utterly disappointed with him, became the catalyst for subsequent events. The past was behind him, and Yamcha recognized that his actions had already wounded Bulma's heart. His aspirations of living off her had long since evaporated. Yet he felt no sorrow. Rather, he found a sense of relief. The earth no longer required his presence, and he could comfortably recline, confident that his own abilities would prevent him from starving. Chapter 99. Omen Chen Bei, when will my Gohan return? You promised not to keep him away for too long. Yet it has been nearly 6 months. Chi-Chi confronted Chen Bei, hands on her hips, her expression fierce. "Ahem, you cannot blame me. It was Gohan's own desire to train with his father. They are still on Yardrat, and may require some more time before returning," Chen Bei explained. For months, Chi-Chi had sought out Chen Bei, but he had been elusive, disappearing on numerous occasions. This time, she seized the opportunity during the wish-making event to confront him directly. "Humph. I am unconcerned. Gohan has not engaged in his studies for quite some time. The instructors from the tutoring classes he enrolled in are incessantly urging me, and these sessions are bound by a time constraint. Should we miss this window, we will have to incur further expenses. Poor Gohan, not only must he endure hardships outside, but his education is also being delayed. Chen Bei, Bulma. Listening to Chi-Chi's incessant nagging, Chen Bei felt as though his head had expanded several sizes. He could scarcely fathom how Goku managed to endure it. Well, Chi-Chi, please do not fret. I have already reached out to Gohan. They mentioned that they would return in a few months. What? A few more months? Realizing that Chi-Chi was on the verge of another outburst, Chen Bei suddenly cast a calming spell upon her. Much quieter now. Chi-Chi, allow me to explain. Observing Chi-Chi's newfound tranquility, Chen Bei released a sigh of relief and recounted the events to her. Unfortunately, the outcome did not align with Chen Bei's hopes. When he mentioned that Gohan trained to better protect the Earth, Chi-Chi retorted, "To protect the Earth, you all are sufficient. I do not wish for my Gohan to be in danger every day." Chen Bei realized he could not persuade Chi-Chi. Only through experience would she comprehend the significance of strength. Presently, she remained in a state of delusion, believing the Earth to be at peace. It seemed only when she faced true despair would she understand that without power, one could only be at the mercy of others. Chen Bei was uncertain of how this timeline would unfold. All he knew was that in the future, only Trunks remained, struggling against the odds, while Chi-Chi's relentless opposition to Gohan's training ultimately led to Gohan's demise. After sending Chi-Chi away, Chen Bei found himself without further tasks. So he took Bulma back to their secluded world to continue their training. In the outside world, in an unknown region, a group of strange-looking creatures emerged, unleashing attacks upon humanity while emitting a sinister cackle. I have now escaped that wretched, lightless world. A cloaked figure materialized among the demons. From this moment forth, I shall embark on my vengeance anew, ensuring that every living being on this surface endures a torment 100-fold worse than that. With a decisive motion, the figure crushed the fruit in its grasp and departed from the scene. This incident occurred roughly 10 months after Goku's victory over Frieza, during which a new crisis was brewing. What? Krillin, you have found a girlfriend. Upon hearing this news, Bulma gasped in astonishment, never expecting that the boy who once stood alongside Goku had now found a partner. She failed to consider that Goku was already married and that she was now with Chen Bei, though they had yet to hold a wedding. She was indeed a married woman and still marveled at Krillin's newfound romance. So, Krillin, what is her name? Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Krillin glanced at the girl beside him and replied with a smile, "Her name is Marin. She is quite a beautiful girl." Well, that is truly a cause for celebration. This time, we plan to gather at Kame House. I wonder if you and Chen Bei would like to join us, Krillin suggested. But upon remembering Bulma's past with Yamcha and considering the current situation with Chen Bei, he felt it might be somewhat inappropriate. However, the invitation had already been extended, making it difficult to retract. Oh, is that so? Bulma pondered for a moment before replying, "That sounds fine. It has been quite a while since we last saw each other. I shall take Chen Bei over shortly and introduce you all." "All right then. We'll be waiting for you at Kame House," Krillin exclaimed. "Chen Bei," Krillin called as he approached. "Krillin has invited us to a gathering at Kame House. Do you have time to join?" Chen Bei was busy preparing a meal, embodying the role of a devoted homemaker. He had overheard Bulma and Krillin's conversation, his keen hearing not failing him. Regarding the invitation to Kame House, he had no objections. "Sure, let's go after we finish eating," he replied. "Great. I'll go get ready then. I need to put on some makeup," Bulma said, giving Chen Bei a quick kiss before turning to head back to her room to prepare. Chen Bei couldn't quite comprehend why she felt the need to apply makeup, as he thought she was already quite beautiful. He chose to dismiss the thought and continued with his cooking. Meanwhile, Piccolo was training in the Wild Highlands, conjuring 3 clones to engage in combat with him. The sounds of rapid clashes echoed in the air. After a considerable duration, Piccolo finally ceased his training. "With your martial prowess at this level, do you still wish to continue training?" A figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was the old Kai. Upon hearing the voice, Piccolo paused, casting a sideways glance, and replied, "Is that you, Kai? What brings you here?" "You remain as proud as ever, Piccolo," the old Kai remarked. "To be frank, I have come to discuss the possibility of you inheriting the position of Supreme Kai." "What did you say?" "That responsibility is far too burdensome for me. The Supreme Kai has grown old and lacks the vigor of his youth. This era no longer belongs to him. With your abilities, Being the supreme Kai of Earth would be well within your grasp. In terms of strength and maturity, you are the only viable candidate. However, Piccolo did not respond, but instead released a ki blast in anger. Boom. The blast struck a nearby hillside, sending debris flying. I have no interest in the throne of the gods, he replied coolly. Let us not dwell on that. You should pay attention to your surroundings. The demon clan seems to be stirring again, which could be a harbinger of something more significant. Piccolo paused before adding, no, perhaps it has already begun. He turned to the old Kai and cautioned, you should be on guard. Upon finishing his words, he leapt into the air and vanished. Piccolo observed the retreating figure, a heavy sorrow evident in the eyes of the deity. He understood Piccolo's thoughts. In truth, he had already braced himself for this moment. However, the Piccolo of now was no longer the original Demon King Piccolo. His intentions were thus met with rejection. In the Divine Temple, Bobo was tending to the flowers and plants. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him, followed by several unfamiliar figures, who began to cackle menacingly at Bobo. Strangely, these intruders did not attack him. Instead, they commenced a wanton destruction of the temple's architecture. As the miscreants wreaked havoc, the temple began to fall into disrepair. At that moment, a cloaked figure emerged, calling a halt to the rampaging individuals. You are Calic too, Bobo exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the figure before him. Haha, Mr. Bobo, it has been quite a while, the cloaked figure replied with a cold smirk, clearly familiar with Bobo. To elaborate, Calic too was the son of Calic I, who had once vied for the position of deity but ultimately failed. Now, his son had come to avenge his father. Seeing Calic too, Bobo could not help but ponder. What brings you here? Logically, you should have been sealed away alongside Calic I. How is it that you suddenly appear here? Bobo intended to flee, yet found himself encircled, immobilized by several adversaries. Having dealt with Bobo, Calic too awaited the arrival of the deity, his objective set on vengeance. Meanwhile, in the Kame house, Chen Bei had arrived with Bulma. Cheers! The group exclaimed in unison, celebrating this rare gathering. Impressive. I never anticipated Chen Bei's culinary skills to be so exceptional, Krillin lauded. Initially thinking Chen Bei was merely a casual visitor, yet now astonished by his remarkable talent. Indeed, Chen Bei's culinary prowess is truly admirable. Marin, seated beside Krillin, echoed her admiration. Ha ha, with exquisite wine and delectable food, let us indulge thoroughly. I must thank Chen Bei, for I have never had a meal this delightful, Yamcha remarked, having come to accept the relationship between Chen Bei and Bulma, shedding any initial hostility toward Chen Bei. By the way, Krillin, you are quite the surprise. I seldom see you training. So, it's because you have a girlfriend, and such a beautiful one at that. Truly impressive. Not quite. We aren't officially in a relationship yet, Krillin replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. However, Marin took his words to heart. Oh? So Krillin and I are not an item? That means I can pursue another boyfriend, then. After speaking, she unexpectedly attempted to grasp Chen Bei's hand. However, Chen Bei evaded her with a swift sidestep, causing a peculiar tension to envelop the atmosphere. Unable to bear the scene, Bulma interjected, Really now, Marin, you ought to consider Krillin's feelings. How can you behave this way towards another man? What do you truly think of Krillin? Marin heard Bulma's words but dismissed them, glancing at Krillin and replying, I'm not quite sure. The group fell silent. Though Chen Bei had long recognized Marin's lack of sincerity, he was taken aback that she, who should have harbored feelings for Lu Ping, had shifted her affections towards him instead. Upon hearing such remarks, Krillin appeared somewhat disheartened. Yet, the conversation did not linger on this topic. They resumed savoring the culinary delights prepared by Chen Bei. Soon, the earlier incident was forgotten, and the atmosphere regained its liveliness. After indulging in food and drink, Master Roshi, undeterred by his age, attempted to cast his gaze upon Marin, only to be promptly thwarted by Bulma. Observing the lecherous old man, Chen Bei felt a twinge of exasperation and subtly released his aura, causing Master Roshi to instinctively retract his head. Honestly, young people can be so petty. He muttered softly before retreating to the beach to bask in the sun, pulling out the latest racy magazine for his enjoyment. Shortly thereafter, the god of heaven finally returned, astonished to find Calic II present. How did you come to be here? He exclaimed, equally perplexed. I never imagined you would escape the realm of the dead. Welcome to my temple, deity, Calic II replied, bemused. I've heard that some members of the demon clan have been stirring. And who would have guessed it would be you? Huh. Your arrogance remains unchanged, Calic II remarked coolly, now perceiving the god of heaven as no match for him. Ignoring Kalik too, the god of heaven began calling for Bobo in his mind. Witnessing the goddess' demeanor, Kalik too laughed boastfully. Ha ha ha, are you searching for this fellow? He then displayed Bobo, who was ensnared in his grasp. For centuries, Mr. Bobo has protected the temple, yet he was easily subdued by me. The god of heaven's expression turned grave as he regarded Kalik too, stating, you fail to recognize your own position, and yet you dare to wreak havoc in the temple. It seems you are still not resigned to the god of heaven's throne. Kalik too maintained a faint smile. Speaking with disdain, you are correct. I intend to usurp your unworthy and incompetent position to rule this land. Such foolishness. I shall never relinquish the throne of the god of heaven to you. How ridiculous. Do you truly think your meager strength can thwart me? Allow me to enlighten you. With that, Kalik too launched an attack without granting the god of heaven a moment to prepare, igniting an immediate clash between the two. Although the celestial deity had aged, his power still held some weight, allowing him to evade the attack of Kalik too, and thus a fierce battle ensued between the two. A thunderous crash echoed as Kalik found himself overpowered by the ancient god, sent hurtling against the wall. Unfortunately, as the elder deity prepared to pursue, he suddenly discovered that he could no longer move. It turned out that several other demons had appeared, employing their unique abilities to ensnare him. Ultimately, the celestial god was outnumbered and defeated by Kalik and his subordinates. Chen Bei sensed the turmoil within the celestial temple, but chose not to intervene immediately, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. Chapter 101. Swift resolution. Witnessing the elder deity ensnared by Kalik too, Chen Bei realized that delay was no longer an option. Lest complications arise. Bulma, I must step away for a moment. There are matters that require my attention, he informed her, preparing to depart. Be swift in your return. Bulma replied, evidently aware of Chen Bei's intent, recognizing the disturbances occurring within the temple due to her own burgeoning powers. In an instant, Chen Bei appeared above the celestial temple. Meanwhile, Kalik, along with his minions, was poised to dismantle the seal and unleash malevolent energy upon the lower realms. Ha ha, hee hee. The cacophony of their laughter was grating to Chen Bei's ears. Enough with the noise, he called out. Who dares? The laughter abruptly ceased as they turned to face him. Who are you? Kalik too inquired, puzzled. System, check in, Chen Bei commanded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in with the character Kalik too, earning a reward. With the check-in complete, it was time to eradicate this nuisance. All right, you can perish now, Chen Bei stated coolly. What? A blinding wave of light enveloped the group, silencing their screams before they had the chance to utter a sound. In an instant, the small Karami were reduced to ash, their very souls obliterated, leaving no chance for them to descend into the underworld. Chen Bei had not forgotten the celestial deity and Bobo. He swiftly cast a spell to liberate them. Who are you? The elder deity asked, bewildered as to why this young man would come to his aid. I am Bulma's boyfriend, or perhaps more accurately, her husband. As for why I saved you, it was merely incidental. Kalik has been dealt with. You may proceed with your business, for I must take my leave. Farewell. With those words, before the celestial deity and Bobo could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Bei vanished from their sight. In the vastness of the universe, Chen Bei beheld a planet exuding a sinister aura. This must be the demon star, he murmured, recalling his purpose. System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the demon star, earning a reward. Now, it was time to address this predicament. Perhaps it could be refined into a stellar core, which could subsequently aid in his cultivation. With this thought, Chen Bei set to work, his mental energy enveloping the planet as crimson flames of purgation surged forth, commencing the process of refinement. The crimson lotus of hellfire indeed lives up to its reputation as the nemesis of evil. The malevolent energies upon the planet were swiftly devoured and refined by the crimson lotus, transforming into sustenance for its growth. As Chen Bei continued his relentless purification, the size of the demon star diminished significantly. Ultimately, all impurities upon the demon star were incinerated by Chen Bei, leaving behind a singular crystal formed from a unique energy, the star core. After investing considerable time, Chen Bei secured the star core and vanished from the scene. The encounter with Kalik was but a minor interlude, effortlessly dealt with by Chen Bei, and now he found himself back by Bulma's side. Bulma, let us return, he suggested, as the gathering had reached its peak, and he still had some rewards to explore. Indeed, It is about time, Bulma replied, turning to address the others. So, everyone. I'll obey, and I shall take our leave. Wishing you all joy, farewell. Ah, Bulma, are you really leaving so soon? What a pity, Krillin lamented. For the moments of reunion were always fleeting, and he lacked the grounds to urge anyone to stay. Very well then, goodbye Bulma. Chen Bei, farewell. Chen Bei replied nonchalantly. And as a thought struck him, he added, by the way, allow me to gift you this. He produced an entire chest filled with jewels from his previous endeavors. Although Bulma has not bestowed any gifts upon you, as her boyfriend, I must still extend my congratulations on successfully finding a girlfriend. Accept this chest of jewels, and may it bring you both happiness in the future. The unexpected gift left Krillin utterly astonished. He had not anticipated Bulma's boyfriend to be so generous. Possessing a level of emotional intelligence surpassing that of Yamcha and Goku, who were utterly oblivious to such gestures. This is far too precious. You should keep it, Krillin protested, though his desire was evident. However, he could not bring himself to take such a valuable gift from another. Take it. I have no need for such trinkets. Chen Bei insisted, unwilling to reclaim the gift. Indeed, Krillin, you should accept it. Chen Bei is far wealthier than I. Besides, you and Marin will need to build a life together, and these jewels will surely ease your future. Bulma chimed in, well aware of some secrets regarding Chen Bei's vast fortune, which could hardly be articulated in mere words. To outsiders, such a gift might seem extravagant, but to those in the know, it was but a trifling sum. Oh, enough of this chatter, Bulma exclaimed, seizing the treasure chest and unceremoniously tossing it onto Krillin. He caught it with both hands, feeling the weight of its contents. The chest was indeed substantial. As he marveled at how Bulma managed to lift such a heavy chest, she had already linked arms with Chen Bei, waving goodbye to the others. Before Krillin could utter a word, they vanished from sight. Krillin was left at a loss for words, feeling a tinge of gratitude. Oh dear, Krillin, you have struck it rich. Bulma never bestowed upon me such a fortune. It seems your future is secure. Yamcha gazed enviously at Krillin, who was clutching a treasure chest far larger than himself. However, he had no intention of asking Krillin for a share. He valued his friends too deeply to covet their possessions. Haha, Krillin, you must be striking it rich now. Surely, you ought to show some gratitude to your master. The ever-embarrassing Master Roshi chimed in at that moment. Haha, of course, Krillin chuckled at the shameless old man. After all, he was still his teacher, so a small token of appreciation was in order. At last, the gathering came to a close, and everyone received a share of precious jewels, each worth a fortune. Well then, I must take my leave, Krillin announced, as he and Marin prepared to depart aboard a plane gifted by Bulma. He had acquired a residence in the city, no longer needing to stay at the Turtle Hermit's abode. Goodbye, Krillin. Wishing you both happiness. Master Roshi and Yamcha bid him farewell, extending their blessings. Once Krillin departed, it was Yamcha's turn. He and Por left on a speedboat, also making their exit. Oh, they have all left, Master Roshi sighed, slowly turning to gaze at the room filled with invaluable treasures, instantly beaming with joy. Ha ha, I'm rich. Chapter 102. The fusion of dual eyes. Upon returning to Bulma's home, Chen Bei leaned back against the sofa, sighing in contentment. Ah, there's truly no place like home. The Turtle Hermit's dwelling felt too cramped, offering little room for movement, which made it challenging for Chen Bei to fully express his abilities. Creating terrestrial homes was not on his agenda. Master Roshi had grown accustomed to that lifestyle, and it wouldn't be right for him to impose changes without consent. Chen Bei had little desire for such thankless tasks, preferring the comfort of his own abode. Of course, while our home may not rival your little world, we are still the wealthiest on earth. Such a life is something others can only dream of, Bulma declared proudly, hands on her hips, gazing at Chen Bei sprawled on the sofa. Hee. Chen Bei, looking at Bulma, sprang up and embraced her, then swiftly transported them both into the small world. Huh, whether you're the richest or not, it's all mine now. Don't forget, I own 50% of the Universal Capsule Company. As he held Bulma, Chen Bei began to explore her with his hands. He had devoted much time to merging the small world and had been restrained for far too long. It was time to cherish a moment with Bulma. Oh, you naughty boy, always this routine. Bulma's face flushed as Chen Bei's hands wandered, igniting her sensitivity and causing her to feel shy. Do you not enjoy it? Despite her words, Chen Bei showed no signs of stopping. Rather, he intensified his caresses, slipping beneath her clothing. Unable to suppress a soft moan, Bulma squirmed slightly. Let us go to the bedroom. Upon hearing this, Chen Bei wasted no time. He whisked Bulma away, instantly arriving in the bedroom. In the room, a sudden wail filled with sorrow echoed, evoking a myriad of thoughts. After a moment of tenderness, Chen Bei began to examine the rewards received from this check-in. Kaliek 2. Dark Sorcery, Talent of Great Strength, Sealing Technique, Demonic Energy, Demonic Star, Great Good and Evil Sorcery. Title of Demon, Eye of the Demon, Divine List of the Underworld System, all claimed. Ding, claim successful. Both Dark Sorcery and Great Good and Evil Sorcery rank among the 3,000 eternal paths of divine arts. Dark Sorcery and Great Radiant Sorcery are inherently antagonistic, devoid of any hierarchy. The potency depends solely on the practitioner's strength. As for Great Good and Evil Sorcery, it possesses a unique trait. It can absorb notions of good and evil and guide the moral compass of others. Every heart harbors both benevolence and malevolence, and this sorcery adeptly utilizes such nuances for cultivation and combat. The talent of great strength is rather advantageous, enhancing physical power tenfold. Conversely, the sealing technique appears somewhat superfluous. As for the demonic energy, Chen Bei could not decipher its purpose for now, so he decided to store it in the system space and disregard it. Another title? I recall having acquired a divine title recently. I wonder what its utility might be. Chen Bei scrutinized the title's description, Title of Demon, allowing the practitioner to cultivate any demonic technique with a tenfold enhancement and inflicting a 50% increase in damage and reduction for opposing factions, humans, immortals, gods. Goodness. This seems quite formidable, particularly due to the percentage enhancement. If the title of demon is so powerful, the divine title must be equally impressive. Chen Bei proceeded to investigate. Title of God bestows the support of the heavenly Tao, unleashing the power of the world, imposing mental oppression on lower-tier beings, humans, ghosts, beasts, and granting a 50% increase in damage and reduction against opposing factions, demons, evil. The effects are indeed distinct. Chen Bei had anticipated the two titles to bear similarities, yet he was surprised to find that, aside from the enhancements against opposing factions, they differed significantly. One provides a boost to techniques, while the other amplifies the power of the world. It is truly remarkable. For now, Chen Bei found no immediate use for these titles and decided to wait for future opportunities to test their effects. Next was the Eye of the Demon. Previously, he had also acquired a unique eye, the Eye of Divine Punishment. It seemed these two eyes counterbalanced each other, yet he wondered if they could merge. Contemplating this, Chen Bei resolved to inquire with the system for clarity. System, can these two eyes fuse simultaneously? Are there any potential side effects? He held the Eye of the Demon in his left hand and the Eye of Divine Punishment in his right as he posed the question. Ding, fusion possible. The response was succinct and reassuring, alleviating Chen Bei's concerns. In that case, let us proceed with the fusion. The Eyes of Divine Punishment and the Demon were quite peculiar, both being singular vertical eyes, thus they could only integrate into other parts of the body. Chen Bei decided to merge them on his forehead, ensuring it wouldn't appear overly bizarre. Moreover, these eyes would only manifest during their use, sparing him from being perceived as a monster in everyday life. As Chen Bei communicated with the two vertical pupils through thought, they began to tremble violently, gradually drawing closer to his forehead under his control. Upon contact with his forehead, an extreme coldness and an intense heat surged into Chen Bei's consciousness, marking the final step of their fusion. He must endure the trial posed by these two eyes to achieve their amalgamation. Enduring the overwhelming sensations of freezing and burning, his body began to shudder. In this moment, Chen Bei experienced a duality of extremes, with the forces of yin and yang simultaneously manifesting, one assailing his spirit and the other his physical form. Suddenly, an idea struck him, the great yin-yang technique. Chen Bei commenced the practice of this technique. Recognizing that the convergence of yin and yang energies presented an opportune moment for cultivation, he resolved to seize this chance to attain the unity of spirit and body, thereby opening the realm of the upper Dantian. As the forces of yin and yang surged through him, his physical form grew increasingly robust, drawing in tandem with his soul. When Chen Bei dispersed his entire essence throughout his flesh, it signified the true unification of his soul and body, culminating in the threshold of rebirth through blood. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through his consciousness as his soul energy radiated outward. However, Chen Bei had anticipated this. ensuring that a fragment of his will remained intact. At this juncture, his soul power emanated, enveloping his corporeal form. Guided by this lingering will, it began to seamlessly merge into his body. The fusion of body and soul indicated that their subsequent ascension would occur in synchrony. Chapter 103. The Opening at Last. As his soul energy re-entered his body, Chen Bei's consciousness began to awaken, while his body continued to execute the great yin-yang technique, and the two vertical pupils gradually integrated into his forehead. Amidst a dazzling flash of light, the two eyes successfully fused, radiating brilliance that soared into the heavens. Boom! A beam of light pierced through the nearby mountains, leaving a circular cavern in its wake. The Eye of the Demon, a legendary gaze of death, capable of seizing souls and plunging them into eternal despair. Conversely, the Eye of Divine Punishment could pierce through the darkness within one's heart, summoning the spear of divine retribution to obliterate the very essence of its target. Both eyes primarily wielded powers targeting the soul, yet possessed passive abilities, such as evading mental probing and automatically reflecting psychic assaults. Following the fusion of these two eyes, Chen Bei's physical form underwent a metamorphosis, shimmering with ethereal light. His body appeared increasingly natural, akin to a true celestial descending upon the earth, exuding an aura of sanctity and nobility. In this moment, Chen Bei quietly absorbed the changes within him, achieving a new level of mastery over his own body. In the past, Chen Bei relied heavily on a formidable will to control his body. Now, however, his spiritual power pervades every inch of his being, allowing for a more fluid and seamless mastery over his physical form. He can detect even the slightest changes instantaneously, and his command over energy has reached a level of perfection. Previously, Chen Bei could divide a single unit of energy into 10 parts. Now, he can effortlessly split it into 100, all while maintaining its potency. This marks a significant enhancement, and the next step is to establish a small world. Chen Bei prepared himself and began to gather energy anew, gearing up for a decisive effort to create the small world within the upper Dantian. This time, instead of an extreme influx of energy, he employed a method of energy diversion, converging it at a single point to open the upper Dantian. As the energy surged in, Chen Bei felt a familiar sensation of tearing, yet he was adequately prepared for it. He chose to disregard the discomfort emanating from the upper Dantian, recognizing it as part of the expansion process. To repair it at this moment would only complicate future endeavors. Nevertheless, Chen Bei maintained a careful balance, ensuring the energy converging and washing over remained neither overly forceful nor abruptly halted. For him, this was a trivial matter. His omnipresent spiritual force allowed him to master the flow and volume of energy within his body, ensuring uniformity in each division. Once the Dantian had expanded sufficiently, he moved on to another task, the creation of a small world. He ceased the energy wash of the Dantian and instead concentrated the energy in the very center, preparing for the final assault. Countless streams of energy converged at this focal point, and under Chen Bei's control, the energy split into two parts, swirling like the yin-yang symbol. The yang and yin energies separated, each gravitating towards their respective sides, formally establishing the duality of energy. Suddenly, the yin-yang vortex began to tremble violently. A sharp pain surged through him, nearly fracturing his spirit. At that moment, fissures appeared in Chen Bei's soul, only to vanish swiftly. The sound of something shattering echoed as a small spatial realm was successfully forged within his upper Dantian, though it now struggled to close itself off. Yet, Chen Bei would not permit it to escape his grasp. He immediately activated the Eternal Life Secret Tome, coupled with his talent for devouring the heavens and the earth, causing energy to flood into the upper Dantian. With its expansion, the upper Dantian was no longer as fragile as before, enabling it to withstand such an influx of energy. As the energy surged into the upper Dantian, Chen Bei directed it to impact the spatial fissure. Under the onslaught of this immense energy, the fissure did not close as it had before. Instead, it was held open, beginning to expand gradually. What? Krillin, are you really getting married soon? Upon hearing this news, Bulma was taken aback, astonished that even Krillin was about to wed. She recalled that just a month ago, Krillin's relationship with Marin was still ambiguous. How could it be that he was now preparing for marriage? Shaolin, have you already proposed? I have indeed proposed to Marin. Klin recounted the circumstances to Bulma. It turns out that Klin did propose to Marin, but she had certain stipulations. After marriage, the timing of having children would be at her discretion, and Clint would need to entrust his finances to her management. For Clint, wealth was not of paramount concern, and due to the novelty of his first romantic relationship, he found himself acquiescing to her demands. Well, congratulations to you both. By the way, when do you plan to hold the wedding? Although Bulma found some of Marin's demands rather outrageous, Clint had already agreed, so she felt it inappropriate to voice her objections. Well, we have decided to schedule it for this weekend. We warmly welcome you and Chen Bei to join us for the celebration. Clint appeared quite elated, extending the invitation to Bulma and Chen Bei. Sure, Chen Bei and I will definitely attend. I look forward to your arrival. After hanging up the phone, Bulma utilized her black jade spirit ring to enter the small world. Bei, Clint is planning to get married. What? This revelation took Chen Bei by surprise, evidently. His gift of jewelry was not in vain. Congratulations to him. So, have they set a wedding date? Bulma nodded and shared what she knew with Chen Bei. Chen Bei, he was at a loss for words. Clint, even before the wedding, was already thoroughly ensnared by his partner. It seemed he could not escape the fate of being governed by his wife. All right, let us plan to go this weekend, as we have ample time. I think the same. The two shared a tender moment before Bulma departed, as she had much work to attend to. The Universal Capsule Company was essentially under her management now, while Dr. Briefs focused on his research, and her spouse spent her days shopping and socializing. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Chen Bei found little inclination to continue his training. Instead, he began to ponder various matters. The Upper Dantian small world had been successfully developed, providing nearly 100-fold enhancement. He found himself lacking in strength no longer. It appeared that his next step would be to prepare for a breakthrough in his cultivation. Chapter 104. The wedding in progress. As Chen Bei contemplated his next steps towards a breakthrough, he suddenly recalled that he was soon to attend Clint's wedding, prompting him to pause his preparations. Approaching the vicinity of the spaceship, he surveyed the celestial beings he had planted. Before him, a lush expanse of climbing vines created a vast green tapestry. Their growth seemed robust, and soon he would reap another harvest. Focusing his thoughts, he gathered spiritual energy at the apex of the celestial being, compressing it into a liquid cloud. As Chen Bei dispersed his intent, the energy cloud instantaneously scattered into fine droplets. And withdrawing his mental force, the liquid rain cascaded down, nourishing the vines of the celestial beings. The vines eagerly absorbed the energy from the droplets, becoming even more vibrant in hue. After tending to the celestial beings, Chen Bei decided to take a stroll outside. Bei, let us be on our way. Krillin and the others should have already arrived. Bulma grasped Chen Bei's hand, preparing to head toward Krillin's wedding venue. Do not rush. With but a thought, we shall arrive. Before that, shouldn't you consider what gift to present to Krillin and the others? Chen Bei remarked, observing Bulma, who was already impeccably dressed. Indeed. I almost forgot. She hurried back to her room and emerged with a large handful of universal capsules, rushing out once more. Bulma sighed in relief. Thank goodness you reminded me, otherwise I would have truly forgotten and would have been utterly embarrassed. Well then, since you are ready, let us set forth. Yes, let's go. Bulma nodded and then linked her arm with Chen Bei's. In an instant, their figures flickered and they appeared before a rather luxurious villa. Bulma and Chen Bei, how splendid. Krillin, who was greeting guests, spotted them at the entrance and quickly made his way through the crowd to stand before them. Congratulations on your marriage, Krillin. Chen Bei offered his heartfelt wishes as Krillin approached. Haha, you are too kind. I must thank you for your assistance. Krillin sheepishly scratched his head. Oh, it was but a trifling matter. By the way, I have prepared a gift for your wedding as well. That seems too generous. Upon hearing that Chen Bei intended to gift him something, Krillin felt a swell of excitement. Yet he was also acutely aware that he and Chen Bei were not particularly close, and he felt undeserving of such generosity. Oh, Krillin, please do not be so modest. Chen Bei's gifts are truly remarkable. If you refuse, you may come to regret it later. Besides, now that Chen Bei is my boyfriend, it is only natural for him to bring a gift to your wedding, Bulma interjected, understanding Krillin's reluctance to accept Chen Bei's offering. Well, I am truly grateful to you both. When you get married, I shall certainly return the favor with a gift. Krillin nodded appreciatively and then ushered them inside to take their seats. What a pity, this time the dishes are not prepared by that lad Chen Bei. Although they are palatable, they seem to lack something. Master Rashi mused as he sampled the culinary offerings laid out on the table. Yet, before he could ponder further, he caught sight of Chen Bei and Bulma weaving through the crowd. Oh, who would have thought Chen Bei would also be here? It truly livens up the atmosphere. though it is a shame that Goku is not present. At that moment, Master Roshi recalled that Goku was still training in a distant part of the universe. Surely, he would feel a sense of regret for missing Krillin's wedding. What are you staring at, you old pervert? Bulma, having spotted Master Roshi, could not help but comment on his unmistakable bald head and his notorious tendency to ogle young women. Haha, it is Bulma. Today is Krillin's wedding, so of course, I am here to celebrate. After a brief pause, Master Roshi spoke with a hint of unease. Moreover, I assure you, I was not indiscriminately observing. He then adopted a serious demeanor, adding, however, I was reminded of Goku. Bulma nodded thoughtfully, casting a glance at Chen Bei. I believe Goku would certainly wish to attend Krillin's wedding. Understanding the implication in their expressions, Chen Bei remarked, this is not a difficult task. I shall go retrieve him. Although, he should have made considerable progress in his training by now. Chen Bei intended to bring back the father and son from the Sun family, as Goku's absence at such a significant occasion would indeed diminish the joy of the celebration. I shall take my leave and return shortly. Just wait for me. Be careful and return soon. Despite knowing Chen Bei's formidable strength, Bulma, as a concerned partner, felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Rest assured. Chen Bei exchanged a reassuring glance with Bulma before vanishing from sight. What a remarkable technique. Even I cannot discern a trace of it, Master Roshi marveled, acknowledging that he was somewhat out of step with the pace of the younger generation. Yet, witnessing the growth of these exceptional disciples filled him with pride and joy for the flourishing of martial arts. What? Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan stared wide-eyed at Chen Bei, their astonishment evident upon hearing the news of Krillin's impending marriage. Krillin is getting married, and it's happening today. After reiterating the announcement, the Sun family duo finally settled down. Haha, what a delightful surprise. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Never expecting his dearest friend to embark on the journey of family life, he felt genuinely happy. Is Uncle Lin truly getting married? When will they have children? Sun Wufan's unexpected curiosity regarding this matter took Chen Bei aback. Of course, I am here to inform you and to escort you to the wedding. As for your second question, I cannot say when Krillin will have children. How could I possibly know? I am not the one bearing them. By the way, Chen Bei, I have also learned that teleportation technique, though I am still somewhat clumsy with it and often veer off course. Sun Wukong shared his training progress with Chen Bei, revealing his long-standing admiration for Chen Bei's skills. Congratulations, Chen Bei replied warmly. Sun Wukong's face lit up with a broad smile. His simplicity shining through as a mere compliment brought him great joy. Now let us set off. There will be an abundance of delicious food at the wedding. Arriving late would mean missing out. Chen Bei reminded them as he gauged the time. What? Then let us hurry. I can hardly contain my excitement. Upon hearing about the delectable treats, Sun Wukong was instantly invigorated, urging Chen Bei to take them there without delay. Chapter 105. The wedding in progress 2. Why hasn't Chen Bei returned yet? The vow exchange is about to begin. Bulma couldn't help but feel anxious, fearing that Chen Bei might have encountered trouble. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared beside her. I am back. Chen Bei gazed at Bulma and smiled. Marvelous. Bulma immediately embraced Chen Bei, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. After a moment, she released him. Goku and Gohan, you have finally arrived. This must bring great joy to Krillin. She chuckled, genuinely happy for him. I recall him mentioning that he wished to marry a gentle and beautiful girl. Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed, appearing quite pleased. Indeed, I am truly happy for Uncle Krillin. By the way, have they already tied the knot? Gohan inquired, equally delighted about Krillin's wedding. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Krillin and Marin are about to exchange vows, and then they will exchange wedding rings, marking their union. Bulma exclaimed, that's wonderful. By the way, Bulma, where's the food? Sun Wukong began to look around, his attention now diverted to the prospect of eating. Goku and my Gohan. Chi-Chi had arrived at the wedding venue as well. Upon seeing the returning Goku and her son Gohan, she rushed over to them. She tightly hugged Gohan, expressing her worries over the past weeks and reminding him to stay focused on his studies. Meanwhile, Krillin, standing at the altar, noticed Goku and felt a surge of excitement. But given that it was the vow exchange, he refrained from greeting him. Soon, the wedding ceremony concluded, and everyone applauded, celebrating the couple's joyful entry into their life together. Goku, Krillin. The two greeted each other with warmth, sharing their recent experiences. The lively wedding continued, and Sun Wukong devoured the feast with great enthusiasm. After satisfying their appetites, it was time for farewells. Bulma had already presented her gift before the wedding, but Chen Bei still had his gift for Krillin. Chen Bei, what exactly are you planning to gift Krillin? Sun Wukong asked curiously, having witnessed Chen Bei's remarkable abilities and eager to see what extraordinary item he would reveal this time. With most guests having departed, only those familiar with Krillin remained, such as Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, Bulma, and Chen Bei. Now comes the moment to witness a miracle. Chen Bei smiled and produced the long-prepared recovery elixir. What is this? Master Roshi looked perplexed at the item Chen Bei presented, completely unaware of its purpose. Wow, it's an elixir. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, surprised by Chen Bei's generosity. He was well aware of the elixir's wonders, having only given Gohan a single one previously, leaving him himself curious about it for quite some time. An elixir? Krillin appeared bewildered, equally clueless about its significance. Indeed, it is the elixir, an extraordinarily enchanting substance. Sun Wukong began to elucidate its significance, yet the crowd remained utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the essence of his explanations. Perhaps it is best if I clarify. Chen Bei took it upon himself to elaborate on the efficacy of the elixir once more, directly tossing it to Krillin. Upon witnessing this, Krillin swiftly caught it, fearful that it might fall to the ground. Following Chen Bei's elucidation, everyone recognized the elixir's immense value. This was truly a treasure beyond monetary purchase, simply remarkable. The recovery pill, a foundational elixir, possesses the capacity to aid the user in reconstructing their physique, allowing for a period of physical development that simplifies the path of cultivation. The solitary elixir gifted to Krillin was sufficient, as the resources provided by Bulma's universal capsule sufficed, rendering further gifts unnecessary. I am incredibly grateful to you, Chen Bei, Krillin exclaimed, casting a thankful glance at Chen Bei after learning of the elixir's effects. He understood that this gift was thoughtfully prepared for him, resonating deeply with his aspirations. And he was profoundly touched. Well, the wedding has concluded, so Bulma and I shall take our leave, Chen Bei remarked as he prepared to rise. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Oh, by the way, Wukong, are you all returning to the planet Yardrat? What? Absolutely not. Chi-Chi interjected, visibly displeased. She had just reunited with her son and husband. How could she bear to let them depart so soon? Especially Gohan, whom she envisioned nurturing into a scholar. If he were to spend his days with Sun Wukong, his mind would be consumed with combat, and that simply would not do. Sun Wukong had initially intended to rely on his own abilities to return to Earth, but since they had already returned, he decided against the inconvenience. Chen Bei, let us not return. We are already here, and I plan to cultivate at home instead. Since you all have made that decision, then of course, it is acceptable. This way, you can frequently spend time together, which is far superior to being on Yardrat, Chen Bei replied, harboring no objections, as such matters were trivial. After departing from Krillin's place, Bulma accompanied Chen Bei back to her home. Ah, finally, it's over. She sighed, reclining on the sofa. She had been tirelessly assisting Krillin in preparing for the wedding throughout the day. I wonder what my future wedding will be like. Bulma pondered. Having witnessed Wukong's wedding and now observing Krillin's, she too found herself dreaming of her own future celebration. Rest assured, in time, I shall grant you a wedding that will satisfy you. Bulma was startled by Chen Bei's words, having not voiced her thoughts aloud. How could he possibly know? Bulma began, but was promptly interrupted by Chen Bei. Ah, that is but one of my abilities. In due course, I shall share more with you. What you see now is merely the tip of the iceberg. Gazing at Chen Bei's countenance, Bulma hesitated. Yet her astuteness allowed her to discern what inquiries were appropriate and which were best left unasked. Since Chen Bei chose not to speak, it was evident he harbored his own concerns, rendering any further inquiry unnecessary. Nodding gently, Bulma embraced Chen Bei and then leaned down to bestow a kiss upon him. Chapter 106. The Return of Vegeta Gohan. Your mother has secured the finest tutor for you. I firmly believe you will excel and become a great scholar. Under Chi-Chi's insistence, Gohan found himself unable to escape the fate of being compelled to study. Meanwhile, Vegeta was aboard a spaceship en route to Earth. After more than 6 months of rigorous training, he felt a renewed sense of capability. With a resounding crash, the spaceship descended into Bulma's backyard, leaving a considerable crater in its wake. Chen Bei was in the midst of preparing a meal, having already anticipated Vegeta's imminent return. Observing that the landing site was relatively isolated and posed no risk to others, he opted to finish his cooking before venturing outside. At that moment, Bulma and her mother arrived on the scene. As the spaceship's hatch slowly opened, a figure emerged before them. Vegeta, how incredibly rude of you to return and wreak havoc in my backyard, Bulma exclaimed in frustration. Although Vegeta had once resided in her home, such indiscretion was intolerable. Oh ho, Mr. Vegeta has returned. Would you care to join me for a musical performance? Mrs. Brief chuckled softly, extending an invitation to Vegeta. Vegeta, visibly unimpressed, chose to ignore her and turned his attention to Bulma, asking, Hey, has Kakarot returned to Earth? Bulma, unfazed by Vegeta's lack of courtesy, retorted, Aren't you capable of sensing energy? Why ask me? Just seek him out yourself. Humph, how infuriating. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, though his current objective lay elsewhere. Gradually closing his eyes, he began to search for Kakarot's energy signature. There, without hesitation, Vegeta leaped into the air, his form transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards Goku's residence. Honestly, what an arrogant attitude. A person who couldn't even defeat Goku, let alone Chen Bei. If he dares to intimidate me again, I'll make sure Chen Bei gives him a good thrashing. Bulma watched Vegeta's retreating figure, shaking her fist in indignation. Bulma, come and eat. Chen Bei called out, and accompanying him was Mrs. Brief, who would never miss out on the culinary delights prepared by Chen Bei. Gazing at the large crater in the yard, Chen Bei focused his thoughts, realigning the spaceship, and utilized his creative abilities to restore the crater to its original state. Wow, Mr. Chen Bei is truly impressive. I never expected such a large hole to be repaired so swiftly, Mrs. Brief exclaimed, marveling at Chen Bei's capabilities. While she lacked a profound understanding of his powers, she didn't dwell on it further. Instead, she grabbed a drink and swayed her way to the dining table, eager to savor the delicious food. In the past, let us dine, though, Bulma replied, then recalled that Vegeta had gone to find Goku, feeling a twinge of concern. It's nothing to worry about. Goku's strength far surpasses Vegeta's, she reassured herself. Upon hearing this, Bulma dismissed her worries, for she held great trust in Chen Bei. Kakarot, come out quickly. I must defeat you. Vegeta shouted boldly from the doorway of Goku's home. Vegeta? Goku, who was in the midst of his meal, paused, as if he had heard Vegeta call his name. Kakarot, are you afraid? Come out and settle this. I know you're in there. At that moment, Goku finally recognized Vegeta's energy and, sensing it was indeed him, rose to step outside. Heh, Kakarot, I am no longer the same as before. I shall certainly defeat you. Before Goku could brace himself, Vegeta lunged forward, delivering a vicious punch aimed squarely at Goku's face. Startled, Goku instinctively tilted his head to evade the blow. The force of Vegeta's punch was formidable. Even the residual shockwave shattered the door behind Goku. Inside, Gohan, who was diligently studying, was taken aback, as were Chi-Chi and his tutor. Who is that? Do they not understand the need for silence? This is outrageous. My time is invaluable. The tutor, fuming, rushed outside to confront the standoff between Goku and Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta had yet to make his next move, and the tutor immediately discerned that Vegeta was no ordinary individual. He, therefore, bellowed at Vegeta, You scoundrel! Do you not realize I am tutoring the child inside? My time is worth a fortune. Vegeta regarded this peculiar figure with an unchanging expression, remaining utterly indifferent. Witnessing Vegeta's lack of reaction incited the tutor's ire, leading him to lash out with his whip. As the whip came toward him with little force, Vegeta felt nothing but still sidestepped effortlessly. Crack! The whip missed its target and struck the ground, producing a sharp sound. You wretch! The tutor, gritting his teeth, began to whip the air furiously, aiming for Vegeta once more. At last, Vegeta could no longer endure the provocation. He seized the whip and, with a swift kick, struck the tutor squarely in the abdomen. The tutor was sent flying several meters before collapsing unconscious on the ground. What a foolish clown, daring to act so brazenly before this prince. Huh! Vegeta cast a scornful glance at the incapacitated figure, bemused that such a trivial challenge had proven too much for him, all the while expecting a more formidable opponent. Vegeta. Goku gazed at Vegeta, now resolved to engage in the fray. Humph, Kakarot, have you finally reached your limit? If you do not take this seriously, I shall likewise obliterate your child. Therefore, you had best summon your utmost strength. Let the battle commence, Vegeta. Goku assumed his stance, poised for Vegeta's onslaught. Ha ha, Kakarot, I shall demonstrate to you who the true warrior is. You, a lowly soldier, shall never surpass me. With an explosive surge of energy, Vegeta charged towards Goku at breakneck speed. Come on. Goku observed Vegeta, his muscles taut, recognizing that Vegeta's power had indeed escalated significantly, instilling within him a modicum of pressure. Chapter 107. Let the battle begin. Science bang. The collision of fists generated a powerful shockwave, uprooting the surrounding grass and stripping the trees of their leaves in an instant. The ferocity of their initial clash was nothing short of formidable. Goku exerted himself to push away, evading Vegeta's assault. It was at this moment that Goku became genuinely serious. His eyes narrowed, sharp and focused, locking onto Vegeta. Goku unleashed a tremendous wave of energy, an invisible tempest rising, causing his hair to flutter. Nonetheless, he had yet to transform, in his estimation. Vegeta's current strength did not warrant the necessity of becoming a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, witnessing Goku's demeanor, felt the veins in his forehead throb, realizing he had been underestimated. Once more, he gathered his energy, unleashing an even more ferocious aura, and then, with both hands, he concentrated a powerful energy blast, launching it towards Goku in an instant. Boom! As the energy orb exploded, the area where Goku stood was enveloped in smoke. However, Vegeta remained vigilant, for he sensed that Goku's energy had not diminished in the slightest. Swish! What? Bang! Vegeta's face was suddenly struck by a punch, the speed of the attack surpassing his awareness. It turned out that Goku had evaded the previous strike after Vegeta released his energy blast in the blink of an eye. Goku had swiftly maneuvered behind Vegeta and launched his counterattack. Vegeta stumbled back several paces from the force of Goku's punch, clutching his face, consumed by fury. How could it be that despite his arduous training, he still fell short of Kakarot, this inferior warrior? Vegeta, filled with indignation, launched another fierce assault, his fists moving in a blur, relentlessly striking at Goku. Crack, crackle, bang, rumble. Mountains, rivers, and trees were ravaged by the aftermath of their clash, as the surrounding environment descended into utter chaos. Swish! The figures of Goku and Vegeta flickered rapidly, rendering the scene almost impossible to discern. The two engaged in an intense aerial battle, while Chi-Chi sheltered with Gohan in their room, too fearful to venture outside. Mom, let us help Dad. Son Gohan suggested that he still had not fully comprehended the extent of Goku's strength, and he remained apprehensive that Vegeta might inflict harm upon him. This concern primarily stemmed from the immense shadow cast by Vegeta during his initial visit to Earth. No, Gohan, you must not emulate your father. Just look at the devastation wrought upon our home. It is precisely because your father is constantly embroiled in battles that we find no peace. Gohan, you must heed my words. Do you understand? Chi-Chi clung tightly to Gohan, making it impossible for him to break free. Although he yearned to assist his father, he felt reluctant to defy Chi-Chi's command and ultimately had no choice but to abandon that thought. With a resounding crash, Goku shattered the trees beside him with a single punch, sending splinters flying in every direction. In retaliation, Goku executed a knee strike that connected forcefully with Vegeta's abdomen. Cough! Cough! Vegeta clutched his midsection, involuntarily spitting out blood as he endured the excruciating pain, yet he managed to rise again. Damn it! Vegeta gasped for breath, his eyes nearly closing with fatigue. In stark contrast, Goku stood there seemingly unfazed, although his attire bore the marks of battle, with several areas torn. Vegeta, you are still no match for me. Surrender. At that moment, Goku had discerned the true measure of Vegeta's power. Despite Vegeta's significant enhancements, he still fell short, unable to compel Goku to unleash his full potential. Kakarot, I do not require your pity. With a swift punch, Vegeta struck out, but Goku effortlessly intercepted it, his expression remaining inscrutable. Vegeta was engulfed in turmoil, acutely aware that he could not defeat Goku, yet unwilling to concede defeat. In the vastness of space, a spaceship was hurtling toward Earth. Father, that is Earth. Upon glimpsing the planet, Frieza's face twisted into a sinister smile, his eyes ablaze with hatred. This tiny planet would be easily obliterated. On a throne, a formidable figure rested his chin upon his hand, leaning back in his seat. His imposing physique bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, being his father, King Cold. Their current objective was none other than Earth. Meanwhile, Vegeta was making one final, desperate effort, his fists continuing to flail, though it was evident from his movements that he was utterly exhausted. The speed of his punches had slowed to a crawl, devoid of any real power. Huh. Goku paused, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, and it seemed Vegeta also perceived something amiss. Vegeta, I can no longer continue this battle. It appears someone is approaching Earth. Vegeta's form sagged, his arms drooping and knees bending, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Seeing Vegeta in such a state, Goku hesitated for a moment before retrieving a pouch from his robes. Inside were the magical beans he had received from Korin. Goku took one bean and tossed it to Vegeta. Hey Vegeta, catch. Vegeta extended his hand to catch the object thrown by Goku, and then opened his palm to examine it. His pupils constricted slightly as memories flooded back. He recognized this miraculous bean, previously utilized by Goku and his companions, capable of healing physical injuries. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta swallowed it whole, feeling his strength rejuvenate and his wounds completely heal. Kakarot, you remain as naive as ever. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku dismissed them, his gaze shifting from Vegeta to the sky, fixated on the cosmos. There, something ominous seemed to linger. Vegeta, too, sensed that familiar aura, one he knew all too well. Frieza, he murmured, casting a glance at Goku. This will be the end for now. I shall undoubtedly defeat you, Kakarot. But before that, I must deal with that scoundrel Frieza. With that, before Goku could respond, Vegeta soared into the air, heading directly toward the location where Frieza was soon to arrive. Chapter 108. The onslaught of Frieza, thunderous roars echoed as Frieza and King Cold descended upon Earth, their spaceship landing successfully in a desolate expanse. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Goku had been waiting there for quite some time. Bulma, are you planning to go? Chaos asked, sipping on his homemade fruit wine while reclining on the sofa, with Bulma engrossed in the television. Me? Absolutely not. Even if I went, I wouldn't stand a chance. No way. Bulma shook her head vigorously, having a profound impression of Frieza. In her perception, Frieza was far superior to her, and her presence would only complicate matters. She preferred to stay home and watch TV. Well, then I suppose I shall go, Chaos replied. All right, just be careful, Bulma reminded him, though given Chaos' current prowess, he was unlikely to be challenged by anyone short of an angel. I understand, I'm off. With that, Chaos vanished before Bulma's eyes, wineglass in hand. In the barren landscape, Frieza and King Cold emerged from their spaceship, immediately spotting Vegeta and Goku waiting there. Frieza, I cannot believe you survived. It is quite unexpected. Goku spoke up. Yet, Frieza's fury intensified upon hearing this. Ha! You pitiful, odious monkeys. I shall repay the suffering I endured upon you 100-fold. Frieza snarled viciously. Oh, are these the two you encountered on Namek? Truly foolish of them to dare appear before us, King Cold remarked, scrutinizing the pair. From his assessment, he could discern nothing particularly remarkable about them. Could it be that Frieza was truly defeated by the Saiyans? King Cold found it hard to believe. Frieza, today, I shall reclaim the glory of the Saiyans. I will surely defeat you. Vegeta's gaze was icy, his lips uttering audacious words. In his mind, if Kakarot could vanquish Frieza, why couldn't he? He was determined to prove that he was not inferior to Kakarot, this lowly warrior. What? Frieza still lives. Meanwhile, Krillin was on his honeymoon with Marin. Yet at that moment, he sensed a malevolent and immense aura emanating from Frieza. Gohan, who was tidying up the remnants at home, also felt Frieza's presence. A sensation he could never forget. Mom, I must step out for a moment, he declared, retrieving his battle suit from the box and donning it. Before Chi-Chi could comprehend the situation, Gohan took off into the sky. Elsewhere, Piccolo was rushing to the scene, having already learned of Frieza's return. Nearby, Shenron manifested a lounge chair and a sunshade, quietly observing the unfolding events with his psychic powers. TSK, those Saiyans remain oblivious to their own limitations, he mused, feeling a twinge of pity for Vegeta. With his current meager strength, did he truly believe he could defeat Frieza? Vegeta, you are merely my dog, and you dare to bite back at your master? How utterly ridiculous! Frieza scoffed, displaying blatant disdain for Vegeta. In his eyes, there was only one true adversary, the Saiyan named Goku. However, if you were to kneel and plead for mercy now, I might spare your life, he taunted, his laughter echoing. Ha! Just dispose of these two wild monkeys quickly. This planet seems quite valuable. It could fetch a handsome price. King Cold echoed the mockery, regarding the worth of the planet as far exceeding the lives of the two Saiyans. Scoundrel! Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, haunted by the shame of having served under Frieza, a pain he could never forget. Frieza, take this. No longer wishing to endure Frieza's taunts, Vegeta erupted in fury and charged forward. Swish. Crack. What? Frieza, facing Vegeta's incoming fist, merely tilted his body, an expression of disdain upon his face as he effortlessly intercepted the blow. You truly remain as arrogant as ever, Vegeta. Grasping Vegeta's fist, Frieza applied slight pressure, causing Vegeta to break out in a cold sweat, collapsing into a half-kneel before him. How is this possible? Vegeta struggled to rise. But Frieza offered him no respite, swiftly striking him with his tail, sending Vegeta hurtling away into a pile of rubble. Ha ha ha. With Vegeta dealt with. It's your turn now, Goku. Frieza chuckled arrogantly, a malevolent gleam in his eyes. This was the moment of vengeance. He was determined to ensure that Goku would have no resting place in death. In that instant, Goku's energy surged within him, and unlike his demeanor towards Vegeta, he was enveloped in a brilliant golden aura. Observing Sun Wukong with his golden hair and azure eyes, Frieza appeared even more menacing, his face contorting in rage. This is it. Damn Super Saiyan. Oh, so this is what a Super Saiyan looks like. It seems rather unimpressive, merely a change in hue. King Cold stood nearby, a disdainful smile gracing his features, clearly underestimating Sun Wukong. Father, do not underestimate this individual. His strength rivals my final form, making him a formidable opponent. Despite Frieza's immense fury, he did not neglect to caution King Cold, knowing that even together, capturing Sun Wukong would not be an effortless task. What did you say? I never anticipated this fellow possessed such power. It appears our ancestor was correct. We must indeed be wary of the Saiyan with the golden aura. King Cold felt fortunate for Frieza's warning. Although his own strength was not significantly inferior to Frieza's ultimate form, a moment's carelessness could lead to unexpected calamity. Given this, it seems prudent for us to join forces and swiftly deal with this adversary. We must ensure that all know it is only we, the Frost Demons, who are the true sovereigns of the universe. Acknowledging Sun Wukong's true strength, King Cold resolved to abandon the principles of honorable combat and ally with Frieza against him. Chapter 109, An Unfair Battle. I share your sentiment. The Saiyans shall forever remain subservient beneath our feet. Frieza responded, unconcerned about the imbalance in numbers. His sole aim was to make this Saiyan experience his suffering. Sun Wukong was responsible for his current disfigured state, although he had gained a measure of power. Each battle inflicted excruciating pain from muscle tearing, fueling his deep-seated hatred towards Sun Wukong. Realizing that Frieza and King Cold intended to join forces against him, Sun Wukong felt a surge of pressure, his muscles tensing in preparation for their assault. Observing Sun Wukong standing there, seemingly passive, Frieza recognized that the Saiyan was beginning to feel the weight of anxiety. Ha ha ha. What's this, Sun Wukong? Are you feeling frightened? If fear has gripped you, then surrender obediently, kneel before us, and pledge your allegiance to me. Perhaps I might show you some mercy. Frieza's confidence soared, and he no longer regarded Sun Wukong with the trepidation he once had. Frieza, abandon this futile hope. I shall never concede. Bring it on. Sun Wukong was ready for battle. Despite facing two opponents, he exhibited not a hint of panic. Humph, obstinate fool, prepare to meet your demise. Frieza could no longer contain himself and launched into combat with Sun Wukong at blinding speed. Bang! Crackle! The two exchanged blows, and for a moment, King Cold found it difficult to seize an opportunity to strike. Frieza, give me some space. I cannot attack him like this. Sun Wukong understood that he could not allow the two adversaries to join forces. Thus, he remained closely engaged in battle with Frieza, determined to prevent King Cold from entering the fray. Unfortunately, his strategy was soon unveiled, and it was now time for a contest of sheer strength. Frieza cast a glance at King Cold and then at Sun Wukong, who was tightly adhered to him, and the realization struck him. Cursed monkey! How dare you play tricks on me? With a powerful punch, Frieza forced Sun Wukong to retreat, leading to a tense standoff in midair. Observing this, King Cold ascended to join Frieza's side. At this moment, Sun Wukong found himself unable to approach Frieza as he had before. Instead, he was encircled by their combined assaults. In the midst of the tumultuous battle, Frieza conjured a ki blast and hurled it at Sun Wukong. Fortunately, Sun Wukong had anticipated the move, dodging to the side as the energy sphere soared past him, ultimately detonating against a nearby hillside with a resounding explosion. Infuriated, Sun Wukong was now preoccupied with defending himself, as both Frieza and King Cold possessed formidable powers that matched his own, though he held a slight advantage. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would be unafraid. However, facing two opponents, he could not afford to underestimate them. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Frieza ensnared one of Sun Wukong's arms with his tail. Just as Sun Wukong attempted to free himself, King Cold seized the opportunity to strike, landing a powerful blow to his abdomen. The impact caused Sun Wukong to cough up blood. Yet, Frieza was relentless, swiftly moving behind him, wrapping his tail around Sun Wukong's waist while immobilizing his arms, rendering escape impossible. King Cold, recognizing Frieza's intent, approached Sun Wukong and unleashed a flurry of brutal punches aimed at his head and stomach. In that moment, Sun Wukong found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. At that critical juncture, Piccolo finally arrived at the scene. Observing Sun Wukong trapped between the two foes, he rushed towards King Cold, delivering a punch aimed at his head. King Cold, wary of the incoming attack, swiftly evaded to the side. This provided Sun Wukong with a fleeting opportunity to breathe, unleashing a formidable aura that enabled him to break free from Frieza's grasp. "So it's you, Namekian." Frieza recognized Piccolo, albeit dismissively, as he still regarded him as an insignificant threat. "How dare you disrupt my plans, Namekian? Are you prepared for your annihilation?" With a sinister smirk, Frieza blinked and appeared before Piccolo, delivering a crushing kick to his abdomen. Clearly outmatched, Piccolo was sent plummeting downward, creating a massive crater upon impact. "Oh, almost forgot. This planet also possesses Dragon Balls, does it? In that case, I shall spare you for now." Frieza observed Piccolo in the pit and decided to let him live for the time being. Beside him, Sun Wukong was unable to assist Piccolo, as he was still gasping for breath. Trembling, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a magical bean, which he promptly consumed. With that, Sun Wukong finally regained his strength. "Once again, this item. Father, you must ensure he does not consume anything resembling that bean. Otherwise, we may perish here." Frieza recalled his previous encounters on Namek, where these beings proved as resilient as cockroaches, recovering from severe injuries each time, seemingly growing stronger in the process. Frieza became increasingly vigilant, no longer daring to be as careless as before. Ignoring Frieza, Sun Wukong swiftly descended to Piccolo's side, aiding him and feeding him a magical bean. With the healing effects of the bean, Piccolo's wounds were mended, allowing him to stand once more, at which point he removed his garments. The sound of tearing fabric echoed. Piccolo's attire was far from ordinary, imbued with significant weight, a testament to his rigorous training. However, he knew he had to take this seriously, unleashing his full strength. For the imminent danger was palpable. "Humph, Saiyan, and that Namekian, if you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Frieza understood that this was not the time to covet the Dragon Balls. They had to annihilate the two completely, or else the name of the Frost Demon may be lost forever. With a swift motion, Frieza concentrated a colossal energy sphere, glancing at King Cold, who nodded in acknowledgement. Together, they formed their own energy blasts. "Sun Wukong, you shall perish along with this planet." With that declaration, Frieza hurled his energy sphere, followed closely by King Cold, their combined forces creating an unprecedented power. Crisis loomed. Sun Wukong felt a surge of anxiety. With his current strength, he was woefully inadequate to withstand such an assault. The energy spheres drew ever closer to Sun Wukong and Piccolo, causing beads of sweat to form on their foreheads. The pressure from the impending attack was overwhelming. Kamehameha. Demon Flash. Sun Wukong exerted all his might to counter the assault, while Piccolo synchronized his efforts, unleashing his own technique. Though not his most potent skill, time was of the essence, and he could only give it his all. Their combined attacks struck the planet-destroying energy sphere. Yet the disparity in energy was not so easily bridged. Father, Wukong, Son Gohan, and Krillin finally arrived, yet the magnitude of the attack left them paralyzed with fear, unable to even attempt intervention, helplessly watching as Sun Wukong and Piccolo were engulfed by the oncoming force. Could there truly be no hope left for them? Father and Uncle Piccolo, despair and sorrow filled the hearts of Gohan and Krillin in that moment. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The energy sphere unleashed by Frieza and King Cold vanished. What? Frieza gazed in astonishment as the energy sphere he had unleashed suddenly vanished, bewildered by the inexplicable turn of events. How could this be? King Cold had initially believed victory was assured, yet now he found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. Meanwhile, before Goku and Piccolo, a figure materialized. Chen Bei? The crowd exclaimed in unison. Krillin and Piccolo were taken aback, realizing that this individual possessed formidable strength. Goku and his son were equally surprised by Chen Bei's unexpected arrival. "Hello, everyone." Chen Bei greeted them with a smile, before promptly casting a healing spell to restore the energy that Goku and Piccolo had just expended. "What a surprise," Piccolo remarked, having thought that aside from Goku, no one could defeat Frieza. "Indeed, we owe you a great deal, Chen Bei. It was fortunate you arrived in time." Goku, not contemplating anything beyond the moment, felt nothing but joy at Chen Bei's presence. With him here, Goku could finally unleash his full potential in battle. For Chen Bei, however, his objective was not merely to thwart Frieza's plans to annihilate Earth. Having failed to confront Frieza during a previous timeline, he was determined not to miss this splendid opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the character Frieza. Rewards: Catastrophe Technique, Chaos Tablet, Planet Destruction Bomb. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the character King Cold. Rewards: Frozen Demon Bloodline Gene 1, King S Dominance Technique, God-Slaying Whip. Who are you? Frieza demanded, his unease palpable as he regarded this sudden apparition, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. "Frieza, we must eliminate them quickly. We cannot allow this to continue," King Cold urged, feeling that this newcomer was distinctly out of the ordinary. "Since you asked, I shan't disclose anything to you," Chen Bei replied, a faint smile playing on his lips as he teased Frieza. "How dare you?" Frieza roared, swiftly conjuring an enormous energy sphere aimed at Chen Bei. Observing Chen Bei standing motionless, Frieza's expression morphed into one of exhilaration. "Huh, you're dead." Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the air. In that moment, Chen Bei had appeared before Frieza, delivering a resounding slap. "You're finished," Frieza exclaimed, clutching his face, his eyes bulging with rage. Chen Bei continued, delivering a series of crisp slaps, holding Frieza by the throat while relentlessly striking him. King Cold, standing nearby, was taken aback, realizing that this adversary was beyond his capability to confront. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Goku and Piccolo closed in, leaving him trapped with nowhere to escape. "Actually, I merely came to Earth for a brief sojourn, and I shall depart shortly, vowing never to return. I implore you to spare me." However, Sun Wukong and Piccolo would not allow him to escape so easily. Had it not been for Chen Bei's timely intervention, they along with Earth would likely have been reduced to cosmic dust. Now, Kurd dared to lie, claiming he was merely a tourist. Did he truly believe that Sun Wukong and Piccolo would accept such fabrications? With a resounding punch, Sun Wukong struck Kurd's cheek, finding satisfaction in this reprisal after having endured their bullying. A flurry of blows ensued, leaving Kurd battered and bruised, his mind swirling in confusion. "Please, no more," he pleaded, utterly devoid of the ability to resist, only able to beseech Sun Wukong and the others for mercy. As for Frieza, he had lost all sense of self-preservation, unable to care for his own safety, let alone that of others. With Chen Bei's presence, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, rendering Frieza and King Kurd powerless. After a prolonged skirmish, Chen Bei grew weary and hurled Frieza into the sky, preparing to unleash a devastating energy blast. Planetary Destruction Sphere. Frieza, realizing the imminent danger, attempted to struggle, but before he could regain his footing, he was struck by the powerful energy orb. "No, please." As his cries echoed, Frieza was utterly annihilated by the overwhelming force of the energy sphere. With the battle concluded, Sun Wukong hesitated no longer, gathering energy in his hands to unleash the Kamehameha wave directly at King Kurd. Prepare to receive it. Under the assault of the Kamehameha wave, King Kurd was propelled beyond the atmosphere, ultimately dissipating into cosmic dust amidst a violent explosion. Phew, it's finally over. Although Krillin did not have the opportunity to fight, he could certainly sense the peril involved. Fortunately, victory was theirs. Mr. Chen Bei is indeed formidable. Frieza stood no chance against him, Son Gohan exclaimed, having witnessed Chen Bei's prowess on planet Yardrat previously, yet still marveling at the spectacle unfolding on Earth. "Indeed, I once thought him merely a pretty face, yet I never imagined he possessed such strength. Thankfully, I did not provoke him," Krillin remarked, a look of apprehension on his face. Chapter 111. Demonstrating power. The battle had finally drawn to a close, yet Chen Bei pondered a particular question. It appeared that this timeline lacked the existence of future Trunks. There were two possibilities. Either future Trunks had perished along the way, or this realm was inherently a future timeline, and due to Chen Bei's arrival, future Trunks had ceased to exist. Regardless of the outcome, it would not affect Chen Bei. He simply needed to go with the flow. Chen Bei, may I witness your true strength? Sun Wukong had always harbored a profound curiosity regarding Chen Bei's true prowess. Yet, even now, he remained largely ignorant of Chen Bei's capabilities. During their previous bout, Chen Bei had not unleashed his full strength. He had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan. Oh, do you truly wish to witness it? Chen Bei replied nonchalantly, although he knew it might dishearten some individuals. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded eagerly, his relentless ambition driving him to continually surpass himself and conquer mightier foes. Chen Bei's presence undoubtedly provided him with a worthy aspiration. Very well, but not here. Just as Chen Bei contemplated leading Sun Wukong to the small world, Piccolo hesitated momentarily, then could no longer restrain himself. Chen Bei, may I accompany you? He too was deeply intrigued by Chen Bei's strength. On Namek, he had realized that Sun Wukong had far surpassed him, yet he was unwilling to accept this reality. If he could glean some wisdom from Chen Bei, perhaps he could surpass Sun Wukong. He did not wish to let such an opportunity slip away. Of course, why not? Chen Bei responded, and at that moment, Krillin and Gohan joined the gathering. Since you are all here, let us proceed together. With a thought, they were all transported into the small world by Chen Bei. Among the group, aside from Chen Bei, Piccolo possessed the keenest perception. He distinctly sensed the uniqueness of this place, as if his body was perpetually being enhanced, and his soul felt as though it was undergoing a purification, bringing immense comfort. Wukong, where are we? Krillin, evidently uneasy, placed greater trust in Wukong, with whom he had trained since childhood, rather than in Chen Bei. This place? I'm not entirely sure. However, it must be one of Chen Bei's extraordinary abilities. Wukong admitted, though he had only visited once and did not delve deeply into its significance. He merely recognized its marvel, but articulating a coherent explanation proved challenging. Gohan had also visited this place once, but had not lingered long, leaving him equally uninformed, thus rendering him unable to provide any useful insights. This is my home, Chen Bei declared with a smile, his demeanor relaxed. Arriving in his own world allowed him to finally unwind, although he remained vigilant, as his strength was not yet entirely invincible. Your home. Krillin's expression turned blank, his eyes widening in disbelief. He turned to survey his surroundings, only to find an endless expanse with no visible habitation. Why did Chen Bei claim this was his home? Stop looking around. All the land here belongs to me. You may consider this a special space, akin to the hyperbolic time chamber, though the flow of time here is comparable to that outside, Chen Bei explained, hoping to preempt further inquiries from the group. How impressive. At this moment, Krillin suddenly realized that Bulma's earlier words were indeed true. Chen Bei was extraordinarily wealthy. The vast expanse of land alone was enough to evoke envy in Krillin. All right, since you wish to witness my true prowess, I shall commence. Upon hearing this, the others promptly stepped back, granting Chen Bei some space while allowing themselves a better vantage point to observe him. Chen Bei began to gradually release his energy, not because he could not do so swiftly, but rather to avoid overwhelming the spectators with an excessive surge that might inadvertently harm them. The fluctuations of energy emanating from him became increasingly pronounced, and a white aura enveloped his form. At this juncture, his power had already surpassed 300 million, which was merely his baseline strength. Then, Chen Bei continued to unleash his energy. In an instant, a golden flame enveloped the white one. His hair, eyebrows, and pupils transformed into gold, and an intense aura burst forth, sending shockwaves throughout the surroundings. Sun Wukong and Piccolo strained to withstand the force. Their eyes struggled to remain open, relying solely on their senses to comprehend Chen Bei's overwhelming might. Impressive, Sun Wukong exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. He always held great respect for the powerful, yet he firmly believed that he too could one day reach such heights. Is this truly the extent of Chen Bei's power? Piccolo mused, feeling a pang of frustration as he realized that he had been left far behind by the current wave of formidable warriors. The sheer strength of the aura was suffocating for Krillin, who was already not particularly strong. Now, faced with Chen Bei's unrestrained pressure, he felt as if he were on the brink of collapse. Son Gohan remained silent, though the strain evident on his face suggested he was also struggling. When Chen Bei transformed into a Super Saiyan, an astonishing revelation unfolded. While the golden eyes were expected, his power had not merely surged 50-fold, but rather 100-fold. Although this unexpected transformation took him by surprise, he welcomed the positive development and decided to investigate further at a later time. Seeing that the group was nearing their limit in withstanding his overwhelming energy, Chen Bei withdrew his external energy, though he did not revert from his Super Saiyan form. Sun Wukong and the others exhaled in relief, finally liberated from that oppressive force, feeling considerably lighter. "So, you are also a Super Saiyan," Piccolo remarked. Finally recognizing Chen Bei's state and the tale behind him, realizing that Chen Bei was indeed a Saiyan and his strength surpassed that of Sun Wukong by a significant margin. "It appears to be true. Chen Bei is also a Saiyan," Krillin exclaimed, astonished. He had previously paid little attention to Chen Bei, and only now did he grasp the fact that Chen Bei was a Saiyan as well. Truly remarkable. Incredibly powerful. Sun Wukong gazed at Chen Bei with excitement, sensing his formidable aura, feeling a renewed sense of hope in life, knowing that his future would no longer be solitary. Chen Bei's strength had garnered unanimous recognition from them all. Chapter 112. Returned to calm as the group departed from Chen Bei. Each carried their own thoughts. "Father, if we return like this, will Mother scold us?" Sun Wukong expressed his concerns, worried about facing Chi-Chi after leaving without her consent, especially to assist Sun Wukong. The thought of Chi-Chi's anger left Sun Wukong momentarily at a loss, and both boys lowered their heads in resignation. Meanwhile, Wufang's tutor had awakened, but upon witnessing the chaotic scene, he began to suspect that Sun Wukong's home had been ransacked. Remembering the terrifying man who had knocked him unconscious, he shuddered and hurriedly fled without uttering a word. "Why is it still like this?" Gogeta emerged from the rubble, crushing a small stone in his hand into powder to vent his frustrations before stumbling away. In a secluded forest, a cave concealed a secret unknown to the world. "Sun Wukong, just wait, my super android plan will succeed," muttered an old man with a bushy beard. His expression filled with rage as he fixated on the experimental chamber before him. "Chi-Chi, please don't be angry," Sun Wukong said helplessly, feeling utterly inept at soothing his wife. Sun Wukong kept his head down, too afraid to meet Chi-Chi's gaze, fearing it would draw her attention. Observing the demeanor of her husband and son, Chi-Chi felt a tempest of emotions within her. "Alas, my poor Wukong, you've learned from your father's bad habits. What am I to do? Will you also choose to abandon home for the sake of fighting, just like Wukong?" She lamented, covering her mouth in sorrow. Having once trained in martial arts herself, she understood the hardships involved, and being alongside her father, she was acutely aware of the cruelty of their world, where death was a common occurrence. Ultimately, she merely wished for Wukong to avoid danger and remain by her side in peace. This, perhaps, is the essence of a mother's love for her child. Yet, in the realm of Dragon Ball, such desires seem unrealistic, especially for the son of Sun Wukong, who must inherit his father's indomitable spirit. Sun Wukong and Wukong exchanged silent glances, unsure of how to comfort Chi-Chi. At that moment, the Ox King stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Chi-Chi's shoulder and guiding her back to the living room. Finally, the two men breathed a sigh of relief as they began to restore the shattered home. Meanwhile, Piccolo had come to realize his own inadequacies. No matter how diligently he trained, he could not catch up to Sun Wukong, let alone Chen Bei. Must he truly succumb to assimilation? Piccolo's heart was rife with conflict. He was no longer the original Demon King but had retained a vestige of goodness, reluctant to assimilate the Supreme Kai, who he regarded as a father figure. Everything returned to its previous state, as if Frieza had never existed. However, this dimension no longer harbors the presence of Tenaks. What encounters await Sun Wukong and his companions 3 years hence? Chen Bei is certainly aware of the existence of the artificial beings. Yet he has refrained from disclosing this information to Sun Wukong and the others. He intends to reveal it to them after a period of time, allowing them to feel an increased sense of urgency. Having previously employed healing magic on Wukong, the virus within him has long since been eradicated by Chen Bei, ensuring he will not be absent due to heart disease. Chen Bei is curious to observe how the unfolding narrative will develop. The group did not become complacent due to Chen Bei's silence regarding the artificial beings. Rather, they were invigorated by witnessing his formidable strength, igniting an unprecedented fighting spirit within them, prompting them to diligently train. Within this microcosm, Chen Bei is presently examining the rewards he has just acquired. This time, he has obtained 2 profound techniques, along with the genetic bloodline of the frozen demon, in addition to 2 treasures. Without elaborating further on the profound techniques, Chen Bei immediately set about learning them. Next, he inscribed the acquired bloodlines onto the ethereal totem record. Presently, the ethereal totem record contains 8 bloodlines: the unknown human bloodline, the golden human bloodline, the 6-eared macaque bloodline, the Saiyan bloodline, the super Namekian bloodline, the Kuei Nyo bloodline, the purple jade spirit cat bloodline, and the frozen demon bloodline. Among these, Chen Bei has only fused the first 3 bloodlines, opting not to integrate the others as he has yet to discover a means to eliminate the adverse effects associated with the fused bloodlines, such as skin pigmentation turning green. It seems he will have to postpone this until he gains greater strength. Once the bloodline totems were inscribed, Chen Bei turned his attention to the 2 treasures. The Chaos Monument. Formed from condensed chaos energy, it is indestructible and can perfectly replicate the laws of chaos. This object requires little introduction, for its capabilities are extraordinary. It can flawlessly replicate laws, yet such items appear to be exceedingly rare within the Dragon Ball universe. Thus, Chen Bei chose not to delve further into its study, placing it within the confines of the system space. The Divine Whip. Designed to strike at the soul and body, it is invincible and, when used in conjunction with the Divine Sealing List, can directly obliterate the true spirit. A sharp intake of breath escapes Chen Bei. He had not anticipated the immense power of this Divine Whip. It seems this is not the same whip from the investiture of the gods, which lacked such potency. The annihilation of a true spirit is no simple feat, as the true spirits of all beings are imprinted within the river of fate. To transcend this river and extinguish a person's true spirit is an extraordinary challenge, with few weapons in the primordial realm capable of achieving such a feat. Aside from that fabled god-slaying spear, the Divine Whip is exceedingly formidable, and it is likely that an ordinary person would struggle to wield it, given that it does not operate outside the bounds of causality. Fortunately, Chen Bei is undeterred by such concerns, yet he will not casually employ this weapon to annihilate anyone's true spirit. After reviewing his rewards, Chen Bei found himself with ample leisure time. With nearly 3 years at his disposal, he can focus on breaking through his current limits and enhancing his strength. Upon returning to the estate, he discovered that Bulma was not at home. She had been busy with her company and had gone to oversee matters. On the other side, at this moment, Vegeta had stealthily returned, finding himself once again near the spacecraft. Observing this scene, Chen Bei chose not to intervene. It seemed that this young man still needed to endure more trials. Vegeta opened the hatch and swiftly slipped inside. With a resounding roar, the spacecraft soared away, venturing once more into the boundless cosmos. Chapter 113. The Law of Heaven and Earth. For over half a month, Chen Bei had been entwined with Bulma, but today, he finally adjusted his state and prepared for a breakthrough. The realm of divine abilities is divided into 10 levels, and now, Chen Bei had reached the 8th level of the Wind and Fire Cataclysm, merely a step away from entering the 9th level, the Law of Heaven and Earth. In theory, the Golden Core realm and the Wind and Fire Cataclysm should belong to the same tier, for the Golden Core represents the condensation of the core itself, while the Wind and Fire Cataclysm signifies its perfection, akin to the initial entry and completion within a singular realm. However, since Chen Bei's condensation was of the flawless Golden Core, the Wind and Fire Cataclysm did not significantly impede him. His impending breakthrough into the Law of Heaven and Earth was merely a natural progression. Due to his cultivation of the eternal life secret art, he could absorb and merge energy in its various forms, allowing him to achieve results with half the effort. As long as the energy was sufficient, theoretically, he could continue to break through indefinitely. However, such notions were overly simplistic, as a breakthrough in realms is not merely about the accumulation of energy. It also demands mental fortitude, physical prowess, and the quality of energy itself. Without formidable spiritual strength, one cannot control energy with ease. Without a robust physical foundation, one cannot bear immense energy, and without sufficiently high-quality energy, it is akin to the distinction between water and ice, where the former can be easily pierced by the latter. The eternal life method is, in essence, a cultivation approach that enhances the spirit, body, and energy quality. The Dragon Ball method solely improves physical constitution and energy, but does not delve deeply into spiritual realms or energy quality, thus placing the two in disparate dimensions. cultivating through the eternal life method to a certain extent. Once the energy undergoes qualitative transformation, one can effortlessly extinguish the energy released by the Dragon Ball method, illustrating the disparity between the two. Returning to the main topic, Chen Bei was now fully prepared to break through to the law of heaven and earth. This law represents the perfect fusion of the golden core and the divine soul, which then manifests as a spiritual form. The final appearance and effect of the spiritual form are related to the divine abilities contained within the golden core. If Chen Bei had only cultivated Buddhist divine abilities, he might end up manifesting as a Buddha with a multitude of bumps on his head. Conversely, if he had practiced imperial or tyrannical divine abilities, he could potentially materialize an emperor's spiritual form. Yet, given Chen Bei's eclectic cultivation, even he was uncertain of the form his law of heaven and earth would ultimately take. The phrase "the golden core shatters" and the spiritual form is born implies that the golden core contains the divine soul. And when the soul has fully absorbed the nourishment of the core, it naturally requires a breaking free. At this moment, the divine soul within Chen Bei's golden core had completely fused with it, having thoroughly comprehended all divine abilities. Now, only the final step of breaking free from the core remained. Breaking the core is not particularly difficult. It merely involves using powerful primordial energy and magical force to strike the interior of the golden core, allowing the divine soul to successfully shed its shell. Thus, Chen Bei began to take action, as an endless stream of vitality surged into the golden elixir, causing it to radiate brilliance. Under the continuous onslaught of energy, the golden elixir could no longer withstand the pressure and began to exhibit numerous fissures. Buzz! The golden elixir trembled incessantly, as if something within sought to break free. Crack! With a sharp sound, the golden elixir shattered completely, and the spirit within swiftly absorbed the vitality, starting to expand greatly. Ultimately, it transcended Chen Bei's body, materializing into a magnificent figure behind him. The manifestation of the celestial law emerged. Is this my celestial manifestation? Chen Bei examined the ethereal form that had coalesced behind him. It bore the azure sky above its head, a halo of light emanating from its back. Draped in a golden robe adorned with the cycles of the sun and moon, its lower hem dark as night, marked with the imprint of thunderous beasts, surrounded by phantoms of stars, and treading upon an infinite expanse of blood-red earth. What a striking demeanor! I adore it. Chen Bei gazed at his newly birthed celestial manifestation, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, it did not disappoint him, exuding an equally striking aura. He relished this flamboyant stance, knowing it would intimidate many when unleashed. The manifestation, in essence, is a derivative of the primordial spirit. Typically, upon transcending to the realm of celestial manifestations, one's primordial spirit can accommodate a maximum of 99 divine abilities. However, due to multiple enhancements of his primordial spirit, Chen Bei's capabilities surpassed those of an ordinary practitioner. After breaking through to the realm of celestial manifestations, Chen Bei's strength had now reached 30 billion, with his combat prowess surging nearly tenfold. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for Chen Bei, who practiced the art of immortality, to possess such formidable strength, especially before attaining the realm of eternal life. Yet, who could deny his dual cultivation of both disciplines, coupled with various potent talents and resources? As Chen Bei's realm advanced, both his upper and lower Dantians expanded, augmenting the energy they could store. Now, the combined capacity of the upper and lower Dantians allowed for an energy amplification of up to 3,000 times. This meant that with a foundational combat power of 30 billion, utilizing the power of the world would elevate it to 30 trillion. If he were to further amplify this with a transformation akin to that of a Super Saiyan, achieving a 100-fold increase, the resulting values would be astonishing, comparable even to the latter stages of Dragon Ball. Nevertheless, Chen Bei surmised that he still could not match beings of the caliber of Whis. His energy quality had yet to reach a level that could disregard destructive energy, thus rendering him incapable of overcoming entities endowed with perfect destructive power. Nonetheless, Chen Bei remained undeterred. He had ample time ahead of him, and he was merely at the beginning of his journey toward immortality, with a long path yet to traverse. Once he reached a certain realm, the world of Dragon Ball might merely become his plaything. Regaining his composure, Chen Bei retracted the celestial manifestation. At this moment, a keen observer would notice a subtle transformation in his aura. Now, Chen Bei had acquired a total of 27 complete grand divine abilities, with countless others at his disposal. He had yet to fully master techniques such as the 36 transformations of Tian Gang and the 72 transformations of Disha. It seemed he would need to dedicate time to practice diligently. "Bei, you have finally emerged." Bulma rushed forward and embraced Chen Bei. Previously, Chen Bei had informed her of his intention to enter seclusion for cultivation, during which he could not be disturbed. Bulma could only wait outside, her heart laden with concern. However, now that she saw Chen Bei standing before her, unscathed, her worries dissipated. To her surprise, the process had gone remarkably smoothly, resulting in a successful breakthrough within just a few days. Chen Bei held Bulma close, a smile illuminating his face as he spun her around in his embrace. "Hey, put me down, honestly," Bulma exclaimed playfully, realizing he was being mischievous just as he had emerged. "Haha. Surely you know the saying, a day apart feels like 3 seasons. It has been several days since I last saw you. Naturally, I must cherish this time together," Chen Bei replied nonchalantly, continuing to cradle Bulma in a princess hold. "Honestly, where do you learn such peculiar phrases?" Bulma ceased her resistance, instead nestling her face against Chen Bei's chest. At that moment, Chen Bei felt a surge of warmth within him. With Bulma in his arms, he swiftly transported them to his room, where they began their most intimate activities. Chapter 114. The aggrieved Chi-Chi. With some free time, Chen Bei returned to his original timeline and sought to strengthen his bond with Celebi. However, he had yet to devise a suitable explanation regarding his relationship with Bulma, and it seemed prudent to wait for a more opportune moment. Subsequently, within his small world, Chen Bei diligently honed his divine skills, placing particular emphasis on alchemy and artifact forging. In truth, the black jade spirit rings he had gifted to Bulma and Celebi could bypass spatial barriers to enter his small world. Yet, fearing that an unannounced arrival might incite chaos, Chen Bei had temporarily disabled this feature. Following the previous incident, Chi-Chi had grown increasingly strict with Gohan, refusing to allow him to participate in training with Sun Wukong. However, rather than hiring a tutor for Gohan, she opted to purchase various educational materials, confining him to his room. Gohan could only occasionally sneak out to train with his father or enjoy some time outside, making his days progressively more arduous. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's training had significantly increased his appetite, compelling Chi-Chi to spend considerable time preparing meals and shopping for groceries. The distance from Baozi Mountain to the nearest city was substantial, often consuming most of her day, and the area was rife with wild beasts. If Chi-Chi had not possessed a degree of martial prowess, even her return home would have been fraught with difficulty. Regrettably, Wukong had never considered earning money or changing their family circumstances, focusing solely on his training and battles. During this period, Piccolo sought out Wukong to train together, aiming for swifter progress. Their goal had now shifted to catching up to or even surpassing Chen Bei, driven by a competitive spirit that refused to accept inferiority. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha had essentially abandoned the notion of cultivation, one spending his days shopping with his wife, while the other pondered how to win the affections of women. The only one who continues to cultivate relentlessly may be Tien, yet regrettably, his efforts are destined to be a mere jest. His innate bloodline talent has predetermined both the pace of his strength enhancement and its limitations. While he may be considered comparatively skilled among Earthlings, he pales in comparison to the Namekians and even the Saiyans. Unless, of course, he receives assistance from Shenron. Having trained all day, Goku lay on the grass, while Gohan, seizing the opportunity with his mother out to purchase groceries, ventured outside to practice for a while before turning to fish in the nearby river, one of his few sources of amusement. Piccolo, however, regarded Gohan's actions with subtle disdain, opting instead to meditate beneath a waterfall to elevate his own state of mind. As the sun approached the horizon, Chi-Chi, cradling the last of their vegetables, walked along her path. Along the way, she spotted a floating car with 2 individuals aboard. "Oh, isn't that the couple from the neighboring mountain?" Watching them joyfully return from the market with their necessities, Chi-Chi felt an overwhelming sense of solitude as she clutched the meager food she had managed to preserve. Sighing, she succumbed to her feelings and quietly made her way home. "Mom, I'm back. Look what I caught. This is for you," Gohan exclaimed, proudly presenting the large fish he had caught. "Welcome back, Gohan," Chi-Chi replied, mustering a semblance of cheerfulness. However, upon noticing Piccolo seated outside the door, her expression soured, perhaps due to the fact that he was Gohan's martial arts mentor. Without Piccolo, Gohan may never have embarked on the same path as Goku. Oh, I've worked up quite a sweat today. Gohan, let us take a bath, Goku declared as he tossed his sweat-soaked clothes onto the table. Gohan, hearing his father's words, followed suit and discarded his own attire, albeit directly in front of Chi-Chi. Witnessing this scene, Chi-Chi could no longer contain her emotions, her face betraying a mix of indignation and anger. By the way, Chi-Chi, have you prepared the bathwater? Goku inquired, completely oblivious to Chi-Chi's fury, inadvertently uttering a phrase that pushed her over the edge. With a loud clap, Chi-Chi slammed her hands on the table, standing up with gritted teeth as she confronted Goku. Could you please be a little more considerate? Goku. She then poured out her grievances. Honestly, what are you thinking? You Haven T allowed Gohan to focus on his studies. All he does is train with Piccolo. Do you know what misfortune I faced today? I was chased by a wild boar. And you? You do whatever you please without a care in the world. Perhaps you should take a lesson from that gentleman on the neighboring mountain, who drives a flashy car and takes his wife shopping. In a near-roaring manner, Chi-Chi expressed her dissatisfaction with Wukong and others. Deep down, she desired to be a virtuous wife and mother. However, Wukong's behavior had left her profoundly disillusioned. Not only did he neglect his familial responsibilities, but he also exhibited an insatiable appetite without the means to earn a living, leaving Chi-Chi to bear the burden alone. For a typical household, his extravagant consumption was simply unsustainable. It was known that after the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong had devoured the entirety of the prize money awarded to Kame Sennin in one sitting. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's grievances, both Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan were momentarily taken aback, with Wukong responding blankly, "But we don't even have that kind of car. And I don't possess a driver's license." Chi-Chi, exasperated by Wukong's inability to recognize his own faults, cried out, "If you don't have one, why not just go take the test? In this day and age, not having a driver's license is akin to being someone like you." "But Piccolo doesn't have one either," Wukong retorted, glancing at Piccolo with an innocent expression. Ultimately, both Wukong and Piccolo found themselves compelled, under Chi-Chi's insistence, to venture into the city to learn how to drive and obtain their licenses. Chapter 115, Learning to Drive bored with his training. Chen Bei decided to send out 3 avatars to meditate in his stead while he sought amusement elsewhere. When he learned that Wukong and Piccolo were being made to acquire their driver's licenses by Chi-Chi, he could hardly suppress his laughter. This brought to mind some dramatic scenes from the original narrative. It seemed that wherever Wukong was present, trouble was sure to follow. Is this the automobile training ground Chi-Chi mentioned? Wukong and Piccolo had arrived in the city, and today marked the first day of their driving lessons. Honestly, why did I get dragged into this? Piccolo lamented, feeling helpless. Faced with an irate Chi-Chi, he dared not argue. In his view, the dynamics of human relationships on Earth were rather vexatious. "My apologies, Piccolo, but at least you finally spoke the truth," Wukong said, scratching his head sheepishly. "Now we must hasten to obtain our licenses so we can return to training." "It seems we have no choice," Piccolo agreed. "But the might of a man as formidable as you rendered speechless cannot be underestimated." "Wukong and Piccolo, how are you?" At that moment, Chen Bei appeared beside them. Upon hearing his name, Wukong and Piccolo turned to find Chen Bei standing behind them. Chen Bei? Although it was a pleasant surprise to encounter him here, Wukong wondered what had brought Chen Bei to this place. Was he also here to obtain a driver's license? "You are correct. I am indeed here to take the driving test," Chen Bei explained. In truth, he merely wanted to pass the time and observe, as the process of acquiring a driver's license would be effortlessly arranged for him. However, since he was seeking to experience life firsthand, it was better to engage in the activity himself, all the while curious to see what remarkable feats Wukong and Piccolo might accomplish. What a fortunate coincidence. However, how shall we commence our practice of driving? This question, posed by Sun Wukong, was equally on the lips of Piccolo. Both were novices in this endeavor and thus unfamiliar with the intricacies of the process. Additionally, their rigorous training in martial arts had left them rather disconnected from human society, rendering them oblivious to many mundane matters. "Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Sun Wukong?" An elderly gentleman, his beard a striking white and leaning on a cane, inquired of the group. That would be me. May I ask what you require of me?" Sun Wukong responded, gazing at the old man with a puzzled expression, uncertain of his intentions. "I shall be your instructor for the driving course. Cough, cough, cough." Sun Wukong's confusion dissipated as he realized this was indeed the driving instructor he had heard Chen Bei mention. However, observing the frail figure before him. Almost unable to stand upright, he hesitated. "Are you certain you can manage this, old man?" Sun Wukong asked anxiously, not out of concern for the driving, but out of fear that he might inadvertently harm the elderly gentleman. The old man, clutching his waist, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Oh, absolutely. You needn't worry about me. This is merely my usual state." Chen Bei had arranged for a middle-aged man to assist, yet he had not tasked him with any teaching. Instead, he handed him a stack of cash and instructed him to go about his business. This middle-aged man, well-versed in the ways of the world, promptly exited the vehicle, handed the keys back to Chen Bei, and sauntered off. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Such arrangements were indeed novel to him. Yet, lacking any funds, he reluctantly followed his own instructor into the car. His driving coach was a demure young woman in her 20s. "Well then, Mr. Piccolo, let me demonstrate how to drive. Do pay close attention." While seated in the car, the female instructor reminded Piccolo, "Oh, and please don't forget to fasten your seatbelt." Upon hearing this, Piccolo attempted to secure the seatbelt, but due to his inexperience, he failed to fasten it properly, resulting in a loud snap as it struck his face. At last, the formal driving lesson began. The instructor started the engine, a peculiar smile gracing her lips, which sent a shiver down Piccolo's spine. Virum! Roar! The engine thundered to life, and the car ascended into the air, the instructor exhibiting an extraordinary prowess as she catapulted the speed beyond 100 miles per hour, all while instructing Piccolo to observe closely. Thus, amidst the abrupt accelerations and halts dictated by his instructor, Piccolo embarked on his journey as a learner-driver. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong stood before the car door, as the elderly coach struggled to open it, his frail condition making the task arduous. Chen Bei looked on in disbelief, uncertain how Sun Wukong had ended up with such an instructor. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Sun, might you assist me in opening the car door?" Sun Wukong, taken aback, could hardly believe the unreliability of his coach. Finally, Sun Wukong too commenced his practice of driving. Seated in the driver's seat, Sun Wukong initiated the start of the floating car. However, due to his unfamiliarity with the vehicle, he inadvertently engaged the reverse gear, causing the car to swiftly retreat and collide with a stone pillar behind him. Chen Bei, witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress his urge to cover his face, utterly astounded by the absurdity of Sun Wukong's actions, unable even to apply the brakes. Fortunately, there was no one behind Wukong. Otherwise, the situation could have turned dire. "What on earth are you doing?" the old coach exclaimed in exasperation. "I'm so sorry. I mistakenly pressed the wrong pedal," Sun Wukong replied with an apologetic expression. "Wukong, hold on. Come here for a moment." Unable to bear the sight any longer, Chen Bei decided to offer Wukong some guidance. "Huh, what's the matter?" Upon hearing Chen Bei call him, Wukong halted the car and approached his side. In that moment, Chen Bei extended his hand and tapped Wukong's forehead, instantly flooding his mind with a stream of information. Wukong stood momentarily stunned, then began to absorb the influx of knowledge. "Now you should have it down," Chen Bei remarked, having imparted the fundamentals of driving to Wukong to prevent any future mishaps. "Haha, thank you so much, Chen Bei. Now I feel confident. When I finally get my driver's license, Chi will surely be delighted." At last, Wukong remembered Chi after receiving Chen Bei's instruction. He returned to the driver's seat, joyfully resuming his practice. In contrast to Wukong, Piccolo displayed a considerably greater aptitude for driving, having nearly mastered the skill without Chen Bei's assistance. At that moment, Wukong accelerated to catch up with Piccolo, and the two began to compete against one another. Observing this, Chen Bei felt a surge of excitement and also took to the skies in his floating car to join the fray. "Hey, Piccolo, I'm quite impressive now. I've learned how to drive," Wukong shouted across to Piccolo, who was in another vehicle. Seeing Wukong's ease and speed in driving was astonishing for Piccolo. He never anticipated that Wukong would excel at this as well, learning even faster than himself. Chapter 116, The Race. Darn it, Piccolo grumbled, irked that he would even lose in driving to Sun Wukong. Frustrated, he slammed the accelerator, shooting ahead and overtaking Wukong. Meanwhile, Chen Bei, who was also in pursuit, piloted his floating car at remarkable speed. Without hesitation, he zipped past Wukong as well. Wukong was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to greet Chen Bei, yet he had already sped off. Unwilling to be outdone, Wukong immediately pressed down on the accelerator to follow suit. Thus, the three engaged in a spirited race. each vying for supremacy. Quick Dragon a bit faster. We are almost there. Quick Dragon was a young, winged purple dragon. Sun Wukong, alongside Quick Dragon, was making his way to the location where Sun Wukong and Piccolo were practicing, having grown quite bored at home, and decided to observe his father's driving endeavors. A solitary figure riding a dragon soared swiftly over the mountainous terrain, soon arriving near a spacious driving practice area. The very place where Wukong and Piccolo were honing their driving skills. Pausing outside the railing, Son Gohan leaned out, hoping to catch a glimpse of his father and Uncle Piccolo. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind caused the surrounding shrubs to bend, and Gohan's hair was swept to one side by the force of it. Confused, he blinked, as he thought he had spotted a familiar silhouette. Whoosh! Another vehicle sped by, its wake as turbulent as the last, further tousling Gohan's hair. Was that Mr. Chen Bei? Just as he began to ponder the situation, whoosh! A yellow car zoomed past him, disrupting his thoughts. Father! Gohan stood frozen, bewildered by the day's events. Wasn't his father supposed to be practicing driving with Uncle Piccolo? And why was Mr. Chen Bei here as well? Observing the speed at which the cars were moving, it was hard for him to believe they were merely practicing. It resembled a race instead. Was that Gohan he just saw? Wukong spotted his son standing by the roadside, but chose not to stop. Instead, he accelerated, chasing after Piccolo and Chen Bei. Hey, Mr. Sun, you're driving too fast. This isn't acceptable. The old instructor was flustered by Wukong's reckless driving. He had never driven at such a speed himself, and his frail body could hardly withstand such turmoil. However, Wukong's focus was entirely on the road ahead. Fixated on Chen Bei and Piccolo, and the noise of the engine drowned out the instructor's protests as he continued to pursue them at high speed. Yes, just like that, Mr. Piccolo. A bit faster. This is incredible. The female instructor in Piccolo's car was brimming with excitement, as if she were the one behind the wheel, displaying even more enthusiasm than Piccolo himself. Behind them, Chen Bei had floored the accelerator, yet the vehicle could only reach a certain speed. Unless Piccolo made a mistake, he could only follow closely behind. Nevertheless, Chen Bei was not one to concede easily. With a surge of mental energy, he swiftly modified the engine, elevating its speed significantly. Whoosh! Chen Bei overtook Piccolo with astonishing velocity. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo pressed down hard on the accelerator, and indeed, his speed increased somewhat. Unfortunately, he still could not catch up to Chen Bei. At that moment, inexplicably, Piccolo's car suddenly went out of control, flipping through the air. Wukong, who was too close behind, had no time to brake and was on the verge of colliding with Piccolo. Even Gohan, watching from a distance, was startled, his mouth agape as he stood frozen in shock. It was important to note that both Wukong and Piccolo's cars were not just carrying themselves, but also two ordinary individuals. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, prompting Chen Bei to stop and maneuver his vehicle nearby. Thick smoke billowed from the scene, as two cars ignited, crackling and popping ominously. Piccolo and Sun Wukong emerged from the chaos, cradling two unconscious individuals, their attire smeared with soot and ash. I never anticipated such peril from these vehicles, Sun Wukong exclaimed, a tremor of fear in his voice. Piccolo replied, indeed, it is quite alarming. At that moment, Chen Bei arrived at their side. Noticing that the others were unharmed, he refrained from further comments, instead waving his hand to cast a healing spell, cleansing the dust and grease from their clothes. Thank goodness you are here, Chen Bei, Sun Wukong said, his face brightening as he watched Chen Bei effortlessly restore the coach's health and tidy their attire. Just then, the elderly coach regained consciousness and, upon seeing his wrecked vehicle, was instantly consumed with rage, ready to unleash his wrath upon the two. However, he halted mid-fury, staring blankly at the sight before him. Chen Bei was brandishing thick stacks of cash, waving them enticingly in front of him. Similarly, the female coach, who had just awakened, was also taken aback. She had intended to vent her frustration, but upon seeing the money in Chen Bei's hands, she too froze in her tracks. This should sufficiently cover your losses, he declared, distributing the cash to both coaches, who nodded in agreement, no longer dwelling on the earlier incident. Phew, that was a close call. Sun Wukong and Piccolo exchanged relieved glances. However, the coaches had lost interest in reprimanding the duo. Days passed, and it was time for driving practice once more. Due to the inclement weather, visibility was diminished, prompting Sun Wukong and Piccolo to exercise caution, driving at a slower pace due to their previous experience. As for Chen Bei, having long since passed his driving test, he had no need to join the fray. While Sun Wukong and Piccolo practiced, a bus filled with excited children traversed the road ahead. The children waved eagerly at Sun Wukong through the glass, their curiosity piqued by the duo's activities. Sun Wukong responded with a cheerful wave, though he soon faced a reprimand from the elderly coach, who muttered about deducting points. Suddenly, a thunderclap struck the cliffside adjacent to the road. In an instant, a torrent of mud and debris cascaded down, hurtling towards the bus in motion. Sun Wukong immediately slammed on the brakes, while the elderly coach, unaware of the impending danger, attempted to continue his admonishment. Fortunately, Piccolo, having learned from the previous incident, maintained a safe distance behind Sun Wukong and came to a halt upon witnessing his friend's sudden stop. Meanwhile, the bus was perilously close to plummeting off the cliff. This is truly worrisome, Chen Bei thought, having sensed the unfolding situation. He had been monitoring the two all along, and upon witnessing the imminent danger, he rushed to their aid. With a swift motion, Chen Bei appeared before Sun Wukong, his mental prowess grasping the bus that was on the verge of disaster, gently relocating it back to safety. "This is fantastic," Sun Wukong exclaimed in delight, grateful once more for Chen Bei's timely intervention. The recent matter has been resolved smoothly. A few days later, with the assistance of Chen Bei, the two finally obtained their driver's licenses, accomplishing a task that remained unfinished in the original narrative. Chapter 117. A Leap in Strength. What did you say? Androids? Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at Chen Bei in astonishment. "Chen Bei, are you serious?" Sun Wukong also exhibited considerable surprise. He had a vague recollection of androids, but that was from a long time ago. "Indeed. I summoned you today to discuss the matter of the androids," Chen Bei remarked, pausing to cast a significant glance at Sun Wukong before continuing. "This issue is, in fact, related to you." "Me?" Sun Wukong pointed to himself, his face a canvas of confusion as he looked at Chen Bei. "Ah, I see." Sun Wukong's expression transformed to one of realization. After Chen Bei's explanation, he finally recalled some events from his childhood. It turned out that the latent danger stemmed from when he had obliterated the Red Ribbon Army. "Then, does that mean the androids have little to do with us?" Piccolo interjected, contemplating that since the androids sought vengeance against Sun Wukong, they likely bore no significant relation to others. He figured that leaving the matter to Sun Wukong would suffice. He preferred to focus on his own training in peace. "Your statement holds some truth. Yet it is also flawed," Chen Bei replied to Piccolo. "The androids created by Dr. Gero are not mere machines. On the contrary, they possess independent consciousness. In fact, they were once human, forcibly transformed by Dr. Gero. Consequently, they might harbor a deep-seated hatred for humanity. Moreover, they wield immense power. Consider this. When an ordinary individual suddenly gains formidable abilities, will they still adhere to societal norms? I fear that, at that point, no one will be deemed worthy in their eyes." Upon hearing Chen Bei's words, Piccolo finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It seemed that these androids would not merely settle for serving Dr. Gero. If they were to eliminate Sun Wukong, their next step might be to eliminate anyone they perceived as a threat, ultimately seeking to dominate Earth. Relax. You have Chen Bei here, so there's no need to frighten Piccolo," Sun Wukong remarked, oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. To him, as long as Chen Bei was present, the androids were hardly a concern. He merely wished to focus on his training. Seeing Sun Wukong's nonchalant demeanor, Chen Bei felt compelled to issue a warning. "In the event that the time comes, I may not intervene to assist you, even if you are on the brink of peril," Chen Bei stated earnestly. "Huh? Why not, Chen Bei?" Sun Wukong queried, perplexed as to why Chen Bei, who had the capability to resolve the trouble posed by the androids, would refrain from doing so. "As the future adversaries may prove to be far more formidable, perhaps even surpassing my own strength, your perspectives remain rather limited. The world is vast, and to you, I may presently appear as an astonishingly powerful entity. However, in the realm of true martial arts, I have merely begun my journey." Thus, Piccolo began to contemplate. It seemed his vision was still too narrow. Is this truly the case? Could there exist beings even stronger than you? Sun Wukong was taken aback by Chen Bei's words, astonished that even someone of Chen Bei's remarkable prowess was merely at the nascent stage of martial arts. What, then, does that make him? And what sort of strength do those adversaries he speaks of possess? A profound sense of urgency washed over Sun Wukong. "Therefore, you must strive diligently. After all, there will be times when you must confront your foes alone. I cannot always be by your side to assist you. And you must understand that your own strength is the most trustworthy asset you possess. After delivering his counsel, Chen Bei fell silent, sitting quietly as he savored the spirit he had brewed. Both Sun Wukong and Piccolo nodded solemnly in response to Chen Bei's words. It was evident that they could no longer afford to be complacent. Many unknown adversaries awaited them in the future. With half a year remaining until the emergence of the androids, Piccolo and Sun Wukong relentlessly trained to surpass their limits. Particularly after receiving guidance from Chen Bei, their utilization of power became more instinctive and manageable, allowing them to transcend their previous boundaries to some extent. Currently, Piccolo's strength had reached the level of a Super Saiyan, approximating nearly 100 million in power, rendering him no longer utterly defenseless against foes like Frieza. As for Sun Wukong, he was greatly inspired by Chen Bei's mentorship, especially when Chen Bei elaborated on the unique evolutionary path of the Super Saiyan. He had now brushed against the threshold of the second stage of Super Saiyan, believing that with the right opportunity, he might soon break through to that level. The Saiyan path encompasses not only bloodline evolution, but also a divine route. However, for Sun Wukong at this juncture, the divine path remains premature. Chen Bei chose not to elaborate further, advising him to focus on diligent training and promising to provide detailed explanations once Sun Wukong achieved a certain level of power. Over the course of these 6 months, Sun Wukong's foundational strength saw a tremendous enhancement, escalating from just over 4 million to nearly 50 million. This significant improvement was the result of his relentless training, combined with the benefits of the sustenance and elixirs he had borrowed from Chen Bei, which not only amplified his internal energy, but also fortified his body and spirit. Now, he felt capable of continuous breakthroughs, encountering little of what one might term a bottleneck. Piccolo experienced a similar transformation, although he initially required no sustenance. Upon discovering that Chen Bei's culinary creations could enhance his strength, he shamelessly began to frequent Chen Bei's abode for meals, much like Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong diligently pursued his training, he remained mindful of his son Gohan. Upon learning about the technique of the Super Saiyan from Chen Bei, he promptly shared this method with Gohan. Frequently, he took Gohan to Chen Bei's home to share meals, visiting often enough that Gohan began to refer to Chen Bei as uncle. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan's strength had been steadily increasing. His base combat power now approached 10 million. Furthermore, he had attained the ability to transform into the first stage of Super Saiyan, amplifying his power 50-fold to a staggering 500 million. In his current state, he could likely defeat Frieza with but a single hand. Now, facing the impending emergence of the androids, they were filled with newfound confidence. Chapter 118, The Death of Dr. Gero Android 17, Android 18. It is time for you to awaken, haha. Sun Wukong, prepare for your impending vengeance. In the dimly lit laboratory, Dr. Gero pressed a button on the control panel connected to 2 experimental capsules before him. With a sudden rush of air, both capsules opened simultaneously, revealing their contents. Inside lay 2 figures, one male and one female. Abruptly, they opened their eyes, having been freed from their dormant state. Welcome back, Android 17 and Android 18. However, you must assist me in eliminating Sun Wukong. Dr. Gero addressed the now-awakened beings. These 2 were the genetically modified super androids, 17 and 18, possessing power roughly equivalent to the second or third tier of the Super Saiyan's first stage. Their true advantage, however, lay not only in their strength. Dr. Gero had implanted an infinite energy conversion device within them, theoretically granting them boundless energy. This meant they would never experience fatigue in battle. In a contest of equal combat power, their opponents would be gradually overwhelmed and exhausted, while the androids maintained their original strength. If they could not be defeated in an instant, the opponents would inevitably succumb to defeat. Regrettably, Dr. Gero remained unaware that Sun Wukong's power had undergone a dramatic transformation. Relying solely on these 2 androids to confront him was indeed a fanciful notion. Hello, Dr. Gero. Android 17 greeted him with an innocuous smile, while Android 18 mirrored this expression, silently observing him with a slight smile of her own. It seems you have been fully repaired. In that case, act swiftly, for I am eager to witness Sun Wukong's despair. However, upon hearing Dr. Gero's command, both androids remained motionless, rooted in place. At that moment, unnoticed by Dr. Gero, the 2 exchanged glances, their attention fixated on the control panel in his hand. Doctor, have you also transformed into an artificial being? Since the 18th, I have begun conversing with Dr. Gero. Indeed, in pursuit of eternal life, I too have altered myself into an artificial human. Dr. Gero, still unperturbed by the presence of androids 17 and 18, calmly responded. Initially, in his quest to create the perfect android, he had equipped both with the latest eternal energy core and energy amplification devices, resulting in their overwhelming power, which proved challenging to control. Consequently, he hesitated to release them, constructing special stasis chambers and controllers out of concern for their potential rampage. Now, observing their seemingly stable behavior, he felt a modicum of relief. However, his desire for vengeance against Sun Wukong overshadowed any minor details. He was confident that as long as he wielded the controller, the two androids would obey his commands. This time, you must diligently follow my orders. Sun Wukong has formidable allies, particularly one named Chen Bei, about whom I have yet to gather any substantial information regarding his abilities. Dr. Gero was aware of Chen Bei, for while researching super androids, he had concurrently embarked on a clandestine project, the creation of gene-based androids. This endeavor diverged from mechanical or bodily modifications, aiming instead to fuse various genes to produce a powerful super android warrior. Dr. Gero had kept this project secret from everyone, including androids 17 and 18, as his ultimate goal was the final form of the super android. Once he vanquished Sun Wukong, these two unstable entities would be assimilated by the super android he aimed to create, resulting in the most potent warrior to date. Regrettably, he had not succeeded in obtaining Chen Bei's genetic material. Each time he dispatched nanobots, they were obliterated by a unique energy before reaching him, leading to failure in collection. Moreover, Dr. Gero failed to realize that Chen Bei had attained a state of complete mastery, devoid of metabolic processes, making it impossible to acquire any fallen hair or genetic fragments from him. Nevertheless, do not fret, simply avoid detection by him. Our immediate target is Sun Wukong. I shall devise a solution for the individual named Chen Bei later. Dr. Gero addressed the two androids, advising them to refrain from provoking Chen Bei. Now swiftly set forth. I require you to eliminate Sun Wukong post-haste. However, after waiting a considerable time without witnessing any action from the two, he remained with his back turned. Bang. What are you doing? Dr. Gero was thrust against the wall by Android 17, causing the controller in his hand to slip and fall to the ground. Startled by the turn of events, Dr. Gero gasped, "This is bad." Humph. Dr. Gero, you truly lack caution. On the 18th, she picked up the fallen controller from the ground, and with a sharp crack, it shattered in her grasp. How dare you? What do you intend to do? Do not forget, you were created by me, and it is I who bestowed upon you such formidable power. Dr. Gero bellowed, utterly blindsided by the sudden betrayal of the two androids. Well, I must thank you, for I shall send you to be reborn in a better vessel, Dr. Gero, declared Android 17, as a powerful wave of energy coalesced in his hand, shooting directly at Dr. Gero, who stood before them. No, stop. You will regret this. Dr. Gero struggled in vain, but the disparity in power was insurmountable, and he was instantaneously struck by the energy wave from 17. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Dr. Gero was obliterated. Thud! Miraculously, his head remained largely intact, and as he beheld androids 17 and 18, a look of regret spread across his face. You too will regret this. You will pay dearly for your actions. Is that so? Worry not about it. Now, prepare to meet your end. Bang! Like crushing a watermelon, Android 17 stomped down on Drive Gero's head, splattering brain matter mixed with mechanical debris everywhere. Honestly, you've gotten my clothes filthy, Android 18 complained. For 17 successive force had caused the remnants of Dr. Gero to splatter onto both of their garments. Well then, just get a new one. 17 replied with an indifferent expression. Looks like that's the only option, she responded, and the two exited the cave, taking to the skies in search of a direction to fly away. What a tragic fate. The artificial beings painstakingly created, now barely controllable, Dr. Gero truly was a remarkable individual. At that moment, Chen Bei's figure appeared in Dr. Gero's laboratory. System check-in. Chen Bei had not checked in for quite some time, and now that he had finally arrived at Dr. Gero's base, he was determined to complete the check-in process. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at Dr. Gero's research base. You have received the reward, Grand Puppet Technique, 3rd grade Fiery Red Lotus, Law of Heaven and Earth. Ding. Congratulations, host, for for successfully checking in with the character Dr. Gero. You have obtained the talents: Energy Absorption, Eternal Power Furnace, Dark Celestial Gold. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the character Cell. You have received the rewards: Great Metamorphosis Technique, 6 Paths Reincarnation Disc, Yellow Heaven Tao Diagram. Logically, Dr. Gero should have been dead, and thus unable to check in, yet the system still deemed the check-in successful. Perhaps it was because this world contained concepts of hell and souls. As long as a soul existed, one could not be considered fully deceased. Hence the system recognized Chen Bei's check-in as valid. Not rushing to review his rewards, Chen Bei chose not to eliminate Cell immediately. Instead, he planted a mental mark within Cell's core, ensuring that with merely a thought, he could control him, wielding life and death at will. Leaving Shalu was intended to exert some pressure on Sun Wukong and his companions, while the mental imprint was a precautionary measure set by Chen Bei. Once again, Chen Bei scanned the surroundings with his mental energy, only to discover that there were no entities designated as number 16 and number 19. This could perhaps be attributed to the differences of this dimension or some unforeseen circumstances, but Chen Bei was indifferent to these matters as they bore little relevance to him. Having resolved the situation, he chose not to linger any longer, and with a flicker, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, after flying for some time, number 17 and no. 18 stumbled upon a quaint little town. They decided to venture into the town, seeking shops to procure some elegant attire. "Hey, number 17, this shop looks splendid," exclaimed no. 18, admiring the exquisite designs displayed within. She beckoned number 17 to enter and explore further. "Understood," was number 17's succinct reply as he quietly followed no. 18 into the shop. "Welcome. How may I assist you today?" greeted a balding middle-aged gentleman, the shopkeeper, as he approached the two young patrons. Noticing their youthful appearances and somewhat disheveled attire, he sensed that today might bring in some business. "I need to find a nice outfit," number 18 declared, her gaze sweeping across the various garments within the store. "Certainly, my lady. Our collection features the latest styles, guaranteed to satisfy," the shopkeeper responded enthusiastically, swiftly producing a plethora of fashionable pieces for their consideration. Thus, number 18 retreated to the fitting room to try on the selections. On the other side, Chen Bei was pinpointing the locations of the two artificial beings. Due to the absence of their energy signatures, he could not sense them through conventional means. However, Chen Bei's mental prowess was formidable. With a mere sweep of his consciousness, the images of the two appeared vividly in his mind. At that moment, no. 18 was in the fitting room, changing clothes. Suddenly, Chen Bei felt a rush of blood to his nose, which he quickly suppressed. He had glimpsed something unexpected, a rather provocative sight, which stirred a certain excitement within him. Regaining his composure, he located their positions and, in an instant, materialized near the shop. "Hey, you haven't paid yet. Are you attempting to rob me? Be careful, or I shall call the authorities," the shopkeeper called out as number 17 and no. 18 prepared to exit the store, their new outfits donned. However, number 17 and number 18 were devoid of any money. They had grown accustomed to a life without currency, as all their supplies had been provided by Dr. Gero. This meant they had been distanced from human society for quite some time, rendering them somewhat out of touch. At that moment, number 17 and number 18 halted in their tracks, exchanging glances before stating, "We have no money." "No money? You fools. Wasting my time without any means to pay. You two are nothing but beggars. If you lack funds, you should not enter the store and squander others' time." In a fit of anger, the clothing store owner erupted with a tirade of curses. At that moment, both individuals numbered 17 and 18 furrowed their brows, expressing their dissatisfaction with the owner's remarks. They exchanged a knowing glance, and 17 clenched their fist, poised to intervene. "Allow me to handle this," a figure named Chen Bei interjected, stepping into their line of sight. "Who are you?" The store owner was momentarily taken aback. "Here." Chen Bei casually produced a substantial wad of cash and tossed it to the owner. Clutching the money, the owner ceased his complaints and instead bowed and apologized to the group, extending a warm invitation for their future patronage. Both 17 and 18 stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this stranger who had come to their aid. "Who are you?" 18 inquired, her gaze fixed on Chen Bei. In response to her question, Chen Bei merely smiled without offering any explanation. At this moment, 17 leaned closer to 18 and whispered, "Could he possibly be your admirer?" Taken aback by the suggestion, 18 scrutinized Chen Bei anew, sensing an indescribable charm about him. What nonsense are you spouting? We've only just arrived here, and I don't know this guy at all. How could he possibly be my admirer? She retorted, preparing to depart. Greetings, Labbies and Lazili, Chen Bei called out, causing both individuals to halt mid-turn and glance back at him, confusion etched on their faces. How do you know our names? Who are you? They asked in unison. Well, since you're so curious, I shall be forthright. My name is Chun Nan, Chen Bei replied with a serious expression. Chun Nan. We only know of someone named Chen Bei. What is your connection to him? Also, how do you know our identities? 17 questioned, curiosity mingling with skepticism. With a peculiar expression, he recalled hearing from Dr. Gero about a person named Chen Bei. But who was this Chun Nan? Could he be Chen Bei's brother? To tell you the truth, Chen Bei and I are fraternal twins, sharing the same parents. I am the younger sibling, born merely 2 seconds after him. Yet he claims the title of elder brother. How absurd, Chen Bei declared, his demeanor shifting to one of indignation. Moreover, our relationship is far from amicable. That scoundrel Chen Bei is shameless and despicable. He even dared to steal my beloved. This is a matter of life and death, and I am consumed with thoughts of vengeance. Unfortunately, my abilities are slightly inferior to his, so I must bide my time and seek allies in the shadows. At this juncture, Chen Bei paused and cast a glance at the 2 individuals before him. Now, I have found those allies, and they are you too. I firmly believe that with your assistance, I shall undoubtedly vanquish that fellow, Chen Bei, and reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Lapis and Lazili exchanged glances, and then Lazili inquired, how did you come to know about us? In truth, I have conducted an investigation into Dr. Gero and discovered his undertaking of the Super Android project, and you two are none other than the modified Super Androids 17 and 18. However, out of respect, I believe it is more appropriate to refer to you by your original names. This way, our collaboration will be all the more pleasant, will it not? Chen Bei spoke with unwavering conviction, not even blinking. Oh, what benefits do we stand to gain from collaborating with you? Lapis, naturally, had no qualms about joining forces, for the adage that an enemy of my enemy is my friend rang true. Under the relentless influence of Dr. Gero, eliminating Sun Wukong had seemingly become their singular objective for survival. Yet, Chen Bei was notably close to Sun Wukong. Nevertheless, they were not inclined to work for free. Since this individual bore a grudge against Chen Bei, it presented a perfect opportunity for exploitation. The advantages of collaborating with me are rather apparent. I can resolve your accommodation and sustenance issues. Agreed, Lazili replied without a moment's hesitation. In her view, since Chen Bei had the audacity to make such a statement, he would naturally not fret over expenses, allowing her to indulge freely. After being confined in Dr. Gero's laboratory for so long, she was eager to relish her newfound freedom. The two were not in a hurry to seek out Sun Wukong. With Chun Nan's assistance, they need not worry about such matters and could afford to enjoy themselves first. Thus, Lazili resumed her shopping spree, while Lapis and Chen Bei trailed behind, laden with bags. However, Chen Bei was not inclined to linger. Upon realizing he could scarcely manage the plethora of items, he stowed them away in his storage space. Lapis was momentarily taken aback by Chen Bei's extraordinary maneuver, but soon dismissed his surprise. With Chen Bei's storage capabilities, Lapis felt liberated from the task of carrying items for Lazili and instead wandered off to explore the shops. Shopkeeper, set aside this item and that one, and pack up everything else. At that moment, Lazili, adorned in vibrant attire and exuding an air of affluence, made a few selections and purchased her items without a second thought. Fortunately, Chen Bei was not short on funds. Otherwise, it would have been quite burdensome for anyone else. Lazili and Lapis harbored no doubts regarding Chen Bei's identity, for they believed their own strength was sufficient to handle any complications that might arise. Should this individual named Chen Nan prove ungrateful, they would not hesitate to sever ties. Thus, Chen Bei, donning a disguise, seamlessly integrated himself into the duo, transforming their partnership into a trio. Piccolo, your combat prowess is remarkable. If I do not transform, I would stand no chance against you. Sun Wukong sighed, acknowledging the truth in his words. Currently, Piccolo's base combat power had surpassed 100 million, while his own hovered around 50 million, a nearly twofold disparity. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, it was highly likely that he would be bested by Piccolo. Humph. Sun Wukong, you have finally admitted your inferiority to me, Piccolo remarked, an air of smugness enveloping him as he basked in the compliment. In terms of foundational strength, he had indeed surpassed Sun Wukong. It seemed that his innate talent was quite remarkable. However, the transformation into a Super Saiyan was exceedingly formidable, amplifying power 50-fold. How could one possibly contend with that? It appeared prudent to seek counsel from Chen Bei in the future regarding alternative methods of power enhancement. Suddenly, they sensed something unusual. Boom! A resounding blast echoed in their ears as a spaceship descended near Baozi Mountain. From within emerged a figure clad in a familiar blue battle suit. His hair standing tall, none other than Vegeta, who had returned from his training in the cosmos. Vegeta, Piccolo and Sun Wukong exclaimed in unison, both sensing his formidable presence. As Vegeta descended from the spaceship, a wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Kakarot, you didn't see this coming, did you? I have become a Super Saiyan. Today, I shall defeat you and reclaim my lost glory. The strongest warrior among the Saiyans shall forever be me, Vegeta. With a thumb pointed at himself, Vegeta cast a boastful gaze upon the two. At that moment, his power was unabashedly displayed, and both Sun Wukong and Piccolo could distinctly feel the intensity of his strength. In response to Vegeta's arrogance, Piccolo scoffed derisively and remarked, "You are merely a waste, perpetually overestimating yourself. How dare you say that?" Vegeta retorted, fury igniting within him. "Indeed, it is you, the presumptuous fool," Piccolo unabashedly declared, holding Vegeta in contempt, especially given their previous adversarial relationship. Chapter 121. A clash. Once more Vegeta's expression contorted with rage as he conjured a ki blast, hurling it towards Piccolo. Humph. A mere parlor trick. Piccolo observed the incoming energy sphere, effortlessly grasping it with one hand. With a firm squeeze, the blast dissipated into nothingness. What? Vegeta was taken aback that his attack was so easily thwarted, prompting him to take the situation seriously. "It seems your strength has improved swiftly. That Namekian. I will make you realize that the Saiyans are the mightiest race. Prepare yourself." Vegeta began to gather his energy, preparing for his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Yeah, huh. With a thunderous roar, golden flames enveloped Vegeta, his hair transforming into a brilliant gold, while his eyes shifted to a striking green. At last, Super Saiyan Vegeta emerged, his power now soaring to 58 million, surpassing Piccolo. As Piccolo sensed the surging energy emanating from Vegeta, he was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this once-defeated warrior had become so formidable? Was it possible that the Saiyans possessed such immense potential? Doubt crept into Piccolo's mind. Despite his remarkable progress with the assistance of Shenron, he could not shake the feeling that he was still no match for the transformed Vegeta. That Namekian must be feeling the weight of my power now. Where has his arrogance vanished to? Vegeta taunted, relishing the opportunity to mock Piccolo, who had previously riled him up. Now was his time to revel in victory. In an instant, Vegeta charged at Piccolo, launching a barrage of attacks. With a series of explosive impacts, Piccolo struggled to fend off Vegeta's onslaught. At this moment, he realized that his strength was insufficient to defeat Vegeta. His only recourse was to endure. Vegeta, aware of Piccolo's predicament, dismissed it with indifference, channeling a concentrated energy wave that struck Piccolo in the midsection. The resulting explosion echoed ominously as Piccolo plummeted to the ground, creating a substantial crater. "Piccolo!" Goku exclaimed, his concern palpable. It was evident that Piccolo could not triumph over Vegeta, prompting Goku to take action. He rushed to where Piccolo had fallen, helping him to his feet before guiding him to a safer location. Throughout this, Vegeta remained a silent observer, his focus solely on Goku, deeming everything else secondary. After administering a Senzu bean to Piccolo, Goku turned to face Vegeta. "Vegeta, I know you wish to defeat me. If that is your desire, then let us engage." In a flash, Goku appeared before Vegeta, their eyes locking in a fierce exchange. At that moment, Vegeta wore a smug grin, declaring to Goku, "Kakarot, today marks the day I reclaim my honor." With a resounding clash, their fists collided, the sheer force tearing through the air as Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan form, his power surging dramatically. Sensing that their strengths were comparable, Vegeta's confidence soared. Perhaps today, he could finally overcome Goku. As they continued to duel, they ascended into the sky, where Vegeta delivered a powerful elbow strike to Goku's cheek. Unyielding, Goku retaliated with a knee strike to Vegeta's abdomen. Both warriors were momentarily pushed back, seeking new opportunities to strike. "Not bad, Vegeta," You've made significant progress. Goku praised with a smile. Humph, Kakarot. I won't be holding back any longer. Vegeta retorted, shaking out his arms as the intensity of their battle escalated. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of attacks, landing heavy blows to Goku's face and chest, culminating in a powerful punch that sent Goku flying. Boom! The ground abruptly split open, and Sun Wukong was swiftly buried beneath a mound of earth. Kakarot, is this your utmost capability? At this moment, Vegeta exhibited a hint of arrogance, believing that Kakarot had unleashed his full power in their battle, while he, Vegeta, was determined to redeem the disgrace of his previous defeat. Oh dear, Vegeta, you truly are formidable. Sun Wukong emerged from the rubble, casually brushing off the dust that clung to him, appearing remarkably at ease. Kakarot, observing the unscathed Sun Wukong, Vegeta's expression turned serious. He was astonished that, despite such intense assault, Sun Wukong remained unaffected, with only his attire showing signs of wear and tear. Vegeta, I am about to get serious. From this point on, I shall unleash my full strength against you. Sun Wukong declared with a cheerful grin. You scoundrel, you mean to say you haven't fought me with all your might? Vegeta was somewhat exasperated. Each time they clashed, this fellow never fought with his full strength, opting instead to toy with him, which was utterly infuriating. With Vegeta's furious roar, his energy surged to new heights, and he unleashed a frenzied assault upon Sun Wukong utilizing his princely combat techniques. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the surroundings entirely. Huff, huff, huff. Vegeta began to gasp for breath. This fighting style was far too taxing on his stamina. What? The corner of Vegeta's eye twitched in disbelief as he witnessed a figure slowly emerge from the smoke. None other than Sun Wukong. Vegeta, your attacks cannot harm me. They are far too scattered, Sun Wukong remarked, seemingly oblivious to Vegeta's current state of mind, even taking the time to lecture him. Kakarot, I do not require your guidance. Die. With that, Vegeta's expression twisted into one of rage as he summoned his final reserves of strength, directing it into his fist and striking towards Sun Wukong. Bang! With a nonchalant ease, Sun Wukong absorbed Vegeta's punch, chuckling as he replied, in that case, it is now my turn. Crack! Sun Wukong delivered a swift kick to Vegeta's chest, then vanished and reappeared beside him, launching a barrage of attacks. Bang! 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 Vegeta's body was relentlessly pounded by Sun Wukong, becoming increasingly battered and bruised. Bang! Another heavy blow landed squarely in Vegeta's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. At this moment, Vegeta was in such agony that words failed him. He could only endure the pain, fighting to remain standing. Chapter 122. The transformation of Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta's pride had been severely trampled. He had believed that after such an extensive period of training, the gap between himself and Kakarot would be negligible. He was equally confident that, at comparable power levels, he could undoubtedly defeat Kakarot. However, the reality was that he had been utterly dominated by Kakarot. Gathering his resolve, Vegeta lifted his gaze to the imposing figure before him and spoke slowly. Damn it, Kakarot. Why is it that after all this time training, I still cannot defeat you? Is there truly no limit to your strength? Why is our disparity so vast? Upon hearing Vegeta's inquiry, Sun Wukong paused momentarily, scratching his head with a smile as he replied, well, it's not entirely the case. I owe a great deal of my progress to the assistance of Chen Bei. Otherwise, my strength would not have surged to such heights. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. Chen Bei? Are you referring to that peculiar scion? Indeed, Chen Bei is incredibly formidable. Even now, I am no match for him. Sun Wukong praised Chen Bei, choosing not to engage further with Vegeta, as he perceived that Vegeta was no longer his equal and saw no need for further confrontation. At this moment, Vegeta's mind began to stir. He recalled Chen Bei, the individual who had previously shared a residence with him in a manor. Upon hearing that Chen Bei's power surpassed his own, Vegeta felt a surge of curiosity. What extraordinary abilities could that unique scion possess? In just 3 years of absence, Sun Wukong had undergone a remarkable transformation. Was this evolution connected to the scion named Chen Bei? Lowering his head in contemplation for a moment, Vegeta then addressed Sun Wukong. Kakarot, may I witness your true strength? Oh, you wish to see my power? Certainly. Sun Wukong was taken aback by Vegeta's request, yet he made no move to refuse. At this juncture, Sun Wukong began to concentrate his energy and a golden aura enveloped his form in an instant, a fierce current of energy radiating outward. With a shout, Sun Wukong's momentum soared, shattering the clouds above and bending nearby trees with the force of his presence, while the river surged with crashing waves. Is this truly Kakarote's strength? Vegeta's heart was filled with astonishment, his expression reflecting sheer disbelief. He had not anticipated the magnitude of Sun Wukong's power, though he had also ascended to Super Saiyan. Feeling the essence of Sun Wukong made their disparity feel akin to that of an ant before an elephant. Currently, Vegeta's power was approximately 150 million, while Sun Wukong's strength was around 2.5 billion, a staggering difference of nearly 20 times. How could this not leave Vegeta in shock? Even when facing Frieza, he had never felt so utterly powerless. As he sensed Sun Wukong's energy, the path ahead seemed obscured. Would he continue training indefinitely? How long would it take for him to catch up to Sun Wukong? Very well, this is my true strength. Upon finishing his declaration, Sun Wukong retracted his aura, and the surroundings fell into a tranquil silence once more. Kakarote, could you enlighten me on your training methods? Why is it that despite my relentless efforts, I still cannot surpass you? At this moment, Vegeta's tone bore an unexpected hint of desperation. His pride had been subjected to unprecedented humiliation. How could he accept defeat at the hands of Kakarote, a lower-class warrior among the Saiyans, time and again? Yet, weakness was the original sin. Thus, in his quest for strength, he was willing to temporarily set aside his dignity. Actually, it wouldn't be impossible to share, just as Sun Wukong was poised to elaborate. Piccolo could no longer contain himself and quickly approached Sun Wukong, saying, "Old son, are you truly going to divulge this to him? You must remember, this individual once sought to annihilate Earth." He cast a glance at Vegeta before turning back to Sun Wukong. Vegeta's fists clenched involuntarily, not out of anger, but from apprehension. He feared that Sun Wukong, upon hearing Piccolo's words, might refuse to share his training methods, thus leaving him forever unable to catch up. For Vegeta, this was a torment worse than death. As a Saiyan, combat was an inseparable aspect of their existence. Losing the opportunity for advancement might lead a Saiyan into true despair. No need to worry, Piccolo. I trust Vegeta. He has no intention of harming Earth any longer. Ultimately, Sun Wukong shared the evolution path of the Super Saiyan with Vegeta. With this newfound wisdom regarding the Saiyans, Vegeta's path ahead became illuminated once again. His goal was clear. He aspired to attain a higher realm before Sun Wukong could. Kakarote. Vegeta intended to express his gratitude, but the words stuck in his throat, and he could only muster, "I will surely defeat you." Observing Vegeta's awkward demeanor, Sun Wukong chuckled, unfazed. In deciding to reveal the Saiyan advancement techniques to Vegeta, Sun Wukong had given it considerable thought. He was eager to see the extent of Vegeta's potential. Presently, Sun Wukong craved a worthy adversary. The overwhelming strength of Chen Bei left little room for him to showcase his abilities. He preferred the visceral thrill of a true contest. After spending a considerable time shopping, Lotzi finally purchased all the items she desired. To Chen Bei, these acquisitions seemed entirely unnecessary, as he could conjure them himself, and it had been ages since he last indulged in shopping. At that moment, Lapis too had completed his shopping, even specifically acquiring several empty universal capsules to store his belongings. Well then, since you both have had your fill of shopping, allow me to escort you to your lodging, Chen Bei declared, observing the two. Please, do not resist. With that, his figure swiftly vanished from sight, and the two androids followed suit, disappearing alongside him. Chapter 123. Chen Bei's arrangements. The trio reappeared in an unfamiliar forest, where a clearing awaited them. Lazuli gazed at the barren clearing before her, a perplexed expression gracing her features. Hadn't it been promised that they would be led to a place of shelter? How had they suddenly found themselves in a forest, with naught but an empty expanse before them? Surely, he couldn't expect them to sleep on the ground, could he? Hey, is this what you call a place to stay? It seems rather rudimentary. Lazuli voiced her confusion, equally baffled by Chen Bei's intentions. There's no need to hurry. Just watch, Chen Bei replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the clearing as he appraised it. After a moment, he waved his hand with a flourish. In an instant, a magnificent structure arose from the ground, a lavish villa sprawling nearly 500 square meters. Remarkably, Chen Bei had even included a swimming pool and delineated a garden of nearly 1,000 square meters. As they beheld the opulent edifice materialize, both Lazuli and Lapisi were taken aback, Curiosity piqued regarding how Chen Bei had accomplished such a feat, particularly as he had not utilized any universal capsules. Well, this will be our residence from now on. Quite splendid, wouldn't you agree? Chen Bei remarked, satisfied, as the grand entrance of the villa swung open automatically. Without delay, they ventured inside, and under Chen Bei's guidance, each selected their respective rooms. Once settled, Lazuli found herself lounging on the sofa, engrossed in television, while Lapicide dashed to the rear to soak in the pool. It appeared that although they had been transformed into artificial beings, they had not lost their human essence, particularly when it came to enjoyment. With a sense of leisure, Chen Bei sauntered into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Summoning an array of ingredients, he began his culinary endeavors. The sounds of chopping and sizzling filled the air as he skillfully processed the various components. Among his creations was a dish known as flour chicken, marinated with spices, wrapped in lotus leaves, and encased in a layer of clay before being placed over the fire to roast. He also tended to the previously cut pork, transforming it into a delectable red braised dish that filled the space with an irresistible aroma. Swiftly, he employed his magical prowess to seal in the fragrance, ensuring that it would not dissipate before the meal was served. After preparing a dozen dishes, Chen Bei finally paused as darkness enveloped the sky. Using his mental energy, he levitated the array of dishes to the dining table in the living room, ready to beckon Lazuli and Lapicide to join him for dinner. It was uncertain whether these artificial beings still required sustenance. However, it seemed plausible, as Lazuli and Lapicide could still be considered within the realm of humanity, albeit with boundless energy, rendering them largely independent of regular nourishment. Seated in the living room, Lazuli's attention was drawn to the spread of food that Chen Bei had brought forth. Curiosity sparked within her. At that moment, Chen Bei lifted the magical barrier from the dishes, releasing a rich and savory aroma that filled the entire room. Lazuli inhaled deeply, captivated by the delightful scents wafting through the air. What is this? You can cook too. Although Lazuli no longer needed to consume food for sustenance, her longing for culinary delights remained unabated, especially upon catching the enticing aroma of the dishes prepared by Chen Bei. She could not help but swallow, the sound of her gulp escaping her lips, drawing Chen Bei's attention. Upon noticing his gaze, Lazuli experienced a rare blush that quickly faded. What is that delightful scent? I can smell it even from upstairs. At that moment, Lapicide, who had been resting above, descended the staircase. Upon entering the living room and observing the array of food displayed on the dining table, he too swallowed in anticipation. In the blink of an eye, he dashed to the table, eagerly inspecting the offerings. How delicious! I had no idea you could cook like this, sister. Why didn't I notice before? With their identities already revealed, they abandoned the formalities of referring to each other as 17 and 18, reverting instead to their original titles as siblings. Lazily, her expression indifferent, crossed her arms and spoke in a cool tone. It wasn't me. Huh. Lapicide stood momentarily dumbfounded, glancing between the dishes and lazily. If you didn't make it, then who did? That guy right in front of you. Lazily gestured with her eyes toward Chen Bei, prompting Lapicide to follow her gaze and spot him standing nearby. It's you? I never expected you had such skills. Initially, Lapicide had thought Chen Bei merely possessed a modicum of strength, but discovering his culinary talents piqued his interest. However, his attention was swiftly diverted back to the feast before him. He reached out and grabbed a piece of braised pork, promptly stuffing it into his mouth, even licking the sauce from his fingers with his tongue. Lapicide couldn't resist sampling another piece and began to devour the food without a care for decorum. Sister, you must try this. It's truly delicious, he mumbled, his mouth full. Seeing Lapicide's voracious appetite, Lazily hesitated for a moment before picking up chopsticks to sample another dish. The fragrant chicken. As the tender meat graced her palate, the exquisite aroma enveloped her senses, infused with the refreshing fragrance of lotus leaves, leaving a lingering taste that captivated her. At that moment, Lazily comprehended why Lapicide was behaving so ecstatically. Even she found herself yearning for another bite. Thus, she joined the ranks of eager diners, initially maintaining a semblance of restraint and poise. However, as she observed the diminishing food on the table, she too let go of her inhibitions, seizing a duck with her left hand and a chicken with her right, indulging heartily in the feast. Burp. Lapicide let out a satisfied belch, reclining in his chair, stretching with contentment, and patting his belly. Delicious. Truly a delicacy of the mortal realm. Meanwhile, Lazily cradled the last bowl of soup in her hands, savoring each sip, reluctant to finish it too quickly as the table had already been cleared of its bounty. Throughout the entire process, Chen Bei observed quietly, initially tempted to partake in the feast. However, witnessing the fervent protectiveness exhibited by the two individuals, he hesitated momentarily, and soon the dishes on the table vanished. At Baozi Mountain, as dusk fell, a bonfire flickered to life, casting its glow upon several figures gathered around it. The crackling sound of the fire resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night, illuminating the faces of those present. Vegeta savored the roasted meat, his gaze fixed intently on the flames, lost in unspoken thoughts. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong sat nearby, accompanied by Piccolo and Son Gohan. In stark contrast to Vegeta's silence, Sun Wukong exuded liveliness, exchanging laughter and conversation with Son Gohan as they enjoyed their meal. Piccolo, however, remained expressionless, rejecting such fare, had it been prepared by Chen Bei. He might have considered it. Does this mean Mr. Vegeta will reside here from now on? Son Gohan sought confirmation from Sun Wukong once more. After two previous failures, Vegeta had come to comprehend the disparity between himself and Kakarot, leading him to decide to stay. This arrangement would not only allow him to observe Kakarot's training methods, but also provide him with a rival to spur his own advancement. Sun Wukong harbored no objections to Vegeta's presence at Baozi Mountain, perceiving it as a minor matter. In fact, he welcomed the idea, as it would facilitate frequent opportunities for sparring. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon half a month had passed. It is time we paid a visit to Sun Wukong, Lapis declared. Although he bore no deep-seated grudge against Sun Wukong, the ideology instilled in him from the outset included the directive to eliminate Sun Wukong. While he could choose to forego this, the urge to confront Sun Wukong stemmed largely from an obsessive compulsion. They felt an inexplicable void in his absence. Moreover, their collaboration with the individual named Chun Nen necessitated defeating Chen Bei, who was a friend of Sun Wukong. Thus, they found themselves inherently positioned in opposition. After tidying up, the two set out with Chen Bei to seek out Sun Wukong. Vegeta, your progress is remarkable, Sun Wukong remarked as he observed Vegeta diligently engaged in gravity training, admiring his relentless dedication. Indeed, Vegeta was a relentless spirit, pushing his limits to the brink of exhaustion on several occasions over the past fortnight. Fortunately, Sun Wukong had been there to provide him with Senzu beans, enabling his recovery. In this brief span, Vegeta's foundational combat power surged to nearly 10 million, even surpassing that of Son Gohan. Originally, given the prodigious talent of Son Gohan, it was inconceivable for him to be surpassed by Vegeta. However, due to Chi-Chi's insistence that he remain at home to study, his strength stagnated. In contrast, Vegeta's relentless training methods yielded significant advancements, allowing him to ascend rapidly. Over the past fortnight, the Saiyan Prince experienced considerable growth. While Piccolo's progress was minimal, he lacked the Saiyan bloodline that enabled swift recovery and enhancement following severe injuries. Consequently, he could only rely on arduous training to refine his abilities, resulting in a mere increase of less than 1 million in combat power over this brief period. Humph, Kakarot. I know I still have a long way to go. You need not console me. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall surpass you. Vegeta did not directly acknowledge Goku's praise, but rather proclaimed defiantly towards him. Nevertheless, it was evident that Goku had grown accustomed to Vegeta's manner of speaking and paid no heed to his remarks, instead scratching his head and chuckling. To the side, Piccolo tilted his head. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not envious of Vegeta's progress. Regrettably, the reality remained that he had once again been left far behind. Suddenly, 3 streaks of light pierced the sky, swiftly approaching Goku and his companions. The sudden appearance of these figures momentarily stunned them, leaving them puzzled about their intentions. You are Son Goku, are you not? One of the newcomers, clad in an orange outfit emblazoned with the character for wisdom, inquired, fixing his gaze on Goku. The unexpected question interrupted Goku's train of thought. He glanced at the young man with black hair and a scarf, replying with curiosity, Yes, that is I. May I ask what you need? That's satisfactory. Then there is no problem. The newcomer, named Labis, smirked slightly, casting a glance at Piccolo and Vegeta beside Goku before falling silent. Without warning, Labis unleashed an energy blast from his hand, targeting Goku with alarming speed. What? Piccolo exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden aggression. He had not anticipated that their assailants would strike without granting them the opportunity to comprehend the situation. Caught off guard, Goku was sent flying, unable to defend himself against Labby's, whose basic combat power far exceeded his own. He was unable to withstand even a single attack. After tumbling several times, Goku landed heavily on the ground, lying prone and struggling to rise. At that moment, Vegeta and Piccolo finally reacted, swiftly distancing themselves from Labby's and ascending into the air. "Who are you? Why have you attacked us?" Piccolo demanded loudly, bewildered as to why these strangers would assault Goku. "Greetings, I am Labby's, or you may refer to me as Android 17. Labby's," he replied with a faint smile directed at Piccolo. "You bastard. I care not whether you are an android or some other entity. How dare you provoke me? I shall make you aware of the consequences of crossing Super Saiyan Vegeta." Vegeta harbored no goodwill towards the dark-haired youth before him. Since this individual dared to launch an attack, he must be prepared to face the consequences. Meanwhile, Piccolo pondered from a distance. Are the androids making their appearance? Hesitant to act recklessly, he stealthily approached Son Goku while Vegeta diverted the enemy's attention. Just as he intended to offer Goku a senzu bean, a figure darted towards him with alarming speed. With a resounding smack, Piccolo clutched his right hand and staggered back, eyeing the assailant with caution. The senzu bean he had just grasped was reduced to ashes by a ki blast from Lazuli. "Are you also an android?" Piccolo's expression turned grave. From that singular attack, he sensed the formidable strength of the woman before him, rivaling his own power, which heightened his anxiety. Meanwhile, Son Goku remained sprawled on the ground, having been caught off guard and successfully ambushed by Lapis, resulting in his unconsciousness, a situation that left others speechless. Chapter 125. The Mighty Power of Vegeta. Damn it, old man's son. Piccolo inwardly lamented Goku's naivety. This time, he may truly be in danger. Earlier, Piccolo's palm had been obliterated by Lazuli's ki blast, and now he was painfully cradling his arm, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. With a cry, Piccolo's right hand regenerated. This remarkable regenerative ability of the Namekians allowed them to recover from any injury, provided their head and heart remained intact. What a troublesome opponent. Lazuli was momentarily taken aback by Piccolo's restored hand, but she soon became serious, realizing that this adversary was not to be underestimated. On the other side, Vegeta began to gather energy within him, transforming into a Super Saiyan. So this is what a Super Saiyan looks like. Lapis observed as Vegeta's appearance changed. Curiosity piqued about his true strength. Chen Bei stood quietly in place, concealed by a secret technique. Unless he chose to reveal his visage, no one could discern his face or form, even if they stood directly before him. Thus, Son Goku and the others failed to notice him at first, mistakenly believing that Chen Bei was allied with the other two. In his Super Saiyan form, Vegeta felt an overwhelming surge of power, bolstering his confidence. Rather than launching a direct assault, he hovered in the air, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. He extended his right index finger towards Lapis, beckoning him to come forth. Seeing Vegeta's audacious demeanor, Lapis's fists clenched tightly, wishing nothing more than to deliver a severe blow. With a thunderous crash, Lapis propelled himself towards Vegeta, his right fist coiled to strike. With a resounding clap, Vegeta intercepted the fierce blow with his hand. As Lapis met with failure, he promptly unleashed a frenzied assault, delivering rapid blows towards Vegeta, his movements creating a flurry of afterimages. Throughout this tumultuous exchange, Vegeta refrained from counterattacking, instead focusing on defense. With a resounding impact, he caught Lapis's fist mid-swing, and the two engaged in a struggle for dominance. Lapis's hand was momentarily trapped, struggling to break free as Vegeta pressed downwards, Lapis's face reddening from the effort. In a moment of desperation, Lapis erupted with energy, forcefully liberating himself from Vegeta's grasp. Yet, Vegeta seemed unfazed, glancing briefly towards Piccolo, who was locked in combat with another android. Satisfied with the sight, he returned his attention to Lapis, a smug expression enhancing his demeanor. "Is that all you can do? Now it's my turn." With a swift motion, Vegeta appeared before Lapis and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Lapis cried out in agony, his body contorting in response. However, Vegeta had no intention of letting him off easily. He seized Lapis by the hair and unleashed another punch, aimed squarely at Lapis's face. The relentless barrage of strikes echoed through the air, punctuated by Lapis's cries of pain. Witnessing her brother's plight, Lazuli momentarily abandoned her engagement with Piccolo, condensing energy into a ki blast aimed at him. Piccolo, sensing the incoming attack, quickly retaliated with his own power. The resulting explosion resonated through the battlefield, shrouding the area in smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Lazuli appeared beside Vegeta and executed a swift kick towards his neck. In response to Lazuli's interference, Vegeta released Lapis and deftly dodged her assault by tilting his head aside. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch, with Lazuli and Lapis now standing united against Vegeta. Two of you? Merely trifles. I shall demonstrate that even your combined efforts are futile. Understanding their intentions, Vegeta remained undeterred, his strength now overwhelming. Without hesitation, Lazuli and Lapis charged at Vegeta, their figures intertwining in the air amidst a cacophony of strikes. The clash echoed fiercely. With a thunderous blow, Vegeta struck Lapis, sending him crashing downward into the earth with a tremendous roar. Now, only Lazuli remained, desperately fending off Vegeta's relentless onslaught. However, the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Under Vegeta's fierce assault, Lazuli became battered and bloodied. Ultimately, she succumbed to the pressure, allowing Vegeta to seize an opening and deliver a decisive kick to her abdomen, driving her into the ground and creating a massive crater. Such was the outcome. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, his gaze laced with disdain, his chin slightly elevated as he looked down scornfully at the two androids lying on the ground. As the androids clashed with Vegeta, Piccolo finally reached Goku's side and successfully fed him a Senzu bean, restoring Goku's injuries completely at that moment. Piccolo, Goku, now awakened, swiftly broke free from Piccolo's embrace, standing tall with a serious expression directed towards Vegeta. What has happened to those guys? Observing the large craters on the ground, a hint of regret crossed Goku's face. Could it be that Vegeta has already dealt with them? At that moment, Vegeta noticed the awakened Goku. Yet he did not approach directly, remaining suspended in the air, his eyes fixed on a figure below. Following Vegeta's gaze, both Piccolo and Goku also spotted a silhouette standing before the craters. Chen Bei, unfazed by their scrutiny, slowly walked towards the pits where Lapis and Lazuli had fallen. Upon seeing Chen Bei's figure, Lapis struggled to open his eyes, his voice weak. I never expected this guy to be so formidable. If I get the chance, I will definitely make him pay. With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen Bei found himself momentarily speechless. Even in such a battered state, Lapis was still thinking about revenge. He healed Lapis's injuries and then placed him into a small world, not wishing to spend time tending to him. Better for him to remain inside the small world for now. Next, Chen Bei approached the place where Lazuli had fallen. At that moment, she was kneeling on the ground, one hand clutching her abdomen, her face contorted in pain. She struggled several times to rise, but was unsuccessful. Don't push yourself. Leave it to me, Chen Bei said as he approached Lazuli and lifted her into his arms. Lazuli was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Chen Bei would embrace her so directly. She had intended to resist, but in her weakened state, she found it impossible to struggle. Even to speak was an arduous task, so she resigned herself to his hold. Chapter 126. The first clash. Seeing that Lazuli no longer fought against him, Chen Bei immediately cast a healing spell, a green light flashing rapidly. As Lazuli's body was restored, a comfortable moan escaped her lips. Perhaps taken by surprise, she did not attempt to extricate herself from Chen Bei's embrace even after her injuries were healed, due to the thick smoke enveloping the area. Piccolo and the others were unable to discern the situation clearly. At that moment, Chen Bei emerged, carrying Lazuli, standing at the edge of the pit. There's another one. Piccolo's expression shifted. Among them, he was the weakest. Had it not been for Lazuli's attempt to rescue Lapis, he might not have been able to hold on much longer. That was fantastic. I was careless just now. This time, I will fight earnestly. With a joyful exclamation, Sun Wukong remarked that since the artificial beings had not been entirely vanquished, an opportunity for him to engage had arisen. He pondered the strength of these artificial beings, hoping for an exhilarating battle if circumstances permitted. Are you seeking vengeance for those two? Vegeta inquired, suspended in midair, gazing down at the two figures below before addressing Chen Bei. All right, you may descend now. Upon hearing this, Lazuli finally snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing as she quickly extricated herself from Chen Bei's embrace and stepped aside. Subsequently, Chen Bei released the awakened Lapis as well. Big sister, Lapis exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the familiar surroundings. However, upon spotting Chen Bei and Lazuli, his anxiety dissipated. Just moments ago, he had found himself in an unfamiliar realm, unable to locate anyone, feeling an extraordinary sense of comfort, and had almost believed he had ascended to paradise. Thankfully, he was still alive. With this thought, he took a few steps forward, joining Chen Bei and Lazuli. Vegeta's expression grew serious as he observed the two revived artificial beings. He had distinctly believed he had incapacitated them completely, yet they had risen so swiftly, seemingly unscathed. Could it be that these artificial beings possessed some extraordinary abilities? Vegeta, allow me, Sun Wukong exclaimed, soaring to Vegeta's side, with Piccolo accompanying him. Upon arrival, Sun Wukong's gaze fixated intently on Chen Bei and the others. Brimming with eagerness for a confrontation, clearly restless for action. Step aside, Kakarot. This one is mine. Vegeta forcefully pushed Sun Wukong away, then cracked his knuckles and twisted his neck. I was merely warming up. I am curious to know the extent of this last artificial being's strength. It would be rather dull if I were unable to unleash some of my power. Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on the ground as he descended before Chen Bei and the others. Upon witnessing the two adversaries he had previously vanquished standing before him once more, Vegeta wore a disdainful smirk and addressed Lapis. Pathetic. You. Lapis clenched his fists tightly, unable to contain his urge to confront Vegeta, whose insufferable demeanor stirred his anger. Just as he was about to step forward to teach Vegeta a lesson, Chen Bei intervened with a hand raised to stop him. You are not his match. Allow me to handle this while you both observe. Chen Bei was acutely aware of Vegeta's current prowess. Recognizing that Lapis stood no chance against him due to their significant power disparity. Following the recent battle, Lapis understood that he could not contend with Vegeta. He forcefully shook his fists in frustration, casting an angry glare at Vegeta before retreating to the side. Lapis remained oblivious to Chen Bei's true strength, yet he found himself utterly incapable of defeating Vegeta. Even alongside his sister, Lazuli, he had been grievously injured by Vegeta. Thus, he could only place his hopes on Chen Bei. If even Chen Bei were not able to contend with Vegeta, they might indeed face dire consequences today. The reason Chen Bei accompanied Lapis to this place was to observe the progress of Sun Wukong and his companions during this time. Unfortunately, he was sorely disappointed by Sun Wukong, who, before the battle even commenced, had been incapacitated by Lapis. Nevertheless, this served as a poignant reminder for Chen Bei to remain vigilant. One must always be cautious, lest they fall into treachery. Since he was already present, Chen Bei felt compelled to test their abilities. He contemplated how best to approach the confrontation with Vegeta, knowing he must restrain a portion of his power to avoid delivering a fatal blow. Observing Vegeta's arrogant demeanor, Chen Bei couldn't help but chuckle, then extended his right index finger, beckoning Vegeta with a subtle motion. The instant Vegeta perceived this gesture, he felt a surge of indignation. How dare you insult me in such a manner? It seems you are prepared to meet your demise. In an instant, Vegeta erupted with a golden aura, unleashing a powerful energy blast aimed at Chen Bei. This was merely a test. Although he did not fear his opponent, he was cautious about charging forward without gauging the enemy's strength. With a swift motion, Chen Bei effortlessly swatted the energy blast away, causing it to explode violently in the distance. Vegeta was taken aback, having not anticipated that his attack would be so easily deflected. His body tensed, realizing that this opponent was far from ordinary. Chen Bei, undeterred, beckoned Vegeta once more, opting not to strike directly. He knew that a single punch could conclude the battle. The only potential challenge he foresaw was if Sun Wukong and Vegeta were to fuse and confront him together. Unaware of Chen Bei's energy, Vegeta could not discern the difference in their strengths. Witnessing Chen Bei's effortless defense against his attack, he showed no sign of retreat. This individual possesses formidable power. Sun Wukong recognized Chen Bei's exceptional prowess, though he remained unaware of his true identity. Well, it remains to be seen whether Vegeta can secure victory. Piccolo responded nonchalantly. Kid, since you dare to be so arrogant, do not blame me if my response is excessively ruthless. Vegeta's power surged, and he charged towards Chen Bei, eager to uncover the source of his audacity. In a flash, Vegeta appeared before Chen Bei, launching a right hook aimed squarely at his face. In the face of such an assault, Chen Bei chose not to meet it head-on. Instead, he sidestepped gracefully, not out of fear, but rather to prolong the encounter. Chapter 127. Utter defeat. Vegeta relentlessly launched his attacks, while Chen Bei deftly evaded each strike. Is dodging all you can do? Vegeta exclaimed. growing increasingly agitated as he failed to land a hit on Chen Bei. "Oh, do you wish for me to retaliate?" Chen Bei replied coolly. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chen Bei landed a punch squarely on Vegeta's face, sending him plummeting to the ground. A deafening crash resonated as a deep crater formed before Goku and Piccolo, who stood in shock, witnessing Vegeta face first in the dirt. They were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that Vegeta could be so easily overwhelmed by a single blow from his opponent. How could this android possess such formidable strength? Just moments ago, Vegeta had held his own against two adversaries without faltering. With great effort, Vegeta pushed himself up from the earth, debris cascading from his form. His hair was disheveled, his face smeared with mud, and his attire was in disarray. As he gazed up at Chen Bei hovering above, a fierce determination ignited within him. He realized that he had clearly underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, how could he have been so easily struck down? Chen Bei had not exerted his full strength during that last blow. He had merely utilized 20% of his power. Yet even so, Vegeta had been caught off guard and driven into the ground. "Are you all right, Vegeta?" Goku inquired, concern etched on his face as he beheld Vegeta's disheveled state. "Mind your own business. I was simply unprepared. This time, I shall not let that scoundrel escape. You stay here and watch my battle," Vegeta roared, rage surging through him as he ascended into the sky to confront Chen Bei, his expression one of fury. "Shall we continue?" Chen Bei taunted, beckoning Vegeta with a finger. "Damn it, I will not let you off so easily," Vegeta shouted, gathering his energy for a powerful attack. Unable to match Chen Bei's speed, he opted for a different approach, choosing to fight with energy blasts. Prepare to perish. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from him, causing his energy wave to expand dramatically as it surged towards Chen Bei. "How naive," Chen Bei remarked, remaining unfazed as he allowed the energy wave to approach. However, contrary to Vegeta's expectations, the wave struck Chen Bei without causing an explosion. Instead, it was absorbed entirely. "What?" Vegeta gasped in disbelief, realizing that his energy wave had been consumed by his opponent. Alarmed, he quickly retracted his energy, hesitating to attack further until he understood the situation. Is this the unique power of the androids? Goku pondered, watching the standoff between the two with astonishment. He too was taken aback by Chen Bei's abilities. To think that an android could absorb energy attacks. How then were they to fight? If energy attacks were rendered ineffective, could they possibly defeat these androids relying solely on physical combat? However, Chen Bei remained unfazed by such concerns. After absorbing Vegeta's energy, his power saw a modest enhancement, though it paled in comparison to his foundational battle strength of 3 billion. Observing Vegeta's astonished expression, Chen Bei offered a faint smile and remarked, "This hardly qualifies as a mere tickle. Is this the extent of your prowess?" With energy attacks proving ineffective, the only recourse left was to engage in close combat. Yet, Vegeta found himself in a quandary. Previous encounters had demonstrated that he could not even graze Chen Bei, let alone engage in hand-to-hand combat, while energy assaults were utterly futile against him. At that moment, Vegeta grappled with indecision. Fighting seemed impractical, yet retreat was equally unappealing. As Vegeta hesitated, unable to take action, Sun Wukong soared towards them. "If Vegeta dares not engage, then I shall take the initiative," he thought resolutely. "Vegeta, allow me to give it a try." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's declaration, Vegeta did not refuse this time. He cast a grave glance at him and then stepped back, observing the impending confrontation. "Kakarot, you had best not disappoint me," Vegeta warned. "Haha, fear not. I shall give it my all," Sun Wukong replied with a smile, though internally, he harbored doubts about the battle ahead. Thus, Sun Wukong and Chen Bei faced one another, the atmosphere thickening with tension. The spectators collectively held their breath as an unusual silence enveloped the scene. In a flash, Sun Wukong made the first move, darting swiftly behind Chen Bei to launch an attack. He aimed an elbow strike at Chen Bei's back, but alas, his strike met with empty air, and the force of his lunge caused him to lose his balance, leaning forward precariously. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Bei appeared above him and delivered a powerful kick to Sun Wukong's midsection. The force of the blow reverberated through Sun Wukong's body. With a resounding thud, he was propelled backward, hurtling towards the ground. Swiftly, he regained his composure, halting his descent mere meters from the earth. Golden energy enveloped him as Sun Wukong steeled himself, preparing to unleash his full potential. "Come forth, let me witness your skills." Chen Bei's somewhat hollow voice echoed in Sun Wukong's ears. To conceal his identity, Chen Bei had masked his voice with magic, leaving Sun Wukong unaware of whom he truly faced. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong now boasted a battle power of around 1.5 billion, instilling him with a flicker of confidence against Chen Bei. He charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches. Yaha! Da-da-da! Sun Wukong chanted, as if the rhythm of his words would enhance his combat prowess. However, all efforts proved futile. Despite Sun Wukong's relentless punches and kicks, he failed to land a single blow on Chen Bei. With Chen Bei's agile movements, Sun Wukong resembled a mere monkey, spinning helplessly in circles. Huffing and puffing, Sun Wukong began to feel the strain. That rapid onslaught had drained a significant portion of his stamina. It was utterly impossible to strike this fellow. Was he truly destined to concede defeat? A trace of fatigue crossed Sun Wukong's face, yet he ultimately gathered his resolve, channeling his energy once more, unleashing a formidable aura. Chapter 128. The pressure from Chen Bei. With his shout, Sun Wukong's strength surged, and faint currents of electricity flickered around him. I shall not concede, he declared, charging towards Chen Bei, swiftly swinging his fists in an attempt to strike. Bang! Crack! Bang! Crack! Sun Wukong's every assault was effortlessly intercepted by Chen Bei with a single hand. To Chen Bei, Sun Wukong's power was still woefully inadequate, unable to compel him to unleash his full might. Spare yourself the effort. Perhaps you should contemplate how to avoid being slain by me. Bang! Chen Bei's fist collided with Sun Wukong's face, sending him hurtling backward with overwhelming force. Old Sun. Beside them, Piccolo grew anxious. Among their group, Sun Wukong was undoubtedly the strongest. If even he could not match this android, who could possibly stand in their way? Damn it! If only Chen Bei were here. Piccolo thought to himself, regretting that Chen Bei had previously stated he would not interfere with matters concerning the androids. Thus, their last glimmer of hope was extinguished. Meanwhile, Vegeta began to feel a sense of dread. Confronted with such a formidable foe, he too felt increasingly powerless, beads of sweat forming on his palms and forehead, tension mounting within him. Curse it, could it be that even Kakarot is no match? As anxiety gripped him, he realized that Kakarot had already been defeated, and now he too was no match for this android. What on earth should he do? Was fleeing the only option? After a moment's hesitation, Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, ultimately discarding that thought. He had observed that the two androids below were watching them intently, prepared to intercept at any moment. It was evident that these androids had no intention of letting them escape. There was no choice left, only Father. Just as Vegeta pondered his strategy, a shout echoed from a distance. A young boy with braided hair was racing towards them, landing not far from Sun Wukong. Father, are you all right? The newcomer was none other than Sun Wufan, who looked at Sun Wukong with deep concern. Slowly, Sun Wukong emerged from the pit, shaking his head. It's Wufan. I'm fine, but we are currently facing some trouble. The androids have appeared. Upon hearing this, Wufan's expression turned to one of astonishment as he bombarded Sun Wukong with questions. What? Androids? Is it those androids that Uncle Chen Bei mentioned? Are they truly formidable? Subsequently, Sun Wukong observed the scene, noting the scattered debris from the craters, and assessed the condition of Son Gohan and Piccolo, realizing that they were in a dire situation. Indeed, these androids not only possess immense power but also disregard energy attacks. At present, we stand no chance against them. Sun Wukong nodded and, with a serious gaze fixed on Chen Bei and the two androids in the distance, addressed Son Gohan earnestly. For a moment, Son Gohan found himself at a loss for words. Even his invincible father seemed unable to vanquish this foe. What could he possibly do? It's all right, Gohan. Have you forgotten the technique we learned on planet Yardrat? Observing Son Gohan's despondency, Sun Wukong smiled and offered words of encouragement. There's still hope. Do not surrender until the very last moment. Son Gohan lifted his head, meeting the steadfast and reassuring gaze of his father, reigniting a flicker of hope within him. I understand, Dad. Let us give it our all. At that moment, Piccolo approached them, and upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, his own anxiety eased somewhat. If Sun Wukong had a strategy to confront these androids, there was no need for him to feel so tense. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan greeted as Piccolo drew near. Piccolo remained silent, merely nodding slightly, his focus unwaveringly directed ahead. There, the androids were clustered together. Perhaps emboldened by their strength, they did not pursue, but instead stood still, watching them. Old Son, If you have a plan, speak up quickly. Time is of the essence. Piccolo urged, aware that they could not afford to delay. If that powerful android launched another attack, he would be unable to fend it off. This plan requires 2 people, and to maximize its effectiveness, we will need Vegeta as cooperation, Sun Wukong remarked, glancing towards Vegeta in the distance before addressing Piccolo. Then let us hurry. We must head to Vegeta right away. It was evident that the presence of these androids instilled a significant sense of urgency in Piccolo, prompting him to hasten Sun Wukong. Understood. Sun Wukong nodded, and together they soared towards Vegeta. Vegeta. Before they could draw near, Sun Wukong called out to him. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with a puzzled expression, unsure of the reason for his summons. As they approached, Sun Wukong finally spoke again. Vegeta, I have a plan to deal with the androids, but I'll need your cooperation. He then leaned in and whispered his strategy to Vegeta. What? You want me to fuse with you? Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared incredulously at Sun Wukong. You can't be serious. You want me to merge with you? No problem, Vegeta. During my time on the planet Yardrat, I acquired a formidable technique known as fusion. Should we combine our powers, we will unleash a strength far exceeding that of a single individual, and thereby, we may stand a chance against the androids. Observing the astonishment on Vegeta's face, Goku patiently elaborated, the situation is urgent. We must act swiftly. Allow me to demonstrate the movements. You must remember them. With that, Goku led them to an open space and commenced his demonstration. Like this. In the distance, Robbies watched Goku and the others with a puzzled expression. Hey, Chen, what are those guys doing? Have they decided to give up and are now dancing? They're practicing a secret technique. A secret technique? Lazili. After hearing Chen Bei's explanation and witnessing Goku's peculiar movements, remained bewildered. If they are performing a secret technique, why do you not stop them? Because it is unnecessary. Chen Bei replied coolly, his gaze fixed on Goku and the others. Chapter 129, The Fusion Warriors. Do you comprehend it now, Vegeta? Goku turned to Vegeta, having demonstrated the movements several times, confident that Vegeta had memorized them by now. However, Vegeta's expression was one of displeasure as he covered his face with his hand and muttered, honestly, what are those bizarre movements? They are quite unseemly. Goku's actions inadvertently reminded him of the former Ginyu Force, appearing awkward from every angle. Oh, it doesn't matter, Vegeta. This is not the time for such considerations. We still have enemies to defeat. Goku was unperturbed by the aesthetics of the technique. To him, practicality was all that mattered. Fine, Vegeta reluctantly acquiesced, albeit with a caveat. But just this once, there shall be no repeat. He issued a warning to Goku to prevent future requests for fusion, as he could not endure such an unattractive display, especially with that insufferable lower-class warrior, Kakarot. Rest assured, I believe once will suffice. This skill is truly remarkable. Goku exclaimed joyfully at Vegeta's agreement to fuse with him, then placed his arm around Vegeta's shoulders, saying, then let us begin. Piccolo and Gohan stepped back a few paces, granting Goku and Vegeta ample space. Vegeta advanced a step forward, aligning himself beside Goku. The two stood side by side, adopting an unusual stance reminiscent of crabs. From afar, Chen Bei recognized that the spectacle was about to unfold. The legendary fusion warrior was finally set to make an appearance. Fusion. As Goku and Vegeta drew closer, they simultaneously shouted the term, their index fingers meeting. In an instant, a dazzling orb of white light erupted from their union, blinding Piccolo and Gohan momentarily. In the distance, both Lapis and Lazuli were equally unable to discern the condition of the two figures. However, Chen Bei, possessing the golden eyes, effortlessly recognized the essence of this secret technique. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, drawn together by their energy, gradually unified their souls and bodies, giving birth to a new existence. Yet, Chen Bei sensed that this fusion was remarkably unstable. Perhaps this instability was the reason for the time limitation on their amalgamation. Once the duration exceeded a certain threshold or was interfered with, it was prone to collapse. At that moment, Piccolo felt a formidable aura emanating from the spot where Vegeta and Sun Wukong had originally stood, a pressure so intense that it rendered him breathless. Had they succeeded? Son Gohan, sensing the indescribable power, was equally astonished, never expecting that his father and Vegeta would achieve success in one attempt. With such strength, the hope of defeating the androids had significantly increased. Piccolo marveled at the overwhelming enhancement brought forth by the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, which was almost beyond his belief. The environment around them began to reflect the energy released by Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Chaos ensued as thunder crackled and fissures opened in the ground, with magma surging forth and storms swirling relentlessly. Piccolo and Son Gohan struggled to withstand the residual waves of energy, their gazes fixated on the location, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the fused warrior. Such tremendous commotion did not go unnoticed by Krillin, Master Roshi, and the other Dragon Ball warriors. However, they chose not to approach, understanding that this level of battle was beyond their capacity to engage. Overwhelmed by the suffocating energy, they lacked the courage to confront it. On came House, Master Roshi. Adorned with sunglasses, gazed intently in one direction, the very place where Sun Wukong and Vegeta were merging. Is another formidable enemy emerging? Krillin pondered silently, his eyes betraying his concern as he hesitated over whether he should intervene. Yet, observing the trembling Marin beneath the covers, he dismissed the thought of joining the fray. He now had a family to protect and could no longer fight without reservations. The aura generated by the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta was overwhelmingly potent, rendering Earth incapable of withstanding it. The surrounding magnetic field suffered severe disruption, unleashing various natural disasters as the planet appeared to plunge into apocalyptic chaos. On the battlefield, the dazzling white light gradually faded. At that moment, a figure materialized before Piccolo and Son Gohan, sharing a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Is this the fused warrior? Piccolo murmured in awe. Indeed, they had succeeded. Son Gohan exclaimed with delight, for now. They finally possessed a glimmer of hope against their adversaries. As the fused warrior appeared, the surrounding tumultuous magnetic field began to subside, though the ravaged environment remained. With his aura now restrained, Gogeta slowly turned to face Piccolo and Son Gohan. Greetings, Piccolo and Gohan. Gogeta greeted the two with a smile. Are you Goku or Vegeta? Piccolo inquired, unsure of how to address the figure before him. I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. You may call me Gogeta. Gogeta responded. Gogeta. Very well. The battle is about to commence, so I suggest you both step back a bit. I have just acquired this power and am not yet adept at controlling it. I fear I might inadvertently harm you. It would be wise for you to find a safer location. Gogeta advised the two. At that moment, Chen Bei flew in not far behind Gogeta. It appears you have resolved your matters, so let the battle resume. Upon seeing Chen Bei's arrival, Piccolo and Gohan ceased their curiosity about the fused warrior and quickly retreated to a safe distance. This is now in your hands, Gogeta, Piccolo shouted to him. Gogeta nodded, waved to the two, and then turned to face Chen Bei. You seem quite confident. Chen Bei remarked to Gogeta. I have never felt such immense power, Gogeta declared, beginning to throw punches and kicks to test his strength. At that moment, the speed of Gogeta's punches was imperceptible to the average observer, and each strike carried a ferocious force. A single blow against a mountain could likely shatter it to pieces. Chapter 130, Fierce Battle. Not bad, Chen Bei praised as he watched Gogeta relentlessly strike. The power of Gogeta had undergone a transformative change after the fusion. Originally, Goku's base combat power was 50 million, while Vegeta's was 10 million. Upon their fusion, their combat powers combined and surged 100-fold to an astonishing 6 billion. This was merely their base power. Should they transform into Super Saiyans, their strength could multiply by an additional 50 times. Such power was terrifying. Had Chen Bei lacked a trump card, he might have faced a dire situation. This battle is truly intriguing, Chen Bei mused internally. Chen Bei's own base combat power was formidable, nearing 3 billion. During his previous encounters with Vegeta and Goku, he had not unleashed his full strength, but had instead restrained himself. Even under such restraint, Goku and Vegeta could not withstand it. This was merely the surface of his power. Over the past 2 years, Chen Bei had scarcely trained, delegating the task to his 3 avatars. If he were to merge with his avatars and harness their cultivated strength, what level of power would he attain? It was likely he could easily overwhelm the current Gogeta. Your time is running short. Are you not preparing to attack? Chen Bei reminded Gogeta, who was adapting to his newfound strength as if performing acrobatics. I am nearly ready. You best brace yourself. Upon hearing those words, Gogeta came to a halt. Placing one hand on his hip, he beckoned Chen Bei forward with a gesture, inviting him to attack. However, Chen Bei remained unfazed. Ignoring Gogeta's signal, and instead provocatively wiggling his finger back at him. The king of pressure had never encountered such a disrespectful opponent. His smile instantly froze, tinged with irritation. Since this individual refused to acknowledge him, he resolved to show no mercy in their upcoming clash. At this moment, Gogeta was brimming with confidence in his own strength, especially considering he had a trump card up his sleeve. "Come on," Chen Bei urged. "Then I shall make my move." With that declaration, Gogeta transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing toward Chen Bei in an instant. The two began to engage in a rapid exchange of blows. However, Chen Bei gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Unless he resorted to some secret techniques, his current strength was insufficient to overcome the formidable Gogeta. Throughout their confrontation, Chen Bei predominantly remained on the defensive and evasive. And despite Gogeta's vastly superior foundational combat prowess, he was still unable to land a hit. "Damn it, I still can't strike this guy." Gogeta grew increasingly frustrated, realizing that even after merging and gaining such formidable power, he was unable to suppress Chen Bei, leaving him feeling deeply thwarted. Suddenly, Gogeta seized an opportunity to launch a swift attack aimed at Chen Bei's face, only for it to be thwarted by Chen Bei's combined defenses. Nevertheless, the force of the attack propelled Chen Bei backward a noticeable distance. This was a deliberate maneuver on Chen Bei's part. Otherwise, Gogeta's speed would have rendered him untouchable. Chen Bei's intention was clear, as he had discerned Gogeta's motives. Indeed, after forcing Chen Bei back, Gogeta began to amass energy, indicating a renewed eruption of power. A powerful golden aura surged forth, causing the surrounding air to grow dense. Even the distant spectators, Piccolo and Lapis, felt an unprecedented pressure envelop them. "This time, I shall be serious." Gogeta's gaze sharpened, his emerald eyes reflecting a blend of rationality and fury, two opposing emotions harmoniously intertwined. As Gogeta transformed, his energy skyrocketed, elevating his combat power from 60 billion to an astounding 300 billion. Such might was beyond Chen Bei's capacity to withstand. In response to Gogeta's overwhelming strength, Chen Bei too began to focus intently, channeling the power of the world through his will. Instantly, his combat power surged nearly 100-fold, reaching a remarkable 300 billion as well. "What? This guy can also enhance his combat power?" Gogeta was taken aback, astonished that despite his own substantial increase in strength, his opponent could match him. Even the king of pressure, Gogeta, felt a tremendous weight of pressure. This was a deliberate aura released by Chen Bei, intended to intimidate Gogeta, compelling him to unleash his full power in their battle. Otherwise, concealing oneself continuously would render life devoid of meaning. Such formidable power is truly terrifying. As Sun Wukong observed the immense magnetic field generated between Vegeta and Chen Bei, the surrounding space began to falter, manifesting cracks through which the pitch-black void of another dimension was visible. However, these fissures were still minuscule and posed no immediate threat to Sun Wukong and his companions. "It seems we must distance ourselves further." At this moment, Piccolo also spoke up. Faced with such a powerful adversary, he dared not remain in this vicinity any longer. Otherwise, the ensuing shockwaves from the battle might prove insurmountable, potentially obliterating them in the process. "All right, Uncle Piccolo, let us depart swiftly." Due to the overwhelming disparity in strength, Sun Wukong understood that he could offer little assistance. Thus, he heeded Piccolo's counsel, and together they set off in search of a safer haven. "Lapis, we too should retreat." Razali, witnessing this astonishing conflict, recognized the vast gulf between her strength and that of Vegeta's group, and hesitated to linger any longer. Lapis's expression turned grave. As he too felt the immense pressure, he did not contest Razali's words, merely nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the two soared away from the vicinity of the battle's aftershocks between Chen Bei and Vegeta. What kind of formidable force are Goku and the others contending with? Master Roshi, now restless, was not unwilling to assist Goku, yet he understood that with his meager abilities, he would merely be a burden rather than a help. Better to remain at home, ensuring he did not complicate matters for Goku and his comrades. The powerful energy continued to erupt as the two engaged in a fierce struggle. In the sky, golden and white auras simultaneously claimed their dominion, painting the heavens in two striking hues. Boom. Vegeta relentlessly threw punches, colliding fists with Chen Bei. In this moment, Chen Bei ceased evading the onslaught, instead choosing to grapple directly with Vegeta, exchanging blows in a visceral confrontation. Chapter 131, ascending again. Vegeta's power. As the two unleashed their might, the ground trembled beneath them, forcing numerous birds and beasts to cower in fear. Indeed, under the influence of such overwhelming energy, some creatures in close proximity had already been utterly annihilated or reduced to ashes. Bang! Another clash of fists erupted, energy ripples radiating outward. The clouds dispersed, and the trees on the ground suffered from the shock waves, splintering into fragments. At this moment, Baozi Mountain resembled a hell's cape, strewn with remnants of battle, molten lava spewing forth, the ground appearing as though it were stained with blood. Kiki had long been sent away by Sun Wukong. Such a terrifying battle was far beyond her capacity to partake. Even Sun Wukong had only arrived at the scene after ensuring Kiki's safety. However, he too had since retreated, as the conflict between Vegeta and Chen Bei intensified. They found themselves without the means to intervene. In such dire circumstances, should they remain, they might end up like the frightened birds and beasts, pinned in place until the aftershocks of the battle claimed their lives. At this moment, tranquility has vanished from every corner of the earth. The waves surge relentlessly, and colossal storms wreak havoc across the land, plunging humanity into an abyss of terror. However, Chen Bei is oblivious to these calamities, as his battle with Vegeta has escalated to a fever pitch. Both combatants bear wounds, though Vegeta's appear to be more severe. "I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable," Vegeta exclaims, his hands firmly gripping Chen Bei's arms, locking them in a stalemate. "You are impressive as well." Chen Bei reciprocates the compliment, acknowledging that Vegeta stands as the mightiest adversary he has encountered in the Dragon Ball realm. With a staggering battle power of 300 billion, he undeniably ranks among the elite of any epoch. Previously, Chen Bei's strongest opponent had been Frieza, who had never compelled him to unleash his full potential. Now, Chen Bei is prepared to engage earnestly. The power of the warrior fusion is irrefutable. With a vigorous effort, Chen Bei breaks free from Vegeta's grasp. At this moment, Vegeta has exhausted much of his energy, fatigue weighing heavily upon him from the intense combat. Nevertheless, Vegeta possesses the senzu beans he had saved for such a critical juncture. Swiftly consuming a bean, his energy and stamina are revitalized, restoring him to his zenith. "I have one final trump card yet to be unveiled. Prepare yourself," Vegeta proclaims, as an overwhelming aura begins to surge forth, causing the mountains to tremble, riverbeds to fracture, and the very earth to erupt. An invisible tempest sweeps across the landscape, uprooting flora and reducing them to ashes in its ferocious winds. "Ya, ha." With each shout, Vegeta's aura intensifies, golden flames pulsating with electric currents, flickering with ferocity. This is Vegeta's ultimate trump card, the Super Saiyan of Super Saiyans, also known as the second stage of Super Saiyan. In an instant, his power doubles, catapulting him to a staggering 600 billion. Initially, Vegeta believed that his Super Saiyan 1 form would suffice to conclude the battle. Yet he was unprepared for Chen Bei's capacity to enhance his own strength. Fortunately, he still retains his final ace. Now, the moment of ultimate confrontation has arrived. He must summon his full power to contend with this clash, for time is no longer on his side. "Come forth. This is the extent of my strength," Vegeta declares to Chen Bei. In response to Vegeta's full-throttle effort, Chen Bei remains silent, articulating his intentions through action. Boom. Their fists collide, the air crackling under the pressure of their might, resulting in continuous explosions. Chen Bei's physical form surpasses Vegeta's. However, in the face of 600 billion in power, he still appears fragile. Relying on his slightly superior energy quality, he maintains his corporeal form, engaging in a fierce combat. In battles of this magnitude, each casual punch has the potential to obliterate planets. Those who have not attained their level possess no right to spectate. Bic and Son Gohan had long distanced themselves from the battlefield of Chen Bei and Gogeta, arriving directly at the Heavenly Temple. There, they found Master Roshi, Krillin, and a multitude of Dragon Ball warriors. The Earth had become a perilous realm, devoid of safe havens, with calamity lurking everywhere as everyone scrambled to evade danger. "Is Goku truly alright?" Master Roshi inquired of the Supreme Kai, unable to witness the battles unfolding. "I cannot say for certain. The sheer force of their clash is overwhelming. Furthermore, a peculiar energy disrupts my perception, leaving me uncertain of the extent of their conflict," the Supreme Kai replied, his tone laced with resignation and a grave expression etched upon his face. At this moment, All we can do is trust in Goku and his companions. He reassured the assembled warriors before gazing into the distance, relying on his senses to gauge the battle's fluctuations. The group fell silent. Meanwhile, Chen Bei, amidst his struggle against Gogeta, was diligently honing his divine techniques. The catastrophe technique could only evolve swiftly under dire circumstances, such as calamity and the collapse of the heavens, which is why Chen Bei refrained from intervening in the disasters plaguing Earth. What an exhilarating spectacle! However, I must conclude this battle. Though I am aware of your immunity to energy attacks, this punch represents my most formidable strike. If you possess the courage, dare to receive it, Gogeta declared earnestly, aware that time was running short and that failure to end the conflict might lead to his disintegration, rendering him unable to defeat this artificial being. Come forth. Let me witness your strength. Do not disappoint me. Chen Bei responded, fully prepared to face Gogeta's final onslaught. Behold the eruption of my dragon fist. Gogeta's right fist coalesced with immense energy, infused with formidable mental strength, a culmination of his will, energy, and physical prowess unleashed in the ultimate attack. In the face of such a formidable maneuver, Chen Bei chose not to employ mystical techniques. Instead, he sought to withstand the assault purely through his physical might. Bring it on. Chen Bei unleashed his most potent aura, enveloped in a radiant white flame, concentrating a brilliant energy sphere to collide with Gogeta's fist. A blinding light erupted, engulfing the surroundings, rendering the events obscured from sight. Chapter 132. The hidden crisis. As the two forces collided, the very fabric of space began to unravel, with violent explosions leveling the entirety of Baozi Mountain. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The battlefield had devolved into a vacuum, as the energy generated by their clash had completely evaporated the surrounding air. In a flash, Gogeta's fusion dissipated, and the figures of Goku and Vegeta re-emerged. Have we triumphed? In their perception, Chen Bei's energy had vanished, and before them, terrifying rifts in space continuously emerged, refusing to mend. In the pitch-black rift of the cosmos, Chen Bei hung suspended in midair, his severely injured form floating without distinction of up or down, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. Remarkably resilient, he had managed to endure such tremendous pain for the first time in his life. His body was a tapestry of blood and torn muscle, with several ribs fractured and one arm hanging limply. Faced with the formidable power of Gogeta, Chen Bei refrained from unleashing his full strength in a direct confrontation, for his intent was primarily experimental. He sought to gauge the extent of his potential recovery and strength enhancement under such oppressive conditions. By invoking a healing spell, the wounds on his body rapidly mended, restoring him to his former state. Chen Bei exhaled deeply. The fierce battle had placed a considerable strain on both his body and mind, and he finally had a moment to breathe. Summoning the system panel, he began to examine his attributes. With a successful activation, the panel displayed: Host, Chen Bei Race, Human Realm, Celestial Law Manifestation Combat Power, 5 billion 5 billion. Is it? Not too shabby. My strength has nearly doubled, he murmured, contemplating his next course of action. With a combat power of 5 billion. Transforming into a Super Saiyan's first stage could elevate him to 250 billion, while the second stage could achieve 500 billion, an impressive prowess indeed. However, despite such formidable combat power, Chen Bei's energy quality remained insufficiently high. Although the energy within him surpassed mere ki, it was still inadequate for overwhelming force, let alone the destructive or angelic energies that represented a higher echelon of power. Such energies were akin to the forces of the rules, realms that Chen Bei had yet to touch. Only upon breaking through to the eternal secret realm would he experience a qualitative shift in his strength, enabling him to confront these forces directly. The vast multiverse is rich and varied, yet without adequate power, true freedom remains an elusive dream. Chen Bei yearned to witness countless magnificent worlds, to bear witness to their poignant tales, and to amend some regrets and tragedies. Thus, it was imperative for Chen Bei to attain sufficient strength and longevity. Otherwise, he feared falling victim to treachery or succumbing to age before his journey's end. Having spent over 4 years in the Dragon Ball realm, Chen Bei did not consider himself a native of this world. His ambition transcended mere dominion over the Dragon Ball universe. He aspired to master the boundless chaos of time and space, to become the sovereign of worlds, eternally free. The Dragon Ball universe was but one of his objectives. Once his strength reached new heights, he could seamlessly incorporate it into his domain. The inherent laws of this world were more refined, and merging with the Dragon Ball universe would greatly benefit Chen Bei's future cultivation. Meanwhile, outside, Goku and his companions did not rejoice over resolving the android crisis, for they now faced a more daunting task: the restoration of Earth and the resurrection of lives lost in their battles. However, the Dragon Balls of Earth can grant but a single wish. Should the choice be made to restore Earth, the souls lost during this tumultuous period shall remain beyond the veil of existence. Conversely, should the decision lean towards resurrecting those who perished in battle, the planet will continue its descent into ruin. Regardless of the choice, Goku and his companions find themselves in a perplexing dilemma. Should they venture to seek the Dragon Balls of the Namekians? Goku mused. Yet it seemed rather unfitting to request assistance from the Namekians for a predicament that was wrought by the actions of Earth's own inhabitants. At this moment, with Earth on the brink of destruction, time was of the essence, leaving little room for contemplation. Heavenly being, let us first wish for the restoration of Earth, Krillin suggested. This choice was not born from a lack of desire to revive the fallen, but rather from an acknowledgement that, given the current circumstances, they had no other recourse. If Earth were not restored, even the innocent lives brought back would ultimately be lost alongside the planet. It must be so, the heavenly being replied. Restoring Earth is indeed our best option at this juncture. Bobo, who had been waiting patiently, produced the 7 Dragon Balls he had prepared in advance. Having collected them under the heavenly being's instructions during the battle between Gogeta and Chaos. Arise, Shenron. With the summons of the heavenly being, the colossal form of Shenron emerged from the Dragon Balls, soaring skyward and circling around the temple. With his immense eyes fixed upon the assembly, he proclaimed, "Those who have called upon me, articulate your wishes. Within my power, I shall endeavor to fulfill them." Shenron had learned from past experiences. Having faced awkward outcomes during previous wishes, this time, he opted for a more prudent approach. Without hesitation, the heavenly being declared his wish for the restoration of Earth to its former glory. "I comprehend." As Shenron's crimson eyes flickered with energy, Earth began to visibly regain its original form, and in a brief span, it was entirely restored. "Your wishes have been fulfilled. I must now take my leave." With that, Shenron vanished from sight, and the 7 Dragon Balls ascended into the sky, scattering across the globe. At that moment, those gathered within the temple exhaled with relief upon witnessing Earth restored. The pressure brought upon them by the androids had been overwhelming, yet, thanks to the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, the crisis was averted. With matters resolved, everyone departed the temple, returning to their respective homes. In a distant, dimly lit underground laboratory, a shadowy figure emerged. Is this what I once was? Truly a pitiful sight. Nevertheless, I shall show no mercy." Upon uttering these words, a massive maw extended from behind the figure, devouring the still unhatched embryo whole. Next in line were the androids specifically crafted for me by the 2 Dr. Gero. Chapter 133, The Emergence of Cell. "That fellow, Chaos, hasn't he met his end, has he?" Lapis and Lazuli had returned to the villa created by Chaos, where they now sat upon the sofa. Who knows? That arrogant fellow had long been warned to halt Sun Wukong, yet he chose to disregard the advice. If he were to perish, we would be left with no recourse. Lazuli could only lament the disappearance of Chen Bei, having previously cautioned him, but alas, his hubris in his own strength led him to ignore their counsel. Now, with Chen Bei gone, they found themselves at a loss regarding their next steps. How unexpected it was that Sun Wukong and his companions possessed such formidable power. Had I known, I would never have ventured forth. Cursed Dr. Gero, providing us with misleading information. Lapis suddenly voiced his grievances, for all information regarding Sun Wukong's prowess had been supplied by Dr. Gero. In their understanding, Sun Wukong should have been incapable of overcoming them. Initially, they had indeed incapacitated Sun Wukong through ambush, but unfortunately, Vegeta appeared and successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, utterly defeating both Lapis and Lazuli. The sole regret remained the inability to savor the culinary delights crafted by that individual. Lapis suddenly recalled that Chen Bei had been responsible for their meals, and now that he had departed, he was uncertain whether he would even feel inclined to eat. Upon hearing this, Lazuli nodded. The situation had reached an irrevocable conclusion, and Chun Nan had yet to emerge. She speculated that he had likely met his demise. Cackling with glee, an unusual figure with green skin and peculiar wings, resembling a green beetle, suddenly appeared outside the villa's entrance. Who is it? Lazuli and Lapis, hearing someone speak from outside, were puzzled as to the identity of the intruder. Upon stepping outside, they finally discerned the appearance of the visitor. Yet the creature's bizarre visage left them bewildered regarding its intentions. Adorned with black spots on its green skin, this being was none other than the ultimate android, Cell. Created by Dr. Gero, Cell gazed at the two androids with an uncontainable smile. After expending so much effort, I have finally found you. Come, merge with me to become the most formidable android. Who are you? Lapis inquired, thoroughly confused by the creature's words. What did it mean by finding them and merging? What was its purpose? 17. It seems Dr. Gero has not briefed you on my existence. But of course, you were merely tools designed to serve me. Not privy to my being. Now that I have awakened, surrender yourselves to be devoured. Cell erupted into maniacal laughter, feeling the thrill of impending victory. After enduring great hardships to traverse from another dimension, he was on the cusp of achieving true perfection. How could he not be exhilarated? You lunatic. What are you talking about? Lapis retorted, struggling to comprehend Cell's declarations. By your own words, you must also be a creation of Dr. Gero. Shouldn't we join forces to confront Sun Wukong and his allies? Join forces? Haha, you are rather naive. With number 17 and number 18 here, you will simply succumb to my absorption. To deal with Sun Wukong, I alone suffice. As Cell approached Lapis and the others with a sinister smile, he declared, You despicable creature, since you've gone mad, you may as well vanish. Suddenly, Lapis concentrated an energy sphere in his hand and hurled it toward the advancing Cell. With a resounding crack, Cell effortlessly grasped the energy sphere with his bare hand, and with a gentle squeeze, it was extinguished with a hiss. What? Lapis froze in disbelief. He was well aware of Lapis's strength, which even surpassed his own by a fraction. Yet, the energy sphere he had just unleashed was snuffed out so easily by this foe. The implication was clear. The power of this individual far exceeded that of both of them. Damn it. Again, Lapis, refusing to be disheartened, raised both hands high, gathering an even more formidable energy sphere than before, and forcefully launched it at Cell. Overestimating yourselves, your strengths are vastly inferior. Cell remained unfazed by the rapidly approaching energy sphere, simply tilting his body slightly to evade it. A deafening explosion erupted behind him, yet Cell did not turn back, continuing his advance toward the two. As Cell drew closer, Lapis and Lazuli instinctively took a step back, unable to believe the overwhelming power before them. Sister, you should go first, Lapis urged Lazuli. But this guy, do not hesitate. I will hold him off. Once it is safe, I will find you. As Lapis observed his sister's indecision, anxiety gripped him. He lacked confidence in confronting this peculiar adversary. Upon hearing that his prey wished to flee, Cell ceased his leisurely stride. In an instant, he flickered into position beside Lapis. Startled by the sudden presence, Lapis broke out in a cold sweat, his body involuntarily trembling. He had failed to notice Cell's movement just moments ago. Ha ha ha. Trying to escape? Did you seek my permission? Cell wasted no time, his tail swiftly extending and opening its maw, enveloping Lapis entirely. Lapis! Lazuli cried out in horror as she witnessed her brother being consumed, an overwhelming sense of dread flooding her heart. In that moment, Cell's body began to writhe and transform, soon evolving into his second stage, his once slender form now a towering figure. Now, it's your turn, number 18. Cell approached Lazuli, who stood frozen in fear. Faced with this lamb ready for slaughter, Cell brimmed with confidence, for Lazuli now had no escape. As he loomed before her, Cell's maw extended rapidly, prepared to devour Lazuli. Cough cough. Who? Suddenly, Cell halted. Having heard a light cough, he turned to look behind him. At that moment, a young man in casual attire appeared before Cell. Is this an invasion of private property? Be cautious, or I shall alert the authorities to apprehend you. Chapter 134. Allow me to enlighten you. Ha ha ha, you intend to report me? Ha ha, your audacity is utterly amusing. How dare you threaten to call the police on me? Ha ha. Sheru doubled over with laughter, never imagining that someone would dare to utter such words in his presence. It was simply too comical. Since you have so graciously presented yourself, I shall reluctantly absorb you as well. Consider it an honor to become my sustenance. Ceasing his laughter, Sheru gazed at Chen Bei with disdain. He sensed no hint of power from Chen Bei, who appeared as nothing more than an ordinary individual daring to stand before him, a clear sign of recklessness. Foolish creature, It seems you have become rather arrogant. Chen Bei believed it was time to teach this individual a lesson, lest he become overly confident. Consequently, Chen Bei conjured a doppelganger, mentally communicating with it to instruct it to confront Sheru. The doppelganger nodded in understanding, rolling up its sleeves and striding towards Sheru with purpose. Upon witnessing Chen Bei's doppelganger, Sheru momentarily froze, having assumed the figure before him was merely an ordinary person. The sudden manifestation of such extraordinary duplicative ability caused a brief mental lapse. It seems I misjudged you. I did not expect you to possess such capabilities. This doppelganger technique is impressive. I shall devour you and see if I can master it. Yet, Sheru remained oblivious to Chen Bei's true strength. Unabashedly surveying both Chen Bei and his doppelganger, even pausing his attempt to absorb Laziri in that moment. While the doppelganger engaged Sheru, Chen Bei approached Laziri's side. Were you frightened? Did Sheru's appearance terrify you? You did not react this way during your battles with Sun Wukong and the others. At that moment, Laziri finally regained her composure, her tension subsiding as she recognized the familiar figure before her. Sheru? Is he truly that strange individual? He appears to be an artificial being created by Dr. Gero, yet I cannot fathom why he wishes to consume both me and Lapis. Meanwhile, Sheru stood with his arms crossed, a sneer etched across his face as he observed the advancing doppelganger. He was confident that, given his strength, victory was assured, eagerly anticipating the moment when the earlier figure would kneel and surrender. The doppelganger remained impassive, steadily advancing towards Sheru until it stood directly before him, then unleashing a powerful punch directed at Sheru. Bang! Sheru had no time to evade the blow and was struck squarely, staggering backwards several paces. He felt a sharp sting across his face. The force of the punch left his head ringing. Ah, you wretched scoundrel! How dare you conceal such formidable power? Sheru, now acutely aware of the doppelganger's strength, felt a surge of anger at Chen Bei for feigning ordinariness and lowering his guard. I never claimed to be an ordinary person. Was that not your own assumption? Chen Bei was amused by Cell's words. Given Cell's earlier arrogant demeanor, Chen Bei had assumed he possessed some hidden strength. To his surprise, it was merely a boastful creature, inflated with newfound power after absorbing Lapis. Ignoring Cell's complaints, Chen Bei commanded his doppelganger to seize Cell, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon him. The violence was shocking, entirely uncharacteristic of Chen Bei. As he beheld Cell's pitiful state, he couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. The doppelganger showed no mercy, delivering a brutal beating, and even resorted to ripping off Cell's tail, wings, and arms with sheer force. At this moment, Cell was engulfed in despair. He never imagined he would endure such brutal treatment. He had attempted self-detonation, but for reasons unknown, the energy within him felt sealed, rendering him powerless. Now, he was akin to an ordinary human, lacking any means of resistance, and his robust vitality only prolonged his suffering as he endured the incessant agony. Please, no more torment. Cell pleaded, his eyes vacant as he gazed skyward, his body too weak to support him as he collapsed to the ground. In Chen Bei's presence, Cell's remarkable regenerative abilities were rendered ineffective. Chen Bei had completely sealed his powers, leaving Cell to passively endure the onslaught. Just a moment ago, you were so arrogant. What happened? Have you deflated? Chen Bei taunted. It seems you are not as formidable as you claimed. I concede. I beg for your mercy. Cell struggled to rise. But the doppelganger pressed a foot firmly against his chest, immobilizing him. At that moment, Lazili recalled that Lapis was still within Cell's abdomen. What should they do to rescue Lapis? Unsure, she turned to Chen Bei, hoping he had a solution. Don't worry, I have a plan. Just watch. Chen Bei assured her confidently, knowing he had numerous methods to rescue Lapis. After comforting Lazili, Chen Bei approached the helpless Cell, contemplating how best to deal with him. An idea struck him, but he refrained from acting hastily. First, he needed to rescue Lapis. Separation technique. This was a skill Chen Bei had learned on the planet Adratlat. Although he had not known it before, after acquiring advanced control over energy, he had developed various mystical techniques. He had grasped the fundamental principles of abilities such as teleportation and fusion. As he executed the technique, a white light emanated from Cell, converging into the form of Lapis. After having his doppelganger assist Lapis to a safe distance, Chen Bei turned his attention back to Cell. Now, it is time to deal with you. Deal with me? Indeed, allow me to liberate you from your suffering. Before Cell could comprehend the situation, Chen Bei enveloped him with immense mental energy, rendering Cell's consciousness dazed and vacant. Then, Chen Bei shielded the perceptions of all those around him, establishing a barrier with his energy. Having accomplished this, he unleashed the great universal salvation technique. In an instant, countless Buddha chants resonated, and divine light radiated around Shalu. Shalu's spiritual awareness had already been subdued by Chen Bei. Faced with such a formidable power, he found it impossible to resist. In but a fleeting moment, he was marked by Chen Bei's true spirit, thus becoming Chen Bei's most devoted follower. Chapter 135. Who is making a wish? In other words, this fellow is now entirely at your command. Lazuli gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Shalu would be so easily subdued. It turns out your strength is so formidable. You survived that perilous situation. Moreover, this strange being was no match for you. What, then, is your true intention in approaching us? With your abilities, you surely do not require our assistance, do you? Lapisi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction over Chen Bei's concealed power, but given that Chen Bei had saved him twice, he did not express his agitation too openly, merely posing a calm inquiry. Chen Bei sat quietly on the sofa, savoring his tea, while Shalu stood expressionless behind him, resembling a bodyguard. Guess what? Lapisi and Lazuli suddenly felt as if a crow had flown overhead, leaving a trail of dark spots. Why would I ask if I could guess? Lapisi replied, utterly speechless in response to Chen Bei's remark. Ahem, actually, I'm just bored. Lapisi, Lazuli, do you think I would believe that? By the way, are you interested in my sister? You didn't show up when I was about to be devoured, yet you appeared just in time when my sister was in danger. What a coincidence. Lapisi regarded Chen Bei with suspicion, feeling a chill run down his spine. Hearing Lapisi's words, Lazuli immediately grew anxious. What nonsense are you spouting? Who has that much free time? Do you think everyone is idle like you? Besides, if he truly liked me, there would be no need for such convoluted schemes. With his strength, what manner of woman could he not have? Lazuli's face flushed as she hastily retorted. TCH, that's not necessarily the case. Some people might have peculiar preferences. Who knows? Lapisi shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Lazuli's statement. Ahem, Lapisi, do you wish to spend the night out in the wilderness? Chen Bei coughed lightly, interrupting their conversation. See, sister, he must have guessed my thoughts. Otherwise, why threaten me? Lapisi pulled Lazuli closer, urging her to respond to Chen Bei. Lazuli's complexion turned crimson, and she feigned ignorance, turning her head away. I'm tired. You all carry on. I'm going to rest. With that, she turned and headed toward her room. How boring. Lapisi sighed as he watched Lazuli escape. Fine, I'll go rest as well. You wouldn't really chase me away, would you? Not receiving a response from Chen Bei, Lapisi shrugged and turned to leave, returning to his own room. Goodness, is this fellow's intuition so precise? Or am I just being too obvious? Chen Bei pondered silently, yet after much contemplation, he found no flaws within himself. Could it be that Lapis truly suspected him due to the recent incident involving the rescue of Lazuli? The crisis of the artificial beings had come to an end, and the earth had returned to its former tranquility. However, many lives were lost as a consequence of the battle between Chen Bei and Gogeta. Chen Bei was acutely aware of this situation. He had amassed a considerable amount of calamity energy, sufficient for an extended period. Now, he was preparing to resurrect those lives that had perished due to his influence. Come forth, dragon. As Chen Bei spoke, the enormous dragon ball before him began to shimmer, radiating a blinding brilliance. The sky darkened, enveloping the entire earth in a mysterious layer of energy. A dragon-like creature, wholly white with golden eyes, soared into the heavens, its massive form visible even from 100 miles away. The snow-white dragon coiled around Chen Bei, emanating a soft glow that illuminated the surrounding space. Master, do you have any wishes to fulfill? I am capable of granting 3 wishes, as long as they lie within my powers. The dragon addressed Chen Bei with unwavering respect, referring to him as master, and it was not mere boastfulness. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes flickered. I understand. It turned out that Chen Bei had communicated with the dragon through his consciousness, requesting the revival of those lives lost or injured due to his battle with Gogeta. As the dragon's powers were unleashed, all those who had perished were resurrected, and the injured were healed by a miraculous force, restoring their health. Did not the Dragon Ball turn to stone? Why is the sky darkened again? The heavenly god murmured, utterly oblivious to the changes occurring on earth. As his abilities were obscured by a peculiar force, Even Sun Wukong and others, who were in the midst of training, paused, staring blankly at the darkened sky. How peculiar. What is happening? Is someone making a wish? Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. How would I know? It's not my doing. Piccolo retorted, exasperated. Oof, what does it matter? Kakarot, let us continue our battle. Vegeta declared nonchalantly, having been engrossed in his fight with Sun Wukong, only to be interrupted by the sudden darkness. Let us not rush, Vegeta. We should see what is unfolding first, Sun Wukong insisted, determined to investigate further. At that moment, the sky suddenly brightened once more. The darkness had come swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving some bewildered by the ephemeral spectacle. After the wishes were granted, the dragon transformed into an ethereal shadow and vanished, leaving behind a luminous Dragon Ball that did not turn to stone, but retained its original form. This was because the negative energy within had been extracted by Chen Bei, an excellent nourishment for cultivating the Great Calamity technique. Around Baobao Mountain, Sun Wukong and his companions witnessed the revival of the once-deceased beings, who had regained their vitality. A few individuals exchanged bewildered glances, utterly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Could it be that someone actually made a wish? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Why not take a look around to find out? It appears that all the deceased beings have been resurrected. Piccolo, arms crossed and standing aside, observed this miraculous scene. However, I distinctly recall having used the Dragon Balls once before, didn't I? Is it possible that the Dragon Balls can grant 2 wishes now? Sun Wukong's mind was filled with questions, for he had witnessed the Dragon Balls transform into glimmering lights and vanish after the deity's wish had been fulfilled. Soon after, the group, still puzzled, made their way to the Divine Hall. Indeed, all the lives lost due to your previous battle have been resurrected, the deity spoke calmly. Chapter 136. The Prayer Scriptures, how wondrous. Deity, can the Dragon Balls now grant 2 wishes? The thought that the Dragon Balls could bestow 2 wishes was exhilarating. It would certainly ease their concerns during battles in the future. That is not the case. I am uncertain as to why, but in my perception, the Dragon Balls I created did not revive. Thus, there must be some extraordinary circumstances at play. The deity paused before continuing. Nevertheless, given the current situation, it is relatively favorable, and there is no need to dwell excessively on this matter. I shall continue to observe. For now, you all may return in peace. With matters settled, the group no longer fixated on who had made the wish. Meanwhile, Chen Bei took the opportunity to spend some quality time with Bulma. With Earth currently devoid of significant crises, there was no need for Chen Bei to fret, as Sun Wukong and the others could handle any threats that arose. After a month of respite, Chen Bei finally extricated himself from the comforts of warmth. With some leisure time, he decided to take Cell into the small world. Gazing at Cell's cicada-like appearance, Chen Bei found him utterly grotesque. It seemed imperative to upgrade this fellow, lest he embarrass himself by taking him out as a bodyguard. Cell, the ultimate artificial human created by Dr. Gero, incorporated the genes of numerous warriors, including that of Frieza. In terms of potential, he could surpass any Dragon Ball warrior. But due to narrative constraints, his role was ultimately cut short. Now that Cell had been indoctrinated by Chen Bei, becoming one of his own, it was only natural for Chen Bei to harness Cell's potential to enhance his power. Chen Bei intended to have Cell generate faith energy for him. With Cell's current strength, the amount of faith energy he could produce in just 1 hour of prayer would likely exceed the total generated by over 100,000 individuals praying for an entire day. Faith energy is a remarkable asset, capable of accelerating the cultivation of divine techniques and aiding in the breakthrough of realms, thereby strengthening one's mental fortitude, a versatile tool in the pursuit of eternal cultivation. Advancing Cell was, in fact, quite straightforward. The primary requirement was a substantial energy supply. To evolve into his perfect form, Cell needed immense energy, which was why he aimed to absorb both Ribrian and Zamasu, as both had been implanted with infinite energy devices by Dr. Gero. By acquiring their energies, Cell could ultimately transcend into his perfected state. However, Chen Bei felt no need to take such measures, for he possessed the eternal power furnace, a reward from the system. With this extraordinary treasure, it was remarkably simple for Sheru to advance. Contemplating this, Chen Bei retrieved the eternal power furnace from the system space. This furnace appeared as a wholly black, crystalline entity, internally shimmering with an enigmatic luminescence. Once held in his hands, it began to release an immense surge of energy. Realizing the potential chaos it could unleash, Chen Bei quickly applied a layer of seal to it. Uncontrolled, this vast energy could disrupt the magnetic field in the vicinity, rendering the space fragile. Sheru absorbed this. Certainly. Master, Sheru responded without hesitation, extending his peculiar tail and opening its mouth to devour the eternal power furnace. As the furnace was consumed, a powerful wave of energy surged from Sheru, causing his body to writhe rapidly. Following a blinding flash of white light, Sheru instantly transformed into his perfect form. Chen Bei regarded Sheru, noting that, as in the original tale, Sheru had morphed from an unsightly insectoid shape into a rather handsome alien figure, exuding an imposing aura, with golden flames radiating like turbulent waves, expanding outward. It appears to be a success. System, check Sheru's attributes. Chen Bei summoned the system and examined Sheru's current attributes. Ding. Detection successful. Identity, Sheru battle power, 5, 2 billion race, android. Goodness, that battle power is astounding. One cannot help but admire Dr. Gero's android technology. He managed to create such formidable beings using only the resources available on Earth. Chen Bei was astonished by Sheru's strength. After merging with the eternal power furnace, Sheru's battle power had surpassed his own. If Sheru were to transform into his lightning form, his battle power could potentially double, reaching 10 billion. Such power could easily overpower the current Dragon Ball warriors. Unless Son Goku and Vegeta were to fuse once more, it seemed that apart from Chen Bei himself, no one could defeat Sheru in his perfect form. With such a significant increase in battle power, Chen Bei estimated that the faith energy Sheru could contribute would be even more substantial than before. Next, Chen Bei intended to teach Sheru the prayer scripture for condensing faith energy, to see how much could be gathered. With a gentle tap of his finger on Sheru's forehead, a stream of information flowed into Sheru's mind. Recite, my lord, the heavens and earth are clear, the sun and moon harmonize. One does not enter the cycle of suffering. All tribulations are redeemed. There are no obstacles, no evil seen, unified as one from the beginning, as if obtaining the heart of the magnolia. The path of faith lies in targeted prayer towards a specific existence, allowing one's mental will to be released and coalesce into faith energy. The prayer scriptures are diverse and unique. Each individual must cultivate their own specific prayer. Utilizing another scripture would amount to sewing garments for another, leading to a situation where all gathered faith energy would benefit someone else, rendering one's efforts fruitless. Naturally, no one would be foolish enough to do so. Thus, the scriptures imparted by Chen Bei were meticulously tailored to align with his own faith, designed to prevent such occurrences. Upon receiving the scroll from Chen Bei, he sat cross-legged and began to silently recite the prayer taught to him. An ethereal aura surged from within him, transforming into a stream of white energy, visible only to Chen Bei. This, it seemed, was the essence of faith. Although Chen Bei had no immediate use for this power, he still needed to find a vessel to contain it. He possessed numerous such vessels, any one of which would suffice, be it the diagram of the heavenly path, the temporal ring, the infinite throne, or the totem record of races. All could serve as temporary containers. However, for the sake of convenience, Chen Bei chose the temporal ring as the bearer. By inscribing a unique rune upon the ring, the faith energy generated by Sheru was drawn in and absorbed. Having accomplished this, Chen Bei paid no further attention to Sheru, allowing him to remain and pray for a while. After all, Sheru had no need for sustenance and could linger indefinitely. He then arrived at the central region of the small world, where 3 figures, identical to Chen Bei, were present, his previously manifested avatars. One was diligently meditating to elevate its spiritual realm, another was absorbing energy to enhance its strength, while the third was continually performing various secret arts to gain cultivation experience. Upon Chen Bei's arrival, the avatars ceased their activities and turned their gazes toward him. You should all know why I am here. It is time to merge. I wish to see the extent of the enhancement in my power. Following a flicker of light, the 3 avatars successfully merged with Chen Bei. An astonishing aura erupted from him, compressing the surrounding air and generating tremendous waves that surged outward. At this moment, Chen Bei began to examine his attributes. Ding. Successfully opened the attribute panel. Host, Chen Bei race, human realm, transcendence combat power, 8 billion. After more than 2 years of seclusion, the avatar's cultivation yielded remarkable results, directly augmenting Chen Bei's combat power by nearly 3 billion, while also elevating his realm to transcendence. Chen Bei began to absorb the cultivation experiences of his avatars, rapidly increasing his proficiency in various secret arts. Many of these techniques had successfully crossed the threshold to reach the introductory level, transcendence. The final stage within the immortal cultivation system's arcane realms grants one the ability to perceive their lifespan and effortlessly annihilate cities with a mere gesture. However, with Chen Bei's current strength, he could easily obliterate planets, let alone cities. It appeared that at this stage, aside from enhancing longevity, physical constitution, and soul, the only noteworthy aspect of the immortal method was its secret arts. In terms of combat power, it still could not rival the Dragon Ball technique that Chen Bei had cultivated. At present, aside from his strength, Chen Bei's primary concern was his lifespan. Thus, he began to calculate his current remaining years, 35,000 years. With a sense of bewilderment, Chen Bei pondered aloud. According to conventional wisdom, attaining the realm of divine abilities should allow a lifespan of no more than 9,999 years. It is only by reaching the realm of eternal longevity that one could potentially transcend this limitation. Could it be that Chen Bei was not practicing the orthodox methods of immortality? Or perhaps his technique had been refined by the system? At this moment, all remained a mystery to him. However, based on his observations, while his cultivation and breakthroughs often seemed aligned with the principles of immortality, there were notable distinctions. Particularly from the Golden Core stage onward, his approach appeared increasingly akin to the practices of celestial cultivation. Had Chen Bei indeed forged a unique path of cultivation? He dismissed the thought for now. At his current level, he felt unworthy of contemplating such endeavors. If his strength were to grow sufficient in the future, he might experiment with it. Lapis, do you know where Chen Bei has been lately? Sis, I've told you several times, I have no idea. Why do you keep asking me? Are you missing him? Lapis, seated nearby, was munching on sunflower seeds, while Lazuli lounged on the sofa, her gaze wandering, clearly distracted. Keep talking like that, and I might just tear your mouth apart. Lazuli threatened. Oh, come on. Fine. I won't say anything more. Who knows where that guy has gone? With his strength, does he really need you to worry about him? You'd be better off enjoying this carefree life. I know that when Chun Nen left, he left you quite a sum of money. With a swift motion, Lazuli tossed a black and gold bank card, which Lapis caught deftly. If you want to spend money, just say so. No need for all this roundabout talk. Lazuli didn't even glance at Lapis, remaining seated on the sofa with a stoic expression, her eyes fixed straight ahead. He's really stingy. Just because I exposed his secrets last time, he only gives you money to spend, while I don't get a single dime. At least I'm your brother, Lapis retorted, before observing his sister lost in thought and turning to leave. He felt that his sister had succumbed to her feelings, but he thought little of it. As long as it didn't interfere with his own leisurely existence, it mattered not. After Lapis departed, Chen Bei returned to the villa just in time to see the familiar silhouette on the sofa. He quietly approached her from behind. You seem deep in thought, pondering something? Could it be me? Chen Bei leaned in closer to Lazuli, gazing at her profile, even mimicking a breathing motion. Startled, Lazuli turned her head to the right, their faces nearly touching, and they could feel each other's breath. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly shifted a small distance away, unable to meet Chen Bei's gaze. As he gazed upon Lazuli's bashful demeanor, Chen Bei felt his heart race, struggling to suppress an inexplicable urge. He cleared his throat and addressed Lazuli, ahem. Allow me to prepare something for you to eat. Came Lazuli's almost inaudible response, her head nearly buried in her chest, lost in her thoughts. Chen Bei, undeterred by whether the artificial being required nourishment, proceeded to the kitchen. He efficiently organized the pre-prepared ingredients, and with the advantage of his culinary talent, transformed them into a feast. An enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Once the dishes were plated, each exuding vibrant colors and tantalizing fragrances, he used his mental prowess to arrange the meal on the dining table, where Lazuli, already enticed by the scent, sat expectantly. All right, come and eat, Chen Bei said with a smile, confident in his culinary skills. Lazuli nodded, shifting closer, and took up the utensils he had set for her. As she savored the dishes, a delightful flavor enveloped her palate, bringing forth an overwhelming sense of comfort that compelled her to take another bite. The dishes gradually diminished as Lazuli became wholly absorbed in the culinary delights, momentarily forgetting the earlier ripples of emotion. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to Chen Bei, noticing he had yet to partake, a bemused expression adorning his face. Why aren't you eating? She inquired, puzzled. Because your beauty is a feast in itself, he replied. At this, Lazili's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she lowered her head, hastily consuming the remaining fare, attempting to mask her embarrassment. At last, as the meal concluded, Lazili abruptly stood, her expression returning to its usual neutrality. I'm full, she declared before turning back to her room. Chen Bei made no attempt to stop her. Their relationship had yet to reach a level of intimacy that warranted such closeness. However, he had grasped Lazili's underlying intentions, and now it was merely a matter of opportunity to break through that thin veneer of unspoken feelings. Chapter 138. A Journey to the Underworld. Reclining on his bed, Chen Bei suddenly recalled that he had yet to check in with both Lapis and Lazili. The same applied to the previous fusion of Goku and Vegeta. He speculated whether such amalgamated beings could indeed be logged. Yet, there was no recourse at present. Chen Bei could hardly transform into a villain and coerce Goku and Vegeta into merging once more, could he? In this timeline, it appeared that Cooler had not invaded Earth, suggesting that such an incursion was merely an accidental event, or perhaps a phenomenon from another parallel dimension. Chen Bei had initially intended to check in on Cooler, but, having waited in vain for his appearance, relinquished that notion. There would be other opportunities. He was in no rush. And then there was Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, a warrior imbued with the ancient bloodline of Saiyans. The universe of Dragon Ball is indeed vast, encompassing innumerable parallel dimensions, with its laws continuously evolving. Particularly after the emergence of entities such as the Kaioshin and the God of Destruction, the hierarchy of the Dragon Ball cosmos has ascended to unprecedented heights. Within these myriad parallel realms, the Saiyans undoubtedly occupy a significant position, and it was only after the legend of their progenitor, Yamoshi, surfaced that the history of the Saiyans began to be truly comprehended. Consequently, the Saiyan bloodline has been categorized into 3 distinct tiers, the most basic being that of the ordinary Saiyans, followed by the ancient Saiyan bloodline, known as the transcendent Saiyan lineage. Above these 2 lies the progenitor's bloodline, a unique power exclusive to Yamoshi himself. The might of the transcendent Saiyan lineage is self-evident, capable of overpowering most Super Saiyans even without training, while the progenitor's bloodline is undoubtedly even more formidable. Naturally, Chen Bei is curious, given the opportunity. He would certainly endeavor to encounter the bearers of these bloodlines. Should fortune favor him, he might acquire unexpected rewards, such as their bloodlines and unique talents. Even in the event of an unsuccessful encounter, one must not forget that Chen Bei possesses the racial totem record, which could facilitate the acquisition of the essence from others, allowing him to imprint their bloodlines directly. However, for the time being, Chen Bei refrains from contemplating the progenitor's bloodline, as it remains far beyond his current reach. His strength has yet to touch upon such esoteric elements of the Dragon Ball universe. Nevertheless, the transcendent bloodline warrants consideration. He recalls from the original narrative that Broly is situated on planet Vampa, later appearing on various planets within the South Galaxy, where his father, Paragus, exploits Broly's power to instigate a brutal regime and seeks vengeance against the former Saiyan prince, Vegeta. With this in mind, it seems that Chen Bei need only await Broly's arrival on Earth. However, it appears that Broly's journey to Earth is also a tale from a parallel universe, leaving Chen Bei uncertain of their actual appearance. Presently, Chen Bei faces 2 choices. The first is to wait idly, while the second involves taking the initiative to search for Broly across the cosmos. The sole complication is that Chen Bei is unfamiliar with Broly's energy signature, necessitating a laborious search through each planet using his mental prowess. Yet, considering the countless planets within the South Galaxy, he deems this endeavor rather impractical. Unlike the Kai or the Kaioshin, who possess the authority to monitor the universe, Chen Bei's current mental strength would render the task of locating an individual in the vastness of space akin to finding a needle in a haystack, an exhausting venture. If only he were privy to their specific coordinates, he could simply teleport to their location. Unfortunately, the original narrative offers no such details. Thus, he contemplates a visit to planet Vampa, where he could also register his presence. Even if Broly has already departed, it would not be a futile journey. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Bei hesitates to embark on his quest just yet. Before setting off, he intends to pay a visit to the underworld and the Kai's realm to claim his sign-in rewards, a far more pragmatic approach than seeking out Broly at this juncture. In an instant, Chen Bei's figure vanished from his original location and reappeared within the hall of the celestial deity. Who? The celestial deity. who had been deep in contemplation, opened his eyes and gazed at the young man before him. "It is you," the celestial deity exclaimed in astonishment, as he had some recollection of Chen Bei. The last time, Chen Bei had resolved the predicament with Kalik II and rescued him along with Bobo. "Greetings, celestial deity." Chen Bei smiled, addressing the elder deity without any animosity. In fact, according to the original narrative, the elder deity should have been assimilated with Bic by this time. However, due to Chen Bei's influence, the crisis posed by the artificial beings had undergone a significant transformation, leading to a completely altered course of history, thereby allowing the elder deity to survive. "May I inquire about your purpose for being here?" The elder deity expressed his confusion regarding Chen Bei's unexpected arrival, uncertain of the young man's intentions. "Celestial deity, I have come here to request your assistance in taking me to hell. I wish to meet the king of the realm." Upon hearing Chen Bei's request, the elder deity momentarily faltered, perplexed as to how Chen Bei had knowledge of hell and the king of the realm. Had Sun Wukong or Bulma spoken of it to him? Nevertheless, the elder deity quickly regained his composure, harboring no ill will towards Chen Bei, and even recalling how Chen Bei had previously aided him. After a brief moment of contemplation regarding Chen Bei's request, he nodded in agreement. "No problem, young man. In light of your past protection of Earth, I am willing to escort you to hell, allowing you to train under the king of the realm. I sincerely thank you, celestial deity." Chen Bei expressed his gratitude. In theory, Chen Bei could have accessed hell without the celestial deity's intervention. However, to avoid causing undue disturbance, he opted for this more cautious approach. Had he appeared directly in hell, he might have been perceived as an intruder, attracting unwarranted attention, a scenario he wished to avoid. Guided by the celestial deity, he successfully arrived in hell. Upon encountering the imposing figure of King Yen, Chen Bei wasted no time and commenced his check-in. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully checking into hell. You have received the reward of a location at the source of the river of forgetfulness, the great soul technique, and pure soul essence." "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in with the character King Yen. You have received the rewards of the great heart demon technique, the book of life and death, and the judge's pen." The rewards were abundant and impressive, yet Chen Bei had no time to examine them closely, as the moment was not opportune. "Lord King Yen, I must trouble you once again. It is the celestial deity of Earth. What brings you here this time? And who is this young man beside you?" As King Yen busily inscribed judgments for the deceased, he caught a glimpse of the two diminutive figures before him. But he was preoccupied with his task and had little time for other matters. "Lord King Yen, this is the situation. The young man beside me is named Chen Bei, a powerful martial artist, much like Sun Wukong." At this moment, the celestial being cast a glance at Chen Bei and continued, "Moreover, he has previously thwarted the ambitions of some nefarious individuals, qualifying him as a righteous martial artist. Thus, I consent to escort him to the underworld, in hopes of securing an opportunity to cultivate under the Realm King." I see. Now I understand." Subsequently, King Yin did not linger on idle chatter, but instead promptly instructed his subordinates to guide Chen Bei to the serpent path, while he himself returned to Earth, having fulfilled Chen Bei's request. The rest now rested solely upon Chen Bei. "My dear sir, this is the serpent path leading to Lord King of the North," remarked the ghostly guide who had brought Chen Bei. "From here onward, you must rely on your own strength. Due to the daunting length of the serpent path, it is generally impossible for ordinary mortals to traverse its entirety." Prior to this, apart from King Yen, only warriors like Sun Wukong had successfully reached the end. Upon hearing the guide's words, Chen Bei nodded in acknowledgement. Satisfied, the guide retraced his steps, as his task was complete, and he had pressing duties to attend to. Given the recent surge in souls crossing over, once the guide departed, Chen Bei prepared to embark on his journey to North Chaos planet. However, he had no desire to fly there directly. Despite his current prowess enabling him to reach it swiftly, he was not inclined to take the easy route. Thus, with a flicker of his form, he materialized on a small, verdant planet. In an instant, Chen Bei appeared before the North Chaos, startling him into halting his leisurely drive. The North Chaos had been enjoying a casual ride in his small vehicle, but the sudden appearance of a figure before him soured his mood. "Who are you?" The North Chaos emerged from his car, his rotund figure exuding a comical charm, adorned with a pair of small sunglasses and topped with antenna-like appendages. His red undersuit paired with a black jacket emblazoned with the characters for made his identity unmistakable. Greetings, KO. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Bei, hailing from Earth, and I consider myself a friend of Sun Wukong. Oh, so you are a friend of that rascal Wukong. Much like Yamcha and the others from last time. Another martial artist from Earth, I presume? You seem quite at ease here, indicating that your strength is considerable. The North KO's irritation dissipated upon learning of Chen Bei's connection to Sun Wukong, as he held a fondness for Wukong, leading him to treat Chen Bei with renewed warmth. What brings you here? Are you also seeking to cultivate under my guidance? The North KO inquired further. I am not here for cultivation. Rather, I seek your assistance. I am in search of an individual named Broly, who should be well known in the Southern Galaxy. If you cannot ascertain his precise identity, perhaps you could investigate any rumors regarding the legendary Super Saiyan emerging in the Southern Galaxy. Chen Bei explained his purpose for visiting the North KO. So you wish for my aid? The North KO began to ponder. I am willing to assist you, but you must first entertain me with a joke. Upon hearing the request from the North Realm King, Chen Bei was momentarily rendered speechless. Telling a joke? I am not adept at humor. What? Ha ha ha, what did you say? Ha ha ha, that's utterly hilarious. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. You don't know how to tell a joke? Ha ha, how amusing. The North Realm King suddenly clutched his belly, rolling on the ground in fits of laughter. Chen Bei, wearing an expression of utter exasperation, gazed at the North Realm King in disbelief. He hadn't even had the chance to concoct a joke, yet his mere offhand remark had evoked such mirth. It was bewildering to realize just how low the king's threshold for humor was. Well, you've passed. In that case, I shall assist you in locating this individual. The North Realm King sprang to his feet, focusing intently, using the antenna atop his head to scan the area Chen Bei had just mentioned. As he continued his probing, one celestial body after another was eliminated from consideration until he finally halted at the sight of a desolate wasteland. What? The North Realm King murmured, his voice trembling as he beheld something alarming. The Southern Galaxy has been devastated to this extent? At that moment, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He had just witnessed a star region utterly obliterated by an overwhelming force. If this continued, it seemed the Northern Galaxy would not escape unscathed either. The North Realm King's anxiety escalated. The dire state of the Southern Galaxy had sounded a harsh alarm within him. Should a similar calamity befall his jurisdiction, his current state of tranquility would be irrevocably shattered. Observing the North Realm King's anxious demeanor, Chen Bei sensed he had discovered something significant and delved into telepathic exploration. Indeed, Broly had made an appearance in the Southern Galaxy. Chen Bei thought to himself, I believe I have unearthed the information regarding the legendary Super Saiyan Broly that you mentioned. The North Realm King's expression turned grave, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. However, his energy signature seemed to have only briefly manifested before vanishing. Chen Bei understood perfectly well that this was due to Broly's energy being suppressed by Paragus using an energy suppressor after the destruction of the planets. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Chen Bei had successfully sensed Broly's aura. Now, it was merely a matter of following that energy signature. With Chen Bei's perceptive abilities, no matter how Broly attempted to conceal his presence, he would be able to track him down. Moreover, this individual possessed extraordinary strength, having already decimated numerous planets within the Southern Galaxy. If you lack confidence, it would be prudent to summon Goku. With his assistance, you should be able to ensure your safety, and if possible, please endeavor to prevent this individual from continuing his rampage. After some contemplation, Chen Bei decided it would be wise to call upon Son Goku and the others, as this represented an excellent opportunity for them to hone their skills. Formidable opponents like this were rare. If Goku and Vegeta were forced to fuse once more, he could seize the opportunity to make his own mark. Having formulated his plan of action, Chen Bei spoke. Very well, I have sensed that individual's aura. As for Goku and the others, I will communicate with them. Upon hearing Chen Bei's words, the North King was momentarily taken aback. He had yet to disclose specific information about Broly. Yet Chen Bei claimed to have sensed the other party. This revelation caused the North King to feel a surge of unease, realizing he had underestimated the young man before him. Chapter 140, The Ancient Bloodline. Disregarding the North King's astonished gaze, Chen Bei had more pressing matters to attend to, and revealing a hint of his abilities could alleviate potential complications later, sparing him the need for excessive explanations. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at North King Star, receiving rewards. Vitality Bomb, Modified King Fist, and grand tracking technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in with the character North King, receiving rewards, great blessing technique, Baba disc, and time-space traveling vessel. Chen Bei had accomplished all his objectives and saw no reason to linger. However, gazing upon the minuscule North King star, he pondered that since the North King had assisted him, he might as well extend a helping hand in return. With a graceful wave of his hand, Chen Bei unleashed his creative power, causing North King's star to expand at a visible rate. In no time, it grew to the size of Earth, complete with mountains and rivers, a generous gift from Chen Bei. The North King, witnessing this miraculous transformation, became utterly speechless, overwhelmed by astonishment. What kind of ability did Chen Bei possess to enlarge his planet so remarkably? As the North King struggled to find the right words, Chen Bei spoke. Well then, farewell, North King. With that, Chen Bei's figure vanished from the North King's sight. This was truly astonishing. What manner of being was this fellow? He was utterly inscrutable. The North King, still in disbelief, soon found himself alone, marveling at Chen Bei's capabilities. However, he quickly brushed the matter aside and began to survey his rejuvenated North King star. Ha! Splendid. What a considerate young man. My planet has finally returned to its former glory. Ecstatic, the North King leaped with joy, eager to confirm that Chen Bei had not deceived him. He knelt down and struck the ground several times, and upon realizing the authenticity of his surroundings, he felt like a child. His long-held wish had finally come to fruition. The once-destroyed North King star had been restored. Meanwhile, Baburus and Gulegri were equally jubilant, bouncing around the North King in celebration of the planet's revival, as it greatly expanded their future activities. Swish! Having departed from North King star, Chen Bei arrived at Baozi Mountain. Not far away, Vegeta and Sun Wukong were engaged in a training match, a common occurrence for the duo. Vegeta routinely sought out Sun Wukong to test his strength. Meanwhile, Piccolo sat nearby in meditation, a unique method of training that involved guiding his energy through mental focus, albeit lacking in physical enhancement. Chen Bei approached the group directly, drawing their attention as they practiced. Chen Bei, what brings you here? Sun Wukong exclaimed, taken aback by Chen Bei's unexpected visit. Since the emergence of the androids, he had not seen Chen Bei, and during this time, he had been diligently training, rarely seeking out his friend. It had been quite a while since their last encounter. Haha, it seems your powers have surged recently. Chen Bei greeted them with a smile. Feeling the overwhelming energy radiating from the group and unable to refrain from complimenting them, Sun Wukong had significantly increased his strength by nearly 10 million. While Vegeta's growth was more modest, just under 3 million. Vegeta's slow advancement was understandable, given his previous overexertion that had drained much of his accumulated potential. Among them, Piccolo had experienced the most substantial growth, nearing 20 million. However, his inability to transform meant that despite his formidable base strength, he was still unable to surpass Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Well, we're doing all right. Sun Wukong responded cheerfully to Chen Bei's praise. Nothing pleased him more than enhancing his strength and indulging in delightful cuisine. By the way, did you come to discuss something? Those androids you mentioned were indeed formidable. It's unfortunate that 2 of them seem to have vanished, but after our last battle, they surely realized the extent of our power and should refrain from causing further chaos. Let's set aside the matter of the androids for now. I actually came to speak with you about the legendary Super Saiyan, Chen Bei said calmly. What? The legendary Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong asked, his expression one of confusion. Aren't we the legendary Super Saiyans? Perhaps he was referring to the lore surrounding the legendary warrior, a Super Saiyan who appeared once every millennium. Vegeta interjected, having heard the tales of the legendary Super Saiyan countless times before, and he too was curious about what it truly entailed. Piccolo remained silent, quietly listening to the conversation, as he had limited knowledge regarding the Saiyans. So what makes him special? Sun Wukong inquired, recalling Vegeta mentioning the legendary Super Saiyan on several occasions. He had always believed that their transformations were synonymous with the legendary figure, so he was intrigued to learn there was more to it. Ahem, allow me to elaborate. Chen Bei cleared his throat and continued. You should be aware that the Saiyan bloodline varies in strength, which is evident from your battle power at birth. Sun Wukong, for instance, had a mere power level of 2 at birth, making him quite weak among Saiyans, whereas Vegeta boasted a power level of 2,000, earning him the title of genius among his kind. According to this classification, the Saiyans are divided into 3 assessment levels: low, medium, and high. However, above these ranks exists an even more formidable lineage known as the ancient bloodline. This bloodline, often referred to as the transcendent bloodline, is exceedingly rare. It is said that only one emerges approximately every 1,000 years, which is why these warriors are deemed legendary. The mention of the ancient bloodline and legendary warriors took both Vegeta and Goku by surprise. Although Vegeta was aware of the tales surrounding the Super Saiyans, it was the first time he had encountered the term ancient bloodline from the mouth of Chen Bei. Goku, too, felt an increasing curiosity about these legendary warriors. Chapter 141: The Quest for the Super Warriors. Indeed, it is said that in ancient times, the Saiyan race was an immensely vast group, and their bloodline power was significantly more potent than that of the present day. Transforming into a Super Saiyan was considerably easier then, with Super Saiyans being quite common and possessing extraordinary combat prowess. To them, the current Saiyans resemble a subspecies, as many have forgotten the method of transformation into Super Saiyans. Even Goku and Vegeta were fortunate to have achieved their transformations by chance. Compared to the ancient Saiyans, the ordinary Saiyans today can be regarded as mutants, the weakest among their kind, who must undergo arduous training to compensate for their inherent deficiencies, as Chen Bei explained to the group. However, if what you say is true, then the ancient Saiyans must have been extraordinarily powerful. Why, then, do we no longer see those who possess the ancient bloodline? Vegeta inquired of Chen Bei. His curiosity about the history of the Saiyans, particularly the legends of the ancient ones, piqued. Indeed, the ancient Saiyans were remarkably powerful, yet they were divided into two factions. One side comprised the benevolent Saiyans, who cherished peace and viewed battle merely as a pastime. They would not proactively bully the weak. Conversely, the other faction embodied evil, valuing sheer strength and preferring to resolve all matters through violence. Consequently, conflicts arose between the two camps, culminating in fierce battles. Eventually, 6 benevolent Saiyans united their powers to birth a Super Saiyan imbued with divine essence, possessing the might to overpower all, known as the Super Saiyan God. Unfortunately, this power, not cultivated through personal endeavor, was time-limited, leading to their defeat by the forces of evil in the final moments. The Saiyans thus fell under the dominion of the malevolent faction, and ultimately, due to reasons shrouded in mystery, they faced extinction, leaving only a few of the lesser-blooded Saiyans to evolve into the current race. So it was, the Saiyans harbored such a hidden history, one even I was unaware of. Upon hearing this legend, Vegeta felt an inexplicable pressure. They were merely seen as a subspecies in the eyes of the ancient Saiyans. Vegeta's proud heart plummeted to the depths of despair. All along, he had believed himself to be the most gifted among the Saiyans. However, upon hearing Chen Bei's words regarding the legends of the Saiyans, he realized that he was but a fool. Chen Bei, what exactly is this Super Saiyan God you just mentioned? I recall you previously spoke of something relating to it. Suddenly, Sun Wukong remembered that Chen Bei had alluded to the concept of Super Saiyan God when introducing the advanced transformations of the Saiyans. We shall discuss this matter another time. For now, the concept of Super Saiyan God is still too early for you. Once you possess the strength that earns my recognition, I will enlighten you about it. Chen Bei refrained from elaborating further, as explaining the intricacies of Super Saiyan God was overly complicated, and the timing was not opportune. He still needed to seek out Broly. Ah, very well. I shall train diligently. Sun Wukong felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly regained his spirits. Since Chen Bei asserted that his current strength was inadequate, he resolved to focus on his training, aiming to reach the path of Super Saiyan God sooner rather than later. Vegeta nodded in agreement. Unlike Sun Wukong, he was not one to reach for the unattainable. For him, surpassing Sun Wukong was a worthy goal. The reason I sought you out is that the legendary Super Saiyan has appeared. What did you say? He has manifested? Where is he? Vegeta displayed an eagerness. For this legendary Super Saiyan was not only the nightmare of Frieza, but had also significantly impacted Vegeta's aspirations. He had always strived towards the goal of becoming the legendary Saiyan, but now it was proven that he was not the one. Has he truly appeared? Chen Bei, what does this legendary Super Saiyan look like? Sun Wukong, brimming with anticipation, wished to meet this fabled warrior. Do not rush. I have already located his exact whereabouts. Now, I wish to ask you, do you want to accompany me to meet this ancient-blooded Saiyan? Absolutely. Vegeta and Sun Wukong exclaimed in unison, both eager to confront this legendary Super Saiyan and prove that they were neither subspecies nor weaklings. I wish to see him as well. Piccolo interjected, equally curious about the appearance and strength of this legendary Super Saiyan. Very well, then let us set forth, Chen Bei announced to the group, as his purpose for being there was to take a few individuals along, and they were all keen to see this warrior. Wait, Chen Bei, may I bring Gohan along? Sun Wukong expressed his desire to include Gohan, perhaps wishing to nurture the boy further. Of course, Chen Bei nodded in agreement with Sun Wukong's request. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Sun Wukong pressed his 2 fingers to his forehead, attuning to Gohan's energy, and in a flash, he was off. With a swift movement, he vanished from the sight of the crowd. How infuriating. This rascal has been concealing such techniques. Vegeta, witnessing Goku employ a maneuver he could not comprehend, found himself at a loss, frustrated by the revelation that despite their continuous battles, he had not been able to unearth any of Goku's hidden strengths. To his dismay, Goku had been veiling his true power right before him, an utterly exasperating situation. In an instant, Goku reappeared, accompanied by another figure, Gohan. As all were gathered, it was time to embark. Everyone should not resist. With a flicker of energy, Chen Bei executed a technique of instant transmission, enveloping the group in his psychic force, and they materialized on an unknown planet. Chapter 142, Broly's Entrance. The legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta, I shall take my revenge. Though you have perished along with planet Vegeta, the pain you inflicted upon me shall remain etched in my memory forever. Now, let me turn my wrath upon your son, Vegeta? Ha! You shall regret this dearly. Paragus stood atop a distant ridge, surveying the planet. Below him, an assortment of peculiar, crest-headed aliens busily constructed a palace, erected specifically to lure Vegeta. Paragus intended for this planet to serve as a tomb for Vegeta, a fitting tribute to the king's past benevolence. The resources of this world had long been depleted, and it was on the brink of collision with the Gamori comet. Thus, Vegeta and his companions would be obliterated alongside it. Paragus's ambitions extended beyond merely annihilating Vegeta. He sought to migrate to Earth, whose environment was highly conducive to Saiyan life. During his reconnaissance of Vegeta, he had already set his sights on Earth. Chen Bei, is this the planet of the legendary Super Saiyan? Goku surveyed the desolate landscape, baffled by the notion that anyone could inhabit such a barren place. Indeed, this legendary Super Saiyan has a peculiar connection to you. Chen Bei nodded, revealing fragments of information about Broly. A connection to me? But I have no recollection of him. Goku scratched his head, struggling to recall any such figure. This ancient bloodline bearer, known as Broly, was born on the same day as you on planet Vegeta. It is said that your cries, spurred by his aura, stirred him from his slumber, thus imbuing him with a profound resentment towards you. A mysterious smile crept upon Chen Bei's lips, pondering whether Goku would still be so eager to meet Broly when faced with the prospect of being soundly thrashed by him. I apologize, but I truly have no memory of this, Goku confessed, as he had long since forgotten the events of his childhood, particularly after a mishap that had left him with a head injury. Enough of this chatter, Kakarot. Vegeta interrupted Goku, turning to Chen Bei. You must know where he is, right? Quickly, lead us to him. I wish to see what distinguishes this legendary Super Saiyan. Chen Bei did not anticipate Vegeta's eagerness, nor was he certain if he would retain such courage when confronted with Broly. He simply hoped that Vegeta wouldn't tremble in fear. Very well, since you are all so anxious, I shall guide you to him. Whoosh. Their figures vanished. Lord Paragus, the palace is nearly complete, one of his subordinates reported. Yes, I am aware. We shall prepare to depart for Earth, Paragus replied nonchalantly. Understood. The subordinate responded and withdrew. Whoosh. Suddenly, Chen Bei and the others reappeared behind Paragus. Lord, we have enemies. The subordinate, startled by their abrupt arrival, called out to Paragus. What? Paragus quickly turned around, only to find Chen Bei and the others standing behind him. Vegeta? And Kakarot? Or should I say Goku? How did you arrive here? Paragus was puzzled. He had not yet set out for Earth, so how had Vegeta and the others arrived before him? Did they uncover his intentions? Yet, that did not make sense, as he had not disclosed his plans to eliminate Vegeta. What was the situation? Kakarot. At that moment, Broly, standing beside Paragus, also looked over. Hearing the familiar name and sensing the familiar aura, a fragment of memory surged within him, flooding his mind with violent emotions. Chen Bei. Is he the legendary Super Saiyan you spoke of? Goku regarded the middle-aged man before him, sensing his energy, yet discerned nothing particularly special about him. Suddenly, Goku seemed to notice something. He felt someone was watching him and looked up to meet Broly's gaze directly. In that instant, Goku's expression grew serious as he sensed that the man before him was not as simple as he appeared. "Greetings, Paragus and Broly." Chen Bei smiled and greeted them. He bore no deep-seated grudge against either, so there was no need to exhibit hostility upon their first meeting. "I seem to recall you. Paragus, was it? My father's aide," Vegeta stated, arms crossed, his expression neutral as he regarded Paragus. "Ah, how considerate of you to remember, my esteemed Prince Vegeta," Paragus replied with a peculiar smile, which Vegeta, not paying much attention, overlooked entirely. "Since you have arrived, allow me to introduce to you this planet I have specially crafted, which I have renamed New Vegeta. I have also constructed a grand palace in anticipation of your arrival, heralding the arrival of our new Saiyan King, Vegeta." Paragus, however, has yet to confront Vegeta directly and has opted for a more cautious approach. Nevertheless, Vegeta pays Paragus no heed and instead glances behind him. "Who is that behind you? He must also be a Saiyan, correct?" Vegeta inquires, having noticed the tail wrapped around Broly's waist. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, this is my son Broly. I believe you two will get along splendidly." "What, Broly?" Vegeta's expression shifts dramatically, his gaze sharpening as he fixates on Broly. Recalling what Shenron had previously revealed, that the legendary Super Saiyan is named Broly, Paragus remains blissfully unaware of Vegeta's sudden tension, still wearing a broad smile. "Prince Vegeta, allow me to prepare for your coronation as the new king. You may take some time to rest in the palace with your friends." But then, something unexpected occurs. Broly's energy surges violently, and he begins to chant Goku's name. Chapter 143, Eruption, the Power of the Super Warriors. At this moment, Goku's muscles are taut, instinctively sensing the immense power residing within Broly's body, which instills an overwhelming pressure upon him. Kakarot. Broly suddenly steps forward, advancing toward Goku. "What? Broly, stop." Paragus, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, realizes that Broly is on the verge of erupting again. He is well aware of his son's formidable strength, and without proper control, even he would hesitate to approach Broly. After all, it was Broly in a berserk state who had once blinded him in one eye. In a flurry, he employs the control device to subdue Broly. The jewelry adorning Broly begins to emit a faint glow, causing his energy to fluctuate erratically. Observing this, Paragus intensifies the output of the control device, striving to stabilize Broly's emotions. Alas, despite the suppression of Broly's energy to a considerably low level, his emotions remain tumultuous as he eyes Goku, who stands just before him. Taking another step forward, Broly's muscles swell dramatically, and his energy erupts once more. Meanwhile, Shenron pays no mind to the onlookers, immediately commencing his own sign-in process, for his purpose here is not merely to spectate. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the new planet Vegeta, receiving the rewards, the Great Dream Sutra, the Purple Blue Sword, and the Earth Spirit Pearl. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in with the plot character Paragus, receiving the rewards, the Great Exorcism Technique, Saiyan Bloodline Gene 1, and the innate talent of mind control. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in with the plot character Broly, receiving the rewards, the Great Combat Technique, Ancient Saiyan Bloodline Gene 1, and the Cosmic Gem. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Bei felt a surge of joy within. His objectives had been achieved, and now he intended to observe what battles would unfold next. As for participating, Chen Bei expressed his complete disinterest as it lacked challenge. With his strength, he could effortlessly overpower everyone present, rendering such combat utterly unexciting. It would be far more entertaining to watch as a bystander, waiting for Goku and the others to falter before intervening, thus allowing him to display his prowess. In an instant, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. However, everyone was too focused on Broly to notice Chen Bei's disappearance. At that moment, Broly's energy could no longer be contained. A violent force erupted from him, releasing a torrent of destructive energy. Paragus, witnessing this scene, broke into a cold sweat. In such a situation, he dared not intervene with Broly. Otherwise, the consequence would be dire for his injured eye. Withdrawing instinctively, Paragus resolved to leave, allowing Broly to entertain Vegeta and the others. In a flash, Paragus soared into the sky, his figure transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from the crowd's view. "Damn that guy!" Vegeta exclaimed, noticing Paragus' escape and sensing something amiss. Yet he did not dwell on it. His primary focus was now on the legendary Super Saiyan before him. Kakarot. With Paragus' departure, Broly's raging energy could no longer be contained, erupting completely. A powerful shockwave swept over the gathered individuals, heightening their tension. Such overwhelming, furious energy. Gohan could not help but exclaim, gazing at Broly's immense physique and the formidable energy radiating from him. He felt a surge of dread, realizing that his own strength was woefully inadequate to confront this being. Broly Goku murmured, seemingly lost in a memory, yet unable to recall it after some time. Ultimately fixing his gaze upon Broly, his expression growing increasingly grave. Allow me to face you, to see what distinguishes you as this legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously, and he strode directly toward Broly. Yet, Broly showed no inclination to acknowledge Vegeta, continuing to advance toward Goku, his energy intensifying further. How dare you ignore me? You scoundrel, behold my flash cannon. With that, Vegeta swiftly gathered an energy blast and hurled it at the approaching Broly. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, enveloping the area in smoke, obscuring Broly's form within. What? At that moment, a figure emerged slowly from the smoke. It was Broly. He began to radiate a golden aura, his hair transforming into a delicate shade of crimson, and his power surged to a magnitude far exceeding tenfold. This was Broly's advanced Super Saiyan form, with untold strength being unleashed from within, exerting an ever-increasing sense of oppression upon those present. Vegeta, witnessing this, immediately transformed into his Super Saiyan state, his power surging forth. Since his previous assault had proven ineffective, he resolved to unleash his current technique. Vegeta adopted a wide stance, swiftly channeling his energy, and then clasped his hands before his chest, gathering an astonishing aura. Final Flash. This was Vegeta's ultimate move. Although it had been said that Broly possessed an ancient warrior's bloodline, Vegeta doubted that Broly could easily withstand this attack. Indeed, the Final Flash swiftly struck Broly. He initially attempted to block it with his hands, but the tremendous force propelled him backward, carving two deep grooves into the ground beneath him. Seeing this, Vegeta intensified his energy output, amplifying the power of the Final Flash. Broly could no longer endure such force. With a resounding explosion, the ground beneath him erupted, sending him hurtling away. However, this assault was far from lethal. In midair, Broly managed to halt his descent, and his golden aura surged dramatically, his hair transforming into a brilliant gold as he ascended into Super Saiyan form. At this moment, Broly was filled with fury, astonished that this seemingly insignificant adversary could inflict harm upon him. Broly's figure became a blur, swiftly charging toward the stationary Vegeta. In an instant, Broly appeared before Vegeta and delivered a crushing blow to his head. Vegeta, quick to react, crossed his arms above his head to shield himself from the onslaught. Chapter 144, The Great Battle. Vegeta in defeat. With a series of thunderous impacts, Broly's fist struck heavily against Vegeta's arms, who struggled to withstand the relentless barrage. The pain coursing through his limbs intensified, and Vegeta felt the mounting pressure. He was on the verge of collapse. With another powerful strike, Vegeta retreated hastily, distancing himself from Broly. His arms, now visibly strained, bore the marks of immense force. Damn it! Kakarot, toss me a Senzu bean. Upon hearing this, Goku quickly retrieved a pouch containing Senzu beans from his robes and tossed one to Vegeta. With a swift motion, Vegeta caught the bean, consuming it without hesitation. As the bean's energy coursed through his body, his external injuries rapidly healed, his arms mending, and the soreness dissipating. This fellow is incredibly powerful. As Piccolo sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Broly, he too felt an immense pressure. It was evident that his strength paled in comparison to Broly's. In that moment, Piccolo's heart was tormented. On one hand, he was unable to partake in such a battle, while on the other, he grappled with his own frustration. Had he truly been cast aside, drifting further from Goku and the others, unable to fight alongside them? Clenching his fists tightly, his facial muscles taut, Piccolo yearned to confront Broly, yet he understood that he lacked the requisite power, fearing that his involvement would only hinder rather than help. Before them, Vegeta engaged Broly once more, utilizing his relatively smaller frame to nimbly assault Broly from all angles. The sounds of punches and kicks echoed. Crack, bang, thud. Vegeta relentlessly struck Broly's form, yet the giant remained unfazed. A wicked smile crept across Broly's face as he swiftly turned, seizing Vegeta's arm and yanking him forward with force. What? Vegeta had not anticipated such speed. He assumed that Broly's massive stature would impede his agility, especially regarding swiftness. However, to his astonishment, Broly not only boasted formidable defenses, but also possessed rapid reflexes, with his attacks showing no signs of slowing. Despite Vegeta's continuous barrage, Broly appeared entirely untroubled, allowing Vegeta to unleash his strikes, leading him to believe that his own speed was insufficient. Yet now, as Broly grasped both of Vegeta's arms, his smile grew ever more sinister, his lips curling in delight. At that moment, Broly was fully immersed in the thrill of combat, relishing the exhilarating rush. While Vegeta's attacks merely served as a warm-up, awakening Broly's ferocity, Vegeta struggled to free his arms, but under Broly's powerful grip, he remained utterly immobilized. With a look of disdain, Broly grinned broadly, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and then raised his knee to thrust it towards Vegeta's face. With his hands bound, Vegeta could only watch helplessly as the colossal knee approached, larger than his own head. Thud! The knee collided forcefully with Vegeta's face, causing him to feel dizzy, blood mingling in his nostrils, which erupted forth in a spray. Clearly, Broly was far from finished. Rather than delivering another knee strike, he released Vegeta's arms and seized his shoulder with a single hand. In a swift motion, Broly swung his fist, larger than a sandbag, executing a powerful uppercut aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. Thud! The punch landed squarely, causing Vegeta's stomach to cave in, the impact akin to a missile strike. Gasping, Vegeta violently expelled a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock, his mouth agape in a silent cry for help. For he was in so much pain that words eluded him. Yet, this was far from over. Broly seized Vegeta's head once more, relentlessly pummeling his face with a flurry of punches. Bang! 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 Vegeta, akin to a mere punching bag, was battered beyond recognition. Much like fish flesh on a chopping board, at the mercy of his adversary. In this moment, Vegeta could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. His hair reverted to its natural black, and his energy dwindled rapidly, on the brink of collapse. Vegeta, Goku, who had been observing the battle to gauge Broly's prowess, initially felt reassured as Vegeta held the upper hand. However, as the tide turned, an incredible aura erupted from Goku, engulfing him in golden flames as he swiftly charged towards Broly. Bang! In his indulgence of inflicting pain, Broly failed to notice his surroundings and was sent flying by Goku's punch. Boom! Broly's body was hurled into the ruins, stirring up a cloud of dust. Goku rushed to embrace the battered Vegeta, witnessing his dismal state. Realizing that time was of the essence, Goku swiftly retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and placed it in Vegeta's mouth before cradling him and soaring back to their previous position. At that moment, Vegeta was completely unconscious, having endured relentless blows from Broly. Even his iron-like physique could not withstand such punishment. Goku, having successfully rescued him, remained vigilant, sensing that Broly's energy had neither diminished nor vanished. In fact, it had grown even more formidable. Concealed from view, Chen Bei retrieved his long-unused flying nimbus, reclining atop it while leisurely sipping juice, observing the fierce battle below. Vegeta, ever so arrogant. If his strength was lacking, he should have played it safe. Why must he always take risks? Chen Bei shook his head, sighing at the sight of the unconscious Vegeta. Vegeta's current power hovered around 13 million, with his transformed battle power ranging between 600 to 700 million. Initially, he could suppress Broly, but he could not overpower him outright, allowing Broly's strength to escalate throughout the battle until he ultimately surpassed Vegeta, achieving an astonishing 1 billion in battle power. Kakarot. Boom. Broly bellowed, his aura erupting forth and scattering the debris that cloaked him, swiftly emerging from the smoke to confront Goku. Chapter 145, Broly. The emergence of the transcendent form. At this juncture, a hint of crimson graced the corner of Broly's mouth, evidently a testament to the damage inflicted by that last punch. Kakarot. Broly's expression twisted in rage as he unleashed a furious roar at Goku. If one were to ponder their grievances, it would likely stem from the time Goku inadvertently roused him in the training room, and Broly had harbored that grudge for nearly 2 decades. To this day, I remain haunted by thoughts of the one who awakened me, Son Goku. My desire to reduce him to ashes grows ever stronger. Broly's muscles have swelled to an extraordinary size, rendering his physique nearly a full measure larger than that of Son Goku, who now appears almost childlike in his presence. At this moment, Son Goku fixes a steadfast gaze upon Broly. He harbors no fear, for his strength has surpassed that of Broly. Yet he is cautious, uncertain if Broly possesses any hidden trump cards, and thus refrains from making any rash moves. Broly, unable to contain himself, charges forward with astonishing speed, his fists enveloped in immense energy, far more potent than his previous assault on Vegeta. Boom. Son Goku stands in a firm stance, his relatively slender frame absorbing Broly's onslaught with a single fist. However, the surrounding earth, rocks, and various structures are obliterated by the force of their clash, reduced to mere dust. The area transforms into a wasteland, and as the energy dissipates, the ground sinks, creating a vast crater around the two combatants. Their eyes lock in a fierce standoff, neither willing to yield. Broly's gaze is rife with ferocity and exhilaration, while Son Goku's eyes reflect a grave intensity coupled with an indomitable fighting spirit. Boom, boom, boom. The two continue to exchange blows, and as their fists collide, the pit surrounding them deepens, countless stones disintegrating into dust that hangs in the air, only to be scattered by the shockwaves of their battle. With a sudden surge of aggression, Broly clasps his hands together, transforming them into a hammer, and brings them crashing down upon Son Goku. Yet, Son Goku deftly sidesteps the attack. Broly's hammer strikes the ground, instantly fracturing it with a web of fissures that spread outward. Intriguingly, Son Goku appears unwilling to conclude the battle so swiftly, opting not to unleash his full power. From above, Chen Bei observes this scene, considering Son Goku's current fighting prowess. It would be effortless for him to incapacitate or even slay Broly. However, he has chosen instead to engage in a contest of physical strength. Chen Bei shakes his head in disbelief. Indeed, Saiyans remain ever reckless. While it is commendable to relish the thrill of combat, lacking the strength to back it up is naive. Surely, he does not expect me to rescue them? That would be sheer folly. Should a life be lost, I shall not intervene. It remains to be seen if Son Goku can handle this challenge. One must experience loss to truly understand the value of what they possess. At this juncture, Broly and Son Goku are once again embroiled in combat. Broly swiftly throws a punch aimed at Son Goku's face, but Goku tilts his head to evade it, countering with a powerful fist that strikes Broly's waist. Thud! Broly is sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the distant rocky terrain, leaving a long trail behind him. At this moment, Broly arched backward in a bow-like shape, his arms and legs extended forward, utterly uncontrollable, until the force imparted by Goku finally dissipated, allowing his retreating form to come to a halt before collapsing to the ground. Broly's expression grew increasingly ferocious, rage threatening to consume his reason. Gritting his teeth, he rose once more, enveloped in an aura of fierce energy, transforming into a streak of light as he charged at Goku again. Bang! Once more, he was struck by a powerful punch. However, this time, Broly seized Goku, preventing him from being sent flying away. Goku found himself ensnared by Broly's massive hands, which clutched his waist with unyielding strength, lifting him entirely off the ground. Recognizing the opportunity, Broly began to tighten his grip, while Goku, sensing the imminent danger, struggled fiercely to free himself from Broly's embrace. Just as Goku attempted to summon his power, Broly interrupted him, enveloping his hands in a layer of energy before constricting his grip with brutal force, nearly crushing Goku's waist. Enduring this torment, Goku coughed up a bitter taste but had not yet succumbed to defeat. He likewise gathered energy in his hands and retaliated with a punch that struck Broly's arm, causing him to wince in pain and release Goku. Breathing heavily, Goku momentarily recovered. Although the battle had not yet tested his limits, it had undeniably drained his stamina. Once he regained his composure, Goku fixed his gaze upon Broly, who was equally focused on him. Kakarot. Broly repeatedly muttered Goku's name, yet his aura intensified with every utterance. Goku furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. His previous attacks appeared to inflict no substantial damage on Broly, who, despite the prolonged battle, exhibited no signs of fatigue. In fact, Goku felt Broly's energy steadily increasing. Though it had not yet surpassed his own, it was undeniably on the rise. Resolute and no longer pondering, Goku decided to approach the fight with utmost seriousness. In a flash, he appeared before Broly and delivered an uppercut squarely to his chin. Bang! Broly's head snapped back, and his body was propelled into the air. Goku swiftly repositioned himself above Broly, bringing his fists down like hammers upon Broly's abdomen, sending him plummeting toward the ground. Boom! Broly's body crashed into the earth, creating a massive crater and sending dust swirling through the air. Seizing the momentum, Goku began to gather his energy. Kamehameha! A wave of energy shot toward the pit where Broly lay. At this moment, Broly had yet to lose consciousness. Witnessing the energy wave approaching, he spread his arms wide, generating a shimmering barrier of light around himself. Boom! The chi wave violently collided with Broly's energy shield, producing a cacophony of sound and causing the ground to tremble incessantly. At this moment, Broly was straining to withstand the assault, his anger escalating as he gazed at the figure above. Kakarot! Broly bellowed in rage, and in an instant, his eyes turned white, the golden aura surrounding him shifted to a yellow-green hue, and his hair transformed accordingly, his physique expanding once more. At last, Broly's legendary form had emerged. Chapter 146, Piccolo's Despair Crack. Broly's shield failed to repel Goku's Kamehameha wave, shattering into fragments. Yet, astonishingly, Broly braced himself against the attack, his body retreating but his aura growing ever stronger. Incredible! Gohan, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of anxiety. Although he had faith in his father's abilities, he couldn't help but worry about the formidable foe they faced, fearing the potential for unforeseen calamity. With his transformation into the legendary form, Broly's power had skyrocketed to an astounding 23 billion, far surpassing Gohan and the others, and drawing perilously close to Goku's 30 billion. Sensing Broly's transformation, Goku felt a surge of tension within himself, prompting him to amplify his energy output. Huh! Goku shouted, as the Kamehameha wave became more robust, intensifying the pressure on Broly. Standing firm on the ground, Broly was pushed back by the energy wave, his muscles swelling with power. Huh! Kakarot! Broly roared, raising his hands forcefully, and astonishingly redirected Goku's Kamehameha wave skyward. Boom! The energy wave pierced through the thick clouds, parting the heavens and revealing the vast cosmos beyond. Goku, witnessing this spectacle, immediately ceased his energy output, his gaze fixed intently on Broly. He had already expended considerable stamina, yet Broly seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment, his defenses formidable, rendering Goku's attacks nearly ineffective. This battle began to feel increasingly stifling to Goku. Despite enduring Goku's onslaught, Broly bore only superficial scratches, remaining remarkably vigorous. This opponent was truly formidable beyond belief. Such fierce attacks failed to inflict any substantial harm. Piccolo, too, could no longer maintain his composure. Initially, he had assumed that Goku's entry would ensure an effortless resolution to the conflict, but he was taken aback to discover that Broly possessed hidden strengths. Anxiety began to grip Piccolo's heart. If Goku were to falter, who could possibly defeat Broly? Uncle Piccolo, let us assist Dad, Gohan urged Piccolo. However, Piccolo shook his head in response, stating, No, Gohan, our strength is insufficient to aid him. We would only hinder Goku. Now, our primary task is to remain here, adequately preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Should your father find himself unable to overcome that adversary, we must seize the opportunity to rescue them. I understand. Gohan glanced at Piccolo and then at Goku, who was currently locked in confrontation with Broly, before nodding in agreement to Piccolo's suggestion. In the sky, Chen Bei continued to snack on seeds and sip a beverage, quietly observing the unfolding duel. It appeared that Goku was beginning to feel the pressure. His failure to swiftly defeat Broly had granted the latter an opportunity to grow stronger. The ensuing battle would likely prove to be quite arduous. Contemplating this, Chen Bei opted not to intervene, remaining reclined upon his cloud. For the time had not yet come for his participation. He would observe this spectacle to its conclusion first. The situation was rather dire, Goku assessed internally. Broly seemed as formidable as ever, brimming with fighting spirit. Although Goku could replenish his stamina with senzu beans, he found himself unable to deliver a decisive blow to Broly. Should this battle persist, the ultimate victor remained uncertain. Goku cast a glance at the unconscious Vegeta. He had no recourse but to await Vegeta's awakening, for without him, they stood no chance against Broly. Humph! Broly sneered, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Seemingly unfazed by the previous attack, with a powerful push, He propelled himself off the ground, causing a myriad of cracks to form beneath him as he surged toward Goku, who was suspended in midair. Prepared for Broly's assault, Goku charged toward him as well. The impact of their fists colliding in midair sent shockwaves through the air, causing their cheeks to ripple and their hair to flail wildly. When Broly's first attack failed, he gathered strength for another strike, launching his other fist at Goku. The intensity of their exchanges escalated, rendering their movements nearly indistinguishable in the chaos of battle. Gohan marveled at the scene. He lamented that his time spent under Chi-Chi's constraints had left him with precious little opportunity to train, resulting in negligible growth in his combat prowess. Faced with such a contest, he felt utterly unqualified to intervene. Beside him, Piccolo clenched his fists at Gohan's words. He too felt the weight of inadequacy. He had fallen significantly behind Goku. Even Vegeta and Gohan could easily best him now. To claim that his spirit had not been affected would be disingenuous. Yet, what could he do? He yearned to be the strongest, but he lacked the enviable transformation abilities of the Saiyans and the innate talent for explosive growth following injury. The widening chasm between them only deepened Piccolo's sense of alienation from this era. Ultimately, Piccolo could only utter a single sound of acknowledgement, as he found himself at a loss for words. The disparity in strength left him devoid of any excitement for the battle, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of desolation and disorientation. Suddenly, a figure was propelled backward, crashing against the distant cliffside, piercing through it, and continuing to soar for several hundred meters before finally coming to a halt. Coughing, Sun Wukong struggled to extricate his arms and legs from the rubble. In his recent clash with Broly, he initially held the upper hand, but as the fight progressed, he was increasingly astonished. The once inferior Broly had become his equal, and with his formidable physique, he relentlessly subdued Sun Wukong, ultimately seizing an opportunity to land a powerful blow to his chest, sending him flying. This is becoming increasingly dire, Sun Wukong murmured to himself, just as Broly launched another assault. Chapter 147. Vegeta awakens with a mighty roar. He unleashed his energy, golden flames enveloping his body, as Sun Wukong swiftly rose to confront the imminent threat posed by Broly. Kakarot. Without any superfluous words, Broly called out Sun Wukong's name, and then struck him with a heavy punch. The barrage of blows came incessantly, leaving Sun Wukong no respite. He was struck in the abdomen, spewing forth blood. Broly's resilience was astonishing, coupled with an acute battle instinct that compelled Sun Wukong to remain vigilant at all times. A moment's lapse could allow Broly to capitalize, as was evident in the current situation, where he was struck by the sheer force of Broly's fists and feet. With a resounding crash, Broly seized Sun Wukong's leg and violently slammed him into the ground, creating a massive crater from the impact. Yet Broly was not satisfied. He relentlessly yanked Sun Wukong up and continued to hurl him in different directions. Caught off guard by such ferocity, Sun Wukong found himself unable to retaliate. After being slammed down twice, his consciousness began to blur, yet he fought to maintain clarity, for he was the last line of defense against Broly. If he were to succumb, Gohan and the others would surely fall into peril. What is happening? At that moment, a voice emerged behind Piccolo. Turning around, he was astonished to see Vegeta awakening. You've finally regained consciousness, but it seems Sun Wukong is on the brink of defeat, Piccolo observed gravely. His gaze fixed on the battlefield where Sun Wukong struggled against Broly, much like Vegeta had before him, now at Broly's mercy. Piccolo and Gohan had prepared to rescue Sun Wukong, intending to hasten their departure, for it was evident from Broly's demeanor that he had no intention of allowing them to survive. It is futile. Kakarot is of no use. We cannot defeat this fiend, Vegeta lamented, feeling the weight of despair as he sensed Broly's overwhelming aura. What are you saying, Vegeta? Now is not the time for such discussions. Have you not seen that Sun Wukong is still persevering? Piccolo roared at Vegeta, expressing his frustration at Vegeta's current display of cowardice. It is utterly impossible to defeat this formidable opponent, the legendary Saiyan. You must have sensed it as well. His power is growing ever more formidable. Even if we band together, we cannot hope to triumph over him. Vegeta has been stripped of the last vestiges of his pride from the previous battles. The pressure of the Super Saiyan form is overwhelming. Uncle Vegeta, we still have a chance. Gohan reminded him. Do you not recall that last technique? As long as we can buy you time to fuse, we still hold hope of defeating that fiend. Indeed, Vegeta, you and Sun Wukong possess a fusion technique. Do you not? If we can secure a moment for you, I believe that, upon successfully merging, you will surely be able to vanquish him. Piccolo had already devised the next course of action, yet it required Vegeta's cooperation. Humph, just the two of you? Vegeta glanced at Gohan and Piccolo, then turned his gaze to the distant, tenaciously fighting Sun Wukong, before lowering his head. At this moment, Gohan and Piccolo felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. If Vegeta had lost his fighting spirit and rejected this plan, they would indeed be in dire straits. With his head bowed, Vegeta wrestled internally. He yearned to fight, yet feared failure. Thoughts of retreat flickered in his mind, but gazing at Sun Wukong, who was engaged in battle, he hesitated once more, tightening his fists. If that lowly warrior Kakarot can do it, why can't I? It's merely death. I fear not that foe. Vegeta bellowed, his fighting spirit rekindled. High in the air, Chen Bei observed this scene and nodded approvingly. It seemed Vegeta had not succumbed to despair. Maintaining his fighting spirit was commendable. After all, do we not grow through adversity? As long as one does not give up, success is within reach. In that moment, Vegeta soared forward, joining the fray against Broly. Sun Wukong had just endured a brutal onslaught from Broly, yet he had managed to keep a senzu bean in his mouth, swallowing it at a crucial moment, thereby breaking free from Broly's grip. Otherwise, he might have already been defeated in that earlier encounter. Upon seeing Vegeta approach, Sun Wukong felt a measure of relief wash over him. Old son, Dad. At that moment, Piccolo and Gohan also arrived. What are you doing here? Sun Wukong was reluctant to allow them to join the battle, as the gap in their strength was simply too vast. Old son, give a few senzu beans to Gohan and me, and we will hold off Broly while you and Vegeta execute that technique. Piccolo articulated his plan, intending to buy time for the duo. I see, but Sun Wukong still harbored some concern, for Broly showed no mercy at this moment. Do not hesitate. Do you wish for us all to perish here? As Piccolo began to urge with urgency, the battle had reached a critical juncture. Should Goku and Vegeta fail to merge successfully, it would be a grim end for them. After a moment's hesitation, Goku, upon witnessing the approaching Broly, nodded in agreement. But you must be cautious. This foe possesses immense combat strength, and you must not allow him to strike you. Understood. You and Vegeta must proceed swiftly. Our time to delay is limited, Piccolo replied calmly, realizing they had no choice but to face the impending danger head-on. All right, Goku declared, distributing a portion of the senzu beans to Piccolo and Gohan before soaring away with Vegeta in search of a secure location for their fusion. Kakarot. At that moment, Broly had closed the distance, pursuing Goku with relentless determination. Special beam cannon. Gohan and Piccolo, seeing Broly disregard them in favor of Goku, simultaneously unleashed their energy blasts at Broly. The blasts collided with Broly's form, resulting in a violent explosion, and smoke began to envelop him. Did it work? Piccolo thought anxiously. If Broly was not distracted, Goku and Vegeta would have no time to merge, leaving them no option but to flee. Suddenly, a figure burst through the smoke, appearing before Piccolo. With a resounding impact, Piccolo was sent flying by a single punch. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan cried out in alarm, realizing that while Broly had indeed been drawn away, the pressure had now shifted onto them. Chapter 148. Hold on. Having dispatched Piccolo, Broly's gaze turned menacingly towards Gohan. Observing Gohan's frail form, Broly's smile twisted into a more savage and deranged expression. This is bad, Gohan thought, feeling the weight of Broly's terrifying presence. He realized he was facing a foe who reveled in combat, devoid of any semblance of compassion. In an instant, Broly's figure flashed before Gohan, his colossal hand reaching to seize Gohan's head. Gohan ducked just in time, his smaller stature aiding his swift evasion. Momentarily stunned that his attack had missed, Broly's smile faltered. With precision, Gohan delivered a kick to Broly's face, causing a ripple through his facial muscles. Regaining his composure, Broly felt the negligible impact and glanced down at Gohan, a smirk returning to his lips. Humph. Broly scoffed, retracting his hands, intent on grasping Gohan's legs. However, Gohan had anticipated this move and promptly distanced himself from Broly. Though Broly missed again, he remained unperturbed, having gained insight into Gohan's capabilities. Just as Gohan believed he had evaded danger, Broly's figure abruptly vanished before his eyes. Bang! Boom! At that moment, Broly's form reappeared, and Gohan was sent flying by a powerful kick, his body crashing into a distant hillside. It turned out that Broly had swiftly approached Gohan the instant he had steadied himself, delivering a forceful blow to his chest. At this juncture, both Piccolo and Gohan had succumbed to Broly's might. Just as Broly contemplated pursuing Goku and Vegeta, a wave of energy surged towards him. Boom! Broly was struck directly, and the ground beneath him erupted violently. Breathless, Piccolo emerged behind Broly. Such a feeble attack could hardly harm Broly. His silhouette gradually emerged from the billowing smoke, muscles rippling with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Turning his head to glance at Piccolo, Broly's figure vanished once more. Piccolo found himself ensnared by Broly's iron grip. Lifted off the ground, his legs kicked desperately, and his arms strained in a futile attempt to pry apart Broly's powerful hand. Whoosh! An energy blast shot through the air. Gohan reappeared. This should suffice, Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta had flown a considerable distance away from the battleground, and this area was significantly safer. Indeed, this shall do. Vegeta nodded slightly, and both figures swiftly descended to the ground. Are they about to fuse? It seems my final objective is about to be realized. In the sky, Chen Bei had been observing their every move. Furthermore, Chen Bei intentionally interfered with their judgment using his mental prowess, causing them to overlook his presence. For he aimed to prevent himself from becoming their crutch. Only by plunging them into despair could he compel Goku and Vegeta to fuse. Now, Chen Bei was poised and ready, awaiting the moment of their union. Hurry, Vegeta. I sense Piccolo and Gohan's energy waning. They may not hold on much longer. Goku urged. Understood, let us proceed. Vegeta's face flushed slightly as he recalled the awkwardness of their previous fusion, a rather uncomfortable memory. The two positioned themselves, drawing closer as before. And just as their fingertips were about to touch, they shouted the word fusion. Instantly, a familiar radiance surged forth, accompanied by a gust of wind. Soon, the light dissipated, revealing a robust figure. I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. I am Gogeta. Gogeta proclaimed, hands on his hips, uttering that iconic phrase. Uft! In the sky, atop the nimbus. Chen Bei spat out his juice in disbelief. At this moment, Gogeta was likely still grappling with the reality of his current form, resembling an exceedingly corpulent figure, entirely devoid of the striking appearance he once possessed. However, Chen Bei remained unconcerned, for logically, no matter how they fused, they should still embody Gogeta. Thus, in Chen Bei's eyes, a successful registration was inevitable. System register. Indeed, the system's notification resonated immediately within Chen Bei's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully registering the character Gogeta. Rewards: talent, soul of battle, great reincarnation technique, crystal of divine power. The system's rewards were never lacking, and this time was no exception, bestowing upon him the formidable great reincarnation technique, which filled Chen Bei with immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Gohan were entangled with Broly, relying on the Senzu beans to barely withstand his relentless assault. Yet, their condition deteriorated with each passing moment. Every blow from Broly inflicted tremendous pain upon their bodies, and their spirits were equally battered. Has Goku and Vegeta not yet recovered? Piccolo pondered anxiously, glancing at the two remaining Senzu beans in his possession. He was nearing his limit, capable of withstanding perhaps just two more of Broly's attacks. Bang! Gohan was struck by Broly's fist. Despite crossing his arms in defense, the overwhelming force sent him hurtling backward, pain radiating from his arms, eliciting an involuntary cry. Gohan, damn it, at this rate, we're truly going to lose. Piccolo's heart sank at the sight of Gohan being flung away. He was inclined to rush to his aid, but Broly's attention had already shifted to him. Thus, Piccolo steeled himself to confront Broly's onslaught. As for launching a counterattack, that was a joke. With his meager strength, he would merely be tickling the giant. Broly's face remained adorned with a smile, brimming with cruelty and arrogance, as he advanced step by step toward Piccolo. Just as Broly prepared to unleash a punch, a shout pierced the air. Broly! Upon hearing his name called, Broly turned to see a large, rotund figure standing not far from him. He paused momentarily, unsure of who this individual was. Why was he calling out to him? Yet, Broly dismissed these thoughts. The raging energy within him overpowered his consciousness, driving him to seek destruction and engage in fervent battle. Chapter 149. The situation grows more dire. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback as well. He too did not recognize this hefty individual. Who was he, and why was he here? Who are you? Piccolo inquired, bewildered. Hee. The rotund figure, upon hearing Piccolo's question, broke into a wide grin. I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. I am Gogeta. Well, what? Piccolo's eyes widened in astonishment, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, his mouth agape in speechlessness. This revelation was utterly shocking. In his recollection, Gogeta was not supposed to be a well-proportioned, handsome youth. How did I suddenly become so corpulent? At this moment, Broly sensed a hint of Kakarot's essence emanating from Gogeta, igniting an overwhelming surge of excitement within him. Kakarot. In an instant, Broly unleashed his energy and charged directly towards Gogeta. Bang! A heavy fist collided forcefully with Gogeta's face, sending him tumbling like a rubber ball. Crack! After rolling numerous times, Gogeta crashed to the ground, feeling dazed and struggling to rise, gingerly touching his swollen cheek. Ouch, that hurts. According to Gogeta's expectations, he should have been able to effortlessly defeat Broly after their fusion, yet something seemed amiss. Broly, however, offered him no respite for contemplation, reappearing before him in a flash. Bang! Another punch struck Gogeta's abdomen, causing his entire body to tremble, the excess flesh quivering like ripples in water. Boom! Once again, he was sent flying by a punch, his body embedding into a distant stone wall. It seems I am no match, Gogeta observed Broly, realizing that in his current corpulent state, he could not possibly triumph over Broly. It appeared that besides being more resilient, he possessed no other capabilities. Crack! Bang! Broly continued to assault Gogeta relentlessly, landing blows that made stars dance before his eyes. What is happening? Could it be that the fusion has failed? Piccolo watched Gogeta, bewildered, as under normal circumstances, Gogeta's energy should not be so feeble, and now he exhibited no capacity for resistance against Broly. This led Piccolo to speculate that Goku and Vegeta might have indeed failed in their fusion. Whoosh! Piccolo swiftly approached Gohan, assisting him to his feet and offering him a senzu bean. At last, Gohan began to regain his senses. Moments before, he had been struck by Broly, leaving him disoriented and gravely injured. Thankfully, Piccolo had not forgotten him and arrived just in time. Otherwise, Gohan might have faced a dire fate. Gogeta's cries of anguish filled the air as Broly continued his relentless assault. Witnessing Gogeta's suffering only fueled Broly's excitement further, a manic grin spreading across his face as he stomped down on Gogeta's abdomen. Boom! The ground shattered, a pit forming beneath Gogeta as his body sank into the earth. Demon Flash Cannon. Boom! Observing Gogeta's struggle, Piccolo chose to intervene, disrupting Broly's assault. The impact of Piccolo's attack caused Broly considerable discomfort, the penetrative force of the Demon Flash Cannon leaving a gash on his cheek. This strike drew Broly's attention, and he slowly turned his head toward Piccolo. Bang! In an instant, Broly appeared before Piccolo, his speed rendering him nearly invisible, before Piccolo could react. He was sent flying by a powerful kick. Gag! A mouthful of blood mixed with bile spewed forth, and Piccolo felt as though his entire being were on the brink of collapse, his limbs hanging limply at his sides. Trembling, he raised his left hand and finally placed the last bean of the celestial variety into his mouth, summoning the last of his strength to swallow it. Only then did Piccolo manage to regain his composure. Broly, seeing this bothersome foe still alive, was about to deliver a finishing blow. Suddenly, a ki blast shot toward him, striking Broly and halting his advance. It was Gohan. Upon witnessing Piccolo being sent flying by Broly, he had prepared for a rescue. As Broly was about to slay Piccolo, Gohan could no longer contain himself. He gathered his energy and unleashed an attack. At that moment, Broly's agitation intensified, unleashing the fury within him. He extended his right hand, and a shimmering green wave of energy began to coalesce. In an instant, with a swift motion, he released the energy blast, which erupted into numerous smaller energy orbs. This was one of Broly's signature techniques, the explosive meteor. Boom! The energy orbs surged toward Gohan, creating numerous craters in the ground as they detonated, sending dust and debris into the air. Gohan was struck by the energy blasts, resulting in a violent explosion. He was utterly defenseless, his body instantly ravaged and blood flowing profusely from his chest and abdomen. Yet, this was not the end. Enraged, Broly intensified his energy output, unleashing a torrent of light blasts upon Gohan, shattering his body into fragments. Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo shouted in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. They could scarcely accept that Gohan had perished in such a brutal manner. Regret, resentment, and fury flooded Piccolo and Vegeta's hearts. If only they hadn't brought Gohan along. Vegeta began to berate himself. Although Goku had fused with Vegeta, becoming a new entity, he still possessed their combined memories and emotions, including concerns for loved ones. Gohan. Piccolo's heart was heavy with regret and self-loathing. Gohan had sacrificed himself to save him, and yet Piccolo could only watch helplessly, devoid of the power to assist. At that moment, Piccolo yearned for strength more than ever, loathing his own impotence. Vegeta bellowed in rage, erupting in a golden aura. Though his plump physique added an element of humor, no one could muster a smile at that moment. Boom! Like a cannonball, his body charged toward Broly, sending him hurtling away and crashing into a distant cliff. The sound of a tremendous explosion echoed as the mountainside collapsed, debris cascading down. However, a keen sense revealed that Broly's aura remained undiminished. Chapter 150. The arrival of Chen Bei. Meanwhile, Vegeta was gasping for breath. That last strike had drained the last vestiges of his strength. The remaining celestial beings had long been consumed. Although he had received a substantial supply from Chen Bei, much had been exhausted during subsequent training, leaving only a few for emergencies. However, there are always unforeseen events, much like the current Broly, whose power has escalated to a level that few can contend with. Coupled with the failure of the fusion between Goku and Vegeta, the prospect of attempting to merge again seems futile, as Broly is unlikely to grant them another chance. It is a pity that Gohan's extraordinary talent has not allowed him to even reach Super Saiyan 2. It appears that in this timeline, Goku's survival has considerably alleviated the pressure on him. Chen Bei, observing this scene from above, could not help but shake his head in lamentation for Gohan. Should Gohan truly choose the path of a scholar, Goku would likely be profoundly disappointed, for his potential is more suited for martial arts. Even if Gohan were to perish at this moment, Chen Bei remains unperturbed, for in his eyes, life and death are no longer untouchable taboos. Whenever he wishes, he can resurrect Gohan at any time, the cost being merely a modicum of energy, which is an abundant resource for him, almost inexhaustible. On the battlefield, amidst the ruins, Broly's figure reemerges, now marked with several scratches and traces of blood. Upon sensing the metallic tang of blood, he instinctively wipes it and consumes it, eliciting a horrifying grin filled with ferocity. He then gazes at Goku and Piccolo. This could spell doom. Piccolo, locked in Broly's gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine. His instincts warned him of the impending danger, an escape seemingly impossible. In an instant, Broly's form materialized beside Piccolo, delivering a sweeping kick aimed directly at his waist. Bang! Piccolo, bewildered, touched his body, astonished to find himself unscathed. Upon looking up, he was met with a familiar figure, Chen Bei. Goku and Piccolo could not suppress their exclamations upon seeing Chen Bei, and in that moment, the imminent threat seemed to dissipate, granting them an unusual sense of security. The reason for which they could not quite fathom, yet they felt an inexplicable trust in Chen Bei. Leave it to me, Chen Bei said calmly, his expression devoid of emotion, as he seized Broly's fist, tightening his grip. Broly let out a piercing scream, his body involuntarily collapsing to the ground, his captured hand trembling uncontrollably, the other equally powerless to resist. With a combat power exceeding 80 billion, Chen Bei's presence against the current Broly was overwhelmingly dominant. Furthermore, Chen Bei's physical form was sturdier than Broly's, having achieved a unity of soul and body, allowing him to regenerate from bloodshed. His physical strength comparable to that of divine artifacts. Without immense power, no one could inflict harm upon him, and those of the same realm could not match his strength. Thus, Chen Bei presently stands as an invincible entity. Calming Heart Incantation. Chen Bei effortlessly invoked this spell, gradually restoring the berserk Broly to his senses. At this moment, Broly's spirit experienced an unprecedented relaxation, as all violent emotions were purged from his mind, leaving him in an extraordinary state of tranquility. Suddenly, with a tilt of his head and a closing of his eyes, Broly's body slumped sideways and he fell to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Piccolo appeared somewhat incredulous, his astonished expression frozen on his face as he stared blankly at Chen Bei. At that moment, a flicker of light indicated that the fusion time of Gogeta had elapsed. He re-separated into Son Goku and Vegeta, though both appeared to be in poor condition, exhibiting signs of fatigue. Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, each reflecting astonishment and confusion in the other's eyes. They found it hard to fathom that such a formidable adversary as Broly could be vanquished by Chen Bei with but a single hand. It was truly astonishing. That damn fellow. Disappear. Piccolo began to gather a powerful energy wave in his hands. With a whoosh, the energy blast was released, slicing through the air and seemingly set to strike Broly. However, Chen Bei casually extinguished the energy blast with a mere gesture, provoking bewilderment among the onlookers. Chen Bei, why do you wish to spare this creature? He is nothing but a demon, and he has just killed Gohan. I have my reasons, Chen Bei replied coolly. And regarding Gohan, you need not worry. He will soon be revived. His gaze then shifted towards Paragus, who was hiding at a distance. Due to the distraction caused by Vegeta and the others, Broly had not eliminated Paragus, who, rather than recklessly joining the fray, had remained concealed, observing the battle from afar. Realizing he had been discovered, he promptly activated his nearby spaceship and ascended into space. Humph, attempting to flee? Prepare to meet your end. Vegeta scoffed, instantly condensing an energy blast in his hand and directing it at the rapidly escaping spacecraft. With a thunderous explosion, Paragus's spaceship was obliterated into dust, its fragments scattering across the ground, while Paragus himself vanished in the detonation. Vegeta would not show leniency to this individual, since Chen Bei chose to protect Broly. He would vent his frustrations on Paragus instead. Indeed, both Vegeta and Paragus were of the same ilk, each seeking to strike at the other's kin. As the smoke cleared, the planet returned to its original calm, while Paragus's minions had long since fled, hastily boarding their ships to escape. The native inhabitants of the planet were greeted with a new era of peace. With a swift motion, Chen Bei hurled an energy blast into the cosmos, and shortly thereafter, a brilliant light flickered in the vastness of space. It turned out that he had neutralized the impending threat of the Gumily Comet. Well, the matters here are essentially resolved. Next, we must address the situation regarding Son Gohan. Observing the anxious expressions among the group, Chen Bei recognized their concerns for Gohan and resolved to remedy the situation. Gohan has already perished, leaving no trace of his body, and the Dragon Balls on Earth have yet to be restored. To resurrect Gohan, we may have no choice but to seek out a new Namek and solicit the assistance of the Grand Elder and others. At this moment, Piccolo regained his composure and swiftly assessed the situation before him. Although he yearned to revive Son Gohan, the constraints of reality rendered such an endeavor unfeasible. Chapter 151. The Resurrection of Son Gohan. However, we currently have no knowledge of the location of the new Namek. Goku scratched his head. With his current strength, he was unable to sense the distant energy or utilize instant transmission freely. It seems we must appeal to Lord King Kai for aid. Goku. Who? It is I, King Kai. Ah, it is Lord King Kai. Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Goku realized that it was King Kai speaking to him. Goku. That fellow, what was his name? Ah, yes. The one called Broly. Has he perished? For some reason, I cannot perceive the situation on your end. Far away on King Kai's planet, King Kai was puzzled, as he found himself unable to glimpse the circumstances surrounding Goku and the others. King Kai, can you hear me? Chaos suddenly interjected into the conversation between King Kai and Goku, startling King Kai. Ah, yes, I can hear you. King Kai paused momentarily. Is this Chaos? What brings you to me? The matter concerning Broly has been resolved, so there is no need for concern. We are preparing to return to Earth shortly. By the way, are you satisfied with the planet you are residing on? If not, I can revert it back for you. Ah, no, there is no need for that. I am quite content. Chaos, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Fearing that Chaos might revert his planet back, King Kai hastily severed the connection. Phew, it took considerable effort to restore my planet. I cannot let it revert so easily. I shall simply relish this leisurely time while leaving those troublesome matters to Goku and the others. King Kai? Goku was bewildered, having not anticipated that King Kai would abruptly end the conversation before he could inquire about the new Namek's location. No need to ask. I can bring Gohan back to life. Chaos, observing Goku's anxious demeanor, spoke up. The following matters must not be disclosed to outsiders. Now, please sign this document. Merely affix your handprint. With that, Chaos produced several sheets of white paper from seemingly nowhere, inscribed with the words Soul Contract, accompanied by smaller text. 1. Without Chaos' consent, the specifics regarding Gohan's resurrection must not be divulged. 2. Violators shall suffer the calamity of physical disintegration. These stipulations essentially indicated that one must not casually discuss Chaos' ability to resurrect individuals, among other matters. Without hesitation, Goku did not even glance at the content, but reached for the contract and pressed his hand upon it, for he was illiterate. Vegeta and Piccolo, on the other hand, took a moment to read it, yet they too did not refuse to sign, each placing their handprint upon the paper. As the contract was signed, several sheets of white paper instantly transformed into radiant light, with half merging into the bodies of Sun Wukong and the others, while the other half vanished, perhaps collected by Chen Bei. Once the signatures were complete, Chen Bei no longer hesitated and directly invoked the resurrection spell. A mysterious rune materialized, transforming into a magical array that emanated a brilliant glow. Piccolo and the others were momentarily blinded by the light, unable to discern what was transpiring. Soon, the brilliance began to fade, revealing a figure within the luminescence. Gohan. Sun Wukong, witnessing the reappearance of his son Gohan, clenched his fists in excitement, his body trembling slightly. While relieved in his heart, Sun Wukong also thought that Gohan had finally been saved and could now explain everything to Chi-Chi. Piccolo, too, gazed at the revived Gohan, murmuring to himself, Gohan had sacrificed himself to save him. This debt of gratitude would forever remain in his heart. Vegeta observed this miraculous scene, yearning to inquire of Chen Bei, but seeing the exhilaration on Sun Wukong and Piccolo's faces, he quickly dismissed the thought, recalling the previous contract. At this moment, Gohan, resurrected by Chen Bei, opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. Where am I? I remember dying. He rubbed his head and then spotted Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Dad. Uncle Piccolo. Uncle Vegeta. You all haven't died, have you? Due to Chen Bei standing behind Gohan, he remained unnoticed. Gohan, what are you babbling about? Rest assured, we are safe now. Broly has been dealt with by Chen Bei, Sun Wukong reassured him, mindful of the contract stipulation regarding Chen Bei's abilities. Although he could not read, he intuitively understood the contract's contents after signing. Is that so? That is wonderful. Broly was truly terrifying. We could never defeat him, Gohan exclaimed joyfully, then turned to see Broly lying next to Chen Bei. Isn't that Broly? Gohan said, astonished. Gohan. Piccolo called out to him, prompting Gohan to turn back to Piccolo. This matter has been resolved. Chen Bei has other plans for Broly, so let us refrain from meddling, Piccolo explained about Broly. Ah, all right, I understand. Without further inquiry, Gohan quietly stood beside Sun Wukong. Now then, you have all witnessed the legendary Super Saiyan's prowess. Our objective here has been accomplished, Chen Bei stated, glancing at Broly on the ground. Do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, we shall prepare to return to Earth. I plan to bring Broly along as your training partner. Nothing else. Chen Bei, let us hurry back. I'm starving. Could you whip up a delicious meal for me? I've been craving it for ages, Sun Wukong said eagerly. Chen Bei smiled and nodded, thinking to himself. Indeed, no matter how much things change, Sun Wukong remains an insatiable foodie. Wonderful. Let us hasten home. Upon seeing Chen Bei's agreement, Sun Wukong joyfully exclaimed and embraced Vegeta and Piccolo, laughing heartily. Without further hesitation, Chen Bei initiated his instantaneous movement, enveloping everyone with his mental energy, and then their figures vanished from the spot. Chapter 152, Piccolo. The divine confession of the heavens at long last, they had returned. Ah, Earth is truly delightful, a place where even delectable treats are plentiful. Sun Wukong stretched languidly, gazing at the familiar scenery, feeling an overwhelming sense of relaxation. Since matters had been resolved, I shall take my leave now. Should any extraordinary events arise, you may seek me out again. Piccolo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately uttered these words, not waiting for a response from Sun Wukong and the others before transforming into a fleeting light and disappearing. Perhaps he felt that he no longer had the right to linger with Sun Wukong and the others in their training. Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan called out, unable to restrain himself as he watched Piccolo fade into the horizon. But Piccolo flew onward, seemingly oblivious. Chen Bei understood Piccolo's sentiments, for lacking strength had gradually left him lagging behind his companions. Not wishing to be a burden, he chose to depart. However, Chen Bei chose not to dwell on this for the moment, recognizing it as a trial for Piccolo's spirit. After all, cultivation is not solely about surpassing others. It is more crucial to surpass oneself and to protect what one cherishes. If Piccolo truly comprehends this, he shall surely emerge from his despondency and regain his vigor. As twilight descended, Chen Bei arrived at Sun Wukong's home, where he would prepare a meal for Sun Wukong and his companions. Initially, Chi-Chi felt somewhat hesitant, believing it inappropriate for a guest to cook. However, with Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan's coaxing, coupled with Chen Bei's promise to Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi ultimately consented to let Chen Bei take charge of the kitchen. Chi-Chi had intended to assist, but upon witnessing Chen Bei's swift and nearly incomprehensible movements, along with his unique culinary techniques, she realized her help would be futile. Thus, she stepped outside to tidy the living room and set the table. Sun Wukong's household had quite the appetite, as he and Sun Gohan could consume hundreds of pounds of food in a single sitting, especially with Vegeta present, which necessitated that Chen Bei prepare in abundance. Whole roasted lamb, succulent steaks, beggar's chicken, and roasted duck were all on the menu, replete with a variety of dishes enhanced by talent, filling the air around Sun Wukong's home with enticing aromas. Given the volume of food, it was impractical to prepare everything in the kitchen, so Chen Bei adapted to the circumstances, utilizing a patch of open ground at Sun Wukong's doorstep. He conjured various culinary tools and began crafting an array of gourmet delights. Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan watched with mouths watering, while Vegeta, though somewhat restrained, could not hide the telltale signs of his cravings as he swallowed hard. Chi-Chi could not help but admire Chen Bei, for she had not anticipated that this man possessed such culinary prowess. Unlike Wukong at home, who could only manage to cook food to a mere state of edibility, Chen Bei's culinary creations were a delightful revelation. As a handful of chopped green onions was sprinkled into the lamb soup, the sumptuous meal was finally ready to be served. An array of delectable dishes adorned the plates and large pots, emanating an enticing aroma, with some even glistening, appearing both exquisite and appetizing. With each dish he prepared, Chen Bei's culinary skills flourished. Those dishes that shimmered with a radiant glow were infused with pure energy. Not only did they have the power to heal hidden wounds, but they also offered a soothing effect on the mind, alleviating stress. The ability to craft such exquisite fare marked a significant milestone in Chen Bei's culinary journey. How fragrant! Chen Bei, is it ready? I can hardly wait. Sun Wukong's appetite was awakened, his stomach growling with anticipation. The mere sight of Chen Bei's food was enough to make his mouth water, and tasting it would undoubtedly prove irresistible. All right, you may begin, Chen Bei said with a smile, having prepared all the dishes and feeling no need to hold them back any longer. Everyone was free to indulge. Chi-Chi initially intended to fetch some utensils, but with a wave of his hand, Chen Bei conjured a grand dining table before them, adorned with an assortment of cutlery and even an array of secret beverages. Taken aback by the spectacle, Chi-Chi stared momentarily, then cast a curious glance at Chen Bei. Perceiving her puzzled expression, Chen Bei chose not to elaborate. No need for any hassle. Everything you need is right here. Let us feast. Ah, very well. Chi-Chi promptly responded, maintaining her courtesy as the host for their guests. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already dived into the meal. Utensils were of little concern to them. They seized hefty steaks and devoured them voraciously, competing to see who could eat faster and more. In contrast, Sun Gohan's pace was considerably slower, yet as a descendant of the Saiyans, his appetite was formidable, typically consuming an entire plate in one bite. Chi-Chi, being more graceful in her approach, also relished the delicious food prepared by Chen Bei, though her consumption was notably more moderate compared to the Saiyans, reflecting her less formidable strength, having not trained in quite some time. Piccolo, it seems you are preoccupied with something, old Kai remarked, observing Piccolo standing with his eyes closed atop the Kai's temple. It was evident to him that Piccolo's heart was not as tranquil as it appeared. Upon hearing old Kai's words, Piccolo furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it again. Though he opened his eyes, "It's nothing. My affairs do not require your concern." Piccolo was aware of what the Supreme Kai wished to discuss, yet at this moment, he found himself utterly incapable of confronting such matters. He had even begun to entertain thoughts of surrendering to his circumstances. He felt as though he could no longer keep pace with the times. Perhaps retreating from the world would be his most fitting sanctuary. "Piccolo, you must understand. My time is limited." The deity did not reproach Piccolo, but spoke to him in a calm tone. "In truth, we are all aware that we are on the brink of obsolescence in this era. Ever since the battle with Sun Wukong on Namek, I have sensed it. I will not be rendered obsolete." Piccolo immediately retorted, yet his slightly hesitant expression betrayed a lack of conviction. "Piccolo, allow me to finish. Earth is my second home. and perhaps it can also be deemed yours, for you were born here. However, faced with increasingly formidable foes, our strength is no longer sufficient to protect it. The deity's visage bore the weight of age, the weariness upon his face unmistakable. I cherish this planet and am willing to sacrifice everything for it. I wish to remain here forever and better safeguard it. Therefore, Piccolo, you must comprehend. But just as Piccolo was about to respond, the deity raised his hand to interrupt him. There is no need for hesitation. As I have stated, my time is fleeting. Rather than perish in the heavenly temple, becoming a spirit unable to protect Earth, it would be far better for you to assimilate me. I believe that the prowess of the Super Namekians is certainly not inferior to that of the Saiyans. When the time comes, I hope you can use your strength to safeguard Earth more effectively. Chapter 153, Assimilation. Piccolo felt as though something lodged in his throat prevented him from speaking. His heart was in turmoil, torn between the fear of being discarded by the times and the dread of losing the deity. Piccolo, we are essentially one. What is there to hesitate about? After assimilation, you will inherit my thoughts, memories, and insights. We need not exist in such stark separation. I have not truly died, merely transitioned into another form of existence. The deity had prepared for this final act, no longer possessing the vigor of his youth. Devoting himself to this planet was now his greatest desire. Noticing Piccolo's silence, the deity grasped his arm and smiled. It seems you have changed significantly, Piccolo. This reassures me. The deity appeared to be bidding a final farewell, his gaze fixed upon the earth beneath the clouds, observing the tranquil scene, which brought him increasing peace. Piccolo, come. Allow me to dedicate my final value to Earth. Upon hearing the deity's words, Piccolo instinctively clenched his fists, his entire being trembling with emotion. It was only when the deity placed his other hand upon Piccolo that he finally found calm. At that moment, Piccolo's face betrayed no change in expression. He remained stoic, avoiding direct eye contact with the deity, instead gazing into the distance. I understand now. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced the deity's face. He had let go of everything. The future was now entrusted to Piccolo. As a unique radiance enveloped them, the deity's form began to slowly dissipate, ultimately merging entirely into Piccolo's being. Deity, Piccolo murmured, lost in thought, his mind a whirl of unspoken reflections. At this moment, the assimilated Piccolo experienced a remarkable transformation in his aura. His combat power surged continuously, and the energy within him grew increasingly formidable. 200 million, 300 million, 500 million, 1 billion. Ultimately, Piccolo's strength stabilized at the staggering level of 1 billion, escalating from its previous 100 million to an astonishing tenfold increase. God, have you truly departed from Bobo? In the distance, Bobo, sensing the absence of the divine presence, lowered his head, tears glistening in his eyes. Despite having served countless generations of deities, his attachment to the old god remained unbreakable. Vegeta, do you feel that? Goku turned to Vegeta, who had already finished his meal. The group lay on the ground, gazing at the stars. Meanwhile, Chen Bei had returned to the headquarters of the Universal Capsule to confide in Bulma. Is that not Piccolo's energy? How has it suddenly become so potent? Vegeta took a moment to sense Piccolo's aura, discovering that it had surpassed his own, leaving him puzzled as to how Piccolo could achieve such a dramatic enhancement in less than a day. Both men exchanged curious glances, understanding each other's thoughts, and then transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the divine temple. Dad and Uncle Vegeta? What is happening? Are they not planning to sleep? Gohan, still unaware, was taken aback when he saw the two departing. Suddenly, he sensed Piccolo's energy as well, his gaze sharpening as he too vanished in a flash of light. Gohan, it's time for bed. At that moment, Chi-Chi emerged from the house to call Gohan back to sleep, but upon noticing the vacant space before her, she found only the clear impressions left on the grass where they had lain. Where have they gone? With a sigh, Chi-Chi resigned herself to returning to sleep. It is noteworthy that Chen Bei, observing the somewhat shabby state of Goku's patched-up abode, decided to renovate it into a magnificent estate, complete with various amenities, transforming Goku's home into an enviable haven. Naturally, Chi-Chi was overjoyed, and Chen Bei had generously left her with a trove of jewels and a substantial sum of money. Initially reluctant to accept, she could not resist Chen Bei's insistence. Chi-Chi began to feel a twinge of envy towards Bulma for having found such a considerate partner. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta arrived at the Divine Temple, approaching Piccolo, who stood in a daze. They intended to inquire about the recent events, Piccolo, how has your aura suddenly become so powerful? And where is the god? Why do we not see him? Goku scratched his head, perplexed. Piccolo, what did you do to achieve such a transformation? Could you enlighten us? Vegeta, intrigued by Piccolo's newfound strength, was less concerned about the god, as he was not well acquainted with him. Piccolo merely cast a fleeting glance at the two, offering no response to their inquiries before turning away. His gaze fixed upon the distant starry sky. Mr. Wukong, the Supreme Kai has departed. Departed? Is there an occasion he has attended to? Sun Wukong was still somewhat perplexed, as he understood that typically, the Supreme Kai resided in the Kai's palace, rarely venturing forth. No, the Supreme Kai has left us forever. What? Sun Wukong's expression turned to one of astonishment. Are you implying that the Supreme Kai has passed away? But he seemed well just a moment ago. How could this be? At that moment, Mr. Bobo also arrived, greeting them. Faced with the confusion of the others, Bobo recounted the events that had transpired here. It is truly unexpected that the Supreme Kai has departed in this manner, Son Gohan remarked with a sudden sense of melancholy. Though he was not particularly familiar with the old Supreme Kai, he held a deep respect for the guardian who once watched over the earth. Piccolo, do not be disheartened. Did the Supreme Kai not say that he would always be present, merely in a different form? Observing Piccolo's somber demeanor, Sun Wukong felt compelled to offer words of comfort. As a former adversary and now a friend, he harbored fondness for Piccolo and naturally wished to see him rise from this despair. Chapter 154, The Tender Embrace. Ultimately, Piccolo remained trapped in his sorrow, retreating into the former palace of the Supreme Kai, where he remained in solitude, not emerging again. With no other recourse, the others chose to depart, allowing Piccolo the space to reflect. Ah, don't be so hasty, Bulma exclaimed, attempting to push off the weight of Chen Bei, who had returned and was being rather unruly. Just moments ago, she had been bathing when he barged in, seeking intimacy. Hee, it's merely that I adore you so. And after all these years, what is there to feel shy about? Thanks to Chen Bei's relentless encouragement, alongside various elixirs and supplements, Bulma blossomed more radiantly than ever. Her face akin to jade and her skin exquisitely smooth, seemingly capable of exuding moisture. At this moment, Bulma found herself cradled in Chen Bei's embrace, a rosy blush gracing her cheeks, enhancing her beauty to an ethereal degree, reminiscent of a lotus in full bloom, surpassing the allure of a fleeting sunset. Chen Bei, captivated by Bulma's bashful demeanor, could not help but lick his lips, a warmth rising within him, heat escaping from his nostrils and enveloping Bulma's cheeks. At that instant, Bulma, stirred by Chen Bei's allure, could not resist the urge to close her eyes. In response to Bulma's acquiescence, Chen Bei leaned in slowly, pressing his lips against hers in a profound kiss. The two engaged in an intimate embrace, their lips parting, a delicate strand of glistening saliva connecting them, their eyes locking in mutual desire. Bulma gently leaned closer, her lips brushing against Chen Bei's ear as she spoke in a sweet, tender tone. "Ah, Bei, let us go to the room." However, in that moment, Chen Bei was oblivious to anything but the passionate allure of Bulma's ample bosom, leaning in once more for another deep kiss. Muffled moans echoed from the bathroom, audible even to Mrs. Briefs, who was in the living room watching television. The youth of today truly exhibit a fervent spirit. Mrs. Briefs covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled, finding no fault with the young people's thirst for excitement. Instead, she returned to quietly watching television, though the content seemed rather intricate. Time swiftly flew by, and after more than half a month, Chen Bei finally emerged from his haven of tranquility, returning to the jungle villa. Big sister, Chen Nan is back. La Paisai, engaged in pruning the plants in the front yard, spotted Chen Bei and turned to shout at the lost in thought La Zili on the sofa. Chen Nan? La Zili, momentarily startled, quickly regained her composure, realizing that Chen Nan had indeed returned. She sprang to her feet and headed outside without hesitation. "I'm back." Chen Bei smiled at La Zili, approaching her side, completely disregarding La Paisai standing nearby. "Humph." La Zili turned her head away, seemingly a bit miffed. "All right, I'm back. Aren't I? How about I prepare a sumptuous feast for you today? It will be entirely different from before." Chen Bei coaxed La Zili, finally managing to appease her, though she still did not display any signs of joy. Perhaps it was inconsistent with her persona. After all, as an artificial being, La Zili typically maintained an aloof demeanor, appearing quite distant. With his innate sense of perception, Chen Bei understood La Zili's thoughts, She merely felt neglected due to his sudden disappearance without a word. In truth, Lazili was quite eager for Chen Bei's return, ever since he had showcased his formidable strength and saved her. Along with his constant care for her and her brother La Paisai, her once icy heart had begun to stir with emotion. In the kitchen, Chen Bei was busy cooking, serving up fragrant and delectable dishes that were presented before Lazili and La Paisai at the dining table. Once the meal was prepared, Chen Bei took a seat next to Lazili. "Come, try this dish, lotus chicken stewed with yulon fruit. It's quite special, not only beneficial for beauty, but also possessing other miraculous effects," he said, ladling a spoonful of soup from the pot into a bowl, blowing gently to cool it down before offering it to Lazili. Witnessing this scene, La Paisai, sitting nearby, averted his gaze, unwilling to witness such an eye-catching display. While musing to himself, "It seems Big Sister has indeed fallen, though I wonder what their children would look like. Goodness." Chen Bei, sensing La Paisai's innermost thoughts, couldn't he help but sigh inwardly. He hadn't anticipated that La Paisai had already prepared for his sister's attachment to him, and was even contemplating the nature of their future offspring. Truly, it left him in awe. However, Lazili remained oblivious to this exchange, her focus solely on the chicken soup Chen Bei offered. As she inhaled the enticing aroma and met his captivating gaze, her cheeks flushed once more. Without excessive pretense, Lazili directly leaned over the bowl, and with Chen Bei's gentle support, she drank the chicken soup in one go. A soft moan escaped her lips, and her face flushed even more. The broth had settled in her stomach, transforming into pure energy, continuously fortifying Lazili's body. At that moment, she felt a profound change in her strength, becoming significantly more powerful. This transformation was vividly perceptible to her, yet she remained focused on her enhancement, suppressing any immediate questions that might arise. "Is the soup truly that delectable?" Lapis pondered, observing her sister's reaction post-consumption. Even if Chen Bei's culinary skills were exceptional, such overt expressions seemed rather embarrassing. Driven by intense curiosity, Lapis decided to indulge as well. She eagerly ladled the chicken soup from the pot, unable to contain her anticipation. With a soft sigh of contentment, Lapis too succumbed to a spontaneous moan. For the moment the broth graced her stomach, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped her. The pure energy surged through her limbs, nourishing her body while also rejuvenating her soul, mending internal injuries and directly enhancing her physical strength. This sensation was truly exquisite. At this instant, Lapis also perceived a surge in her own power. Though she had never formally studied how to harness or sense energy, her heightened perception revealed to her that her body had undergone an unprecedented strengthening. Chen Bei, naturally attuned to the changes in both of them, had anticipated this development. Hence he displayed no overt astonishment, merely offering a faint smile. Chapter 155. The original space-time. Just moments ago, Lapis had found amusement in her sister's behavior, only to discover that her own reaction was even more ungraceful. She began to fidget, attempting to turn away to mask her embarrassment. Though Chen Bei noticed her discomfort, he chose not to comment. After all, who among them was not concerned with appearances? There was no need for him to expose her awkwardness, especially since she was to be his future sister-in-law, deserving of a measure of respect. Lazili had now fully absorbed the energy within her, and her body's unusual sensations had settled. Observing her brother's bashful demeanor, Lazili's lips curled into a subtle smile, seemingly mocking Lapis's awkwardness. Before long, Lapis completed her absorption of energy. Noticing her sister's peculiar grin, he suddenly became self-aware, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He promptly seated himself, burying his head in the food, devouring it voraciously. Lazili also resumed her seat, savoring the delicacies. With Chen Bei's culinary skills having reached new heights, the dishes were even more enticing and flavorful, lingering on the palate. After half an hour of indulgence, the trio finally felt satisfied. Lapis retreated to his room for some rest, leaving only Chen Bei and Lazili in the living room. As Chen Bei gazed at her with a playful glimmer in his eyes, Lazili suddenly found herself unable to meet his gaze. Lowering her head slightly, while entwining her hands in a display of nervousness. "I forgot to mention, I can read your thoughts," Chen Bei remarked with a smile, leaning closer to her. At his words, Lazili's heart raced, pondering whether he truly meant it. Would that mean he could discern her myriad thoughts about him? She buried her head even lower, nearly pressing it against her chest, her shyness becoming increasingly evident. Observing her in such a state, Chen Bei found her particularly amusing. He had not anticipated that this seemingly aloof goddess would possess such a side. Leaning in once more, he inhaled her alluring fragrance deeply, then exhaled a warm breath against her neck. Feeling that warmth, Lotzi Li's body tensed, frozen in place, utterly captivated. At that moment, Chen Bei gently lifted her chin. Gazing into her exquisite face, he licked his lips before leaning in to kiss her. She moaned softly, as Lotzi Li felt his fiery tongue exploring her mouth. Unable to resist the sweet entanglement that ensued, their saliva mingled, each tasting the sweetness from the other. However, Chen Bei had no intention of stopping there. He scooped her up and, in a flash, transported them to a small world. In this blissful moment, their connection deepened, and they shared a night of passion, culminating in Lotzi Li's pleas for mercy. With one final surge of energy, Chen Bei embraced her and succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Chen Bei awoke while Lotzi Li remained in a restful state, her body feeling utterly drained, showing no desire to rise. Not wishing to linger, he prepared breakfast for her, left a note, and vanished from the scene. Time had passed significantly, and Chen Bei intended to return to his original timeline. He believed that Bardock and the others had likely reached new heights in their training, having provided them with ample resources during his previous visit. As the dark portal of time and space materialized, Chen Bei swiftly entered it. Moments later, he emerged from the temporal tunnel, finding himself in an open area. Expanding his spiritual awareness, he sensed Bardock and the others nearby, utilizing his instant transmission to disappear once more. When he reappeared, several familiar figures stood before him. "Abe," Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy, for it had been quite some time since he last saw Chen Bei. Over a year had passed since his departure. "Old man, it seems you are in splendid condition. You appear much younger than before, and your strength has significantly increased," he added, nodding with a beaming smile. Clearly satisfied with his own newfound power, his demeanor had transformed, radiating vitality and ambition, all thanks to Chen Bei's influence. "Ah, Bei, were it not for the various elixirs you left behind, my strength would not have surged to such heights. Moreover, Bardock and the others have become increasingly formidable. I find myself unable to compare with them. It seems that you young ones possess greater potential." Haha. Son Gohan did not harbor any feelings of jealousy or disdain due to Bardock and his companions surpassing him in strength. Instead, he jested with Chen Bei. For the growth of young martial artists was something he longed to witness. He yearned for the resurgence of martial arts. There is no need to say such things. Martial arts possess no ultimate destination, and cultivation merely entails the continuous transcendence of one's own limits. "Old man, your strength is also on the rise, so there is no need for you to belittle yourself. Chen Bei, you have finally returned." In the distance, as Bardock and the others concluded their training, they noticed Chen Bei standing beside Son Gohan and quickly gathered around. Upon seeing Bardock and the others and sensing the immense energy within them, Chen Bei nodded approvingly. It appeared that during his absence, everyone had not been idle, but had instead worked even harder. At that moment, Celebi approached Chen Bei. It had been quite a while since she last saw him, and upon this reunion, a look of yearning naturally surfaced in her eyes. Chen Bei smiled at her, gently caressing her cheek, and said, "Do not worry. This time I will take you all to another dimension." "Another dimension?" Bardock inquired with curiosity, wondering if it was akin to their previous journey back to the time 1,000 years ago. "Not quite as you imagine, Bardock." Chen Bei understood Bardock's thoughts. However, the dimension he intended to take them to was not the same as before, but rather the time of the present future, where Son Goku and Vegeta reside. "I believe that when you arrive there, you will find it immensely intriguing, especially you, Bardock. You may forge a unique bond with someone from that realm." Chapter 156. Progress of everyone. Bardock remained puzzled, yet he trusted Chen Bei, confident that he would not lead them astray. Following Chen Bei would suffice. Since he claimed the dimension was fascinating, it was certain to harbor something that piqued his interest. "Your strengths are commendable. However, you lack a certain elevation of the spirit." Chen Bei discerned the issues that plagued the group, recognizing that while the cultivation of the mind may seem trivial, it is, in fact, the key to rapid enhancement of one's power. The more potent one's mental state, the stronger their spiritual energy, leading to greater mastery of their abilities. If an individual possesses a strength of 100 and has not practiced martial arts, they may only express 50 of that potential. Yet, with martial arts training, they could unleash a full 100. Furthermore, with the augmentation of mental fortitude, they might even exceed that 100. This underscores the significance of cultivating the mind and elevating one's spiritual realm. An elevation of the spirit? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Bardock expressed his confusion. They had never engaged in the cultivation of the mind, focusing solely on physical training to enable their bodies to harness greater energy. As for matters of the spirit, they were utterly ignorant. The power of the mind, or what could also be referred to as the power of the soul or spirit, is a distinct force that differs from qi, yet possesses immense strength. After articulating this, Chen Bei demonstrated to the group. With a mere thought, a tremendous psychic force surged forth, instantly overwhelming them. Bardock and the others felt a jolt to their consciousness, rendering them immobile and dizzy, incapable of coherent thought. Observing their reactions, Chen Bei understood that this was sufficient and swiftly retracted a portion of his psychic energy. For Chen Bei, the disparity in psychic strength between himself and Bardock's group was akin to that between a droplet and the ocean, leaving them utterly defenseless. A moment's inattention from him could easily reduce them to a state of idiocy. Such an overwhelming pressure. Is this the power of the mind? Truly formidable. Bardock exhaled, having just begun to withstand considerable pressure. Faced with Chen Bei's psychic onslaught, he nearly succumbed to despair. The chaotic mental force that oppressed the physical body was indeed terrifying. Mr. Chen Bei remains as formidable as ever. Tomas could not help but praise, having become an ardent admirer of Chen Bei's extraordinary abilities, feeling profoundly impressed by his power. At that moment, Celiba suddenly tugged at Chen Bei's sleeve. Noticing her movement, Chen Bei turned to meet her curious gaze. Chen Bei, I wish to learn as well, Celiba said eagerly, her interest piqued by such wondrous power. Furthermore, with her vendetta against Frieza still unresolved, the opportunity to enhance her strength was not one she would easily forsake. Unbeknownst to her, her current prowess could easily vanquish Frieza. Certainly, I will find time to teach you all in the future, but not just yet, Chen Bei replied with a smile, though he had no intention of imparting knowledge immediately. As the timing was not right, Chen Bei was not one to readily share his secret techniques. Those wishing to learn from him must first sign a contract he had drafted. Additionally, he possessed 2 copies of the Divine List, which would require Bardock and the others to sign, ensuring their safety and preventing coercion, for the true spirit resided within the Divine List. Even in death, they would remain unafraid. As for mental control, it was unlikely that many in the Dragon Ball universe could surpass Chen Bei's psychic strength. Thus, the matter passed without further incident. Subsequently, Chen Bei assessed the strength of Bardock and his companions, discovering that Bardock had now reached the full power of Super Saiyan. With a base combat strength of approximately 70 million, and upon transformation, nearly 35 billion, he was indeed the one among them with the most significant improvement in strength. To understand, the future Son Goku possesses a combat power of approximately 3.5 billion at this moment, while Bardock has already attained a level equivalent to that of future Son Goku, showcasing remarkable talent. Indeed, like father, like son, their gifts are undeniably inherited. As for Celiba, with the assistance of Chen Bei, her combat power has approached 45 million, and upon transformation, she boasts over 2 billion in strength, capable of overwhelming all beneath Bardock. Currently, Toma's combat power stands at 25 million, while Janae's is merely 5 million, due to his insufficient talent. Son Gohan's combat power has only reached the same level of 5 million. Although this is formidable for an Earthling, it remains inadequate against Scions or certain extraordinary extraterrestrials. Bardock's current prowess is sufficient for him to cultivate towards a higher realm, exploring paths beyond Super Saiyan, perhaps akin to future Son Goku. He is merely a chance away from a successful breakthrough. The progression of this timeline is considerably slow, with many significant developments yet to unfold. Nevertheless, Chen Bei is aware of the ever-present threat on Earth, Majin Buu. However, he refrains from immediate action, for the storyline concerning Majin Buu is still far in the future, and Chen Bei can engage at any time, thus he remains unhurried. Little Goku has now reached the age of 4, with a combat power of 50,000. Yet, to ensure Goku's optimal growth, Chen Bei had sealed his energy long ago. Given Goku's immature intellect, an overwhelming power could lead him astray. Should he unleash destruction, only those like Chen Bei would be capable of restraining him. Thus, sealing his powers is imperative. Bardock and Son Gohan both concur with Chen Bei's decision. Having attained a certain level of enlightenment, they understand the terrifying nature of unbridled power. Even son Gohan has spent considerable time acclimating to his own strength, aided by Bardock and others. Otherwise, his formidable abilities would be difficult to wield on Earth, risking irreversible calamities should he exert too much force. Son Gohan's strength has long surpassed that of the esteemed Master Roshi, yet he has refrained from seeking him out. Since departing from his tutelage, it has been ages since he last encountered Master Roshi or his fellow student, Ox King. It is not from a lack of desire, but rather an inability. Son Gohan's maturity leads him to recognize that visiting Master Roshi would inevitably prompt inquiries about his recent experiences, potentially revealing vulnerabilities. His current strength, achieved with Chen Bei's guidance, is a matter he feels compelled to keep private, thus he has not approached Master Roshi. Chapter 157. Endless Time and Cultivation Methods. Everyone began to share their experiences from this period. Upon hearing about the legendary Super Saiyan, they listened intently, their gaze fixed upon Chen Bei with rapt attention. It turns out that the legendary Super Saiyan possesses hair of a striking yellow-green hue and can grow stronger through battle, an enviable talent indeed. Although Bardock and his companions were already aware that Saiyans are not all created equal, they could not help but marvel at the terrifying potential of the fabled Super Saiyan. Your innate gifts as Saiyans truly evoke my admiration, Bardock mused, with astonishing potential and the ability to grow stronger after recovering from injuries. I believe you young ones will surely ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess in this world. Gohan, reflecting on the talents of Bardock and the others, also hoped that they would continue to advance in martial arts and witness extraordinary vistas. In truth, martial arts encompass far more than what is currently visible. The path we tread is but a mere fraction of the vast array of possibilities. Chen Bei interjected, his words leaving the others bewildered as they struggled to comprehend his intentions. Qi is merely a unique path of cultivation within this world. Beyond it, numerous other methods exist, such as magic, celestial arts, and Taoist practices. He continued, what you perceive is merely the tip of the iceberg. If you wish to behold a broader array of wonders, your current strength is utterly insufficient. You cannot even traverse the fabric of time and space, let alone witness that which lies beyond this world. In realms akin to ours, what you experience is merely the nascent stage of cultivation. Take martial arts, for instance, within the endless expanse of time and space. There exist worlds dedicated solely to the physical arts. They pursue the ultimate mastery of the body, where from the very beginning, invulnerability to blades and firearms is a prerequisite. Further along, one achieves an indestructible form, impervious to both lava and ice, and beyond that, the ability to shatter space-time and be reborn from a single drop of blood. Consider this. Can you, in your current state, effortlessly accomplish such feats? What I have just described is merely the beginning of martial arts. As Chen Bei revealed these unprecedented concepts, the crowd was collectively astounded. They had not anticipated that so much remained unknown in this world. With its infinite realms and countless methods of cultivation igniting a fervor within the hearts of several Saiyans, they felt an insatiable desire to explore these worlds. Mr. Chen Bei, is everything you mentioned truly real? This is astonishing. I never imagined that other worlds existed, and that there are beings capable of resurrecting with just a drop of blood. Simply extraordinary. Tomas exclaimed, his face awash with shock, eyes wide and unwaveringly fixed on Chen Bei. I long to experience it for myself. My blood is already boiling with excitement. Bardock clenched his fists, anticipation glimmering in his gaze as he sat, eager for Chen Bei to elaborate. Chen Bei, could you elaborate further? I am profoundly curious about what these other worlds are like, Gohan added, equally captivated by the topic. Bei, I too am curious about Sai Li Ba's complete lack of exposure to these matters. Although it is known that Chen Bei is shrouded in mystery and possesses various extraordinary abilities, including the power to traverse time and space, even as his partner, she remains largely in the dark. This incites a profound interest within her. On the other hand, GNEI has little to say, for such pursuits do not align with her aspirations. She simply desires to live each day in tranquility, a life that already brings her immense satisfaction. Faced with the expectant gazes of those around him, Chen Bei, naturally unwilling to dampen their spirits, pondered briefly before speaking. These worlds, in truth, I have not personally visited. However, I have gleaned information about other realms through various texts. The universe is stratified, generally categorized into small worlds, lesser thousand worlds, middle thousand worlds, and greater thousand worlds. Beyond the expanse of the greater thousand worlds lies the cosmos, the multiverse, the hypermultiverse, and composite realms of hypermultiverses, among others. This boundless universe is replete with infinite mysteries and wonders. Without sufficient strength, we are confined to this realm, akin to frogs at the bottom of a well, unable to appreciate the vast splendor that awaits. Given the infinite nature of time and space, exploration necessitates an immeasurable duration. How long do you believe you can live? And how many vistas do you think you can behold? Bardock and the others exchanged silent glances, unsure of how to respond. In terms of strength, they had long surpassed Frieza, yet they were still far from being able to shatter space with their bare hands. As for lifespan, they could hardly expect to live long. Though Saiyans are heralded as a warrior race, their lifespans are only marginally longer than those of ordinary Earthlings. A lifespan of merely a couple of hundred years is insufficient for embarking on endless adventures across the realms. Observing the expressions of Bardock and the others, Chen Bei realized he had achieved his aim. Who does not yearn for immortality? Who does not wish to witness extraordinary sights? Who does not long to stand atop the world and gaze down upon all living beings? Even the mightiest, like the Taoist immortals, aspire to transcend the world and attain eternal uniqueness. At this juncture, Chen Bei continued, however, there is no need for concern. As I mentioned, other worlds possess cultivation methods that are entirely distinct from ours, and these methods can effectively address our shortcomings, such as longevity. For instance, the path of the immortals allows one to achieve true immortality, transcend calamities, retain youthful beauty, and enjoy everlasting life. That sounds splendid. Mr. Chen Bei, do you know how one cultivates the path of the immortals? At this moment, Toma interjected, for the allure of immortality is a temptation few can resist. The others, too, turned their eager gazes toward Chen Bei, seeking the knowledge they desired. Even Geni was no exception. A woman's pursuit of eternal beauty is scarcely less fervent than a man's quest for strength. Thus, when Chen Bei mentioned that cultivating the path of the immortals could bestow everlasting youth and life, the expressions of Sai Li Ba and Geni shifted most noticeably. I shall elaborate on these matters in due course. However, for now, it is essential to understand that cultivating the path of the immortals is not an easy endeavor. This path places great emphasis on innate talent, so I will need to assess whether you possess the potential for such cultivation. Chapter 158. Rest upon hearing Chen Bei's words. The crowd ceased their inquiries, each mind swirling with a myriad of thoughts. Returning to their original abode, Chen Bei naturally wished to gather everyone for a splendid feast, a sumptuous banquet that could rival a small mountain, filling the villa's quaint front yard. Given the abundance of provisions, it was only fitting to convene in a more spacious area to fully savor the culinary delights. After indulging in a delightful repast, the group retired to rest. It had been a day filled with joy, expanding their horizons and altering their perspectives. They had previously harbored the belief that they were invincible, even pondering the futility of cultivation. However, now they sensed that their lives lacked the vibrancy they yearned for, igniting a desire to explore a broader and more magnificent world. Sailaba and Chen Bei exchanged glances, having not seen one another for quite some time. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns, in their case. It had been countless seasons since their last meeting, thus their emotions ignited like dry tinder catching fire. Sailaba's warm body pressed against Chen Bei's, their fluffy tails entwined. Due to the sensitivity of Saiyan tails, Sailaba's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart fluttering with excitement. Through Chen Bei's persistent nurturing, Sailaba had transformed remarkably. Her skin was as smooth as water, her bosom more ample, and her form more statuesque. Regular consumption of various medicinal dishes had imbued her with a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of an ethereal maiden, exuding an air of gentle grace. A soft, inexplicable moan escaped, yet alas, Chen Bei had already erected barriers, preventing anyone from witnessing this enchanting scene. On another bright, clear morning, Bardock rose early to train, dragging little Goku from his warm cocoon. The child still bleary-eyed and yawning as he followed Bardock in practicing punches and stances in the open space. However, Bardock appeared somewhat distracted during training, his thoughts seemingly elsewhere. Unable to focus his gaze, although he was physically present, his mind had already drifted far away. Chen Bei, you have finally awakened. At that moment, Chen Bei emerged from the house, greeting the new day. Bardock chose not to inquire why Celeba remained asleep. After all, the nuances between men and women were well understood. You seem troubled. Is there something you wish to discuss? Bardock hesitated, then could not suppress his curiosity. I want to know if the future I glimpsed truly exists. Indeed, Bardock could still foresee a vague future, extending to the moment when Kakarot faced Frieza. Yet this ability weighed heavily on him, as he realized that what he envisioned might not necessarily come to pass. Given the current trajectory, the scenarios in his mind seemed increasingly implausible. What then? Was the truth of the future he had seen? He has begun to question whether he exists within an illusion. You need not concern yourself overly with these thoughts. What you perceive is not an illusion, yet it may not be entirely real either. Chen Bei understands what Bardock is pondering, which is merely a sense of confusion about the future. In his memories, planet Vegeta had been obliterated, and it was his own son who fought against Frieza. Yet, here he stands, alive and seeking vengeance against Frieza. Will Kakarot ultimately confront Frieza once more? This seems to have transformed into a paradox. It is essential to recognize that nothing is immutable. What you perceive, to be precise, is the future of an alternate timeline. In the vastness of time and space, countless similar events transpire, each bearing subtle distinctions. Any minute alteration could yield divergent outcomes. Hence, there is no need for such concern. Chen Bei elucidated this to Bardock, helping him better comprehend his own abilities. So, what I foresaw was indeed the future of another world. Although it is similar, it is not identical. Bardock lowered his head in contemplation. After Chen Bei's explanation, he finally grasped whether his visions were accurate. While he could glimpse those futures, he could not wholly trust what he saw, for everything is subject to change. Observing Bardock deep in thought, Chen Bei chose not to intrude further and turned his gaze toward the diligently training young Goku. Your progress appears remarkable, little Goku, Chen Bei remarked, appraising the seemingly small, yet powerfully vigorous form before him. At that moment, Goku raised his eyes to Chen Bei. In Goku's memory, Chen Bei had scarcely made many appearances. Yet the impression he left was profoundly significant, primarily due to his culinary skills that never failed to delight. For a food enthusiast like Goku, this naturally fostered a fondness for Chen Bei that even surpassed his affection for his father, Bardock. Through Bardock's relentless training, Goku had nearly mastered his body. At least he would no longer lose control so easily. Previously, his inability to harness his energy often resulted in chaos within their quarters. On one occasion, during a full moon, Goku unexpectedly transformed into a great ape, causing considerable destruction before Chen Bei intervened to restrain him and place a seal upon him. He also advised Bardock to train Goku in body control to accommodate his formidable energy. Thus, under Bardock's unwavering guidance, Goku gradually enhanced his physical capabilities. Now, Goku's body has been sufficiently refined. He can barely withstand that immense power. However, he still lacks a slight edge, which is why Chen Bei has no intention of lifting the seal just yet. He plans to wait until Goku has fortified his foundation further before intervening to release him. However, although Bardock could resolve Sun Wukong's cultivation issues, he found himself utterly impotent when it came to matters of learning. This was particularly problematic given that Sun Wukong had once suffered a head injury, resulting in the complete erasure of knowledge that should have been instilled in his mind long ago. The prospect of re-educating him now seemed a Herculean task, one beyond even the capabilities of Tien and Sun Gohan. Contemplating this dilemma, Chen Bei realized the necessity of addressing the issue. Yet he also acknowledged that Sun Wukong was still quite young. Perhaps it would be best to allow him to relish the innocence of his childhood for a while longer. Even when the time came for Chen Bei to tackle Sun Wukong's challenges, he would not directly alter his character. At most, he would facilitate his acquisition of basic literacy and arithmetic, allowing the rest to develop naturally. Chapter 159. A confession to Lazili in a small world. Chen Bei's figure materialized, where Bardock had already unraveled his inner turmoil and was now enjoying breakfast with the newly trained little Wukong. How was your rest? I have prepared a meal for you. Come, partake. Chen Bei refrained from employing healing spells to restore Lazili's stamina and energy. In his view, a woman's first experience ought to leave a profound impression. Bypassing that reflective process would render it meaningless. Thus, it was only now that Lazili began to recover. Although she was an artificial being, theoretically impervious to fatigue as long as her energy was not depleted, this was only a relative concept. Anticipating this, Chen Bei had initially sealed Lazili's energy with a grand sealing technique, which was why she felt exhausted. Yet, she did not resent this sensation. Rather, she found enjoyment in it, for it made her feel undeniably human rather than merely a machine. As she savored the breakfast prepared by Chen Bei, a faint blush still lingered on Lazili's cheeks. Observing her alluring demeanor, Chen Bei nearly succumbed to temptation once more, but fortunately, he promptly employed a calming incantation to dispel any lingering distractions, thus avoiding a repeat of their previous encounter. Since we have laid our cards on the table, it is only fair that I reveal my true identity. Chen Bei suddenly adopted a serious tone and addressed Lazili. Identity? Aren't you merely Chen Nan? Is there something more to your identity? Lazili inquired, her face a picture of confusion as she pondered Chen Bei's intentions. You truly are adorably naive. Chen Bei leaned forward, drawing close to Lazili, their faces mere inches apart. At that moment, Lazili's cheeks flushed anew. Despite their prior intimacy, it was still her first time, and she found herself somewhat unaccustomed. Regaining his composure, Chen Bei refrained from teasing her further and spoke slowly. In truth, I am Chen Bei. What? Lazili abruptly halted her chewing, lifting her gaze to Chen Bei with a look of astonishment. You claim to be Chen Bei? But that cannot be right. If you are indeed Chen Bei, you should have a good relationship with Sun Wukong. Why then are you assisting us against him and Vegeta? And why did you rescue me and La Bai Si? Isn't that a superfluous act? Bear in mind, we are creations of Dr. Gero, designed specifically to eliminate Sun Wukong. Confronted with a series of inquiries from Lazili, Chen Bei refrained from hastily providing explanations. Instead, he picked up a bowl of soup and a spoon, ladling a mouthful of the steaming broth. He gently blew on the hot liquid before slowly extending the spoon towards Lazili's lips. Do not rush. First, take a sip of the soup, and listen to my words at your leisure. Lazili did not refuse. She parted her luscious cherry-red lips and allowed the soup to flow into her mouth. Firstly, my name is Chen Bei. Chen Nan is merely a pseudonym. The reason I chose to assist you in dealing with Sun Wukong was fundamentally to probe the true strength of him and his companions, to test their mettle. Rescuing you and Lapisi was entirely my personal choice, for I perceive that you are not inherently malevolent, at least not prone to causing harm without cause. Moreover, there is a crucial point that I believe you are already aware of. Chen Bei's profound gaze bore into Lazili's. As she met his abyss-like eyes, an understanding seemed to dawn upon her, and the blush that had yet to fade from her cheeks intensified. Ahem, however, there is something of great significance I wish to convey, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Chen Bei coughed slightly, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort. After all, the words he was about to utter might wound the heart of the beauty before him, who had devoted herself to him. Yet, he resolved to be forthright with Lazili, for such honesty was the essence of true trust. Chen Bei did not desire a life of solitude, where he concealed everything from those around him. Such an existence was not what he sought. Thus, he spoke. In truth, you are not the only woman in my life. Besides you, I have two other confidants. The reason I share this with you today is that I wish to be transparent. I am not a man given to frivolous affections, but my feelings for my women are sincere. And to speak frankly, I genuinely care for you. Hence, I find it unbearable to inflict pain upon you. Rather than conceal this matter, I choose to disclose it to you, granting you the agency to decide. If you find it impossible to accept, I can remove myself from your life forever. Yet, I will always remain in the shadows, protecting you. Of course, the last statement was not entirely truthful. Chen Bei was far from indecisive. Now that Lazili had become his, he would not relinquish her under any circumstances. Upon hearing this, Lazili felt a sudden pang in her heart, biting her lip and turning her head aside, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Chen Bei remained silent, drawing closer to Lazili and gently enveloping her in his embrace. Initially, she contemplated resisting, but after some reflection, she hesitated. She realized that, unbeknownst to her, her heart had become intertwined with Chen Bei's. Perhaps from the moment he first paid for her, or when he sought a place for her to call home, preparing various delicacies for her, or rescuing her from Vegeta. She had likely already begun to view Chen Bei as an indispensable part of her life, though she had failed to recognize it until now. Now, as Chen Bei urged her to make a choice, she discovered that she could not bear to sever the bond they shared. Sensing the turbulence within Lazili, Chen Bei embraced her a little tighter, and Lazili nestled closer, burying her head in his chest. However, the traces of tears on her face remained starkly evident. The two shared no words, simply clinging to one another, absorbing each other's warmth, heartbeat, and affection. On the other hand, Chen Bei had already spoken to Celebi the previous night, yet he was taken aback by her lack of significant reaction. As a scion, Celebi had long since grown accustomed to the notion that strength dictates respect. A woman's worth could easily be supplanted by another should her partner possess greater power. Moreover, the scion culture was inherently feudal, allowing their king to take many concubines. Thus Celebi did not particularly resist Chen Bei seeking other women. Her only desire was to remain by his side, fearing abandonment. Among Chen Bei's 3 women, 2 issues had been essentially resolved, leaving only Bulma, with whom he felt the need to clarify matters at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 160. Seeking Revenge. Once Lazili's emotions stabilized, Chen Bei brought Celebi into the small world to meet her. Perhaps due to prior preparation or other factors, their encounter lacked any sparks or tumultuous scenes. They were simply unfamiliar with each other, leading to an awkwardness in their interaction. Celebi, being a scion, hardly needed to consider emotional intelligence. While Lazili had been confined to a laboratory, rarely interacting with others, rendering her generally taciturn. Encouraging a heartfelt exchange between them proved to be a challenge. Thus, it fell upon Chen Bei to mediate, hoping to foster a bond between the two. He desired a future where their meetings were filled with warmth rather than coldness. For that would be utterly uninteresting. We shall be a family from now on. Here, there are no hierarchies. We are all individuals whom we can trust most. We shall weather hardships together, support one another, and remain united in purpose, never depart. These are the foundational principles of our household, and I hope we can all coexist amicably henceforth. Chen Bei clasped their hands together, placing them against his chest. Both women felt somewhat uneasy, as they were inherently independent individuals. Their hands touched and intertwined under Chen Bei's guidance, and although they outwardly displayed no reaction, the wariness in their hearts had significantly diminished. Chen Bei mused that the best way to deepen the bond between the women was to share with them his most vulnerable moments. What? You have several wives, Bei? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape, utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that Chen Bei could attract so many women without being met with their wrath. At that moment, Sun Wukong found himself unexpectedly admiring Chen Bei. He reflected on how, in the past, his multitude of choices had hindered his ability to focus on his training, ultimately disappointing numerous girls who had held affection for him. Had he possessed a balanced approach like Chen Bei, the outcome might have been vastly different. However, there are no what-ifs in life. The past remains the past. Moreover, even if Sun Wukong had not let those girls down, the challenge of ensuring their harmonious coexistence would still pose a significant dilemma. Furthermore, considering the various demands of life, it would not be an easy feat for him to earn enough to support a family without resorting to theft or deceit. After all, not everyone possesses Chen Bei's wealth, culinary skills, and innate understanding of others' feelings. The Scions were rather indifferent to the notion of strong individuals having multiple partners, having been conditioned by their environment to accept such realities. Thus, Lazili successfully integrated into Chen Bei's family. To commemorate this occasion, Chen Bei retrieved a long-preserved beauty elixir from the system space as a gift for Lazili, along with some jewelry and a spatial ring, granting her access to a miniature world. In this joyous moment, a grand feast was indispensable, perfectly aligning with the Scion's desires, who eagerly anticipated Chen Bei's culinary creations. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Chen Bei felt it was time to discuss their forthcoming plans. I will guide you all to the future timeline. Of course, you may choose to remain here, but I will need to erase certain memories to ensure you forget my existence. After a moment of contemplation, everyone nodded in understanding, though they were all intrigued by the prospect of exploring other timelines. Sun Wukong had lived long enough, yet he realized that he lacked the experiences of his younger counterparts. So he decided to embrace youth once more and witness the wonders of this vibrant world. The Scions had no objections. Bardock, being a warrior at heart, naturally sought to confront more formidable opponents, making the journey to other realms perfectly aligned with his aspirations. As Bardock's partner, Jin would accompany him wherever he went, and Goku's enthusiasm was unquestionable. As for Toma, he had become an ardent admirer of Chen Bei, wholeheartedly wishing to follow him, thus raising no objections. Celebi and Lazili were wholly devoted to Chen Bei, and their allegiance was evident. Before departing, Bardock hesitated and proposed, "Can we seek vengeance against Frieza first?" Of course, Chen Bei replied readily. This was a minor matter he would not refuse, and it also addressed a lingering concern for Bardock and the others. If left unresolved, it could become a psychological burden, detrimental to their future paths toward immortality. After all, the path of cultivation is heavily influenced by one's state of mind. Psychological issues could lead to disastrous consequences. Then let us proceed, Chen Bei declared, utilizing instant transmission to transport everyone to the headquarters of Frieza's army. Report, Lord Frieza. An unidentified group has suddenly appeared above the headquarters. Frieza successfully obliterated planet Vegeta, and throughout this endeavor, he had yet to encounter the so-called Super Saiyan. This left him once again questioning the veracity of his ancestors' tales. After all, in his perspective, how could such a feeble race as the Saiyans ever hope to vanquish his forebears? At that moment, Frieza was meticulously examining a cosmic star map, preparing for his impending quest for universal domination. Though undeniably powerful, he was not invincible. He still had a father and an elder brother. While his father had grown indifferent to such matters, his brother Cooler was not so complacent. For years, the two had been at odds, each vying for supremacy over the northern and western galaxies, respectively, under the indulgence of King Cold. Suddenly, Frieza was alerted by his subordinates of an unfamiliar presence hovering above his base. It was well known that not just anyone could gain access to this place. Prior notification and verification were prerequisites for entry. Therefore, Frieza immediately realized that these individuals might harbor ill intentions, though he remained unconcerned. Over the years, he had conquered countless planets, amassing a multitude of enemies. Each day, there were those foolish enough to seek trouble with him, but they were typically of little consequence, easily dealt with even by his subordinates. Contemplating this, Frieza turned to the side, where Dodoria and Zarbin stood, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he spoke. Mr. Dodoria. Mr. Zarbin, I entrust them to you. Handle them well. Chapter 161. The death of Dodoria, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and responded. He had been stunned because on the monitor screen, several familiar figures had suddenly appeared. Fear not, Lord Frieza. I shall ensure they are dealt with thoroughly. Zarbin displayed no reaction, for it had been years since the destruction of planet Vegeta, and he had long forgotten certain details. The two emerged from the base and soared into the sky, confronting the group, led by Chen Bei. Dodoria, Bardock murmured, and upon seeing Dodoria once more, a surge of unbridled rage ignited within him, especially as memories of his fallen comrades flooded his mind, intensifying his hatred for Dodoria. Ah, Bardock, we meet again. I never expected you to survive under such circumstances. And these companions of yours, still alive, how utterly surprising. Dodoria cackled, though he was taken aback by Bardock and Toma's survival. He felt no fear, for he had previously toyed with them at his leisure. This time, in their quest for vengeance, Chen Bei had brought only Laziri, Bardock, Toma, and Celebi, leaving Gohan and the others in their sanctuary. Back at the base, Frieza observed the familiar figure on the large screen, equally astonished. Dodoria, today marks your demise. Bardock gritted his teeth, harboring no fondness for Dodoria, wishing fervently to rend him to pieces. Oh, how truly frightening. Dodoria laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by Bardock's threat. Nonetheless, he maintained a degree of caution and activated his scouter to examine the combat power of Bardock and his companions. 1,000, 800, and 500. Furthermore, two individuals exhibit no combat power whatsoever. What is this? Is the scouter malfunctioning? Sabin, you take a look too, he said. Upon hearing this, Sabin activated his own scouter, directing it towards Bardock and his allies. 1,000, 800, 500, and 2 are not showing anything at all. What is happening? Is my scouter defective as well? Sabin, equally bewildered, noted that they were utilizing the latest model of scouters, which should not be prone to malfunction. Humph. These fellows must have employed some means to interfere with the scouter's signal. Let us not dwell on this, Dodoria cackled. Now, allow me to remind them of the terror they once felt. With a decisive wave of his hand, he interrupted Sabin's investigation and soared forward to confront Bardock and the others. Dodoria, come forth. Bardock could distinctly sense Dodoria's energy. Yet he had no intention of dispatching Dodoria swiftly, for that would be too merciful. Bardock was determined to make Dodoria experience the agony of a fate worse than death. In that moment, Bardock sprang into action, denying Dodoria any further chance to react as he appeared before him in a flash and seized him by the throat. Gagging, Dodoria felt an immediate constriction around his neck, struggling to breathe. His legs flailed, his corpulent form thrashing desperately in an attempt to escape Bardock's grip. Unfortunately for him, Bardock's hold remained firm, lifting him into the air, causing his already crimson skin to transform into a deep shade of purple. "Let me go?" Dodoria rasped, his voice hoarse, tinged with a hint of pleading. Yet Bardock paid him no heed. Instead, he extended his other hand and grasped one of Dodoria's arms. Crack! With a forceful twist, Bardock dislocated Dodoria's entire left arm, blood gushing forth in a torrent, cascading down his body and pooling on the ground. "Ah!" Dodoria screamed in agony, the pain overwhelming him. However, Bardock was not yet satisfied. He intended for Dodoria to endure even greater suffering. Grabbing hold of Dodoria's thigh, he yanked it violently, tearing it from Dodoria's body. At this juncture, Dodoria was rendered speechless by the excruciating pain, his mouth agape, eyes wide in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his demise was imminent. "Scoundrel," released Dodoria. Though Sabin did not harbor particular affection for Dodoria, after years of working together, he chose to intervene. A potent wave of energy coalesced in Sabo's hand, swiftly directed towards Bardock. Yet Bardock remained utterly unfazed, grabbing hold of Dodoria's body and using him as a shield. The air erupted with a deafening explosion as Dodoria bore the brunt of Sabo's attack, dissipating into a crimson mist. Behind this veil of blood, Bardock's expression remained stoic, undamaged and unyielding. "You despicable wretch." Sabo's countenance betrayed a flicker of regret as he realized he had inadvertently slain Dodoria, whom he had intended to save. "Despicable? I hardly think so. We were the ones who suffered at the hands of Frieza's invasion, leading to the annihilation of our home. If anyone embodies treachery and deceit, it is you." Bardock retorted with an indifferent chuckle, his heart only filled with contempt for Frieza and his minions. The notion of compassion towards an enemy was utterly foreign to Bardock. "Now it is your turn," Bardock declared, his demeanor cold and his tone devoid of emotion as he addressed Sabo. At that moment, Sabo recognized the gravity of his predicament. Dodoria had posed no challenge to Bardock, and it dawned on him that he too might not prevail. Yet Bardock showed no inclination to grant Sabo the luxury of contemplation. He unleashed a powerful energy blast, its speed rendering Sabo unable to react. A thunderous explosion echoed as Sabo transformed the instant he was struck by Bardock's blow. His appearance became grotesque, yet his strength surged. Regrettably, this newfound power bore no significance to Bardock, as the energy blast obliterated Sabo, reducing him to cosmic dust. Creaking sounds echoed as the doors of the base swung open once more, revealing Frieza, who arrived in his infantile hovercraft, accompanied by the returning Ginyu Force. Chapter 162. The Astonished Frieza. Haha. "Bardock, my dear, I never expected to see you again." Frieza approached Bardock, a mocking smile plastered across his face. "Frieza, spare us your insincerity. Your vile true nature has long been exposed, and there is no need for pretense before us." Bardock interjected sharply, unwilling to endure Frieza's hypocritical pleasantries. Such impatience. The Saiyans remain as impolite as ever. Frieza's smile faded, his expression growing increasingly cold as he regarded Bardock and his companions with the disdain reserved for the dead. He then turned his gaze towards the Ginyu Force members standing nearby. "Captain Ginyu, it is time for your performance." "Understood, Lord Frieza. I shall entertain them splendidly." Ginyu replied with a sinister chuckle, his comrades unable to suppress their laughter, viewing Bardock and his allies merely as helpless prey, awaiting their inevitable slaughter. "Ginyu, Jeez, Berta, Rikum, Guldo, we are the Ginyu Force." Under the leadership of Captain Ginyu, the members of the Ginyu Force struck a series of peculiar poses, creating an atmosphere of undeniable awkwardness. However, Frieza remained silent, his interest piqued as he observed Ginyu and his companions, eagerly anticipating their performance. It was only upon seeing Ginyu and the others that Chen Bei remembered he had yet to check in. Hastily, he mentally commanded the system, check in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at the Frieza Force headquarters. You have received the rewards, the Great Origin Technique, the colorful Lucian skirt, and the mother-child heart lock. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the plot character Ginyu. You have received the rewards, the talent of soul exchange, world stone, and martial arts steel. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the plot character Jisoo. You have received the rewards. The system's notification echoed several times. But Chen Bei had no time to review the rewards he had just obtained. At that moment, while Chen Bei was checking in, Bardock and the others could no longer contain themselves. Observing Jinyu's embarrassing dance, they erupted with energy and charged towards them. Jinyu and his companions had barely time to react before Bardock and his team slammed them into the ground and walls, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. In an instant, the air filled with wails of agony, blood splattering everywhere, a scene too gruesome to behold. Enough. At this moment, Frieza's expression darkened to an extreme, shocked by how his subordinates were bringing him such disgrace. The sight became unbearable for him. Hearing Frieza's furious roar, Bardock and his companions glanced at him momentarily before resuming their assault on Jinyu's team. Frieza's anger intensified as he realized Bardock and the others were disregarding him entirely, his gaze becoming increasingly menacing. Have you finally reached your limit, Frieza? Unmask your hypocritical facade. Spare us your revolting display, Bardock scoffed, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he taunted Frieza. You wretched monkeys are truly insufferable. Very well, let us play this game thoroughly. Frieza's cold eyes fixated on Bardock, devoid of any prior frustration, replaced instead by a hint of mockery. Suddenly, Frieza extended a hand towards Bardock, his lips curling into a sly smile as he beckoned with his index finger. Huh, Frieza, your arrogance knows no bounds. In that case, allow me to show you your deepest fears. Let us see if you can still maintain that smile. With that, Bardock began to gather energy, a white aura swirling around him. Huh. With a fierce shout, Bardock's eyes transformed into a vivid green, his hair turning golden. The aura enveloping him morphed into a brilliant gold as well. The atmosphere around him became frenzied, the winds whipping violently against Frieza's face, nearly forcing his eyes shut. Super Saiyan Bardock, make your entrance. Following suit, Celebi and Toma refused to be outdone, unleashing their formidable energies as golden flames enveloped them, transforming into their Super Saiyan forms. At that moment, Frieza suddenly picked up a scouter, beginning to scan their energies. 10,000. 100,000. 1 million. Boom. The detector belonging to Frieza erupted in a violent explosion, as the energy it had registered far exceeded its detection capabilities. What is happening? This cannot be. Could the detector be malfunctioning? Frieza's expression was one of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the Scions possessed such formidable power, surpassing even his current form. I refuse to accept this. You filthy monkeys are nothing but a despicable, inferior race. How could you possibly wield such strength? Allow me to defeat you now and prove that you are merely a bunch of blustering fools. Frieza's face contorted in rage, his fists clenched tightly. He could no longer maintain his previous composure. Huh, Frieza, do you see? The golden aura of the Scion, the very Super Saiyan you dread most, stands right before you. Even if you were to beg for mercy now, I would show you no leniency. Surrender yourself, Frieza. Bardock's figure flickered and appeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful hook that struck Frieza's abdomen, causing him to double over, his eyes bulging and mouth agape, before he vomited a stream of bile. Ugh! Frieza was sent crashing into the wall behind him, shattering the alloy structure with a resounding impact. Damn it! Struggling to rise, Frieza clutched his stomach. The pain from that blow was excruciating, and his fury towards Bardock surged exponentially. Now, I shall unleash my full power and make you Scions regret ever provoking me. With a fierce roar, Frieza's form began to twist and contort, transforming into a robust monstrosity. Yet, this was just the beginning, as his body continued to warp. His size gradually diminished, the crimson hue of his skin fading until he assumed a diminutive, gem-like form atop his head, marking his ultimate transformation. Do not be deceived by my reduced stature. My power has more than doubled. Ha! Your demise is imminent. Frieza reveled in the immense energy surging within him, his confidence swelling as the fear of the Super Saiyan dissipated. Chapter 163. Journey to the Future. Is this truly your full strength, Frieza? How disappointingly lackluster. Bardock shook his head, sensing Frieza's current energy. Such power was inferior even to that of his wife, Jine, in her transformed state. It was perplexing how Frieza could muster the audacity to declare his intent to kill them. Frieza, prepare to meet your end. When you annihilated planet Vegeta, you sealed your fate for today. We Scions have done nothing to deserve your wrath, yet you obliterated our home. This grievance shall forever linger in my heart. Today, I have come to avenge my fallen brethren. Toma shouted, harboring a hatred for Frieza that matched Bardock's, filled with exhilaration at the prospect of vanquishing their arch-nemesis. Humph, merely a bunch of wild monkeys. This king has never paid them any heed. Frieza disregarded Toma's words, his expression remaining indifferent as he gazed at the group. Unrepentant. Frieza, allow me to send you to hell for your penance. Celebi unleashed a formidable energy orb, the sheer magnitude of which caused the surrounding air to distort, vanishing into nothingness. Whoosh! The energy sphere shot forth from Celebi's hand, hurtling towards Frieza. Confronted with such a potent assault, Frieza belatedly recognized the peril. However, it was too late for him to evade. His muscles bulged as he unleashed all his energy. How could I possibly be defeated by you wretches? Die! Frieza bellowed, launching his own energy orb towards Celebi. The two colossal spheres collided, emitting a blinding flash of light, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! Countless clouds of dust began to envelop the area. Moments later, as the haze began to dissipate, the location where Frieza had stood was utterly transformed. Strewn with debris and wreckage, nothing intact in sight. Cough, cough, cough. Frieza lay amidst the ruins, his tail severed, and an arm blasted away, his body rendered incomplete. At that moment, he struggled to rise, but despite his efforts, he could not succeed. Frieza, did you ever imagine you would meet such a fate? The suffering you inflicted upon us, we shall return it tenfold. Celebi observed Frieza's pitiful condition, feeling a sense of vindication, and began to mock him. Bardock and Toma approached, their hearts devoid of sympathy for Frieza, even wishing for his further misery. Please, I beg you spare me. I swear, I will be a better person from now on, and will never show my face to you again. Frieza pleaded with a tone of desperation toward Bardock and the others. Upon hearing Frieza's last pleas, Bardock and the others hesitated for a moment, but they had no intention of granting him mercy. Is it not too late to beg for mercy now? Moreover, we have no intention of sparing you. Bardock's expression remained apathetic, regarding Frieza as one would a corpse. Frieza, it is futile. Today, you shall undoubtedly perish. We shall avenge all the Saiyan brethren you have slaughtered. Toma's voice brimmed with rage as he addressed Frieza. Damn it, am I truly to die here today? Frieza lamented deeply, regretting his earlier complacency. Had he been adequately prepared from the outset, he would not find himself in such a dire predicament, battered by this detestable group of Saiyans. Die! In that instant, Frieza erupted in fury, unleashing a disc-shaped energy attack that surged toward Bardock and his companions. Oh no! Bardock silently chastised himself for his oversight. At such close range, they might not evade it. Although they sensed the imminent danger, the group found themselves powerless, merely watching as Frieza's assault bore down upon them. Smack! Suddenly, a fair hand emerged before the crowd, swiftly striking and shattering the energy attack into fragments. Chen Bei, Mr. Chen Bei, obey. The owners of the hand were instantly recognized by Bardock and the others, who exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, with Chen Bei's assistance, they narrowly avoided disaster. It was clear that they must exercise greater caution in the future. At that moment, Bardock and his companions cast their eyes back upon the fallen Frieza, their teeth gritting in anger. To their astonishment, this wretched fiend still harbored intentions of launching a sneak attack against them. Their decision had indeed been justified. Such a despicable character could not be allowed to escape. Die! Frieza! Bardock swiftly gathered a sphere of energy, propelling Frieza's body into the air before unleashing the energy blast towards him. No. In midair, Frieza found himself with no means of evasion, succumbing to the onslaught of the energy blast and being reduced to ashes. Thus, Frieza was utterly vanquished. Bardock and his companions had successfully avenged their fallen kin. After dealing with Frieza, they returned to Chen Bei's side. Seeing Bardock and the others return, Chen Bei nodded and remarked, "You have resolved the issue with Frieza. In light of this, we must set forth. In this new timeline, I trust you will witness a myriad of extraordinary tales. On the Turtle Island in the future timeline, oh dear, the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence." The Turtle Hermit had received news regarding the upcoming event. However, he had long since withdrawn from the martial world due to diminished strength and no longer concerned himself with such pursuits of fame and fortune. He pondered whether Goku and the others would participate. He nostalgically recalled the young Goku, so endearing and obedient. The Turtle Hermit found himself reminiscing about the past. Time had passed, and both Sun Wukong and Krillin had matured, each establishing their own families, leaving only him and the old sea turtle on Turtle Island. Now that Goku and the others had each forged their own paths in martial arts, he wondered how they were faring. Surely, they must be thriving. Meanwhile, at Sun Wukong's home, Chi-Chi was engaged in facial mask treatments. Chi-Chi, why do you apply these strange things every day? They look so odd. Sun Wukong, entirely oblivious to such feminine rituals, initially thought they were amusing but was none the wiser after much confusion, resulting in Chi-Chi scolding him for being wasteful. Wukong, I truly don't know how to address your ignorance. Chi-Chi sighed, exasperated by Wukong's obliviousness. It seems you need to learn some common knowledge about human society. Chapter 164. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Is this truly another timeline? Bardock and his companions surveyed their surroundings with puzzled expressions, unable to discern any notable differences in this new realm. Indeed, this is another realm. For now, you shall reside in this miniature world, which is spacious enough. The current small world has been meticulously transformed by Chen Bei, featuring an array of architectural marvels and amenities such as luxurious villas, beaches, and oceans, all crafted by Chen Bei himself. Presently, this small world bears little distinction from the external world. Naturally, Bardock and the others harbor no objections. In fact, they would gladly remain in Chen Bei's small world indefinitely, as it is immensely enjoyable. Ahem. I may not be able to allow you to make public appearances at this time, as I have certain matters yet to resolve. Chen Bei gently coughed, interrupting the thoughts of those present. Upon seeing the two women standing beside Chen Bei, everyone instantly comprehended his intent and nodded in unison. At that moment, Chen Bei used his mental prowess to sense the various events that had transpired on Earth during this period. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament? How intriguing, Chen Bei murmured, feeling a spark of curiosity about the tournament. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he had yet to witness the Grand Martial Arts Tournament firsthand. He wondered whether Sun Wukong and the others would participate this time. If that were the case, perhaps he could orchestrate something to make the tournament even more captivating. Chen Bei was already preparing to facilitate this martial arts event, and some rather interesting ideas began to form in his mind. At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma was diligently attending to paperwork. Thanks to the assistance of intelligent robots, it was not overly burdensome. Bulma had merely found herself bored at home and decided to come here for a change of scenery. Suddenly, a figure materialized within Bulma's office. Chen Bei? Startled by the abrupt appearance, Bulma relaxed upon recognizing him. You rascal, after disappearing for so many days, have you finally deigned to return? Bulma strode toward Chen Bei and playfully tugged at his ear. Ouch, that hurts. Please, Bulma, not like this. I was wrong. Chen Bei certainly did not feel pain. Rather, it was a sensation akin to delightful tickling. However, facing an irate Bulma, he dared not express his true feelings. Humph, consider yourself lucky this time. But you must compensate me adequately. I haven't been out in ages. How about we embark on a road trip around the globe together? Bulma crossed her arms, gazing at Chen Bei. She was not genuinely angry. She merely wished for his company. Of course, that sounds wonderful. However, at this moment, it seems the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin registration, and I have yet to witness such an event, so I would like to attend. Chen Bei hesitated, noting Bulma's displeased expression, and quickly added, but rest assured, after the competition, I will devote my time to you and embark on a global adventure together. Upon hearing this, Bulma's expression softened somewhat. As it happens, it has been quite some time since I last beheld the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. A memory that harks back to many years ago. Bulma, too, became ensnared in nostalgia, reflecting upon her youthful naivety as she embarked on a quest for Dragon Balls alongside the young Son Goku, an endeavor that now seems audacious in retrospect. Yet, as she reminisces, a sense of longing washes over her. Ahem, Bulma, I have something of significance to disclose. With a sharp clap, when Chen Bei revealed that he had two other women, Bulma could no longer restrain herself and struck him across the face. Chen Bei, you are nothing but a scoundrel. She lamented, her tears cascading down her cheeks. It became clear to Bulma that during this period, Chen Bei had often been away, seeking the company of other women, which left her feeling profoundly wronged. Bulma, I acknowledge my transgressions, yet the bonds we share are irrevocable. I cannot forsake any of you. Please forgive my selfishness. Chen Bei reached out to embrace Bulma, but she remained weeping, her sense of injustice only deepening. Let me go? You have never truly held me in your heart. You could have confided in me from the very beginning, yet you chose to conceal the truth for so long. It pains me greatly. Chen Bei attempted to brush away the tears from Bulma's face, but she turned her head aside, evading his touch. With a heavy heart, Chen Bei spoke again. Bulma, do you know that I am not of this world? Taken aback by his words, Bulma paused in her sorrow, struggling to comprehend Chen Bei's revelation. I possess the ability to traverse time and space and have lived for an eternity. In my moments of uncertainty, I sought the meaning of existence, which led me to this realm and ultimately to you. Chen Bei's gaze, imbued with deep affection, stirred something within Bulma's heart. Over time, I realized that I have fallen for you and discovered that the essence of life is to protect those I cherish and who cherish me in return. I shall not abandon you, nor will I forsake any of you. Though this may be selfish, it is my path. Therefore, Bulma, walk with me into the future. I wish to show you the wonders of the world and to be with you for all eternity. What? Chen Bei, you intend to participate in the grand martial arts tournament? Son Goku looked at Chen Bei with astonishment, as he believed that, given Chen Bei's current prowess, there was no necessity for him to enter such a competition. Recalling the moment when Chen Bei had effortlessly subdued Broly, Goku felt a shiver run through him, not out of fear, but rather excitement. He thought to himself, if such a formidable opponent as Chen Bei were to participate in this tournament, it would surely be exhilarating. Thus, Goku resolved to join the martial arts competition as well. Splendid. If you are participating in the tournament, then I shall too. I will go summon Vegeta and Piccolo to see if they share this enthusiasm. For the time being, Bulma's predicament seemed to have found resolution. However, Chen Bei had yet to arrange a meeting between her and Lotzi Li, leaving the situation still in a state of uncertainty. During this period, Chen Bei intended to spend quality time with Bulma, soothing her emotions. Unlike Lazili and Celebi, who possess more independent and resilient personalities, Bulma, despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, harbors a more delicate and romantic disposition, yearning for care and affection. As days passed, the registration phase for the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, I can't believe you all are here. At the registration venue for the tournament, Sun Wukong encountered numerous familiar faces. Wukong, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Haha, this martial arts tournament is bound to be lively. A bald-headed figure approached Wukong. Skillfully patting him on the shoulder, it was Krillin. Now, Krillin had grown significantly taller, nearing Wukong's nose in height. Although he was not particularly tall, he felt quite content. Hee, Krillin, you've grown taller. By the way, have you seen Chen Bei? Wukong pondered, recalling that Chen Bei had mentioned coming to register, yet he had not spotted him. Chen Bei? Is he coming too? Oh no. It seems that making it to the top 8 will be quite challenging for me, Krillin muttered, given his current strength. Achieving a place in the top 8 appeared daunting. Since getting married, he had not trained much, having opened a reasonably successful martial arts dojo with Chen Bei's assistance, while also managing a branch of the jewelry store Chen Bei had established. Although the earnings were satisfactory, his training time had significantly diminished. After all, Krillin was still a normal person, unlike Wukong, whose thoughts revolved solely around eating and training. He.s. here, Yamcha exclaimed upon spotting a figure. Although he didn't particularly like Chen Bei, he did not regard him as an adversary either. Hello everyone. So many participants have arrived. I am genuinely looking forward to the upcoming matches. Chen Bei greeted the group. Tien and Kaiatsu were not very acquainted with him, having only met a few times at Bulma's home after their resurrection, leaving them unaware of many other matters. Chen Bei, you've registered as well? Haven to you? I'm eager to spar with you once more. Of course, I am also keen to experience the sensation of being on the arena, Tien remarked. Humph, Kakarot, you still look as punchable as ever. This time, I will certainly defeat you. Vegeta approached Chen Bei and the others, having arrived earlier but remained in the shadows. Haha, Vegeta, I knew you would show up. Wukong exclaimed joyfully, pleased to see Vegeta. Now, only Piccolo's presence was awaited. It was uncertain whether he would attend. Suddenly, Wukong's expression sharpened, as if sensing something. An eerily familiar presence had just entered his perception. What's wrong, Kakarot? Vegeta inquired, noticing Wukong's peculiar demeanor. Didn't you feel it, Vegeta? What did you sense? Vegeta found himself somewhat perplexed by Goku's sudden display of nervousness. Goku, eager to immerse himself in the moment, felt a familiar aura dissipate all too swiftly. Haha, perhaps I was mistaken. Don't mind it. He chuckled, scratching his head in amusement. Observing Goku's reaction, Chen Bei's lips curled slightly in a mysterious smile, leaving one to ponder the source of his amusement. Time swiftly passed, and the registration process concluded. Given the substantial number of participants, a preliminary strength test was necessary to eliminate those lacking genuine prowess. The strength testing apparatus was merely a toy for Chen Bei and his companions, who breezed through the assessment with ease. Now, the elimination rounds commenced, aiming to determine the top 32 competitors, followed by the final 16, 8, 4, and ultimately, the championship match. This rigorous competition would unfold over nearly a week, across 32 venues, as they sought to identify the most formidable martial artists among them, a task of considerable difficulty. Kakarot, which number do you have? Please, don't let me face you, or I might find myself eliminated before even reaching the top 32. How humiliating that would be, Krillin exclaimed, clutching his identification badge marked for the 8th round in the 30-second arena. It seems we are not in the same group. My designation appears to be the 2nd round of the 3rd arena, Goku replied. Despite his limited literacy, he could decipher basic terms, particularly those related to combat. Krillin sighed in relief. That's wonderful. As long as I don't encounter you, I should be fine. By the way, Chen Bei, which arena are you assigned to? Goku, intrigued, wondered if their paths might cross early on. Rest assured, you will not be eliminated. I have already arranged everyone's matchups through my mental prowess. We will not face each other, so there is no need for concern, Chen Bei stated calmly, having meticulously orchestrated their combat schedules to avoid any premature clashes. Is this truly the grown-up Kakarot? He resembles Bardock remarkably, Toma remarked, standing beside Bardock, both cloaked and masked, their true appearances concealed from onlookers. By the way, Bardock, I recall you have another son, named Raditz, if I am not mistaken. He seems to take after Jain more, Toma mused. Bardock paused, momentarily taken aback by Toma's words. Indeed, he had another son, yet they had not shared a moment together in a long time. Regrettably, he had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father, constantly engaged in battles and missions across distant planets, rarely finding time for family. Raditz, being a low-class warrior, faced considerable ostracism from an early age, and Bardock had never extended his support, resulting in a relationship that lacked depth. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Bardock redirected his focus to the forthcoming competition. Kakarot, do not disappoint me, he urged silently. Bulma and Master Roshi, along with others, appeared on the periphery of the arena. As they were not competitors, they could not enter to watch the match. However, Chen Bei devised a special viewing orb for Bulma, enabling her to observe the live competition from outside. This simple contrivance was easily created by him with his current prowess. Bulma's presence here was primarily to catch a glimpse of Chen Bei up close. During this time, they had reconciled, and she no longer wished to dwell on the matters concerning Chen Bei and other women. At this moment, her sole desire was to be with him, indifferent to other distractions. Chapter 165. The preliminary rounds conclude. The preliminary elimination rounds posed no challenge for Sun Wukong and his companions. They feared exerting too much force, worried they might inadvertently injure their opponents. However, Vegeta paid little heed to such concerns, swiftly incapacitating his foes with precise and ruthless strikes, albeit without delivering fatal blows. Yamcha, while significantly weaker than Sun Wukong and others, remained formidable on Earth, with few able to stand against him. As for Chen Bei, he had no challengers. Merely emitting a slight pressure was enough to compel his adversaries to surrender. Notably, when Piccolo entered the fray, the atmosphere mirrored that of Chen Bei's. His mere presence deterred others from approaching, and it seemed to evoke memories within them, as they murmured Demon King Piccolo, before hastily retreating from the arena, conceding defeat. This competition was deliberately orchestrated by Chen Bei, who had arranged for Celebi and Lotzi Li to meet with Bulma. They now sat together, silently watching the battles through the viewing orb. Although Lotzi Li and Celebi possessed commendable strength, Chen Bei had no intention of letting them compete. This was not a life-or-death struggle, and he deemed it unnecessary for his loved ones to engage in such conflicts, especially since he could not intervene freely if they faced adversity. Before long, 2 days had elapsed, and the preliminary elimination rounds concluded, yielding 32 martial artists. After a day of rest, they would draw lots for one-on-one battles to determine the top 16. Oh dear, Chen Bei, it seems you are in a predicament. Master Roshi stealthily approached Chen Bei. Previously, upon seeing Chen Bei's other 2 wives, this lecherous old man contemplated taking advantage of the situation. However, before he could make a move, Lotzi Li sent him flying with a swift slap, crashing through several walls, leaving him in considerable pain. Subsequently, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, causing him to shrink back in fear, paralyzed with trepidation. The reason he remarked that Chen Bei was in trouble was that, during these 2 days, Bulma and the others had begun to argue over who was Chen Bei's primary wife, leaving Master Roshi and the others utterly astonished. The single men were left in utter envy. Chen Bei was well aware of the situation. However, she understood that disagreements could indeed foster a deeper understanding among them. Thus, she chose to refrain from intervening, as long as things did not go too far. Obey. Pray tell, who will oversee the household in the future? Who shall be the primary wife? Bulma exclaimed, grasping one of Chen Bei's arms, her gaze fixed intently upon her, as if eager for an immediate answer. Humph, Lazili retorted, unwilling to concede, and likewise grasped Chen Bei's other arm, vying for attention against Bulma. Meanwhile, Celebi remained indifferent to such matters, for she harbored no ambitions of her own. Her sole desire was to ensure the continuation of the Saiyan race, which was dwindling in numbers. If she were to conceive Chen Bei's child, it would undoubtedly possess extraordinary potential, perhaps even rising to become a leader among the Saiyans in the future. You need not quarrel over these matters, Chen Bei interjected gently. In my eyes, there exists no hierarchy among you. You are all dear to me. I sincerely hope you can coexist harmoniously. Embracing both women, she drew them into her warm embrace. Moving forward, this household will thrive through your united efforts, fostering a more harmonious and nurturing environment. Bulma excels in financial management, so she shall oversee our domestic affairs. Celebi is adept in combat and will safeguard us, while Lazili, with her composed nature, will be entrusted with the upbringing of our children. Chen Bei spoke earnestly to each of the women, aligning their roles with their individual strengths and personalities. The women nodded in agreement, finding Chen Bei's reasoning sound, thus ceasing their contest over who would be the primary wife. Now that we find ourselves together, let us indulge in a delightful meal. Yay! Goku exclaimed, his spirits soaring at the mention of a feast. After 2 days of tournament battles, he was ravenous. Although the martial arts competition provided accommodations and meals, the portions were scarcely sufficient for his appetite. Dad! At that moment, Gohan approached Goku, with Chi-Chi following closely behind. Chi-Chi appeared noticeably rejuvenated compared to previous times. With Chen Bei's assistance, the Goku family had become prosperous, alleviating Chi-Chi from her former burdens. She had also relaxed her strict oversight of Gohan, permitting him to engage in physical training alongside his studies. Gohan, you've arrived. Let us dine together shortly. I am truly looking forward to Chen Bei's cooking. Absolutely. Mom has also expressed nostalgia for the last meal prepared by Uncle Chen Bei. She has been eager to learn from him. Ah, Piccolo. Just then, Goku spotted Piccolo, clad in his familiar attire, a white cloak and headband, purple trousers, and boots. Arms crossed, leaning against a pillar. Piccolo, having noticed Goku and the others, cast a brief glance their way before closing his eyes and resuming his repose against the column. In this martial arts tournament, nearly everyone who could attend has gathered, including Bulma and her companions, Bardock, as well as Master Roshi, all of whom share a close bond with Sun Wukong. They are eager to witness the remarkable prowess that Sun Wukong and his friends have attained over the years, wishing to bear witness to this extraordinary competition. However, a pertinent question arises. Where shall we dine with such a large group? It seems that aside from grand hotels, there are no suitable venues, and the vicinity of the tournament lacks such expansive accommodations. Consequently, it appears there is no place to comfortably seat everyone. Krillin contemplated this dilemma, noting that if Chen Bei were to prepare the meal, he would undoubtedly require tools, which they currently lack. How, then, would they gather for a feast? Do not fret about this matter. Simply follow my lead. Chen Bei replied with a smile, asserting that such trivial concerns need not occupy their thoughts, for he could conjure whatever was necessary. Thus, under Chen Bei's guidance, they found an open patch of grass with a picturesque view of the lake, an ideal spot for their gathering. Chen Bei then began to showcase his extraordinary abilities, summoning various tools and ingredients. After a series of deft maneuvers, the ingredients transformed into exquisite dishes. The spectacle left Krillin and the others in awe, unable to comprehend how Chen Bei accomplished such feats. However, as they were now familiar acquaintances, they refrained from probing further into his methods. Consequently, the group convened to enjoy a delightful meal, engaging in singing and dancing, though Master Roshi and Krillin, unable to handle their liquor, became rowdy and provocatively approached Vegeta, only to be swiftly knocked unconscious by a single blow from him. Chen Bei's singing is absolutely enchanting. Who would have thought he possessed such a talent? Truly, he is the epitome of a perfect man, Chi-Chi remarked to Bulma beside her. Chen Bei's melodious voice seemed to cast a spell, captivating everyone present. This was one of Chen Bei's unique gifts, the god of music. A remarkable talent that could influence the hearts of others through song, transcending barriers and seals to resonate with the soul. If wielded as a sonic attack, it could strike from within, first damaging the spirit before inflicting physical harm, bypassing all forms of defense, an utterly terrifying ability. Chapter 166, The Elite 32. After a day's respite, the next day's competition is set to commence. A host with short golden hair stepped onto the arena, beginning to explain the rules of the tournament to the audience. Soon, it was time to announce the list of contenders. Now, let us unveil the 32 martial artists who have successfully progressed in the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament. Firstly, there were the contestants, Tien Fan, Yamcha, Dumpling, Sun Wukong, Bardock, Toma, and Piccolo. When the host announced Piccolo's name, it was evident that something was amiss. Yet he quickly regained his composure, as one would expect from someone of his experience. He continued, Chen Bei, Mark, Lapis, Broly, Vegeta. Soon, he finished reading the list of those who had advanced. Next came the drawing of lots. The contestants were instructed to take turns coming forward to draw. Following that, the registration of the contestants' numbers began. The matches would proceed in pairs, numbers 1 and 2, then 3 and 4, culminating in a total of 16 matches, which would likely take about 2 days to complete. Why is Broly here? Does Chen Bei not fear him losing control again? At that moment, Piccolo was no longer calm. He had vivid memories of Broly, and if Broly were to go berserk, it would spell disaster for Earth. He hoped that Chen Bei could keep him in check, otherwise, Bardock. Vegeta suddenly paused, as if recalling something. Isn't Bardock Goku's father? Could it be a coincidence? Vegeta was perplexed. It seems Vegeta has noticed you, Bardock, Toma chuckled. Standing alongside Bardock, they had just observed the advancing candidates, but to their disappointment, only a few were challenging. Vegeta? He's merely a child. Surely you aren't afraid of him, Bardock teased. How could that be? My fighting prowess is formidable. However, it seems I won't encounter Vegeta. I'll just wait and see. Toma quickly countered, unwilling to show weakness in front of Bardock. However, the upcoming matches would not be easy, as a few among them possessed considerable strength, Bardock murmured. Rest assured, with our capabilities, we shall not find ourselves at the bottom. Apart from Mr. Chen Bei, I doubt we face any truly formidable opponents, Toma declared confidently, dismissing the other contenders entirely. Now, let the match between Chen Bei and Mark commence. The host announced loudly through a megaphone. Indeed, Chen Bei drew number 1, while Mark drew number 2. Without hesitation, Chen Bei instantly appeared on the arena, while Mark stealthily climbed onto the stage. Mark stood with his hands on his hips, sporting a wild hairstyle that looked utterly comical. Kid, you still have time to surrender. Otherwise, when I strike, I shall show no mercy. Mark laughed heartily, glancing at Chen Bei, who appeared untrained and unassuming, prompting Mark to belittle him. Chen Bei was dressed casually and did not particularly favor a muscular physique, which made him seem somewhat frail in this world of muscle-bound warriors. Yet, compared to the average individual, his figure was still remarkably well-proportioned, boasting streamlined muscles that undoubtedly attracted the opposite sex. I sincerely thank you. However, surrender is not in my nature. Bring it on, since you are so obstinate. I shall not hold back. Mark took a swift stride and charged towards Chen Bei, throwing punches that left behind afterimages. Such prowess could be deemed commendable among ordinary individuals. Yet to Chen Bei, it resembled a child playing house, rather amusing indeed. Chen Bei unleashed a wave of oppressive force, a potent gust of wind radiating from him in an instant. Mark was momentarily stunned by this pressure, losing consciousness and being swept off the stage by the tempest. Congratulations to Chen Bei for securing victory in the first match, advancing to the top 16. Truly, Chen Bei is remarkable. His techniques are incomprehensible. Due to the limited range of the pressure he emitted, those outside the arena were oblivious to it. They merely witnessed a sudden gust of wind, followed by Mark collapsing and being blown from the stage. Now it is your turn, Clin. Your opponent appears to be a fellow named Thomas, who seems rather formidable. Sun Wukong, possessing a sharper sense than Clin, took the liberty to caution him. Clint paused at the remark, as he had not perceived anything particularly special about his adversary. Nevertheless, he took Wukong's advice to heart, for Wukong was his most trusted companion. Very well, I understand. I shall give it my all. Clint nodded earnestly before turning and making his way to the arena. Thomas, it is your turn to take the stage. Bardock alerted Thomas, who was beside him, indulging in grilled fish. Boredom had led them to request some food from the chef, intending to dine while watching the match. Oh, is it my turn? In that case, I shall proceed. Thomas gulped down a piece of grilled fish and stood up, heading towards the arena. Now, we shall commence the second match, featuring Clint against Thomas. Please, both contestants, prepare yourselves. On the stage, Clint and Thomas stood poised. Clint's demeanor was grave as he warily scrutinized the man before him. While he had felt no apprehension outside the arena, standing alongside this individual, an inexplicable pressure assailed him. It seems Wukong was correct. This man before me may be formidable indeed. Heh, little bald head, I shall allow you to make the first move. I wouldn't want you to be eliminated without even landing a strike. I am showing you some leniency. Thomas chuckled, jesting at Clint. He had discerned Clint's capabilities and deemed them not particularly strong, thus feeling no need to treat the confrontation with excessive seriousness. Hearing Thomas's taunt, Clint's face flushed with embarrassment. He felt humiliated, for his greatest fear had been accurately discerned by his opponent. Very well, I shall strike now. You had best be on guard. For I am quite powerful. Clint reminded his opponent, cautioning that if this individual was merely posturing and not genuinely formidable, he might inadvertently harm him severely. This was a scenario Clint wished to avoid. Chapter 167. Advancing to the top 16, Toma smirked disdainfully, beckoning Clint forward with a flick of his finger. Observing Toma's dismissive gesture ignited a flicker of anger within Clint, prompting him to swiftly close the distance between them. He executed a spinning kick aimed at Toma's lower body. Toma, fully aware of Clint's impending attack, remained utterly still, rooted in place. Thud! Clint's kick connected with Toma's calf, creating a gust of wind with the force of the blow. Yet, to Clint's astonishment, Toma stood his ground, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk, casting a condescending glance at Clint. This is bad, Clint lamented internally. He had not anticipated his opponent's formidable strength. Although he had not unleashed his full power in that strike, any ordinary person would have faltered. Clint had intended to topple Toma and push him off the stage, but it appeared the tables had turned, and he was the one in peril. Hey, little bald head. Not bad. You've given me a slight tingling sensation. However, it seems your strength has its limits. Now it's my turn. Upon hearing Toma's taunt, Clint attempted to retreat, but before he could react, Toma seized his arm with a firm grip. This is dire. Clint could not suppress a sigh of despair. He felt utterly unfortunate. Here he was, merely in the top 16, yet he was on the brink of defeat, an embarrassment indeed. Don't worry, little bald head. I won't be too harsh on you. Clint was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Toma's words. Was he genuinely contemplating sparing him? However, his hopes were dashed as Toma lifted him effortlessly, tossing him into the air. As Clint's body aligned parallel to Toma's chest, a powerful jab struck his abdomen, sending him flying off the stage. Toma had indeed shown restraint, sparing Clint from a more grievous fate, which was quite generous of him. Clint, Shaolin, the turtle hermit, and others rushed to Clint's side, anxious to assess his condition. At that moment, Clint, clutching his abdomen, managed to rise, albeit with some discomfort from the pain. Thank you for your concern. I'm all right. It seems that fellow held back. Clint reassured the approaching crowd, prompting a collective sigh of relief. They assisted him to the side, returning their focus to the competition. It appears that Toma possesses immense strength. Who would have thought that Shaolin, the turtle hermit's prized disciple, would be bested by Toma? This martial arts tournament truly harbors exceptional talents. One can only wonder what thrilling encounters await in the subsequent matches. Nevertheless, let us first extend our heartfelt congratulations to contestant Toma for successfully advancing to the top 16. In the audience, the resting Krillin felt his face flush with embarrassment upon hearing the host's remarks. He never anticipated that his affiliation as a disciple of Master Roshi would still be remembered by the host, who even went so far as to compare him to Toma. How could he possibly show his face now? The host certainly has a knack for bringing up the most awkward topics. However, the responsibility now rests upon you, Goku. These adversaries are formidable, and you must take them seriously, Master Roshi cautioned, his expression grave as he regarded Goku. Given his vast experience, He was acutely aware that among these competitors lay several exceptionally strong individuals, though he could not fully discern their capabilities, sensing only that they were not to be underestimated. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, signifying his understanding. Next, we have Yamcha facing off against an unnamed opponent. Upon hearing his name announced by the host, Yamcha greeted everyone and made his way to the arena. His opponent, the unnamed fighter, was a robust man, his physique resembling that of a stone statue, clearly a force to be reckoned with, and it was no surprise that he had made it to the top 32. Once both contestants took their positions on the stage, the match officially commenced. Without exchanging many words, Yamcha opted not to strike first, instead inviting his opponent to make the initial move. The unnamed fighter, undeterred, clenched his massive fist and launched a swift attack towards Yamcha. Boom. The punch, however, missed its target as Yamcha effortlessly evaded it, resulting in the fist crashing into the ground and shattering the tiles beneath. Yamcha's prowess was commendable, at least by Earth standards. He now possessed a battle power in the hundreds of thousands. His decision not to initiate the attack was a deliberate display of his opponent's strength, allowing him to appear even more impressive, particularly as he noticed numerous young and attractive women in the audience. While Krillin was already married, Yamcha remained single, which stirred a sense of imbalance within him. In his quest for companionship, he found himself unable to control his flirtatious nature, falling for every pretty face he encountered, leaving him without a serious partner. Wow, the unnamed fighter truly is impressive, capable of shattering the floor with a single punch. It seems Yamcha has indeed met his match. One wonders what strategy Yamcha will employ to counter the formidable attacks of his opponent. Let us await the unfolding of events. The host began to enliven the atmosphere. At this moment, Yamcha had retreated to the side, re-establishing his stance as he prepared to counterattack. However, the unnamed fighter was not foolishly stationary. He swung his fist once more, launching another assault on Yamcha. Bang! Yamcha deftly sidestepped the incoming attack and retaliated with a punch to the fighter's abdomen, causing his body to arch like a bow. Ugh! The unnamed fighter groaned in pain, instinctively retreating while clutching his stomach, his body trembling from the impact. Yamcha, seizing the moment, did not grant the bystander any opportunity. With a swift leap, he delivered a powerful kick directly to the bystander's face, sending him tumbling off the stage. The battle concluded rapidly, leaving the audience bewildered, as they barely grasped the sequence of events. Yet, when they beheld Yamcha standing triumphantly atop the arena, many erupted in applause for his remarkable performance. Congratulations to Yamcha for successfully advancing to the top 16. The competition continued seamlessly, culminating in the afternoon of the following day. When the top 16 contestants were finally revealed, the distinguished participants included Chen Bei, Piccolo, Goku, Tien Shinhan, Kairatsu, Vegeta, Broly, Bardock, Toma, Yamcha, Cell, the six-eared macaque, and Lapis. Subsequently, the contestants were set to draw lots once more, proceeding to the next round of the tournament. In the previous match, Goku and his companions faced relatively average opponents, allowing them to advance to the top 16 with ease. In this round, the majority of the weaker contenders had already been eliminated. Aside from the individuals known to Chen Bei, only 3 formidable competitors remained. What a splendid lineup this is, Chen Bei mused. He recalled that during the Tournament of Power, the roster for Universe 7 comprised Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Frieza, Gohan, Android 17, Android 18, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin. However, the current assembly here rivaled that esteemed lineup, and Chen Bei couldn't help but wonder what tales would unfold should they venture into the realm of time and space. Nevertheless, such contemplations could wait. The priority was to complete this match first. One by one, Chen Bei and the others took to the stage to draw lots, ultimately retrieving their number plates before heading to register. They awaited the host's announcement with bated breath. All right, after the drawing of lots by our esteemed contestants, we have established the order of matches. Next up, we have Chen Bei facing off against Bystander B. Let us eagerly anticipate the clash. Bystander B was a well-built individual, muscles rippling beneath his bare torso, his piercing gaze making it difficult to meet his eyes. Chen Bei swiftly ascended the arena, while Bystander B approached at a measured pace. Although he was aware of Chen Bei's exceptional prowess, witnessing his elusive speed once more instilled a sense of trepidation within Bystander B. However, Chen Bei was not inclined to indulge him in a playful exchange. Releasing an overwhelming pressure, he unleashed a forceful strike toward Bystander B. Boom. Bystander B's body was hurled against the wall outside the arena, rendering him unconscious. The match ended with no one comprehending the events that transpired. Congratulations to Chen Bei for achieving victory in this match and successfully advancing to the top 8. The host, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated Chen Bei's decisive resolution of the bout, seemingly without exerting himself. Next up, the six-eared macaque will face off against supporting actor A. Before the crowd stood a humanoid ape, its body adorned with a lustrous golden fur that shimmered in the light. Its deep, inscrutable gaze left onlookers guessing the thoughts concealed within, and its expression remained enigmatic, providing no clues to its emotional state. Towering at nearly 2 meters, its muscular physique was striking yet not bulky. A golden tail, reminiscent of a steel whip, gracefully trailed behind it, while on either side of its head, 6 uniquely colored ears added an air of mystery to its presence. In stark contrast, its opponent, a rather peculiar figure clad in a military coat and with a cigar clenched between his teeth, appeared equally formidable with his massive fists, suggestive of the power to fell a bull with a single blow. The six-eared macaque, seemingly unfazed by the passage of time, swiftly maneuvered to close the distance between them, executing a scorpion-style kick that sent the opponent flying off the stage. While the fight was not devoid of excitement, it was rather uneventful, resolving in a mere instant and extinguishing the audience's burgeoning enthusiasm. What a thrilling match! The six-eared macaque truly demonstrates formidable prowess, rivaling that of contestant Chen Bei. Both resolved their battles in the blink of an eye. We hope they continue to deliver more captivating performances. Congratulations to the six-eared macaque for advancing to the top 8. The host, however, wore an awkward expression, finding it challenging to commentate on such a lopsided contest, leaving him in discomfort. Next, contestant Vegeta faced off against contestant Dragon Set B. This battle also unfolded without suspense, as Vegeta effortlessly dispatched his opponent. By this point, the host's expression had grown vacant. The preceding contestants had entirely deprived him of the opportunity to showcase his commentary skills. Next, contestant Sun Wukong would battle contestant Jiaozi. I concede, Jiaozi declared without hesitation. His strength was modest, and merely making it to the top 16 in this martial arts tournament was commendable. Faced with the evidently superior Sun Wukong, he opted to forfeit rather than engage in combat. Well then, since contestant Jiaozi has voluntarily conceded, congratulations to contestant Sun Wukong for successfully advancing to the top 8. The host felt numb, sensing that today's matches resembled childish play, devoid of any real challenge. If the upcoming contests continued in this vein, he worried for his job security. Hey, brother-in-law, why did you allow Cell to participate? How can I possibly win a prize if you do this? I can't compete with him. Lapidus whispered to Chen Bei. Rest assured, after the competition concludes, I will provide you with a bank card. If it's merely a matter of needing money, you could have asked directly instead of dancing around the issue. Do you honestly think I wouldn't help you? Moreover, if you can't defeat Cell, do you really believe you can take on Sun Wukong and Vegeta? Your excuses are truly remarkable, Chen Bei replied, reclining comfortably in a chair he had conjured, basking in the sunlight. Haha, thank you, esteemed brother-in-law. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lapis suddenly became overwhelmed with compassion, dedicating himself to finding homes for various wild flora and fauna. Consequently, he spent a considerable amount of money caring for these creatures, transforming the vicinity near the entrance of his jungle villa into what now resembled a botanical garden. Ahem, now we shall witness the match between Lapis and Cheru. I concede, Lapis declared without hesitation, acutely aware that his current prowess paled in comparison to Cheru's. The shadows of his previous encounter, where he was devoured by Cheru, still lingered. He had no desire to step into the arena. That would be pure self-infliction. Host, very well. Lapis has chosen to concede. Congratulations to Cheru for winning the match and advancing to the top 8. Wait, isn't that fellow Lapis the previous android? And the other, Lazuli, seems to be another android as well. How does Chen Bei know them? How peculiar. Sun Wukong mused, recalling something as he turned to Vegeta. Chapter 169, Vegeta's Transformation, New Aspirations. Upon hearing this, Vegeta responded, his attention captured, as did Piccolo. Androids? I recall 2 individuals managed to escape, a male and a female. They must be the ones. However, I can't fathom how Chen Bei is acquainted with them. Vegeta crossed his arms, speaking in a nonchalant tone. These 2 androids did not particularly pique his interest. Previously, Vegeta had single-handedly defeated them, so he naturally did not regard them with much concern. It seems they have improved. Perhaps Chen Bei has shared something with them. Nonetheless, the competition is nearing its midpoint, and I wonder who else will be eliminated. Sun Wukong gazed at the arena, lost in thought. Next, we shall witness the bout between Bardock and Tien. Let us anticipate their forthcoming, exhilarating match. Contestants, please take the stage and prepare yourselves. Upon hearing the host call his name, Tien stepped forward slowly towards the arena, while Bardock swiftly ascended the platform in a blur. That fellow! Such incredible speed! Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished by Bardock, cloaked in black. Although he couldn't see the opponent's features clearly, Bardock's exhibited speed alone indicated that he possessed formidable strength. Tien barely registered a flash before a figure appeared on the arena, just as he was about to step onto the stage himself. What is this? Tien expression hardened, his demeanor darkening. The opponent's movements were so swift that he struggled to comprehend them. It seemed that victory in this impending battle would be a daunting challenge. All right. Both Tien and Bardock have successfully taken the stage. Let the match commence. Tien positioned himself in a martial arts stance, preparing to engage with a bow step and extended hand. As Bardock beheld the demeanor of his opponent, a faint smile crept upon his lips, his gaze subtly betraying a hint of disdain. The ostentatious bravado displayed by Tien had long since been discarded by those who truly understood combat. Bardock remained stationary, doing nothing. Yet Tien, positioned across from him, felt an overwhelming sense of futility in every attempt to launch an attack. It was as if every avenue of assault would be met with an impenetrable barrier. Although Bardock appeared to be riddled with vulnerabilities, each was a deliberate bait designed to lure Tien into striking. At that moment, Tien found himself ensnared in a web of indecision, beads of perspiration forming upon his brow. As the pressure exerted by Bardock became unbearable, he could not fathom the true extent of his adversary's prowess. Muscles taut, Tien yearned to strike, but was beset by hesitation, his confidence in overcoming Bardock evaporating. "Do not compel me to regard you with contempt," Bardock taunted, observing Tien's reluctance to advance. Enraged by the mockery, Tien summoned his courage and lunged forward, propelled by an overwhelming force that disrupted the very air around him. Bardock merely smiled, remaining motionless until Tien was nearly upon him, at which point he lowered his arms crossed over his chest. With a resounding crash, the wall crumbled as the martial arts arena was breached, leaving the audience aghast and drenched in cold sweat, for Tien had narrowly soared above their heads. In the fleeting moment before Tien could make contact, Bardock retaliated with a swift sidekick that struck Tien's abdomen with immense force, sending him hurtling uncontrollably through the outer wall of the arena. Consequently, Tien's exit from the ring marked his defeat. Tien, Kaiatsu cried out anxiously, darting over to assess Tien's condition. Congratulations to Bardock for advancing to the top 8. The host stammered, still recovering from the shock of Tien's flight, which had nearly intersected with his own position. Now, let us proceed to the next match, featuring Toma against Yamcha. Contestants, please take the stage. Once more, the ensuing battle bore no suspense. Toma, with barely a glance at Yamcha, emanated a formidable aura that stripped Yamcha of his will to fight, ultimately leading him to concede defeat. At this juncture, only Piccolo and Broly remained in the arena. Yet the atmosphere thickened with tension. This is troubling. Piccolo is pitted against that guy. Goku's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he regarded Broly. What is the matter, Goku? Does he possess some unique prowess? He appears rather weak to me, Krillin queried, perceiving Broly as little more than a docile child, shyly standing there, reminiscent of a youthful Gohan. Krillin, do not underestimate him. He is the legendary Super Saiyan. Are there any other Saiyans besides you and Vegeta? Isn't Piccolo destined to lose? It certainly appears so. Son Goku solemnly nodded, acknowledging Piccolo's inevitable defeat. He had to concede the immense power of Broly, of being capable of overpowering them all. Although Piccolo would face defeat, they would eventually encounter that formidable foe. Kakarot, do you truly believe you can vanquish that monster? Vegeta's anxiety began to surface. He too had not anticipated that Chen Bei would unleash such a terrifying entity. The unhinged Broly was utterly fearsome, devoid of any compassion, striking down opponents mercilessly. They had suffered significantly at Broly's hands before. Rest assured, as long as Chen Bei is present, I trust that Broly will not behave recklessly. We merely need to relish the battle. Son Goku maintained an optimistic outlook, placing his faith in Chen Bei. His goal was not to secure the title of champion at the World Martial Arts Tournament, but rather to engage in a battle where he could give his all. Humph. Kakarot, you would do well to avoid crossing paths with me, for I shall show no mercy. Vegeta, with his nose held high, had long since relinquished the so-called glory of being a Saiyan prince. The more he learned, the more he felt his insignificance. His current ambitions were far from the childish desires of his past. Initially, he merely wished to defeat Kakarot and reclaim the dignity of the elite warrior. However, that goal now seemed utterly laughable. He resolved to continually surpass himself, to explore new heights, and to savor the joy of combat. Additionally, he hoped to enjoy a carefree existence alongside Chen Bei. Chapter 170. Piccolo was bewildered. This was the final match of the top 8, featuring Piccolo against Broly. Let us cheer for them. The audience erupted in excitement, rallying behind Piccolo and Broly. Go, Broly! Cheered the girls from the stands. Before his transformation, Broly appeared gentle and unassuming, endearing himself to many, and awakening a sense of maternal instinct in some women. I can't believe Broly is so popular among the girls. How enviable. Krillin initially intended to make a light-hearted jest to liven up the atmosphere, but unbeknownst to him, Marin was right behind him. Upon hearing Krillin express envy towards Broly, she promptly pinched his ear. Krillin, what were you just about to say? Marin glared at him fiercely. Before their marriage, she had been somewhat demure, but post-marriage, she had taken charge of household matters, leaving Krillin firmly under her thumb. Well, actually, I was going to say that Broly is quite the busybody. Krillin promptly conceded, awkwardly scratching his head in explanation. You'd best watch your words, or you may find yourself sleeping on the couch. In an intense standoff, Piccolo and Broly faced each other, the latter's expression remaining inscrutable. Neither made a move, resulting in a palpable tension in the air. Earlier, after leaving Broly behind, Chen Bei had imparted some teachings to him within a small realm. Perhaps due to Chen Bei's calming incantation, which alleviated Broly's propensity for anger, the latter's emotions stabilized significantly. Consequently, Broly exhibited a degree of familiarity towards Chen Bei, even addressing him as Big Brother. Upon hearing Broly's words, Chen Bei nearly blurted out, "If you call me Big Brother, I shall teach you to style your hair in a middle part." However, after a moment's reflection, he refrained, recognizing that Broly was ill-suited for such a hairstyle. At present, Broly had become akin to one of Chen Bei's own, as he was the only individual to have signed the human Tao deification list. Once inscribed on this list, one's true spirit would be entrusted to it, with Chen Bei determining their fate of life or death. Moreover, with the expenditure of some human fortune, Chen Bei could grant Broly infinite revivals. Thus, his training would benefit from the augmentation of human fortune, an arrangement fraught with both advantages and disadvantages. Cell had been thoroughly brainwashed, rendering betrayal impossible. Therefore, his inclusion on the deification list was of little significance. With the ability to resurrect, even if Cell were reduced to ashes, Chen Bei could restore him. The human Tao deification list merely served as an additional means of ensuring safety. In this moment, Piccolo dared not underestimate the situation. Despite possessing a combat power exceeding 1 billion, he lacked confidence in overcoming Broly. It was worth noting that during Goku's battle with Broly, the latter's transformation into a Super Saiyan had already surpassed Piccolo's current strength. If even Goku could not contend with Broly, what hope did he have? Broly regarded Piccolo with a faint smile and took a few steps closer. This gesture sent a shiver down Piccolo's spine. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his palms began to perspire profusely. The tension was palpable. He could not afford to falter. If he feared Broly, how could he ever protect Earth? Would he be destined to live in the shadows of Goku and the others? No, he would not accept such a fate. Shaking his head vigorously, Piccolo cast aside his fear, adopting a serious demeanor as he prepared for battle. Broly continued to advance, each step amplifying the pressure on Piccolo. They were nearly upon one another. Broly was just one step away, close enough to reach out and touch Piccolo. As Piccolo watched Broly, he was perplexed by the latter's intentions. Why had he not attacked yet, despite being so close? Noticing the look of bewilderment on Piccolo's face, Broly smiled again and softly said, "My big brother has high hopes for you. If you have a moment, you could meet him privately." Piccolo was taken aback. Big brother? Who could that be? Did Broly have an older brother? Suddenly, it dawned on him that Broly had been rescued by Chen Bei. Could it be that the brother he referred to was indeed? Seeing that Piccolo seemed to grasp the implication, Broly nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his words had not been in vain. Thus, the task assigned by his brother had been accomplished. Boom. Broly exhibited a distinct lack of martial decorum, delivering a punch directly at Piccolo while he was still pondering his next move. Caught off guard, Piccolo was momentarily stunned, mentally exclaiming, "Goodness, this fellow has no sense of honor." However, the impact of Broly's fist struck him before he could react, leading to his inadvertent exit from the arena, landing on the surface of a distant lake, causing several ripples before gradually submerging. What was Piccolo even doing? How could he fail to evade such an attack? It was indeed perplexing. Given his capabilities, losing so swiftly seemed improbable. Goku scratched his head, pondering for quite some time, unable to fathom what was going through Piccolo's mind. Ahem, congratulations to contestant Broly for securing victory in this match and advancing to the top 8. After 8 rounds of competition, we have successfully identified 8 contenders. Tomorrow, they will engage in the quarterfinals, and let us eagerly anticipate their performances. Broly's win felt somewhat unsporting, prompting the host to swiftly bypass the topic and declare Broly the victor. Regardless of the circumstances, Piccolo had lost, according to the rules of the competition. Being knocked out of the arena or losing the ability to resist for 10 seconds constituted a defeat. What did you say? There are other worlds. Piccolo gazed at Chen Bei in astonishment. After much contemplation, he decided to meet with Chen Bei, where he learned of concepts he had never encountered before. Indeed, everything I say is true. Moreover, individuals from another world have already arrived before you, Chen Bei said with a smile, having anticipated Piccolo's astonishment. As he was well accustomed to such reactions, Piccolo was left speechless, pondering deeply. If what Chen Bei claimed were true, did that not make him akin to a frog in a well? Was the world beyond truly so magnificent? Curiosity began to stir within him. Chapter 171. Piccolo enters the divine ranking. Piccolo was well aware that the world Chen Bei referred to was neither the demon realm nor hell, but rather a completely independent space-time continuum. Although he had received the memories of the heavenly god, the notion of such extraordinary realities still astonished him. Your lifespan is inherently limited. Even the heavenly gods age eventually. Do you not desire to break free from these constraints? Do you not wish to explore the wonders beyond? Furthermore, what of your bloodline? Do you not yearn to uncover its secrets? With your current strength, these realms will forever remain out of reach. However, should you choose to sign the divine ranking, I can assist you in enhancing your power while revealing more secrets about this world. Chen Bei, with a subtle smile and an alluring tone, aimed not to compel Piccolo through force, but rather to inspire his willing submission. I can offer you all this. Piccolo hesitated, torn between the decision to reject Chen Bei and fade quietly within the heavenly palace or to accept his proposal and embark on a journey into a world of extraordinary possibilities. I accept your offer. Piccolo finally made up his mind. He truly did not wish to remain inferior to Goku and his companions any longer, especially after witnessing Gohan perish before his very eyes, while he could merely stand by helplessly. This torment left a lingering resentment within him, a hatred for his own cowardice and inadequacy. He pondered, if Earth were to face destruction once more, would he again be powerless to resist? He was determined that such a fate must not come to pass. Thus, he sought to attain greater strength to better protect this beautiful planet. How decisive! Chen Bei had anticipated that Piccolo would require more time to contemplate. Yet he was surprised by how swiftly Piccolo acquiesced. It seemed that Gohan's demise had indeed left a profound impact on him. In that case, let us begin. Upon finishing his words, Chen Bei retrieved the divine sealing list. As this artifact was not inherently offensive, the restrictions on its use were minimal. Moreover, the divine sealing list had already recognized its master, allowing Chen Bei to wield it with ease. The divine sealing list was a golden parchment inscribed with various arcane runes, radiating a golden light that obscured its full appearance. The moment it was unveiled, an aura of mystery emanated, and a wave of pressure surged towards Piccolo, startling him. Fortunately, Chen Bei promptly subdued the power of the divine sealing list, preventing Piccolo from being adversely affected by its fortune. Just moments ago, Piccolo, driven by curiosity, had attempted to probe the enigmatic runes on the divine sealing list, which resulted in the artifact isolating his spiritual energy and attempting to strip him of his fortune. In the future, it is best not to be overly curious about unknown entities, Chen Bei kindly cautioned Piccolo. Unlike Piccolo, who had sought to explore the divine sealing list with his mental energy, Broly had not suffered any backlash. leaving Chen Bei unaware of the artifact's automatic defense mechanism. With Piccolo's experience serving as a lesson, he resolved to be more cautious in the future. Understood. I will heed your words. Piccolo regained his composure. Having just traversed an unimaginable terror, a suffocating sensation that felt akin to plummeting into an abyss, as if his very soul would succumb to silence. Now, you must relax your mind and refrain from resistance. In order to sign the divine sealing list, I require a portion of your true spiritual essence, which I shall extract from your soul and infuse into the list to complete the signing process. Chen Bei, concerned that Piccolo might harbor too many worries, explained the entire procedure to him. Upon hearing this, Piccolo nodded, allowing his body to relax as he closed his eyes. At that moment, Chen Bei invoked the secret technique of the divine sealing list, channeling a profound force that extended into Piccolo's being, beginning to draw forth his soul and absorb the true spiritual essence it contained. In just a few seconds, the true spiritual essence was successfully gathered. Upon seeing Piccolo's name appear on the divine sealing list, Chen Bei refrained from further actions and simply stowed the list away. All right, you may now sense any changes within yourself, he reminded Piccolo, so that he would not remain in his previous posture. Is it done? It seems as though nothing has transpired. Bic felt not the slightest twinge of pain, as if nothing had occurred at all. No, that is not accurate. Suddenly, Bic became enveloped in astonishment. He sensed a shift in his mental state, perceiving the world around him in a distinctly altered manner. Moreover, his strength had likewise ascended. He felt that, at this moment, he could effortlessly vanquish his former self. There is no cause for astonishment. The God-sealing list is not a tool that constrains you, but rather a coveted treasure sought after by many. Upon signing the God-sealing list, one can fear neither life nor death, and harness the fortuitous energies inscribed within to accelerate their cultivation speed. Furthermore, this fortuitous energy augments both combat prowess and mental fortitude, rendering one increasingly formidable. Thus, there is no need for concern regarding the act of signing the God-sealing list. Generally, I would not compel you to undertake anything against your will. The reason I urge you to sign the God-sealing list is that the matters I wish to discuss are shrouded in secrecy and extend far beyond this realm. To acquire knowledge, one must inevitably pay a price. Understanding this, Bic ceased to ponder the matter further. It was evident that the benefits of signing the God-sealing list far outweighed the drawbacks, and thus he harbored no thoughts of rebellion. But what of Sun Wukong and the others? Bic suddenly contemplated whether they too would be persuaded by Chen Bei to sign the God-sealing list. I will speak with them later. To gain something, one must inevitably relinquish something else. However, the net gain will surpass the loss. This world is far from being your ultimate destination. Should anyone wish to remain behind, I can erase their memories of me, ensuring that their lives remain unchanged. Ultimately, everything is a matter of personal choice. I understand now, Bic realized. This is a singular opportunity, and having grasped the vastness of the world, he no longer wished to be confined. He yearned to open his eyes to the world. Chapter 172, Vegeta and Cell. Another day has passed, and the competition has continued for 5 days, culminating in the emergence of the top 8. Naturally, the next phase is the semifinals. The individuals who have successfully advanced include Chen Bei, the six-eared macaque, Chen Bei's incarnation, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Cell, Broly, Bardock, and Toma, 8 in total, who will vie for the final 4. During this period, Chen Bei's foundational combat power has reached an astonishing 100 billion, far surpassing that of Sun Wukong and the others. Presently, Sun Wukong's foundational combat power has only just attained 70 million, escalating to 3.5 billion in his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta registers at 22 million, and in his Super Saiyan transformation, he reaches 11 billion. Broly's foundational combat power has reached 50 million, with a potential combat power of around 1 billion in his mimic state and 25 billion in his Super Saiyan form, while his legendary form can achieve 50 billion. Cell, having previously consumed his own progeny and subsequently received Chen Bei's assistance, absorbed the eternal energy core and has now metamorphosed into his lightning form, boasting a combat power nearing 102 billion. Among those present, apart from Chen Bei, who could defeat Shalu without transforming, the others would likely face utter annihilation. Bardock's strength was comparable to that of Son Goku, approximately around 75 million, and upon transformation, his battle power soared to around 3 billion 700 million. Tomar, slightly weaker than Bardock, had a battle power of 25 million, which could reach 1,250,000,000 when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Although the fighters exhibited a wide range of strengths, with some vastly outclassing others, it was evident that sheer battle power alone did not guarantee victory on the arena. One could still triumph by knocking an opponent off the stage while they were unprepared or before they had completed their transformation. This time, Chen Bei opted not to secretly alter the drawing order, but allowed them to draw randomly. Previously, he had aimed to eliminate some of the weaker fighters. But now that the strongest were all present, there was no longer a need for such tactics. The participants drew lots once more. Vegeta drew number 1, Shalu number 2, Bardock number 3, Son Goku number 4, Chen Bei number 5, Broly number 6, Tomar number 7, Six-Eared Macaque transformed number 8. Surprisingly, even without Chen Bei's intervention, fate had conspired to have Bardock face Son Goku. Oh, I didn't expect you to be the first, Vegeta? And your opponent seems to be that rather peculiar individual. I wonder how formidable he truly is. Son Goku approached to glance at the number Vegeta had drawn. The remaining opponents piqued Goku's interest, and he longed to battle each one. Yet regrettably, he was still bound by the competition's rules. Excellent. The contestants have confirmed their numbers. Now, please take a moment to adjust, as we will soon commence today as first round of matches. Kakarot, perhaps you should focus on yourself. Have you truly forgotten who Bardock is? Vegeta crossed his arms, his demeanor calm, showing no concern for the upcoming match as he reminded Son Goku. What? Who is Bardock? I honestly cannot recall this individual. Son Goku scratched his head, perplexed by Vegeta's comment, as he had no recollection of Bardock at all. Hehe. It seems Chen Bei may be facing Broly. It appears Broly will be eliminated. If possible, I would indeed like to spar with Broly once more. All numbers had been tallied, and the matchups arranged, with the pairings displayed on the large screen. Before long, half an hour had elapsed, and all the spectators arrived at the venue, ready to witness the forthcoming duels. Now, let us commence today as first match, featuring contestant Vegeta against contestant Shalu. Let us eagerly anticipate their thrilling confrontation. Vegeta, arms crossed, stepped forward slowly onto the arena, while Shalu, exhibiting a placid expression, also ascended the stage at a measured pace. At this moment, the two began to unleash a portion of their energy, causing the surrounding atmosphere to shift, with gusts of wind sweeping across the arena. After Sheru released his aura, Vegeta sensed it and realized that it was not significantly weaker than his own. It seemed that this battle would not be easily won. Sheru maintained his indifferent demeanor, his gaze fixed on Vegeta, devoid of any visible emotion. Boom, boom. Both combatants unleashed their energy, with a white aura enveloping Vegeta while Sheru emanated a golden flame. What is this energy? Vegeta pondered, perplexed to find that he could simultaneously sense the auras of Son Goku, Piccolo, Frieza, and even his own within Sheru. What was going on? He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Who are you? Why do you possess my aura? Vegeta demanded loudly, eager to uncover the truth behind this mystery. Heh, Sheru smirked faintly. Defeat me, and I shall reveal the answer. In that case, prepare yourself. Vegeta resolved to question no further. In his view, as long as his power was sufficient, he had no reason to fear his opponent's lack of cooperation. He intended to subdue Sheru and see if he would still speak then. Clearly, Vegeta had slightly misjudged Sheru's strength. However, it was understandable that Sheru had not unleashed his full power, leading to Vegeta's miscalculation. Yet, in battle, even the smallest detail could determine victory or defeat. Vegeta swiftly charged toward Sheru, launching a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike creating afterimages, highlighting the incredible speed of his attacks. The spectators below could hardly discern what was occurring. They only saw Vegeta continuously throwing punches while Sheru adeptly dodged, the two locked in a peculiar stalemate. Coward! Is dodging all you can do? Dare to take a punch from me? Vegeta, realizing that his straightforward attacks were ineffective, aimed to disrupt Sheru's focus, hoping to provoke a mistake. However, Sheru dismissed such taunts entirely. His mental fortitude had evolved significantly. After being transformed by Chen Bei, he had been reciting sacred scriptures, greatly enhancing his spiritual power. Such words could elicit no emotional response from him. Seeing Sheru unperturbed, Vegeta clenched his fists, resolved to unleash his full strength. With Vegeta's shouts, his energy surged dramatically, golden flames rapidly enveloping him, and his hair changed color. To think this fellow could compel Vegeta to unleash his full power. Truly impressive. I wish to engage him in battle. Son Goku watched from the sidelines, feeling a surge of excitement as he eagerly rubbed his hands together. What an overwhelming aura. I never imagined Vegeta could be this formidable. This was the first time the crowd witnessed Vegeta transform. Aside from when Piccolo had seen Vegeta transform during their training sessions with Goku, most had never laid eyes on such a spectacle, only feeling Vegeta's aura from a distance. Chapter 173, Son Goku and Bardock. Vegeta had unleashed his full power, determined to defeat Sheru in one decisive strike. Vegeta's figure began to flicker, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. Only a few of the strongest individuals present could discern his movements. The others could only hear the continuous sound of sonic booms and the clash of fists and feet. Bang! Crack! Bang! The silhouettes of Cell and Vegeta had vanished, rendering their exact positions uncertain. Yet, they remained on the arena, their rapid movements eluding the gaze of ordinary spectators. Vegeta relentlessly attacked, yet to his dismay, each time he nearly struck Cell, his opponent effortlessly evaded the blows. This stalemate was becoming unbearable. Damn it, this guy is too fast. Vegeta paused momentarily, suspended in midair. It seemed like it was time to try that technique. With determination, he prepared himself, glancing at Cell, who was also hovering nearby. A smirk crept across Vegeta's face. And then, a brilliant white light erupted forth. Solar flare. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the entire arena, temporarily blinding the audience, who could not discern what transpired within the ring. Goku and the others also closed their eyes, relying solely on their senses to gauge the positions of Vegeta and Cell. Only Chen Bei, with his golden eyes, effortlessly shielded himself from the blinding light, maintaining focus on the two combatants. Seeing Cell with his eyes closed, a triumphant smile spread across Vegeta's face, and he quickly gathered energy in his hands, launching a powerful energy wave towards Cell. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, and the space where Cell had been suspended was now engulfed in smoke, obscuring his figure, leaving everyone uncertain of his fate. Chen Bei observed the scene with a slight smile, knowing that the match was nearing its conclusion. Had it succeeded? Vegeta was on edge. He was certain that his last attack had struck Cell. In his mind, even if it didn't defeat his opponent outright, it should have at least caused some injury, right? Boom! From within the smoke, a formidable energy surged, dispersing the surrounding haze. To everyone's astonishment, Cell's figure emerged unscathed in the same position as before. What? How could this be possible? Vegeta stared in disbelief, shocked that Cell appeared to be entirely unharmed. This is bad. That energy is overwhelmingly powerful. Krillin felt his heart racing. The pressure emanating from Cell was overwhelmingly intense. It seemed Vegeta was destined to lose. With such strength, even I would find it difficult to cope. Goku's expression grew grave, his earlier optimism fading. The power Cell had unleashed filled him with unprecedented pressure. Who on earth is this guy? Why have we never encountered him before? Is he truly a creature of Earth? This power is simply excessive. Yamcha and his companions were nearly overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, yet the audience remained largely oblivious. For Chen Bei had set up a barrier in advance that isolated the energy emanating from the arena. Such prowess. How could it possibly manifest here? Who on earth are you? Vegeta demanded, his voice resonating with incredulity. He could not fathom the sudden appearance of a being like Cell on Earth. Devoid of any prior warning, facing Cell felt even more daunting than confronting Broly. Huh, you are inadequate, Cell scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. With a mere flick of his finger, he vanished and reappeared before Vegeta. It is time for you to depart. Without affording Vegeta another moment, Cell swiftly delivered a punch to his abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. Boom! Vegeta was propelled far away, ultimately crashing into an earthen slope, where he was engulfed by a cascade of debris. The host, equally astounded, could scarcely believe the formidable strength of this green-skinned menace. If such a blow were to land upon him, he shuddered at the very thought, and hastily shook his head to dispel the terrifying notion. Congratulations to Cell for his resounding victory, advancing to the semifinals. The crowd erupted in cheers, having witnessed a battle that extended longer than preceding matches, reveling in the exhilarating spectacle of Cell's triumph. Now, let us proceed to the second match of the day, featuring Bardock against Goku. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Bardock and Goku ascended the stage, Bardock shrouded in a veil and cloak, his visage obscured. They bear an uncanny resemblance. Were it not for Bardock's injuries, I might struggle to distinguish between them, Toma mused from the sidelines, intrigued by the impending duel. Who would emerge victorious, Bardock or his son Kakarot? Regardless of the outcome, Toma was filled with anticipation. As the two warriors took their stances, they exuded mutual respect in their gazes, having set aside their familial ties to view one another as worthy adversaries. Their energies began to manifest, a brilliant white aura enveloping them as they tested each other's strength. The collision of their energies created a tumultuous whirlwind, sending dust swirling through the martial arts arena, causing the very grass and trees to bow under the pressure. Bardock's cloak billowed wildly in the tempest, yet he remained unfazed, his eyes fixed intently on Goku. Ever ready for the impending clash, with a synchronized shout, they surged toward one another, fists raised in anticipation. Bang! As the fists of the two individuals collided, a ferocious energy radiated outward, causing Sun Wukong's hair to flutter wildly, while Bardock's cloak was swept aside by the tempest, revealing a hairstyle strikingly similar to that of Sun Wukong. Wait, why does that person's hair resemble Wukong's so closely? Could he be a fan of Wukong? Krillin observed Bardock, who was engaged in battle with Sun Wukong, puzzled by the resemblance in their hairstyles. Do not be so ignorant, Yamcha interjected, exasperated. Can you not sense the aura of the opponent? He is hardly different from Wukong. How could he possibly be a fan? Ah, you have a point. Krillin nodded thoughtfully, finding Yamcha's analysis quite reasonable. But why does this fellow sport the same hairstyle as Wukong? Krillin remained perplexed, casting a curious glance at the two fighters. Chapter 174. The Duel Between Father and Son. The two fighters' fists met with a resounding force, each feeling the potency of the other's strength. Without hesitation, they began to exchange blows. Bang, 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 crack. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed as they struck one another relentlessly. Bardock landed a punch squarely on Sun Wukong's face. However, Sun Wukong withstood the blow and retaliated with a strike to Bardock's chin. The force of their clash propelled both warriors backward, each taking a few steps back. Both Sun Wukong and Bardock were now slightly panting, though the skirmish had been brief. Each strike had landed with considerable impact, leaving them with varying degrees of injury. Of course, for seasoned fighters like them, these minor wounds were hardly worth mentioning. Regaining their composure, they prepared to engage earnestly. Well done, Kakarot. You have indeed not disappointed me. Bardock praised Sun Wukong. Ah, thank you for the compliment. You're impressive as well. Oh, by the way, how did you know my other name? Sun Wukong asked, momentarily taken aback, scratching his head with a smile directed at Bardock. Would you like to know? Then unleash your full power. Unveil my veil, and all will be revealed. Bardock did not intend to divulge the information directly, but rather encouraged Sun Wukong to uncover the truth for himself. Is that so? Very well. I shall summon all my strength. Upon declaring this, Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, determination gleaming in his eyes. Since Bardock challenged him to reveal his utmost power, he would oblige, fueled by curiosity about how the other knew his alternate name. Haha. Then let us see what you are truly capable of. Bardock chuckled, eagerly anticipating the battle that lay ahead. Sun Wukong concentrated his energy, feeling an instantaneous surge within him. A golden aura began to emanate, his eyes transforming into a vibrant green while his hair turned golden, standing on end. Then I shall respond in kind. Observing Sun Wukong successfully transform into a Super Saiyan, Bardock no longer hesitated, unleashing a formidable aura of his own. With the same golden aura, the golden hair stood erect, and the emerald green eyes revealed a blend of calmness and excitement. The two figures exchanged a fleeting glance before swiftly dashing towards one another. Whoosh, whoosh. Their bodies intertwined, and in that brief instant, they had already exchanged several blows. At this moment, Bardock and Goku stood with their backs to each other. Hee, I've got it. Goku exclaimed joyfully, having bravely withstood an attack during their skirmish, seizing the opportunity to snatch Bardock's veil. Not bad at all. Kakarot, you bring me great satisfaction. Bardock replied with a smile, though his back remained turned to Goku, while Yamcha and the others outside the ring were the only ones to catch a glimpse of Bardock's visage. What? How is this possible? He looks just like Goku. No, wait. How can he resemble Goku so closely? Master Roshi, having discerned Bardock's appearance, momentarily mistook him for Goku. However, upon closer inspection, he noted a scar on Bardock's cheek, his skin slightly darker, and his gaze exuding a steely resolve, embodying the essence of a mature man. In stark contrast to the still somewhat naive Goku, the differences between them became unmistakably apparent. This man is astonishingly identical to Goku. Even their hairstyles are the same, except for that scar on his face. Otherwise, it would truly be hard to tell them apart. Krillin exclaimed, equally astonished, unable to fathom that such a striking resemblance existed in the world. Could they be twins? At that moment, Vegeta limped back into the scene. Observing the unfolding drama and overhearing Krillin's words, a smirk creeping onto his face. You all truly have short memories. Have you forgotten Raditz? He taunted. Could this fellow be Raditz's son? But he doesn't seem young enough for that. Humph. Who said he is Raditz's son? Have you all forgotten that Raditz once proclaimed himself to be Kakarot's brother? And another thing, have you forgotten? Vegeta crossed his arms, watching with keen interest as Bardock and Goku clashed. Upon hearing Vegeta's reminder, Krillin paused, then bowed his head in recollection. He recalled Raditz's words upon encountering Goku. Hey, you've grown. I recognized you immediately, Kakarot. You look just like your father. Wait, father? Bardock is Goku's father. Krillin's expression turned blank, caught in a state of disbelief. He never anticipated that Goku's father would appear here. It seems you're not entirely foolish. Indeed, Bardock is Kakarot's biological father. Vegeta's words confirmed the group's suspicions, solidifying the fact that Bardock was indeed Goku's father, which sparked curiosity among the onlookers. What could be Bardock's purpose for coming to Earth? Just then, the two combatants on the stage turned to face each other simultaneously. Sun Wukong stood transfixed, gazing at the familiar visage of Bardock, momentarily rendered speechless. Was that not his own face? How did it come to be on the person before him? Kakarot, have you not realized yet? It seems in this timeline. Your head has also taken a beating. Bardock discerned the reason behind Sun Wukong's reaction almost instantaneously. Who are you? Do we know each other? And why do you look so much like me? Sun Wukong inquired, resembling a curious child, relentlessly questioning Bardock. Enough, Kakarot. Focus on the battle. After it's over, I shall explain everything. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong ceased his inquiries and steeled himself for the fight. All right, let us go. With a swift motion, Bardock vanished from sight, appearing behind Sun Wukong, and then lifted his leg to deliver a kick to the back of Sun Wukong's head. The force of the kick was tremendous, whipping up a fierce wind that stung Sun Wukong's cheek, yet he reacted swiftly, tilting his head to evade it. In a seamless motion, Sun Wukong spun around and threw a punch at Bardock. With a resounding clap, Bardock caught the punch with his hand, then swiftly extended his leg to kick Sun Wukong in the abdomen. Ugh! Sun Wukong staggered back, clutching his stomach, overwhelmed by the sharp pain. Chapter 175. Whose victory is it? That hurts. Sun Wukong groaned, feeling the waves of pain coursing through him. After catching his breath, he rallied his spirit. Such a minor attack could not fell him. At this moment, Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, as he and Bardock locked eyes, each seeking a weakness in the other. Meanwhile, Bardock released the tail coiled around his waist and gave it a few flicks. This triggered a realization in Sun Wukong. His tail? Was that not the tail of a Saiyan? Could this individual also be a Saiyan? It dawned on Sun Wukong that Bardock was indeed a Saiyan. Had he not witnessed Bardock transform into a Super Saiyan? Or had he been so engrossed in battle that he overlooked this detail? Regardless, Sun Wukong now unequivocally understood that this doppelganger was also a Saiyan. If that is the case, might I attack his tail? Sun Wukong mused inwardly. A sly smile crept across Bardock's face as he noticed Sun Wukong's fixation on his tail. He had intentionally revealed it to lure Sun Wukong into a trap. At that moment, Sun Wukong sprang into action, his form flickering as he swiftly maneuvered behind Bardock, reaching out to grasp Bardock's tail. You've fallen for it. Not at all. Sun Wukong's attempt to grasp the tail suddenly morphed into a clenched fist aimed squarely at Bardock's midsection. What? How infuriating. Bardock had not anticipated that his ruse would be so easily unraveled by Sun Wukong. Now, he found himself at a disadvantage, in such close proximity, and with his back turned to Sun Wukong. Evading this heavy blow was no simple task. Fortunately, Bardock reacted swiftly, dropping to the ground just in time to evade Sun Wukong's punch. Observing Bardock sprawled on the ground, Sun Wukong retracted his fist and extended his right leg, intent on launching another attack. However, Bardock rolled on the ground, deftly evading further strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The arena trembled as the hard bricks shattered. Countless fissures crisscrossing the surface, with pits and depressions marking the battleground, all the result of the fierce exchanges between Sun Wukong and Bardock. Both combatants were evenly matched, yet in terms of raw power, Bardock held the upper hand. Having reversed his earlier disadvantage, Bardock was now fully engaged in the battle with Sun Wukong. The two warriors clashed mid-air, the sound of their fierce contest resonating with explosive force in the ears of the onlookers. "Vegeta, who do you think will win?" Krillin inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed the intensity of their struggle. However, with his current prowess and perspective, he found it difficult to ascertain who possessed the greater advantage. "I am uncertain as well," Vegeta replied, his gaze fixed on the match. Their fighting styles differ significantly. Bardock is evidently more seasoned, while Kakarot exhibits a keen awareness, employing many unexpected techniques. The battle raged on, extending longer than any previous encounter. After a prolonged struggle, both Sun Wukong and Bardock bore visible injuries, their faces marred with bruises. The tremors in their hands and the devastation around them spoke volumes of the formidable strength they had just unleashed. Both warriors began to gasp for breath, their recent exertions having taken a tremendous toll on their stamina. Yet, neither sought to rely on the senzu beans for recovery. They were determined to engage in a fair and just confrontation. "You are truly formidable. However, I still have one final move in reserve. If you can endure the next onslaught, I shall concede this match," Sun Wukong panted, addressing Bardock. "Very well, let me see what you have left," Bardock replied, slightly adjusting his stance as he braced himself for the climactic confrontation. "Hee, I shall unleash my true strength now. Although I have never employed this technique before, I believe it will suffice," Sun Wukong remarked, his voice diminishing yet filled with escalating intensity. At that moment, an aura akin to flames erupted from his body, a powerful energy radiating around him. Zzz. Zzz. A faint current of electricity crackled around him, intensifying as it intertwined with the golden flames. Sun Wukong's hair began to transform, growing longer and standing upright. "What is this?" Bardock exclaimed, astonished, realizing that Sun Wukong had reached an extraordinary level of power. "Incredible. Wukong has grown considerably stronger. This aura is utterly terrifying." Krillin gazed in astonishment at Sun Wukong, whose entire being was enveloped in blue electricity and golden flames, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Kakarot, I never imagined you would surpass me once again. How infuriating." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Although his goal was no longer to defeat Sun Wukong, facing someone who once was far less powerful than himself now towering above him, anyone would feel a sense of imbalance. "Is this Super Saiyan 2? It seems Sun Wukong possesses quite the aptitude for training," murmured Chen Bei softly as he observed Wukong's transformation once more. "It is truly unimaginable. The once small child has now ascended to heights worthy of admiration." Yamcha glanced at Sun Wukong, then lowered his head, feeling a tinge of reluctance as he clenched his fists. Yet, moments later, he quietly relaxed them, sighed, and silently turned away. "Sun Wukong, I never anticipated you would reach such heights." Tianjin Fan began to reminisce. When he first encountered Sun Wukong, their power disparity was not significant. It was only with the emergence of the Demon King Piccolo that a gap formed between them. During the Saiyan invasion, the differences became even more pronounced. He had thought that after training with King Kai, he could catch up to Sun Wukong, but to his utter disbelief, Wukong had gained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan after the Namek saga, resulting in an explosive surge in strength. Now, he could only watch from afar as Sun Wukong advanced. Chapter 176, Bardock Transforms. The final duel. How about it? My strength should surpass yours now. Sun Wukong did not rush to attack. Feeling the surging power within him, he brimmed with confidence. "Quite impressive indeed. I had thought you had reached your limit. Yet you have surprised me with this unexpected development." Bardock observed Sun Wukong, a slight smile gracing his lips, though his demeanor remained relaxed rather than tense. "Since that is the case, I need not suppress my strength any longer. Let us engage in a fierce battle." With that, Bardock lowered his stance, akin to a horse-riding posture, placing his hands on his hips as he began to gather energy. Ha! 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 Boom! A powerful gust of energy surged wildly around them, enveloping Bardock in golden flames, within which fine strands of blue electricity surged forth. Bardock's Super Saiyan 2 form makes its entrance. "What? How is this possible?" Vegeta stared incredulously at the two on the battlefield, unable to believe that even Bardock could transform into a Super Saiyan too. Could this talent truly be hereditary? Why is it that both Bardock and Sun Wukong, being low-class warriors, possess such immense training aptitude, far surpassing even myself, the so-called genius among Saiyan warriors? Bang! Vegeta swung a punch at the railing, shattering it with fury. How infuriating! Clenching his fists, Vegeta appeared somewhat reluctant. He resolved that upon his return, he would devote himself to more rigorous training, determined to catch up with Goku and Bardock, or even surpass them. This display of determination startled Krillin and the others, who feared he might unleash his wrath once more. Fortunately, Vegeta soon regained his composure, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Sensing Bardock's energy, Goku understood that his opponent had hidden strengths as well. Haha, splendid. Let us engage in a fierce battle, Goku exclaimed joyfully. He initially thought the fight was nearing its conclusion, but to his delight, it would continue. The prospect of confronting such a formidable adversary filled him with exhilaration. Bring it on. The two warriors clashed once more, their fists and feet delivering rapid strikes, creating a dazzling array of afterimages that left onlookers entranced. Bang! Bang! Thus, they exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, until they finally met with a powerful strike, propelling themselves backward and breaking free from one another's grasp. Let this move decide our fate, Goku declared, bringing his hands together to gather energy. Bardock, witnessing this, raised his own hands in response, energy surging between them, a brilliant light beginning to radiate. Kamehameha, ultimate destruction sphere. The two energy attacks were unleashed in succession, colliding with a brilliant flash of white light that engulfed the arena, prompting all spectators to shield their eyes. Boom! In an instant, the entire martial arts arena trembled under the force of the explosion. The ceiling barrier established by Chen Bei shimmered with golden light, isolating the energy within the stage. Had it not been for Chen Bei's intervention, the destructive power of their clash could have leveled the entire venue, potentially sending the ordinary spectators present to their demise. After a considerable time, the explosive force began to subside, and tranquility returned as everyone held their breath, awaiting the final outcome. As the smoke began to dissipate, the scene within the arena gradually came into view. However, the stage had been utterly obliterated, transformed into an unfathomable pit. At the bottom of this pit lay Goku, while Bardock was conspicuously absent. As the crowd pondered this, someone suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "There! He is there!" Bardock, battered and bruised, floated in the air, his right arm hanging limply by his side, blood oozing from multiple wounds. The recent explosion had inflicted considerable harm upon him as well. At this moment, the host summoned a rescue team, who promptly descended into the pit to assess Goku's condition. Meanwhile, Goku lay unconscious, his clothing tattered and easily torn, and it appeared that several ribs were fractured, indicating serious injuries. Confirming that Sun Wukong has lost his ability to resist, the host raised his head, microphone in hand, and began to announce, "Contestant Sun Wukong has lost consciousness and is unable to continue the battle. Therefore, congratulations to contestant Bardock for securing victory and advancing to the semifinals." The audience erupted in cheers for Bardock, celebrating his triumph. This match was the most exhilarating they had ever witnessed, leaving them exhilarated and filled with fervor. At that moment, Sun Wukong was being carried by the rescue team and transported to the emergency center for treatment. "I need to see Dad." Son Gohan, concerned for his father's safety, hurriedly exited the venue, heading towards the emergency center. "Gohan, wait for me. Let's go together." Chi-Chi, equally anxious, quickly followed Gohan as they raced towards the emergency center. "Let us go check as well." The arena had been destroyed, requiring time for reconstruction. Thus the competition was temporarily halted until the arena could be fully repaired before the next round could commence. In the emergency center, within the treatment room, Sun Wukong was no longer in danger, his body wrapped in bandages resembling a mummy. "Chen Bei, Uncle Chen Bei." Chi-Chi and Son Gohan greeted him with excitement upon his arrival, knowing that he possessed the means to heal Sun Wukong directly. "Please step aside. Rest assured, I will take care of Wukong's injuries." Chen Bei smiled reassuringly at Chi-Chi and Gohan before preparing to treat Sun Wukong. "Thank you so much. I entrust this to you." Chi-Chi clasped her hands together and bowed respectfully to Chen Bei. "Of course," Chen Bei replied and began to perform his healing technique. A stream of green energy was released from his hands, enveloping Sun Wukong, and within moments, it was entirely absorbed by his body. Due to the bandages covering Sun Wukong, the condition beneath remained obscured. However, his gradually steadying breath indicated that he was likely out of danger. All done. His injuries have been treated. Once he awakens, he will be fine. Thank you so much, Uncle Chen Bei. Son Gohan bowed in gratitude to Chen Bei. Haha, no need to mention it. Sun Wukong is also my friend, and helping him recover is merely a small effort on my part. Chapter 177. The semifinals conclude finally by midnight. The arena was fully restored, but the competition had been postponed until the following morning. Sun Wukong had long since awakened and was now enjoying a meal prepared by Chen Bei alongside everyone else. Chen Bei, Broly has truly changed. How did you manage that? It's amazing. Now, Broly no longer became enraged at the sight or presence of Sun Wukong. In fact, his temperament was considerably milder than that of the average Saiyan. At that moment, he sat not far from Chen Bei, devouring the grilled meat with great enthusiasm. Broly, in essence, is not malevolent. Rather, he has been influenced by the overwhelming energy residing within him. I have now imparted to him a simple energy sealing technique and a calming mantra, enabling him to gain control over his formidable powers, thus preventing any spontaneous outbursts. Chen Bei smiled slightly and elaborated on the matter. Ah, I see. Sun Wukong nodded in understanding, choosing to shift his focus back to his meal, devouring his food with great appetite. The following day arrived swiftly, with spectators already gathering at the venue, eager to witness the forthcoming thrilling matches. Today, the remaining 4 competitors included Chen Bei, Broly, Toma, and the six-eared macaque. In truth, the scales of victory had long since tilted in favor of Chen Bei, as none present could rival his strength. Such monotony, Chen Bei murmured, feeling the solitude of invincibility. Since his arrival in this world, he had encountered no challenges that could truly test him. When Broly took to the stage, he displayed no inclination to battle against Chen Bei, opting instead to surrender outright. Next came the confrontation between the six-eared macaque and Toma. Toma regarded his opponent with indifference, crossing his arms and looking down at the six-eared macaque with disdain. As Chen Bei had kept the existence of the six-eared macaque under wraps, Toma and the others assumed he was merely a moderately powerful individual. Haha, I can't believe I'm about to face someone who resembles a wild monkey even more than us Saiyans do. Come on, show me your strength. I hope you're not just a pretty fade. Toma laughed heartily, completely underestimating the six-eared macaque. Observing Toma's arrogant laughter, the corners of the six-eared macaque's mouth curled slightly upward. He remained silent, gradually advancing towards Toma. Toma, perplexed, wondered why this opponent remained so composed, especially considering they were in the midst of a duel. He believed the six-eared macaque had witnessed his earlier defeat of Krillin. So why did he display no signs of concern? Could it be that this individual was stronger than he? Suddenly, the six-eared macaque's figure vanished from Toma's sight, and no matter how hard Toma strained to sense his aura, he could not pinpoint the macaque's location. Boom! The six-eared macaque reappeared above Toma, descending with a foot that crushed Toma's head into the ground. Ah! Toma cried out in pain, realizing he had been struck down. Just moments ago, he had belittled his opponent, mocking him as a wild monkey, only to find himself pressed into the earth. Damn it! Huh! Toma roared, transforming into a Super Saiyan. The surge of energy cracked the arena itself. He attempted to break free from the six-eared macaque's grip using his newfound power. However, to his astonishment, no matter how fiercely Toma struggled, the six-eared macaque's foot remained firmly planted on his head, rendering him immobile. This individual possesses incredible strength. Upon witnessing Thomas transform into a Super Saiyan, Goku found himself firmly suppressed in place, exclaiming in awe. He could distinctly sense that Thomas's power at this moment was not significantly inferior to his own after transformation. Yet, even so, he remained incapable of resisting his opponent. It seemed that this individual, known as the six-eared macaque, possessed an extraordinarily formidable strength, one that was utterly inscrutable. It was likely that only Chen Bei could defeat such a foe. Vegeta, too, wore a grave expression, equally astonished by the six-eared macaque's strength. The oppressive aura emanating from him suggested that his true power might rival that of Cell. Furthermore, it was conceivable that he could even stand toe-to-toe with the bizarre Chen Bei, for both the six-eared macaque and Chen Bei were enigmas he could not decipher. At this juncture, Thomas's visage twisted into a grimace. No matter how fiercely he struggled or how desperately he sought to break free, it was in vain. The six-eared macaque's foot remained steadfastly planted upon his head, unmoving. The pressure intensified, and Thomas began to feel an overwhelming force bearing down on him, as if his head were on the verge of exploding. I concede. Ultimately, Thomas could not escape his confinement and, under the relentless pressure of the six-eared macaque, surrendered, relinquishing this match. With a sigh of relief, the six-eared macaque lifted his foot from Thomas's head. Instantly, the oppressive weight dissipated, allowing Thomas to gasp for breath. Regaining a modicum of strength, he bowed deeply to the six-eared macaque, expressing, "I sincerely apologize for underestimating you. I shall maintain a respectful demeanor towards my opponents in the future. Please forgive me." Taken aback by Thomas's earnest apology, the six-eared macaque nodded in acceptance. Thus, the match concluded with the six-eared macaque's victory. The announcer, witnessing the once again shattered arena, felt despondent and had no choice but to summon repair personnel for maintenance. Tomorrow, the semi-final duel would commence, featuring Bardock, Cell, Chen Bei, and his six-eared macaque incarnation. In this timeline, it seemed there were no worthy adversaries to compel Chen Bei to fight seriously, prompting him to contemplate his next course of action. Chapter 178. The martial arts tournament concludes the following morning. The semi-finals officially began. First, Bardock faced off against Cell, only to be easily defeated. Although Bardock had attained the transformation of Super Saiyan 2, he still lagged considerably behind Cell in terms of foundational strength. The battle between the six-eared macaque incarnation and Chen Bei was even more uneventful, as the six-eared macaque did not even take to the stage, opting instead to concede outright. Due to the swiftness of the matches, the final showdown originally scheduled for the next day was moved to that afternoon. However, before the announcer could organize the next bout, Cell unexpectedly surrendered, leaving the announcer momentarily stunned. Amidst the audience, many voices erupted in cries of foul play, expressing a desire for refunds. However, once Chen Bei subtly released a hint of his aura, the crowd transformed into a docile assembly, feeling that Chen Bei's victory was indeed deserved. Under the oppressive weight of his presence, they sensed the very essence of mortality. Indeed, it is evident that brute force remains the swiftest resolution to conflicts. As the martial arts tournament concluded smoothly, Chen Bei and his companions reconvened. Sun Wukong and others approached him, each harboring their own questions. "Wait a moment. So he truly is?" Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Cell standing beside Chen Bei. He had previously suspected that Cell's surrender was somehow linked to Chen Bei, and now, encountering Cell here reaffirmed his initial thoughts. "Chen Bei, why have we never seen this individual before? Furthermore, why does Mr. Bardock bear such a striking resemblance to me? This is quite peculiar. And didn't Vegeta mention that only a handful of Saiyans remain? How is it that so many have suddenly reappeared?" Sun Wukong seemed to have an endless stream of inquiries, chattering incessantly. Chen Bei raised his hand, silencing Sun Wukong, urging him to pause. "All right, your questions are numerous. I shall address them one by one. Please, be patient." Casting a glance around, Chen Bei conjured a reclining chair and settled into it, subsequently summoning several sofa loungers for everyone to take their seats. Once all were comfortably seated, Chen Bei adopted a serious demeanor, his gaze turning stern. In an instant, a layer of sealing enchantment enveloped them all. Krillin and the others felt a surge of panic, uncertain of what was transpiring. Yet, Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained composed, silently observing Chen Bei, eager to hear his forthcoming words. "To understand what I am about to reveal, you must first sign a list," Chen Bei declared. "Of course, you may choose not to sign, but that would mean you remain unaware of the knowledge I possess." Casting another glance at the group, he produced the divine list and said, "Take your time to consider. Will there be any adverse effects from signing this?" Master Roshi inquired with curiosity. Anticipating such questions, Chen Bei extended his hand, imbuing the group with fundamental information about the divine list. They hurriedly absorbed and digested the newfound knowledge, pausing in unison after a while. "Oh, so that is how it is. How marvelous. Does this mean we could attain immortality?" The group exchanged astonished glances. Although they understood the list had certain limitations, its extraordinary benefits rendered those constraints insignificant. The allure of eternal life, instant resurrection, and accelerated training stirred their hearts. "I shall sign." Vegeta, captivated, recalled his long-held aspiration for immortality to relish battle fully. Without hesitation, he decided to be the first to endorse Chen Bei's divine list. "I want as well." Chen Bei, Let me be included too. Chi-Chi was the second to be captivated. No woman could remain unmoved by the prospect of immortality, and Chi-Chi was no exception. Mother and Sun Wukong hesitated slightly, but upon witnessing their mother's excited demeanor, they refrained from further comments. Then I shall sign as well. Please, Chen Bei, take care of this. Sun Wukong spoke up, completely oblivious to the concept of immortality. However, he understood that signing the divine list was essential for Chen Bei to divulge certain secrets. He was curious about what Chen Bei would reveal next. Chen Bei, Marlin and I would like to sign your divine list as well, Krillin said, scratching his head awkwardly. He felt that his meager strength hardly warranted such a miraculous treasure as the divine list. Yet, on one hand, Marlin persistently urged him, and on the other, he too desired to prolong his life. After all, who wouldn't he wish for immortality? Chen Bei did not decline, smiling and nodding. It's merely a list, not an appointment to divinity. The fortune divided is minimal, yet for Krillin and the others, even being on the list is immensely beneficial. Thus, everyone signed the divine list, entrusting their true spirits to it. At that moment, Chen Bei hesitated no longer. With a wave of his hand, a stream of information surged into their minds, revealing truths previously unknown. Could it be that there are other timelines? So Mr. Bardock is indeed my father. How astonishing! Sun Wukong exclaimed in wonder. Cut the theatrics. Vegeta scoffed at Sun Wukong's exaggerated reaction, though he too felt a surge of excitement. However, he was a proud individual and couldn't allow himself to display it overtly. Indeed, I can feel my power has significantly increased. This is incredible, Krillin said, clenching his fist in exhilaration. Chen Bei, I never expected you to possess such extraordinary abilities. This means I can fight with confidence now. It's truly remarkable. Bardock expressed his satisfaction. While there would be certain constraints after being listed, it would not hinder his pursuit of battle. In fact, it would enhance his experience of the thrill of combat. Within the small world, the group gazed around with renewed curiosity. Chen Bei, is this what other timelines are like? Master Roshi surveyed his surroundings, captivated by a scene of breathtaking beauty that resembled a celestial paradise. He felt rejuvenated simply by being there. Not quite. This is merely a small world under my control. A small world? What does that mean? Is it akin to the hyperbolic time chamber? Master Roshi inquired, aware of the chamber, yet never having entered it, thus lacking full understanding. This place is similar to the hyperbolic time chamber, but possesses a higher level of completeness and a superior environment. You may reside here in the future. Additionally, this world is rich in spiritual energy, which can continuously enhance both your physical and mental capabilities, Chen Bei explained to the group. Chapter 179, Spiritual Energy. Spiritual energy? What exactly is that? How does it differ from ordinary energy? The crowd wore expressions of confusion, as the term spiritual energy was entirely unfamiliar to them. Upon hearing their inquiries, Chen Bei spoke up, explaining, spiritual energy, in essence, is akin to qi. Both are forms of energy. However, spiritual energy is notably gentler and imbued with greater sentience compared to qi, rendering it far more convenient for use. It can accomplish feats that qi cannot, such as enhancing physical constitution, purifying the soul, granting immortality, awakening intelligence in living beings, and even reviving the lifeless. These are merely some of the more apparent characteristics of spiritual energy. Its true capabilities far exceed these. In terms of quality, it is a more advanced form compared to qi. As Chen Bei concluded, the crowd regained their composure, astonished to learn of such a wondrous energy as spiritual energy existing in their world. Curiosity regarding this energy burgeoned among them. Merely speaking may not suffice for your understanding. Allow me to demonstrate the remarkable applications of spiritual energy, Chen Bei contemplated, pondering what would best illustrate its essence. Suddenly, a sphere of flame materialized in his hand, which he then hurled toward a nearby open space. The fire expanded instantaneously, igniting the surrounding air and ground, as if intent on reducing all to ashes. Sun Wukong observed the flame with keen curiosity, sensing its extraordinary nature. Enveloping himself in qi, he extended his hand, eager to touch the flame. Sizzle! In an instant, the qi wrapping around his arm was rendered to nothingness by the flame, which then spread, latching onto Sun Wukong's arm. Ah! It burns! It burns! Sun Wukong cried out in agony, frantically waving his arm in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. Yet, no matter how forcefully he tried, the fire raged on. consuming the chi within him and growing ever more fierce. "Chen Bei, please help Wukong," Chi exclaimed, her heart heavy with concern as she witnessed Wukong's continuous cries of distress. Although she understood that Chen Bei meant no harm to Wukong, she could not bear to see him in such pain. Despite her previous complaints about his lack of consideration, her deep affection for him as his partner remained. "Rest assured," Chen Bei assured her with a nod, then extended his hand to extinguish the flames in an instant. At that moment, Sun Wukong's arm, which had been engulfed in fire, was revealed. The flesh was no longer intact. It was charred and blackened, resembling coal, with the skeletal structure starkly exposed to the onlookers. Sun Wukong, drenched in sweat and trembling, bore a visage of torment. In a brief span of time, his arm had nearly been incinerated, a sight beyond imagination. Seeing this, Chen Bei raised his hand and invoked a healing spell, restoring Sun Wukong's injuries. It was utterly terrifying. Who would have thought that a mere flame could inflict such damage? This power is indeed formidable. Sun Wukong sighed in relief, grateful for Chen Bei's presence. Had his curiosity led him to be ensnared by such flames, he would surely have perished today. This was the fire of the five elements, a flame fueled by spiritual energy. Naturally, the potency of the fire was largely contingent upon its wielder, and the quality of the spiritual energy equally determined its strength. Spiritual energy is a wondrous force, and although you have yet to encounter the methods of cultivating it, I shall instruct you in due course. How splendid! I am eager to experience the sensation of wielding spiritual energy. It is truly exhilarating. Sun Wukong exclaimed with palpable excitement, having already sensed the immense power of spiritual energy. Subsequently, the group explored Chen Bei's miniature world. "This place is astonishingly vast," Sun Wukong remarked as they soared for several hours without sight of the world's end. With their current strength, they could have circumnavigated Earth in merely an hour at full speed. Yet, within Chen Bei's realm, they had traversed for so long without encountering its limits, as if it were indeed another world altogether. Thanks to Chen Bei's relentless efforts, this small world had amalgamated numerous spaces, and he had even created 2 avatars to facilitate its expansion. Now, the miniature world had begun to take shape. It would not be long before it rivaled a star domain. Do not underestimate the seemingly modest size of a star domain. It harbors countless galaxies. The solar system is merely a small branch within the Milky Way. Chen Bei's realm now spanned dozens of galaxies, and even he would require considerable time to traverse it physically. Moreover, the world continued to expand, making it unlikely for Sun Wukong and his companions to witness its entirety with their current capabilities. Within this small world, the spiritual energy was dense, resembling a celestial paradise. While not yet a true paradise, it was enough to drive countless cultivators to madness. The concentration of spiritual energy far exceeded that of the ordinary world, even surpassing the realms of secret caves. Cultivators hold wealth, companions, methods, and land in high esteem, aside from lacking peers of equal cultivation to engage in discourse. Chen Bei possessed everything else at the highest caliber. He had access to an inexhaustible supply of high-quality spiritual energy, coveted mystical techniques, and a bounteous haven like this small world. Were others who practiced similar paths of cultivation to discover this, they would undoubtedly be consumed by greed. As Sun Wukong and the others continued their flight, he suddenly felt an awkward rumble in his belly. Goo goo, goo. He sheepishly rubbed his stomach and scratched his head. Haha, my apologies. I am feeling a bit hungry. The group exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that Sun Wukong's gluttonous nature was unchanging. Then let us return. This world is too vast for us to explore entirely, suggested Clin, who was growing fatigued. His strength did not match that of Sun Wukong and the others. And after such a lengthy flight, he felt weariness set in. Vegeta nodded, then reached into his pocket to retrieve a black token. The black token, a spatial key to the small world, was meticulously prepared by Chen Bei for them. This token had been upgraded by Chen Bei. It not only facilitated a connection to the small world, but also allowed for the establishment of coordinates within it, enabling free traversal. Furthermore, it granted storage privileges, permitting items to be placed within the token. Chapter 180. Testing cultivation potential. The token was specifically designed by Chen Bei to be usable even without spiritual energy. However, due to the insufficient mental strength of Vegeta and the others, they were unable to imprint their soul marks onto the token, rendering it a bit cumbersome for them to claim ownership. They infused energy into the token, and as it released a beam of white light, their figures promptly vanished from the spot. Inside the lavish strategic ship of Chen Bei, a space portal opened, and several figures slowly emerged. Goku, you're back. Due to Chi-Chi's lack of strength, she did not join the exploration but instead accompanied Chen Bei aboard the spaceship. Bardock sat nearby, devouring barbecued meat heartily. Bardock and his companions had become frequent visitors to the small world, having resided there for quite some time. Thus, they possessed a general understanding of its circumstances and lacked any interest in exploration. Instead, they returned to the luxurious strategic ship and, under Chen Bei's arrangement, indulged in a delightful barbecue feast. Wow, I want to eat too. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that upon his return, he would be treated to such delicious food. In a flash, he appeared beside Bardock and swiftly grabbed a piece of grilled meat, shoving it into his mouth. Seeing Sun Wukong come over to snatch his food, Bardock couldn't help but hasten his swallowing. The father and son exhibited similar eating habits, both devouring their meals ravenously without a thought of choking. Vegeta, feeling equally famished, also approached to join in the feast. Saiyans, accustomed to frequent battles and unable to absorb external energy, relied on consumption to replenish their strength, which naturally led to a quickened appetite and a larger intake. The meal lasted for over an hour, with mountains of food completely devoured by the Saiyans, leaving not a trace of grease on the bones. The turtle hermit and other ordinary individuals had relatively smaller appetites. Although they consumed a bit more due to Chen Bei's cooking, it was still within reasonable limits. Once everyone was satiated, they settled down to converse about their lives. Who would have thought the turtle hermit looked like this in his youth? Everyone gasped in astonishment as the turtle hermit presented a photograph from his younger days. Indeed, time had not been kind, transforming the once spirited young man into a rather unkempt old fellow. Hey, Bardock. Vegeta suddenly turned to Bardock. What is it? Bardock replied, puzzled as to why Vegeta was calling him. In another timeline, planet Vegeta was also destroyed, right? And what about Frieza? Is he dead? Vegeta expressed curiosity about the events in another timeline. Yes, Bardock replied succinctly before falling silent once more. He is inherently a serious individual. Although he might share a few jokes with friends, he finds it challenging to open up with someone like Vegeta, a junior. Upon hearing Bardock's response, Vegeta nodded and fell silent. At that moment, Goku spoke up, suddenly turning to Chen Bei and asking, Chen Bei, will we be venturing into other worlds? Are there formidable opponents in those realms? I am so curious. Could you enlighten me? Faced with Goku's inquiry, Chen Bei felt somewhat disinclined to elaborate. However, observing the curiosity in the eyes of the others, he waved his hand, imparting fundamental knowledge about various temporal and spatial realms into their minds. There is no rush to explore other worlds yet, for your strength is insufficient. Furthermore, you have yet to cultivate spiritual energy against the formidable foes of certain unique realms. You would likely stand no chance of resistance. Thus, I must first teach you the foundational methods of cultivation, enabling you to harness spiritual power, which will significantly enhance your safety. Though I can resurrect you if you perish, it comes at a cost, and it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary death. Chen Bei's expression turned grave as he cautioned the group. He did not wish to constantly monitor the safety of Goku and the others. If they failed to learn how to protect themselves, he would not easily revive them, even in death. Witnessing Chen Bei's serious demeanor, the others nodded in understanding, shifting their attitudes from carefree to earnest. Let us rest for today. Tomorrow morning, I shall assess your aptitude for cultivation. The path of immortality differs from martial arts. While you may advance rapidly in martial pursuits, the same may not hold true for cultivation. Some may find themselves unable to even begin their journey in a lifetime. Having delivered his final words, Chen Bei departed with Bulma and the others. The following day, everyone rose early, eagerly awaiting Chen Bei's arrival. However, at that moment, Chen Bei was nestled under his blankets, soundly asleep alongside Bulma and the others. It was not until nearly noon that he emerged from his chamber, only to find Goku and the others had been waiting for quite some time. Initially, Goku contemplated seeking out Chen Bei, but Bardock and Broly restrained him, aware that Chen Bei was occupied with important matters. Disturbing him now could lead to unfortunate consequences. Seeing Chen Bei approach, Goku could hardly contain his impatience and rushed forward, eager to be the first to undergo the test. What should I do? How can I determine if I am suited for the path of immortality? Goku looked at Chen Bei with confusion, unsure of the next steps. Do not rush. The tools have yet to be unveiled. Chen Bei chuckled at Goku's eagerness before waving his hand to reveal the testing apparatus. What is this? Just a few stones? Goku gazed at the large, dark stones that had materialized before him, growing even more perplexed. The others behind him mirrored his confusion, unable to comprehend the purpose of the stones Chen Bei had produced. This is a tool designed to test your potential. Do not underestimate these stones. They have been painstakingly crafted by me, incorporating dark celestial gold and various high-quality spirit stones, embedded with intricate secret patterns and formations, and their durability surpasses imagination. With your current strength, it is likely that you would be unable to shatter them. Chen Bei looked at everyone and explained how to utilize this tool. Now, Wukong, you shall go first. Sun Wukong, unable to contain his excitement, immediately placed his hand upon the stone. At that moment, a beam of golden light suddenly radiated from the obsidian stone, gradually coalescing into a unique script. Chapter 181. Testing Potential 2. What are these characters? Sun Wukong found himself utterly perplexed by the strange symbols and thus turned to Chen Bei for clarification. This is a spirit testing stone, capable of determining whether you possess the innate talent for cultivating the celestial and divine paths. The golden hue signifies a high-level talent, and the characters inscribed are the talent secret patterns, indicating a golden high level. Your talent information has now been recorded. Let us proceed to the next test. Another test? Is there more? Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Indeed. Chen Bei nodded lightly and continued. I have forged 5 spirit testing stones, each designed to evaluate talent, mental strength, physique, comprehension, and state of mind. You have only tested your talent thus far, but the remaining 4 tests will provide you with valuable insight into your abilities, greatly benefiting your future cultivation. I understand, Sun Wukong replied, then extended his hand to touch another massive stone. Mental strength, white ordinary, mortal realm, physique, Saiyan bloodline, golden high level, comprehension, purple super high state of mind, blue, childlike innocence. Upon reviewing the results of Sun Wukong's tests, Chen Bei nodded in satisfaction and remarked, your talent is quite impressive, especially in terms of comprehension, which has reached a super high level. Your state of mind is also commendable, embodying a childlike innocence. Well done, you have completed your tests. Who will go next? At this moment, Vegeta stepped forward, positioning himself before the stone. Let me give it a try. Observing Sun Wukong's performance, Vegeta was determined not to be outdone and wished to test his own talents to see how he compared to Sun Wukong. Vegeta's results were as follows. Talent, golden high-level mental strength, white ordinary, mortal realm, physique, Saiyan bloodline, golden high-level, comprehension, golden high-level state of mind, blue, unyielding spirit, not bad. Although my comprehension is slightly inferior to Sun Wukong's, it is still quite respectable. Vegeta felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this, yet he quickly rallied his spirits, convinced that with sufficient effort, he could undoubtedly surpass Sun Wukong. Vegeta stepped back, and the next to take the stage was Bardock. Bardock talent, golden advanced mental strength, white ordinary physique, Saiyan bloodline, golden advanced, comprehension, golden advanced mental state, golden, fearless in life and death, impressive. The strength of his mental state is formidable. A powerful mindset can prevent the emergence of inner demons during cultivation and grant sufficient willpower to overcome difficulties. Chen Bei praised Bardock, astonished by the strength of his mental state, which surpassed even that of Son Goku and Vegeta. Bardock, however, did not display excessive excitement. He merely nodded gently before stepping back. Broly, it's your turn. This time, Chen Bei opted to call individuals by name rather than allowing them to choose the order themselves, prompting each to ascend the stage for testing. Broly talent, purple super advanced mental strength, white ordinary physique, ancient Saiyan bloodline, purple super advanced, comprehension, golden advanced mental state, blue, childlike heart. It appears that Broly possesses remarkable talent. The spectators witnessed the purple radiance emanating from the stone during Broly's test, a display that occurred twice and was even more impressive than Son Goku's test. Indeed, Broly's talent is exceptional, making him well suited for the paths of divinity or immortality. However, it is essential to note that nothing is absolute. Attributes such as physique, talent, and comprehension can all be altered. The results of your tests do not entirely define the heights you may achieve in the future. A greater talent merely facilitates an easier journey along this path. Currently, Your realms have yet to reach such levels, so I shall refrain from elaborating further." Upon hearing this, the group's concerns began to dissipate. They had previously worried that insufficient talent might hinder their ability to cultivate the divine and immortal paths described by Chen Bei. But after his explanation, those worries were alleviated. Next, under Chen Bei's guidance, the group continued to ascend the stage for their tests. Time passed swiftly, and the testing was nearing its conclusion, with the final individual to be tested now being Jiaozi. Jiaozi talent: blue mental strength, white advanced physique, blue ordinary body, comprehension, blue mental state. White upon hearing the information about Jiaozi, despite being somewhat prepared, a look of disappointment crossed his face. Yet, it is important to recognize that talents like Jiaozi's fall within the realm of normalcy. After all, not everyone is suited for the cultivation of the immortal and divine paths. Those who embark upon the path of cultivation are truly rare, and even fewer possess any semblance of talent. The same applied to the others. Among them, very few exhibited golden talent, and those with purple talent were limited to Broly and a select few like Cell. The majority possessed either white or blue talents. You have all come to understand your talents. However, do not be disheartened. Even with a white talent, one can still cultivate the immortal path, albeit the journey will be arduous. Chen Bei contemplated briefly, pondering how best to arrange the next steps for the group. You have all signed the list of deities. Thus you are aware of the extraordinary benefits conferred by one's fortune. The greater your fortune, the more advantages it bestows upon you. Accelerating your cultivation speed is merely a fundamental aspect. Should your fortune be vast, it could even enhance your comprehension of techniques and divine powers. Furthermore, your own fortune may also elevate in tandem. When your fortune reaches a formidable level, marvelous occurrences may unfold, such as a mere stumble while venturing forth leading to a breakthrough in realms, or the sudden insight into profound techniques. Therefore, to ensure the enduring vitality of our fortune, I have resolved to establish a sect, aptly named the Gate of Mysteries. Henceforth, I shall serve as the sect's master, while you may assume roles as elders, stewards, or disciples. The specifics of your positions will be determined after a period of evaluation, should you meet the required standards. I shall appoint you accordingly. At this juncture, Chen Bei paused briefly, casting a glance at the assembly before continuing. Of course, you may choose to decline joining the sect. However, as I previously mentioned, I shall erase your memories of this place, allowing you to return to your normal lives, albeit with certain memories forgotten. Chapter 182. Unlocking the Sect System. Now, Chen Bei no longer fixated on the Dragon Ball realm, for it was too diminutive and lacked a comprehensive cultivation system and laws. Thus, he planned to cultivate for a while longer before devouring the past and future timelines, subsequently departing to explore other worlds. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, aware that Chen Bei would not harm them, yet their hearts were filled with apprehension, hesitant to make a decision. Oh, one more thing, shortly, I shall absorb the past and future timelines and integrate them into my small world. You may continue living on Earth as before, but should you refuse to join the sect, your exposure to certain experiences may be significantly diminished. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Absorbing timelines? What manner of operation was this? They found themselves bewildered, questioning whether timelines could indeed be absorbed. Their worldview was once again challenged. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Chen Bei realized he had neglected to explain the path of cultivating the cosmos. Ahem, I almost forgot to mention that, apart from the celestial path, there exists another grand avenue known as the divine path. The divine path emphasizes the establishment of a divine realm, capable of refining worlds and harnessing the power of the universe. Imagine if someone could wield a world as a weapon against you. Would you possess the strength to resist? Isn't that a tad exaggerated? Is there truly such a method of cultivation? The ability to devour an entire world is utterly terrifying. Krillin, drenched in sweat, was shaken by Chen Bei's words, his body trembling at the thought of such horror, feeling as though he could hardly breathe. Wow, such power is truly fascinating. By the way, Chen Bei, is your absorption of worlds aimed at cultivating the divine path? Might you allow us a glimpse into what the divine path entails? Sun Wukong was filled with excitement, envisioning the exhilarating scene of smashing the world together, causing his blood to surge with fervor. One must admit, could this fellow truly be a violent maniac? The crowd pondered for a moment and, without hesitation, unanimously agreed to join the sect founded by Chen Bei. Although they could have returned to their previous mundane lives, that was not their true desire. Who among them did not harbor dreams? Even a salted fish yearns to turn over. They wish to embark on a path distinct from their former one, following Chen Bei to witness more of the world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a sect and activating the sect system and the master system. What is this? Chen Bei suddenly heard the system's notification sound. But there was no time to investigate it further, so he chose to set it aside for the moment. Well, since everyone has chosen to join, I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Now, I will impart to you the fundamental breathing technique. With another gesture, streams of luminous energy surged from Chen Bei's fingertips, entering the minds of the crowd. Cultivating the immortal path is convenient. It allows for information to be transmitted through thought, eliminating much unnecessary trouble. Since Sun Wukong and the others were unfamiliar with these characters, Chen Bei simultaneously conveyed the information of the text while transmitting the techniques, enabling them to comprehend the essence of the methods and commence their cultivation. Upon receiving the techniques, everyone returned to their own places to practice. So that is how it is. I had been using it incorrectly all along, Chen Bei murmured to himself. During this time, he too began to enter seclusion, sorting through the various abilities he possessed. It turned out that Qi and spiritual energy could be mutually transformed. Qi is essentially the essence of the human body, while spiritual energy is the essence of the world. The essence of the human body inherently contains malevolent energy, making it volatile and difficult to control, thus possessing formidable destructive power. Conversely, the world's essence, or spiritual energy, not only harbors the power of the world, but also contains the essence of life. Capable of nurturing all things, it is not only powerful, but can also awaken wisdom in living beings. Therefore, the world's essence is indeed of a higher grade than that of the human body. Chen Bei had always employed the spiritual energy within his body as qi. Although abundant, its quality was significantly diminished. However, during his recent experiments, he refined the human qi, eliminating the malevolent energy, and discovered that the quality of the qi had surprisingly improved. It was purer and of a higher grade than before. If he were to refine it further, he could convert the qi into genuine spiritual energy. Naturally, Chen Bei did not need to pursue this path, as he possessed boundless spiritual energy within him. However, this method could be shared with Sun Wukong and the others, for they had just embarked on their cultivation of the immortal path and lacked sufficient spiritual energy. If they were to adopt Chen Bei's technique, they might experience a tremendous leap, swiftly breaking through their current realms and transforming their qi into spiritual energy. And this sect system is indeed wondrous. Indeed, when establishing the mysterious gate, his initial intention was merely to better gather fortune and facilitate management. He never anticipated that he would inadvertently activate the sect system and the master system. Both of these systems are immensely beneficial. Firstly, there is the sect system, which allows for the exchange of various cultivation resources, techniques, divine abilities, elixirs, and secret arts, among others. However, the exchange is somewhat restricted by level. Many higher-level items are inaccessible until the sect reaches a certain tier and its members accumulate sufficient contributions, with the approval of the sect leader required for any exchange. Exchange is merely one of the many functions of the sect system. Additionally, there exists a position system within the sect, where various roles determine the extent of fortune bonuses members can receive. Positions include honorary sect leader, supreme elder, grand elder, ordinary elder, steward, direct disciple, inner sect disciple, and outer sect disciple, among others. For instance, the sect leader naturally enjoys a 50% fortune bonus from the sect, while other positions receive significantly less. On the other hand, the master system is unique to Chen Bei and has specific activation conditions, namely, the acceptance of disciples. The quality and quantity of disciples accepted will dictate the richness of rewards Chen Bei can obtain. For instance, if Chen Bei accepts Broly as a disciple, he has the chance to randomly acquire one of Broly's innate abilities or other rewards. The quality of the rewards depends on both the disciple's caliber and a stroke of luck. Moreover, by instructing his disciples, Chen Bei can accelerate their cultivation speed. And once a disciple breaks through their realm, Chen Bei will gain a corresponding enhancement in his own cultivation. This implies that Chen Bei's strength will always surpass that of his disciples. Furthermore, after his disciples achieve a breakthrough, Chen Bei can refresh his opportunity for rewards, allowing him to draw another prize from his disciples. It is undeniable that these two systems are extraordinarily advantageous. Possessing either one would be sufficient to elevate a person to greatness. Chapter 183. The laws of cultivation in time and space. The sect system and the master system complement each other. When the sect recruits disciples, Chen Bei naturally assumes the role of their master. Even registered disciples count, as anyone beneath his position can be referred to as a disciple. Thus, Chen Bei finds himself in an enviable position, overwhelmed by an abundance of rewards, which can also be a burden in its own right. He gazes skyward at a 45-degree angle, reflecting on his dismal life. Currently, his realm stagnates at the divine ability secret realm, and it seems he must find time to break through. In truth, Chen Bei has long been capable of a breakthrough, yet he has lacked the time to cultivate. Now, he finds himself at a transitional phase. He now possesses ample time to advance. And the breakthrough to the eternal life realm is quite simple, merely a matter of purifying his mana. However, Chen Bei aspires not only to reach the eternal life realm, but also to progress further. To ascend to the next realm from the eternal life realm, one must first possess a unique domain. As Chen Bei contemplates how to form this domain, he recalls having read numerous novels regarding similar concepts, in which domains often materialized suddenly or through fortuitous circumstances, lacking any direct or systematic explanation. Thus, he can only rely on his own exploration at this juncture. Wait, I still possess the secret tome of immortality. At this moment, Chen Bei recalls that he has the system-rewarded tome, which contains the cultivation methods for various realms. Thus, it is improbable that he would be stuck at this level. He merely needs to examine how to form a domain within the tome. As it turns out, Chen Bei discovers in his mind that a domain is essentially the embryonic form of laws. One must perceive some fundamental principles and then utilize them to form a domain. There are myriad types of domains, such as the domains of time, space, water, fire, literature, and holy light, among others. However, all these domains fundamentally derive from the laws. The laws of time and space are particularly formidable, followed by the principles of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and so forth. Hence, various domains are, in essence, the embryonic forms of these laws. Chen Bei is not unfamiliar with these laws. He possesses numerous great divine abilities, which inherently encompass extensive explanations regarding these principles. After all, great divine abilities are manifestations and aggregates of the laws, inherently characterized by foundational traits of these laws. However, Chen Bei must heed a crucial point. The future realms of cave heaven and temporal light require his comprehension of the laws of space and time. Should he choose to delve into other types of laws now, it would inevitably delay his breakthroughs into the realms of cave heaven and temporal light, prolonging his journey significantly. Therefore, Chen Bei resolved to directly contemplate the laws of time and space. There are ample rewards related to the laws of time and space, such as the Great World Technique, the Carefree Abode, the Time-Space Ring, and spatial magic, all of which could assist in comprehending these laws. Yet, Chen Bei finds no need for such aids, for he possesses a formidable secret technique, the Time-Space Art. This technique, obtained through system rewards, serves as a comprehensive guide for cultivating the laws of time and space across various worlds, complete with systematic steps for practice. Chen Bei inexplicably feels as if he has been continuously guided by the system, receiving everything he lacks along his journey. Thus, Chen Bei summoned several avatars, merging their cultivation insights, and subsequently broke through to the realm of eternal life. Now, he must grasp the laws of time and space, he murmured, lifting his gaze to the starry sky. In a flash, he arrived at the vicinity of the world barrier above the small world. In this position, close to the world's barrier, one can more easily perceive the flow of temporal and spatial energies. The expanse of the small world is vast. Had Chen Bei not mastered its core and successfully recognized it as his own, reaching the world's end would not have been a simple endeavor. Without hesitation, Chen Bei again divided into 2 avatars, assigning one to contemplate the laws of time and the other to explore the laws of space. Meanwhile, Chen Bei himself would cultivate both laws simultaneously, mastering the point of their confluence. While the laws of time and space may appear unified, they are, in fact, 2 distinctly different forces. Therefore, simultaneous cultivation is no trivial matter within the engulfing cosmos. Only the most extraordinary talents can cultivate both the laws of time and space at once, those who lead an era of genius. Time and space, each formidable in its own right, cannot directly reverse causality. Within the immortal cultivation system, Although the principles of time and space are acknowledged, they are employed separately, lacking the completeness of the true temporal spatial laws. The quintessential temporal spatial laws should allow for effortless traversal between the past and the future, unshackled by the constraints of causality, embodying the eternal and carefree path. However, this method is exceedingly slow. Although the energy of time and space incessantly flows into Chen Bei's body at this rate, he may require centuries, even with his exceptional comprehension and the aid of temporal spatial techniques, to grasp the laws of time and space. Were it any other individual, the process could stretch into billions of years, for the laws of time and space are not to be trifled with. Faced with this dilemma, Chen Bei retrieved the space cube and the three lives mirror, now relying solely on these treasures to expedite his cultivation process. He entrusted the temporal mirror and the space cube to his two avatars and promptly commenced his contemplation. What is time and space? Is it the space within a certain time frame or the time within a certain space? Neither seems correct. This conception of time and space does not encapsulate their entirety. What, then, constitutes true time and space? Chen Bei fell into deep thought, still grappling with the essence of time and space. Meanwhile, Bardock and the others were diligently studying the foundational cultivation techniques bestowed upon them by Chen Bei. This is so challenging, Sun Wukong lamented, striking his head. Among the group, his cultivation aptitude was not lacking, having reached the golden level, yet he still found this peculiar method of cultivation somewhat disconcerting. Krillin, on the other hand, fared significantly better. Although his talent was slightly inferior to Sun Wukong's, his prior experience as a monk in a temple, where he often recited scriptures, made him more adept at this meditative practice, allowing him to progress more swiftly than Sun Wukong. Equally impressive was Sun Gohan. Perhaps influenced by his previous academic endeavors, he adapted remarkably well to this method of cultivation, relishing its tranquility. His innate talent was also exceptional, surpassing that of his father, Sun Wukong, having attained the purple level. Consequently, over the past few days, his advancement was rapid, nearing the foundational phase. Chapter 184. The Realm of Longevity. I'm so hungry. Sun Wukong could no longer endure it, and exited his cultivation chamber to seek sustenance in the rest hall. Damn it, this is utterly frustrating. Vegeta scowled. Though he yearned to surpass Sun Wukong, the monotony of meditative practice was unbearable. Vegeta and the other Saiyans, influenced by their bloodline, possessed inherently restless temperaments, making it challenging for them to settle into deep cultivation. In contrast, Tien, Chi-Chi, Dend, Bulma, and other Earthlings, with their more tranquil dispositions, found it considerably easier to embrace the path of enlightenment. Despite the tediousness of their cultivation days, the group remained steadfast and did not relinquish their efforts. As time flowed steadily, nearly a month had passed, and the multitude had fundamentally embarked on the path of celestial cultivation. Around Chen Bei, a profound force of time and space coalesced, rendering him seemingly detached from this world, yet undeniably present within it. At that moment, Chen Bei opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shooting forth, his golden pupils flashing momentarily. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, Chen Bei returned to his senses. It was almost complete. Although merely a month had elapsed, the influence of the temporal power led him to feel as though he had traversed over a decade. During this month, his two incarnations tirelessly refined the power of time and space, and Chen Bei had begun to grasp the rudiments of the laws governing them. Time and space could be perceived as a singular point, eternally existent, even within chaos. Time and space could be both static and fluid. To master their laws, one must comprehend the patterns of their transformations, and Chen Bei had already gained a fundamental understanding of these principles. At this juncture, Chen Bei suddenly waved his hand, causing a small blade of grass to materialize before him, only to wither rapidly in place. He reached out, yet his hand passed through the grass as if it were non-existent. However, upon withdrawing his hand, the grass astonishingly revived, once again flourishing with vibrant green. Success! With a mere thought, Chen Bei's two incarnations understood his intent, drawing closer to him before transforming into ethereal light and merging with his being. Boom! An overwhelming aura instantaneously erupted from Chen Bei, shattering the surrounding space, which then swiftly mended itself, to break through to the realm of eternal life. A pivotal opportunity was required, the opening of the celestial gates to draw in the essence and laws of the celestial realm. At this moment, Chen Bei summoned his will, creating a fissure connecting his small world to the celestial realm. Boom! An endless stream of celestial essence surged forth, drawn into his being. The spiritual energy within Chen Bei was entirely replaced by this celestial essence, the realm of eternal life. Thus, seamlessly, Chen Bei ascended to the pinnacle of the realm of eternal life, merely a hair's breadth away from achieving immortality. At this point, his strength underwent a monumental transformation. The small world within him expanded rapidly, allowing for a tremendous influx of energy. Now, measuring his prowess solely by combat strength was no longer sufficient. The transition from the realm of divine powers to that of eternal life represented a qualitative leap. The magical power within Chen Bei had risen to yet another level. As he sensed that he had absorbed enough, he hastily sealed the fissure, for if the celestial essence continued to flood in, his small world might not withstand the pressure and could potentially explode. Furthermore, Sun Wukong and the others, lacking the requisite cultivation level, would be unable to refine the celestial essence and would risk being overwhelmed, leading to their demise, with their souls scarcely surviving. Finally, he had broken through to the pinnacle of the realm of eternal life. Chen Bei felt the terrifying reservoir of celestial essence within him and could not help but exclaim. Generally, the transition from the realm of divine powers to that of eternal life could grant one the strength of an ancient celestial dragon. However, Chen Bei felt that the energy within him was far beyond mere limits. As the ethereal essence coursed through his being, his soul's realm ascended yet again, and the strength of his physical form significantly increased. Alongside the celestial energy, fragments of profound laws also entered him, yet he had yet to fully assimilate them. Thus, at this moment, Chen Bei's realm had not stabilized completely. He required more time to digest the gains he had acquired. Previously, due to Chen Bei's insufficient power, he was unable to utilize the treasure known as the Carefree Abode, but now he had barely qualified for entry. The Carefree Abode was a formidable palace-like treasure, housing countless formations and inscriptions of profound laws, possessing the ability to accelerate time and shield from causality. Chen Bei planned to take advantage of the time acceleration feature to swiftly adapt to his newfound strength. With that, he summoned the Carefree Abode and, in a flash, entered its internal space. Once inside, Chen Bei did not rush into cultivation. Instead, he checked his current lifespan. 1,000,000 years. Chen Bei was perplexed. Under normal circumstances, breaking through to the longevity realm should not grant such an extensive lifespan. Was there something amiss with his cultivation method? It was truly strange. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it. As long as the outcome was favorable, he would accept it. Once he regained his focus, Chen Bei prepared to enter seclusion. With his avatars and projections managing the external affairs, and with no immediate issues anticipated from Sun Wukong and the others, he settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and resumed his comprehension of the laws. "Barak, how is your progress?" Tien and Yamcha casually inquired after her husband concluded his training. "Not bad. Although it still feels a bit slow, it's significantly improved compared to the beginning. I am on the verge of a breakthrough." Chen Bei mentioned that after laying the foundation, one's spiritual power undergoes a metamorphosis, which could lead to unexpected changes in strength. Barak replied with a calm demeanor, devoid of any significant emotional fluctuations. "Indeed, I am also nearing my foundational establishment, and I can sense that my soul feels different now. I can faintly perceive the fluctuations of the surrounding world," Tien and Yamcha expressed joyfully. This meditative approach to cultivation suited her well. She was not particularly passionate about combat or enhancing her power, but rather found greater fulfillment in experiencing nature and elevating her spiritual state. Chapter 185. The desire to venture through time and space. Let us go and see how Kakarot and the others are faring. I believe, given Kakarot's innate talent, he should adapt swiftly, Tien and Yamcha suggested, recognizing that after such an extended period, Barak and the others needed some relaxation, making it the perfect opportunity for everyone to gather and exchange insights on their cultivation. Agreed. Barak nodded and then proceeded with Tien and Yamcha to the rest area. In the hall, everyone was seated together. In fact, they had all completed their seclusion and now had many questions to pose to Chen Bei. In the midst of the crowd stood Chen Bei's incarnation, silent as he awaited Bardock's arrival. "Now that everyone is present, let us commence. Feel free to pose your inquiries," he remarked. "Bei, I yearn to discover a method that would allow me to cultivate without my mind wandering," Sun Wukong expressed, his face alight with anticipation. He was eager to pursue the path of immortality, yet found the practice perplexing, as it was challenging to truly quiet his thoughts. There is indeed a way, Chen Bei, already aware of the cultivation struggles faced by Sun Wukong and the others, replied. Their minds were not inherently chaotic, rather, they struggled to attain tranquility due to their Saiyan nature, which thrived on activity and combat. Thus, the discipline of serene meditation proved difficult for them to adapt to. Allow me to impart to you a mantra, he said. Without teaching each character individually, Chen Bei merely waved his hand, bestowing upon Sun Wukong and the others the fundamental incantation of the Tranquil Heart spell. Eagerly, Sun Wukong attempted it, seating himself cross-legged with an upright posture, closing his eyes and forming a hand seal, while murmuring the incantation. At that moment, a vibrant energy began to coalesce around him, and he seamlessly entered a state of cultivation. How remarkable! Master Roshi exclaimed, recognizing Sun Wukong's transformation. It is essential to prepare oneself before engaging in cultivation, as one must eliminate distracting thoughts. Otherwise, misapplying the mantra could lead to dire consequences. It was no wonder this mantra was so potent, earning its name as the Tranquil Heart spell. The group eagerly began to experiment, and soon, they all entered a state of cultivation, a rich tide of energy converging around them. Fortunately, Chen Bei's small world was abundant in spiritual energy. Otherwise, had they been in the outside world, they might have drained the surrounding spiritual essence entirely. Chen Bei did not interrupt their practice, choosing instead to observe quietly. Once in a state of cultivation, one should not be forcefully awakened, as it could lead to detrimental consequences. Only upon the completion of a full cycle of the incantation and the thorough refinement of the absorbed spiritual energy could one safely conclude their practice, the protagonist being an exception, as he was extraordinary. Approximately an hour later, the group simultaneously opened their eyes. They collectively exhaled, releasing the impurities within their bodies. The ultimate goal of cultivation is longevity, which naturally entails the pursuit of perfection. A mortal form cannot bear excessive spiritual power. Thus, continuous refinement is necessary to enhance its strength, allowing for greater capacity to wield spiritual energy and, consequently, increased power. Certain robust races, such as dragons and phoenixes, possess a distinct advantage in the path of immortality, as their formidable physicality enables them to directly absorb celestial energy, often reaching the realm of immortals from birth. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the cultivation of martial arts and the refinement of one's bodily essence can indeed enhance physical strength. However, when compared to orthodox practices such as the 8th and 9th mystical arts or the dragon-elephant suppression technique, it pales significantly. Sun Wukong and his companions, armed with a foundational level of strength, found their training to be remarkably efficient. In a mere moment, they successfully established their foundation, officially embarking on the path of celestial cultivation. Observing their completion, Chen Bei once more gestured, imparting the method to transform bodily essence into spiritual energy. Following this, Chen Bei took his leave, believing that the knowledge bestowed upon them was sufficient for a considerable period of digestion. When they could genuinely wield spiritual power, he would then guide them in the application of spells and divine abilities. On the other hand, Chen Bei had successfully completed his training in the laws of time and space, absorbing fragments of the great Tao to enhance his proficiency in divine arts. His life essence had undergone a transformation, transcending the realm of mortals. A lifespan of 1,000,000 years may seem modest, yet it is a distance unattainable by ordinary humans. Presently, Chen Bei's essence aligned with that of deities within the Dragon Ball universe, though he had yet to surpass the celestial beings. Angels, in truth, resemble derivatives of the laws and do not constitute natural life. Until Chen Bei fully comprehends the path of the laws, he may not pose a threat to these celestial entities. However, the angels of the Dragon Ball universe cannot act freely. While they are protected by the world's regulations and face no rivals within the Dragon Ball cosmos, they too are constrained by these laws, unable to assist any faction or interfere with the universe's operations. This situation bears resemblance to the saints in the primordial world, who must abide by the will of heaven, with the Omni-King likened to the will of the heavenly path. Fundamentally, angels fall short in comparison to saints. Saints are imperishable and untouched by karma, capable of reshaping the world's elements and reopening realms. In contrast, the angels of the Dragon Ball universe can merely wield a limited authority bestowed by the laws. along with certain abilities exclusive to angels. Thus, the disparity between the two is vast. Regarding the Omni King, the embodiment of will within the Dragon Ball universe, Chen Bei perceives this world as fundamentally flawed in its regulations, lacking a complete path of cultivation. It relies solely on chaotic energy, without offering mortals any chance of transcendence. In the continuum of time and space, such a world is merely average, and its embodiment of will, the Omni King, is likewise unremarkable. While he possesses the power to eliminate all through the strength of the world, this authority would be ineffective should it exceed the confines of the Dragon Ball universe. At this moment, Chen Bei should be considered to have reached the level of spirit among the myriad realms, having transcended to a state beyond the ordinary dimensions. Having broken through to the realm of eternal life, the spiritual energy within him transformed into celestial energy, amplifying his power exponentially. He was now sufficiently strong to contend with the god of destruction. With this in mind, he contemplated venturing into the realms beyond time and space. However, before that, it is essential to integrate both the future and past timelines into the small world. Chapter 186, Refining the Future and Past Timelines. With a flicker of his form, Chen Bei arrived in the realm of the future timeline. He began to channel the power of the world within his body, intending to directly absorb the Dragon Ball universe. Boom, boom. Because Chen Bei's energy was overwhelmingly vast, even a slight release caused the spatial barriers of the Dragon Ball universe to tremble. Suddenly, he sensed a subtle vibration within himself. The World Tree. Are you suggesting that you wish to consume it? Through his communion with the World Tree, Chen Bei discerned its intention. The World Tree sought to devour the Dragon Ball universe to foster its own growth. Although the Dragon Ball universe contained but a modicum of the principles of the Great Tao, it was still a world in its own right. If successful in its consumption, the World Tree could leap forward, transcending its seedling state and growing rapidly. In truth, since refining the World Tree, Chen Bei had seldom monitored its condition, allowing it to absorb spiritual energy freely within the inner world. The World Tree's intense desire to consume the future Dragon Ball universe stemmed from a bottleneck in its growth. It required not only ample energy, but also sufficient world power to thrive. Thus, it eagerly conveyed its thoughts to Chen Bei, particularly since the spiritual energy within Chen Bei had transformed into celestial energy. It was undoubtedly beneficial for the World Tree. However, due to its youthful state, the absorption of celestial energy occurred at a painfully slow pace, prompting the desire to consume a world for swift growth. Very well, I shall grant your wish. With a mere thought, Chen Bei released the World Tree from the small world. Crack! As soon as the World Tree emerged, the space around it began to shatter beneath its sprawling roots. The roots of the World Tree could absorb world power, and thus the fragile spatial fabric of the future Dragon Ball universe was utterly incapable of withstanding it, being pierced through directly. Without hesitation, the World Tree's robust roots began to spread wildly, aiming to envelop the entire barrier of the future Dragon Ball universe, intent on completely absorbing this realm. At that moment, the future Dragon Ball universe seemed to be facing its apocalypse. The space was fracturing, and energy was being rapidly siphoned away, consumed by the World Tree. Chen Bei paid no heed to the fate of the inhabitants of this realm, merely safeguarding Namek and Earth to spare them from disaster. Given the vastness of the future world, although the World Tree's rate of consumption was not slow, the task of complete absorption would inevitably be a lengthy endeavor. It appears I must intervene. The young World Tree was incapable of swiftly devouring the future world, so Chen Bei had no choice but to assist. He certainly did not wish to linger here indefinitely, for if the World Tree were to consume at its own pace, it would likely take several centuries or even millennia. Chen Bei's immense spiritual energy swiftly spread, guiding the World Tree directly to the core of the future timeline. The world core is the most vital element of a realm, a confluence of world power. As long as the core remains intact, the world can continue to evolve. However, should the core be destroyed, the world would collapse as if the stellar core of a planet had been shattered, dissolving into nothingness. At this moment, the World Tree responded, no longer indulging in reckless energy consumption driven solely by instinct. Instead, it plunged its roots deep into the core of the world, voraciously devouring the formidable power of the world contained within. The once delicate branches of the World Tree began to flourish, its colossal form now seemingly boundless. While its crystalline leaves swayed gently, emitting an ethereal glow. At its apex, a plump fruit suddenly emerged. Initially small, the fruit swelled rapidly as the world tree voraciously consumed the power of the world from the future dimension. Special runes began to materialize on its surface. And upon probing with his mental energy, Chen Bei discovered they were manifestations of the world's rules. Delving deeper into its essence, Chen Bei was taken aback. The world tree, after absorbing the power from the future, had autonomously begun to generate a parallel world, one that bore an uncanny resemblance to the original, teeming with planets and life forms. As time gently flowed by, the world tree finally finished consuming the core of this world, its branches growing ever more robust. The fruit, once green, had transformed into a vibrant yellow, signaling its impending ripeness. Chen Bei sensed that should he consume and refine this fruit, he might grasp the very rules of this world, potentially elevating his strength to unprecedented heights. However, he ultimately refrained from such an act, as he was not in need of power-enhancing treasures at the moment. He deemed it more prudent to leave the fruit for the world tree to complete its own evolution. Now, only the past dimension remained. Following the world tree's consumption, Chen Bei did not linger. He retracted the world tree back into his inner realm and traversed the time portal once more, arriving in the past dimension. As before, he located the world core of the past dimension and released the world tree. Upon sighting another world core, the world tree exuded joy, its leaves dancing wildly, expressing its fondness for Chen Bei. "Come on, hasten to consume. I have other matters to attend to," Chen Bei urged, patting the massive trunk of the world tree. In its presence, he felt insignificant, akin to an ant, even less than mere dust. Responding to Chen Bei's words, the world tree did not hesitate. It immediately inserted its robust roots into the world core. With the experience from the previous encounter, the world tree now absorbed the world's power with even greater swiftness. At the apex, a verdant fruit once again emerged, and as the world's essence was steadily absorbed, the fruit began to ripen rapidly. Indeed, it became evident that the world tree's consumption of the world did not involve the direct destruction of this realm. Rather, it was a process of replication. This method signifies the world tree's refinement of the world rules of the consumed realms. When the world tree has absorbed a sufficient number of worlds, it may autonomously generate various distinct realms, at which point it can truly be deemed mature. Finally, with 2 time-space dimensions successfully consumed by the world tree, Chen Bei ceased his absorption of other worlds. He was not a marauder. His previous endeavor to refine the past and future worlds stemmed from the time he had spent within them, a sentimental tribute to his memories. Now that the world tree had accomplished this for him, he felt no need to pursue further. As for the evolution of the world tree, Chen Bei was not anxious, for he observed that the 2 fruits atop the tree had merely transitioned from green to yellow. Thus, it appeared the world tree required additional time to fully refine these 2 worlds. Chapter 187. Evolution of the Chaos Body. Achieving the secret realm of immortality signified that Chen Bei had officially transcended his novice phase and embarked upon the path of cultivating the laws. In truth, whether through the path of immortality, the primordial method, the devouring technique, or various other cultivation methods from different worlds, they ultimately converge upon the cultivation of laws. However, it is imperative to recognize that laws have their distinctions. Within the world, there exist the laws of the heavenly Tao, while beyond it lie the laws of chaos, also known as the laws of the great Tao. All paths lead to the same destination. Each law conveys to the cultivator that the ultimate endpoint is the law itself. The most potent law is that of cultivating the laws. What of immortality? Such concepts pale in comparison to the inevitabilities of fate, destruction, and the cyclical nature of life and death. As Chen Bei officially embarked on the path of the laws, he became acutely aware of his own insignificance, as well as the diminutive nature of the Dragon Ball world. Returning to the small world, Chen Bei once again chose to enter seclusion. However, this time, he was not alone. He summoned Bulma, Lazuli, and Celebi to join him. The Saiyan physique was no longer suitable for him. With his current prowess, he could unleash energy millions of times more potent than before, simply through the augmentation of the small world. Under such strength, the Saiyan bloodline afforded Chen Bei a meager enhancement to his physical form and power. During this period, Chen Bei had nearly perfected the great yin-yang technique, and he invited Bulma and the others to achieve his final breakthrough. When the great yin-yang technique reaches completion, It enables one to reverse yin and yang, transcending into chaos and altering one's foundational essence to attain the chaos body. The so-called chaos body is, in essence, the amalgamation of all physical forms. Chaos encompasses all and accommodates everything. It can transform into myriad entities, thus allowing the chaos body to give rise to every conceivable physique. Chen Bei had long overlooked the opening of his foundation. Now, he was prepared to reclaim that opportunity and genuinely break free from the confines of the mortal body. Are you ready? I shall begin now. Chen Bei caressed Bulma's cheek, and a rosy blush adorned her face. Although she had experienced this numerous times before, Bulma still felt a sense of shyness with Lotzi and Celebi watching her. At that moment, Celebi embraced Chen Bei from behind. As the cultivation technique began to operate, a surge of yin and yang energy poured forth, enveloping the area. Time seemed to lose its significance in the carefree abode. After a while, Chen Bei calculated with a slight gesture and realized that nearly a month had passed since their entry. At this juncture, Chen Bei mused that the tales of nightly escapades were mere child's play. The yin and yang energy surrounding Chen Bei and the others began to shift, gradually merging into a stream of black-gray energy, dense and chaotic, as if imbued with an inexplicable power. This chaotic energy continuously flowed into the bodies of Chen Bei and the women, transforming them. The great yin-yang technique was not merely a one-sided absorption. It was an advanced dual cultivation method capable of harmonizing the yin and yang powers of both genders. Consequently, Chen Bei, with his formidable strength, catalyzed a multifaceted enhancement of the women's physical and mental prowess. At this moment, the women had already attained a remarkably high level of power, their realms soaring to the golden core stage, mere steps away from breaking through to the infant stage. Due to her relatively weaker abilities, Bulma had already succumbed to unconsciousness, her body passively being transformed by the chaotic energy. Had it not been for their enhanced powers through the great yin-yang technique, it would have been impossible for Chen Bei to allow them to absorb chaotic energy, even the gentler version derived from the reversal of yin and yang. However, with their significantly elevated powers, and with Chen Bei's assistance, their bodies could indeed accommodate a trace of chaotic energy, though they were still far from condensing a chaotic body. Chaotic energy is a more advanced form of energy than celestial energy. Even Chen Bei dared not recklessly enter the chaos. The vastness of chaos is boundless, and the density of chaotic energy within it is profound to the extreme. Even ordinary great Luo golden immortals would not dare to delve deeply into chaos, let alone someone as inexperienced as Chen Bei. The chaotic energy Chen Bei was absorbing was a clever manipulation, utilizing the great yin-yang technique to reverse yin and yang and recreate the chaos. However, should he attempt to directly enter chaos to absorb chaotic energy, it would surely be tantamount to courting death. To genuinely absorb true chaotic energy, one must attain the status of a primordial great Luo golden immortal, a level still beyond Chen Bei's reach. Without further contemplation, Chen Bei began to focus on his cultivation, guiding the chaotic energy into his body from within, initiating a transformation of his physical foundation. The essence of the Tao is profound, intangible, and elusive. The path of chaos generates all things, birthing from unity. The path of yin and yang thrives through opposition and transforms through integration. Chen Bei was now operating the final chapter of the great yin-yang technique, the key to condensing a chaotic body. The chaotic body knows no distinction between innate and acquired. Once condensed, it is all innate. The chaotic energy continuously proliferated within Chen Bei's body, transforming him, yet the journey was not without its challenges. At that moment, Chen Bei suddenly sensed something unusual arising within him. The bloodlines of the Saiyans, the golden humans, and the six-eared macaque, all of which have previously fused within Chen Bei's body, are now rejecting the transformation brought about by the chaotic force. There is even a burgeoning tendency to retaliate against it. What is the meaning of this? Chen Bei finds himself engulfed in confusion, as he has never encountered such a scenario before, leaving him momentarily at a loss. He begins to speculate that these bloodlines, each possessing their own pride, are unwilling to fade away, hence their rebellious behavior. System, is there a solution? Chen Bei, feeling helpless, turns to the system for assistance. The transformation has progressed halfway, and if he were to abandon it now, he might suffer backlash, which is certainly not his desire. Moreover, surrender is not an option. Having embarked on this path, Chen Bei is determined to see it through to completion. Chapter 188. The initial formation of the chaotic body. Ding. The host can temporarily seal the bloodlines or forcibly devour their power using chaotic energy. Seal? Forcibly devour? At this moment, Chen Bei suddenly calms down, no longer as tense as before. Indeed, I possessed the great sealing technique. I was momentarily flustered. After the system's reminder, he realizes the choice before him, to temporarily seal the power of the bloodlines or to devour it. Regardless, he resolves to take a gamble. In any case, Chen Bei cannot perish. With so many life-saving trump cards, it would be foolish not to take a risk. He hastens to draw the chaotic energy, allowing it to wash over his physical form. In that instant, the power of the bloodlines within Chen Bei seems to boil, an overwhelming aura radiating forth. This is not good. The intense energy emanating from Chen Bei begins to affect those nearby, including Lotzi Li, who display discomfort on their faces. In a hurry, Chen Bei erects a barrier to isolate himself from them. At this juncture, surging energy courses through Chen Bei's body, and his physical form begins to show signs of collapse. Boom. At last, Chen Bei's body can endure no longer and disintegrates into golden blood mist. Yet, he does not perish. His soul remains intact. Guided by the forces of yin and yang, Chen Bei's spirit and body re-establish their connection. The soul embodies yin, while the body represents yang. Now, Chen Bei must utilize the chaotic force to reshape his physical form anew. As the great yin-yang technique is continuously activated, mysterious runes begin to be inscribed, floating amidst the blood mist and emanating an enigmatic glow. The vast blood mist, as if pulled by an unseen force, begins to converge upon these runes, gathering together in a trend of refusion. The great yin-yang technique reverses yin and yang, recreating the chaotic essence. Chen Bei's immense mental power starts to communicate with these runes, incessantly refining the bloodline power and chaotic energy within the blood mist. At this moment, the power of bloodlines was no longer as elusive as it had once been. Under the influence of the forces of yin and yang, it gradually transformed into distinct bloodline imprints. In truth, the power of bloodlines was an embodiment of the world's rules. Their strengths and weaknesses were, on one hand, related to the hierarchy of the world and, on the other hand, to the potency of the rules that birthed them. The more robust and intricate the rule's power, the stronger the bloodline's force would be, and vice versa. Having grasped the essence of bloodline power, Chen Bei found the task of condensing the chaotic body to be considerably simplified. Normally, the chaotic body represented the true essence of cultivation, capable of evolving all physical forms, which implied the ability to absorb all the world's rules. Boom. This time, the disturbance was wrought by Chen Bei's manipulation of runes. Is a Bei all right? Bulma had awakened, her gaze fixed upon the golden blood mist swirling within the barrier, her concern for Chen Bei's safety palpable. Have no fear, I trust my man. Celiba responded affirmatively, yet the seriousness in her eyes betrayed her facade of composure. This rascal is not so easily vanquished, Razily thought, well aware of Chen Bei's numerous trump cards. Moreover, Celiba had previously mentioned that Chen Bei possessed the ability to invoke resurrection, which alleviated her worries about his safety. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Chen Bei had begun to reassemble his physical form. A formless chaotic energy enveloped his soul, delineating a dark silhouette. However, this was not the end. As Chen Bei's soul power guided it, the bloodline imprints surged into this chaotic body, and the golden blood mist began to converge with the yin and yang runes. Under the influence of chaotic power, the golden blood mist gradually transformed into a dark gray hue, continuously merging into his form. The most perilous moment had passed. Now, it was a matter of steady perseverance. Even now, Chen Bei dared not relax, for this was a critical juncture in the consolidation of his physical form. A misstep here could lead to the loss of all his efforts. His mental fortitude remained unwavering, as he incessantly drew upon the surrounding chaotic energy and yin-yang runes to reconstitute his previously fragmented body. Head, heart, limbs, these once lost parts began to manifest anew. With an inexplicable tremor, Chen Bei reopened his eyes. Yet this time, they did not radiate the golden light of before. Instead, they now exuded a profound and enigmatic aura. The chaotic body, Chen Bei had successfully condensed it, albeit not entirely. For now, his chaotic body could only mimic the bloodlines he had encountered or studied. It can be articulated that at present, Chen Bei's chaotic body has yet to reach its full potential. To achieve such a state, it is imperative to comprehend a sufficient array of the forces of rules, particularly those emanating from diverse realms. This is because the power of one's bloodline is a manifestation of these rule forces. Only through an extensive understanding of these forces can Chen Bei's chaotic body unleash various bloodline powers without restraint or limitation. However, the chaotic body that Chen Bei has currently condensed is not devoid of utility. Firstly, the adverse effects associated with his prior absorption of various bloodlines have entirely dissipated. Throughout the process of coalescing the chaotic body, Chen Bei has mastered the unique powers inherent to these bloodlines. As the saying goes, to extract the essence while discarding the dross, Chen Bei is no longer bound by the limitations of these bloodline powers. The distinctive racial traits manifested by certain unique bloodlines, such as the golden pupils of the golden human race, the tail of the Saiyans, and the ears of the six-eared macaque, have all vanished. Nevertheless, Chen Bei retains the ability to wield the extraordinary capabilities contained within these bloodlines. This encapsulates the true essence of the chaotic body, the ability to fully absorb the advantages of various bloodline powers without being constrained by them. Chapter 189. Conquering New Dimensions. Time flows unceasingly, and half a year has elapsed. Chen Bei has thoroughly solidified his cultivation. It is now time to venture into other dimensions. The laws governing the primary dimension of the Dragon Ball universe should be relatively complete, and Chen Bei's objective is to traverse to this primary dimension to consume its rule forces. However, this endeavor is certain to encounter resistance from beings across dimensions. Yet, Chen Bei remains undeterred, for he possesses ample time to proceed at a measured pace. In this span of 6 months, Sun Wukong and his companions have fully embarked upon the path of energy refinement, converting all their internal energy into magical power. Their realms have predominantly reached the Golden Core stage, while exceptional talents such as Cell, Broly, Sun Wukong, Bardock, and Vegeta have ascended to the nascent soul stage with Chen Bei's assistance. In terms of combat prowess, Sun Wukong and his allies far surpass the average nascent soul cultivators. Under Chen Bei's tutelage, they have not only enhanced their physical and mental realms, but have also cultivated an array of wondrous secret techniques. Although these may seem trivial compared to Chen Bei's mastery, they are more than sufficient to overpower countless peers of their level. Cultivation is a contest of comprehensive strength. Some may appear average in power, but may harbor formidable hidden trump cards. These are the true threats to be wary of. Having completely solidified his realm, Chen Bei's strength has reached a pinnacle. His physical form now rivals that of powerful Dao artifacts, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective against him. At Chen Bei's level, unless one harnesses the forces of rules, it is nearly impossible to inflict harm upon him. Presently, even common angels would struggle to contend with Chen Bei, for even the angels of the Dragon Ball universe lack the capacity to fully master the laws. Entities like Weiss, who possess formidable strength among angels, can only revert time to a limited extent. However, for Chen Bei, who has already mastered the laws of time and space, such feats are effortlessly achievable. Obey. We are prepared. When do you intend to transport us to another dimension? I am truly eager, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. His combat prowess had reached a remarkable leap. With his current strength, he could effortlessly overpower his former self with a single hand, even without invoking magical powers. Should he wield his mental energy, he could potentially extinguish his past self's consciousness entirely. Such power is astonishingly formidable. Yet, at the same time, Sun Wukong yearned to encounter even stronger adversaries, curious to see if beings from alternate realms possess similar might. Are you unable to contain your anticipation? Chen Bei observed the eager expressions on Sun Wukong and his companions, a smile gracing his lips. He then turned his gaze towards the void gate. Within the portal, the fabric of space twisted incessantly, and the group could sense that should they inadvertently plunge into it, they might not emerge unscathed, if at all. At that moment, Chen Bei, fixated on the void gate, produced the time-space ring. Gazing into the boundless abyss, he too felt a surge of anticipation, wondering what extraordinary wonders lay beyond the threshold of time and space. Without delay, Chen Bei led the group and stepped into the void gate, embarking on a journey to an uncharted world.